New students, please form a line and head to the next destination, the Ability Awakening Room. I hope everyone achieves great results. This is the registration area for new students at Jinghai City's War Academy. Today marks the first day of the academic year. Yidong was one of them. The application process was simple. Anyone who was 18 years old and had not yet awakened their abilities could apply. Yidong was a transmigrator. He had been in this world for quite some time. However, because he hadn't turned 18, he could only attend regular schools. This year, he was finally 18 and eligible to apply to the War Academy. There was no way he would miss this opportunity. This world was constantly under threat from beast folk and exotic beasts. Although the news repeatedly emphasized that beast folk could not enter human territories, their appearance was almost indistinguishable from humans. Only when they transformed or through the use of advanced technological detectors could they be identified. In the civilian district where he lived, news of beast folk attacks was frequent. This made him extremely uneasy. If one day he opened his door to find his parents lying in a pool of blood, torn apart by beast folk, and he was next in line, that kind of rage and despair would be unbearable for him. He would not allow such a thing to happen. He had to move his parents to the safety of the Iron Fortress district. The only way to do that was to become an ability user. And not just any ability user. He needed to be at least a Tier 2, Grade C ability user. In this world, there were 10 ability levels, each divided into 10 stars. The levels ranged from E, the lowest, to S, the highest. Yidong's goal was to achieve at least Grade C. That way, as long as he reached Tier 2, 1 star, he could use his status to apply for safe housing for his parents in the Iron Fortress. The Iron Fortress was heavily guarded, and beast folk wouldn't dare approach. Only there could his parents truly be safe. Yidong looked around. Despite the noisy crowd, he still caught sight of a few determined gazes. Many here shared the same thoughts as him. The competition was fierce, but he would never give up. Grade C. Grade C. I must achieve Grade C. No matter what ability I awaken, I'll accept it. Grade C? Who do you think you are? Out of the thousands of new students this year, barely 100 will awaken Grade C abilities. That's already considered impressive. Exactly. Grade C and above are the ones given priority for cultivation. The War Academy has over 100,000 students, and only a little over 1,000 are Grade C. Clearly, success would not come easily. But Yidong had no choice. He had to succeed. The line began to move. It seemed they were heading to the next venue. Excitement spread across everyone's faces. Yidong quickly followed. The War Academy occupied a vast area, and as the line moved, the new students began to get a sense of the campus. They entered a building shaped like an inverted iron barrel. The iron doors closed behind them. Yidong held his breath, searching for light in the darkness. Suddenly, a blinding light burst forth ahead, a massive, glowing orb. This was the awakening light. It could help students awaken their abilities quickly, making the process simple and smooth. It was said that in the past, awakening abilities required blood type matching and guidance from an already awakened individual. The process was highly complex. A counselor stood to the side, not bothering with introductions. He spoke directly. I will now call names. When your name is called, step forward, place your hand on the awakening light, and complete the awakening process. Judging by the counselor's tired and dissatisfied expression, the previous batch of awakenings must not have yielded good results. Jinghai City had more than one War Academy. There were several others as well. Each year, the academies competed in rankings. Higher-ranked academies received more government funding. Every academy placed great importance on its students. If they could produce an A grade or even an S grade ability user, not only would they secure a large amount of funding, but they would also attract more applicants. Behind the scenes, the principal of the War Academy, Lu Yuliang, scanned the crowd with his cloudy old eyes, filled with expectation. Old Li, I really hope our academy can produce an A grade, or even an S grade ability user. That way, I can finally hold my head high at the annual conference with the other principals. The counselor, Old Li, sighed helplessly. Principal, a grade and S grade ability users are once-in-a-lifetime geniuses. How could they appear so easily? Principal Lu immediately grew anxious. Why is it that other academies can produce 1 or 2 A grades or S grades, but despite having the most students, Our War Academy hasn't produced a single one. If we fail again this year, I won't even bother attending the annual conference." Counselor Lee chuckled awkwardly. "But the annual conference is tied to government funding, Principal. You must think this through." Principal Liu shook his head in resignation. "Forget it. Just consider this my way of venting." While the two veterans of the academy continued their conversation, the counselor in the awakening room began calling out the first student's name. "Lin Jian, you're up." "Here." Lin Jian felt the weight of everyone's gaze as he nervously walked towards the awakening light with his head lowered. He placed his hand on the orb. The surface of the light orb immediately rippled like water. Lin Jian's expression shifted, and the next moment, his body suddenly expanded, growing covered in black fur. He transformed into a humanoid blue wolf. A woo! A wolf's howl echoed through the awakening room, sending shivers down everyone's spines. The awakening light displayed his ability grade and type. Ability grade E. Ability type Beast Transformation Beast Folk class. Only grade E. Lin Jian was deeply disappointed. He hadn't even reached grade D, let alone grade C. Dejected, he picked up his tattered clothes and left the stage. The students below reacted indifferently. His ability grade was simply too low. Moreover, it was the least popular type, Beast Folk Transformation. In this world, Beast Folk wreaked havoc everywhere. Beast Folk transformations, due to their resemblance to Beast Folk, faced severe discrimination. Abilities varied greatly. Most E-grade Beast Folk transformations fell into categories like Beast Folk, Stone Folk, Wood Folk, or specific body part enhancements. D-grade abilities were better, granting special powers or general physical enhancements. C-grade abilities were much more powerful. They often awakened elemental powers like wind, fire, lightning, or electricity. These abilities were significantly stronger. Above C-grade were advanced elemental abilities and even rarer powers like spatial or healing abilities. A grade and S-grade abilities were almost invincible upon awakening. With diligent training, they could reach the pinnacle, Tier 10. Unfortunately, most A-grade and S-grade ability users, around 80% of them, died in the wild during hunts or battles with beast folk. What a pity, it turned out to be a beast folk transformation. If it had been stone folk or wood folk, it would have been better. E-grade beast folk transformations are the most common. It just shows he has average aptitude there's nothing to pity. True. The military favors beast folk transformations, though, because they're strong, agile, and good for charging directly at beast folk. That's because there are many orcs. When they die in battle, no one feels bad. Everyone fell silent. The awakening ceremony continued. After that, 7 more E-level mutant awakeners appeared, but the audience barely reacted. Until a girl named Li Xiaoyu stepped onto the stage. She was adorable, exuding an air of liveliness. The students below the stage showed a noticeable change in their expressions. Li Xiaoyu took a deep breath, placed her hand on the light of awakening, and ripples immediately spread across her body. Suddenly, countless thorny vines sprouted wildly from her body. The thorns quickly wrapped around her, transforming her into a massive flower. Several vines slowly lifted her, and as the flower bud bloomed, she reappeared before everyone. She looked a little frightened but confirmed this was her ability. As long as she mastered this power, she could control it. The light of awakening revealed, ability level, C, ability type, ancient plant system. The detection room erupted in an uproar. C level, the first C level, and it's a girl. Ancient plant system, that's a pretty good ability. What's her name? So envious. C level is already amazing, I'd be content with just D level. The first C level awakener had appeared. Yidong lowered his head, feeling both envy and longing. This meant that as long as Li Xiaoyu advanced to Tier 2, 1 star, she could apply for special housing in Iron Fortress. He was overcome with jealousy. Yidong grew anxious, unable to wait any longer. Amid the cheers of the boys, Li Xiaoyu hopped down from the detection platform, happily returning to the group and quietly chatting with the girl next to her. About 80% of the boys had their eyes on her. Xiaoyu, that's incredible. You're actually a C-level awakener. That flower was so beautiful. How did those vines grow out of you? Did it hurt? Your clothes are torn, cover up quickly before the boys see anything. Hearing her companion's comment, Li Xiaoyu quickly pulled a jacket out of her spatial ring and put it on. A spatial ring? That wasn't an ordinary item. It was crafted by spatial ability users and was worth at least 100,000 dragon coins. Ordinary families couldn't afford it. After noticing the ring, anyone who had been interested in Li Xiaoyu immediately gave up. She was clearly a rich young lady, far out of their league. Li Xiaoyu smiled and said, "It didn't hurt or itch. This power feels like it has a life of its own, as if it was welcoming me. At the end, it even lifted me so high. It was terrifying, haha." As her laughter echoed, the instructor called out the next student's name. Next, Yidong. Yidong froze for a moment. It was finally his turn. He stepped out of the crowd, neither fast nor slow, heading toward the light of awakening. In his heart, he silently prayed. Sea level. Just let it be sea level. Hurry up, the instructor urged, seeing him moving so leisurely. I'm coming. Yidong took a deep breath as though preparing for a solemn ceremony. Slowly, he raised his right hand and placed it on the light of awakening. The sensation was unexpectedly hard and icy cold. The moment his palm touched it, waves of ripples spread across the sphere. Sea level. It's here. Buzz. The light of awakening suddenly trembled. Startled, everyone instinctively took a step back. Yidong quickly withdrew his hand, staring at the light of awakening in surprise. The instructor also looked puzzled. It was his first time seeing the light of awakening reject a student. Fulfilling his duty, he reminded Yidong, "Don't be afraid. Keep your hand on it no matter what happens, understand?" "Got it. I'll try again." Yidong steadied himself, realizing he might have been too nervous. This time, he pressed harder as he placed his hand on it. In the next instant, a terrifying chill erupted from his body. A fierce wind howled, sweeping through the entire detection room. In a flash, snow began to fall indoors. The winds raged, and everyone shivered from the cold. What's going on? It's freezing. What the hell is happening? Help! Let me out. Open the door. I'm going to freeze to death. The instructor, suffering the most, shouted urgently. Enough. The ability has manifested. You can let go now. But Yidong seemed not to hear. His body continued to change. Yidong's skin turned transparent, resembling glass. Intense cold currents blew from beneath his feet, icing over the ground with thick frost. Behind the scenes, Principal Lu's eyes widened, utterly astonished by the spectacle before him. Oldly, look. It's happening. This kid's ability is definitely a level. An A-level elemental awakener. Ha ha. The instructor, panicking, shouted. Don't celebrate too soon. This power is too strong, he can't control it. The ability is about to go out of control. Stop him quickly, or we'll all die. Understood. Principal Lu instantly transformed into a fiery figure, engulfed in flames as he soared into the air. The fire illuminated the entire detection room, immediately reducing the cold, suppressing the icy currents. Principal, help. The middle-aged instructor was frozen stiff and unable to move. Were it not for the principal's arrival, he'd be done for. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened. Previously, an A-level elemental awakener at White Dragon Academy had almost killed the instructor during their detection. Child, let go of your hand. Principal Lu's voice calmed Yidong, who slowly withdrew his hand. The icy currents and snow gradually dissipated. All that remained were a group of shivering students. Are you? Principal Lu? Yidong had seen the War Academy's application posters, which featured the principal's photo. The principal nodded. Let's check your ability level first, he said, looking up at the light of awakening. Everyone followed his gaze. Ability level, S. Ability type, Elemental, Extreme Frost Soul. Seeing the result, everyone was stunned, their eyes wide and mouths agape, as if they could swallow an egg whole. They were utterly dumbfounded. But Yidong's face was filled with confusion, not because he had awakened an S-level ability, but because of the attribute interface before him. Host, Yidong, level, Tier 1, 1-star awakened, ability, S-level, type, Extreme Frost Soul, strength, 1, vitality, 1, speed, 1, energy, 1, enhancement points, 0. Yidong was utterly shocked. Was this the legendary system? He hadn't expected to awaken an S-level ability, and it turned out to be thanks to the system's help. He had been in this world for several years, yet the system was only appearing now. But better late than never. This clearly wasn't the time to study the system. With a single thought, the attribute panel vanished. S level. My goodness. It's S level. How is this even possible? From shock to doubt to disbelief, these emotions flickered across the faces of the students in just seconds like lightning. The light of awakening never lies. He truly is an S class. And it's the elemental type we know, Extreme Frost Soul. I read a book that introduced the first generation of Extreme Frost Soul ability users. That guy was one of the top war generals in the National Defense Team 300 years ago. A war general? This guy might become a Guardian War general in the future? My God, I actually enrolled in the same school as him. I want his contact information. I want to be his girlfriend. I want to have his children. Everyone instantly went crazy, as if possessed. Ha ha. Uh-huh. Principal Liu burst into laughter, his voice thunderous and deafening, immediately silencing the crowd. An S-class ability. The War Academy has finally turned the tide. Not just an A-class, but an S-class. Ha ha ha. Those old geezers. Will you still dare to mock me at the annual meeting? Ha ha ha. Instructor Li hurriedly ran over. Principal Liu, please mind your words and maintain your image. Principal Liu finally realized, his face reddening slightly. Acting as if nothing had happened, he turned to Yi Dong and asked, "Your name is Yi Dong?" Yi Dong's goal had been to awaken an ability at a C-class level. But now, it turned out his ability was S-class. And not just any S-class, but the same Extreme Frost Soul ability that the Guardian War General 300 years ago had possessed. This revelation left him utterly shocked, finding it hard to believe. It had far exceeded his expectations. "Yes, my name is Yi Dong," Yi Dong responded, his face full of confidence. At this moment, he had every reason to be confident. "Very good. I see a reflection of my younger self in your eyes. Believe me, in the near future, your name will spread across the nation and become the nightmare of the beast men." "Thank you, Principal. I won't let you down." Yi Dong smiled. Principal Liu was very satisfied, then continued. "From now on, you will be one of the key students trained by our War Academy. I will personally mentor you, if you're willing, of course." Personal mentorship from the principal? Who would refuse such an offer? Everyone in the audience stared at Yi Dong with envy. They all wished they could be the one standing on that stage. Yi Dong felt as though all of this was a dream. First, he awakened the Extreme Frost Soul ability. And now the principal wanted to personally guide him. If this was a dream, he hoped never to wake up. "Thank you, Principal. I won't let you down." Very good." The principal looked down at the spatial ring on his hand and pulled out a ring from it. This is an elemental space ring. Not only can it provide you with a large amount of elemental energy, but it can also serve as a spatial storage ring. Consider it my welcome gift to you." "Thank you, Principal." Yi Dong nervously accepted the ring, treating it like a treasure. A spatial ring alone was incredibly valuable, and this one could even store elemental energy. Truly befitting of the Academy's principal, generous and magnanimous. If sold, this ring could probably buy a house in Ironfort. However, he would never do such a thing. Principal Liu not only praised him in public, but also offered personal mentorship and gave him such a valuable ring. The people below the platform were red-eyed with jealousy. An S-class ability user indeed. This kid's truly lucky. Reincarnation is a skill, but sadly, I don't have it. Ugh, stop being bitter, you're just jealous. Principal Liu smiled and said, "You may step down now. Come to my office early tomorrow morning." Understood. Yi Dong nodded and slowly walked out of the testing chamber. The iron door opened. Around him were envious glances, admiring ones, and disdainful ones. Yi Dong didn't care. He just wanted to go home quickly to share the good news with his parents and study this system. Inside the testing chamber, Yi Dong had been the center of attention. But once outside, in the crowd, he became the most inconspicuous figure. If anyone knew he was an S-class ability user, they'd probably react just like the students in the testing chamber, going crazy and cheering for him. He walked toward the school gate. Along the way, he passed the next batch of students preparing to awaken their abilities. Seeing the excitement on their faces, Yi Dong couldn't help but feel emotional. How many of them would truly have the last laugh in the end? This all felt like a dream. Yi Dong smiled faintly, his mood instantly lightening, and his steps quickened. Exiting the school gates, He casually scanned a shared bike and rode it back to his neighborhood. Calling it a neighborhood was a bit of a stretch. It was really just an old, rundown alley. The area was filled with abandoned buildings, slated for demolition. Many of the structures at the entrance had already been torn down. Soon, the demolition zone would extend to the deepest part of the alley. Rumor had it that a factory would be built here, but no one knew what kind of factory it would be. As Yidong passed by an alley, he suddenly felt something was off. He took a few steps back and stared into the darkness at the alley's depths. From the shadows, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly lit up. A gash instantly appeared on Yidong's left cheek. Reacting swiftly, he immediately dropped to the ground to evade. A deafening explosion sounded behind him. Roar! It was a beast man with a human's body and a cat's head. A beast man. The beast man revealed a sinister smile. Hee, you've spotted me. Now there's no escape. Die, human. Too fast. Yidong instinctively dropped to the ground again. A black shadow vanished in the blink of an eye before his eyes. He could feel the beast man already behind him, yet he found himself unable to react. He had just awakened an S-class ability, but before that, he was nothing more than an ordinary person. Could his luck really be this bad? Awakening an ability only to be killed by a beastman moments later? I'm right behind you. The beastman maliciously licked its blade like claws, raising its right hand high in preparation for a downward strike. I can't die here. Gritting his teeth, Yidong pushed against the ground with both hands, kicking his legs forcefully. A clash of strength. Yidong naturally wasn't at an advantage, but he managed to evade a fatal blow. What? The cat-headed beastman hadn't expected Yidong to counterattack, pulling off such a difficult move. Not only did Yidong deflect the attack, but he also managed to create distance. The first time might have been luck, but there wouldn't be a second time. Yidong took a deep breath, and the power of the extreme frost soul surged within him, seeking a breakthrough. He recalled once seeing a journalist interview an elemental ability user on television. The journalist had curiously asked what it felt like to use elemental power. The ability user had talked for 10 minutes straight, sounding like a science show. He remembered the ability user saying that elemental power felt faint, elusive, yet graspable. The strength of the power depended on the size of one's energy reserve, that if one's power is strong enough, they can achieve feats like destroying mountains and rivers with a single thought, shaking heaven and earth with a single finger. The key to using elemental power lies in imagination. Combine your imagination with your abilities and unleash them. I can do it too. Not running away. Then I'll send you to meet the king of hell. Meow? The sound of meow startled Yidong, almost scaring him stiff, but he quickly regained his composure. Combine imagination with power and release it. Yidong suddenly turned, pressing his palm toward the air. He imagined a massive mirror in front of him. Bang! The Catman punched forward, but his fist seemed to hit a solid wall, causing him to grimace in pain and retreat. What? You're an ability user? Yidong didn't answer, focusing entirely on his imagination. He raised his right hand, clenched his fist tightly, and visualized countless ice spikes emerging from all directions in the air, piercing through the Catman's body. Yidong suddenly felt a hollowness in his body, as if his soul was being forcibly pulled out. The next second, countless dense ice spikes appeared around the Catman. The ice spikes glimmered with a cold brilliance under the sunlight. Yidong knew he had succeeded in his imagination. He hadn't expected that relying solely on imagination would almost deplete his physical strength. But he quickly recovered. The elemental space ring on his hand consistently emitted warm energy, replenishing his stamina. The earlier depletion had drained all the energy in his body otherwise. The ring wouldn't have started replenishing him automatically. So, this feeling of weakness was a signal of energy exhaustion. Looks like he needed more practice. What is this exactly? Speak up. Are you an elemental ability user? What level are you? S level. Yidong sneered, clenching his right hand fiercely in the air while silently chanting in his mind. Die? Countless ice spikes erupted in an instant. Ah! The Catman's scream pierced the air. The ice spikes shot out like machine gun fire, directly hitting the Catman. The Catman screamed while spreading his arms, only to be instantly turned into a porcupine of ice spikes. He knelt and died on the spot. Defeated a Tier 1, 1-star Catman Belis. Strength increased to a new phase. Gained 100 enhancement points. The system's notification sounded in Yi Dong's ears. He was stunned. Killing beastmen not only increased his strength, but also earned enhancement points. Before he could fully process, a group of Wu and team members rushed over. They stared in astonishment at the dead Catman. If one didn't look closely, it'd be hard to tell what kind of beastman it was, as its body was riddled with ice spikes. "Brother, was this your doing?" Wu and team captain Su Zhen walked up to Yi Dong, asking in shock, "Could you tell me your name? So I can apply for a reward at the bureau." "A reward?" Yi Dong was, of course, happy to give his name. "I'm Yi Dong, a freshman at the War Academy. My home is at." After giving his address to Su Zhen, Yi Dong turned and headed home. A thought grew even firmer in his mind. He must quickly level up to Tier 2, 1 star, and then take his parents away from here. When Yi Dong returned home, it was evident his parents hadn't come back yet. He first rinsed the rice and set up the rice cooker. Then he went back to his room. His room was on the top floor of an unfinished building. The attic served as his bedroom. Though small, it was quite cozy. Lying on the bed, he called out to the system. "System, what is the use of enhancement points?" Enhancement points can be used to improve the host's basic attributes. You should have seen your personal panel. "System, I've awakened S-level abilities, so why are my attributes still so low?" "They're all at 1. The host's real data isn't shown on the system panel. The attributes on the panel are additional bonuses. So that is how it was. The attributes displayed by the system were hidden, additional attributes, not his inherent stats. During the battle with the Beastman earlier, Yi Dong had grasped some combat techniques with his abilities, but also discovered his weaknesses. The destructive power of the extreme cold ice soul was undeniable, but using such power drained his body immensely. Relying solely on the extreme cold ice soul in battle would quickly deplete his energy. Once exhausted, he'd become an easy target. This realization brought a key issue to light. He had to improve his basic capabilities. The extreme cold ice soul should be reserved as a final trump card, only used against formidable enemies. As the saying goes, it's unnecessary to use a sledgehammer to kill a fly. Enhancement points could perfectly address his physical weaknesses. Yi Dong opened the attribute panel. Host, Yi Dong. Level, Tier 1, 1-star ability user, ability, S-level, type, extreme cold ice soul, strength, 1+, vitality, 1, speed, 1, energy, 1, enhancement points, 100. With 100 enhancement points on hand, a small plus sign appeared next to the strength attribute. His realm had also advanced after defeating the Beastman. Yi Dong focused on the small plus sign beside strength. Strength increased. Strength, 2. He felt his muscles tighten slightly. The increase in power was real, though not very noticeable. After raising strength to 2, the enhancement points immediately dropped to 0. Enhancing strength by just 1 point requires 100 enhancement points? Yi Dong was shocked. How many enhancement points would it take to increase vitality, speed, or energy? After all, when he had 100 enhancement points, the other attributes didn't even show a plus sign. That meant the points weren't enough yet. Killing a Tier 1, 1-star Beastman only provided enough points to enhance strength by 1? The conditions were too harsh. Yi Dong sighed helplessly. But looking at it another way, killing Beastmen also increased his realm. From this perspective, it was quite worthwhile. To gain strength quickly, he had to rely on the power of the system. The question was, where could he find so many Beastmen? Would killing exotic beasts also yield rewards? Maybe it would. Yi Dong took out his phone and searched for areas with a high concentration of exotic beasts or beastmen nearby. The network was slow, making the search process frustrating. But he persisted. Soon, he found the answer he was looking for. The old district of Jinghai City had long been overrun by exotic beasts. Initially, Jinghai City was just an ordinary small city. As the city developed, people gradually moved out of the old district. Of course, some were unwilling to leave and stayed behind. Not long after, due to the lack of defenses in the old district, it was invaded by exotic beasts. Those elderly residents who refused to leave all perished there. The old district slowly became a nest for exotic beasts. Although the Wu and team repeatedly sent people to clear out the exotic beasts, Their overwhelming numbers resulted in more losses than victories. Over time, they stopped proactive offensives and only stationed people to guard the old district. To reduce the number of exotic beasts, the Wuhan team even issued a bounty list, offering rewards for killing beasts based on their rank. This place was exactly where Yidong could and should go now. The old town? It's so far from here. I wonder if the subway goes there. Yidong checked the subway routes and, to his surprise, found a direct line to the old town. Moreover, just outside the old town, there was a beacon base where many young ability users gathered. They were forming teams to head to the old town, with experienced ability users leading them. This made things much more convenient. However, he couldn't just stroll over there so openly. He still hadn't fully mastered the power of the extreme Frost Ice Soul. Tomorrow, he would need to seek more guidance from Principal Liu. That evening, when Yidong's parents returned home, they didn't even ask about his trip to the War Academy that day. Yidong was speechless. Did they have that little faith in him? Not even a single question? Did they think he couldn't possibly get in? What? You got admitted? That's my boy, Father Yi exclaimed, patting Yidong's shoulder enthusiastically and dragging him to the kitchen where Mother Yi was cooking. Xiao Yun, our son got into the War Academy. You keep busy with the cooking. I'm going out to buy some braised beef. We're celebrating tonight with drinks. Hold it. Mother Yi glared at Father Yi. What does our son getting into the War Academy have to do with you drinking and eating beef? Are you even aware of our financial situation? What's the harm in one meal of meat? Father Yi grumbled, feeling a bit annoyed. With a helpless sigh, Mother Yi said, I'm just saying, buy less. Don't overdo it. Huh. Fine, I'm off. Father Yi laughed as he left the house. After he left, Mother Yi looked at Yidong with a face full of concern. I honestly wish you hadn't gotten in. Yidong felt a lump in his throat. He understood what his mother meant. Getting into the War Academy meant going to the battlefield in the future, a place where one could lose their life at any moment. Yidong sniffled and said, Mom, don't worry. I'll train hard. When I go to the battlefield, even the beastmen won't be able to hurt me. Once I reach the second rank and first star, I'll be able to apply for housing in Iron Fortress. Then we won't have to live in constant fear anymore. All right, go wash your hands and eat. Iron Fortress isn't a place just anyone can get into. But it's good you have that ambition, she said, clearly still skeptical. Yidong sighed inwardly. Fine, they'd understand eventually. His humble mother, his hearty and straightforward father, and himself, they made up a warm little family. In his previous life, he'd been mediocre, ridiculed all his life, and never fulfilled his filial duty. In this life, he was determined to give his parents a good life. Father Yi, in his drunkenness, said that joining the War Academy had been his dream in his youth. Knowing that his son succeeded, he was overjoyed, hoping Yidong could fulfill that dream for him and bring glory to the nation. Riding on his father's excitement, Yidong had a few small glasses of alcohol himself. After dinner, he returned to his small attic room, determined to rest well for the night without doing anything else. The next day, he planned to visit Principal Liu at the War Academy to enhance his strength. That night, however, he had a horrifying nightmare. In his dream, countless beastmen broke into his home, killing his parents. And he, too weak to protect them, was ultimately killed by the beastman himself. Yidong woke up with a start, drenched in sweat. The nightmare lingered vividly in his mind. He clenched his teeth and fists tightly. He would never let such a thing happen. At dawn, Yidong got up early, took a quick wash, and wandered around his neighborhood to ensure there were no anomalies. Only then did he head to the War Academy. To his surprise, someone else was up even earlier than him. No, not just one person, a whole group of people. The entrance to the academy was a wide open field. During enrollment, it had been packed with new students. Now that the crowd had thinned, Yidong could finally sense its vastness. In the center of the field, a group of robust students was doing warm-up exercises. Judging by their physiques, they were likely mutant-type ability users. Different types of ability users trained in different ways. Mutant-type ability users focused on muscle building and speed, enhancing their physical skills while advancing their ranks. Yidong, being a pure elemental-type ability user, needed to meditate and sense elemental energies from the environment, absorbing them into his body. But since Yidong had the system, He preferred to improve his combat skills, master more offensive techniques, and learn precise control of elemental energy. That way, he could eliminate enemies efficiently using minimal energy. With such skills, he'd be able to deal with those beastmen and alien beasts effectively. When he reached the principal's office door, he heard the sound of pages turning inside. Startled, Yidong realized the principal was already awake. He knocked on the door. "Come in," a girl's voice called from inside. Yidong was slightly surprised, but still opened the door and stepped in. Sure enough, Principal Lu was there, sitting behind his desk. Standing behind him was a stunningly beautiful young girl who seemed almost unreal. She was earnestly massaging Principal Lu's shoulders. When she saw Yidong enter, she gave him a brief glance before lowering her gaze and continuing her work. Good morning, Principal." Yidong greeted nervously. Perhaps it was because the girl was too beautiful, or maybe because her brightly colored attire, which had red, blue, and green ribbons hanging from her clothes, seemed so eye-catching. When she walked, the ribbons must have floated gracefully, drawing attention. But Yidong didn't find it appealing. He thought her outfit was a bit too flashy. As soon as Yidong walked in, Principal Lu broke into a cheerful smile and asked, "Yidong, you're here so early. Couldn't sleep because you're excited?" Yidong shook his head and admitted honestly, "I had a nightmare. I dreamed that beastmen broke into my home and killed my parents. I want to quickly improve my strength and skills so I can move them to Iron Fortress, where they'll be safe and secure." Principal Lu froze for a moment after hearing this. He, too, was deeply concerned about community safety. No matter how much the Security Bureau strengthened its patrols, those alien beasts and beastmen always managed to exploit loopholes. It was impossible to guard against them completely. Especially in remote neighborhoods, the safety risks were significant. But as a principal, he couldn't just use his position to help Yidong's parents move into Iron Fortress. The girl, upon hearing Yidong's words, showed a trace of sympathy in her eyes. She realized that the boy standing before her was the S-rank ability user her grandfather had told her to meet early this morning. Yidong. She had assumed S-rank geniuses would be arrogant and aloof. After all, she had dealt with her fair share of geniuses. But Yidong was so sincere and down-to-earth, it was refreshing and rare. Her first impression of him was quite favorable. Principal Lu thought for a moment before an idea struck him. He looked up at Yidong and said, "All right, to help you focus on your training, I'll arrange for academy students to patrol near your parents' neighborhood and other neighborhoods as well. We'll make this part of their academic credit system. I believe many students will enthusiastically participate." "Really? That's wonderful. Principal, thank you so much." Yidong was overwhelmed with excitement. Principal Lu waved his hand with a smile. "The main reason is to ensure you can focus on your cultivation without any worries. Don't let me down, understand?" "Understood. I will do my best." Yidong was so happy that he felt as if he could burst with joy, happier than when he awakened his S-rank ability. Principal Lu patted the back of the girl standing behind him. "All right, stop pressing. If you keep this up, my old bones will be crushed by you." It was you, Grandpa, who begged me to give you a massage. Now you're blaming me for using too much strength." The girl crossed her arms over her chest, stepping aside with a slightly annoyed expression on her face. Principal Lu introduced her with a wry smile. "This is my granddaughter, Lu Xinghua. She's also an A-rank ability user, and her power is full-body steel armament." Full-body steel armament? Yidong was stunned. Wasn't that an invincible state, impervious to blades or bullets? "That's right." Lu Xinghua shot him a glance and slowly walked over. "You're the boy who awakened the S-rank ability Extreme Frost Essence, right? The whole school was talking about it yesterday. I've been wanting to meet you. My name's Lu Xinghua, nice to meet you." "I'm Yidong." Yidong cautiously shook her hand, quickly withdrawing it. Lu Xinghua was a bit surprised. Most people who shook her hand seemed like they wanted to crush it, but this guy was so shy that he barely dared to touch her. Getting along with him in the future would definitely be interesting. A trace of gentleness flickered in her eyes, and her soft pink lips curved into a slight smile. Yidong immediately averted his gaze. This girl was truly strange. Outside the principal's office, Yidong found himself with an unexpected companion, Principal Lu's granddaughter, Lu Xinghua. According to Principal Lu, Xinghua had been personally trained by him, had joined the military, and even earned military merits. Teaching Yidong would be no problem for her. Yidong was shocked. Lu Xinghua might not even be older than him, yet she had already joined the army, fought in battles, and earned distinctions. As expected of Principal Lu's granddaughter, truly impressive. The two of them reached a secluded area in the academy's rear mountain. The place was filled with the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers, and fruit trees grew in abundance. It was evident that someone had meticulously planted and maintained the area. Moreover, it seemed like idle visitors were not allowed to enter without permission. Lu Xinghua stopped and turned to Yidong. All right, this should be far enough. There shouldn't be anyone around. Now tell me, what stage have you reached in your cultivation? Stage 1, 1 star. Just a beginner, huh? Lu Xinghua's tone carried a hint of disappointment. If you'd awakened your ability earlier and started training from a young age, you'd at least be at the rank of a major general by now. But unfortunately, you grew up in that slum and missed the best opportunity. Her face was filled with regret. The neighborhood Yidong lived in wasn't exactly a slum, at least he didn't think so. However, many people liked to call unfinished buildings slums, and those who lived there were labeled as commoners. Yidong had no words to say about this. Lu Xinghua's remarks, on the contrary, made him suddenly understand. So, she had awakened her ability from a young age and had been training all along, which explained her current strength. Lu Xinghua continued, "You must be wondering why my power is full-body steel armament, yet I can still guide an elemental ability user like you, right?" Yidong furrowed his brows slightly and gave an awkward laugh. "I did have that question, but I didn't know how to ask. Since you brought it up, I'll just ask directly." Lu Xinghua laughed out loud. "You're quite honest. In that case, I don't mind explaining. Yes, my ability is full-body steel armament, but it still consumes elemental energy, and the control over elements requires extreme precision. For example," she raised her right hand. At first glance, Yidong noticed how small her hand was. But in the next moment, the little hand suddenly turned pitch black. With a soft chuckle, Lu Xinghua suddenly punched the ground. Bang! A 3-inch wide dent appeared on the ground, surrounded by cracks radiating out like a spider web. Yidong was dumbfounded. Initially, he thought Lu Xinghua's full-body steel armament was just for enhancing defense, but he hadn't expected it to possess such destructive power as well. As long as the control is precise, I can perform localized armament. This way, I don't have to go all out every time, and the energy consumption is lower. I usually prefer full-body armament on the battlefield. I don't want scars on my skin." After finishing her explanation, Lu Xinghua playfully smiled at Yidong and stuck out her tongue. Yidong secretly admired how adorable senior sister Lu was, but he kept his thoughts to himself. "I see. I was just about to ask for advice on how to exert maximum power with minimal energy. Have you ever been in a real fight?" Lu Xinghua asked, suddenly looking a little embarrassed. "You just awakened yesterday, so you probably haven't fought for real yet, right? In other words, you're a rookie who knows nothing. What do? I have to return to the military tomorrow. I need to teach you everything today." "Is senior sister Lu very busy? What do you do in the military? Do you fight beastmen every day?" Yidong blurted out 3 questions in one go, revealing his curiosity about military life. Stop. Lu Xinghua looked at him strangely. "Why do you suddenly have so much to say as soon as the military is mentioned? You were so quiet earlier." "I'll answer one question at a time. I'm a drill instructor in the military, mainly training new recruits. Do I fight beastmen every day? Of course. And also mutant beasts. Now, do you think I'm busy?" "Definitely very busy." Lu Xinghua turned out to be a military instructor, which meant her strength was undoubtedly extraordinary. Yidong's eyes were full of admiration and longing. He also hoped to one day go to the battlefield and bring glory to his country. "Yidong, talking alone won't help. Treat me as a target and try attacking me. Let me see your current level, and then I'll figure out how to teach you." Lu Xinghua crossed her arms and stood firmly in place as she spoke. Yidong's expression changed, and he said, "Senior sister Lu, I've actually fought once for real, but I still don't know how to control my ability. I might hurt you. Why don't you use full-body armament first?" The image of the beast man he killed last night flashed through his mind. If he lost control and injured Lu Xinghua, he wouldn't be able to forgive himself. "It's fine, just attack. Don't worry about hurting me. If you could actually hurt me, I'd have died on the battlefield long ago." Lu Xinghua was brimming with confidence and secretly delighted. This guy actually had a sense of protectiveness, not at all like the rough, brutish types in the military who always tried to hit her hard whenever she used full-body armament. Yidong nodded. I've looked up some information and know how elemental ability users control strength and attack. I'm just not skilled yet. After watching your localized armament earlier, I feel like I have some idea about controlling my power. Oh, really? Lu Xinghua was pleasantly surprised. She hadn't expected him to catch on so quickly. Yidong took a deep breath, raised his right hand, aimed at Lu Xinghua, and warned, "Senior sister, watch out." Huh? Lu Xinghua blinked in slight confusion. The next second, countless ice spikes emerged densely above her head, their sharp tips exuding a bone-chilling cold. It truly was an S-class extreme frost ice soul ability. Her strength was not to be underestimated. What shocked her even more was that despite this guy only being at the first level and 1 star, how could he create such a dense array of ice spikes? I haven't named this move yet. Senior Sister Lu, help me think of one. Fall! Yidong shouted. Lu Xinghua grinned, and in an instant, her entire body turned pitch black, resembling an iron figure. The ice spikes rapidly descended, striking Lu Xinghua's body, but they couldn't harm her at all. Instead, they shattered upon impact, proving to be fragile. What? Yidong was stunned in disbelief. Was this the ability to make one's entire body as hard as steel? His ice spikes, capable of easily killing orcs, couldn't even scratch Senior Sister Lu? Although he knew the gap between them was significant, he was still an S-class ability user. How could the difference be this vast? This ability of yours does no harm to me, it's just noisy. Now it's my turn to counterattack. Lu Xinghua, transformed into a steel figure, suddenly grinned, her smile so sinister it sent chills down Yidong's spine. The next second, a violent gust of wind surged toward him. So fast, Yidong exclaimed. Boom! Lu Xinghua's punch landed next to Yidong's ear, and the roaring wind assaulted his eardrums with terrifying force. If that punch had truly landed, he would have died countless times over. Was this Lu Xinghua's true strength? No. She clearly hadn't used her full power yet. Lu Xinghua reverted to her original form, standing only 2 punches away from him. Her smile was radiant, and the corner of her mouth curled upwards. Scaredy cat, so terrified? I was just teasing you. Huh. She laughed as she stepped back a few paces, like a mischievous child reveling in a successful prank. Yidong, however, was drenched in cold sweat. If someone as strong as Lu Xinghua couldn't completely drive away the orcs at the border, just how terrifying were those creatures? He had to become stronger. Otherwise, even if he entered the battlefield, he would merely be marching to his death. Yidong took a deep breath, his eyes shining with determination. Senior Sister Lu, I want to learn physical combat skills. Lu Xinghua looked at him with confusion. You're an elemental ability user. Why do you want to learn physical combat? Focus on mastering energy control first. To be honest, your earlier move looked impressive, but the energy in each ice spike was uneven. That might work on ordinary people, but against experts, it's useless. This shows that your control over elemental energy isn't up to par. Truly powerful elemental users don't resort to big flashy moves right away. They're energy draining and imprecise. They know how to concentrate their power on a single point. Lu Xinghua picked up a stone nearby, her arm transforming into its weaponized form. With one punch, she smashed the stone into pieces. Like this. Concentrate power on one point. I understand. Yidong nodded in admiration. And what about physical combat? Hey. Lu Xinghua was slightly annoyed. Why are you so impatient? Training isn't a joke. Master elemental control first, then we'll talk about physical combat. Otherwise, if you try to learn a bit of everything, you'll end up mastering nothing. It'll be a waste of your time and talent. Lu Xinghua was right, he needed to specialize in one thing first. Wanting to learn everything would ultimately leave him with nothing. I understand. I'll focus on mastering elemental control first. I'll train over there by myself. With that, Yidong found a corner, staring at a tree ahead, and secretly began his practice. He tried to create a single ice spike and poured all his energy into enhancing its power. Lu Xinghua watched him delve immediately into training, and her mind recalled what he had said earlier about the slums. She finally understood why he was in such a rush. Looks like I was too harsh and oversimplified things. I'll have to apologize to him later. Lu Shenghua thought reluctantly. I can't believe there's a day when I have to apologize to someone. Ugh, so annoying. She vented her frustration on a nearby tree, punching it repeatedly until leaves rained down. Yi Dong, however, was completely immersed in training his elemental energy. Hey, you should name your moves. Lu Shenghua called out from a distance, her voice clear. That way, your brain can remember them. When you use them, just silently think of the name, and the move will activate automatically. Elemental ability users rely on imagination. Without naming your moves, you'll get disoriented in real combat and won't be able to unleash their full power. So that's how it worked. Thank you, Senior Sister Lu. I understand now. Good. Keep practicing. I'll go take a look around up ahead. I'll check on you later. All right. Once Lu Shenghua left, Yidong was finally able to calm down. Truth be told, Lu Shenghua was so beautiful, and as a military instructor, her presence made him feel immense pressure. Now that she was gone, he felt more at ease, and his thoughts became clearer. Finger gun. Swoosh. A sharp ice spike shot out from Yidong's fingertip, so fast that it was impossible to react in time. It pierced through the air with a sharp whistling sound and embedded itself deep into a tree ahead. This was the move he had spent over 10 minutes conceptualizing. Not only was it incredibly powerful, but its speed was lightning fast, capable of catching opponents off guard. With the move taking its preliminary shape, the next step was to enhance its power further. He decided to concentrate all the energy within the ice spike. Currently, the ice spike shot from his fingers had rough surfaces, a sign that the energy wasn't fully condensed yet. Manipulating elemental energy was a challenge for him. Yidong raised his right hand, forming a finger gun gesture. Elemental abilities relied on imagination. As long as he could outline the shape of an object in his mind and use elemental energy to summon it into reality, he could create it. This meant that the longer he spent imagining, the more detailed the object would become, resulting in a more powerful ice spike with higher hardness. By naming the object, the finely crafted item would remain in his memory. In future battles, as long as he silently thought of or shouted its name, the previously created object would materialize instantly. This process was intricate and time-consuming. Yidong spent an entire hour perfecting the finger gun move. Finger gun. Chilling air emanated from his fingertips. A smooth, razor-sharp ice spike shot forward at lightning speed toward a tree ahead. Thud. The ice spike instantly pierced through the tree trunk, embedding itself deep into another tree 10 meters away. The power has increased. Yidong felt a surge of excitement. This move was now complete. After this round of practice, his mastery of elemental energy had greatly improved. He believed that this unexpected move would undoubtedly prove highly effective in battles. Now that I have an attack method, how do I deal with enemies approaching at high speed? Yidong fell into deep thought once again. Back when he was attacked by orcs, he would have lost his life if he hadn't stayed calm under pressure. He couldn't let that happen again. I've got it. He suddenly remembered that his extreme frost ice soul was a known type of ability. 300 years ago, there was a national war general who possessed this exact ability. Although that man had long passed away, his deeds must still be recorded in this world. Yidong took out his phone, only to find the signal was too weak. This lousy phone. With no other choice, he decided to head to the school library to search for information. He believed the library must have records about the extreme frost ice soul ability user from 300 years ago. When applying to the War Academy, he had browsed the school's website and remembered that the library was located on the eastern side of the field. Without hesitation, he set off. Lu Shenghua returned with 2 bright red fruits in her hands, only to find that Yidong had disappeared. Strange? Where did he go? Could it be that I taught him poorly, and he left angrily? Lu Shenghua was sweating profusely and filled with anxiety. If her grandfather found out about this, it would spell big trouble. She had to find him quickly. Huh, what is this? She passed through the bushes and was shocked by the scene before her. This was originally the place where Yidong was practicing his moves, and everything had been normal when he left. But now, the area was engulfed by an icy cold atmosphere, with all the trees frozen into ice sculptures. The tree trunks were riddled with various ice spikes that started out rough but became smoother in form as they progressed, constantly evolving in shape. The power of these ice spikes had also significantly increased over time. Further back, in the forest, the tree trunks were riddled with holes, as though they had been swept by machine gun fire. What could he have done within an hour? How did he turn this place into such a state? Lu Xinghua was utterly stunned and desperately wanted to find Yi Dong immediately to confirm whether he was responsible for all this. She searched every reasonable location she could think of, but she would never believe that Yi Dong had gone to the library. So, she went to seek out her grandfather, the principal, Principal Lu. I thought it would be impressive if he could pick up a trace of a technique on the first day. I never imagined he'd not only create a powerful move of his own, but also nearly destroy the forest on the back hill. And now, he is nowhere to be found. It's driving me crazy. I even took a day off specifically to guide him myself. This was the first time Principal Lu had seen Lu Xinghua so concerned about a student she had been instructing. From her words, it was clear that not only was Yi Dong an S-class ability user, but his talent and comprehension were also exceptional. Without a doubt, he was a genius. Don't worry, I'll send someone to find him right away. Take a moment to rest, and tell me more about what he has learned and said. The more I know, the better I can tailor his training. Sigh, this guy. Yi Dong arrived at the War Academy's library. With a student ID card, he could enter and exit freely. The library was enormous. According to the school website, it housed a collection of over 100,000 books. Finding the specific book he needed among so many felt like searching for a needle in a haystack. Thus, Yi Dong decided to use his own approach. Hello, my name is Yi Dong, and I'm a newly enrolled student. I'm looking for a biography or autobiography about the war general who possessed the extreme frost ice soul ability 300 years ago. Go find it yourself. The librarian glanced at him impatiently, seeming to think he mistook the library for some omniscient knowledge database. However, when her eyes fell on the student ID card on Yi Dong's desk, her eyes widened instantly. S-Class. Are you that S-Class ability user, Yi Dong? Yi Dong frowned slightly and replied, Yes, that's me. Is there a problem? No, you just mentioned you were looking for that book? At noon, Yi Dong sat at a table by the window on the library's left side, holding a book titled Records of the Renowned, and carefully searching for information about the first-generation user of the Extreme Frost Ice Soul. The book contained records of all A-class and S-class ability users, especially those who had made outstanding contributions to the Long Kingdom. The first-generation Extreme Frost Ice Soul user he was searching for was among them. Fortunately, S-class ability users were rare to begin with, and those possessing the Extreme Frost Ice Soul ability were even rarer, so he quickly found him. The first-generation Extreme Frost Ice Soul user's surname was Li, and his name was Li Wei. He was a slender, frail-looking middle-aged man. What shocked Yi Dong even more was that Li Wei had been disabled in both legs since childhood. A man with a physical disability who, in the end, wasn't defeated by beastmen or alien creatures, but by cancer. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes in Records of the Renowned, Yi Dong would never have believed it. This disabled man had followed the army to fight battles across the land, achieving countless military honors, and was ultimately named the foremost war god of the nation. To what extent had he developed his ability to reach such heights? Yi Dong's arm trembled slightly. If Li Wei was disabled, did he spin his wheelchair rapidly with his hands to evade enemies at close range? That was absolutely impossible. Li Wei must have used the Extreme Frost Ice Soul to reshape his legs, creating frost jet legs. Not only could he move at high speed, but he could even fly. Yi Dong was utterly stunned. This first-generation Extreme Frost Ice Soul user, Li Wei, was truly a genius. No wonder he became the foremost war god of the nation. He had transformed his legs into jet propulsion devices, using compressed frost energy for movement and even flight. This must have consumed a tremendous amount of energy, something Yi Dong couldn't yet replicate. His signature move was Absolute Domain, using immense mental power to control space, freezing 1,000 miles with a single thought, shattering mountains and rivers with another. Gulp. Yi Dong swallowed hard. Although the book didn't detail the origins and development of these techniques, he could imagine how terrifying their power must have been. He continued to read for nearly another hour. Finally, Yidong closed the book and rubbed his slightly sore eyes. He now understood. This first-generation Extreme Frost Ice Soul user had no defensive techniques at all. He relied on his jet-propelled ice legs and immense destructive power to obliterate any enemies who dared approach. This was the so-called absolute power. First generation, you're way too strong. I'm nowhere near your level. After an hour of reading, Yidong didn't walk away empty-handed. On the contrary, he learned a lot about the applications of the Extreme Frost Ice Soul, broadening his horizons. Bang! The table was suddenly flipped into the air by a burst of force, and Yidong shouted as he was propelled forward. This actually works? Ignoring the pain in his body, Yidong had just been meticulously analyzing the principles behind the first-generation User-S Frost Jet legs. Based on the propulsion principle, he had made a new attempt. Using frost energy as thrust, he had propelled himself forward in an instant. The first attempt had failed, but on the second try, he was filled with confidence to improve this power. If successful, he too could have jet legs. Even though you're an S-class ability user, you can't just use your powers randomly in the library. This puts me in a tough spot. The librarian looked at him helplessly. Sorry, I'll leave right away. Yidong quickly apologized and dashed out. How embarrassing. After returning to the back mountain of the academy, Yidong began training silently. Imagine there's a pressure beneath your feet. The stronger the pressure, the farther you move. Whoosh! A gust of icy air spurted from under his feet, and Yidong slammed directly into a large tree ahead. Thud! The tree let out a muffled sound. Yidong stood up, patted the dust off his clothes, learned from the experience, and continued trying. The excessive pressure of the icy air beneath his feet and the uneven force applied by both legs had caused him to lose control and be thrown forward. He decided to reduce the pressure to the lowest level and try again. Whoosh! His heels lifted slightly, and his body slid forward half a meter. That's the feeling. Keep going. With a good start, success was within sight. Whoosh! Gradually, he adapted to the force propelling him forward and began mastering the rhythm of his movements. The force couldn't be too strong, as it would cause him to lose control, nor too weak, as it would result in insufficient propulsion. He needed to find a moderate balance and adapt slowly. Hiss! This time, when he used the icy air for propulsion, the sound changed. It became more powerful, no longer scattered and chaotic like an explosion of air. Yidong surged forward about 3 meters, landing steadily on his feet, his body perfectly balanced and ready to strike at any moment. I get it now. It's all about how precisely you control elemental energy. The strength of the power doesn't depend on the amount of icy air, but on how well it's concentrated. Yidong's face lit up with excitement. Once he understood this, he continued practicing. Thud! A figure flashed by at high speed, leaping from one tree to another. With a flick of his fingers, 5 icicles pierced through a large tree in an instant. Pop! The last sound was especially odd. Yidong turned his head and exclaimed in surprise. Senior Sister Lu. What? Trying to kill me? Lu Shenghua snorted softly, striding toward him angrily. But she had clearly noticed that the speed and power of those icicles just now were much greater than before. Even more astonishing, she had seen Yidong flying earlier. Although it was just a short distance, he had indeed been airborne. How many techniques had this guy invented in just one morning? It seemed like he was becoming more and more refined. Given more time, he might one day stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Sorry, Senior Sister Lu. I was too focused on training and didn't notice you were here. Yidong hurriedly ran up to Lu Shenghua, his face full of apology. Lu Shenghua chuckled. I was just teasing you. How could I be angry? But I did think of something I could teach you. What is it? Attack me again and see what happens. Lu Shenghua crossed her arms confidently. Yidong mimicked a gun with his fingers and aimed at her. Senior Sister Lu, this time it's different. You'd better take it seriously. All right. If I take it seriously, do you even stand a chance to attack? Come on, I'll be fine. She patted her chest, exuding confidence. Yidong nodded, took a deep breath, and silently chanted in his mind, finger gun. Whoosh. Lu Shenghua smiled as she tilted her head to the left. The finger gun zipped past her right side and embedded itself in the tree behind her. Try again. What exactly did Senior Sister Lu want to teach him? Yidong continued shooting his finger gun. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Every shot missed. Lu Shenghua didn't even move her feet. Yi Dong was astonished. Senior Sister Lu, what is going on? Is it your eyesight or something else? Lu Shenghua laughed heartily. You're so impatient. Let me tell you, this is called total focus. It's not a technique or a special ability, it's a skill. To put it simply, it's heightened perception. When you enter a state of total focus, you can concentrate and monitor your surroundings intensively. Every little movement in the environment becomes noticeable, allowing you to dodge attacks and ambushes from all directions. Want to learn it? Call me Big Sister, and I'll teach you. Big Sister. Yi Dong didn't hesitate. Lu Shenghua stifled a laugh. You're too straightforward. You really call me that? I was just teasing. Actually, I'm a year younger than you. Was she going to teach him or not? He had already called her Big Sister. Facing Yi Dong's eager gaze, Lu Shenghua felt a little embarrassed. Stop with the puppy dog eyes. I'll teach you, come here. Puppy dog eyes. Yi Dong rubbed his eyes. He didn't remember ever looking like that. He walked toward Lu Shenghua. Lu Shenghua smiled faintly and suddenly threw a punch at his left side. The fist grazed past his ear, startling Yi Dong. Then, Lu Shenghua swept her leg toward him, and Yi Dong's expression changed as he focused intensely and dodged backward. You noticed it, didn't you? The fastest and most direct way is to keep getting attacked. When you can dodge everything thrown at you, you'll naturally master total focus. I want to actually hit you, but you have to dodge everything. Remember this feeling, it's not about your eyes, it's about your senses. My senses. Yi Dong dodged while even using his newly developed, yet unnamed movement technique. Exactly. Feel the flow of the wind, the malice, the killing intent, and even emotions. Emotions? Bang. Lu Shenghua's sweeping kick sent Yi Dong flying. She hurriedly covered her mouth. What happened to you? You were doing fine just now. I'm fine. Let us go again. Emotions? How was he supposed to sense that? He could perceive killing intent, malice, and the flow of the wind, but emotions? The sun was already hanging low in the western sky. Yi Dong lay on the ground, gasping for air, his chest rising and falling heavily. Lu Shenghua had ultimately lied to him, saying she wouldn't actually hit him. But looking at his injuries now, what was this if not getting hit? Senior Sister Lu, are you leaving? Lu Shenghua stretched lazily, spreading her arms wide, and then looked at Yi Dong. Yep, the military still has a lot of things waiting for me to handle. The military really did have a lot going on. Lu Shenghua was truly remarkable. Yi Dong smiled faintly and said, Senior Sister Lu, can you teach me martial arts next time? I'll treat you to a meal. Are you trying to ask me out? Lu Shenghua saw through Yi Dong's little scheme at a glance. But Yi Dong genuinely hadn't meant it that way. You're an elemental ability user. Instead of focusing on enhancing your powers, you want to learn martial arts? Strange. Fine, I'll agree, but only if you pass a test. The next time we meet, treat me to something I like, and I'll teach you. Senior Sister Lu, what do you like to eat? If I told you, what kind of test would that be? Dummy. Yi Dong was momentarily speechless, then chuckled bitterly. But soon, he regained his composure and suddenly thought of a name for his movement technique. Let's call it Flash Step. At the same time, for hyperspeed fighter jets from the Spirit Dragon Command, North Sea Command, South Wall Command, and West Phoenix Command were racing toward Jinghai City's War Academy at full speed. That afternoon, the 4 jets landed one after another at the War Academy, and 4 of the most prominent figures of the Dragon Nation appeared simultaneously. Their purpose was clear, there was only one reason they came. It was for one person, the master-level supernatural genius from the War Academy a few days ago, Yi Dong. Principal Lu had already been informed and had been waiting in his office since early morning. At this moment, as the 4 hyperspeed jets descended onto the Academy's training grounds, Principal Lu immediately moved. What was that sound? Yi Dong, hearing the piercing sound of something breaking through the air above, slowly sat up from the grass. He saw with his own eyes the 4 hyperspeed jets landing above the War Academy. Driven by curiosity, he quickly got up and ran toward the scene. Big shots had arrived. Truly big shots. On the training grounds, military personnel swiftly cleared a large area. The surrounding students of the War Academy were packed tightly, astonished, nervous, and deeply shaken. From the 4 jets, each painted in different colors, stepped 4 individuals. They were dressed in strange attire. Leading the group was a middle-aged man with a buzz cut. A massive sword was strapped to his back, and his arms were covered in what seemed like molten rock, red and black, shining faintly. These were clearly not human arms. He was none other than one of the 10 legendary guardians of the nation, an S-rank transformation type ancient beast ability user, the Fire Dragon, Luo Zhan. He was also the commander-in-chief of the Spirit Dragon Command, at a level of 7th tier, 3 stars. From the North Sea Command emerged a cultured-looking man wearing glasses, a white lab coat, and a ponytail. His face carried a faint, ever-present smile. His name was Qin Hao, an S-rank tech specialist ability user, at a level of 7th tier, 1 star. Representing the South Wall Command was a dark-skinned middle-aged woman with a buzz cut. She had no name, only a code name, Flower Leopard, an S-rank beast-type ability user, at a level of 7th tier, 5 stars. The commander of the West Phoenix Command was Su Fengying, a woman in her 30s. She was an A-rank bio-cell specialist ability user, at a level of 6th tier, 5 stars. The commanders of the 4 major commands appeared simultaneously. Their appearances and deeds were almost all documented in textbooks. To see the 4 legendary figures in a single day, how could the students of the War Academy not go wild? Oh my god, I actually saw the 4 legendary guardians of the nation. Am I dreaming? Why are these big shots here? Is it because of Yi Dong? Quick, take a photo. Someone help me get a picture with them. Why is no one paying attention to me? Oh, the 4 guardians exchanged glances, all a bit surprised, before walking toward one another. Luo Zhan, what are you doing here instead of staying at the Spirit Dragon Command? Aren't you worried the beast tribes might launch a tide while you're gone and wipe out your base? Said Qin Hao, the smiling tiger of the North Sea, teasingly. Luo Zhan snorted. The Spirit Dragon Command isn't weak enough for you waterheads from the North Sea to worry about. But what about you? How is that tsunami defense project of yours coming along? Still standing. Their relationship was hard to define, neither clearly friendly nor hostile, but they wasted no time sniping at each other. Old lady, you've kept yourself well. At your age, still unmarried? Do you not consider yourself a woman anymore? Can you even have kids at this point? Su Fengying snapped at Flower Leopard with a smirk. Flower Leopard didn't seem to mind. She folded her arms and smiled smugly. You cheeky brat, still as sharp-tongued as ever, but I like it. Men are so boring, I prefer women, especially sharp-tongued ones like you. When we're old, at least I won't be bored. She even licked her lips as she spoke. Su Fengying frowned deeply at the display. Clearly, they were old acquaintances. Their banter left the surrounding students dumbfounded. Were these the legendary guardians of the nation? Their sharp tongues were as deadly as their reputations, so much for being different from ordinary people. Suddenly, the crowd parted to make way. Principal Lu stepped forward with a smile, greeting the 4 guardians. Welcome, welcome. The War Academy is honored by the presence of the 4 commanders. Please, follow me. No need for that. Old Lu, Luo Zhan said coolly. Our purpose here is simple. We're here to meet that boy and ask him which command he plans to join. The way he addressed Principal Lu as Old Lu suggested a certain familiarity between the two. Luo Zhan voiced the thoughts of the other 3. Their confident expressions showed they were all sure of themselves. Now, all that remained was for Yi Dong to appear in person. The military commands were the best places to accrue battle achievements. An exceptional soldier could bring immense glory to their command. A master-level ability user, and a newcomer at that? Such fresh talent was worth cultivating. Recruiting him to their command wouldn't just earn them merit, it would elevate their reputation. Principal Lu could only shake his head helplessly. Though he had anticipated their arrival, he hadn't expected it to be so soon. He hadn't even begun to enjoy the benefits of Yi Dong's growth before the military commands were already scrambling to claim their share. What could he say? With a bitter smile, Principal Lu said, Yi Dong is in the back mountain undergoing special training. I'm not entirely sure of his situation, but I'll send someone to fetch him. Special training? Qin Hao frowned. Principal Lu, Yi Dong is a master-level ability user. Is his instructor qualified? Such a promising talent, don't let him be taught poorly. Why not let him come to my North Sea Command? I'll personally train him every day. Qin Hao, you tech maniac, he is an extreme ice spirit ability user. What could he possibly learn from you? Don't waste his time. Send him to my South Wall command. Flower Leopard, will personally nurture him. Learn from you? He'd end up turning gay. Such a good kid should come to my West Phoenix command. Even if he gets injured during training, I can heal him immediately. What? And the Spirit Dragon command, doesn't he exist? Elemental ability, users you lot can't teach them. Old Lu, you're an elemental ability user yourself. Leave him to me. At this, the other three immediately fell silent. Clearly, Luo Zhan held a high position in their eyes. Taking a deep breath, Luo Zhan said, Old Lu, tell me how he is being trained. Let him come to my Spirit Dragon command. I'll personally oversee his progress. The other three had question marks written all over their faces. Did he even realize what he was saying? Shameless, they shouted in unison. Luo Zhan's face turned red. He cleared his throat, pretending not to hear. In any case, he had made up his mind. He was determined to take this kid back to the Spirit Dragon command. Principal Lu's expression darkened. These four weren't just average people, they held significant positions. But the things they were saying? Each one was more shameless than the last. I believe Yi Dong should have the right to choose whether to stay at the War Academy, to continue growing, or to join one of your 4 military divisions. Let him decide for himself. You can ask him directly. He's here. The 4 were shocked, looking around but unable to identify which one was Yi Dong. Principal Lu turned and waved to Yi Dong, who was standing at the back of the room. Yi Dong had arrived long ago, but had remained quietly at the rear without stepping forward. His expression subtly changed. The 4 generals had actually come for him. He felt a twinge of nervousness but mustered up his courage and stepped forward to face them. I am Yi Dong. Greetings to the 4 generals. Yi Dong stood tall, looking directly at them. Qin Hao, Su Fengying, Luo Zhan, and Hua Meibao said nothing, studying him with a gaze as if appreciating a fine work of art. He was young, brimming with vitality, with firm, resolute eyes and a proper appearance. It was as if they saw a reflection of their younger selves, full of admiration. Principal Lu walked over to Yi Dong and asked, Yi Dong, you heard what they said. What is your decision? Yi Dong lowered his head in thought, then looked up and said, The military has always been my dream. If it were yesterday, I would have eagerly gone with you. But now, I want to stay at the academy to train properly. After graduation, I will definitely join the military. Had it not been for encountering that beastman yesterday or meeting Lu Huakai today, he might never have realized how weak he truly was. Going to the military now would be akin to courting death. That was not a place his current abilities could handle, and he knew it well. The real reason for the 4 generals' visit was to recruit him into the military. On the surface, it seemed like a shortcut to success, but in truth, it would rob him of many opportunities for personal growth. Training arduously day after day in the military couldn't compare to the freedom of self-directed improvement. The 4 generals were puzzled by Yi Dong's words. They had once fantasized that if someone had invited them to the military back then, they would have been overjoyed and agreed on the spot. Yet, this young man had refused. Luo Zhan asked curiously, Yi Dong, why don't you want to join the military now? I am still too weak. I want to strengthen myself through effort and real combat experience. Cultivation levels and abilities are not everything. What I truly need are experience and tempering. The military is too dangerous for me right now. I can imagine that if I join the military, I'd likely spend most of my time in training. If I were fortunate enough to follow you to the front lines, you might protect me, and I might learn a lot. But is my strength really at a level fit for the battlefield? Do I truly want to go to war now? I want to enter the military through my own abilities, not just because of my ability level. Hearing this, the 4 generals gradually understood Yi Dong's reasoning. He feared that joining the military now would make him like a delicate flower, constantly under others' protection. Even if he went to the battlefield, he would still be shielded. Over time, while his power might grow, he preferred to rely on his own efforts to become stronger. That, to him, held greater meaning. Luo Zhan smiled after hearing this. Young man, you think far ahead. Well done. I admire you. Qin Hao then asked, Yi Dong, have you thought about which division you'd like to join after graduating from the War Academy? I am the commander-in-chief of Beihai and one of the 12 war generals. Who among us isn't a commander-in-chief or a war general? Don't boast. Hua Meibao snorted, ignoring Qin Hao's darkened expression. Turning to Yi Dong with a smile, she said, Yidong, even though you're an elemental ability user, the biggest weakness of elemental abilities is physical combat. My combat skills are the best among us, and I can help you address that shortcoming. Teaching an elemental ability user physical combat? Isn't that a waste of their talent? You should come with me instead. Su Fengying chimed in with a laugh, cutting in. The group began glaring at each other, and the atmosphere grew tense. Yidong asked, which division is Lu Shenghua in? Principal Lu raised an eyebrow slightly. Seeing his reaction, the others immediately understood. Old Lu you! Luo Zhan exclaimed in disbelief, realizing that Principal Lu had already made his move. Principal Lu chuckled. What's wrong? I merely had my granddaughter guide him a little. Is there a problem with that? The generals felt a pang of frustration. They had come all this way to recruit him, yet Principal Lu remained so composed. It turned out he had already laid his groundwork with Yidong. How could a mere child resist the allure of beauty? What a cunning old fox, Luo Zhan reluctantly said. I remember Instructor Lu's division doesn't belong to our 4 major divisions. It's a small military district under the Spirit Dragon Division called the Hongye District. The Hongye District? I'll keep that in mind. I might go there in the future, Yidong replied calmly. Su Fengying frowned. Kid, why would you go to a military district when you could join the military directly? Are you out of your mind? Yidong responded calmly. It's my choice, isn't it? You? Su Fengying was left speechless. The other students around them were stunned and began murmuring among themselves. Is Yidong crazy? He actually turned down the military's invitation. That's a place many people dream of joining, willing to do anything to get in. What even is the Hongye district? I've never heard of it. Yidong had looked it up online before. The 4 major divisions were too far away from here. He wanted to stay closer to home, closer to his parents. Once he was strong enough and had arranged everything for his parents, he would consider joining the main military divisions. Principal Lu stepped in front of Yidong, smiling as he patted him on the shoulder. Yidong, you did well today. I've decided to personally train you for an hour. Let us go. I actually have some questions I wanted to ask Principal Lu. Yidong said excitedly. Principal Lu led Yidong to the Forbidden Forest in the back mountains. With a heavy tone, he asked, Yidong, why did you refuse the 4 major divisions' invitation? There must be another reason, right? Yidong chuckled lightly. I honestly feel I'm too weak. Going to the military would be useless. Step by step, it's better to proceed steadily and surely. Well said, step by step, steadily and surely. By the way, you mentioned you had some questions for me? What is it? It's about elemental ability users. Principal, I was wondering, how would you deal with an opponent who excels in close combat? Yidong looked curiously at Principal Lu. A strong close combat opponent? Were you bullied by Shenghua? Principal Lu asked with a smile. Yidong scratched his nose and replied, not exactly bullied. She's teaching me how to master total concentration. I think I've made some progress, but I still need to practice more. Total concentration? That's a highly advanced combat technique. That Lu girl is actually teaching you something this profound from the start? She has never been this dedicated before. Principal Lu mused, somewhat surprised. Yidong was also puzzled. Since he claimed to have grasped the basics, he wondered if he truly understood it. Principal Lu tilted his head slightly, lost in thought, and said, I haven't been on the battlefield in a long time. But no matter who your opponent is, you can always think from another perspective. If you were them, how would you deal with yourself? Yidong lowered his head, pondering, and said, if I were a close combat ability user, I'd definitely try to close the distance between myself and my opponent. Only by getting close could I effectively land an attack. Principal Lu nodded. You've already figured it out, so why ask me? Yidong smiled wryly. Does that mean I just need to keep my distance? But I can't outrun a close combat ability user. That's why you need to learn how to deal with close encounters. Whether it's deflecting, defending, or defending and counterattacking, it's part of the techniques you'll need to train next. Let me give you a tip. What tip? Principal Lu smiled and said, imagine there's a wall between you and your opponent. This wall moves with you. If your opponent wants to get close, they'll first have to break through this wall. A wall. Yidong murmured, deep in thought. With your current strength, when facing a powerful close combat opponent, the only way is to block them with this wall. The wall isn't a physical wall, it's a concept. Once you understand your own ability, the wall will naturally form. When your strength improves, there will be more ways to deal with close combat enemies. That is all I'll say for now. With your comprehension, you'll soon understand what I mean. Principal Lu smiled and left. Yidong stood there, repeatedly mulling over the principal's words. When he had encountered the Beastmen's attack before, he imagined a wall in his mind. But that wall was only on one side. It could block the front, but left him vulnerable to attacks from other directions. No, Principal Lu's words weren't that simple. The wall was just a concept. Before understanding it, he first needed to grasp his source power. His power was the extreme frost soul capable of transforming into solid ice or turning into bone-chilling frost. Frost? Yidong suddenly had a flash of inspiration. I understand now, he exclaimed. Taking a deep breath, he released a surge of frosty air from his pores, rapidly forming a cloud of icy mist with a 1-meter diameter around him. The frosty mist not only obscured his figure, but also enveloped him entirely, though he could clearly see the outside from within. The mist appeared fragile, as if it could dissipate with a touch, but only to him. To enemies, this frost was lethal. Yidong watched as a branch caught in the mist instantly froze. With a gentle pinch, the branch shattered into icy shards. It seems I've been going in the wrong direction all along. My frost is my greatest weapon and my best defense. Yidong suddenly burst into laughter. I'll call this move Mist Wall. He practiced it several more times, familiarizing himself with this newly created technique and 2 other skills he had developed that day. As dusk fell, Yidong returned home. His parents were already back, having prepared a lavish meal. Father and Mother Yi asked him about school, concerned about his performance. They still thought his days were like high school, with strict teachers and rigid lessons. In truth, War Academy was more like a university, less oversight, self-driven training, and instructors always available to answer questions. There weren't any mandatory classes yet, nor had the students been formally assigned to classes, as the academy was still in its enrollment phase. This gave Yidong plenty of time to understand his abilities and solidify his strength. More importantly, he had made a bold decision. Tomorrow, he would head to the old district. Recently, several War Academy students have been patrolling our neighborhood. Even the dark alleys feel much safer now, Mother Yi said with a smile. Yidong, does this have anything to do with you? Father Yi's sharp gaze seemed to probe his son's face for answers. Considering his parents' previous distrust, Yidong took a bite of food and decided to reveal his identity as an S-rank ability user. Mom, Dad, I'm actually an S-rank ability user. The War Academy arranged for students to patrol nearby as a form of protection for you. Once I break through to Tier 2, 1 star, you won't need to worry anymore. Iron Fortress will provide us with a house of our own. And tomorrow, I'm going to the old district. I've heard it's dangerous there, but don't worry, I bet the real danger lies with the beasts of the old district, not me. Your son has finally made something of himself. I'll soon be able to make you proud. Are you happy? Mother and Father Yi were stunned, like statues. S-rank ability user? Their son, Yidong, was an S-rank ability user? Had they heard wrong? Is this for real? Father Yi's voice trembled. Yidong beamed. Why would I lie to you? This afternoon, even representatives from the 4 great military divisions came to invite me to join, but I turned them down. Father Yi's eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. Dad, Yidong hurriedly pinched his father's philtrum, finally reviving him. As soon as Father Yi opened his eyes, he hugged Yidong tightly, sobbing. My boy, you've made us so proud. So proud. Dad, you scared me. I thought you'd passed out for good. I'm fine, I'm just too happy, that's all. Yidong returned to his small attic room. He opened his computer and looked up tomorrow's route to the old district. This would be his first real battle. There might be danger, but compared to the rewards, the risk was negligible. He then pulled up his personal stats. System. Host, Yidong. Level, Tier 1, 1 star, first stage. Ability, S rank. Type, Extreme Frost Soul. Strength, 2. Vitality, 1. Speed, 1. Energy, 1. Skills, Finger Gun Basic, Flash Step Basic, Mist Wall Basic. Enhancement points, 0. Looking at the attribute panel, Yidong's eyes lit up as he noticed a new line of text under the skills section. His skills were still in the initial stage. and it seemed that he could enhance their level through training. He thought for a moment. System, can skills also be upgraded with enhancement points? Currently, he had 0 enhancement points, so he couldn't confirm and could only ask the system. If skills could indeed be upgraded with enhancement points, that would be fantastic. He wouldn't need to spend years honing his skills, but could directly use enhancement points to improve them. Skill levels are categorized as initial, beginner, proficient, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, mastery, and perfection. Each stage requires a different amount of enhancement points. Initial to beginner, 10 points beginner to proficient, 50 points proficient to minor accomplishment, 100 points minor accomplishment to major accomplishment, 500 points major accomplishment to mastery, 1,000 points mastery to perfection, 10,000 points. Yidong's eyes widened. The points needed to upgrade to mastery were still acceptable, but to go from mastery to perfection required 10,000 points. That was astronomical. Killing one alien beast would earn him about 100 enhancement points. 10,000 points meant killing 100 alien beasts or orcs. Yidong took a sharp breath and thought to himself, "It seems I can't waste any time. Whether it's the 4-dimensional attributes, skills, or realms, I need to improve them all as quickly as possible." After closing the system panel, Yidong lay down and fell asleep, conserving his energy for his trip to the old city the next day. At dawn, Yidong tiptoed downstairs, quickly washed up, and rode a shared bike parked by the roadside toward the subway station. Though the subway was cheap, it was slow and somewhat risky. The subway station had previously experienced a plague of gnawing rats. These rats, while only first-tier alien beasts, were numerous, loved chewing on metal, and were difficult to deal with. Even so, many people still chose to take the subway for commuting or travel. Yidong silently prayed in his heart, hoping the subway wouldn't face a beast attack. He bought a subway ticket and waited a few minutes for the train heading to the old city. As soon as he entered the carriage, Yidong was surprised by the people inside. Who were these people? There were old and young, in groups of 3 or 5, all dressed in expensive leather armor and gear, heavily armed, looking intimidating. Were they all heading to the old city for hunting too? You, heading to the old city for hunting? A man in beast armor with a massive sword on his back smiled as he walked over. Yidong had already noticed this man, who seemed quite imposing, and hadn't expected him to initiate a conversation. Yes, Yidong replied calmly. He had originally planned to go to a wild camp near the old city and find someone familiar with the area to guide him. This man looked quite capable if invited. Yidong would consider joining him. Do you have a team? The middle-aged man looked him up and down, his gaze filled with curiosity. No armor, barehanded, claiming to head to the old city. Only 2 types of people would do that. Either first-timers heading to the old city or exceptionally strong experts. No, I was just planning to find a team, Yidong answered honestly. I'm Lin Jian, kind of a team leader. I have 3 team members over there, Lin Jian said, pointing in a direction. Yidong looked up and saw 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men carried large machetes, and the petite young woman was someone Yidong recognized. The girl also recognized him and exclaimed in surprise, "Yidong?" Yidong thought for a moment and finally remembered her name. Li Xiaoyu. The memory of that flower during the ability test was too vivid, and he immediately recalled it. You know each other? Lin Jian was surprised. That makes things easier. Join us. At this point, a chubby man raised an eyebrow and said, We're not here for a vacation. Captain, don't invite someone just because they're an acquaintance. We don't even know what his ability is. Li Xiaoyu shook her head regretfully. He probably won't join us. Our team is too weak for him to consider. The other 3 team members all wore puzzled expressions. The chubby man, he Xingxing, said discontentedly, Xiaoyu, why do you think he'd look down on us? Is his ability stronger than yours? The tall man wearing a mask said nothing, but his expression showed his dissatisfaction. Who was looking down on whom here? Yidong smiled to ease the tension and said, Li Xiaoyu, don't say that. I didn't mean anything like that. I'm willing to join you. I'm AC rank elemental ability user. You're lying. You're clearly. Li Xiaoyu began to expose him, but stopped when Yidong gave her a pointed look. He Xingxing and the masked Wang Bing were both astonished, while Lin Jian was overjoyed, patting Yidong on the shoulder. You're AC rank elemental ability user? Fantastic. We were just missing a C rank elemental ability user. Now we have 2 C ranks. Haha. Lin Jian seemed to see countless dragon coins beckoning to him. The 2 team members who had initially disapproved of Yidong suddenly changed their attitudes. A team with 2 C rank ability users, one of whom was elemental. What a luxurious setup. Yidong quickly enjoyed VIP treatment, securing a seat on the subway while the others stood around him. Lin Jian's loud voice attracted envious and jealous glances from several other teams in the carriage. They were clearly thinking, with such a strong team heading into the old city, what chances did they have? The masked Wang Bing frowned and said, Lin Jian, don't get too excited. If he really joins, it means we're bringing 2 rookies into the old city this time. These words struck a chord. Lin Jian suddenly realized the implications. Xiaoyu had been entrusted to him by a friend, and he was to take her into the old city to gain experience. Xiaoyu claimed she could be useful, but who would believe that? When encountering alien beasts, she'd probably be the first to run. Now, with Yidong joining as another rookie, that made 2 newcomers in the team. This mission to the old city had just gotten riskier. Not only would they have to fight alien beasts, but they'd also have to take care of 2 rookies. It would be nearly impossible to perform at their peak. Fatty, what do you think? Lin Jian looked at He Xingxing. He Xingxing wasn't particularly fond of Yidong. Seeing Lin Jian's hesitation, he reluctantly asked, Have you been to the old city before? Yidong calmly shook his head. No, but I've been preparing for a few days. I should be fine. Haha, He Xingxing couldn't help but laugh, spreading his hands helplessly. Looks like we're not meant to be. Sorry, but we can't take 2 rookies in one team. Was this their way of rejecting him? Yidong raised an eyebrow and nodded in understanding. Li Xiaoyu was shocked. Wait, are you seriously not inviting him? Lin Jian was conflicted, but Yidong had already stood up and walked away. The 4 great generals once invited him to join the military, but he refused. Now, wanting to join for Li Xiaoyu's sake, he was unexpectedly rejected. Feeling helpless, Yidong walked to the corner and decided to go alone. Li Xiaoyu approached him and whispered, You're so strange. Why don't you tell them your true ability level? Yidong shook his head. I don't want to draw too much attention. You all stay safe. The old district is very dangerous. Like I need you to tell me that. I had to beg my brother for ages to let him join a friend's team. Ugh, if you're not coming, fine. Here, take this. Li Xiaoyu handed him an old map, folded into a small square. And this is? Yidong asked in confusion. It's a map, along with a monster distribution chart. My brother gave it to me. It's something nearly everyone has a copy of. If you already have one, just pretend I never said anything. If not, take it. Thanks. Yidong hadn't expected he didn't already have something like this. It seemed the trip here hadn't been a waste after all. He unfolded the map and gave it a quick glance. The map clearly outlined the overall layout of the old district, as well as the locations and levels of the exotic beasts. The information was incredibly detailed. This was a treasure. Just as Yidong was about to look up and thank Li Xiaoyu again, he realized she had already returned to her team. With this, I won't have to worry about wandering into dangerous areas. Yidong spread the map out like he had discovered a hidden treasure. The Southwest Taiha Old Building area beasts ranging from Tier 1 to Tier 2. I'll start there. An hour later, Yidong stepped off the subway and walked from the station to the street above. The air here was noticeably different from the city proper. A sense of danger hung thick, and everyone kept their heads down, avoiding eye contact as much as possible. The only people who appeared here were essentially ability users. Walking another kilometer ahead, he would reach the utterly lawless old district. The 2 places were so close together, yet they were like heaven and hell. Some people took vehicles to get there, while others chose to walk. Yidong opted for the latter. He had decided to enter the old district alone. The risks were high, but so were the rewards. You need a pass to enter? I don't have one. I'm a student from the War Academy, Yidong said as he was stopped by a security officer from the Bureau of Martial Law at the entrance. The officer smiled. No pass? A student ID will do. Your student ID has a life detection system embedded in it. All the exotic beasts you kill will be recorded, and the system will automatically accumulate hunting points for you. Points are precious, you'll find out later. The system also monitors your life status. If you die, we'll rush to you immediately. That said, you'll need to register first. Do you have your student ID with you? That advanced. Yidong handed over his student ID. The officer placed the card onto a specialized scanner, his fingers flying over the keyboard. You just enrolled recently? What? S-class. You. Yidong gave an awkward smile. Could you not say it so loudly? Luckily, no one else was around otherwise. He'd be exposed. The officer was so shocked his hands trembled. This is the first time I've seen an S-class ability user. A rookie like you heading into the old district. If anything happens, I want to be able to explain it to my superiors. So, I'll need to assign someone to accompany you. If you agree, I can let you through. Was this for his protection? Yidong thought for a moment and said, Fine. Can you come with me then? I wish I could. The young officer laughed. But I'm not that lucky. If I leave, there'll be no one to take over here. You sit tight for now, I'll go get a teammate for you. 10 minutes later, a roaring sound came from behind. Everyone turned their gaze. A silver-white motorcycle sped toward them, its sleek, futuristic design brimming with a sense of technological sophistication. The rider wore a full-body leather armor suit and a creamy white helmet. Judging by the chest contour, it was a woman. The motorcycle bore the coiling dragon emblem of the Bureau of Martial Law. Yidong wondered, was she the one assigned to protect him as he entered the old district? The motorcycle executed a flawless drift as it stopped at the checkpoint. The guards immediately stood up to greet her. Captain Lan, you've come in person? Captain? Yidong was stunned. Women these days were truly impressive. First, there was instructor Liu Shenghua from the military district, and now there was Captain Lan. Captain Lan removed her helmet, her long hair flowing in the breeze. She was stunningly beautiful, a confident smile lighting up her face. Are you kidding? An S-class rookie heading into the old district? How could I trust someone else to handle it? If something happens to him, we'd suffer a massive loss. So where's that kid? The Bureau team members pointed to a corner, where Yidong sat looking every bit the scholarly gentleman. Yidong raised his hand slowly. That would be me. Lan's blue pupils narrowed slightly as she chuckled. All right, I'll protect you. Thank you. This Captain Lan, whose full name was Lan, had a forthright personality. She quickly made Yidong feel at ease. The two of them headed toward the old district together. By the way, Lan suddenly stopped, prompting Yidong to turn and ask, What's up, Sister Lan? I've got something for you. Lan smiled, lifting her chin slightly to reveal her smooth, pale neck. She unzipped her jacket, and the sight of her chest made Yidong nearly hold his breath. Lan pulled an envelope from inside her collar and handed it to Yidong. I heard you killed a Tier 1, one-star beast man in the civilian district. This is your reward from the Bureau of Martial Law, 10,000 dragon coins. Yidong recalled that a team member from the Bureau had indeed asked for his address and name back then. He hadn't expected there to actually be a reward, and such a generous one at that. 10,000 dragon coins. Thanks. Yidong took the envelope filled with dragon coins and quickly stored it in his elemental space ring. The two continued on their way. Lan stayed close behind Yidong, her hand resting on the strange blade at her waist. She surveyed their surroundings cautiously, all while keeping an eye on Yidong. This S-class fledgling wasn't quite what she'd imagined. Geniuses like him were usually arrogant, but from their brief interaction, she found him to be humble, cautious, and even a bit shy. What a strange S-class fledgling could someone with a personality like his really kill a beast man? It was hard to imagine. Sister Lan, even though I have a map, this is my first time in the old district. I want to head to the area near Taya Tower. Can you guide me? Lan was his bodyguard, and asking her to lead the way shouldn't be a problem. Taya Tower? Looks like you're well prepared. I thought you'd want to go to a more dangerous area, considering I'm here to protect you. Sister Lan, you're joking, right? I would never joke about my own life. Yidong called her Sister Lan repeatedly, making Lan suddenly realize that she was, in fact, a woman. After years in the Bureau of Martial Security, those idiots had always treated her like one of the guys. At this moment, she was in a great mood and naturally didn't want to refuse. Just for you calling me Sister Lan, I'll agree. Stick close to me, and I'll take you there. Thank you, Sister Lan, Yidong said with a smile. Lan felt her heart softening, and her face flushed slightly. She forced herself to stay composed and began leading the way. At the entrance to the old district, there was a checkpoint. Lan Lan's striking appearance and fiery figure immediately drew the attention of many men. The breathing of the men around grew heavy. But when they noticed the Bureau of Martial Security emblem on her back, those who had initially intended to approach her all backed off. Lan Lan suddenly stopped in her tracks. In the distance stood a tall, dilapidated building covered in cobwebs. It was the Taihe Tower. This meant they had already reached the vicinity of Taihe Tower. Yidong looked up. The outside of Taihe Tower was covered in thick layers of spider webs, making it impossible to distinguish whether it was a building or a mountain. On the webs, numerous small tank spiders with glowing green tails scurried about, resembling puppies running around aimlessly. These small tank spiders were Tier 1, one-star mutated beasts. Their numbers were overwhelming, and they liked to move collectively, making them as troublesome as hyenas. Lan Lan turned and cautioned, "Little brother Yidong, while I'm here to protect you, that's the extent of it. Don't do anything reckless, or I'll have no choice but to take you away early." Yidong nodded. "Sister Lan, I'll take care of myself. Don't worry, from here on, leave it to me." "Doing it yourself?" Lan Lan watched Yidong walking toward Taihe Tower and quickly grabbed him. "Little brother, are you seriously planning to go in?" Yidong blinked. "I want to take a look inside, but I'll observe from the outside first." Lan Lan sighed helplessly. "Good thing I'm here, or you'd have lost your life here already." "Why?" Taihe Tower has been occupied by small tank spiders for years, turning into a spider nest. The number of exotic beasts inside is incalculable. Once, a team of 25 people led by a second-tier, one-star elemental ability user went in, but they never came out. If you go in alone, isn't that just courting death? An incalculable number of spiders. Yidong asked again. Lan Lan nodded, her expression serious. She had intended to scare Yidong with this story, but unexpectedly, he became even more excited after hearing it. Yidong's face showed a "I know what I'm doing" expression, as if he had come to the right place. Instead of wandering aimlessly in the old city looking for exotic beasts, it was better to directly find a large nest that saved time. "I'll be careful." After saying this, Yidong suddenly started climbing a nearby tree. Lan Lan saw him struggling a bit and laughed. "Little brother, do you need my help?" Yidong waved his hand. "No need. I don't want to use energy. Exotic beasts have sharper senses than humans. I'm afraid they'll notice me." It seemed he had done his homework. Lan Lan didn't interfere further, so he was afraid of being discovered, which was why he didn't use any powers to climb the tree. But what was he planning to do after getting up there? Lan Lan easily took a few running steps, kicked off the tree trunk, grabbed a branch, and flipped herself onto the treetop. Yidong also climbed up the old tree and continued upward, hiding himself among the dense leaves. From a distance, it was impossible to tell there was someone hidden in the tree. Yidong took a deep breath, formed his right hand into a gun shape, aimed at a small tank spider sunbathing 100 meters away, and gently pulled his finger. Pop! A soft sound broke through the air. Splurt! A force instantly pierced through the small tank spider, and green liquid stained the pristine spider web. The small tank spider fell directly from the web, its rear still attached to a strand of white silk, hanging in mid-air. Small tank spider killed, realm advanced by 1 stage. Points plus 100. Yidong raised an eyebrow slightly. "Not bad, let's continue." Beside him, Lan Lan's eyes widened. What kind of technique was this? Fast speed, great power, and such a long distance there wasn't even the slightest deviation. Was this kid really hunting exotic beasts in the old city for the first time? Pop! Another sound of wind breaking rang out. A few seconds later, another small tank spider fell to the ground. In just a few seconds, 2 first-tier, 1-star exotic beasts were killed in succession. Even more absurd was that the exotic beasts showed no reaction at all. This meant he could use the same method to kill even more exotic beasts. As expected of an elemental ability user, born with a huge advantage. Lan Jia, don't talk, I'll lose focus. Actually, he just couldn't handle the praise. Lan quickly covered her mouth, glaring resentfully at Yidong's back, muttering to herself, "Little brother is so clueless. Your sister is complimenting you, humph." In just a few minutes, Yidong used this method to take down 10 small tank spiders. His enhancement points surged to 1,000. Many attributes on his personal stats panel could now be upgraded, so he stopped. "Little brother, why did you stop?" There's another one over there. Lon Lon pointed to another small tank spider hidden behind the web in the distance. Yi Dong smiled awkwardly. Tired? Need a break. Lon Lon nodded. True. Although he could kill a small tank spider in one strike every time, the powerful moves must consume a lot of energy. If his energy were unlimited, he could probably eliminate any number of small tank spiders. Actually, Yi Dong still had most of his energy left this time. He just wanted to enhance his attributes. He opened the system panel. Host, Yi Dong level, Tier 1, 2-star ability user ability. S-class type, Extreme Frost Ice Soul Strength, 2 plus Vitality, 1 plus Speed, 1 plus Energy, 1 plus Skills. Finger Gun Initial Stage plus Instant Step Initial Stage plus Fog Wall Initial Stage plus Enhancement Points. 1000. Sure enough, all attributes could be upgraded. His level had even risen by 1 star. It had only been a few minutes. It seemed coming to the old city was the right choice. But with so many enhancement points, how should he allocate them? Next, he would continue killing small tank spiders and might even enter the spider nest. Facing a large number of small tank spiders, he couldn't fight them head-on. So he decided to allocate most of the points to energy and speed. Consumed 500 enhancement points, speed plus 1, huh? Yi Dong was startled. Enhancing strength only required 100 points, but enhancing speed needed 500 points? Lon Lon turned to look at him at this moment, and Yi Dong quickly turned his back, thinking, speed costs 500, how much will energy cost? At this rate, the enhancement points would definitely not be enough. Then he had to keep working hard. Yi Dong once again immersed himself in the exhilarating battle of shooting small tank spiders. The small tank spiders weren't entirely brainless after Yi Dong killed 10 in a row. They seemed to receive orders and all retreated to the nest. Yi Dong's realm level rose by another star, earning him 1,000 enhancement points. This time, he used 1,000 points to enhance energy and allocated the remaining 500 points to speed. Current attributes: level, Tier 1, 3-star speed, 3 energy, 2 enhancement points. 0. His calves trembled slightly, taut with tension, and he felt a hint of increased strength in his dantian. His basic energy had clearly improved. As his realm advanced, the basic energy in his dantian would also strengthen. Now he finally felt a bit like an elemental ability user. At this moment, Yi Dong's body was brimming with elemental energy. The spiders had retreated to their nest, and the previous long-range instant kill method was no longer viable. He had no choice but to venture inside himself. Lan Jie, I plan to enter the spider nest and check out the building. Don't stop me, Yi Dong said calmly. Lon Lon frowned. Since you're determined to go, I won't stop you. But if there's danger, I'll pull you out immediately. Understand? Got it. With Lan Jie agreeing, things became simpler. Lon Lon thought Yi Dong was after hunting points, which could not only be exchanged for dragon coins, but also for precious resources. With his hunting speed, he could earn a lot of points in a short time. It seemed this kid had been prepared from the start. Even if she tried to stop him, she probably couldn't hold him back. Instead of blocking him, it was better to guide him. As long as he was careful, there shouldn't be a problem. The old building had turned into a massive spider nest, with piles of white bones at the entrance, some from exotic beasts, others from humans. These bones seemed to warn all incoming ability users. This place is extremely dangerous. Entering is a death sentence. Lon Lon frowned slightly, crossing her arms as she looked at Yi Dong beside her. Although Sister Lon didn't speak, the exchange of glances between humans can convey countless information. She felt that Yi Dong might be afraid. Yi Dong's heart was racing, but he wasn't here to be afraid. He was here to level up. Just now, the highly territorial little tank spiders had discovered them and immediately swarmed out of the cave entrance in a frenzy. The massive swarm of little tank spiders surged out like locusts, their thick spider legs pounding the ground, creating a dense, rhythmic sound. Lan Lan's face changed, and she quickly warned, "Little brother, there's still time to leave now." Yi Dong's gaze turned cold, and the youthful innocence on his face instantly vanished. He knew that only by being fiercer and more violent than these beasts could he suppress them. At this moment, these little tank spiders were not just ordinary monsters, they were his upgrade resources, his enhancement points. Sister Lon, you should step back, I don't want to accidentally hurt you. What? Before she could react, Yidong suddenly leaped forward, not retreating but charging straight into the spider swarm like a gust of wind. Standing before the insect tide, he clasped his left hand over his right, forming his right hand into the shape of a gun. Whoosh! A powerful elemental energy quickly formed a strong whirlwind at his feet, releasing a dense white icy mist within the vortex. The icy mist instantly enveloped Yidong, forming a mist wall nearly 3 meters high. Yidong, Lon Lon exclaimed in shock. Is this guy crazy? Facing so many little tank spiders, he actually charged in instead of running away. But what happened next left Lon Lon speechless with astonishment. The little tank spiders rushed into the mist wall, and within less than a second, their entire bodies froze and toppled to the ground. Finger cannon. Yidong roared. A depression appeared in the mist wall, and a massive ice spike, as thick as a baby's arm, shot out. The ice spike was enormous, yet its speed and power were no weaker than the thinner ice spikes he had previously fired. If anything, it was even stronger. The little tank spiders jumped up one after another, but the giant ice spike swept across, mowing down the monsters in front like cutting grass, sending green goo splattering everywhere. Yidong continuously switched between his finger gun and finger cannon. Despite being outnumbered by the overwhelming swarm of little tank spiders, he managed to force them into retreat step by step. The system notification sounds kept ringing in his ears. Killed little tank spider, realm upgraded, rewarded 10 enhancement points. Killed little tank spider, realm upgraded, rewarded 10 enhancement points. The air was filled with the sound of puff, 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 like a machine gun, as the massive swarm of little tank spiders was shot back into their nest. The mist wall surrounding Yidong gradually dissipated, leaving a mountain-like pile of spider corpses at his feet. However, his expression was far from satisfied. Lon Lon, standing nearby, was utterly shocked. Is this a rookie? He had just taken down at least hundreds of little tank spiders. How could an ordinary rookie achieve that? After being stunned for a long time, Lon Lon finally ran over and asked, Yidong, are you okay? Yidong paused slightly, then smiled and said, I'm fine. By the way, Sister Lon, is there anything valuable on these little tank spiders that can be sold? There is. Their spider legs are extremely tough and can be ground into powder to forge weapons. They're excellent enhancement materials. All right, got it. I'll start collecting them now. I'll help you. Lon Lon took out a small bag, cut the spider legs at the joints, and placed them into the bag. The two silently collected the spider legs, which, when added up, could probably sell for quite a few dragon coins. Yidong collected while checking his personal attributes. Host, Yidong level, 1st tier, 6 star, 5th stage ability. S level type, Extreme Frost Ice Soul Strength, 2 Vitality, 1 Speed, 3 Energy, 2 Skills, Finger Gun Initial, Instant Step Initial, Fog Wall Initial Enhancement Points. 4610. His level had already risen to 1st tier, 6 star, 5th stage. The enhancement points had increased by 4610. As expected, he hadn't misheard the system's reward points had decreased by a full 10-fold. Rewards would be even less in the future. Could it be that as his realm improved, killing exotic beasts weaker than himself would yield fewer rewards? If the rewards hadn't decreased, he might already have tens of thousands of enhancement points by now. It seems the system's reward mechanism is extremely strict. He didn't know how much time had passed when Lon Lon handed Yidong a bag full of spider legs. Thank you, Sister Lon. Yidong accepted them without hesitation and directly placed the spider legs into his elemental space ring. Lon Lon, full of admiration, said, I should be the one thanking you. You're truly an S-level elemental ability user. Today, I witnessed your prowess. Do you know? You just took down that small tank spider all by yourself in just over 10 minutes. Normally, it would take 10 people working together for half an hour to kill one of those spiders. You must have earned quite a lot of hunting points this time. Yidong smiled awkwardly. The more hunting points, the better, of course. But those spiders retreated too quickly. If they had held out a bit longer, I might have earned even more. I plan to rest for a while, recover my elemental energy, and then go check out the Taihao old building. This time, I won't stop you. It seems you don't need my protection anymore. I'll just wait nearby and be amazed by you. Lon Lon smiled warmly, like spring sunshine. Yidong couldn't quite handle her gaze and suggested, Sister Lan, let us find a place to rest for a bit. Once my elemental energy recovers, I'll go take a look inside the Taiha old building. All right, Lan Lan agreed. Yidong climbed a nearby tree, sat down, and began allocating enhancement points. With his realm improvement, his basic attributes had also grown significantly, though the system interface didn't display them. He could clearly feel his Dantian capacity had expanded, and the current elemental energy was no longer a threat to him. Thus, he decided to use the enhancement points to upgrade his skills. Seeing the insect wall formed by so many small tank spiders earlier had inspired Yidong to create a new skill, Finger Cannon. The Finger Cannon's power far surpassed the finger gun and should be particularly effective against large exotic beasts. Now he had 4 skills to upgrade: Finger Gun Initial, Instant Step Initial, Fog Wall Initial, and Finger Cannon Initial. Upgrading a skill to the Mastery stage required approximately 660 enhancement points. Yidong decided to upgrade all 4 skills to Mastery. 660 enhancement points consumed. Finger Gun upgraded to Mastery, evolving into Explosive Finger Gun. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Explosive Finger Gun. 660 enhancement points consumed. Instant Step upgraded to Mastery, evolving into Instant Flash. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Instant Flash. 660 enhancement points consumed. Fog Wall upgraded to Mastery, evolving into Dense Fog Wall. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Dense Fog Wall. 660 enhancement points consumed. Finger Cannon upgraded to Mastery, evolving into Energy Concentrated Finger Cannon. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Energy Concentrated Finger Cannon. This enhancement consumed a total of 2,640 enhancement points, leaving 1970 enhancement points at the same time. Unfamiliar information kept flooding into Yidong's mind, which he quickly absorbed and processed. Skills can evolve on their own after enhancement? Is this knowledge the method of using the evolved skills? Yidong was utterly shocked. These 2640 points were well spent. With 1970 enhancement points remaining, Yidong thought for a moment and decided to use the remaining points to enhance his 4-dimensional attributes, laying a foundation for future physical technique cultivation. Enhanced Attributes. Host. Yidong Level. Tier 1. 6 stars. 5 segments ability. S level type. Extreme Frost Ice Soul Strength. For Vitality. 2 speed. For Energy. 3 skills. Explosive Finger Gun Mastery. Instant Flash Mastery. Dense Fog Wall Mastery. Energy Concentrating Finger Cannon Mastery. Enhancement points. 70. Yidong slowly closed his eyes, feeling the physical changes brought by the enhancement of his 4-dimensional attributes. After a while, he gradually opened his eyes. He wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but he now felt that even if 1,000 small tank spiders came at him, he could easily handle them. Unfortunately, killing 1,000 spiders probably wouldn't yield many enhancement points. Currently, killing 1 small tank spider only grants 1 enhancement point, and it no longer improves cultivation. However, he still decided to clear out the spiders in the spider nest first before exploring other places. After all, spider legs seemed to be weapon enhancement materials and were quite valuable. Yidong, I just got a call. 3 beastmen have gone berserk in the city, and I must return immediately. You, Lan Lan said worriedly, afraid Yidong might act recklessly. Sister Lan, don't worry. If things go wrong, I'll run away myself. You should hurry back. Yidong responded calmly. Lan Lan nodded. Little brother, now that you've said that, I feel reassured. Next time, remember to visit me at the Wuhan Bureau headquarters. All right, Yidong agreed. After speaking, Lan Lan disappeared like the wind, clearly using a movement skill. This woman was quite strong. She might even be able to compete with Lu Shenghua. Yidong turned to look at the spider nest, as if he could see the spiders trembling inside. He chuckled softly. Little spiders, here I come. Suddenly, a group of people approached from the right. Yidong was slightly startled. Why was it them? He was about to avoid them when the sharp-eyed Li Xiaoyu was the first to notice him. Yidong. Yidong sighed helplessly, forced to smile and nod in greeting. He glanced behind them and saw a long-haired man had already taken his place. Lin Jian felt somewhat embarrassed deep down. After all, he had been the one to actively invite Yidong to join the team, But due to opposition from others, Yi Dong was ultimately excluded. Lin Jian was the first to smile and walk toward Yi Dong, while the chubby He Xingxing and the masked Wang Bing looked at him with a hint of surprise. The long-haired man who had replaced Yi Dong didn't know him at all and remained expressionless. Yi Dong, why are you here alone? Lin Jian asked, somewhat awkwardly. Yi Dong nodded and said, it started with 2 people, but one had to leave unexpectedly, so now it's just me. Then, would you like to join our team? Lin Jian extended the invitation again. He Xingxing immediately interrupted. Lin Jian, don't make rash decisions. Bringing someone like him who drags us down will only make things harder for us. Wang Bing chimed in. Haven't you heard about how he teamed up with others before? As a result, that person suddenly left, probably because they were tricked by him and didn't want to continue cooperating. Li Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel extremely anxious, thinking to herself, Yi Dong isn't that weak. If he could tell everyone that he is an S-level ability user, their attitudes would probably be completely different. Lin Jian waved his hand and said, Old He, don't say that. At least he is a C-level elemental ability user. He just hasn't fully developed yet. Once he grows, you might not even be able to get him to join you. Hearing this, everyone somewhat understood the reasoning. Bringing Yi Dong along was actually giving him a chance to grow. If he made progress, the overall strength of the team would improve. He Xingxing glanced at Wang Bing and sighed. All right, Yi Dong, we'll let you join. Stay close to Xiaoyu and don't wander too far. I can't protect you. We're heading to the spider nest soon, and that's no joke. Got it. Yi Dong originally wanted to refuse, but with Lin Jian saying this and Li Xiaoyu looking at him with such a pitiful expression, he found it hard to speak up. All right, thank you, brother He. I'll stick close to you and try not to cause trouble. He Xingxing impatiently nodded. I'm Zhao Lei, an E-level stone-type ability user, first tier 6 star. You must be Yi Dong? Yes, that's me, Yi Dong responded humbly, considering it an introduction. Lin Jian asked, Yi Dong, even though you've only recently awakened, what skills have you learned? Share them so we can coordinate better in battle. The 5 of them looked at Yi Dong curiously. To be honest, they were quite interested in his abilities. Yi Dong raised his right hand, forming a finger gun, and aimed at a nearby large tree. Finger gun. Uffed. An ice spike slowly flew toward the tree, embedding itself halfway. Everyone was dumbfounded. He Xingxing yawned. If it were any slower, I'd have fallen asleep. You'd better stay behind me. Li Xiaoyu couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Lin Jian's expression was a bit awkward as he patted Yi Dong on the shoulder. All right, you'd better stay close to us. Yi Dong scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry for causing trouble. It's fine. We're looking forward to seeing what you can do as you grow. Yi Dong tactfully moved to the back of the group, next to Li Xiaoyu, who was also a newcomer. Li Xiaoyu glared at him and whispered, Why are you hiding your strength? Why not just tell them? I really did my best, liar. I'm not talking to you anymore. Li Xiaoyu rolled her eyes and quickened her pace, unwilling to walk alongside Yi Dong. They arrived at the entrance of the old Taihe building. Seeing the devastation there, everyone's eyes widened. Oh my god, what happened here? So many beast corpses, at least a few hundred. Could a 10-person team have gotten here before us? All the spider legs have been stripped. With this many, it must been a 25-person team. There's no movement inside. They might have already left, which is good for us, less pressure. Exactly. The group's faces lit up with joy. With so many small tank spiders dead, there probably weren't many left in the spider nest. If they could go in and take it down in one go, their team's reputation might soar. This could even attract more powerful teams to join them. The team formed a long snake formation, with Lin Jian leading the way, He Xingxing holding a large shield, Wang Bing and Zhao Lei wielding steel knives, surrounding Li Xiaoyu in the middle, while Yi Dong stood at the rear of the formation. Li Xiaoyu felt a bit shy, blushing as she glanced back at Yi Dong, who was curiously observing her, and then rolled her eyes at him. The Taihe old building was pitch dark, and the sound of small tank spiders crawling filled their ears. Everyone, stay alert and watch your surroundings to prevent ambushes from the beasts. We're heading to the underground palace of Taihe building. Many people died there, and we might still find some good alloy equipment. It's also the lair of the Tier 2 Spider King. The road is long, so stay sharp. Even without Lin Jian's reminder, Everyone in the team instinctively heightened their vigilance. Yi Dong scanned the surroundings and spotted several targets, reporting the situation to Lin Jian. The small tank spiders seemed to be gathering. Should we keep going? He Xingxing frowned and said, "You slacker, stop giving orders. Just follow us. I'm just telling you what I see. These spiders are gathering in hundreds or thousands. Even though they're tier 1 beasts, they're hard to deal with." "Thanks for the heads up, rookie," Wang Bing chuckled. Yi Dong's face darkened. These guys clearly weren't taking his words seriously, which was infuriating. Suddenly, everyone was startled. Their faces showed tension as they looked around. At that moment, the iron door of the Taiha old building, which had been open for years, slammed shut with a loud bang. The entire Taiha building was plunged into darkness. In the pitch black, countless pairs of blood-red eyes lit up densely, forming a sea of glowing eyes. Clearly, they were surrounded. "Don't panic," Lin Jian said calmly, instantly transforming into a werewolf. A woo, a 10-second-long wolf howl echoed, forcing the small tank spiders to retreat. Taking advantage of the moment, Zhao Lei transformed into a stone man, hoisting Yi Dong and Li Xiaoyu onto his shoulders. "I'll protect these two. Are we advancing or retreating? Speak." "Retreat, of course. Count to 3, and we'll charge back to the entrance together." Lin Jian waved his hand, and the entire team immediately rushed back the way they came. Behind them, the spider swarm leaped madly in pursuit. "There's the door. Break it down. You two get off." Yi Dong and Li Xiaoyu quickly jumped down from the stone man's shoulders. Zhao Lei, in his stone man form, radiated a yellowish-brown glow as he charged heavily toward the iron door. Bang! The iron door shattered instantly. But instead of flying away, a milky white silk wall blocked their path. He Xingxing stomped his feet in frustration. Damn it! It must be the Spider King in the underground lair commanding them. Otherwise, these bugs wouldn't be so smart, knowing how to close doors and block the way with silk walls. They're catching up. No one leave the team, hold them off. Xiaoyu, got it. Li Xiaoyu seized the moment while the others held off the spiders, her elemental energy spinning rapidly within her. "Come forth, Thorn Queen." A massive red flower bud instantly grew above her head. Her skin turned green, and with a wave of her hands, countless thorny vines burst from the ground. Wild dance. The thorny vines rose high, whipping the swarm like lashes. The swarm was immediately sent flying in chaos. Nicely done. Brothers, charge. The werewolf and stone man plunged into the swarm, their sharp claws effortlessly slicing through the hard shells of the small tank spiders. Zhao Lei's stone figure curled into a large stone ball, rolling madly through the swarm of insects, crushing a large number of spiders. Whoa! Awesome, Zhao Lei. The chubby He Xingxing and Wang Bing guarded Yi Dong and Xiaoyu from the rear, their blood boiling as they watched. Zhao Lei was indeed the right choice. Impressive. Bang! Zhao Lei crashed into the stone wall and shouted urgently, "I'm stuck. Don't worry about me, these spiders can't hurt me." Everyone was speechless. They had just praised him, and now he was stuck. Zhao Lei was wedged in the crevice and couldn't get out for the moment, leaving only Li Xiaoyu and Lin Jian struggling to hold the line. "Do you really think I'm easy to bully?" He Xingxing spat on the ground, shaking his fat body as he walked. His skin began to transform into wood, turning him into a wood-powered mutant. In an instant, he grew into a 3-meter-tall tree figure, waving his arms to release countless vines that grabbed the stone figure, using all his strength to pull him out. Yi Dong wasn't idle either, taking advantage of the chaos to use his finger gun to snipe at the approaching spiders. Each shot hit its mark. Wang Bing raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Didn't expect you to actually help out. Keep going." "Got it." Yi Dong nodded, speeding up his shots. Bang! With a loud noise, Zhao Lei was finally pulled back by He Xingxing, who had transformed into a wood figure. He immediately retreated to the team with Lin Jian and the others. "Xiaoyu, it's up to you." "All right." Li Xiaoyu's face was pale, drenched in sweat. This endless battle was draining her stamina. "Thorny vine," she shouted, and the thorny vines quickly contracted, forming a ball that enveloped everyone. All the small tank spiders were blocked outside. You could even hear the sound of countless spiders crawling on the outside of the vine ball. "My thorny vines should hold them off for a while." Now we need to figure out what to do next. Lin Jian looked regretful. Damn it, we shouldn't have come here. Who would have thought there'd be so many small tank spiders, and they're so alert? We were surrounded as soon as we entered. He Xingxing cursed. It must be that 10-person team earlier they killed too many small tank spiders and angered the Spider King in the underground palace. The Spider King is giving them orders now. What rotten luck. Yi Dong blinked innocently, as if to say it was his fault the team was in trouble. But if he hadn't run into Lin Jian and the others, he probably wouldn't have survived recklessly charging into the spider nest alone. Xiaoyu, you rest first. Yi Dong, keep an eye on her. The rest of us will figure out a plan. With that, Lin Jian ignored Yi Dong and pulled the other four aside to discuss. Yi Dong walked over to Li Xiaoyu, who was sitting on the ground, looking pale. She glared at him, lowering her voice but almost in tears. When are you going to show your true strength? We're barely holding on. Yi Dong smiled faintly. I'm working on it. Li Xiaoyu looked down at his feet, where a stream of cold air was continuously emanating from Yi Dong's feet, seeping into the ground. No one knew where this power would go. Hope it works. Li Xiaoyu sighed deeply, pulling out a bottle of water from her spatial ring, ready to drink, only to find the water had frozen solid. Yi Dong said innocently, I can't control it. Damn it. We'll have to fight head-on. Lin Jian turned back to Li Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, push the vines forward. Wang Bing and I will try cutting through the spider silk with our blades. Yi Dong stood up. I've already taken care of the small tank spiders outside. Only then did everyone notice that the sound of countless spiders crawling on the vine ball, which should have been audible, was now replaced by complete silence. Not a single sound could be heard. Li Xiaoyu dispelled the vine ball. The vine ball quickly disappeared, revealing a scene straight out of hell. Hundreds and thousands of small tank spiders were all frozen into ice blocks, lifeless and completely dead. Was this Yi Dong's power? Everyone stared in shock at the scene before them, mechanically turning their heads to look at Yi Dong. Lin Jian asked tremblingly, Yi Dong, was this your doing? Yi Dong nodded. Thanks to Xiaoyu for holding them off, I had the chance to freeze them. Once they're all dead, I'll lift the freeze, and we can divide the spider legs one share for each of us. How does that sound? At this moment, who would dare say no? No one had expected that Yi Dong, who had always been considered a rookie, was actually the strongest in their team. He Xingxing and Wang Bing's faces turned ashen, cursing Yi Dong in their hearts for not revealing his strength earlier. They had said so many unpleasant things before. Would Yi Dong be angry? Probably not. Speaking of distribution, at least hundreds of small tank spiders had died, though some had escaped, and others were still bearing their fangs in the distance, wanting to charge forward but too afraid to approach recklessly. Everyone snapped out of their shock, finally realizing that what they were seeing wasn't a dream but reality. Silently and effortlessly freezing hundreds of small tank spiders to death, this power was truly terrifying. Yi Dong noticed everyone standing there dumbfounded, with no one speaking, and he smiled. What's wrong with you all? Lin Jian was the first to recover, laughing awkwardly. Yi Dong, why didn't you use this move earlier? I thought we were all done for. As he relaxed, his legs went weak, and if not for the people around him, he might have collapsed to the ground. Yi Dong said calmly. Since everyone is fine now, we need to consider what to do next. Should we continue forward or leave with the spider legs? As soon as he said this, everyone looked at each other. There might still be many small tank spiders ahead, and if Yi Dong hadn't suddenly intervened this time, they would likely have been doomed. If they ventured deeper into the underground palace and encountered the second-tier Spider King, the consequences would be unimaginable. But a new possibility quickly emerged. Yi Dong's strength was beyond imagination. If he went all out, they might become the first team to completely clear the spider nest. The premise, of course, was that Yi Dong was willing to help and join them. Now everyone finally understood why Li Xiaoyu had previously said the team was too weak and Yi Dong wasn't interested. It turned out to be true. Even more amusing was that Yi Dong's first attempt to join had resulted in him being kicked out. Everyone deeply regretted this, especially He Xingxing and Wang Bing. Their faces turned green as if they'd seen a ghost, and they didn't dare utter a single word. If we decide to go to the underground palace, would you help us? Lin Jian asked the crucial question. For a moment, everyone looked up at Yi Dong. Some people only now realized that when they encountered the swarm of spiders, Yidong had already warned them that the spiders were surrounding them. But he Xingxing, thinking Yidong was just a slacker, had told him to stop talking nonsense. Yidong chuckled and said, "Of course I'll help. Aren't we on the same team?" With these words, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Yidong's magnanimity was astonishing. He hadn't held any of the previous incidents against them at all. He Xingxing and Wang Bing hurriedly walked up to Yidong, both showing apologetic smiles. He Xingxing was the first to apologize. "Yidong, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have underestimated you, and I shouldn't have ignored your advice. I'm apologizing to you here and now. From now on, we'll listen to you." Wang Bing also said, "Yidong, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you." Yidong waved his hand and said, "Why has this turned into an apology meeting? I'm not mad at you. If you really feel bad about it, just put in more effort and help clean up the spider legs. Then we'll split them evenly. Leave it to me." "Wow, Fatty, how are you so quick on your feet? Wait for me." The two of them ran off to clean up the spider legs. Zhao Lei silently followed them. Lin Jian and Li Xiaoyu exchanged glances and shook their heads helplessly. Lin Jian stepped forward and said, "Yidong, I formally invite you to join my team now. If you don't want to, that's okay too, no pressure." "He'll definitely agree," Li Xiaoyu answered for Yidong from the side. The other three, while cleaning up the spider legs, kept their ears perked for Yidong's response. If their team had such a powerful elemental ability user like Yidong, even encountering another spider nest wouldn't be a problem. "As long as you don't mind that I'm still a rookie," Yidong said, extending his right hand to Lin Jian. Lin Jian quickly grasped his hand, placing his other hand firmly on Yidong's hand. "Don't worry, everyone didn't understand you before, but now it's different. No one will think you're a rookie. You can absolutely be the main offensive force in our team. Then I'll give it my all from now on. These spider legs look like a lot. Let's work together." "All right." Lin Jian and the others were overjoyed, and their movements became even faster. In just half an hour, the six of them had stripped the legs off hundreds of small tank spiders. The spider legs were piled on the ground, and Li Xiaoyu crouched down, carefully arranging them into stacks. Each stack had 10 legs, totaling 30 stacks, covering the ground with 300 spider legs. In the end, each person got over 50 legs. Just these 50-plus legs alone, with each leg selling for at least 100 dragon coins, meant they had earned 5,000 dragon coins on the first day, equivalent to half a month's income from hunting beasts in the old city. He Xingxing couldn't stop grinning. "This is amazing. Just one morning, and we've earned nearly 5,000 dragon coins. If we're lucky enough to get the first kill of the Tier 2 Beast Spider King, the Bureau of Martial Security rewards 200,000 dragon coins." "That much?" Yidong was shocked. 200,000 dragon coins would be enough for a down payment on a house in Iron Fortress. He Xingxing nodded. "Yeah, the first kill reward is 200,000. In other places, the rewards for first kills of beasts are even higher, but the difficulty is greater and almost no one can take them down." Li Xiaoyu asked curiously, "Then why not gather more people and take down the beast leaders together?" Zhao Lei replied, "With more people, the reward gets divided, and everyone earns less. It's also very dangerous. No one wants to risk their life for that little money. It's better to hunt ordinary beasts and earn more. That's why many beast leaders in the old city live comfortably, and their territories keep expanding. In a few years, it'll probably take a team of 10 to enter the old city." Yidong nodded in understanding. It seemed the old city was indeed a lucrative place for ability users. As long as one was strong enough, they could definitely earn enough for a house. He was determined to take down the Spider King in the cave. Lin Jian ordered at this moment. "Everyone take a half-hour break. After that, we'll head into the underground cave together." "Yidong, what do you think?" Lin Jian handed the decision-making power to Yidong, which showed that Yidong held a high status within the team. Yidong nodded. "Let's go with what Brother Lin said. I'll use this half-hour to recover my elemental energy and try not to hold you back." Everyone burst into laughter. Clearly, this statement was a joke to them now. Yidong found a corner to sit down, and Li Xiaoyu came over as well. "Let's recover our elemental abilities together. It'll be faster. Do you mind if I sit next to you?" Yidong shook his head, said little, and closed his eyes. In his mind, He summoned the system and glanced at his level and enhancement points. Level: First tier, 6-star, 8-stage enhancement points. 509 earlier. He had taken down at least 400 small tank spiders, but he hadn't expected the rewards to be so meager. Now, killing one small tank spider would only yield a maximum of 1 enhancement point, and as for leveling up, it was barely noticeable. No rush, take it slow. Yi Dong allocated all 500 enhancement points to speed and then began recovering his elemental energy. After a brief rest, the 6 people gradually got ready. This time, Yi Dong didn't stand at the back of the team. He had promised Lin Jian and the others that he would give his all, and he wasn't just saying it casually. Do you know where the underground palace is? Yi Dong turned back to ask Lin Jian and the others. Lin Jian nodded. Turn left from here, walk to the last room, and you'll see a large pit. Below the pit is the Spider King's lair. You've been here before? Zhao Lei, who had just joined the team, was puzzled. He Xingxing laughed and said, remember a month ago? There was a reckless team with live streaming equipment, boasting in their title that 5 first-tier, 5-star mutant ability users were going to attack the Spider King's lair. Back then, tens of thousands of people watched, but shortly after they went down, the video cut off, and there was no news of them since. Oh, so it was here. Zhao Lei suddenly understood. Lin Jian looked at Yi Dong. You said you wanted to be the vanguard, but your power might harm us. How do you want us to cooperate when the time comes? Yi Dong thought for a moment. I'll handle clearing the small tank spiders that get close to you. When we encounter the Spider King, you all distract its attention, and I'll launch an attack from the shadows. Xiaoyu, your vine-binding ability is strong. It should be able to restrain it effectively. Understood. Li Xiaoyu nodded firmly. All right, let's move out. The group was eager and ready to go. Yi Dong took the lead, followed closely by the other 5. After walking just a few meters through a narrow stone passage, a swarm of small tank spiders suddenly rushed out ahead. This time, they didn't act scattered but charged at Yi Dong and his team in a frenzy. It seems they've gotten smarter and started attacking as a group. The Spider King might have realized our intentions and plans to eliminate us completely. Stay together, follow me, Yi Dong said, raising his right hand in a gun-like gesture and aiming at the swarm ahead. In his mind, he silently chanted, "Explosive finger gun." A strange, circular glowing pattern appeared in front of his finger. The next moment, countless sharp ice spikes shot out from the center of the pattern like a machine gun. Puff, puff, puff. Yi Dong's finger fired continuously like a machine gun, the ice spikes piercing into the swarm, causing green insect fluid to splatter everywhere. The insectide not only failed to advance, but was beaten back step by step, dying as fast as they came. 5 people stood behind Yi Dong, almost stunned. They saw Yi Dong with his left hand in his pocket, his body slightly turned as he pointed toward the stone cave ahead. Sharp ice spikes continuously shot out from the disc at his fingertip, with power comparable to a highly destructive machine gun. Cold winds swept from the front of Yi Dong, making the 5 shiver uncontrollably. The battle lasted for 2 minutes. The small tank-like spiders seemed to receive an order and began retreating. Roar! A piercing howl came from ahead, clearly from the Spider King. Yi Dong raised an eyebrow slightly and chuckled. Retreating so quickly? Lucky for us. Let's keep moving forward. Yi Dong, you're incredible. I feel like the 5 of us are just here to watch the show, Lin Jian said, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. The others remained silent, but Yi Dong paid no attention and cautiously continued forward. The previous attack had left many parts of the stone passage frozen, with spider legs scattered all over the ground, tempting to pick up. However, Yi Dong didn't stop, and the others dared not get distracted to clean up. After walking about another 100 meters, Yi Dong glanced to the right and indeed saw a massive pit. The pit's surroundings were covered in spider webs, forming a pathway leading downward. Many small tank-like spiders were tearing at the webs, but upon seeing Yi Dong approach, they quickly fled. Was the Spider King trying to block this path? Was it that afraid of him? Yi Dong suddenly laughed. What now? Should we go down? Lin Jian asked cautiously. Yi Dong nodded. You guys go down first, I'll provide support from the shadows. I prefer sneaking attacks over charging head-on. He smiled slightly after speaking, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Jian and the others finally understood their roles. Fatty, Wang Bing, and Zhao Lei will attract the attention of the beasts. I'll support from the rear with Xiao Yu, while Yi Dong moves freely. Leave it to us. Fatty, Wang Bing, and Zhao Lei transformed and jumped into the pit. Then Lin Jian transformed, paused briefly, and Li Xiaoyu stepped on Lin Jian's back, a red flower blooming atop her head. Li Xiaoyu glanced back at Yi Dong, wanting to say something but unable to utter a word. After everyone had gone down, jets of air continuously sprayed from Yi Dong's heels. He took a few steps forward, glanced at the distance between the pit and the ground, and then leaped down as well. The pit below was a hollowed-out cavern, with walls and the ceiling above them crawling with countless small tank-like spiders. Anything black was a spider. The ground was littered with piles of corpses and bones. At the very front was a massive spider web with a diameter of over 10 meters, on which lay a spider king with a golden yellow body and 6 eyes on its back. The Spider King's size nearly occupied half of the enormous web. As expected of the leader of the beasts, it had grown into such a terrifying form. While everyone was still stunned by the Spider King's size and the overwhelming number of small tank-like spiders around, a voice rang out, reminding them. Begin. The 6 eyes of the beast leader glowed red as it opened its bloodthirsty maw and let out a piercing screech. The small tank-like spiders in the stone cave instantly became frenzied, charging at Lin Jian and the others from all directions. In the darkness, countless ice spikes suddenly shot out, shattering all the small tank-like spiders in mid-air. Charge! Fatty, transformed into a wooden figure, was the first to rush toward the Spider King. He swung his arms forcefully, and rough tree vines instantly wrapped around one of the Spider King's legs. Stone Man Zhao Lei jumped up, curled into a ball, and spun at high speed, clearing the small spiders in front of him while launching a fierce attack on the Spider King. Puff! The Spider King opened its massive mouth, over 3 meters wide, and sprayed out a giant web, instantly wrapping Zhao Lei into a ball of yarn. Zhao Lei, I'm fine. Take care of yourselves first. Zhao Lei shouted. My turn. Wang Bing roared, transforming into a half-leopard man. He swung his arms fiercely, sharp bone claws extending 20 centimeters from his fingertips. The Spider King spat out webs, but they had no effect on Wang Bing. His hands and feet moved swiftly, tearing the webs apart with a single pull. A sharp sound of wind breaking echoed. The Spider King raised its thick, pillar-like leg and stabbed it fiercely toward Wang Bing. Watch out! Li Xiaoyu screamed, quickly using thorny vines to wrap around the Spider King's clawed foot. Boom! The spider's leg pierced the ground, creating a pit instantly. Li Xiaoyu was dragged forward several meters by the force. Lin Jian quickly grabbed the thorny vine, leaped up, and shouted, Old Wang, let's go together. He and Wang Bing attacked from both sides, charging at the Spider King. The Spider King had 8 legs, 2 of which were restrained by Li Xiaoyu and Fatty, leaving 6 legs to deal with Lin Jian and Wang Bing. Thud, thud, thud. The 6 legs attacked relentlessly, forcing Lin Jian and Wang Bing to retreat. But after taking a few steps back, they immediately counterattacked. The Spider King's 6 eyes rotated continuously, wondering where its offspring had gone. Why was no one coming to help? At this moment, Yi Dong had already quietly moved to their rear, single-handedly holding off all the small tank spiders. Fog wall, Yi Dong muttered. A layer of thick fog enveloped everyone. The frenzied small tank spiders rushed into the fog, only to be frozen into ice within seconds, collapsing to the ground. Killed small tank spider, gained 1 enhancement point 1 point. 1 point. 1 point. Yi Dong couldn't help but smile. The system was truly diligent. But now was not the time to praise the system. Yi Dong shoved his hands into his pockets, watching the 5 people ahead locked in a fierce battle with the Spider King. He had to do something. The fog wall began to shrink rapidly, closing in on the Spider King's position. The fog had already surrounded the Spider King's back, causing it to let out a painful wail. At the moment the Spider King was distracted, the attacks from Wang Bing and Lin Jian began to take effect. Their claws instantly tore through the Spider King's flesh, and Zhao Lei broke free from the web, transforming into a hard stone projectile, leaping high and smashing down fiercely. Bang! The boulder struck the Spider King's head, leaving it dazed and causing its entire body to collapse heavily to the ground. At that moment, the fog rose quickly, freezing the Spider King into an ice sculpture at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the Spider King's last leg was frozen, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. They excitedly waved their hands and cheered. Awesome! We did it! Ha! We actually killed the leader of the alien beasts. It feels like a dream. Yidong, you're amazing. Without you, we absolutely couldn't have done it. The credit for this victory belongs to you. The five stood in place, congratulating each other. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the Tier 2 alien beast Spider King, gaining 1,000 enhancement points, and leveling up. Level: Tier 1, 7 stars. Stage 3 enhancement points, 2009. Add to energy. 2,000 enhancement points consumed. Energy plus 2. Yidong felt a surge of lightness throughout his body. The elemental energy he had previously depleted by half was instantly restored to full. Could it really be used like this? It seemed he needed to make good use of these enhancement points. If, at a critical moment, he suddenly bursts out with a surge of energy, wouldn't that be equivalent to a full recovery? At this moment, Lin Jian and the others were already walking toward Yidong. Yidong, thanks to you, we were able to kill the Spider King. Maybe Yidong could have handled it alone. We really owe him. Yidong, you're amazing. Yidong smiled faintly and said, "This was the result of everyone's teamwork. Don't give me all the credit. Let's take a break. First, there's still work to do later." Work? Do you mean dissecting the Spider King's corpse? Yidong chuckled, waved his hand, and the fog wall instantly disappeared. The work I'm talking about is dissecting these thousands of small tank spiders. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Behind Yidong was a massive pile of frozen small tank spiders. They were still in attacking postures or mid-charge toward the fog wall when they died. The sheer number was uncountable. Saying there were thousands seemed like an understatement. Holy crap, we really hit the jackpot this time. Without Yidong, we wouldn't have been able to take down the old lady and the building. After this haul, I'm going to take a good rest and enjoy life. Ha! It's just the beginning. There's no time for rest. Laughing and chatting, everyone quickly got to work. The Spider King had 8 legs, each as thick as a stone pillar, not to mention the silk sac in its abdomen. Those were treasures. The 6 of them worked together to dissect the Spider King's corpse and then moved on to the small tank spiders. 3 whole hours. The 6 of them were utterly exhausted. The chubby guy was already lying on the ground, gasping for air. Li Xiaoyu was off to the side, counting the spider legs. With great anticipation, everyone watched as Li Xiaoyu walked over and said, "We collected a total of 6,800 spider legs, plus 10 giant spider legs, and the Spider King's silk sac. How should we divide them?" Everyone turned to look at Yidong. Yidong chuckled lightly. "Of course, we'll split them evenly. How else? Xiaoyu, you handle it. I'm not good at math." Li Xiaoyu looked worried. "Yidong, we can't split them evenly. You could have killed the Spider King with just a few people. You should take more that way. Everyone will feel better." "Yeah, Yidong, you should take the lioness share, or we'll feel bad," Lin Jian added. "I didn't actually do much and almost caused trouble. I should take less." Zhao Lei said most of them are studying, and only a few fearless ones would come. These people usually team up with experienced beast hunters. Li Xiaoyu is a typical example. "Yidong, Captain Lin asked me to secretly ask you, can we still team up in the future?" Yidong thought for a moment and said, "Li Xiaoyu, we're about to be divided into classes soon, and after that, we'll need to focus on studying. Opportunities to come to the old city will be fewer. But if there's a chance, we'll definitely team up again, though I don't know when, as the courses are quite tight." Courses? Li Xiaoyu immediately understood. "Looks like you plan to join the military in the future? You're an S-level ability user. Of course, you should join the military. You're not joining the military? Your abilities are so unique. If you develop them, you'll definitely be amazing." Yidong wasn't exaggerating. Li Xiaoyu's abilities were truly strong. Her Thorn Dance and Thorn Vine Ball skills could both attack and defend, and their combination was highly effective. She was a naturally gifted girl. Yidong admired people like her. "You think I can join the military?" Li Xiaoyu was surprised. "I've always wanted to prove that I'm qualified to join the military." At first, my parents disagreed. They said I'm a girl, and going to the War Academy was mainly to learn how to protect myself. On the battlefield, there are lots of jokes about girls after all, Girls are meant to get married. Yidong walked to the material exchange counter, took out several black cloth bags from his ring, and placed them on the counter. The clerk looked puzzled. Are you here to wholesale materials? But she still carefully moved the bags down and opened them, only to find they were full of spider legs. She began counting them seriously. Yidong said to Li Xiaoyu, I think you're already an adult. You should start planning for your future and do what you want to do. Got it. Li Xiaoyu also took out a black cloth bag from her space ring and walked to another counter. 10 minutes later, the clerk finally finished counting the materials and gave Yidong a helpless look. Yidong felt a bit embarrassed. He had indeed brought too many. A total of 2,675 spider legs, each worth 100 dragon coins. If exchanged for points, it's 1 point per leg. How do you want to exchange them? 2,675 spider legs, at 100 dragon coins each, were worth 267,500 dragon coins, enough for the down payment on an iron fortress. Exchange them for dragon coins. Yidong took out his phone, opened the payment QR code, and asked casually, what can points usually be exchanged for? How do I check my points? The clerk frowned, clearly encountering him for the first time. Points can be exchanged for weapons and items, or for dragon coins, but exchanging for dragon coins is the least cost-effective. If you don't need money, exchanging for items is more worthwhile. Got it. Help me check my kill points. Yidong placed his student card on the table. Suddenly, his phone chimed with a payment notification, and his account had an additional 260,000 dragon coins. Yidong was overjoyed. 2,800 points? You killed a beast leader? Confirm for me. Did you kill the second-tier spider queen of the old lady and building? Although the clerk's voice was low, everyone present heard it. The final blow was indeed delivered by Yidong. Yidong corrected her. Strictly speaking, my teammates and I killed her together. I heard there's a first kill bonus. Yes, 200,000 dragon coins. Do you want it? Yidong nodded and opened the payment code. This money would be split among his teammates. No way. The spider queen of the old lady and building was taken down. Holy crap. My team was all set, and the spider queen got killed? Who did it? Are you all here for the spider queen too? I finally managed to gather a team of 10, ready to try my luck, and you beat me to it. Damn it, the incessant commotion behind him made Yidong's face darken. He turned around and glanced back. The spider queen from the old lady building is already gone, and there probably aren't many tank spiders left. You should try your luck somewhere else. A man stepped forward and asked, Brother, how many people did you send to take her down? Yidong answered honestly, including me, 6 in total. Just 6? Don't joke around. Are all 6 of you Tier 2 ability users? No, all of us are Tier 1 like me. You're kidding. There's no way I believe that. Yidong gave a bitter smile. Believe it or not, it's up to you. With that, he took out 2 massive spider legs. After removing the meat, each leg still weighed around 20 to 30 pounds. Raising an eyebrow, he said to the clerk, exchange these 2 for dragon coins. Holy crap. Come see this, these are really the spider queen's legs. They're massive. How the hell did you guys do it? There's still ice on them. Clearly the work of an elemental ability user. Impressive. The clerk stared at the 2 enormous spider legs on the counter, silently regretting not skipping work today. It was nothing but heavy lifting all day. This guy was ruthless, making a girl do such exhausting work. The official price 1 massive spider leg is about 10,000 dragon coins. Do you want to exchange them? Yes. For the 3rd time, Yidong opened his payment code. A few minutes later, his account had an additional 50,000 dragon coins. With a fortune in his pocket, Yidong felt refreshed. Is this what it feels like to be rich? Just then, Li Xiaoyu came running over with her phone in hand. Yidong, something bad happened. Lin Jian and the others got into a fight. We have to check it out. A fight? Yidong frowned, curiosity piqued. Nodding, he said, all right, lead the way. Okay. When Yidong arrived at the exotic beast hunter material exchange, the scene was already packed with people. The old district was unexpectedly filled with so many exotic beast hunters, which surprised him. Although he couldn't see Lin Jian, his voice could be heard coming from the crowd. Damn it, we can't get through. Li Xiaoyu stomped her foot anxiously. Despite their short time together, the group had developed a deep bond through life and death experiences. Lin Jian running into trouble made her naturally worried. I'll go take a look first. Yi Dong stomped his foot, releasing a burst of cold air that propelled him into the air. With a graceful turn, he landed steadily beside Lin Jian. Yi Dong. Lin Jian rushed over upon seeing him. Quick, tell them the Spider Queen was taken down by us together. It's true. We took her down together. What is going on? Yi Dong asked as he turned his gaze to the group confronting Lin Jian. It wasn't just one person, it was a group of over 10 people. The burly man beside Lin Jian explained. They're claiming that the Spider Queen was theirs from the start. They said they had already made arrangements with other beast hunters and were just waiting to kill her. Now they're accusing us of stealing their Spider Queen and demanding we hand over all the materials. All the materials? Yi Dong was dumbfounded at such words. Were there actually people this shameless in the world? Lin Jian leaned in and whispered, they're from the werewolf tribe. The guy standing in front of you is Zhang Jie. I left the tribe because of him. Later, Wang Bing was also driven away by him, and that's how we ended up together. The werewolf tribe was a small ability user group composed of mutant werewolves. Almost all its members could transform into wolves. In addition to the werewolf tribe, there are also the wooden tribe and the stone tribe. These tribes legally exist, and every year, the Dragon Nation sends people to recruit soldiers. Those who fail to graduate from the academy eventually join a tribe, giving them a second chance to enlist. Before being recruited, they all work peacefully as exotic beast hunters. Zhang Jie glanced at Yi Dong and sneered, I don't care. Anyway, I've already said it, the Spider Queen in the old Taihe building is mine. Anyone who takes her is going against me. Zhang Jie, you all know this, yet you still dare to take her. You're disrespecting me and the werewolf tribe. Lin Jian, you should be especially aware of the consequences of offending the werewolf tribe. That's right. Hand over the materials obediently and fork out 200,000 dragon coins, and this matter will be settled. Hurry up. What's the holdup? I don't care whether you made arrangements or not. The Spider Queen was killed by us. What do you want to do about it? Lin Jian's face turned red with anger, ready to teach Zhang Jie a lesson at any moment. Yi Dong stepped in front of Zhang Jie and said, Brother Lin, you can't say it like that. Zhang Jie was about to lash out, but paused when he saw Yi Dong speaking on his behalf. He smiled faintly. Lin Jian, you're already in your 30s. How come you still haven't learned how to behave? For his sake, I'll pretend I didn't hear what you just said. Now hand over the materials and dragon coins. Lin Jian and his group thought Yi Dong was backing down, their faces full of confusion. Yi Dong smiled slightly. Misunderstanding, you've misunderstood me. I wasn't saying you could do anything, I was saying they wouldn't dare do anything. As soon as Yi Dong said this, Lin Jian and the others finally understood, their faces breaking into mischievous smiles. It seemed they hadn't misjudged him. Yi Dong might look gentle, but he was ruthless. Yi Dong stepped in front of Lin Jian, his gaze calm as he stared at Zhang Jie and his men. You little punk, what did you say? Provoking us. Yi Dong's eyes turned cold as he replied. Provoking? I have no reason to provoke you, but I do have a reason to protect the efforts of my team and myself. Everyone knows the Spider Queen's strength. Our team, with 2 C-level ability users and 4 mutants, put in a lot of effort to take her down. But our hard work has somehow become your achievement. You think you can take what we fought so hard for just because you made arrangements with other exotic beast hunters beforehand? Honestly, anyone can see through such a flimsy excuse. A chilling aura emanated from Yi Dong as he sneered at Zhang Jie. Do you know how many small tank spiders we killed this time? 3 or 4,000, maybe. I alone sold spider legs for 200,000 dragon coins. Want them? There are too many people here, how about we go to the old district to talk? Everyone knows the old district is a lawless place where no one interferes in matters between exotic beast hunters. Yi Dong was issuing a challenge. Zhang Jie and his men were stunned. Who is this guy? He spoke so arrogantly and even dared to provoke them outright. Lin Jian chimed in. Zhang Jie, open your eyes and take a good look. The person standing in front of you single-handedly held off thousands of small tank spiders and then worked with us to kill the Spider Queen. He's a C-level ability user. Before you step on someone, you'd better think about whether you're qualified to do so. Zhang Jie and his companions looked grim. Zhang Jie shouted angrily. Just a C-level ability user? What's so great about that? You said you sold spider legs for over 200,000, where's the money? Hand it over. It's ours. As soon as he reached out, his right hand suddenly froze, the ice spreading up to his arm. Ah, my arm. What did you do? Zhang Jie clutched his arm, screaming as he staggered backward. How dare you make a move at the beacon base? Are you not afraid of death? The Bureau of Martial Security. Call someone from the Bureau of Martial Security immediately. Yidong smiled faintly. No need for such trouble. I know the captain of the Bureau of Martial Security, Lon Lon. I'll call the police myself. By the way, Lin Jian, how many years is the sentence for extortion? Damn, this guy actually knows the captain of the Bureau of Martial Security? We've really hit a steel wall this time. Lin Jian sneered. Extortion isn't a major crime. At most, 2 or 3 years, and it also strips you of military enlistment eligibility. Don't call the police. Zhang Jie endured the pain in his arm, his face dark. This time it was our fault. Let's call it even. This kid in front of him was an elemental ability user. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare provoke an elemental ability user. Coupled with the background behind him, Zhang Jie didn't dare think further. Get lost already. Yidong snorted coldly. Yes, we're leaving right away. Zhang Jie led his group away, dejected and humiliated, running out of the crowd. It seemed they didn't have the guts to cause trouble again. The crowd immediately erupted into laughter. No one had expected the once arrogant Zhang Jie to end up fleeing like a beaten dog. Of course, some people found it boring now that there was no more drama to watch. Scram! Lin Jian laughed heartily, and the others' faces were also filled with joy. This time, they owed it all to Yidong, otherwise, they might have had to hand over their materials. After all, they were just a small team and couldn't afford to offend the wolf tribe. Lin Jian, along with his 3 teammates, walked up to Yidong and said gratefully, Yidong, thank you so much for standing up for us. If it weren't for you, all our efforts would have been in vain. Yidong waved his hand and said, It's nothing. This matter also concerns my own interests, and besides, those guys were too overbearing. After speaking, he took out his phone and said, Open your payment codes. I have some dragon coins to give you. First kill reward? Lin Jian was slightly stunned and quickly refused. Yidong, don't do this. That reward is rightfully yours. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have even been able to pick up spider legs. Keep that 200,000 for yourself. If you insist on giving it to us, wouldn't that mean you look down on us? The chubby guy also chimed in generously. Yidong, Lin Jian is right. We treated you so poorly before, yet you're still willing to team up with us and now even stand up for us. We already feel bad enough. Keep it for yourself. Next time we meet, we look forward to seeing an even stronger you. Wang Bing and Zhao Lei stood behind, smiling at Yidong with eyes full of admiration and respect. Yidong didn't insist, nodding as he said, All right then. Next time, let's find a time to head to the old city again. The place we go to next might be even more dangerous. As he said this, he smiled slightly, and everyone understood his meaning. It seemed they needed to step up their game as well. Yidong, can't you take me in with you? Li Xiaoyu ran over angrily, glaring at him with dissatisfaction. This guy had actually left her outside while he went in himself. She wanted to help, even if it was just to cheer him on. Yidong looked embarrassed. The situation was urgent at the time, and I didn't think much about it. Xiaoyu, please don't be mad, okay? Li Xiaoyu huffed. Fine. Seeing as you're being sincere, I'll forgive you. Don't do this again next time, got it? Lin Jian and the others suddenly burst into laughter. Yidong looked puzzled, not understanding what they were laughing about. The group dispersed, and this time Yidong didn't take the subway but hailed a cab home instead. The subway would take over an hour, while a cab only took 20 minutes. Having money is great. By the time he got home, the sun was about to set. On the way, he stopped by a nearby bank and withdrew all 50,000 long coins, stuffing them into a burlap sack. He did this to surprise his parents. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Yidong pushed the door open and entered the house. His mother was busy in the kitchen, while his father and an uncle were in the living room watching TV, though they were actually chatting. On the corner sofa sat a young girl. She looked about the same age as Yidong, radiating youthful energy. When she saw Yidong come in, she blinked her bright eyes, picked up her phone, snapped a photo of him, and cheerfully saved it, though it was unclear who she sent it to. Yidong frowned slightly. What was this girl up to? Son, you're finally back. Come, let me introduce you. This is your uncle he used to hold you when you were little. Most people forget things from their childhood, but since Yidong had traveled through time, the memories in his mind were like a book he could flip through at any moment. This uncle had indeed held him before his name was Qin Han. Uncle Qin, long time no see. How have you been? Yidong put down the burlap sack and walked over with a smile, shaking hands briefly with him. Not bad, not bad. Yidong, I'll be counting on you in the future, Uncle Qin said, glancing at the young girl beside him. Nan Nan, this is your younger brother Yidong. You two should get along well. Oh, Qin Nan didn't seem too happy, but didn't show it too obviously. Yidong found it odd and asked, Dad, what's going on? Why does Uncle want me to get along with Nan Nan? His father chuckled. Oh, it's like this. Nan Nan got into the War Academy, but her home is far from here, and commuting is inconvenient. The school dorms are also full. So your uncle rented her a place next door, so you two can keep each other company going to and from school. So that's how it was. Yidong nodded with a smile. I understand, uncle. Don't worry. I'll take good care of sister Nan Nan. Yidong, you've really grown up, becoming more and more like a man. Hearing you say that, I feel reassured, Uncle Qin said. At this moment, Qin Nan, who had been silent, suddenly asked, Brother, what's your ability level? Yidong thought for a moment and held back a bit of his strength, replying, Sea level, frost element ability. Sea level? Frost element. Qin Nan's eyes widened in disbelief. She hadn't expected her younger brother's ability level to be so high, and such a rare type at that. This was simply incredible. She herself was only D level with a feline transformation ability. She hadn't expected to be outclassed by her younger brother right off the bat. Qin Nan's expression immediately turned a bit sour. In contrast, Uncle Qin, upon hearing Yidong's ability level and type, only showed a brief flash of surprise before quickly concealing it. Your son really has potential C-level ability, and an elemental type at that. He'll definitely achieve great things in the future. My daughter is just a bit lacking D-level ability, and only the least favored half-beast type. Sigh. I'd rather he were just an ordinary person. Ye's mother walked over with 2 cups of hot tea, looking helplessly at Yidong. I heard you went to the old city today, so I specifically asked around. That place used to be a gathering spot for exotic beasts. I worried all day for nothing. Mom, I'm fine. Besides, I formed a team, and my teammates are pretty good. We help each other and won't go hunting in overly dangerous places. Just awakened your abilities and already ran to the old city? Isn't that a bit overconfident? Even if it's elemental abilities, you still need to be cautious. At least study at school for a year before going. Qin Nan said incredulously. Fortunately, Yidong wasn't foolish and knew to find teammates. Thank you for your concern, Sister Nan, Yidong said with a slight smile. What's in your bag? Meat, Ye's father asked, his eyes lighting up. Yidong originally planned to be generous and take out some money, saying, Here, spend it. But with Uncle Qin and Qin Nan at home, he didn't dare act recklessly. Oh, I bought some clothes on the way. I'll take them upstairs first. Why didn't you ask me to go with you to buy clothes? Your taste is really not great, Ye's father said helplessly. Yidong glanced back at his dad, who was wearing boxer shorts paired with a white shirt and flip-flops, silently thinking, Your taste is what I truly can't appreciate. Uncle Qin stayed for dinner. Yidong ate until he was about 70 or 80% full before getting up. He said, I'm full, and decided to head back to the attic. Qin Nan softly called out to Yidong, waved her hand, and then walked toward the door. Sister Nan, what's up? Do you need me to help you move something? Yidong couldn't think of any other reason. Qin Nan smiled and said, I have a few friends from where I used to live who invited me to hang out. They're waiting for me outside. Dad doesn't feel comfortable letting me go alone, so I want you to come with me. How about it? Yidong frowned. To be honest, he was exhausted from the whole day. Tomorrow, he still had to attend school orientation, and he just wanted to shower and sleep early. Go out to play? Who goes out to play this late? He originally wanted to refuse, but since it was Qin Nan's first time visiting his home and they'd be seeing each other often in the future, he sighed and said, All right. Haha. Thank you, little brother. I knew you'd come with me. After saying that, Qin Nan excitedly ran back into Yidong's house to greet her father. Uncle Qin initially disagreed. He knew what kind of person his daughter was, and those friends weren't good people either. But upon hearing that Yi Dong was going too, he hesitated for a moment and reluctantly nodded in agreement. Let's go. Qin Nan rushed downstairs, full of energy, as if she had taken a stimulant. A few minutes later, Yi Dong saw a black SUV parked outside the door. The car window rolled down, and a handsome man waved at Qin Nan. Xiaonan, why did it take you so long to come down? We've been waiting so long we're about to fall asleep. Xiaonan, I missed you so much. The rear window rolled down as well, and a young woman with heavy makeup stuck her head out, waving at Qin Nan. Wang Jun, Zhao Shui, let me introduce you to my new little brother, Qin Nan said proudly, then turned to Yi Dong. Little brother, say hello. Yi Dong had no choice but to cooperate. I'm Yi Dong. Nice to meet you. Wang Jun, wearing sunglasses, directly ignored Yi Dong. Xiaonan, hurry up and get in the car. Breathing too much of the air in the slums isn't good for your health. Nonsense. I'm going to live here in the future. Qin Nan rolled her eyes at him and ran to sit in the front passenger seat. Yi Dong, why are you still standing there? Get in the car. Qin Nan urged that why Yi Dong's expression changed, and he said, how about I don't go? Anyway, you're already out. I'll wander around by myself, and you can come back earlier, okay? Stop talking nonsense. Get in the car and go back together. Are you not going to listen to your sister? Qin Nan put on a big sister attitude at this moment. Wang Jun's face was full of displeasure. If he doesn't want to come, don't force him. I just replaced my car's carpet. If he dirties it, I'll have to clean it again. Yi Dong sneered. Have fun. He was really too tired to accompany these people who partied all night. Forget it, I won't go either. Qin Nan helplessly got out of the car. Now Wang Jun was unhappy. Xiaonan, what are you doing? I drove 2 hours to come and hang out with you, and now you're saying you're not going? Just because that poor kid from a poor place doesn't want to go. Qin Nan grabbed Yi Dong, who was walking ahead, and turned back to Wang Jun. You know he's my brother, yet you keep looking down on him? Saying the air in poor places is bad. Saying my brother's feet will dirty your carpet, how ridiculous does that sound? People like you, don't ever come looking for me again. Zhao Shui, have fun with them. Yi Dong was stunned. He had thought Qin Nan was on their side, but it seemed he had overthought it. Zhao Shui anxiously called out, Xiaonan, don't be like this. Come back. Stop right there. Wang Jun angrily got out of the car. Qin Nan was a little scared and hid behind Yi Dong, poking her head out to ask, Wang Jun, what are you trying to do? Are you going to hit a woman? Wang Jun snorted coldly. This has nothing to do with you. I'm here for this kid. Yi Dong pointed at himself innocently. What did I do? Wang Jun glared coldly at Yi Dong, fuming inside. If it weren't for you, how could Xiaonan refuse to go out with me? He was so close to confirming his relationship with Xiaonan, and it was all ruined by you. From the car, Zhao Shui tried to mediate. Wang Jun, don't do anything rash. After all, he's Xiaonan's cousin. If you act like this, Xiaonan will be upset. I don't care. Who told him to provoke me? In Jinghai City, who doesn't know me, Wang Jun? I can ignore anyone else's face, but not my own. Wang Jun glanced at Yi Dong, lit a cigarette, and blew a smoke ring at him. You're a new student at the War Academy too? Good. Actually, so am I. You made me unhappy today, so I'll make sure you can't survive at the War Academy in the future. Remember my name, Wang Jun. Got it. Yi Dong chuckled lightly. You'd better remember my name too. I already told you earlier, I don't know if you heard it. What's so great about you? Wang Jun sneered and reached out to grab Yi Dong's collar. Crack. A layer of ice suddenly formed on Wang Jun's fingertips, and frost instantly enveloped half of his body. His entire body froze in an instant. On my body. What did you do to me? Wang Jun turned into an ice sculpture in a flash. Zhao Shui screamed, clutching her head. Qin Nan stared in shock. Little brother, you're not going to kill him, are you? Yi Dong smiled. He'll be fine in 10 minutes. I just wanted to teach him a lesson. I hate being threatened the most. I'm tired. I'm going home to rest. With that, he walked toward the house by himself. Okay, I'll go back after confirming he's fine. Qin Nan didn't dare to go back immediately. She was actually quite worried about Wang Jun, as his background wasn't simple. Of course, thanks to Wang Jun, she now had a deeper understanding of her little brother's personality. This guy looks quiet and gentle, but in reality, he's a vengeful and ruthless person. If it were outside, Wang Jun estimated he would have been dead long ago. This little brother is truly extraordinary. The admissions process for the War Academy lasted nearly 7 days. Over the course of those 7 days, more than 10,000 students joined the War Academy. Among them, 90% were E-level ability users. That evening, Yi Dong received the admission notice from the War Academy, confirming his class placement, Class B1. Since the War Academy had never had an S-level ability user, there were no dedicated S-level or A-level classes. Yi Dong had to be downgraded to a B-level class. Class B1 was considered the elite class of the War Academy, with only about 30 students. The largest group was Class E, which had over 30 classrooms, each capable of accommodating hundreds of students. The War Academy's teaching system was relatively flexible. For special ability students like Yi Dong, once they completed their specialized courses, they were free to move around. No one cared where they attended lectures, and teachers even felt honored by their presence. At this moment, Yi Dong was standing downstairs in front of his house, waiting for Qin Nannan. Qin Nannan was taking her time, and just as Yi Dong was about to run out of patience, she finally came running down from upstairs. "Little brother, have you been waiting long? I just got here too. We're almost late. Let's bike to school." "Okay." Qin Nannan watched as Yi Dong brought out a bicycle. Although she found it a bit unbelievable, she quietly sat on the back seat. Yi Dong pedaled hard, while Qin Nannan, sitting behind him, felt a bit uncomfortable with the experience. It was her first time riding on such a bike, and her bottom quickly went numb, forcing her to keep shifting positions. By the time they got off, her backside was completely numb, but she held back from complaining. Getting into the War Academy meant freedom and independence for her. Every day was a new challenge, and she had to become stronger. Yi Dong is here. Look, there's a girl next to him, and she's quite pretty. Is she his girlfriend? The news department is already taking pictures. I bet tomorrow's campus weekly headline will definitely be about them. Qin Nannan felt a bit strange. She looked at the peculiar gazes around her. Had these people never seen a beautiful girl before? Why were they suddenly so excited? But she quickly realized that the attention wasn't on her, it was on Yi Dong. "Yi Dong, this is a love letter I wrote for you. Could you accept it?" A young girl with delicate features mustered up her courage and handed him a love letter in person. Qin Nannan stood by and watched for a while, thinking the girl was quite pretty. Yi Dong's charm was truly impressive. On the first day of school, someone was already giving him a love letter. Yi Dong was slightly stunned for a moment, then said, "I'm sorry." He actually walked right past her. The girl who handed him the letter blushed as red as a ripe apple and ran to her friends, crying her heart out, looking utterly pitiful. Qin Nannan cleared her throat and said, "Little brother, you're too heartless. That girl worked so hard to gather the courage to confess to you, and you dismissed her with just a sorry?" Yi Dong smiled faintly and said, "Honestly, I did feel a bit bad, but if I didn't do that, it would definitely waste a lot of time. Right now, I have no interest in dating." He wanted to become stronger, to change his family's situation, and to move his parents into Iron Fortress. Women would only slow him down. Yi Dong. Wow, it's really Yi Dong. I can't believe I got to see Yi Dong. Totally worth it. Yi Dong, is the girl next to you your girlfriend? You two look so good together. Yi Dong, join our club. We'll give you the best resources. Men, women, and everyone around him rushed forward like mad. Some invited him to join their clubs, some wanted to get to know him, and others even wanted to be his girlfriend. But Yi Dong decisively and straightforwardly rejected them all. Qin Nannan had truly been amazed these past few days. She never expected her little brother to have such incredible charm. Men, women, young, and old all seemed to like him. She quickly thought of Yi Dong's identity as a C-level elemental ability user, which was clearly the reason for everyone's frenzy. In this world, a person's ability level was closely tied to their social status. Who wouldn't want to know someone with a high ability level in school, paving the way for a smoother future? Back in high school, she herself had been known as one of the school's 3 beauties. But upon arriving at the War Academy, she had become an unnoticed nobody. Here, people valued ability levels and types, not appearances. At that moment, a familiar voice came over the broadcast. "All new students, gather at the field for the basic test." It was Principal Lu's voice. Basic test? The school conducted basic tests for new students to record their growth. This not only allowed the school to track students' basic data, but also helped students understand their own strength. Yidong said to Qin Nan Nan, Sister Nan Nan, after the test, "We'll be assigned to different classes, so we'll have to split up for now. I'll wait for you at the school gate after classes end tonight. Maybe I'll be the one waiting for you." Qin Nan Nan replied with a smile. Since their ability levels were different, they would naturally be placed in different classes and had to part ways for now. Yidong smiled and headed toward the field. Several long lines quickly formed on the field, and the strength test began first. Several testing stations were set up on the field, each with a tester and a cylindrical machine nearby. Students attacked the machine, which displayed their destructive power value. The average destructive power was 100, while the average for elemental ability users was around 200. The line moved forward slowly, and Yidong waited quietly. However, the chatter around him never stopped. I wonder what Yidong's basic destructive power is. Isn't he an S-level ability user? He's an elemental type 2. His destructive power must be at least 300 or more. He's Principal Lu's student. His strength must have improved rapidly over the past few days, at least 500 or more. Otherwise, it wouldn't live up to the S-level title. If it's not 500, that would be embarrassing. With such a high level and personal guidance from the principal, no less. Haha, just keep it to yourself. No need to say it out loud. 375. The tester reported a student's basic strength expressionlessly. 375. Is this guy really a new student? That's way too strong. You must be inexperienced. It's just over 300 strength. What's there to be so shocked about? Yeah, you should be paying more attention to the person behind him. Only then did the crowd notice that standing behind Yidong was none other than the War Academy's first S-level ability user, Yidong himself. The crowd's gazes were a mix of emotions: anticipation, disdain, and jealousy. All eyes were on Yidong. He was well aware that, as the War Academy's first S-level ability user, if his results were too poor, he would be harshly criticized. If his results were too good, people would say, well, he's an S-level ability user, so it's not surprising. No matter how high or low his results were, there would always be people talking behind his back. Having the identity of an S-level ability user not only brings glory and status, but also attracts endless jealousy. There are even people waiting to see him fail. Although Yidong doesn't care much about these voices, over time, even pretending to be indifferent can inevitably lead to irritation. Yidong, you're here. Come and test your basic strength. The previously listless tester's eyes lit up upon seeing Yidong, his expression suddenly energized. Finally, someone worth watching had arrived. The previous participants were all mediocre, and their strength data of just over 300 had already surprised them. The tester looked at Yidong with enthusiasm, as if saying, Yidong, shock everyone. Show them just how strong you really are. Yidong slowly raised his right hand, aimed at the strength tester, furrowed his brows slightly, and thought to himself, finger gun. Whoosh! A powerful ice spike shot out, striking the strength tester with a sharp yet muffled sound. The heavy tester was pushed several meters away. Instantly, the room fell silent, so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone stared at the tester with their mouths agape, even forgetting to breathe. The tester displayed a set of numbers. 1275. The tester announced loudly, snapping everyone back to reality. 1. 1275? Can a human achieve such a number? That's 4 times higher than the previous one. What level is Yidong at now? He awakened just a few days ago. His level shouldn't be too high. Is the destructive power of an S-level ability really this astonishing? Yidong stood amidst the crowd's exclamations, thinking to himself, 1275, that's a decent number. If I used the explosive finger gun, I could probably destroy this tester entirely. The tester looked at Yidong with admiration and said, as expected of an S-level ability user, Yidong, you didn't disappoint me. What's your current level? First tier, 3 stars, Yidong casually replied. The tester was shocked. You awakened as S-level just 3 or 4 days ago, and your level has risen this quickly? Yidong smiled awkwardly. I can't really explain it. I just kept training and broke through. It feels like there are no bottlenecks. The tester shook his head helplessly, unsure whether to admire Yidong's rapid progress or lament the vast differences between people. He waved his hand and said, All right, proceed to the second test. I hope your results will be just as outstanding. Okay. Yidong nodded lightly and walked toward the next testing area. The second test took place in the indoor gymnasium and was a speed test. Ordinary students ran 100 meters in about 7 seconds, while Yidong controlled his speed and finished within 5 seconds. The result was quite impressive. The final test was a reaction test. Students entered a square room where air bullets would be fired from the four corners. Dodging more than 10 within 30 seconds was considered passing. Yidong dodged 16 but deliberately let 14 hit him. If he went all out, he could stay in the room for an hour and even practice full concentration in the process. Unfortunately, each person only had 30 seconds. Dodging 16 is already very impressive. With systematic training, you'll soon master full concentration, the tester praised. Thank you, I'll keep working hard. At that moment, a familiar instructor approached Yidong. It was Instructor Li, who worked closely with the principal. Yidong, have the results of the 3 tests come out? Yes, they're all out. I need to continue training to aim for even better results. Counselor Li, what do you need me for? Counselor Li smiled and said, every student who finishes the test can go to the skill room to choose a skill. Your ability is special, so I've already prepared something for you. Come with me. As expected of an S-level ability user, even the skill book is prepared in advance. Well, there's no helping it. After all, it's an S-level ability. You guys are so petty, can't stand seeing others do well. Yidong ignored the murmurs around him and followed closely behind Counselor Li. Walking ahead, Counselor Li lowered his voice and said to Yidong, Yidong, you're the only S-level ability user in our academy. Some people will respect and support you, but naturally, there will also be those who want to see you fail and mock you. You need to adjust your mindset and not let them affect you. It seemed Counselor Li was worried that the ridicule might discourage him. Yidong smiled and said, Counselor Li, don't worry, I won't be affected by them. That's good. I once had a student with great talent and comprehension, but someone deliberately smeared his reputation and opposed him. He couldn't maintain his composure and, in the end, was so angry that he jumped off a building. That's why I'm very concerned about you. Then I might end up making others so angry they jump off a building. Yidong replied with a calm smile. Counselor Li gave him a once-over, nodded, and said, very good, but don't overdo it. Understood. By the way, Counselor Li, what's the name of the skill? Counselor Li smiled mysteriously. You'll find out soon enough. It's definitely top-notch. Principal Lu specifically pulled some strings to get it for you. Principal Lu specifically pulled strings for him? It must be incredible. Yidong began to look forward to it. Skill practice room. Yidong pushed the door open and immediately saw Principal Lu at first glance. Principal Lu seemed to have been waiting for a long time. When he saw Yidong enter, he stood up with a smile. Yidong, you're here? How did the test go? Not bad, Principal. Have you been waiting for me? Principal Lu chuckled. Who else would I be waiting for? Have a seat. Then I'll take my leave. You two have a good chat, Counselor Li said and left on his own. Once the door closed, Yidong realized the room had excellent soundproofing. The noise outside was almost inaudible. He casually found a seat, and the old principal sat across from him, asking casually, I heard you're very interested in physical combat techniques. It seemed Lu Huakai had told the principal. There was nothing to hide, so Yidong admitted frankly, yes, I want to learn more about physical combat. You're an S-level ability user with top-tier destructive power. Instead of focusing on enhancing your ability, you want to learn close combat techniques? What? Principal Lu's expression darkened slightly, clearly feeling that Yidong was wasting his talent. Yidong had thought he was just here to pick up a skill and leave, but it turned out to be more complicated. Principal, the reason I want to learn physical combat is because of something that happened before. Yidong recounted his encounter with the Beast Man in detail. Fortunately, I was lucky and had once listened to an elemental ability master explain related knowledge. Otherwise, I might have died. Is the place where you live that dangerous? The principal, clearly someone from the upper echelons, became tense upon hearing about Yidong's experience. A newly awakened S-level ability user, a future national guardian, had almost been killed by a first-tier beast man. So that's why you want to learn physical combat? Principal Lu, what I want to say is that, although I'm an elemental ability user, I don't want to only rely on controlling elements. I want to improve myself comprehensively, whether it's destructive power, speed, or focus. I need to master them all. That way, no matter what kind of opponent I face, I can handle it. And if all else fails, I can still run, right? Yidong said with a smile. Principal Lu sighed helplessly. You have a point. But I'm worried that if you learn too many things unrelated to elemental abilities, you'll end up delaying both and wasting your talent. There's a saying, it's not about knowing 1,000 moves, but mastering one. While learning multiple skills is impressive, focusing on mastering one makes a big difference. Principal Lu, are you advising me not to learn physical techniques? Yidong was a bit disappointed. Why was the principal trying to stop him? I'm not saying you can't learn physical techniques, but you need to weigh your options. If you want to learn, I can have Lu Shenghua come back to teach you physical techniques and focus training. If not, I have an excellent skill manual here. I applied for it from the higher-ups. It was created by the first-generation Extreme Frost Ice Soul ability user, and it even comes with video tutorials to ensure you can learn it. Not learning physical techniques, but instead learning the skills of the first-generation Extreme Frost Ice Soul ability user? Principal Lu was making him choose. I want both. Yidong smiled. The principal's eyes widened. You're so young, yet so shameless, wanting everything? You can only choose one. Then I won't take the skill. I'll focus on training physical techniques. If you have Lu Shenghua come back to teach me personally, it might be too much trouble for her. Principal Lu, could you give me her contact information? I can reach out to her myself and ask for guidance when she's available. Of course, I'll also ensure my abilities don't fall behind. What do you think? Principal Lu's face darkened. This kid was so stubborn it gave him a headache. Are you really giving up the skills created by the first-generation Extreme Frost Ice Soul ability user? Without hesitation, Yidong replied. The first-generation Extreme Frost Ice Soul ability user is indeed a legend, but why can't I become a new legend? Principal Lu's cloudy, old eyes widened. This kid, his ambition wasn't small. He dared to think of himself as a future legend. To give up the skills created by the first-generation Extreme Frost Ice Soul ability user so decisively, he must have great confidence in his future. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Yidong, the old principal had no choice but to take out a piece of paper, write down a phone number, and toss it to him, saying, I'll give you 1 month. If you can advance to the second tier within this time, fine. Otherwise, you're not allowed to train in physical techniques. Understood. Advance to the second tier in 1 month? He had already reached the first tier, 7-star, 5 segment, in just 1 day. This was no challenge for him. All right, if I can't do it, I won't train in physical techniques. Also, thanks, Principal. You're the first person to consider me this much. I doubt I'll find another like you in the future. I'm doing this for the reputation of the War Academy. Don't overthink it. Principal Lu snorted lightly, turned, and walked away, looking like a proud, stubborn old man. Holding Lu Xinghua's phone number, Yidong was in a good mood but didn't rush to contact her. After all, she was a military district instructor and might be busy. He headed toward the classroom, thinking he should at least see who was there. At that moment, a few strangers suddenly surrounded him. They carried a faint scent of blood. They were mutant ability users. Not freshmen, but upperclassmen. Mutant ability users exuded a bloody aura. When they attacked, they didn't rely on weapons but used their own bodies, such as claws and hardened skin. Who are you? What do you want? Yidong's gaze turned cold as he warned them. Yidong, aren't you just playing dumb? You've offended our werewolf tribe, and you still think you can live peacefully? Come with us, S-Class kid. Don't act recklessly, we're all second-tier ability users. Yidong snorted coldly. I don't believe you can do anything to me at school. At that moment, a square-faced man stepped forward, his face full of malice. You have a sister named Qin Nanan and a female classmate named Li Xiaoyu. Do you really want something to happen to them? Yidong's expression changed drastically. Using people he knew to threaten him? Truly despicable. Don't touch them. I'll go with you. Lead the way. At least you're man enough. Follow me. The middle-aged man walked ahead, and Yidong took a deep breath, reluctantly following. It seemed they were heading out of the school. They boarded a van at the school gate, and someone prepared a black cloth to cover his head. Yidong's expression shifted slightly. You dare to kidnap me in the city? Aren't you afraid of being targeted by the Martial Security Bureau? Stop talking nonsense. If you want your friends to stay safe, cooperate obediently. I won't let you off easily." The black cloth was quickly placed over Yi Dong's head, and the next moment, he was subjected to a round of punches and kicks. "You're already in the van, yet you're still so arrogant. You're just an S-class ability user if you haven't grown. You're nothing but trash. Brothers, leave him some breath, don't kill him." Who would have thought that while we were preparing to deal with him, someone would pay us to do it? Truly killing two birds with one stone. Heh, isn't that the truth? Yi Dong protected his head, his mind racing, quickly piecing things together. There weren't many people who wanted to harm him. Wang Jun, whom he encountered last night, was one, and the werewolf tribe members he met at the beacon base yesterday were another. He had been mentally prepared, he just hadn't expected it to happen so soon. For now, he could only take things one step at a time. Although he couldn't see, he could hear the sound of the vehicle passing through checkpoints, clearly heading onto the highway. The highway was fraught with dangers, much like the old city, places no one dared to venture lightly. They were taking him out of the city, their intentions obvious. After an unknown amount of time, the vehicle stopped again. The door was opened, and Yi Dong was dragged out of the van by two men. To appear weak and in pain, he didn't exert any strength. This was an area of primitive forest outside the high walls. Yi Dong was roughly thrown to the ground by two werewolves. He carefully surveyed the surroundings and the number of people present. Quite a few had come, at least 30. Most of them were second-tier ability users, armed with heavy weapons and firearms. In this era, guns were more valuable than the elemental energy ring on his hand. Firearms were the most effective weapons against mutant beasts and beastmen. When ability users wielded guns, their power far exceeded that of ordinary people. Yi Dong lay motionless on the ground, seemingly inert. In reality, he had already infused a large amount of cold energy into the ground, slowly spreading it to form an encirclement. Whether for escape or attack, it would be under his control. A few minutes later, the sound of a small private helicopter's rotor descended from the sky. Two people disembarked from the helicopter, one tall and imposing, with a buzz-cut, dark skin, and a resolute expression. The other was Wang Jun, whom Yi Dong had just met last night. Qin Nanan's friend, who likely knew Qin Nanan was his sister. He wasn't wrong about that. "Hey, Brother Lei, isn't this Yi Dong, the S-class ability user from the War Academy? Why is he lying on the ground? Not so arrogant now, huh?" Wang Jun sneered. With a faint smile on his lips, Lei Gu said, "S-level ability users are indeed rare, but if they haven't matured, no matter how powerful they are, there's still no match for us seasoned E-level beast ability users." Yi Dong slowly sat up, crossed his legs, and looked coldly at Lei Gu. "Are you the leader of the werewolf tribe?" Lei Gu chuckled. "One day I will be. But you? Yesterday my brothers received quite a bit of your care. I heard you even led people to take down the Spider Queen of the old district? Must have earned quite a bit, huh?" When Wang Jun heard Yi Dong was an S level, he almost gave up on his revenge. But with repeated encouragement from his friend, he decided he must retaliate and couldn't leave in disgrace. He sought out the werewolf tribe, only to find they also wanted to deal with Yi Dong. The two sides hit it off, leading to the current situation. Enough with the nonsense. You came all this way, threatened and intimidated me to bring me here. Surely it wasn't just to chat? Speak, what do you want? Lei Gu smiled. My matter is minor. Let's first deal with the personal grudge between my little brother here and you. Wang Jun, everyone's here. What's your plan? Wait, I want to savor the sight of him sitting there like a dog for a bit longer. Wang Jun walked up to Yi Dong, a victorious smile on his face. An S-level ability user from the slums? That's quite something. Too bad, you're about to die. Want me to tell you the follow-up plan first, so you can die with some peace of mind? Before dealing with you, I plan to wait until Qin Nanan goes crazy looking for you. Then I'll show up, tell her I know where you are, and take a photo of you to make her even more certain. After that, I'll bring her here, keep her company 3 to 5 times, and when I'm bored, I'll let the other brothers take turns. You'll watch the whole thing, seeing your sister cry and scream under us, while your pal, what a pity, the thick fog blocked their vision, making it impossible to see Yi Dong's position. What troubled them even more was that as the fog rolled in, the temperature plummeted below zero and continued to drop. Grass and stones on the ground instantly froze. Their bodies began to freeze, and someone even shouted in panic, "What's going on? Boss, my lower body can't move. It's frozen." "Where is he? Where's that guy?" "An S rank. He's an S rank ability user. I told you not to mess with him, but you wouldn't listen. We're done for, really done for." "Don't panic," Lei Zi roared angrily. "Put away your guns. Don't accidentally hurt our own people. Everyone, transform into beast form and track him by the scent of his blood." At his command, Lei Zi's body suddenly swelled, instantly shedding his human form and transforming into a silver-furred half-werewolf. "Listen to Brother Lei. Don't panic, brothers. Beast transformation." A Wu wolf howls echoed from all directions. "It seems I underestimated them," Yidong thought to himself, immediately dashing out of the fog wall and fleeing deeper into the forest. 32nd tier Beastmen ability users were not something he could easily handle. He wasn't foolish staying, would be courting death, but he had no intention of simply running away. The forest was vast, and he had plenty of space to play cat and mouse with these werewolves. "Haha, found you." A werewolf, running swiftly on all fours, caught up to Yidong, raising its right claw high, ready to strike him down. Yidong snorted coldly, dodging the attack with a flash step. He stomped hard on the ground, leaping back and drawing his gun. Explosive finger gun. Puff, puff, puff. 7 or 8 ice spikes tore through the air with a piercing whistle, stabbing into the werewolf's body, piercing its heart, and shooting out from its back. Thud. The werewolf fell heavily to the ground, its eyes rolling back, lifeless. Congratulations to the host for killing a second-tier 1-star Beastman. Realm upgraded. Strengthening points plus 1,000. 1,000 points. The same amount as when he killed the second-tier Spider Queen earlier. It seemed that cross-tier kills granted double strengthening points. Thinking of this, Yidong stopped running. These werewolves were splitting up to search for him. Instead of running aimlessly through the forest, it was better to hide and wait for them to come to him. Great fog wall. Yidong's elemental energy surged within him, and thick cold air erupted from beneath his feet, quickly spreading in all directions. He controlled the energy output, reducing the fog wall's power significantly, creating only a thin layer of mist that enveloped the entire forest. Though the energy consumption was high, the payoff was even greater. As long as an enemy stepped into the fog wall, he could sense them immediately. This was similar to the Spider Queen's web, allowing him to know the enemy's location and numbers. In his mind, Yidong named this skill Fog Net. Soon, the skill bar displayed Fog Net, initial stage. Current strengthening points, 1,009. Without hesitation, he chose consume 660 strengthening points to upgrade Fog Net to mastery. Skill evolves autonomously. Fog Domain. The range of the fog expands, making it harder for enemies to detect. In an instant, the surrounding cold fog underwent a noticeable transformation, shifting from a static fog wall to flowing mist, actively searching the vicinity. A flood of information poured into Yidong's mind, revealing the movements of all nearby creatures. At that moment, 3 werewolves stepped into his fog domain. I just heard a scream. That guy is nearby. He's an S-rank ability user. We need to be careful not to get ambushed. This kid is young, but to achieve this level, he's truly impressive. I couldn't smell him just now. How strange. The fog wall not only blocked vision, but also scent. The cold could eliminate most odors, just like putting rotting meat in a refrigerator, where the smell naturally diminishes or even disappears. Puff, puff, puff. 3 soft sounds echoed as 2 werewolves were shot in the forehead, though one managed to dodge. He looked at the bodies of his 2 fallen companions, anger and sorrow flashing across his face, which instantly turned ferocious and menacing. Die? I'll kill you. The werewolf roared, charging toward the direction the ice spikes had come from. Yidong had already changed positions, but he underestimated the keen perception of the werewolf ability users. Don't run. Yidong's eyes turned cold as he instantly flashed away to create distance. Gripping his right hand with his left, he fired a burst finger gun, killing the opponent on the spot. Enhancement points, 3,000, realm upgraded. Upgraded. Yidong glanced at his personal information. Level, Tier 1, 8 stars, Stage 1 points, 3,440. With my current instant flash, I can completely dodge these werewolves' attacks. The only issue is that my energy might run out at any moment. After all, maintaining the fog domain consumes a large amount of elemental energy. I'll save these 3,440 enhancement points for now and use them to quickly recover when my elemental energy is nearly depleted. With these thoughts, Yi Dong continued to expand the range of the fog domain. At first, he could only extend it to less than 10 meters. Once the fog domain reached mastery, the range expanded tenfold, reaching 100 meters. He was the core of this domain, and it would move with him. Killing a Tier 2 ability user yields so many enhancement points. Why should I keep hiding? Yi Dong sneered, deciding to stop avoiding them and actively seek them out. The hunt had begun. Lazy stood in place, waiting for good news. As the team leader, someone had to stay here. If everyone rushed into the forest to find Yi Dong, it would be chaos. At this moment, Lazy couldn't help but admire this guy named Yi Dong. He truly lived up to being an S-class ability user. Courage, intelligence, capability, it was as if he was born with them. Faced with such formidable combat power, Yi Dong didn't choose to flee but instead opted for a covert ambush. It was clear that this kid understood one thing very well. He could escape for a while, but not forever. If he ran now, similar troubles would arise in the future. His goal was clear: either they kill him, or he kills them. But could he really pull it off? Lazy sneered. Beside him, Wang Jun's face was dark as he said, "Brother Lei, what are your men doing? Why haven't they found Yi Dong yet? Can he fly? I spent 100,000 dragon coins." Wang Jun looked utterly exasperated. Lazy chuckled. "Young Master Wang, don't worry. Yi Dong definitely won't see tomorrow's sunrise. Rest assured." Wang Jun sighed, growing more uneasy with every passing moment. After all, Yi Dong wasn't an ordinary person. Not only was he an S-class ability user, but he was also ruthless and merciless. He had been deceived by Yi Dong's seemingly honest demeanor before, only to now realize he'd provoked a tough opponent. At that moment, Yi Dong walked directly out of the fog. Visible streams of mist rapidly closed in from both sides, surrounding Lei Zi and Wang Jun. "You actually dare to show yourself? You're not afraid of death, are you?" Lei Zi was utterly shocked. This guy had given up his only chance to kill them and appeared voluntarily. Could it be that his elemental energy was nearly depleted and he had resigned himself to his fate? Explosive finger gun. Yi Dong shouted coldly as 7 or 8 ice spikes instantly shot toward Wang Jun. Lei Zi was startled and quickly raised his hand to block them. Puff, puff, puff. Wang Jun was so terrified that he wet his pants. Before him, a thick arm was pierced with 7 or 8 ice spikes, the spikes penetrating through the arm and almost reaching his eyeball. Yi Dong sneered coldly. He had guessed it right. Lei Zi would protect Wang Jun. After all, he was the employer, which made it easier for Yi Dong to succeed. "Brother Lei, are you okay?" Wang Jun's legs went weak, and he collapsed onto the ground, staring blankly at Lei Zi. Lei Zi was in so much pain that he could barely catch his breath. Was this Yi Dong's ability? Its power was like a machine gun's bullets. Not only had the ice spikes pierced through his arm, but they also emitted a freezing chill that left his entire arm almost completely numb. Even if he managed to kill Yi Dong, this arm of his was already useless. Damn little bastard. "Brothers, attack together." Lei Zi roared, leading the charge toward Yi Dong. Yi Dong sneered, drawing his guns in both hands, unleashing a barrage of rapid-fire finger gunshots ahead. In an instant, 6 werewolves were pierced like porcupines, collapsing to the ground. Yet these werewolves had no fear of death. They didn't care about their fallen comrades and instead charged at him even faster. Wolf assault. Lei Zi swiped his claw downward, transforming into a silver-white snow wolf, baring its bloodthirsty fangs as it lunged toward its prey. Instant shift. Yi Dong instantly widened the distance between them. Just as he steadied himself, a muffled sound echoed from where he had just stood. As he moved, Yi Dong fired his explosive finger guns again while dodging. After killing 3 more werewolves in quick succession, the remaining attackers pulled out their machine guns and fired a barrage at him. Lei Zi's offensive paused momentarily due to his team opening fire. The bullets slowed significantly under the Misty Barrier, and combined with the dynamic effects of the Mist Domain, Yi Dong evaded the bullets with relative ease. Wait, isn't this total concentration? Not just a feeling of total concentration, but elemental-based total concentration. The only drawback was the massive energy consumption. After dodging the concentrated gunfire, Yi Dong launched a frenzied counterattack. The speed and power of his explosive finger guns caused significant damage to the werewolves. The ice spikes cut through their bodies like a machine gun, toppling one after another. The remaining werewolves began to panic. At that moment, Yi Dong's level advanced, breaking through to the second tier. The extreme cold energy within him began to evolve, amplifying the power of both his mist barriers and his finger guns. Brother Lei, we're no match for this guy at all. So this is the true power of an S-rank ability user? We don't stand a chance. Brother Lei, your arm. Lei Zi's left arm was completely frozen. He had lost so much blood that even standing was a struggle, his face pale to a terrifying degree. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Three sharp sounds of cutting wind echoed as the last three panicked werewolves were caught off guard. Yi Dong's gun barrel pointed directly at their heads. Don't kill me, Yi Dong. Please don't kill me. I was wrong, spare me. SSSSH. A faint sound broke through the air as Yi Dong instantly flashed in front of two of them. Bang! His finger gun ended Wang Jun's life in an instant. When Yi Dong raised his gun toward Lei Zi, trembling, pulled an automatic pistol from behind his back. But before he could lift it, an ice spike pierced through his wrist. The mist domain dissipated, and the thick fog cleared. All around, the plants were frozen into sculptures of ice, transforming the primal forest into a world of snow and frost. The temperature plummeted, and Lei Zi, unable to hold out any longer, collapsed to his knees, awaiting death. Incredible. This was Lei Zi's final assessment of Yi Dong. Yi Dong raised his right hand, pointing at Lei Zi, and said, I'm also an S-rank ability user, and yet you showed me no respect, dragging me here like this. Your fate you should be prepared for it long ago, shouldn't you? Lei Zi glanced at Wang Jun's lifeless body lying in a pool of blood beside him. He finally realized that Yi Dong had gone berserk. He killed, without hesitation, who said he was a newly awakened S-class ability user, an arrogant and proud little rookie? This guy is definitely an experienced expert. Fine, you're ruthless. Kill me then. You still want to teach me how to do things. Yi Dong snorted coldly, raised the muzzle of his gun, and ended Lei Zi's life. Congratulations to the host for killing a second-tier 1-star ability user. Realm upgraded. Enhancement points plus 100. Yi Dong frowned slightly. As expected, after reaching the second-tier 1-star level, the points gained from killing enemies of the same level dropped significantly. It used to be 1,000 points. Fortunately, before advancing to the second tier, he had already accumulated enough enhancement points. Host, Yi Dong level, second tier, 1-star, third stage ability, S-class type, Extreme Frost Ice Soul Strength, for plus vitality, 2 plus speed, 5 plus energy, 5 plus skills, Explosive Finger Gun Mastery plus, Instant Flash Mastery plus, Dense Fog Wall Mastery plus, Energy Concentrating Finger Cannon Mastery plus, Domain of Mist Mastery plus enhancement points. 21,440 enhancement points had reached a staggering 21,440. Yi Dong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he began allocating the points. Currently, the explosive finger gun's destructive power was strong enough, and it was his only offensive technique. He decided to upgrade the explosive finger gun to its maximum level to see if it could evolve. Just as Principal Lu had said, don't fear knowing many moves, fear mastering only one. 11,000 enhancement points consumed. Explosive finger gun upgraded to maximum level, autonomously evolving into Ice Pulse Finger. A surge of powerful information flooded Yi Dong's mind, all about the usage techniques of the Ice Pulse Finger. After quickly digesting the information, Yi Dong slowly raised his right hand, aimed at a large tree ahead on the left, and silently chanted, Ice Pulse Finger. A milky white beam shot out silently, moving at near light speed, piercing through 3 large trees in succession before the energy was exhausted and it disappeared into the air. So powerful. The power of a max-level finger gun is on a completely different level. Spending 11,000 enhancement points to upgrade the finger gun to its maximum level, which then autonomously evolved into the Ice Pulse Finger, left him with 10,440 points. Yi Dong allocated all the remaining points to energy. This was a decision he made after much deliberation. Although he wanted to train in physical techniques and pursue a perfect physique, it was undeniable that his elemental ability was extremely powerful. Yi Dong refreshed his personal attributes. Host, Yi Dong level, 2nd tier, 1 star, 3rd stage ability, S-class type, Extreme Frost Ice Soul Strength, for plus vitality, 2 plus speed, 5 energy, 15 skills, Ice Pulse Finger Max level, Instant Flash Mastery, Dense Fog Wall Mastery, Energy Concentrating Finger Cannon Mastery, Domain of Mist Mastery Enhancement Points. 440. Seeing himself grow stronger and stronger, Yi Dong smiled knowingly. This was just the beginning. He could still become even stronger. He decided to head back for now. Before leaving, there was one more thing to do. Yi Dong first picked up the machine gun on the ground, then searched the forest for other corpses, collecting all the useful equipment. In the end, he obtained 30 UA-75 submachine guns, 20 alloy combat knives, and 3 spatial rings. He stored them all in his elemental energy ring. Selling this equipment would surely earn him a lot of money. It seemed that this time, he hadn't encountered trouble, but had come to stock up on supplies. After spending an hour getting back on the highway, Yi Dong arrived at a checkpoint and immediately called the police. I was kidnapped, but luckily I escaped. Could you help me contact Captain Lon Lon of the Marshal Security Bureau? Tell her my name is Yi Dong. The police officer guarding the checkpoint initially thought he was crazy. It wasn't until Yi Dong showed his ID card that they believed what he was saying was true. Half an hour later, Lon Lon arrived at the checkpoint on a silver motorcycle, speeding all the way. Yi Dong. Lon Lon pushed the door open abruptly. Yi Dong was sitting in the office, covered with a blanket, holding a bowl of instant noodles, slurping as he ate. Sister Lon. Yi Dong quickly put down the bowl of noodles. Lon Lon walked over and immediately checked his injuries. After confirming they were only superficial wounds, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Little brother, what exactly happened? How did you end up like this? Yi Dong helplessly recounted the entire incident. He had originally gone to hunt those werewolves, but was mistaken for being chased by them. He managed to kill some enemies by sheer luck and escaped to this place. The werewolf tribe is truly outrageous. They dare to target our country's treasure. Don't worry, I'll make sure justice is served for you. Sister Lon, can you take me back? Yi Dong looked at her expectantly. In fact, he had sought her out precisely to ask her to take him home. It was late at night, hard to find a taxi, and this was a highway. Taking you back is no problem, but you need to go to the hospital for a checkup first. When will you realize that you're a treasure of our country? Can't you take better care of yourself? I didn't intentionally let them kidnap me, Yi Dong said bitterly. They threatened me with my family, so I had no choice but to go with them. And if they wanted to kill you, would you still go with them? Lon Lon glared at him and said irritably, All right, we'll talk about it later. Come with me. Okay. Yi Dong followed Lon Lon out of the lounge, feeling aggrieved. He hadn't expected Sister Lon to come on a motorcycle. Motorcycles were fast, but the only downside was the cold wind. At the hospital, they conducted a thorough examination. After reviewing the medical report and confirming there were no issues, Lon Lon took Yi Dong to the Wuhan headquarters. Yi Dong was speechless. If he'd known it would be this troublesome, he might as well have walked home. He gave his statement and explained the incident. It wasn't until nearly dawn that Yi Dong finally regained his freedom. We've already sent people to investigate the place you mentioned. Once we gather evidence, we'll confront the werewolf tribe. For the next few days, you'd better stay at school and not wander around, understand? Yi Dong nodded and said, Sister Lon, thank you for running around with me in the middle of the night and delaying your rest. What else could I do? You called me, didn't you? Should I also accompany you to sleep? Lon Lon raised an eyebrow and smiled. Sister Lon, I'm a decent person, Yi Dong immediately replied seriously. All right, I know you're decent. I was just joking. She took out her phone and said, Let's exchange contact information. If anything happens, you can reach me directly. The higher-ups also asked me to add you and protect you as much as possible. Your family can rest assured. Yi Dong said, I'll take care of my family myself. Tomorrow, I'll go to Iron Fortress to apply for a house for my parents. I believe they'll be safer there. You've already reached Tier 2? Lon Lan's eyes widened. It's only been a few days. You were just Tier 1? 1 star before. Is this the power of an S-level ability user? Half a month to achieve what others take years to accomplish? You're truly a little monster. After bidding farewell to Sister Lan, Yidong called a car to go home. He was so exhausted that he fell asleep in the car, only waking up when the driver called him. After paying, Yidong took out the key, opened the door, and stepped inside, only to find his father and mother sitting in the living room. When they saw him, they didn't call anyone else but stared at him with strange expressions. "Dad, Mom, you're still up?" Yidong suddenly noticed the snakeskin bag containing 50,000 dragon coins sitting on the table. His mother stood up first and walked toward him. "Son, you'd better explain clearly where this money came from. Did you do something bad?" Tears welled up in her eyes, and her worried expression made Yidong feel both amused and helpless. His father silently smoked a cigarette and suddenly blurted out, "Did you go find a rich woman?" Smack. "What nonsense are you talking about? Xiaodong would never do such a thing." Good hit. Yidong also shot his father a glare. Did they really think he had done something shady to get so much money? Yidong felt both amused and exasperated. "Dad, Mom, you've misunderstood. I didn't do anything bad. This money is from hunting in the old district yesterday." His father chuckled bitterly and said, "Silly boy, do you really think we're that gullible? You went to the old district for 1 day and earned 50,000 dragon coins? If it were that easy, wouldn't all the ability users be millionaires by now?" Yidong smiled lightly and said, "I don't know how much they can earn, but I really did make this much. And I have good news for you. My strength has already reached the standard for applying for housing in Iron Fortress for you. Tomorrow, I'll go to Iron Fortress to apply for a house for you. Keep the money on the table for yourselves, hire a moving company if you want, and feel free to buy new furniture." After saying this, Yidong smiled brightly, showing his parents the most sincere smile. His father and mother were stunned, mechanically exchanging glances. Suddenly, they realized their eyes were glistening with tears. "My son is amazing. He is so much better than me. I'm such a useless father." His father pounded his chest and shouted. 3 question marks popped up in Yidong's mind. Whether he was successful or not, how did that relate to his father's incompetence? His dad's logic left him speechless. His mother wiped her tears and said, "Son, is everything you said true? Then tomorrow, I'll take your dad to buy furniture. If we can live in Iron Fortress, the two of us can also find jobs there. With a house secured, it looks like your mom needs to find you a wife." Yidong's mouth twitched. His mom's train of thought wasn't simple either. "We'll talk about that later. For now, I just want to spend more time training. I'm a bit tired, so I'll head upstairs to sleep." "All right, go ahead. Don't forget to take a shower." Yidong returned to the attic, lay on the bed, and let out a long sigh of relief, feeling that everything was still going smoothly. After taking a shower, sleepiness overcame him, and he quickly fell asleep. The next morning, he woke up early. Iron Fortress was located in the center of Jinghai City. From the map of Jinghai City downloaded on the computer, it was clear to see. Everyone lived in a massive circular city. This city was divided into the Ordinary District and the Iron Fortress District. The Ordinary District was simply surrounded by a stone wall, which provided decent defense but was far inferior to the iron walls of Iron Fortress. The Iron Fortress District was much smaller in area than the Ordinary District, but was surrounded by tall iron walls, equipped with watchtowers, and patrolled day and night by members of the Security Bureau. The existence of Iron Fortress made it so that beastmen and exotic beasts hardly dared to attack humans anymore. This was the main reason why so many people desperately wanted to live in Iron Fortress. To ensure everything went smoothly, Yidong used his connections and invited Sister Lan to accompany him. "Hey, little brother." Sister Lan, as always, was dressed in a leather jumpsuit adorned with the Bureau of Martial Security emblem, her fiery figure even more eye-catching. Just one glance could make someone's heart race. She took off her helmet, her long hair cascading down, and with a heroic demeanor, patted the back seat of her motorcycle, saying, "What are you standing there for? Hop on, I'll take you to Iron Fortress." "Sister Lan, you look stunning today. I can't take my eyes off you," Yidong said with a light chuckle as he walked over. "Rare for you to compliment me. Guess it was worth coming here. Then I'll compliment you more often in the future." "Don't. I can't handle you praising me all the time. Are you seated securely?" Yidong gripped the steel frame of the back seat tightly, instinctively glancing at Sister Lan's slightly raised hips before quickly averting his gaze. Sister Lan was an excellent rider, speeding along at a pace that would send anyone flying off the back seat if they weren't holding on tightly. With the motorcycle as their transport and Sister Lan leading the way, getting into Iron Fortress was no simple task. As they neared Iron Fortress, Yi Dong looked up at the towering walls before him, utterly awestruck. The walls were at least 10 meters high and still being reinforced, with a thickness exceeding 5 meters. Even under the collective assault of fifth-tier mutant beasts, they stood firm like a mountain. Of course, these walls also reflected humanity's frailty. If humans were strong enough, it would be the beastmen and mutant beasts locked behind iron walls. Passing through the 5-meter-thick iron gate, they entered the interior of Iron Fortress. Iron Fortress Housing Application Office. Please present your student ID and place your hand on the device next to you, the staff member said, their gaze shifting to Lan Lan beside Yi Dong, clearly recognizing her. Yi Dong complied, placing his hand on the device. In no time, his information and level appeared on the computer screen. The staff member's eyes lit up, and they took a few deep breaths to suppress their excitement. I didn't expect you to be an S-level ability user, even surpassing our Bureau of Martial Security Captain. Your information has been recorded. As it happens, we have a vacant unit available for immediate move-in. What luck? Yi Dong smiled lightly and said, Thank you. Did I hear that right? When I applied for housing earlier, didn't you say there were no units available and that I'd have to wait 6 months? 6 months? I have to wait a year. This is so unfair. Yeah, why does he get a unit as soon as he arrives? The surrounding crowd immediately erupted into a commotion. Taking advantage of the chaos, Yi Dong quietly slipped away from the housing application office. Whether others had a place to stay or not was none of his concern. Iron Fortress, Taiping Road, Building 717, Unit 205. Yi Dong stood in his spacious apartment, gazing out the window with a faint smile on his lips. The apartment was about 80 square meters, with 3 bedrooms, a living room, and a fully equipped kitchen and bathroom. His mother had been busy in the kitchen all morning, and as someone who loved cooking, she was very pleased with the new kitchen. His father, holding his phone, was on a video call, giving friends and relatives an online tour of their new home. Qi Nanan had also moved in, staying in the smallest room. After all, she had come specifically to seek refuge with them. With the Yi family all moved in, it was only fitting for her to stay with them. Xiaodong, wash your hands and come eat. Little brother, it's all thanks to you that uncle, auntie, and I can live in Iron Fortress. Eat more today. Looking at the thriving scene before him, Yi Dong felt a deep sense of accomplishment. As a son, his greatest wish was to give his parents a good life. Seeing them happy made him happy too. After eating and drinking their fill, the sky gradually darkened. Yi Dong returned to his room and lay down on his bed. The first thing is to take out your phone and add Lu Shenghua as a friend. Wuhan Bureau Headquarters. Lan Lan was urgently recalled to headquarters. She didn't even get to eat at Yi Dong's house and rushed back in a hurry. Old Zhang, why did you call me back so urgently? Sitting behind the desk, Wuhan Bureau Chief Zhang Huaiyan frowned slightly upon hearing the words Old Zhang. The only one who dared to call him, that was probably Lan Lan. No matter how many times he corrected her, she just couldn't change the habit. But now wasn't the time to dwell on such things. Zhang Huaiyan turned the laptop screen toward her. Take a look for yourself. Look at what? Lan Lan pulled a chair and sat across from Zhang Huaiyan. The screen was paused on a video. She pressed enter, and the video began to play. Zhang Huaiyan spoke solemnly. It's still about that S-level ability user. We found the location he mentioned, and this is the video shot on site. The screen showed a scene of carnage, with countless bodies lying on the ground, all wearing identical uniforms, clearly members of the werewolf tribe. The footage suddenly froze on a corpse that shouldn't have been there. Lan Lan felt increasingly uneasy as she watched, and when she saw a bald corpse, her eyes widened. I see Lei Zi, the squad leader of the werewolf tribe's first team. Keep watching. Zhang Huaiyan's face darkened. The next second, the footage showed a young man with a fresh gunshot wound on his forehead. Lan Lan didn't recognize him, but paused the video anyway. Who is this? Zhang Huaiyan glanced at her. Wang Jun, the son of the boss of Hailong Real Estate. Lan Lan's mind was in chaos, shocked and confused. Yi Dong had just awakened not long ago as an S-level ability user, someone who should have had a bright future and been heavily utilized by the nation. But why was he involved with these people? According to the report, there were about 36 people on site, all members of the Werewolf Tribe's first team. They were all second-tier ability users on average, but Yi Dong killed them all. Truly worthy of an S-level, practically a natural-born killing machine. Lan Lan marveled, but seeing Zhang Huayan's expression, she knew now wasn't the time for admiration. Director Zhang, what is the point of showing me this video? I still don't get it. Zhang Huayan pointed at her. You're the captain of the Wuhan Bureau, yet your comprehension is so poor. Looks like I'll have to consider sending you back to your original post. Lan Lan lowered her head, looking aggrieved. I'm not smart, just tell me directly, okay? Zhang Huayan sighed. Listen carefully. The message in this video is very clear. For some reason, Yi Dong offended the Werewolf Tribe and Wang Jun. I don't care about the process. The result is that Wang Jun and the Werewolf Tribe members all died at his hands, clearly showing Yi Dong's superior strength. The Werewolf Tribe's first team was completely wiped out, and the son of Hailong Real Estate's boss is dead too. People outside will quickly connect these two events. Next, there will be two outcomes. The Werewolf Tribe and Wang Hailong's forces will retaliate strongly. Yi Dong's situation will become extremely dangerous. Considering Yi Dong's special status, we must protect him at all costs, but not too overtly. So what? Lan Lan looked puzzled. After all this talk, she still didn't understand the point. Old Zhang loved to keep people guessing, which was really frustrating. Director Zhang let out a deep sigh and said, Your father sent you to me to train you. But you've always wanted to join the military, and you've had almost no room for growth here. If you keep moving forward, you might end up taking my place. To secure my position and protect the talents of the Dragon Nation, I've decided to send you to the War Academy. Secretly protect Yi Dong while ensuring you successfully join the military. Huh? Protect Yi Dong? Lan Lan muttered to herself. Does he even need my protection? But joining the military wasn't a bad idea. She had always wanted to find an opportunity to resign and apply to the War Academy. She hadn't expected the chance to come so soon. You have a pretty good relationship with him, don't you? When something happened to him, the first person he called was you. I'm the captain of the Wuhan Bureau. If he doesn't call me, who else would he call? The question is, how does he even have your contact information? Lan Lan was momentarily speechless. Old Zhang, can't you use your detective skills for something else? Snooping into other people's privacy is really not a decent thing to do. She didn't bother explaining and said, All right, I'll take on this mission. I'll protect Yi Dong and make sure the Werewolf Tribe and Wang Hailong's revenge don't succeed. Zhang Huayan nodded and said, The Werewolf Tribe and Wang Hailong hold significant positions in Jinghai City. If they behave, everyone can live in peace. But if they cause trouble, we won't stand idly by. You know what to do with bad guys, right? Lan Lan gave a wry smile. Got it. I'll write my resignation letter right away and report to the War Academy tomorrow. Also, thank you, Director Zhang, for nurturing me over the past 3 years. I'll bow to you as a token of my gratitude. She stood up and gave Zhang Huayan a deep bow. Zhang Huayan waved his hand dismissively, his face full of disdain. All right, enough with the formalities. No need to write a resignation letter. I already had someone prepare it for you. The enrollment procedures can be handled with just one phone call. You've been a captain at the Wuhan Bureau. The War Academy would welcome you with open arms. What is the point of applying? Doesn't this count as abuse of power? Lan Lan raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing on her lips. It does. Are you going to report me? No, I wouldn't dare. Lan Lan walked out of the Wuhan Bureau headquarters in Jinghai City, glancing back at the white building with a surge of emotion in her heart. I've been here for 3 years, and now that I'm leaving, not a single person came to see me off. She looked aggrieved, like a woman complaining, her face long and sulky as she stormed off. Suddenly, a black sedan blocked her path. The car window slowly rolled down, revealing a man she hadn't expected to see. The man in the back seat was in his 40s, his hair slicked back and shiny. He rested one hand on the car window, a cigar in his mouth, and smiled. Well, if it isn't Captain Lan Lan of the Wuhan Bureau. Where are you off to? Wang Hailong, what are you doing here? Lan Lan cautiously called out his name. He was a prominent figure in Jinghai City, and the two had crossed paths a few times. What am I doing here? Didn't Wu and Bureau call me to say my son is dead and ask me to come identify the body? Lan Lan was momentarily stunned. So that's what this was about. She had completely forgotten. Wang Hailong continued speaking to himself. Wang Jun grew up without a mother, so as his father, I had to play both roles, giving him whatever he wanted. Recently, he suddenly said he wanted to apply to the War Academy. I was overjoyed. But who would VE thought, before he even got into the school, something would happen to him. After finishing, he looked up at Lan Lan. Captain Lan Lan, he was my only precious son. Now that he has gone, what do you think I should do? Lan Lan frowned slightly. Your son mingled with those from the werewolf tribe and secretly crossed the border to the wilderness. If something happens, no one will feel good about it. My condolences. Wang Hailong opened the car door, holding a cigar in his mouth, and walked up to Lan Lan, staring at her expressionlessly. Captain Lan Lan, are you saying my son's death was his own fault? Is that what you mean? Lan Lan, choked by the smoke, frowned and covered her nose, saying, Boss Wang, you've misunderstood me. That's not what I meant. We're investigating the matter, and we'll soon get to the bottom of it. By then, who is right and who is wrong will be crystal clear. Wang Hailong sneered. Captain Lan Lan, your words seem to imply you know something inside. So tell me, was my son right or wrong? Lan Lan took several deep breaths, feeling suffocated by the smoke, and shook her head. You should ask Director Zhang about this. I'm no longer the captain of the Wuhan Bureau. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. All right then, Captain Lan Lan, I'll invite you to dinner sometime. Make sure to come. Haha, no need. Wang Hailong stood in place, watching Lan Lan walk away, muttering under his breath, Bitch. Early in the morning, Yi Dong got up, knocked on Qin Nanan's door, and then went to freshen up. 10 minutes later, the two went downstairs together. Nan, do you have trouble sleeping in a new bed? Qin Nanan looked tired, likely from a poor night's sleep. She pouted and nodded, saying, I'm not quite used to it yet, but I should adapt by tonight. But you really surprised me. I heard that in Light Iron Fortress, it usually takes at least 6 months, sometimes 1 or 2 years, to move into a house. Yet you applied and moved in on the same day. And I also heard you're an S-level ability user. Qin Nanan blinked her eyes in disbelief. This little brother had been hiding the truth from her. He was actually an S-level ability user? There probably wasn't even one S-level in the entire Jinghai city. Yi Dong smiled wryly and said, I didn't mean to hide it from you. It's just that every time I mention it, people react strangely, so I stopped bringing it up. Of course people would doubt you. An S-level ability user? Out of the world's tens of billions of people, there are only about 100 S-levels, a probability of 1 in a billion. If I hadn't heard so many people at school yesterday saying you're S-level, I wouldn't believe it either. As they were talking, the roar of a motorcycle suddenly came from behind. Yi Dong raised an eyebrow. Could it be? Hey handsome, want your big sister to take you for a ride? Lan Lan stopped her motorcycle beside Yi Dong, smiling playfully. Lan Jie. Yi Dong was surprised. Why was Lan Jie here? Seeing another woman standing next to Yi Dong, Lan Lan asked curiously, And who is this? Qin Nanan had thought she was pretty enough, but upon seeing Lan Lan, her pupils contracted sharply. This woman was too perfect. Tall, slim, with an outstanding figure, a stunning face, and an air of confidence. Her little brother was actually friends with her? Oh, she is Qin Nanan, my uncle's daughter. Nanan, this is Lan Lan, captain of the Wuhan Bureau, and my sister. Haha, Lan Lan couldn't help but laugh. The way you said that sounded like a tongue twister. Captain of the Wuhan Bureau? So her little brother really knew someone impressive. Qin Nanan quickly seized the opportunity and said to Lan Lan, Hello, Lan Jie, I'm Qin Nanan. It's a pleasure to meet you. Such a sweet little girl. Hop on behind me, and I'll take you to school. Yi Dong said in surprise, Sister Lan, didn't you say you were taking me for a ride? You were too slow to agree. Opportunities only come once, and you missed it yourself. Xiaonan, wanna hop on? Lan Lan teased with a smile. Qin Nanan immediately blushed, thinking to herself, she is so pretty and flirty, I can barely handle it. I want to get on. Hold on tight. Ah, Qin Nanan screamed all the way as they sped off, drawing disapproving looks from passers-by. What exactly is Sister Lan here for? And she's even taking Xiaoan into school. Yidong shook his head with a wry smile. Since he wasn't in a hurry, he strolled leisurely toward the school. He took out his phone and glanced at it. His friend request from last night still hadn't been accepted. Was Senior Lu really that busy? Not even a moment to check her phone. If she didn't accept by tonight, he'd have to call her directly. As he walked, Sister Lan came back on her motorcycle. Sister Lan, the captain of the Wuhan Bureau team, had turned into a part-time chauffeur. Lan's face was serious, without a trace of a smile. She gave him a look and said, "Get on. I have something to tell you." Only then did Yidong realize that Sister Lan had sent Qin Nanan away because she had something important to discuss with him. Could it be about what happened over the past 2 days? It seemed the matter wasn't over yet, it was just beginning. "Sister Lan, what is going on?" Yidong asked calmly as he sat on the back of the motorcycle. He already had a rough guess in his mind, but wasn't certain yet. The motorcycle moved slowly, and Sister Lan spoke in a neutral tone. "We sent people to investigate the forest you mentioned. The one who kidnapped you was Lei Zi, the captain of a team from the werewolf tribe, along with his subordinates. However, among the bodies, we found Wang Jun, the son of the chairman of Hailong Group. Did this have something to do with you and Wang Jun? You said before that you didn't know them. I really don't know them." Yidong's eyes turned cold as he recounted everything that had happened. "So that is how it is. That one guy was a scumbag to begin with. I didn't expect he'd even dare to hire people to kill an S-class ability user. Serves him right. However, his death doesn't do you any good. On the contrary, it'll bring you big trouble, especially from the werewolf tribe. If you stay in the city, you might be fine. But as soon as you leave, danger will come. Sister Lan, I can't just stay indoors forever, can I?" Yidong said with a bitter smile. "Just don't leave the city for now. I've already received the final orders from above. I'm now also a new student at the War Academy, and I'll be responsible for your safety from now on." When they went to the old district before, Sister Lan had been protecting him nearby, and nothing had happened. He hadn't expected her to come protect him again, this time under the guise of being a War Academy student. He had to admit, the identity of an S-class ability user was really useful. Suddenly, Yidong thought of something and asked Lan, "By the way, Sister Lan, I want to learn physical techniques. Can you teach me? And also full body concentration training." "Physical techniques? Full body concentration?" Sister Lan's expression shifted slightly. "You're an elemental ability user. Why would you want to learn that?" "Sister Lan, don't ask. Can you teach me? Teaching you isn't a problem, but as an elemental ability user, learning these won't benefit you and might even harm you. However, I can teach you a body training method that has been passed down in my family." Yidong's eyes lit up in surprise. "Sister Lan, a family-inherited body training method? You're really willing to teach me?" Lan tilted her head and thought for a moment before saying, "My parents both died in battle. Now I'm the only one left in the family. Technically, I can make the decision. Do you want to learn or not?" "Lan Jia, I'm sorry." Yidong quickly apologized. "It's okay." Lan turned back and smiled at Yidong. "Since you're my little brother, call me sister and let me hear it." "Lan Jia." "Yes." Lan looked proud, clearly enjoying being called that by Yidong. To her, the family-inherited body training technique might just be an old relic, but Yidong was a real person and willing to be her little brother. Yidong hadn't expected that Lan Jia's parents had both died on the battlefield. Perhaps she really would choose to join the military in the future and apply to the War Academy. "Lan Jia, which military district are you planning to go to?" "The Hongya Military District is pretty good. Want to go there with me?" At least the Hongya Military District had Lu Xinghua. Lu Xinghua was half a mentor to him, and going to a place with acquaintances was always better than heading somewhere unfamiliar. Lan raised an eyebrow, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. "Hongya Military District? My goal is the military headquarters, but since you want to go together, I can consider it." "Great. Lan Jia, it's a deal. We'll go to the Hongya Military District together, head to the battlefield together, and slay alien beasts and beastmen together." Hearing you say that makes me excited. Going to the battlefield with you really sounds promising. Just don't hold me back when the time comes. You're the one who shouldn't, Lan Jia. The two exchanged smiles. Lan Jia parked the car and walked with Yi Dong toward Class B1. Yidong hadn't gone to school the day before yesterday, was busy moving yesterday, and was only officially reporting on the third day of school. He felt a bit embarrassed and didn't know who was in the class. B1, this is it. Let's go in together. The classroom was noisy, but as soon as the two entered, everyone immediately quieted down, raising their heads to look at the pair standing at the door. Almost everyone was stunned. One was stunningly beautiful with a fiery figure, the other was a prominent figure at the War Academy, Yidong, who possessed the S-level extreme cold ice soul ability. Their appearance instantly drew everyone's attention. Yidong scanned the classroom. There weren't many people, about 20 or so. After all, it was Class B, a mix of new and old students. His eyebrows furrowed as he noticed Li Xiaoyu sitting in the corner. This was Class B. Li Xiaoyu should logically be in Class C. Why was she here? S-level ability, user Yidong. Who's the woman next to him? Her chest is huge. Could these two be a couple? He must have used his S-level ability to get such an amazing girlfriend. Lan Lan had spent 3 years at the Wuhan Bureau and was used to the rules of subordinates obeying superiors and saluting when they saw them. As soon as she entered the classroom, she felt particularly uncomfortable. This group of people had too few rules. Who said her chest was big? Serves you right for catching my attention. Stop staring. Xiaoyu. Yidong called softly, walking toward Li Xiaoyu. Lan Lan quickly followed. Li Xiaoyu saw Yidong and wanted to greet him, but was a bit scared. Luckily, there were 2 empty seats next to her, so Yidong and Lan Lan sat down. Xiaoyu, what's wrong? You don't look well, Yidong asked with concern. Li Xiaoyu said worriedly. Yidong, you and your friend shouldn't sit here. This is Jiang Tao's seat. Jiang Tao? He's in our class too. Lan Lan could tell from Li Xiaoyu's expression that something was off. This girl was clearly afraid of Jiang Tao. At that moment, a voice with a hint of laughter came from behind. I'm Jiang Tao. Yidong, no matter how close you are to Xiaoyu, don't show concern for her in front of me. I'm her boyfriend. Li Xiaoyu hurriedly denied. Yidong, don't listen to his nonsense. I'm not his girlfriend, he's just being delusional. Got it. Yidong stood up and turned toward the direction of the voice. It was a man with blonde hair, looking a few years older than him, sporting an afro, a nose piercing, and wearing strange clothes. He was smiling as he looked at Yidong. You must be Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao shrugged. I just said that. Bad memory. Ha ha, the whole class burst into laughter. Clearly, everyone enjoyed seeing Yidong, who possessed S-level abilities, embarrassed. Yidong wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled and said, Li Xiaoyu is my friend. You claim she's your girlfriend, but she doesn't seem willing to admit it. Relationships are based on mutual consent. What you're doing is a bit too much, isn't it? Jiang Tao sneered. That's because she doesn't know me yet. Once she gets to know me, she won't be able to leave me. As he spoke, Jiang Tao revealed a sinister smile and twisted his body. Lan Lan frowned slightly, her expression immediately turning unpleasant. This kind of scum was the enemy of all girls, and it was clear Jiang Tao had already caught Lan Lan's attention. Jiang Tao? Is your dad Jiang Hahai? Lan Lan suddenly seemed to recall something. Like father, like son. Although Lan Lan didn't reveal any shocking news, her comment, like father, like son, made Jiang Tao's face turn extremely ugly. I remember you. You're Lan Lan, the captain of the Wuhan Bureau. What are you doing here? Jiang Tao's face darkened as he glared angrily at Lan Lan. I'm no longer the captain of the Wuhan Bureau. I'm now a freshman at the War Academy, so technically, I'm your classmate. Jiang Tao, I'm warning you, stay away from Xiaoyu, or I won't let you off. Consider this advice for your own good. Jiang Tao snorted coldly and actually turned to leave. Li Xiaoyu finally let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, sis. I really don't know how to thank you. Lan Lan squinted her eyes and smiled at Li Xiaoyu. Just call me Sister Lan, like Yidong does. All right, Sister Lan. Li Xiaoyu smiled happily, and the two women quickly started chatting. Yidong sat down next to Lan Lan, and the classroom quieted down as everyone waited for class to begin. Do you know that Jiang Tao? Lan Lan chuckled lightly. I don't know him, but I know his dad. His dad committed a crime, and I personally sent him to prison. When Jiang Tao visited his dad in prison, I met him once. Sister Lan, that guy is so annoying. He's been harassing me for the past 2 days. If you hadn't come, I was seriously considering dropping out. Li Xiaoyu's eyes welled up with tears. It was the first time she'd experienced such grievance in her life. Don't be afraid. I'll protect you from now on. Lan Lan gently patted Li Xiaoyu's head, and Li Xiaoyu immediately became as docile as a kitten. At that moment, Yidong turned to look at Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao was staring at him, a cold smile on his lips, and even raised his middle finger. Yidong frowned slightly. This guy was truly vile. What could he have gone through to turn out like this? However, since he was able to enter Class B, it meant his abilities were certainly decent, at least C level or higher. Little brother. Lan Lan handed him a yellowed, thread-bound book from under the desk. The book was very old, and the cover read, Dragon Essence Bone Strengthening Technique. The name sounded impressive. It was unclear whether Sister Lan had practiced it herself. Thank you. Yidong accepted the Dragon Essence Bone Strengthening Technique, and suddenly, a system notification sounded in his mind. Oh, you want to learn Dragon Essence Bone Strengthening Technique? Yidong was a bit surprised. As soon as he touched the book, the system sensed it. Learn. Congratulations to the host for mastering Dragon Essence Bone Strengthening Technique, Martial Technique. Dragon Essence Bone Strengthening Technique, Initial Stage Plus. In an instant, Yidong felt as if his entire skeleton was being stretched open. His back straightened, and a warm current surged through his body. Even more astonishing, all his four-dimensional attributes had improved. Host, Yidong level, Tier 2, 1 star, Stage 3 ability, S level type, Extreme Cold Ice Soul Strength, 14 plus Vitality, 12 plus Speed, 15 Energy, 15 Martial Technique, Dragon Essence Bone Strengthening Technique, Initial Stage Plus, Strength, Vitality, and Speed all increased by 10 points. Yidong widened his eyes in surprise. This is just the beginner stage. If it advances, will it improve even more? Glancing at the remaining enhancement points, there were still 440 points left, barely enough to upgrade Dragon Essence Bone Strengthening Technique to the minor stage. 160 enhancement points consumed. Dragon Essence Bone Strengthening Technique upgraded to minor stage. Strength, 44 plus Vitality, 42 plus Speed, 45 Energy, 15 waves of power surged through his body like a tide, and Yidong's skin even turned red. Lan Lan noticed his changes and quickly asked, "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing." Yidong shook his head, took a few deep breaths, and suppressed his inner excitement. At that moment, an apple suddenly hit Yidong's head. Yidong froze for a moment. Jiang Tao burst into laughter. "Sorry, I was aiming for the trash can behind you, but I accidentally hit you." "Who told you to stand so close to the trash can?" "Getting hit was just an accident." "Ha!" Yidong grinned, his eyes suddenly turning blood red, and thick white mist emerged from his body. Roar, amid the sound of dragon roars and tiger growls. Bang! Yidong stomped hard on the ground, and the desks, chairs, and people in the front row were instantly scattered and pushed aside. Jiang Tao's eyes widened in shock, his face showing extreme fear. Thud! In the next second, Yidong transformed into a blur and instantly appeared in front of Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao was abruptly lifted off the ground, and everyone saw Yidong gripping his neck tightly, raising him directly off the floor. Jiang Tao's face twisted in pain, blood already seeping from the corner of his mouth. Seeing Yidong's blood-red eyes and the scorching aura emanating from him, he was utterly terrified. "Brother!" Yidong! Lan Lan and Li Xiaoyu rushed toward Yidong in panic. Yidong's body was burning hot, waves of heat rolling off him. Lan Lan and Li Xiaoyu's shouts snapped him back to reality. He froze for a moment, looked down at Jiang Tao, whom he was still holding by the neck, and felt a wave of confusion. "What am I doing?" He quickly let go, and Jiang Tao fell heavily to the ground, clutching his throat, screaming like he'd seen a ghost as he ran out. He's going to kill someone. An S-level ability user is going to kill someone. Brother, are you okay? Lan Lan looked at Yidong in panic, hardly able to believe that after reading her family's ancestral body strengthening secret technique, Yidong had directly mastered its most difficult move, boiling blood. Boiling blood madness. Once entering this state, it is absolutely not easy to break free. Lan Lan had planned to tell Yidong about it in a few days, but she hadn't expected him to directly leap into the most dangerous stage. How terrifying is this guy's talent? He learned it just by glancing at it? and he even managed to break free from the madness state. Yidong, you bastard, did Jiang Tao provoke you? Why are you bullying us? Can an S-class ability user just bully people at will? I'm going to tell the teacher. My lunch. My sister made it for me with her own hands. Yidong, I will never forgive you. The B1 class was in an uproar. Yidong finally came to his senses and frowned as he said, Classmates, I was wrong just now. I apologize to everyone here. He actually apologized voluntarily, which surprised the classmates in the room. Although there was still dissatisfaction in their eyes, everyone tacitly fell silent. You come with me. Lon Lon grabbed Yidong's hand and pulled him outside. At the entrance of the boys' restroom, Lon Lon finally let go of him. Her face showed concern, but more than that, it was reproach. Little brother, your comprehension is so high. It's almost freakish. I really have nothing to say, but promise me, try not to activate the boiling blood state casually. This is a hidden ultimate move of the Dragon Essence Bone strengthening technique, and it must not be used recklessly unless absolutely necessary. Because using this move burns the blood and energy in your body. Frequent use will shorten your lifespan. I have a love-hate relationship with this move. Yidong nodded. So that's how it is. Just now, I felt like half of my blood and energy were consumed in an instant. But that feeling was pretty exhilarating. It's exactly what I've been pursuing. Blood boiling, fists landing solidly, fighting to the very last moment. Yidong savored the intense sensation from earlier. Although he wasn't skilled enough yet, with more practice, he was sure he could master the boiling blood state. What you're pursuing is really strange. Stop chasing it. Listen to your sister and take good care of yourself. Sister Lon pinched Yidong's ear as she scolded him. Ouch, I get it, Sister Lon. Let go already. Even my mom has never pulled my ear. Yidong quickly begged for mercy. I'm just reminding you. I won't pull it next time. Lon Lon looked helpless, clearly genuinely concerned for him. Yidong felt a warm sensation in his heart. Besides his parents, there was actually someone who cared about him this much. This feeling made him very content. He secretly vowed to treat Sister Lon as family and protect her well. Back in the classroom, the desks and chairs had been put back in place, and the teacher for the first period had arrived. Everyone obediently listened to the lesson. Yidong took out his phone and saw that Lu Huakai's friend request had been accepted. Lu Huakai. Yidong. Yidong. Hello, Master Lu. Lu Huakai. Who's your master? Stop calling me that. Yidong. Anyway, how have you been? Lu Huakai, not bad. How's your total concentration training going? I've been so busy lately. I really envy you. I wish I could go back to school. Yidong. I haven't mastered total concentration yet, but I used my elemental ability to develop a similar skill. Yidong briefly explained the effects of the mist domain. Lu Huakai. That's amazing. Being able to sense your surroundings with elements is also a form of total concentration. Looks like there's nothing left for me to teach you. Yidong. I still want to learn your total concentration. If I don't understand something, I'll ask you for guidance. I have to go to class now. Lu Huakai. All right, good luck. Come to the Red Leaf Military District in the future and be my little brother. Hee hee. Yidong shook his head helplessly and put his phone back in his pocket. A month passed. During this time, life was uneventful. Yidong spent his time familiarizing himself with the boiling blood state and total concentration, finally reaching the initial mastery stage. He also spent the remaining 280 enhancement points to barely upgrade total concentration to the minor mastery level. When he activated total concentration and the mist domain simultaneously, with dual perception, nothing around him could escape his notice. This further solidified his belief mastering the total concentration of physical techniques was definitely a wise choice. Outside of class every day, he spent almost all his time training. That day, Qi Nannan suddenly came to say goodbye to him. Nanjia, what's wrong? Why are you leaving so suddenly? What about the War Academy? Qi Nannan sighed, her face full of helplessness. Little brother, to be honest, my uncle's shop keeps getting harassed, and now it can't even stay open. I have to go back and see who's being so awful, daring to bully me, Qi Nannan. Honestly, I don't want to leave you, but I have to handle this matter. Once I finish things over there, I'll come back to find you, okay? Although they didn't interact much normally, the two had lived under the same roof and shared meals for a whole month. Occasionally at night, they would gather to discuss what they'd learned that day and even trained together. Yi Dong had exceptional comprehension skills, and he could almost always answer the questions she raised. To be honest, she really didn't want to leave, but she had no choice. If you need money, let me know. I've saved up a bit recently, about 500,000 yuan, which should help. No need, little brother. I've already caused you enough trouble. I'll go pack my things now. Remember to miss me, okay? All right. It seemed Nan Jie was definitely leaving. Perhaps the trouble with her uncle's business was related to Wang Jun's death, especially since Wang Jun had sought her out the night before. In any case, he wished her a safe journey. Lan Jie arrived downstairs at Yidong's place on her motorcycle as usual. Yidong's parents had started to suspect that Lan Jie was his girlfriend. Later, they heard that Lan Jie was sent by the Bureau of Martial Security to protect him, which dispelled their doubts. Little brother, Nan, time for school. Nan Jie left last night. You don't need to go through the trouble of picking us up anymore. Lan looked surprised. I was even thinking of getting a car to make it more convenient for pickups. Why did Nan leave? Something happened at home, Yidong said with a bitter smile. Lan nodded. Then she definitely had to go back. She should be back soon, right? Yidong shrugged, uncertain. Sitting on the back seat of Lan Jie's motorcycle, the breeze gently brushed their faces. Lan suddenly turned her head to look at him and said, Little brother, there's been no movement from Wang Hailong's side recently. I've also looked into the situation with the werewolf tribe. Lazy seems to have strong opinions, and the werewolf leader said they won't pursue the matter. Yidong raised an eyebrow. Maybe they're waiting for an opportunity. They don't dare act recklessly now because I'm in the city, and you're protecting me. What could they possibly do, right? Lan smiled wryly. That might be part of the reason, but the way you say it, it sounds like you're giving me all the credit. Shouldn't you reward your sister a little? I'll treat Lan Jie to a meal another day. Yidong lowered his head in thought and suddenly said, Lan Jie, the school curriculum is too boring. I haven't made any progress in my abilities for a whole month. How about we go to the old city again? Xiaoyu has been hinting at me recently. Li Xiaoyu was not only Yidong's classmate, but also a teammate. Yidong had heard her mention these things before. Isn't it too dangerous to go to the old city now? I want to resolve some things. I don't want to wait any longer. Yidong's eyes flashed with cold light. If they're really waiting for me to go to the city, then I'll give them the chance. Yidong's gaze was firm, filled with confidence and sharpness. Lan seemed to be infected by his determination and smiled, saying, That's my little brother, bold as ever. All right, I'll go with you. Great. Yidong let out a long breath, looking forward to tomorrow's action. Taking care of Wang Hailong could also be considered helping Sister Xiaonan. The next day, Yidong shared his plan to go to the old city district with Li Xiaoyu. Yidong, Li Xiaoyu, and Lan set off together. At the checkpoint, Lin Jian and the chubby He Xingxing were already waiting. When the two saw Yidong, they ran over with smiles to greet him. Yidong, it's been a month. I thought you'd forgotten about us. Yidong seems to have improved a lot. Looks like your efforts this past month weren't in vain. Lin Jian and He Xingxing spoke warmly to Yidong, but their attention also shifted to the women beside him. Yidong smiled and introduced them. Not bad. Let me introduce you to a new friend, Lan, former captain of the Wuhan Bureau's main team. He then turned to Lan. Sister Lan, these two are my friends. The buzz-cut one is Lin Jian, and the chubby one is He Xingxing. He doesn't mind being called fatty. Cut it out, Yidong. I'm not fat, I'm solid, okay? Don't introduce me like that in front of a beautiful lady. Fatty protested a bit, but still smiled at Lan. Hello, my surname is He, and my name is He Xingxing. Nice to meet you, fatty. He Xingxing. Ha ha ha, everyone burst into laughter. The expression on Fatty's face was hard to read, whether he was laughing or crying. Yidong asked, By the way, where are Wang Bing and Zhao Lei? Why didn't they come? Lin Jian smiled and said, They couldn't make it, they've already joined other teams. Don't worry about them, we can team up next time. It turned out they each had their own things to take care of and weren't idle. Yidong's expression changed slightly as he gathered everyone together and lowered his voice, saying, I need to tell you all, this time going into the old city district isn't just about dealing with the beasts. There might also be people trying to hunt me down. They're quite strong, so everyone needs to be careful. As soon as he said this, everyone frowned. Yidong warned them to be cautious, but didn't mention whether he was afraid himself. Was he not worried? Lin Jian said with concern. Yidong, something big happened recently. The first team of the werewolf tribe was completely wiped out in the northern forest of the old city. Among them was the guy who argued with us at the beacon base before. Yidong chuckled. That's all in the past. The werewolf tribe probably won't come looking for trouble with us anymore. They'll likely avoid us instead. Lin Jian listened and secretly glanced at Fatty. The two exchanged looks, both somewhat suspecting that Yidong had something to do with it. But since Yidong didn't want to elaborate, they didn't press further. Sister Lan, I saw a lipstick online today. Another woman in the team interrupted the conversation, and Lan and Li Xiaoyu started chatting enthusiastically. Yidong walked over to Lin Jian and began discussing the next target. Lin Jian took out a map and pointed to a spot marked with a red cross, saying, Yidong, I looked up some information last night. With our current strength, we can try our luck at the Old City District's football field, where Tier 2 beasts are known to appear. It's the lair of Tier 2 beasts called flesh-eating rabbits. These creatures eat anything, move in packs, and most people don't dare provoke them. Their pelts can sell for 1,000 dragon coins each, and their meat goes for 100 dragon coins per pound, highly sought after. Lin Jian's choice was well considered. It was a place few dared to go, but the rewards were substantial, though the risks were high. This was exactly the kind of place Yidong liked. All right, let's go there. I'll go tell Sister Lan and the others. Dongzi, wait. The chubby guy grabbed Yidong and asked in a low voice, what do you think of Sister Lan's strength? Does she have a boyfriend? Yidong raised an eyebrow and said, do you really want to know about her strength? Or are you just curious if she has a boyfriend? Lin Jian stifled a laugh. The chubby guy sighed helplessly. Stop playing word games. Be serious. She doesn't have a boyfriend. Her strength should be above Tier 2, but I haven't seen her in action, so I don't know much about her abilities. However, she's the captain of the Wuhan Bureau, so her strength definitely isn't weak. Hey, knowing she doesn't have a boyfriend is enough. That's all I needed. You can go now. The chubby guy beamed with joy. Yidong shook his head helplessly and walked over to Lan and Li Xiaoyu. We've decided to head to the soccer field. It's a rabbit den. I saw online that the soccer field structure is almost intact, making it a great hiding spot. Rabbit den. Li Xiaoyu was delighted, probably imagining soft, cute little rabbits. Lan reminded her, Xiaoyu, don't think it's really a rabbit den. Man-eating rabbits are Tier 2 low-level beasts. They're ugly and ferocious. Online, they're called mad rabbits. Ugly. Li Xiaoyu was instantly disappointed. Lan pulled Yidong to the back of the group. Yidong was puzzled. Sister Lan, what's up? Have you ever thought about forming a small tribe? Forming a tribe? Yes. Lan nodded. Right now, you're on your own. Even though you have S-level abilities, that won't stop others from targeting you. If you form a tribe and gradually build its reputation, people will think twice before messing with you. Even someone like Wang Hailong probably wouldn't dare provoke you easily. Do you understand what I mean? Yidong hadn't expected Sister Lan to think so far ahead. He mulled over her words and found them very reasonable. What are the requirements for forming a tribe? Dragon coins, the more, the better, and members. If you don't have money, I can lend you some. Lan raised an eyebrow slightly. Another benefit is that you can enter the War Academy and even have a chance to graduate early. I guess you wouldn't want to waste 4 years for nothing, right? There's such a benefit? Yidong was shocked. All right, after the hunt, let's have a proper discussion about forming a tribe. I'm very interested. I knew you'd be interested. Lan gently patted Yidong's head, like an older sister doting on her younger brother. What happened next was amusing. After learning that Sister Lan was single, the chubby guy began to unleash his charm, trying to make her laugh and saying playful things. Sister Lan, being outgoing, not only kept up with his banter, but sometimes left him speechless. Half an hour later, the chubby guy walked up to Yidong, frowning. Dongzi, as expected of the former captain of the Wuhan Bureau. Even the dirty jokes I know can't beat her. I really can't handle this woman. Wish me luck. He shook his head helplessly. Could it be that if he missed out on her, Sister Lan would be the one at a loss? Yidong had learned a lot by now. When it comes to wooing someone, you have to be bold and thick-skinned. Failure doesn't matter. What's important is that you tried. Unfortunately, this skill wouldn't be of much use to him anytime soon. The group soon arrived outside the soccer field in the old district. From a distance, they could see many man-eating rabbits wandering around the perimeter. These rabbits were grotesque, about the size of piglets, with gray fur standing on end, making them look like porcupines or sea urchins from afar. They had two black and yellow front teeth, and green liquid constantly dripped from the corners of their mouths. Yidong turned to Lin Jian and asked, "Are you sure their fur and meat sell for a high price?" Lin Jian nodded naturally. "Of course. Especially the meat of the man-eating rabbits. It's super tender. I've only had it in the werewolf tribe, and after that, I couldn't bear to eat it anymore. So ugly, and it smells awful here." Li Xiaoyu covered her nose, her face scrunched up like orange peel. The experienced Sister Lan calmly reminded, "Be careful of these man-eating rabbits, they're relatively easy to deal with. The most troublesome ones are the savage rabbits. In one-on-one combat, ordinary low-level ability users are no match for them. Levels 1 to 3 are low-level, 4 to 7 are mid-level, and 8 to 10 are high-level." The chubby guy patted his chest and assured, "Don't worry, with us men here, we'll definitely protect you all." Sister Lan suddenly said shyly, "Chubby brother, you must protect me well when the time comes, okay?" "And no problem." The chubby guy immediately beamed with joy. Yidong, on the other hand, felt goosebumps. He still preferred the normal version of Sister Lan. After grossing out the chubby guy, Sister Lan walked up to Yidong and lowered her voice, saying, "I haven't noticed anyone tracking us or showing hostility along the way, but we still need to be cautious. I've analyzed the map, and there's a lounge near the exit. If we can occupy it, we can reduce the chances of being exposed to enemy sight. I need 2 assistants, preferably transformation-type ability users, to go with me." Lin Jian smiled wryly. "Sister Lan, why don't you just directly name me and the chubby guy?" Sister Lan smiled without saying anything. Li Xiaoyu asked, "Sister Lan, what do Yidong and I need to do?" "You two are responsible for attracting the man-eating rabbit's attention. We'll create a big commotion, but if no one distracts them, it'll be trouble if they all swarm over." After saying this, Sister Lan raised an eyebrow at Yidong. "Little brother, don't mess around. Remember to protect Xiaoyu. If she gets hurt, I won't let you off." "Don't worry. I'll definitely protect Xiaoyu," Yidong said firmly. Sister Lan smiled, but no one knew what she was smiling about. She liked men like Yidong who were responsible. Once they promised something, they'd definitely follow through. Such men were very attractive. The 5 split into 2 groups, with Sister Lan leading Lin Jian and the chubby guy toward the lounge on the south side of the soccer field. Yidong and Li Xiaoyu prepared to set off a few minutes later. Suddenly, intense fighting sounds came from the southern area. Li Xiaoyu said to Yidong, "Looks like it started. Let's move too." "Wait a moment." Yidong smiled mysteriously. "This is a rare opportunity. One want to test the results of this month's training. Xiaoyu, find a place to hide while I'll be back soon." "What the heck? I want to help too. Why do you always leave me out? Can't I be of any help?" Li Xiaoyu looked at him angrily. Yidong was a bit surprised and quickly explained, "That's not what I meant. I just want to test my training results alone. Dual focus combat is very effective, and I'm really looking forward to it. Besides, the boiling blood demon state requires real combat to adapt to." His elemental abilities were powerful, but they had made him complacent. He knew enemies wouldn't always let him maintain long-range attacks. In close combat, he could only flee or defend, which would lead to eventual defeat. He needed to improve comprehensively. Li Xiaoyu suddenly smiled. "Just kidding. I'm not mad. Go ahead, but be careful." Yidong sighed helplessly and ran toward the soccer field. Not long after Yidong ran off, Li Xiaoyu sighed softly. "Everyone keeps protecting me like this. When will I truly grow up? It's so frustrating." As Yidong's footsteps echoed underground, the man-eating rabbits immediately became restless. Missed domain. Total concentration. Dual total concentration activated. In an instant, the scenery around Yidong transformed into a framework of lines, trembling slightly. His current total concentration range was 100 meters. The massive horde of man-eating rabbits turned into countless red dots, surging toward Yidong like a tidal wave, shaking the ground. Yidong's right hand clenched in the air, and an ice blade formed from elemental energy appeared. Blood Boil Demon Mode. Boom. A powerful whirlwind erupted from beneath his feet, and Yidong's skin instantly turned crimson, his eyes blood red. He stared at the horde of man-eating rabbits charging forward like an army, let out a muffled grunt, and dashed out fiercely. Kill. The next second, the man-eating rabbits flew chaotically like overturned chaff, unable to land for a short time. One rabbit in midair regained the red glow in its eyes and roared as it lunged at Yidong. Yidong spun and slashed, effortlessly cutting it in half. Congratulations to the host for killing a man-eating rabbit. Realm increased by 1 level. Enhancement points plus 200. To the left. Yidong swiftly turned, simultaneously sensing the killing intent surging from all directions. He darted into the midst of the rabbit horde. With a faint smile on his lips, Yidong didn't immediately counterattack but stood firmly, waiting for them to approach again. There were about 100 man-eating rabbits in the area. They had short legs and couldn't run far, but their jumping ability was astonishing. Their attack method involved lunging with their large steel teeth. In the state of dual total concentration, Yidong dodged their attacks as effortlessly as dodging bullets. At this moment, these man-eating rabbits were like air rifle bullets flying indoors. Though it seemed like Yidong was being chased, he was actually in complete control, and they couldn't touch him at all. The blood boil state played a significant role in combat. He didn't need to use instant steps frequently. His base speed was already fast, and with the blood boil state instantly boosting his 4-dimensional attributes, he faced the pursuit of so many rabbits with ease. In the distance, Li Xiaoyu stood at the entrance, watching Yidong being chased by the horde of rabbits on the soccer field, her face full of astonishment. Just 1 month, and this guy has gotten stronger again? The cultivation speed of an S-class ability user is just too fast. Thinking of this, she felt a bit disheartened. Ever since she teamed up with Yidong, her opportunities to take action had become fewer and fewer, while her skills in dismantling exotic beasts had grown increasingly proficient. This is so frustrating. I'm not the mascot of the team. I want to fight too. Suddenly, a large flower bud appeared above Li Xiaoyu's head. With the bud atop her head, she charged toward Yidong. Yidong, I'm here to help you. Xiaoyu. Yidong was slightly stunned. Didn't he tell her to stay hidden? Thorn dance. Li Xiaoyu shouted sweetly, and countless thorny vines burst out from her body, sweeping chaotically at the man-eating rabbits. A large number of rabbits were knocked over, but the power wasn't strong enough. Not only did it fail to kill them, but it also enraged them. The rabbit horde frantically charged at Li Xiaoyu. Li Xiaoyu let out a soft snort, her body and arms moving together. Suddenly, countless thorny vines grew from beneath her feet, lifting her high into the air. Standing at the vantage point, she launched her attack. Rain strike. It's raining. Li Xiaoyu, supported by the vines, happily waved her hands. The thorny vines instantly straightened, raining down indiscriminately on the rabbits below. Bang, bang, bang explosions echoed continuously, shaking the ground. In the distance, Yidong saw this scene, raised an eyebrow, and praised. Xiaoyu, it seems you've gotten stronger too. Is this your new skill? Of course. Who do you think I, Li Xiaoyu, am? She proudly puffed out her chest. But at that moment, the man-eating rabbits climbed up the vines to her position, with many gnawing at the vines beneath her feet. The vine tower collapsed instantly. Ah, Li Xiaoyu screamed. The man-eating rabbits below all widened their eyes, some leaping up, others standing ready, waiting for her to fall. She was doomed. Yidong's face changed drastically. With a tap of his toes, he leaped up sharply. Whoosh! A dark shadow blocked Li Xiaoyu, rescuing her and jumping out of the soccer field. Yidong estimated the timing was just right and immediately rushed toward the south gate. Thank you, Li Xiaoyu said awkwardly. She had intended to help, but ended up causing trouble instead. If it weren't for Yidong, she would have been in serious danger. Yidong chuckled lightly and said, It's fine. Can you still run on your own? Yes. Li Xiaoyu jumped out of Yidong's arms and followed closely behind him. The fighting sounds from Sisterland's side have stopped. It should be resolved. If we head over now, it's just the right time. We need to pick up the pace. Wait for me. At the entrance of the South Gate's lounge, Lin Jian was already waiting there. Seeing Yidong and the others, he quickly waved to them. Hurry up, we've been waiting for you. Soon, the group gathered together. Yidong and Li Xiaoyu entered the lounge, and Lin Jian pulled out a handful of white powder from his pocket, sprinkling it at the entrance. Yidong asked curiously, "Brother Lin, what did you just sprinkle?" "Salt." The chubby guy burst out laughing. "Salt? No way. This is powdered bone from exotic beasts, specifically mid-tier second-level exotic beast bone powder, used to repel the man-eating rabbits." Lin Jian continued, "Bone powder from high-level exotic beasts can effectively scare off lower-level ones. But if you sprinkle powder from a beast ranked lower than the man-eating rabbits, it would be a disaster. It would attract them instead. So bone powder can both repel and attract exotic beasts." "Exactly." Lon Lon leaned a long, wide-handled machete against the wall, found a spot to rest, and said, "Let us take a break first. Go find some tables and chairs to chop up for a bonfire. Then we'll deal with the man-eating rabbit corpses we hunted and discuss our next steps." "I'll go." Li Xiaoyu, knowing she hadn't been much help earlier, volunteered. "I'll go with you," Lin Jian said, always looking out for his little cousin. Lon Lon pulled a pack of cigarettes from her pocket, lit one, and took a drag before tossing one to the chubby guy. Yidong looked expectant, but Lon Lon didn't give him one. "Kids shouldn't smoke." "Sister Lon, I'm not a kid anymore, am I?" Yidong said helplessly. The chubby guy laughed and patted Yidong on the shoulder. "Dongzi, if Sister Lon says you're a kid, then you're a kid." "Huh. Since when did the chubby guy start showing so much respect for Lon Lon, even calling her Sister Lon?" Lon Lon exhaled a smoke ring and said to Yidong, "I used scent tracking and detected that the man-eating rabbits under the soccer field haven't come out yet. I suspect there's a large number of them below, possibly even mid-tier second-level savage rabbits, and maybe even a second-level exotic beast leader. Scent tracking, a unique skill of beast shifters." Sister Lon had already figured out the situation here so quickly. What a reliable teammate. Yidong chuckled lightly, said nothing, and continued listening to Lon Lon. "The soil here isn't hard, it's almost all tunnels below. But we need to find the savage rabbit's path. It's the only way to enter the burrow. The next question is, do you want to clear out the man-eating rabbits on the surface first, or head straight into the burrow?" Entering the cave meant taking the tunnels dug by the wild rabbits, which would lead to underground battles with mid-tier second-level wild rabbits. Along the way, it would definitely attract more man-eating rabbits, making it extremely dangerous. If they only cleared the man-eating rabbits above ground, it would be safer but yield far fewer rewards. Yidong rarely ventured out and didn't want to waste his efforts. He didn't speak immediately, but instead looked at Fatty. Fatty turned to him and asked, "Dongzi, what do you think? My ability has limitations. It's hard to inflict fatal damage and can only provide support." Fatty clearly wanted to go, but the key was Yidong's stance. Yidong turned to Lon Lon and said, "Sister Lon, I think we should check out the cave. If we encounter trouble we can't handle, we can still retreat. What do you think?" Lon Lon replied, "Since you all agree, and Lin Jian has no objections either, let us rest for an hour. I'll take a quick look around nearby first." "Take a look around?" Yidong seemed to understand Sister Lon was going to scout the area for any suspicious individuals. So vigilant. During the break, Yidong opened his personal attribute panel. Host, Yidong level, second tier, 1 star, 3-stage ability. S-level type. Extreme Frost Ice Soul Strength, 44 plus Vitality, 42 plus Speed, 45 Energy, 15 Martial Art, Dragon Essence Bone Strengthening Technique Minor Achievement Skills. Ice Vein Finger Perfected, Instant Step Major Achievement, Dense Fog Wall Major Achievement, Energy Concentrated Finger Cannon Major Achievement, Fog Domain Major Achievement Special Techniques, Full Concentration Minor Achievement, Blood Boiling Berserk Mode Initial Achievement, plus Enhancement Points. 720, he had been busy testing the results of his month-long training earlier and hadn't killed many man-eating rabbits. The good news was that killing one man-eating rabbit earned 200 enhancement points. Before advancing to second-tier 3-star and 4-star levels, these points wouldn't decrease. Currently, full concentration had been upgraded to minor achievement, and the blood-boiling berserk mode was in a decent state. How should he use the 720 enhancement points? Yidong thought for a moment and directly upgraded full concentration to major achievement. 500 enhancement points consumed, Full concentration upgraded to major achievement, evolved into advanced full concentration, with a significant increase in coverage range. Yidong closed his eyes and activated advanced full concentration. The coverage range rapidly expanded from the initial 100 meters to 200 meters. He quickly detected Sister Lan, who was within his full concentration range. At that moment, Yidong suddenly sensed a group of people hiding near Sister Lan. He abruptly opened his eyes and walked straight outside. "I'm heading out for a bit, I'll be back soon. Don't go too far." Advanced full concentration continued to be released. Yidong quickly found Sister Lan, who was standing motionless under a tree. When she saw Yidong suddenly appear, her expression subtly changed. The look in her eyes conveyed more information than words, and Yidong quickly understood her meaning. He casually walked over. "Sister Lan, we're about to head to the rabbit cave. Why are you here?" "Wanted to lure you out. That way, we can have some alone time." Sister Lan teased playfully. Yidong felt both helpless and amused. He walked up to Sister Lan and lowered his voice. "There are quite a few people at our 9 o'clock direction. What should we do? If there's a chance, I plan to pop open a bottle of champagne to celebrate." Yidong was momentarily stunned. "Because the people you've been waiting for have finally arrived. How could we not celebrate?" As soon as she finished speaking, Sister Lan flashed a charming smile and suddenly dashed toward the 9 o'clock direction. "We've been discovered. Everyone charge. Kill them." A man with a numerical Sister Lan saw the numbers on his face and showed a surprised expression. But this did not affect her next move in the battle. The man with numbers and Sister Lan clashed blades. Clang. The sound of metal colliding rang out clearly. The man with numbers was startled and then smiled. "A machete? This is the first time I've seen a woman use such a weapon." As expected of Sister Lan, the captain of the Bureau of Martial Security. Even her choice of weapon is so unique. Sister Lan exhaled lightly and responded calmly. "I originally didn't intend to use it to kill people. I chose this weapon to deal with large beasts, but I didn't expect to use it against assassins from the Dark Sequence this time." The man with numbers was startled again. "You actually know about the Dark Sequence? Impressive. But you should be worrying about that little brat's safety now. My brothers have all gone to deal with him." Sister Lan raised an eyebrow. "I hope he's as worried about me as I am about him." Swish. Sister Lan suddenly swung her blade downward. "What?" The man with numbers suddenly felt his arms go numb and quickly retreated several steps. When he looked up, he met those blood-red eyes. "What are you, human or ghost?" The man with numbers shouted in terror. Whose eyes could be blood-red? She hadn't even used her abilities yet. Sister Lan's ability was AB level special transformation type, and she was this strong without transforming? "I'm your great-grandmother." Sister Lan snorted coldly, raising her machete high toward the sky and staring icily at the man with numbers. "A rookie from the 9th sequence dares to take on a mission to kill an S-level ability user? You really don't know the meaning of the word death." Sky-splitting slash. Buzz. Sister Lan instantly turned into a black shadow, like a bolt of lightning passing through the man's body. The machete was drenched in blood, and the man with numbers screamed miserably as he fell to the ground, his body sliced cleanly in two. "Sister Lan, are you okay?" Yidong suddenly appeared behind Sister Lan. Sister Lan was startled and exclaimed, "You? How did you get here? What about the other assassins?" Yidong pointed behind him. "They don't even have second-tier strength. I took care of them. Those 7 or 8 people just now. Yidong had only killed one. So how did he manage to take out the rest all at once?" Hiss. Sister Lan couldn't help but take a sharp breath and gave Yidong a thumbs up. "You're really impressive. By the way, Sister Lan, who exactly are they?" "The Dark Sequence." Sister Lan's expression turned grim. "The most difficult underground organization to deal with globally." Sister Lan walked over to one of the corpses and turned to Yidong, saying, "Did you see the numbers on their faces?" Yidong nodded. "Sister Lan, what do these numbers mean? Does having numbers on their faces mean they're members of the Dark Sequence?" Sister Lan sighed helplessly, put her arm around Yidong's shoulder, and explained as they walked toward the Southern Gate Lounge. Normal people wouldn't tattoo numbers on their faces. If someone has numbers on their face, they're almost certainly members of the Dark Sequence. The length of the numbers represents their strength level. The shorter the numbers, the higher their status. You only need to worry about those experts with short numbers. But With Wang Hailong's influence, he probably can't afford to hire such experts. She glanced back at the corpses behind her. This time serves as a warning to Wang Hailong and a reminder to the Dark Sequence. After killing their people, things might get troublesome, and we all need to be careful. The shorter the numbers, the more powerful they are. Yi Dong firmly remembered this point. This also confirmed his suspicion. Wang Hailong was indeed waiting for an opportunity to kill him, but the people he sent were far from enough. If he could retreat in the face of difficulty, then fine, but if he still refused to repent, he would have to make the first move. The two returned to the lounge. Li Xiaoyu and the others were already sitting around the campfire. Seeing them return, the three tacitly refrained from asking where they had been, each busy wiping their weapons. After resting for about an hour, Lon Lon glanced at the time. It was already noon in the blink of an eye. She stood up and said to everyone, "Get up. It's about time to visit the rabbit hole and meet those adorable little rabbits." Li Xiaoyu recalled the earlier near attack by the rabbit swarm and thought to herself that probably only someone as strong as Sister Lon Lon would find man-eating rabbits adorable. First, we need to locate the barbaric rabbit hole. Sister Lon, I know where the barbaric rabbit hole is. It's right under the net of the soccer goal in front of the field. How did you find it? Lon Lon asked in surprise. Could Yi Dong have been here before? Yi Dong chuckled. I sensed it using full concentration, and I detected it early this morning. If you don't believe me, follow me. With that, Yi Dong took the lead and walked out. The others exchanged glances. Full concentration, this was a must-have skill for martial arts experts, and it could only be mastered through years of combat experience. Most people's full concentration was used to stay alert to their surroundings and enhance perception. But his full concentration could penetrate underground? This wasn't just full concentration, it was practically full-scale detection. The group followed Yi Dong to the soccer goal net. A chill emanated from under Yi Dong's feet, instantly freezing the ground. He stomped down, and a massive tunnel appeared before them. This should be the barbaric rabbit hole, right? Yi Dong turned back to ask Lon Lon. Lon Lon stared at the large hole below and smiled wryly. Seriously, your full concentration level is higher than mine? I honed mine through battles with beastmen in the city. I refined mine through fights with exotic beasts. It's decent, I guess. Decent? It's amazing, Fatty said with a complicated expression. Lin Jin and I are still at the threshold, yet you, an elemental ability user, are way ahead of us. Lin Jin shook his head and smiled helplessly. A genius, no doubt. Yi Dong was definitely a genius. Lon Lon took a deep breath and announced, "All right, the space inside the hole is tight. Let's arrange the formation. Little brother, you go first, Lin Jin second, Fatty third, then me and Xiaoyu, and I'll bring up the rear." Understood. Yi Dong took the lead and entered the barbaric rabbit hole, with the others following closely behind. The interior of the hole was pitch black, but Yi Dong activated full concentration, allowing him to sense almost everything ahead. Suddenly, Yi Dong stopped, and a beam of light appeared at his fingertip. Something's approaching. Fall back. The light at his fingertip grew brighter, as if Yi Dong were waiting for something. Suddenly, he unleashed his power energy finger cannon. Boom. A burst of white light erupted in the tunnel, and the shadow of a barbaric rabbit taller than a human flashed by. Thud. Yi Dong's finger cannon struck the barbaric rabbit. He rushed forward to inspect it. Shortly after, Yi Dong dragged out a barbaric rabbit that was more than 10 times larger than a man-eating rabbit. Is this the barbaric rabbit? The four people behind him were stunned. You didn't even figure out what it looked like before attacking? A massive ice spike was embedded in the barbaric rabbit's chest, its muscles still twitching, clearly having just died. Holy crap, it really is a barbaric rabbit. I was worried about what to do if we encountered it, but you took it down in just a few moves. Yi Dong chuckled. The system also notified him that killing a barbaric rabbit had earned him 1,000 enhancement points. His level had advanced by 3 stages, leaving him just 1 step away from 2-star. He stored the corpse in his energy space ring and continued forward. Didn't walk far. The ground tremors told them that a large group of man-eating rabbits was rushing toward them. Man-eating rabbits. Quite a number of them. Yi Dong warned. Everyone looked at his expression. Run or not, it's up to you. What should we do? Li Xiaoyu asked nervously. She had witnessed the ferocity of the man eating rabbits firsthand. In this narrow space, her abilities were almost useless. Don't be afraid, I'll handle it. Yidong slowly walked into the darkness and came out smiling a few seconds later. All taken care of. Let's go in and take a look. Only then did everyone notice that the surrounding tunnels had somehow been covered with a thick layer of ice, the temperature dropping to 0 degrees, freezing them to the bone. The group followed Yidong forward in astonishment, only to see a shocking scene in the passage ahead. Hundreds of man-eating rabbits piled together, all frozen solid, not a single one spared. A monster had appeared in their midst. At this moment, the four people behind him were all thinking, "You handled it all by yourself, so why did you call us here?" Yidong suggested, "Why don't we rest for a bit? Later, I'll thaw them out, then skin and butcher them. How does that sound?" "All right." Everyone was dumbfounded, each finding a spot to sit down. Lon Lon thoughtfully started a campfire in the passage. They assumed Yidong wanted to recover after using too much elemental energy earlier. In reality, they didn't know that Yidong's use of the mist wall and energy-concentrating finger cannon had consumed very little elemental energy. In fact, he was brimming with energy. Yidong decided to rest, but only he knew the real reason. Host, Yidong level, 2nd tier, 3-star, 1st stage ability, S level type, Extreme Cold Ice Soul Strength, 44 plus Vitality, 42 plus Speed, 45 plus Energy, 15 plus Martial Art, Dragon Essence and Sturdy Bones Technique Minor Achievement plus Skills, Ice Vein Finger Perfected, Instant Step Major Achievement plus, Mist Wall Major Achievement plus, Energy Concentrating Finger Cannon Major Achievement plus, Domain of Mist Major Achievement plus Special Techniques, Advanced Full Concentration Major Achievement plus, Boiling Blood, Demonization Initial Achievement plus Enhancement Points. 17,541. Yidong looked at the remaining enhancement points in the attribute panel, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. It seemed he had underestimated his own strength earlier. Next time, he decided to come here alone to hunt, saving time and effort, though dealing with the exotic beast corpses was still a bit troublesome. Now his 4-dimensional attributes and all his skills could be upgraded. Without hesitation, Yidong used all the enhancement points to upgrade the Dragon Essence and Sturdy Bones technique. This body-strengthening martial art could significantly boost his 4-dimensional attributes, and he wanted to see how strong his attributes would be if he perfected it. Consumed 11,500 enhancement points. Dragon Essence and Sturdy Bones technique advanced to perfection, awakening martial body, copper skin, and iron bones. Yidong's heart trembled. He had actually awakened a martial body. A new section was added to the attribute panel. Even more astonishing, his 4-dimensional attributes soared to terrifying heights. Strength, 144 Vitality, 142 Speed, 145 Energy, 15 Martial Art, Dragon Essence and Sturdy Bones technique perfected martial body. Copper skin and iron bones, a natural defensive layer forms on the body surface, capable of resisting most attacks. Remaining enhancement points, 6,041. Yidong decided to save them for later use. Sister Lon, can I ask you a question? Yidong turned to look at Lon Lon. The surroundings were silent. Everyone was still recovering from their shock. Yidong's words quickly drew everyone's attention. Go ahead, Lon Lon responded calmly, not guessing what Yidong wanted to ask. What is the basic strength of a 2nd-tier physical ability user? Lon Lon thought for a moment and said, half a year ago, I tested my strength, vitality, and speed, all around 120. According to the institution's standards, 1 point of strength is equivalent to 10 pounds of punching power. A qualified 2nd-tier physical ability user has a combined total of about 280 to 300 across the 3 indicators. I'm talking about Grade A. Grade B is 220 to 240. Grade C is 190 to 210. I'm not sure about other levels. After hearing this, Yidong raised his eyebrows slightly. The basic maximum for a Grade A 2nd-tier physical ability user is only 300? Then what does that make him? His 4-dimensional attributes, excluding energy, already add up to nearly 500 across the 3 indicators. The key point is, he isn't even a physical ability user. These attributes are additional and don't include his base attributes. Including his base stats, his 3 indicators are more than double those of a grade A physical ability user. Lon Lon noticed Yi Dong's surprised expression and a trace of concern flashed in her eyes. What's wrong? Why did you suddenly ask about this? Lon Lon might have misunderstood, so Yi Dong quickly smiled and said, It's nothing. I was just curious. Lin Jian sighed lightly. I really envy you guys for being able to study at the War Academy. I've always wanted to go, but I missed the opportunity. I offended the werewolf tribe before, and the other tribes wouldn't take me in either. The chubby guy snorted. I'm in the same boat. I offended a connection from the wooden tribe and got kicked out. No one dares to take me in. Li Xiaoyu listened with a look of regret on her face. How could this happen? Brother Lin and Brother Fatty are clearly so capable. Lin Jian and the chubby guy smiled bitterly, unwilling to say more. Yi Dong, however, gleaned quite a bit from their words. He glanced at Lon Lon and said, Sister Lon, can you tell them about that matter? Lin Jian and the chubby guy immediately perked up their ears. Lon Lon smiled and nodded. Lin Jian, Fatty, I have some good news for you. What good news? Lin Jian and the chubby guy felt a bit uneasy, as if they were being excluded. What secret hadn't been shared with them? Yi Dong and I are planning to form a tribe. Establishing a tribe requires 1 million dragon coins and at least 10 members. The dragon coins aren't a big issue, and we can recruit members gradually. Are you interested in joining us and helping manage the tribe? Lin Jian's mind raced. Lon Lon and Yi Dong were both students at the War Academy and usually very busy, with little time to manage a tribe. Were they suggesting that he and the chubby guy help manage the tribe? Would they become part of the tribe's leadership? Wow. Of course, we're willing. Fatty and I are both in. Yi Dong, are you really planning to start a tribe? Yi Dong smiled and said, I'm not lying to you. Sister Lon and I have indeed discussed this and plan to apply when we return. If you're willing, join us. Willing. Definitely willing. Lin Jian's eyes grew moist with excitement. The chubby guy's eyes also glistened with tears. If I can join the tribe, I'll have a chance to go to the War Academy. Yi Dong, from now on, I'm your little brother. You're my big brother for life. I'm your big brother. Lin Jian and the chubby guy, 2 grown men, enthusiastically hugged Yi Dong. All right, let go of me. I can barely breathe. Haha, letting go. We got too excited, haha. The two of them paid no attention to their strength and practically wanted to crush him to AT this moment. Yi Dong took out 3 spatial rings from the energy space ring. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw the 2 spatial rings. Yi Dong spread his hand. Lin Jian, Fatty, these 2 spatial rings are my reward for you joining the team. Keep them well. Lin Jian and Fatty could hardly believe their ears. These were spatial rings, extremely valuable and impossible to buy with money. And he was giving them away directly? They recalled how, when Yi Dong wanted to join their squad, one of them had refused and the other had mocked him. Now, not only did Yi Dong not hold a grudge, but he also invited them to join the tribe and gifted them spatial rings. Dongzi, these are spatial rings. Are you really willing to give them to us? Li Xiaoyu gently touched the finger wearing her spatial ring. My ring was a gift from my dad for my 18th birthday, and he spent a fortune on it. Lon Lon raised an eyebrow and smiled. Little brother, did you pick up these spatial rings from the corpses of the werewolf tribe? Yi Dong's face turned slightly red. Waste utilization. They can't use them. Lin Jian snapped back to reality. Brother Dong, so you wiped out the werewolf tribe's first squad. Fatty's eyes widened like light bulbs, clearly shocked. Yi Dong wiped out a squad of the werewolf tribe? Was it really him? Yi Dong chuckled. Don't just stare. Take them. Put the corpses of the man-eating rabbits into the rings, and the money from selling their skins and meat will count as team funds. These spatial rings are your reward. Can you accept that? Yes. 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 Lin Jian eagerly picked up the 2 spatial rings and handed one to Fatty. Fatty smiled wryly. Old Lin, this is Lei Zi's name on it. Isn't Lei Zi the captain of the first squad? Lin Jian was startled and quickly checked the ring. Sure enough, it had the name of the first squad's captain. He hurriedly scratched off the name with his fingernail. Fatty, can't you see clearly? There's no name. Put it on and get to work. Stop talking nonsense. Oh. Yi Dong nodded in satisfaction, not paying much attention to the names on the rings. Then, The five of them collected all the man-eating rabbit corpses, as well as one barbaric rabbit, and stored them in Fatty and Lin Jian's spatial rings. This was already a great harvest, and Lin Jian and the others were ready to head home. However, judging by Yi Dong's expression, he seemed to want to continue exploring. Lon Lon asked, "Little brother, what do you think?" Yi Dong thought carefully. He was already at the second tier, 3 stars, and killing ordinary man-eating rabbits no longer provided many enhancement points. To gain more enhancement points, he needed to find a large number of barbaric rabbits. This rabbit hole was like a small kingdom. The man-eating rabbits were ordinary soldiers, the barbaric rabbits were high-ranking generals, and there was certainly a king. Continuing deeper would definitely lead to encountering more rabbit troops, which he wasn't afraid of. But he was concerned about Lin Jian and the others, who hadn't reached the second tier and lacked sufficient strength. Li Xiaoyu suggested, "Yi Dong, why don't Lin Jian, Fatty, and I head back first? There are many man-eating rabbit corpses, and processing them will take time. Since you want to establish a tribe, it's better to deal with the corpses first." Li Xiaoyu had figured it out this time. Yi Dong looked at Lin Jian and the others. Lin Jian's expression was serious. "If this path leads to the barbaric rabbit's lair, we will definitely encounter a high-level beast leader. Our strength is too weak, and we haven't even reached the second tier. It's best not to get involved." It was already clear. Yi Dong's strength had reached the second tier level, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to kill so many man-eating rabbits so easily. Since Lin Jian and the others had no objections, Yi Dong naturally had nothing more to say. "Then let's follow Xiaoyu's suggestion. Lin Ji, Fatty, and Xiaoyu, you head back first, and we'll get in touch later. Little brother, shall we go in and take a look?" Lon Lon walked up to Yi Dong, hooked her arm around his shoulder, and smiled. "You have to protect me well, okay?" Being held like this by Lon Lon, Yi Dong could even catch the unique scent on her. He smiled awkwardly. "Lon Jia, don't worry, I won't let you get hurt." With those words, I feel reassured. "Let's go." The two continued deeper into the rabbit hole. Lin Jian and the others stood in place, deciding to watch them go in. After a while, Li Xiaoyu sighed softly and remarked, "Yi Dong's growth rate is truly astonishing. Just catching up to him is already difficult, and from now on, he might go even further ahead." By then, Lin Jian listened and deeply agreed it was indeed the case. Yi Dong had grown so fast that, in the blink of an eye, he surpassed them, and in another blink, he left them far behind. This time, they could barely team up with Yi Dong for hunting. Next time, wherever Yi Dong went, even if there were treasures, they wouldn't dare to follow easily. "Don't overthink it. There's a reason he's our team leader. Let's go back and deal with the exotic beast corpses," Fatty said, taking the lead to walk out. Lin Jian and Li Xiaoyu followed closely behind. Inside the rabbit hole, it was pitch black. Yi Dong and Lon Lon walked one behind the other, moving cautiously. Yi Dong frowned and said, "Lon Jia, I feel the space about 300 meters ahead suddenly opens up. Strangely, we haven't seen a single exotic beast along the way. Could they all be hiding? 300 meters? Your perception can extend that far." Lon Lon looked at him in shock. "You're so young, yet not only is your ability level high, but your talent is also incredible. It can, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to detect those assassins hiding in the shadows." Yi Dong smiled faintly, the elemental energy within him surging. "Anyway, no matter what's ahead, I'll greet them first." Fog wall. A burst of cold air erupted beneath Yi Dong's feet, freezing the ground. The ice layer spread forward at a visible speed. Was he planning to freeze the entire rabbit hole? Lon Lon drew her large machete, ready for battle at any moment. She also sensed a hint of danger, though faint. It was unmistakable. The space ahead suddenly opened up and became bright. The reason for not encountering exotic beasts along the way was finally revealed. Not far ahead, cannibal rabbits had piled up a barricade of white bones. Numerous cannibal rabbits were hiding behind the bones, and behind them was a group of adult barbaric rabbits. Among them, a massive red-haired super barbaric rabbit was surrounded by other barbaric rabbits. These exotic beasts hadn't disappeared, they had gathered together. Clearly, they were waiting for Yi Dong and Lon Lon. Yi Dong was initially cautious, but upon seeing the scene before him, he relaxed slightly. With these exotic beasts gathered together, he wouldn't have to search for them everywhere. Lan Jia, look. Lan walked up to Yi Dong, looked up, and raised her eyebrows slightly, her eyes revealing a cold glint. Quite a number. How do you plan to handle this? I've killed quite a few of these cannibal rabbits before, but I didn't expect there to be so many left. The barbaric rabbits aren't numerous. My biggest concern is that second-tier upper-level barbaric rabbit leader. If they all charge at once, I wonder if my fog wall can trap them. If the dense fog wall can't trap this rabbit army, they'll have no choice but to run. If they're surrounded then, breaking out will be difficult, and they might even lose their lives. If I can hold off the barbaric rabbit leader, can you handle the smaller ones? Lan raised an eyebrow at Yi Dong, as if testing him. As long as Sister Lan can hold off the barbaric rabbit leader, I'm willing to give it a try. Yi Dong smiled confidently. All right, it's all up to you. Lan knew very well that what Yi Dong needed most wasn't the title of a tribe, but strong and reliable teammates, brothers who could fight alongside him. If she wasn't strong enough, she'd eventually be left behind by Yi Dong, and he'd have to move forward alone. The path of the strong is lonely, so at least while she could still be of help, she'd stay by his side and help him go further. Blood boil madness. Boom. A wave of heat erupted from beneath Lan's feet. Her long hair was blown upright, her body surrounded by a blood-red vortex. Her feet left the ground, exuding a terrifying pressure. The blood-red light enveloped her in an oval-shaped shield. Yi Dong's eyes widened. Sister Lan's blood boil madness was completely different from his. He was still at the beginner stage, but Sister Lan seemed far more advanced. This was no longer a state that ordinary people could achieve. As expected, once Sister Lan entered blood boil madness, the beasts immediately became agitated. They screeched and fidgeted. He grabbed the attacking brute rabbit, targeting his lower body with one hand, flipped upside down, and swept his leg horizontally toward the brute rabbit in midair. In an instant, he neutralized the attacks of both brute rabbits. At the same time, cold energy erupted from his hand, freezing the brute rabbit beneath him, while a single finger unleashed an ice pulse to strike down the brute rabbit in the air. Both brute rabbits fell to the ground. Facing the dozen or so brute rabbits behind him, Yi Dong landed and, instead of advancing, retreated swiftly into the rabbit swarm, slamming both hands onto the ground. Fog wall. A silver-white ripple instantly spread out from his palms. Although it hadn't reached the level of extreme freezing, all creatures within a 100-meter radius were enveloped in cold energy, unable to escape. Crack, 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 crisp sounds echoed throughout the cave, and in an instant, the entire cave turned into a frozen world, with all creatures transformed into lifelike ice sculptures. Yi Dong withdrew his hands and dispersed a cloud of mist, revealing the frozen beasts. His mind exploded instantly. Gained 1 point, 300 points, 300 points, 1 point, 1 point, 1 point. Yi Dong didn't rush to confirm and turned to look at the distant battlefield. Sister Lan and the brute rabbit leader stood apart, with the machete and steel claws clashing repeatedly, sparking countless flashes. Sister Lan, I'm coming to help you. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Dong's shot Tai Dong felt a bit regretful. Although he had killed many man-eating rabbits, due to their high level, the enhancement points gained were minimal. It was the last few wild rabbits that added a significant number of points for him. With 12,750 enhancement points, he needed to allocate them wisely. The stronger the skill, the greater the energy consumption. Although I haven't experienced energy depletion yet, facing a strong enemy could easily drain it. Yi Dong took a deep breath and decided to allocate all the enhancement points to energy. Energy increased to 27, leaving 750 enhancement points. He clearly felt a loosening sensation in his lower abdomen, as if something had been expanded. The capacity for elemental energy had multiplied several times. Even if he encountered an S-level elemental ability user of the same level, Yi Dong was confident he could exhaust the opponent with his elemental energy. However, his 3 attributes now far exceeded those of an A-level physical ability user. If he faced an S-level elemental ability user of the same level, he had several moves that could take them down. At the same level, no one could match him. This wasn't boasting, it was the truth. Yi Dong decided not to use the remaining 750 enhancement points for now. He closed his personal attributes panel, stood up, and said to Sister Lan, "Sister Lan, let's go." "All right, there are so many exotic beast corpses to deal with, let's not waste time." The two left together. Yidong said, "Sister Lan, the materials will be collected by someone from the base. The money from selling the materials, combined with the bounty for killing the exotic beast leader, should be enough for us to form a tribe. Next, we need to set rules and recruit members. Do you have any good suggestions?" Lan Lan, having served as the captain of the Martial Security Bureau, was adept at organizing teams. Yidong, on the other hand, was a novice. Lan Lan smiled and said, "We can slowly establish rules and decide the tribe's development direction. Once everyone is done with their tasks, we can discuss the tribe's name. Let's see how much gold we can exchange for it will be perfect for founding the tribe." Yidong scratched his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Sister Lan, you're contributing both effort and manpower, and I still want you to take the largest share. I have enough wealth at home to last me several lifetimes. I don't care about these things." It turned out Sister Lan was not only powerful, but also a wealthy woman. Yidong laughed and said, "Then I'll leave it to you." "Leave it to me." The two walked out of the old city. Lan Lan contacted Lin Jian and the others, and after regrouping, they delivered all the materials. Lin Jian and the others, surprised, decided to recruit more people to handle the materials. As for Yidong, he headed to the headquarters of the Hailong Group. He hadn't told anyone about this and didn't plan to. Some matters he had to handle personally. In the most bustling district of Iron Fortress, the Hailong Group building stood like a massive stone pillar piercing the clouds. As night fell, a district remained brightly lit, as lively as daytime. Yidong stood at the entrance of the building, his expression calm, then stepped inside. His appearance immediately caught the attention of the Hailong Group. The monitoring room was in chaos, with people coming and going, eventually gathering in front of the surveillance screens. Wang Hailong entered last, and upon seeing Yidong walk into the lobby, his face instantly turned as dark as iron. The other executives also looked troubled, and those nearby dared not speak, fearing they might anger Wang Hailong. "What is this kid here for? Is he deliberately trying to provoke me? Even if he's an S-level ability user, he wouldn't dare cause trouble on our turf. It shouldn't be anything serious, please don't worry, boss." Quite bold, daring to come here. "He must regret it," Wang Hailong sneered. "He's here to find me. Let him come to my office, I want to see what tricks he's planning to play." "Yes." Yidong felt countless hostile gazes shooting toward him from behind. The building's security guards were lined up, but without orders from their superiors, they dared not act rashly. Yidong smirked and walked to the reception desk, addressing the heavily made-up receptionist. "My name is Yidong. I want to see Wang Hailong. He should have already seen me come in, so take me to him." The receptionist's palms were sweaty with nervousness. Just moments ago, the management had unexpectedly called her, instructing her to escort a young man named Yidong upstairs. It seemed the boy standing before her was indeed Yidong. "Yidong, please follow me. The boss has been waiting for you in his office for quite some time." The young receptionist led Yidong to the private elevator for the boss's office. The two entered the elevator together. She was so nervous that even her breathing was soft and cautious, discreetly observing the calm-faced boy standing behind her. Who exactly was he? Just being able to enter the group's inner circle had prompted direct orders from the higher-ups, along with the presence of so many security guards. What was he here for? Various speculations flashed through the receptionist's mind. The elevator quickly reached the top floor of the Hailong Group building. The doors slowly opened, revealing a group of menacing individuals standing outside. They wore matching uniforms, their fierce gazes so intimidating that the receptionist's legs nearly gave out, almost causing her to fall. "Are you okay?" Yidong smiled faintly, steadying her by grabbing her elbow. I'm fine. I'll head back now." The receptionist trembled as she stood up, pressing the button to close the elevator doors. Only when the doors shut did she let out a sigh of relief. That was terrifying. Yidong walked to the door of Wang Hailong's office and pushed it open. In the corner of the office, a few people were seated, men, women, and even a child. Upon seeing the sequence numbers on their faces, Yidong became even more certain that the assassins he had encountered earlier at the old city soccer field had indeed been sent by Wang Hailong. As soon as he entered, for hostile gazes swept toward him. Yidong ignored them, merely glancing indifferently at Wang Hailong, who was seated behind an exaggeratedly large desk, and said, "You're the one who hired assassins from the Dark Sequence to kill me?" Hara, this target isn't simple. Not only does he know who the employer is, but he even came knocking on the door himself. The speaker was a green-haired woman dressed in a leather jumpsuit. She clearly had a fondness for green, as her eyeshadow, lipstick, and nails were all dyed the same color. A black 8-digit number was visible on the left side of her face. This meant she was the superior of those assassins from the old city. The other two were a mushroom-headed child and a muscular man, both with 8-digit dark sequence numbers on their faces. The mushroom-headed child, in particular, looked harmless, but Yidong could sense an extremely dangerous aura emanating from him. Wang Hailong spoke up at this moment. "Yidong, I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me. Truly reckless. Today, you won't be leaving here. Let me introduce them to you. The woman on your left is called Scorpion Tail, a second-tier, 6th-level C-rank poison element ability user. The man on your right is called Blade Scar, whose ability is to transform his hands into scythes, with countless kills to his name, and a strength of 2nd-tier, 7 stars. Lastly, this is Evil Child. Don't be fooled by his young age. He is the strongest among them, a 2nd-tier, 9-star, A-rank Mercury ability user, and one of the top 3 assassins among 8-figure killers. Yidong smiled faintly. "Thanks for the introduction, but I'm not here for them. I'm here for you." The 3 assassins' expressions changed. What did he mean? Was he directly ignoring them? Scorpion Tail sneered. "How arrogant. Even after knowing our strength, you still dare to ignore us. You are just an undeveloped S-rank ability user, probably not even at the 2nd tier. What gives you the right to be so cocky?" Blade Scar threatened in a gruff voice. "Do you know what it feels like to have your body sliced apart by me?" "Shut up." He is also a 2nd-tier ability user, and his strength might even surpass yours. Evil Child's voice was youthful, yet chilling enough to send shivers down their spines. The other two immediately fell silent. Evil Child wouldn't lie to them. They hadn't expected Yidong to have reached the 2nd tier, possibly even higher than them. And he had only been at the War Academy for just over a month. As Yidong had said earlier, he completely ignored the 3 of them. Wang Hailong struggled desperately. When he turned around, he saw a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly appear in the thick, icy mist. This scene would become his nightmare, haunting him for the rest of his life. Wang Hailong's hand was completely frozen to the iron door handle, leaving him half kneeling and leaning against the door. He had never imagined that Yidong would dare to storm into the Hailong group all by himself. The 3 dark sequence assassins he had hired at great expense had failed to withstand even a single move from Yidong. Even the Mercury man Yi Tong, ranked 3rd among those of the same level, didn't get a chance to make a move. At this moment, he had already turned into a cold statue. Next, could it be his turn? Wang Hailong was terrified, feeling as though his heart was about to leap out of his throat. No one can remain calm in the face of death. Everyone is mortal, and everyone fears death. An icy, bone-chilling hand reached out toward him. Wang Hailong let out a piercing scream. "No, don't come any closer, Yidong. I beg you, don't kill me. I promise I won't trouble you again in the future. Please spare me." The hand suddenly stopped. Yidong, expressionless, said coldly, "Your son's death, I bear some responsibility for it. I can understand your desire for revenge. Since you promised not to trouble me again, I can spare your life. But you must pay the price for what you've done." "What price?" Wang Hailong, seeing that Yidong wasn't going to kill him, CLU Wang Hailong deserved it. He is not worth any sympathy. Bang! The glass of the Hailong Group's skyscraper shattered instantly, and a familiar figure plummeted rapidly from the air. But he didn't hit the ground. Instead, he transformed into a bird in an instant and fled the scene at lightning speed. Just as Yidong was about to hail a cab home, he froze in shock. At that moment, his phone rang. "Yidong, catch him. He has escaped." The fugitive was likely the mercurial ability user, Evil Child. Unexpectedly, Yidong's extreme frost soul hadn't managed to freeze him. Could it be that the opponent had simultaneously activated his Mercury ability before Yidong unleashed his frost power? "Leave it to me, I'll find him." Yi Dong hung up the phone and sprinted in the direction Evil Child had fled. The Mercury figure flying in the air glanced down and saw Yi Dong chasing relentlessly, moving at incredible speed. Unfortunately, this guy couldn't fly. As long as he could reach the dock and dive into the sea, he'd be able to escape completely. What surprised Mercury was that this S-class ability user was far more tenacious than he had imagined, not at all like a rookie who had awakened his powers just a month ago. Instead, he seemed like a seasoned super soldier. Judging by the scorpion tail and blade wounds, this wasn't his first battle. Evil Child used his flight advantage to quickly put several streets between himself and Yi Dong. The dock he was heading for was now in sight. But just then, an intense pressure surged from behind. Evil Child was startled, a chill running down his spine. He turned to look and saw Yi Dong already closing in on him. His legs seemed to be encased in a layer of ice, emitting jets of frost like rocket boosters, steadily supporting his body in midair. This was the signature move of the original Extreme Frost Soul ability user, Li Wei Jet Legs. Yi Dong could use this move too. I advise you not to waste your energy. If you stop running, I might spare your life. Yi Dong said coldly. Evil Child sneered, you didn't completely freeze me, which means you don't fully understand the power of elemental abilities. I might still escape successfully. With that, he suddenly accelerated, transforming midair. The Mercury bird instantly morphed into an airplane, its speed increasing several-fold. Not fully understanding elemental abilities, Yi Dong didn't dwell on it. He only wanted to outpace Evil Child. Instant flash. Yi Dong appeared behind Evil Child and delivered a fierce kick. Evil Child sneered but didn't dodge. Yi Dong's foot passed right through his body. Yi Dong was stunned. Evil Child laughed loudly. I told you, you still don't understand the power of elemental ability users. You can't use abilities to attack me on the street. You can only rely on physical combat. Don't you know? For us elemental ability users, physical attacks are completely ineffective. That's why I said you're still a rookie. Next time we meet, I'll teach you properly. Ha ha ha, physical attacks are ineffective against elemental ability users? Yi Dong stood atop a building, watching as Evil Child dove into the sea at the dock ahead and disappeared without a trace. Why couldn't my leg hit him? Yi Dong was filled with self-reproach. Evil Child had taught him a valuable lesson. At that moment, his phone rang. Yi Dong picked it up and hesitated before pressing the answer button. Captain Su, let him get away. There was a moment of silence on the other end before a familiar voice came through. Kid, you went to the Hailong group. Why didn't you tell your sister? Lon. Sister Lon? Yi Dong was shocked. He had come to the Hailong building intending to handle things alone, not wanting to inform anyone. Unexpectedly, Sister Lon had already noticed he originally planned to confess after everything was over. But being discovered and confessing voluntarily are two completely different things. Moreover, he had let the delinquent go. Yi Dong sighed helplessly. Sister Lon, I'm sorry, I acted on my own. No need to apologize. Come to the entrance of Hailong Group immediately. I'll be waiting for you here. Okay. A few minutes later, Yi Dong met Sister Lon at the entrance of Hailong Group. Sister Lon tossed him a helmet, got on her exclusive motorcycle, and said, Get on. Let's go home first. Su Jun gave Yi Dong a sympathetic look. Considering Lon Lan's temper, Yi Dong was probably going to get beaten into the hospital. Kid, good luck. Yi Dong put on the helmet, got on the motorcycle, and the two quickly disappeared into the traffic. The bike stopped in a small alley. Lon took off her helmet, looked at Yi Dong as he got off the seat, and raised her eyebrows slightly. Do you have something you want to say to me? Yi Dong removed his helmet and asked in a deep voice, Sister Lon, can elemental ability users really completely immunize against physical attacks? How is that possible? That's all you want to say? Lon was a bit annoyed. She thought Yi Dong would apologize first. Yi Dong lowered his head slightly. Lon shook her head helplessly and said, Forget it. Actually, what you did was pretty smart. It avoided unnecessary complications. Not only did you help the Wuhan Bureau capture a living dark sequence killer, but you also made a great contribution. As for the other one who escaped, let him go. Don't blame yourself too much. Yi Dong frowned. I still want to know why that guy was immune to my physical attacks. I clearly hit him, but he dispersed like mist. Lon smiled and said, That's called body elementalization. a high-level skill that can immunize against all physical attacks. Although that person was just an 8-digit dark sequence killer, their training is completely different from the academies in the Dragon Nation, which is why they can master such powerful combat techniques. Want to learn it? I can't teach you. Maybe only Principal Liu of the War Academy can teach you. You can ask him. Yidong nodded. Body elementalization. Got it. Is there any way to counter body elementalization? Are elemental ability users invincible? Lon Lon shook her head. No one is invincible. Ordinary physical techniques indeed can't hit opponents with body elementalization, but only super warriors with haki can harm them. Haki isn't something you can achieve overnight. It requires countless battles to temper yourself and understand the 4 types of aura: killing intent, bloodlust, rage, and death. Only after truly understanding them can you awaken haki and master it. Once you join the military, you might encounter such experts. For now, the chances are slim. Yidong was a bit confused, but at least knew there was hope. He thought to himself, this world is so vast. As long as he kept working hard, he would encounter all kinds of strong opponents and strange things. Whether it was body elementalization or awakening haki, he wanted to learn them all. Only by improving comprehensively could he become the strongest. After seeing Lon Lon off, Yidong went home, took a shower, and slept peacefully under the cover of night. In the following days, Lin Jian and the others worked day and night to skin and process the flesh of the man-eating rabbit, with Li Xiaoyu helping out. Lon Lon was busy drafting plans for the establishment of the tribe. Yidong devoted himself entirely to meditation. Although progress was slow, it allowed him to relax and reflect on his recent experiences, the opponents he had encountered, and his future plans. On the morning of the 3rd day, Lon Lon, Lin Jian, and Li Xiaoyu arrived at Yidong's house. Yidong invited them into the house. Lon Lon took out a document, placed it on the table, and said, "This is the funding we brought back from the old city, over $1 million. It's enough for us to establish a tribe. I've already filled out the application form, but the tribe's name hasn't been decided yet. We need to finalize the name today, so I can submit the application tomorrow. It should be approved quickly. Have you thought of a name?" Yidong thought for a moment and chose a name he liked. "I've already decided. Let's call it Dawn Tribe. After the darkness, we welcome the dawn. What do you think?" Li Xiaoyu excitedly raised her hand in agreement. "Dawn Tribe? Great name. I support it." Lin Jian smiled and said, "Not bad. I have no objections. The main thing is that you like it." Yidong looked expectantly at Lon Lon. "Sister Lon, what do you think?" Lon Lon leaned lazily on the sofa, propping her chin. "The name is good. I approve. Let's call it Dawn Tribe." Yidong nodded in satisfaction. The name is decided. "Sister Lon, now you can talk about the tribe's rules and recruitment plan. That way, everyone will have a clear idea when recruiting tomorrow." Lon Lon nodded, stood up, and began to explain. Early the next morning, the group arrived at the headquarters of the Bureau of Martial Security. Lon Lon, who had once been a captain in the Bureau, had no trouble with the tribe application, completing it quickly. Afterward, under the guidance of a Bureau team member, the group arrived at the activity area north of the Bureau of Beast Control, designated specifically for tribes. The area consisted of rows of 3-story villas, each with a blank stone tablet outside the door. Some already had tribe names engraved on them, while others were still empty. Lon Lon stood in front of one of the villas and said to Yidong and the others, "From now on, this will be our activity base. Next, we need to recruit members." Recruitment wasn't difficult. They simply placed a table at the tribe's entrance and assigned someone to sit there, naturally attracting inquiries. At this moment, Yidong and Lon Lon stood on the rooftop of the villa, looking down at the bustling crowd below, which resembled a marketplace. Lon Lon smiled faintly and said to Yidong beside her, "What's wrong? You look worried. Are you afraid we won't be able to recruit anyone?" Yidong shook his head and said, "Sister Lon, I'm not worried about recruitment. I'm worried about that runaway troublemaker. He'll definitely come back for revenge, and he'll come directly for me. When that happens, I might face even stronger enemies. I don't have much time to waste." Lon Lon nodded and said, "All right, leave this to me. Do whatever you need to do, and don't worry about the tribe. After all, I was once a captain in the Bureau of Martial Security. Managing a small tribe is no problem. Then I'll leave it to you, Sister Lon." Yidong greeted the others downstairs and then headed straight to the academy. It had to be said, having Sister Lan around saved him a lot of trouble. He went directly to the War Academy to find the dean. Previously, the dean had required him to reach the second tier within a month before he could begin training in physical techniques. Now, Yidong was already at the second tier, 9 stars, and 7 segments. With Sister Lan's help, his physical fitness even surpassed that of ordinary second-tier physical ability users. Unfortunately, although he was physically strong, he lacked combat skills and needed to improve in that area. The dean had extensive connections and would surely be able to find him a suitable teacher. Puffed, the dean spat out his tea in surprise, staring at Yidong in shock. What did you say? You're already at the second tier. In fact, he was at the second tier, 9 stars, just 1 step away from the third tier. Even so, the old dean was still shocked. I didn't expect you to actually achieve this. Was my initial requirement too low? So why are you here now? I won't teach you physical techniques. Yidong chuckled. Dean, I'm not here to learn physical techniques. I often keep in touch with Hua Kai, and she sometimes gives me advice. I want to know how to improve my combat skills and physical techniques. The dean looked at him with some annoyance, clearly displeased with his desire to learn physical techniques. You've already mastered your abilities and now think you can relax and learn physical techniques? Yes, Yidong replied nonchalantly. He had indeed honed his elemental combat abilities to a high level, though not yet to perfection, but he was nearly invincible among those of the same rank. The dean snorted lightly, stood up, and said, Fine, since you've fulfilled the agreement, I won't stop you anymore. If you want to improve your combat skills and physical techniques, I can find you a teacher. He used to teach Hua Kai and should be able to help you. Really? That's great. The dean led Yidong to the training room of the War Academy. Here, young boys and girls were sweating profusely, surrounded by various strange training equipment, with small-scale duels happening everywhere. Old Mu, come here. Let me introduce someone to you, the dean said to a man who had lost an arm. Yidong noticed the missing arm of the man referred to as Old Mu. This man, with a robust physique and bulging muscles, wore a tight tank top that seemed ready to burst, despite the absence of one arm. Hello, Teacher Mu. My name is Yidong. Mu Zhan raised his eyebrows slightly upon hearing the name. You're the S-class ability user Yidong? Yidong nodded with a smile. That's me, Teacher Mu. May I apprentice under you to learn physical techniques? Mu Zhan thought he had misheard and turned to the dean. Dean, you agreed to this? Yidong is an elemental ability user. Why does he want to apprentice under me? The dean sighed, patted Mu Zhan's shoulder, and said, I don't quite understand either, but I agreed to it. I'm counting on you. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll leave now. After the dean left, Mu Zhan had no choice but to focus on Yidong. An S-class elemental ability user wanting to learn physical techniques. This is truly unexpected. Yidong, tell me why you want to learn physical techniques. Yidong replied with a smile. Teacher Mu, the biggest weakness of elemental ability users is physical techniques. I want to address this shortcoming, spar with physical ability users, and improve my deficiencies. Please help me. Teaching physical techniques to an elemental ability user made Mu Zhan reluctant. Although the other party was an S-class ability user and had the dean's backing, he suspected Yidong wouldn't last long before giving up. He smiled bitterly and said, Physical technique training is very tough. Are you sure you can stick with it? Yidong nodded. I can handle physical training on my own. What I want to learn are combat techniques and physical techniques, so I can better understand my own body. Mu Zhan thought to himself, this kid has no idea. Physical techniques rely on fundamentals, and training is all about building a foundation. This kid hasn't even laid the groundwork and wants to jump straight into combat experience. Mu Zhan frowned slightly and called out to a young girl nearby who was stretching her legs. Jian, come over and spar with Yidong. Mu Jian turned to glance at Yidong. The girl was very beautiful, and Yidong politely nodded at her. Unfortunately, the look in her eyes was full of disdain, and her words carried a mocking tone. Dad, he's an elemental ability user and a freshman at that. You want me to train with him? Isn't that just bullying? It would even waste my training time. I don't want to. Well, she was unwilling to cooperate. Yidong felt a bit disappointed. Clearly, People had a huge misunderstanding about the power system of this world. Can elemental ability users not train in physical techniques? Is training in them a waste of talent and time? Absolutely not. Yidong now understood why people thought this way. He had always firmly believed that elemental ability users must train in physical techniques, and he was proud of this belief. Most people thought it was unnecessary for elemental ability users to train in physical techniques. Even Dean Liu, an elemental ability user himself, thought so. Physical ability users didn't care whether elemental ability users trained in physical techniques or not, just as they themselves wouldn't bother learning the moves of elemental ability users because it was useless. They weren't elemental ability users. Yidong recalled the scene when people from the 4 major military divisions came to invite him to join them. One of them, Commander Hua Meibao of the Southern Wall Division, had said something when she invited him. Yidong, although you're an elemental ability user, your biggest weakness is physical techniques. My physical techniques are the strongest among them, and I can help you overcome this shortcoming. Hua Meibao was well aware of the physical shortcomings of elemental ability users and wanted to help him train in physical techniques. But the other 3 commanders didn't agree and even mocked her. She didn't bother explaining further. Clearly, in this world, it was very rare for elemental ability users to train in physical techniques. But if everyone thought this way, the weaknesses of elemental ability users would never be overcome. Hua Meibao saw this and planned to help Yidong address his shortcomings. However, the result was that Yidong would have to directly join the military division. That would mean losing many valuable experiences and growth opportunities, so he refused. Later, through battles with enemies and exotic beasts, Yidong became increasingly convinced that if elemental ability users trained in physical techniques, their combat power would greatly improve. It's like an ordinary person using a gun to shoot it can cause damage, but if a trained soldier uses it, the power is completely different. Yidong wasn't in the mood to explain all this to the girl in front of him, named Jian. He just wanted to get what he wanted. You think I'm an elemental ability user, so my physical techniques must be weak, and training with me would be bullying me? If Lan Lan didn't have to manage the tribe, or if Lu Huakai weren't busy with official duties, he could have trained with them. But unfortunately, reality doesn't work that way. Mu Jian glanced at him disdainfully and said, "What? Haven't you realized it yet? Even though you're an S-class elemental ability user, elemental ability users can never beat physical ability users of the same level. That's a universally acknowledged fact." Yidong didn't argue and gestured for her to continue. Mu Jian thought that if she didn't convince Yidong, he wouldn't easily give up on the idea of training in physical techniques. So she put down her leg. She had something to do later and started packing her bag while saying to Yidong, "The reason is simple. Elemental ability users have strong destructive power that's universally acknowledged. But in one-on-one combat, physical ability users have the advantage because their training methods are different. Elemental ability users rely on meditation to enhance the elemental energy within them, increasing their destructive power and endurance. But we physical ability users train our bodies first, and as our bodies grow stronger, our strength naturally increases. In one-on-one combat, how much power can an elemental ability user exert under the fierce attacks of a physical ability user? Can you avoid their suppression?" After listening, Yidong nodded in agreement. "You're right. So I want to make up for the shortcomings of elemental ability users. If I can train my physical skills to be as strong as those of physical ability users, I won't be afraid of them anymore. This is also the main reason I want to practice physical skills and face them in combat." What a difficult guy to deal with. Mu Jian glanced down at her phone. It was time for training. She sighed helplessly. "All right, since you don't plan to change your mind, come train with me. But I must warn you, don't regret it later." Yidong asked curiously, "Is this the physical training room? Do you have other specialized training facilities?" Mu Jian snorted lightly and said, "This is indeed a training room, but there's another place specifically for second-tier physical ability users. Let me remind you, physical ability users already look down on elemental ability users, so you'd better not act too arrogant. Keep a low profile. If you cause trouble, I won't be able to help you, and others might even think I have a special relationship with you." Yidong looked at her helplessly. Are elemental ability users really so unwelcome in the physical training circle? He resolved to break the prejudice physical ability users have against elemental ability users. The two walked out of the physical training room and arrived in front of a strangely shaped building. The building emitted a constant piercing noise, like a giant engine roaring. Upon entering, however, they found it quite normal inside a massive training room where many people were training. But because there was a glass door ahead, Yidong couldn't see clearly. A counselor sat at the counter by the door. Mu Jian walked over while rummaging through her bag, pulling out a student card and handing it to the counselor. Counselor, what's the gravity multiplier here now? Are there any spots left in the 10 times gravity training room? Yidong listened curiously. Gravity? Could the gravity here be different from outside? The counselor glanced at the computer screen and replied, the 10 times gravity room is already full. Your credits only allow you to train here for 1 hour. Just 1 hour? Mu Jian sighed helplessly. She had been focusing on practice recently and forgot to earn credits, leaving her short. The counselor handed Mu Jian a watch, which she put on, and the countdown began. Yidong glanced at it. 59 minutes and 59 seconds. The counselor turned to Yidong. Yidong scratched his head. I don't think I have any credits, but this is my first time here. Can I give it a try? The counselor looked him up and down, recognizing him as Yidong, and said in surprise, Yidong? You're Yidong, the S-level ability user of Extreme Frost Soul? What brings you here? Learning. The counselor glanced at Mu Jian and immediately understood he was here to accompany his girlfriend. Without asking further, he took an electronic watch from the cabinet and handed it to Yidong. No credits, no problem. I'll give you a free hour, but remember to come out 5 minutes early. Thank you. Yidong happily put on the watch, his eyes full of gratitude. Mu Jian looked at the watch in his hand and said enviously, no wonder you're an S-level ability user such privilege. The two entered the gravity room. The corridor was about 5 meters long, with storage lockers on both sides, keys still inserted and used. Mu Jian said to Yidong, everyone here is a second-tier physical ability user. The basic gravity is 5 times that of outside. 5 times gravity is already tough for them, let alone for you. If you can't hold on, just tell me. I'll send you out, and don't bother me again in the future. Yidong countered. Relax, I can hold on for at least an hour. By the way, Jin, why do students at our War Academy need credits to use the gravity training room? Isn't that rule a bit strange? How many credits can exchange for an hour? What's strange about it? I think the school is doing the right thing. If everyone could come freely, the training room would be a mess. Do you know how many students are in our academy? Tens of thousands. Using credits to exchange for training time is the school's way of encouraging everyone to contribute more and gain more experience. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Also, don't call me Jian. It sounds too intimate. We're not that close. Yidong smiled. I'm just quick to make connections you'll understand soon enough. If it weren't for meeting Mu Jian, he probably wouldn't have known about the gravity room for a long time. After all, no one would voluntarily tell him, as elemental ability users are usually not invited to train in the gravity room. Mu Jian rolled her eyes, took off her shoes and anything that could add weight, and walked into the gravity room. Yidong also took off his clothes, revealing his solid muscles, and followed her inside. Yidong, I'm telling you, you'd better. Mu Jian turned around and saw his firm, toned muscles, her eyes widening instantly. Wow, an elemental ability user with such a perfect physique? Both his body shape and muscle definition were nearly flawless. Is this guy really an elemental ability user? What surprised her even more was that the gravity here was 5 times that of the outside, yet he didn't seem to struggle at all. Instead, he looked rather composed. She remembered her first time here after just 3 minutes. She was so dizzy, she almost threw up. How am I doing right now? A trace of doubt flashed in Yidong's eyes. Mu Jian's expression stiffened slightly, and she asked softly, Yidong, how do you feel now? Are you uncomfortable? Yidong stretched his muscles and said, I'm okay, not too uncomfortable, just feel a bit sluggish. It should be because of the gravity. What the heck? Just a bit sluggish? Is this guy a monster? An S-level elemental ability user with a body this strong, almost comparable to a second-tier physical ability user. Is this the legendary genius? Mu Jian was speechless. At this moment, Yidong asked, when I came in earlier, I saw you seem to be inquiring about spots in the tenfold gravity room. Are those independent small rooms the tenfold gravity training rooms? Mu Jin no longer dared to underestimate Yidong. She answered all his questions, though she felt a bit awkward inside. Yes, you're right. The small rooms on the first floor are tenfold gravity rooms. Above that are 20-fold, 30-fold, 40-fold. The highest is 100-fold gravity. But almost no one goes into the rooms above 20-fold, and no one can afford that many credits. Previously, a fairly strong guy tried to enter the 20-fold gravity room, but his leg bones cracked shortly after going in. You asked earlier how many credits can exchange for gravity room time. The answer is 60 minutes for 100 credits. Yidong raised his eyebrows slightly, secretly wondering why Mu Jin suddenly became so polite, answering all his questions. It didn't take long for him to figure it out. He hadn't shown much discomfort in the gravity room, so Mu Jin must have acknowledged his physical ability. Yidong was most aware of his own physical condition. His hidden four-dimensional attributes were twice as high as those of ordinary physical training practitioners. All of this is thanks to the Dragon Essence Bone strengthening technique that Sister Lanlan taught him. He came here to not just to train his physical abilities, but, more importantly, to spar with other physical ability users and improve his combat experience. In the tenfold gravity chamber, there were quite a few small groups of people practicing together. Could it be that sparring in a high-gravity environment yields better results? It seems he should earn some credits. So far, he felt pretty good about this place. Mu Jin, am I seeing things? Why are you here again? Didn't you promise not to come anymore? A pretty girl with a ponytail stormed over angrily, followed by a muscular man. Yidong looked at Mu Jin and noticed her face had changed drastically, her eyes filled with hatred. Clearly, she didn't like this ponytail girl either. You don't want me here, so I can't come? Who do you think you are? As long as there's time to train, anyone can come, including you. Mu Jin retorted bluntly. The ponytail girl's eyes blazed with anger. You dare talk back to me? Have you forgotten that 3 years ago your dad failed to defend Jialong City, causing the deaths of so many people? Now it's become a beast nest. Your dad was so useless, I bet you're no better. Sharing a gravity chamber with someone like you makes me sick. Hearing this, Mu Jin was furious. Yidong, however, was full of confusion. This ponytail girl was so aggressive, using this as a reason? What did it have to do with Mu Jin? Although Mu Jin was angry, she didn't argue back, only glaring at the ponytail girl before leaving in a hurry. No one around paid attention, everyone's training time was precious, and they had no time for drama. Yidong felt he couldn't just sit by and decided to speak up for Mu Jin. Classmate, what exactly happened in Jialong City? The ponytail girl looked at Yidong, feeling he seemed familiar but couldn't recall where she'd seen him. Since he wanted to know, she was happy to explain, as it would only make Mu Jin feel worse. Mu Jin glared at Yidong angrily, thinking, is this guy trying to help the ponytail girl vent her anger? You want to know? Then I'll use my precious training time to tell you all about it. Mu Feng, Mu Jin's father, was the military commander of Jialong City 3 years ago. Jialong City is a small town less than 30 kilometers from our Jinghai City. 3 years ago, when the beast tide struck, he clearly received the news an hour in advance, but only started organizing the evacuation half an hour later. And the result? When the beast tide arrived, no one could escape. About 30,000 people died in that incident. Her dad lost an arm and fled back to Jinghai. He had the audacity to come back. So many people died, yet he still became our physical ability instructor. Learning physical techniques from someone like him? Learning how to lose an arm, maybe? Haha, that's hilarious. Mu Jin clenched her fists so tightly that her knuckles dug into her flesh, but she felt no pain. She only lowered her head, her shoulders trembling slightly, enduring immense pain and pressure. At this moment, a hand gently rested on her shoulder. Mu Jin was slightly startled and turned to look at Yidong, saying, You. Yidong didn't look at her, but instead asked the ponytail girl, Do you have any relatives in Jialong City? The ponytail girl answered straightforwardly, No. Yidong became even more puzzled. That's strange. You don't have any relatives in Jialong City, so why are you so angry? Besides, when the beast tide struck, the town had no defensive measures, and Teacher Mu's abilities aren't strong enough to stop it. Beast tides aren't something ordinary people can fend off. In the end, casualties are inevitable. You should hate those alien beasts and turn your anger into motivation for training. Instead, you blame Teacher Mu and target Teacher Mu's daughter. Even if you're angry about the citizens of Jialong Town who died, you can't use that as an excuse to bully others. That's called bullying, understand? Mu Jian's eyes widened. She hadn't expected Yi Dong to speak up for her. She had thought Yi Dong would take the opportunity to retaliate and kick her while she was down. The ponytailed girl was rendered speechless by Yi Dong's words, angrily shouting "You," before turning to the man behind her and yelling, "Did you hear that? He's bullying me." Xiangnan nodded and said, "Xiao Ru, don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one will dare bully you." After speaking, Xiangnan walked up to Yi Dong, coldly staring at him and saying, "Classmate, I hope you'll apologize to my girlfriend. Otherwise," Mu Jian hurriedly intervened. "Yi Dong, that's enough. I'll apologize. Let's leave here for now." Yi Dong smiled. Leaving here would be equivalent to admitting she's right, wouldn't it? Teacher Mu did nothing wrong, she just has limited abilities. Xiangnan froze for a moment upon hearing Yi Dong's name. Wait a second, what's your name? It seemed this guy recognized his name. Yi Dong didn't elaborate. My name is Yi Dong. Your girlfriend just wasted nearly 10 minutes of training time for the two of us and maliciously slandered Teacher Mu and my friend Mu Jian. It's not me who should apologize, it's her. Of course, I don't particularly want her apology either. I just hope she won't cause trouble again in the future. Yi Dong? Could it be that S-class ability user? Someone whispered. Isn't he an elemental ability user? Why is he in our gravity chamber? An elemental ability user coming here to show off? Bold move. Xiangnan sneered. The name sounded familiar. So you're the S-class Extreme Frost Ice Soul Wielder. In that case, an apology won't solve the problem. You're an elemental ability user, yet you come to the territory of physical ability users to show off. Clearly, you've been hyped up to the point of losing your mind, daring to act recklessly here. Instantly, everyone in the gravity training room gathered around. An elemental ability user coming here to act tough? Bold move. S-class, so what? You're still just an elemental ability user. Can you compare to us physical ability users? Yi Dong, the senior in front of you, is no ordinary person. Although his ability level isn't as high as yours, he's ranked in the top 50 of the War Academy's Strongman leaderboard. Have any of you elemental ability users ever made it onto the campus Strongman leaderboard? No, right? There's even a Strongman leaderboard on campus? And the top 50 are all physical ability users? Unexpectedly, the War Academy is dominated by physical ability users. Hearing everyone's praise, Xiangnan's face showed a proud smile, and Lin Mingru beside him basked in the glory, her expression full of pride. Yi Dong listened but didn't back down. Instead, he became curious. So you're saying the top 50 on the campus Strongman leaderboard are all physical ability users? Yes, what are you dissatisfied with? Well, this is the perfect opportunity to practice physical techniques. Looks like I came to the right place. Yi Dong's expression became somewhat complex. Xiangnan didn't quite understand, but couldn't be bothered to think too much. Yi Dong, from now on, you and Mu Jian should stay away from the gravity training room. Otherwise, you'll be provoking us physical ability users. Also, you owe my girlfriend an apology. Yi Dong pointed at Xiangnan. You're wrong. I just said, it's your girlfriend who owes us an apology. We will come to the gravity chamber again in the future, and often. Do you think I'm provoking you? That's subjective. No one would be foolish enough to truly think I'm provoking, right? What did you say? Xiangnan reached out to grab Yi Dong's collar. I think you're tired of living. Mu Jian quickly stepped between the two. Mu Jian looked up at Xiangnan and said, regarding the matter in Jialong City, my dad did his best. As soon as he received the notice, he began evacuating the citizens. But unfortunately, time was tight, and most people didn't have time to leave. My dad led 300 city soldiers to hold out for an hour, buying precious time. Otherwise, the casualties would have been even greater. I'm saying this to clear my dad's name and hope some people can wake up. Lin Mingru, you're the one who should apologize to me. Who would apologize to you? You're just making things up. Your dad is a useless man, now with a broken arm. A useless man should act like one. Xiangnan, don't you agree? Lin Mingru placed one hand on Xiangnan's shoulder, laughing gleefully. Xiangnan cooperated by nodding and sneering. Mingru, you're absolutely right. A useless man should act like one. But right now, I'm more curious, Yidong. As an S-level elemental ability user, are you ready to bow your head and admit defeat to me? Yidong yawned, stretched lazily, and chuckled. Admitting defeat is a child's way of resolving conflicts. We're all adults now, why not resolve this in an adult way? Xiang Nan's expression changed slightly, but he couldn't help laughing. Are you suggesting we fight? Mu Jian's eyes widened, and she quickly waved at Yidong. Are you crazy? You're no match for him. I'm not crazy, Yidong said calmly. It seems like this is the only way to resolve this. If I lose, I'll apologize to you and never come to the gravity training chamber again. If you lose, you have to apologize to Mu Jian and me. Of course, you can still come to the training chamber in the future. Xiang Nan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Everyone heard that, right? An elemental ability user is actually challenging me? Should I accept? Many people around sneered. He's asking for death. An elemental ability user provoking a physical ability user, doesn't he fear for his life? And he's challenging Xiang Nan, ranked in the top 50 of the War Academy's strong list. Aren't you afraid of being crippled, Yidong? Yidong's gaze turned cold. Anyone who thinks I'm asking for death can join in. I don't mind. If you're not brave enough, shut up. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned, their eyes wide with shock. Even Mu Jian was a bit flustered. How could Yidong say such a thing? Xiang Nan stared coldly at Yidong and said in a deep voice, join in? As expected of an S-level elemental ability user. You sure have guts. To deal with you. I, Zhou Xiang Nan, am enough on my own. Let's go to the dual platform and settle this. Yidong chuckled lightly. The dual platform is too much trouble. Let's do it here. Here. Xiang Nan was stunned. This place has 10 times gravity. Are you sure you want to compete here? Yidong nodded. That's right, here in the gravity chamber. More importantly, I won't use elemental abilities. We'll compete in physical techniques. Xiang Nan hesitated for a moment, but the people around them became excited. Wow, an elemental ability user wants to compete in physical techniques with a physical ability user? What a joke. Yidong, you're way too confident. Do you think we physical ability users are so insignificant in your eyes? When you're kneeling and crying, you'll definitely regret it. Senior Xiang Nan, go for it. Show him how strong we physical ability users are. The people around kept encouraging Xiang Nan. Even his girlfriend was cheering him on. At this moment, however, Xiang Nan was unusually calm. His gaze was fixed firmly on Yidong. Yidong was indeed an elemental ability user, but under 10 times gravity, he still moved with ease. His physique was comparable to that of physical ability users, even more robust than many of them. Initially, Xiang Nan thought Yidong relied on his elemental powers to act arrogantly, but unexpectedly, his physical skills were also impressive. If Xiang Nan won, it would be fine. But if he lost, how could he maintain his standing at the War Academy? It would be like being nailed to the pillar of shame, an indelible stain. Losing to an elemental ability user in physical combat was unthinkable. Now, Xiang Nan was caught in a dilemma. He couldn't avoid the fight. The cost of losing was too high, but not fighting was even worse. He quickly convinced himself. He had been practicing physical combat since childhood. How could he lose to an elemental ability user? Fine, let's compete in physical combat right here. You won't use your elemental powers, and we'll just compare physical skills. Yidong smiled and gestured for Xiang Nan to proceed. Mu Jian stopped Yidong and whispered, Yidong, this started because of me, but now you're cleaning up the mess for me. If you lose, neither of us will be able to enter the gravity training room again. The cost is too great. Are you sure you're confident? Yidong raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly. Mu Jian, I'm not just doing this for you, I'm doing it for myself. Have you forgotten my real purpose in seeking you out? Was it to compete with her? Mu Jian's body trembled slightly. It turned out he wasn't just standing up for her, he wanted to challenge physical ability users. Helping her was merely incidental. He was a straightforward person, which stopped her from overthinking. Mu Jian took a deep breath and said, Then you must win, or I won't be able to come to the training room anymore either. Yidong smiled faintly and walked to face Xiang Nan directly. The two were less than 5 meters apart, and a circle of people quickly formed around them. Xiang Nan got into position, his expression focused, his gaze resolute, and asked, "What are the rules of the match?" "Whoever lands on their backside first or voluntarily admits defeat loses." "What do you think?" Xiang Nan nodded and sneered. "Yi Dong, welcome to the world of physical ability users." Yi Dong smiled faintly, composed himself, and activated his advanced full concentration. In an instant, it was as if time in the entire world had stopped. Everyone was enveloped in his advanced full concentration, including Xiang Nan. At this moment, Xiang Nan suddenly moved. "Darling, go for it. Beat him," Lin Mingru shouted loudly, her hands covering her mouth. Despite the gravity being 10 times normal, Xiang Nan's movements were still agile as he quickly charged toward Yi Dong. Yi Dong stood still, carefully observing Xiang Nan's movements and attacks. His start was ordinary, his speed steady, and his attack? In the blink of an eye, Xiang Nan arrived in front of Yi Dong, his left hand guarding his abdomen like a shield on one side. But the key was his right hand. Yi Dong's eyes shifted downward and noticed Xiang Nan's legs were in a straight line, his body leaning forward, but his back foot was firmly gripping the ground, ready to adjust forward or backward at any moment, allowing him to switch between offense and defense instantly. Xiang Nan's fist suddenly swung toward Yi Dong's left cheek. Yi Dong tilted his body, dodging the punch, and Xiang Nan's attack immediately changed. His missed punch propelled his body forward, and he suddenly spun half a circle, his back leg stepping forward, and his elbow fiercely struck toward Yi Dong's face. Yi Dong raised his arm to block, and Zhou Xiangnan immediately changed his attack method, suddenly leaping up and driving his knee fiercely forward. Yi Dong dodged the knee strike, but Zhou Xiangnan switched moves again, retracting his knee and lifting his right leg high. Accompanied by a strange shout, his right leg slashed down fiercely. Bang! The floor let out a crisp sound. Zhou Xiangnan stared at Yi Dong in shock, unable to believe that all his consecutive attacks had been dodged. Could it be that the gravity chamber was affecting his speed? Was he moving too slowly? Impossible. If he was slower, Yi Dong should be slower too. There was no reason for only him to be affected. After all, the opponent was an S-class ability user, with physical reflexes and perception far beyond ordinary people. The entire room fell silent. Outsiders watched for entertainment, while insiders observed the technique. Zhou Xiangnan's combo just now was practically the textbook standard for physical ability, users smooth, natural, and full of variations. Yet Yi Dong had dodged them all. Yi Dong didn't rush to attack, but stood still, absorbing Zhou Xiangnan's earlier moves. This might be the fighting style of physical ability users without weapons. The body itself becomes the strongest weapon. In just a brief moment, Zhou Xiangnan had displayed the techniques of physical attacks to their fullest extent. Yi Dong revealed a faint smile and taunted, "Is that all you've got?" Zhou Xiangnan's anger was instantly ignited. "Let us see how long you can keep running your mouth." He dashed toward Yi Dong like an arrow, his speed as fast as lightning, more than twice as quick as before. Closing the distance rapidly, he threw a punch aimed at Yi Dong's face. Yi Dong decided not to dodge this time. As the punch came, he countered with an elbow strike, deflecting Zhou Xiangnan's fist. Both of them changed moves simultaneously, turning and kicking at each other. Yi Dong quickly retracted his leg, observing Zhou Xiangnan's kick aimed at his chest, and began to think about how to respond. This was the power of advanced full concentration. It allowed him to see through his opponent's moves and react instantly. Yi Dong grabbed Zhou Xiangnan's incoming leg and yanked it upward. Zhou Xiangnan's leg stretched into a straight line in midair, forcing him to hop backward on one foot in panic. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Dong charged forward and rammed into him, sending him flying. Zhou Xiangnan let out a miserable cry as he was knocked backward, performing a backflip in mid-air to mitigate the impact. Just as he landed, Yi Dong rushed forward without hesitation and stomped on Zhou Xiangnan's foot. Zhou Xiangnan's eyes widened. His foot was stomped on. A child's trick? But Yi Dong wasn't stomping on his foot to show off, he was preventing him from escaping. At the same time, Yi Dong delivered a fierce punch to Zhou Xiangnan's chin. Zhou Xiangnan's chin was forced upward, his eyes starting to glaze over. But with his foot pinned down, he couldn't absorb the impact. Yi Dong was starting to get bored. Zhou Xiangnan's physical combat skills ranked in the top 50 at the War Academy? That ranking was way too easy to achieve. At the very least, he should have mastered full concentration. He couldn't even predict moves, let alone provide any real combat experience. He wasn't even qualified as a warm-up. Yi Dong grabbed Zhou Xiangnan by the hair and delivered a brutal knee strike. Thud! Blood spurted from Zhou Xiangnan's mouth as his body was lifted into the air and then slammed heavily onto the ground. Xiangnan. Lin Mingru's face turned pale, and she immediately rushed toward Zhou Xiangnan. When she saw his mouth full of blood, her eyes filled with red veins, and tears welled up in her eyes. Xiangnan, wake up. Are you okay? I cough. I'm fine. Cough, cough. Yi Dong looked at Zhou Xiangnan, who was lying on the ground coughing up blood, and said leisurely, "So this is the strength of the War Academy's 50th rank? You can't even beat me, an elemental ability user. You're too weak, aren't you?" The group of people who had been unbearably arrogant just moments ago now fell silent one by one, staring at Yi Dong with terrified eyes. Senior Zhou Xiangnan lost? Lost to an elemental ability user? No way. Even though it was just a physical combat match, Yi Dong's reflexes, speed, and explosive power completely overwhelmed Senior Xiangnan. Is he really an elemental ability user? In the distant crowd, Mu Jian was completely dumbfounded. This guy was so strong, and yet he needed her guidance? But wasn't he clearly an elemental ability user? How could he defeat Zhou Xiangnan in physical combat? Could it be that he had specifically trained to compensate for the weaknesses of elemental ability users? If elemental ability users had no weaknesses, just how strong would he be? Zhou Xiangnan, supported by Lin Mingru, stood up and walked over to Yi Dong, lowering his head. "Yi Dong, I lost. I apologize to you." Yi Dong looked at Lin Mingru and said, "Even Zhou Xiangnan has to apologize. Why haven't you apologized yet?" Zhou Xiangnan glanced at Lin Mingru. Her face instantly turned extremely unpleasant. "Xiangnan, are you really asking me to apologize to Mu Jian?" Zhou Xiangnan took a deep breath. Losing to Yi Dong had already put him in a foul mood, and now this woman was asking such a stupid question. He lost, wasn't he it only right to apologize? Smack! Zhou Xiangnan slapped Lin Mingru across the face, glaring at her angrily. "If I tell you to apologize, then apologize immediately. Stop talking nonsense." Lin Mingru was stunned by the slap. Seeing Zhou Xiangnan's murderous glare, tears instantly rolled down her cheeks. "Zhou Xiangnan, I can't believe you actually hit me. We're breaking up. Go to hell." The scene became so awkward that it was suffocating. Even Yi Dong was taken aback. Just moments ago, they were sweetly calling each other darling. And now he could actually bring himself to slap her? It seemed losing had really pushed him over the edge. Zhou Xiangnan glared coldly at Yi Dong. The earlier roar had made his already aching jaw hurt even more. He spoke through gritted teeth. "There, are you satisfied now?" With that, he stormed out of the gravity training room in a huff. Mu Jian walked up to Yi Dong. "I didn't expect your physical combat skills to surpass Zhou Xiangnan's. You really surprised me." Yi Dong smiled faintly. "You physical ability users always claim to be the nemesis of elemental ability users, don't you? You must have thought I was doomed to lose at first, right?" Mu Jian rolled her eyes at him. "I was just concerned about you, and here you are joking about the past." Yi Dong gave a faint smile and said nothing more. Mu Jian suddenly looked at him and smiled. "But among elemental ability users, there really aren't many who can train their physical combat skills to your level. You originally trained to spar with physical ability users, and now that you've achieved your goal, shouldn't you thank me?" Yi Dong's expression shifted slightly. "Mu Jian, what is going on in your head? I fought Zhou Xiangnan for your sake, and you're not even thanking me. Instead, you're acting like I owe you. If I'd known, I wouldn't have bothered. I'd have let them kick you out of the training room and pretended not to know you. At least then I could enjoyed the benefits of gravity training." Mu Jian snorted coldly. Fine, I'll thank you. Happy now? Time is running out. I'm going to warm up. You figure out what to do and stop causing trouble." Yi Dong glanced around. Everyone who met his gaze quickly lowered their heads to avoid him. "I doubt anyone dares to mess with me now." Another half hour passed. After finishing their training in the gravity training room, Mu Jian packed up her things while saying to Yi Dong, "Actually, If you want to accumulate combat experience, sparring with physical ability users is quite beneficial. However, I know a place where you can improve even more, but entering it costs a lot of credits. Yidong raised an eyebrow curiously. What place? The virtual combat room. The virtual combat room? What's that? Yidong looked surprised. He had seen the map of the War Academy, but hadn't noticed it marked anywhere. Mu Jian said mysteriously. The virtual combat room contains data on all the Academy's students and creates 3D models of their abilities and techniques. When you fight these virtual figures, it feels just like a real battle. Killing them doesn't matter since they're just data. Moreover, it doesn't just have virtual models of students, there are also virtual representations of the teachers. But challenging the teachers is purely a waste of credits. The biggest advantage is that neither side gets hurt, nor does it lead to grudges. Yidong listened intently. The War Academy actually had such a place? Wouldn't that mean he wouldn't have to worry about finding opponents to spar with? Senior Jian, take me to see it quickly. Mu Jian couldn't help but laugh. Now you're calling me senior again? You're really someone who forgets everything when there's a benefit. But I knew you'd be interested. Before that, though, you need to prepare enough credits. The challenge fees are quite high. I can take you to check it out first. Let's go. 10 minutes later, Mu Jian led Yidong to the entrance of the virtual combat room. Two lines were formed at the entrance, with an intimidating number of people. Yidong frowned as he looked at the crowd. There are so many people? Didn't you say the challenge fees are high? Why are there still so many here? Mu Jian explained with a smile. You might not know, but winning against a virtual figure earns you credit rewards. Conversely, if your virtual figure defeats an opponent, you also earn credits. The line on the left is for those entering to model their virtual figures, while the line on the right is for challengers. I haven't been here for a month, let me check how many credits my figure has earned for me. Without waiting for Yidong's reaction, she rushed into the virtual combat room, found a machine, and swiped her student card. Yidong followed curiously, standing behind Mu Jian to see what was happening. The computer system was in Chinese and very simple to operate. After swiping her card, Mu Jian's account logged into the system, displaying her personal information and virtual figure model on the screen. The top left corner showed her battle rewards, and Mu Jian excitedly clicked on it. The page flashed. Yidong saw the content that popped up and couldn't help but laugh out loud. What? How could this happen? Mu Jian angrily punched the machine, drawing the attention of several onlookers. 1 win and 6 losses. Only 100 credits in battle rewards? Damn it. Why is this happening? Last month, I could earn 1,000 credits. And the number of people challenging me is way too low. She clung to the machine, lamenting endlessly. Yidong didn't dare laugh at her at this point and instead asked, Senior Jian, you earn 100 credits for each win? Mu Jian sighed, pointing to the option to withdraw credits, and said helplessly, my overall rating is B level. When someone challenges me, I earn 100 credits if I win, and losing doesn't deduct any. If the challenger loses, they lose 100 credits, which are then awarded to me. How about the A level? And the S level? A level is 500, S level is 1,000. But most S level opponents are either school teachers or extremely skilled students. No one is foolish enough to throw away 1,000 credits for nothing. However, there are some fools who challenge S-level teachers, usually not for the credits, but, like you, to gain experience. Yidong chuckled lightly after hearing this and walked toward the virtual battle room's exit. Senior Jian, I'm going to input my character model. Thank you for bringing me here. Use me and then run off? Mu Jian snorted sarcastically, but suddenly grew curious about Yidong's abilities and quickly followed him. Hey, wait for me. Yidong queued up at the character input window outside the virtual battle room. The line was long, and Mu Jian joined him. The two began bickering. Mu Jian said angrily, You ungrateful guy, using me and then running off. If I had known you'd act like this, I wouldn't have brought you here. Yidong awkwardly touched his nose and smiled. Senior Jian, I'm just eager to see what rank my overall strength will place me in. Besides, I already thanked you. What more do you want? Nothing. Mu Jian glared at Yidong. My credits probably aren't enough for me to stay in the gravity room for long. I need to go earn some credits. But I don't like teaming up with others. If you really want to thank me. Yidong raised an eyebrow. You wouldn't be asking me to help you earn credits, would you? Isn't that obvious? What? You don't want to? Yi Dong chuckled. Who doesn't know you were looking down on me earlier? Now you're actively inviting me to team up. You change your attitude faster than flipping a page. Looks like I need to think carefully about your intentions. Mu Jian's face turned red with anger. The surrounding students heard everything clearly and curiously turned to look at her, making her blush like a peach. I don't care. Just give me your contact info. When I take on tasks, I'll find you, and you'll obediently be my helper. If it weren't for Mu Jian, Yi Dong might not have known about these two great places in the War Academy. The benefits of the gravity training room for physical conditioning need no explanation. The massive virtual battle room before him allowed him to freely choose opponents for combat, which would be very helpful for accumulating practical experience in the future. Although these two places could be easily discovered by asking around, since Mu Jian had helped him, he naturally owed her a favor. Yi Dong sighed helplessly, took out his phone, and said, I'll add you as a friend. That's more like it. At least you have some conscience. Beep beep. After the phone notified him of a successful friend addition, Mu Jian turned and walked away coolly. Yi Dong looked at the new friend in his contact list, added a note to the name, and then stopped thinking about it. His focus was now entirely on the character input for the virtual battle. What rank would his rating be? An hour passed. Yi Dong finally reached the front of the line for character input. The virtual battle room administrator saw Yi Dong and said in surprise, Yi Dong? I was wondering when you'd come here. I didn't expect you to come so soon. Yi Dong wasn't surprised that someone at the school recognized him. He followed the topic and said, a good friend told me about this. If I had known earlier, I would have come sooner. What should I do next? The administrator nodded with a smile and said, give me your student card, then head into the modeling room behind me. Someone will battle against you. Give it your all and use your skills. The supercomputer behind me will record all your information and provide a score at the end. Understood. Yi Dong handed over his student card and pushed the door open to enter the modeling room. The modeling room was pitch black and nothing could be seen. As soon as he stepped inside, the room lit up with a blue glow, illuminating the entire space. The room was approximately 150 square meters, with hundreds of cameras inside protective casings, monitoring him from every angle with no blind spots. A blue light scanned Yi Dong from head to toe, and a virtual model identical to him appeared before his eyes. He reached out to touch it, but his fingers passed right through. Amazing. Beep, beep, beep. An urgent alarm sounded, and red lights flashed above the modeling room. A mechanical voice announced, strength evaluation will begin shortly. Please stand within the yellow line and prepare. So soon? I wonder who my opponent will be. Yi Dong thought with anticipation as he walked toward the yellow line. As soon as he stepped inside the yellow line, a humanoid robot appeared before him. Yi Dong took a closer look and exclaimed in surprise, the commander of the Beihai Military Department. Commander Qin Hao. A voice from above provided clarification. This is not Commander Qin himself, but a combat robot. The robot was designed by Commander Qin, and its appearance is modeled after him. Yi Dong quickly understood. Commander Qin was an S-class special super tech ability user, known as the Mechanical Madman. Not only was he one of the 12 generals, but he had also made significant contributions to the field of technology. It seemed this virtual battle room was also his design. To Yi Dong, the robot felt like a true replica of Qin Hao. However, the countless cat-eye cameras on the robot's joints made it hard to mistake it for a real person. These cameras were likely used to precisely record the opponent's movements. Please use your full strength to attack the combat robot within 3 minutes. The combat robot's strength is approximately at the 3rd tier level. Don't worry about damaging it. Before coming here, Yi Dong had already decided to hide his extreme frost ice soul ability and rely solely on physical techniques for the modeling. If he revealed his elemental abilities, no one would dare challenge him. Besides, he didn't like the idea of being completely figured out by others. Keeping some cards hidden was better. Yi Dong closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then opened them, silently chanting in his heart, boiling blood, enter the demon. Boom. A powerful energy erupted from every pore of his body, enveloping him in an intense blood-red aura. Thud. He bent his right leg slightly, and the ground emitted a heavy sound. Like a cannonball, he shot toward the combat robot, throwing a punch directly at its face. Bang! The robot's face instantly disintegrated, drooping like noodles as it slammed hard against the wall behind it. But it quickly stood up, sparks flying from its body, still refusing to fall. The iron door of the virtual battle room slowly opened. Yidong, his body steaming as if he'd just stepped out of a sauna, emerged shirtless. The administrator standing nearby was utterly shocked. He had just recorded Yidong's performance in the virtual battle room over the past 3 minutes and was so astonished that he was at a loss for words. This was even more shocking than when he had recorded the reactions of the instructors at the War Academy. Yidong, I remember you're an elemental ability user, right? The administrator, though intimidated by Yidong's strength, mustered the courage to voice his question. Yidong smiled wryly and said, I've been practicing physical techniques recently to make up for the shortcomings of my elemental abilities. By the way, has my score been calculated yet? An elemental ability user who doesn't focus on training their abilities but instead specializes in physical techniques, doesn't that sound absurd? Yet his physical skills are monstrously strong. Could it be that elemental abilities are weaker than physical techniques? It's out. You almost surpassed the physical training instructor of our academy. The supercomputer has given you an A+ rating. Here's your student card. A+. Yidong was a bit surprised. The academy instructors were usually rated S level, and he had almost caught up with them. He was fairly satisfied with this result, especially since it was solely a rating for physical techniques. If his elemental abilities were included, he might even achieve an S level or higher. That's right, it's an A+. This is your student card. If someone challenges your virtual character, you can earn credit rewards. Credits are settled monthly, so check back in a month, the administrator said, wiping cold sweat from his forehead. Yidong asked, Can I challenge other virtual characters now? With such a high rating, it was unlikely others would challenge him, but he wanted to challenge others to gain practical combat experience. Yes, as long as you pay credits. But it seems like you don't have any credits in your card. Looks like you've been focusing entirely on training. The administrator chuckled awkwardly. Yidong held his student card, eager to challenge other virtual characters to earn credits. But with no credits in his card, he had to figure out a way to earn some first. Without credits, he couldn't even access the gravity training room, let alone challenge others. Yidong took out some clothes from his spatial ring, put them on, and walked out of the virtual combat room to contact Mu Jian. Fortunately, Mu Jian hadn't gone far, and the two quickly met up again. Why are you in such a hurry to find me? Did your virtual character rating come out? It should be above a level, right? Mu Jian asked. Yidong was not only an elemental ability user, but also skilled in physical techniques, so his rating should be quite high. A+, Yidong replied honestly. Almost S level. Mu Jian was astonished. Although she had expected a high rating, hearing it from him still shocked her. Yidong said, Enough with the chatter. Didn't you want me to join you in completing credit tasks? I happen to need credits too. Let's go now, what do you say? Yidong had just registered his virtual character but had no credits to challenge others. Knowing his personality, he was definitely eager to earn credits and challenge others as soon as possible. Mu Jian didn't say much. She took out her phone and started looking for tasks. How about this one? Yidong leaned over as Mu Jian logged into the War Academy website with her account, browsed through the bounty list, and pulled up a task for him to see. A 2-person team to hunt second-tier beasts near the old city's basketball court. One second-tier beast head rewards 100 credits, with no time limit. Yidong's expression shifted slightly. This task looks good. The reward is generous, and there's no time limit. Mu Jian frowned and asked, Aren't you scared? She had originally intended to use this task to intimidate Yidong. To her surprise, he found it appealing and was even interested. Could it be that he had actually hunted beasts before? Yidong replied helplessly. What's there to be afraid of with beasts? They should be the ones afraid of us. As they walked, Mu Jian glanced back and asked, Why do you look like you've fought beasts before? I remember you only enrolled a few months ago. Have you been to the old city? Not only had Yidong been to the old city, but he had also wiped out 2 beast nests and established a tribe. However, even if he told her, she wouldn't believe it. Why Yidong touched his nose and said with a smile, I went to the old city district with a few skilled exotic beast hunters. Mu Jian nodded, That's good. Since you've been there and fought exotic beasts, We should be able to earn quite a few credits by working together. Shall we head out now? Let's go. 1 hour later, Yidong and Mu Jian arrived at the Old City District. The checkpoint administrator saw Yidong, perked up, and asked with a smile, "Yidong back again? Changed teammates this time." Yidong smiled and said, "Picked up a few academy tasks. Came with a classmate to earn credits. How's it been lately? The Old City District still peaceful?" "Not bad, just." The two chatted familiarly. Mu Jian, standing to the side, looked bewildered. When did this guy get so chummy with the checkpoint administrator? Could it be that he comes here often? Both passed through the checkpoint. Yidong took out his phone and confirmed the location of the basketball court in the Old City District. "We'll follow the route I planned in advance to the basketball court. This way, we can avoid those low-level exotic beasts and head straight to the destination. What do you think?" Mu Jian grabbed him. "Wait a minute, Yidong. You seem very familiar with this place, even more than me. You even have a route map. Be honest, do you come here often?" Yidong didn't deny it and nodded. "Not often, just 3 or 4 times. I've got a pretty good grasp of the roads around here, but I rarely face second-tier exotic beasts. Senior Jian, you'll have to keep an eye out for me." Mu Jian snorted lightly. "Then you'd better stick close to me. Exotic beasts aren't like opponents in the arena. They're diverse, powerful, and don't follow rules. They just want to take you down. So you have to strike hard." "Got it." Yidong followed behind, smiling silently, while Mu Jian immediately transformed into a lecturer, giving him a crash course. Little did she know, Yidong was already an old hand here. In the northeast corner of the Old City District, there was a large basketball court, about 300 square meters, with dozens of courts connected together. It had now become a place for exotic beasts to bask in the sun and rest. Mu Jian appeared particularly cautious, constantly observing her surroundings as she walked. This made Yidong realize that Mu Jian might not have mastered the full concentration skill yet. If she had, she wouldn't be so overly cautious, as full concentration would allow her to sense everything around her. "We've entered the exotic beast activity area, and you're still strolling around like you're on a city street. Can you show me your true manly side? Are you talking about a protective instinct?" Yidong blinked, his face calm. "Exactly. I'm a girl, you're a guy, and we're in such a dangerous place together. Don't you think you should protect me?" Mu Jian glared at him irritably. At that moment, Yidong suddenly realized something shocking. He had unknowingly reached a level that ordinary people could hardly attain. He was confident in his strength, but also understood that there were stronger people out there. So he always maintained a low profile and humility. Low profile and humility help a person grow continuously, while arrogance and complacency can easily destroy someone. At least for now, Yidong felt he was standing at a fairly high position. Except for the Mercury man called Evil Child in the dark sequence who gave him a headache, the other opponents didn't seem like much. Or perhaps the truly formidable enemies had yet to appear. However, at least for now, he felt he was somewhat better than Mu Jian. Since the other party asked him for protection, he naturally couldn't just stand idly by. To be honest, walking together like this was quite slow. If it weren't for wanting to help Mu Jian out, Yidong might have acted on his own. "Follow me then. I have a friend who's a beast hunter and taught me how to avoid exotic beasts." "Really?" Mu Jian looked at him skeptically but didn't stop him from taking the lead. Whether it was the hunter's method that worked or Yidong's good luck, they managed to walk all the way to the basketball court without encountering a single exotic beast. "How about that? Not a single exotic beast crossed our path, right?" Yidong turned back and asked her with a smile. Mu Jian rolled her eyes at him. "It must be your luck. I don't believe there's such a trick." After speaking, she turned her gaze to the distance. The area surrounded by iron fencing was the basketball court. Inside the court, second-tier exotic beasts were everywhere, with some even perched on the basketball hoops, playing while vigilantly scanning their surroundings for intruders. "We need to target areas with fewer exotic beasts. Exotic beasts aren't very united, they only team up to resist when their kind is attacked. Where do you think we should start?" Standing beside Mu Jian, Yidong said calmly, "Why choose a place with fewer exotic beasts? Aren't we here to earn points? The more exotic beasts, the greater the rewards, right? Come on, boss. There are only 2 of us, and you want to clear a beast nest? Such a rookie move. Looks like I'll have to take charge." Mu Jian stomped off angrily, disappointed that Yi Dong hadn't actually learned any impressive tricks as she'd hoped. Who says two people can't clear a beast nest? Today, I'll show you, Yi Dong said with a light laugh, then suddenly leaped into the basketball court surrounded by iron fencing, landing precisely in the center of the court. What the? Mu Jian exclaimed in panic, her face full of tension. Yi Dong, are you crazy? Get back here. Yi Dong completely ignored Mu Jian's pleas and said coldly, just watch from the sidelines. Instead of worrying about me, you'd better take care of yourself first. The skills of elemental abilities no longer required deliberate honing. Now, what he wanted to improve was his combat experience and control over his body. In increasingly dangerous situations, the body's reactions and movement angles could only be learned through real combat. This guy must be insane. What should I do? What should I do? Mu Jian stomped her feet anxiously outside, but didn't dare to rush in. For her, entering would be no different from courting death. Yi Dong quickly focused his mind, and the surrounding air gradually became shrouded in a thin mist as the domain of fog slowly activated. A second-tier exotic beast let out a terrifying roar, its thick legs kicking forcefully as its massive muscular body tensed and charged at Yi Dong, its bloodthirsty jaws wide open. Behind it, three more exotic beasts followed closely. Yi Dong raised an eyebrow slightly, took a deep breath, and locked his gaze on the charging beast, his eyes flickering with determination. In an instant, he dodged, clenched his fist tightly, and delivered a powerful punch straight to the beast's face. Mu Jian covered her eyes in fear, letting out a piercing scream. Bang! The beast's face instantly caved in like a squashed orange, sent flying by Yi Dong's punch, landing heavily on the ground. Blood spurted from its mouth and nose, and after struggling a few times, it could no longer get up. Defeated a Tier 2 mutant beast, gained 10 enhancement points. After dodging the attacks of 2 mutant beasts, Yi Dong realized that these creatures had large, exaggerated movements with obvious flaws, giving him ample time to counterattack. After a brief exchange, Yi Dong quickly determined who was harder to deal with, mutant beasts or physical ability users. The answer was physical ability users. Although mutant beasts were smarter than ordinary wild animals, they were still beasts at their core. Their movements were nothing more than pouncing, biting, ramming, and clawing. While a few mutant beasts possessed special abilities, such cases were extremely rare. Their attacks were simple and straightforward, lacking much technique. As long as one avoided the first strike, the mutant beasts would expose significant weaknesses, making counterattacks highly effective. Too weak, Yi Dong said irritably as the surrounding mutant beasts fell one after another, quickly piling up into a massive heap of corpses. Mu Jian, standing outside the barbed wire fence, was almost dumbfounded. This was Yi Dong, an S-class elemental ability user. Yet he hadn't used any elemental powers at all. He had taken down these mutant beasts with just his physical strength. This was way too powerful. After Yi Dong cleared the basketball court area of mutant beasts, Mu Jian hesitated for a long time before finally following him into the court. Looking at the ground littered with beast corpses and blood-stained chaotic footsteps came from behind the woods, and soon, more people ran out from within. Damn it, what's going on? Why are those beasts all gathering together? This is so unlucky. I even lost my gun there. Yi Dong's expression changed as he walked toward the man who had warned him. The man was seriously injured, bleeding heavily, and couldn't run as fast as the others. Now he was squatting on the ground, gasping for breath. Brother, what exactly happened? Where are your companions? The middle-aged man, panting heavily, struggled to speak. They're all dead. I don't know what happened, but that group of beasts suddenly gathered together and started attacking us hunters all over the old city, as if someone was controlling them. Don't worry about me. Just run for your life. The beasts had all gathered and were attacking hunters throughout the old city. Normally, these beasts stayed in their own territories and didn't get along with each other. Only those of the same species would unite. Beasts of other species were like humans to them prey. Although they were all beasts, the rules of nature still applied. The strong prey on the weak. Carnivorous and herbivorous beasts gathering together to attack humans? This couldn't be natural behavior. They were being controlled, without a doubt. It was likely the beast men behind this. There was no other explanation. When Yidong's powers first awakened, he was attacked by beastmen on his way home and almost lost his life. Beastmen could usually transform into human form, pretending to be ordinary people and blending into Jinghai City. Without special equipment, it was very difficult to uncover their true identities. Beastmen killed and ate people in the city with clean and efficient methods, making it hard to detect them. Only when they were starving and acted recklessly without preparation could they be discovered. Yidong's eyes turned cold as he asked the man, "Which direction is the beast tide?" The middle-aged man saw the young man's expression change from calm to furious in just a few seconds. Without needing to say anything, he understood this young man must have lost family to the beasts or beastmen, which was why he was so agitated. Don't go throwing your life away. There are hundreds of second-tier beasts and tens of thousands of first-tier beasts. They're gathering to break through the checkpoint and charge into Jinghai City. If you really want to help, call the police. With so many beasts, there should be a lot of commotion. I'll go in and take a look myself. After saying this, Yidong prepared to rush in. At that moment, Mu Jian ran over, her face pale, clearly frightened by the commotion caused by the large group of people fleeing earlier. Yidong, what's going on? Why is everyone running out? Did something happen in the forest? Yidong didn't say much, glancing at the man on the ground before telling Mu Jian, "The beasts are out of control and might break through the checkpoint into Jinghai City. This place will soon become very dangerous. You should head back to school. I'll go check out the situation." After speaking, Yidong disappeared in an instant. Yidong, that guy, always acting recklessly. Mu Jian sighed helplessly and turned to look at the man sitting on the ground. The man looked at her and said, "Young lady, Uncle is seriously injured and can't walk. You can't just leave me here. Help me out, will you?" Mu Jian sneered. "I just heard you telling my classmate to leave quickly, saying you were fine. Now you're pretending to be injured? Don't think you can take advantage of me. I won't help you." She raised her foot and kicked the man, then ran off. The man let out a miserable cry, his eye socket turning black and blue from the kick. "Damn it, don't run. Just wait and see how I deal with you." With hundreds and thousands of beasts out of control, finding them would be very easy. Yidong stood atop a large tree, looking down into the distance. Before long, a violent tremor came from below as a massive horde of exotic beasts surged toward the checkpoint like a tide. At the checkpoint, the Bureau of Martial Security received the alarm and immediately dispatched armed personnel, deploying heavy firepower. As soon as the exotic beasts appeared, they could be swiftly repelled. Meanwhile, some members of the Bureau rushed into the old city to begin evacuating and relocating residents. Everyone's student ID and hunting license had GPS tracking, making it easy to locate them unless they were already dead. The horde of exotic beasts ran past beneath Yidong, but he couldn't discern anything unusual about them, or perhaps it was just hard to tell. However, the beast tide was indeed composed of various species of exotic beasts. At that moment, several figures entered his fog domain. Yidong closed his eyes and carefully sensed their presence, quickly locking onto their aura. Those individuals also stopped moving. Yidong did not act rashly, but instead used his fog domain to carefully perceive their movements and sounds. Under a massive banyan tree stood 3 people. Yes, they were human, but their eyes were vertical pupils. Clearly, they were beastmen. Among the 3 were an old man, a young man, and a woman. They seemed to be waiting for something. Before long, the young girl spoke. "Grandpa Tuccio, Xiongzhan and I have already ordered the exotic beast horde to head near the checkpoint. What about the person we're waiting for? Without them, we can't get through the checkpoint." Tuccio glanced around and looked down at his watch, saying, "It's almost the agreed time. They should be here soon. When the exotic beasts break through the checkpoint, they'll lead us inside." Just then, Yidong noticed someone rapidly approaching them. The 3 beastmen simultaneously turned to look in one direction. Thud! A figure descended from the sky, landing in front of them. It was a human ability user wearing the Bureau of Martial Security's riot armor. Yidong opened his eyes in shock and said incredulously, "This exotic beast riot is actually meant to create chaos? How could someone from the Bureau of Martial Security be collaborating with beastmen? Could that guy also be a beastman?" He quickly closed his eyes again and continued sensing. The 4 began to converse. Tuchio, Xiongzhan, and Tuyu, long time no see. Tuyu glared at the newcomer and said angrily, Ho Ming, you promised to meet at 5:30 p.m., and now it's already 5:40. You're a full 10 minutes late. Clearly, Tuyu was very displeased with Ho Ming's tardiness. Ho Ming awkwardly rubbed his nose and said, I had no choice, I had to follow the organization's arrangements. Coming here early would have exposed me, and that would be very dangerous. Tuyu glared at him angrily, but said no more. The elderly Tuchio quickly tried to ease the tension. All right, don't be mad at Ho Ming anymore. In fact, he's made the greatest sacrifice. If humans were to discover him, his fate would be terrible. Anyway, it's good that he's here now. Grandpa too is right, Ho Ming said with a smile, putting his mask back on. He then took 300 cards out of his pocket and handed them to the others. Take these 3 cards. I'll lead you out now. Let's go. All right. The 4 reached a consensus and quickly headed toward the first checkpoint. Yidong opened his eyes and withdrew his fog domain. He remained silent as the 4 ran past beneath him. I never expected the Bureau of Martial Security to harbor Beastman moles. The exotic beast riot was orchestrated to allow these 3 beastmen to enter the trap set in Jinghai City. What exactly is their goal? There might be more beastmen in Jinghai City connected to them. Exposing them now could alert them prematurely. After calmly analyzing the situation, Yidong also headed toward the checkpoint. Wuhan Bureau, wait for me. A boy, covered in mud and wearing a mask, caught up with Rabbit Xiao and the others. Ho Ming turned back with displeasure to glance at the boy, signaling his companions not to act rashly. The boy ran up to them, his face full of fear. What on earth happened? Why are there so many exotic beasts? Ho Ming smiled and said, The exotic beasts rioted, but it's fine now. I'll take you out of here. Thank you. I wouldn't dare wander around alone. The Wuhan Bureau truly is humanity's hero, the masked boy said gratefully. The 3 beastmen snorted coldly, but said nothing more. The 4 of them ran toward the checkpoint together. Yidong followed closely behind, intent on memorizing their faces. Apart from Ho Ming, who had his face covered, the appearances of the other 3 were already deeply etched in his mind. A few minutes later, with Ho Ming's help, Yidong and the 3 beastmen arrived at the checkpoint together. Standing there, Yidong patted his chest in lingering fear. Thank goodness. If it weren't for you, I might have died in there. What's your badge number? I must write a thank you letter and make a banner for you. Ho Ming grinned. No need to thank me, it's my duty. Leave here quickly. The exotic beasts will attack again soon, and you'll be in danger then. Well, all right. Yidong followed the crowd running out while secretly noting Ho Ming's badge number, 719331. Watching Yidong leave, Ho Ming's expression subtly changed. I wonder where this kid came from. How did he end up behind us? He looks terrified. Probably nothing to worry about. He must have been scared and hid in a mud pit when he saw so many exotic beasts, which is why his clothes are so dirty. Maybe. Let's go, I'll get you out of here. All right. Yidong watched as Ho Ming led the 3 beastmen into a van. The van performed a sharp turn and quickly sped away. Yidong also memorized the license plate number, Jing 16241. Daring to step into human territory, aren't they afraid of never returning? Yidong took out his phone and sent the badge number and license plate number to Lon Lon, along with a voice message. Sister Lon, have your colleagues check this badge number and license plate. I suspect they're beastmen. I'm heading to the Dawn Tribe now, meet me there. Yidong sprinted all the way to the Dawn Tribe. The place had suddenly become much busier, with many people whose combat strength was around Tier 2. Lin Jian was leading a team to organize formations. Lin Jian and his team were extremely busy, so Yidong didn't greet them and went straight upstairs to find Lon Lon. Sister Lon. Lon Lon was sitting in front of a laptop, her fingers flying across the keyboard, not even turning her head. I found something. Badge number 719331 was deactivated a year ago. It originally belonged to a police officer named Zhang Quan, but he went missing a year ago and remains unaccounted for. The owner of license plate 16241 was a transport driver, living alone, and is also on the missing persons list. These 2 cases might indeed be related to the Beastmen. You did the right thing by not alerting them prematurely. I've already sent people to investigate them. Yidong's face darkened. Sister Lon, there are 4 of them in total. 3 beastmen, and one pretending to be from the Wuhan Bureau. There's an old man with a goatee named Rabbit Show, a burly man with a square face named Xiong Zhan, and a young girl named Rabbit Yu. The one pretending to be from the Wuhan Bureau was Yang Ming. His face was covered, so I couldn't see clearly, but I can draw their portraits. Lan Lan's eyes lit up. Great, hurry up and draw them. I'll send them to headquarters right away. No problem. An hour later, Lan Lan pressed enter and turned to Yi Dong, saying, "Don't worry. No matter what purpose the beastmen have for coming to Jinghai, the truth will soon come to light. This time, it's all thanks to you, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to connect this wave of beast attacks with illegal immigration." Yi Dong sighed. "I'm just doing my part to help Jinghai. The key still lies with the Wuhan Bureau." This time, he was lucky to discover it, but no one knows how many beastmen have secretly entered Jinghai. The Wuhan Bureau has been dealing with beastmen for years, with injury incidents happening daily and the number of missing residents increasing every month. If the beastmen's entry into Jinghai can't be stopped, these numbers will only keep rising. Although his parents have already moved into Iron Fortress, which is relatively safe, what if they hadn't? Perhaps one night, a beastman would quietly come to his bedside and slit his throat. Yi Dong's eyes turned cold. "Lan Jie, notify me immediately if there's any news. I'll rush over right away." Lan Lan nodded. "Given the current situation, even if we find those 3 beastmen, we can't act rashly. We must use them to lure out more beastmen and capture them all at once. Don't act on your own. This opportunity is rare, and if missed, it might never come again. Don't worry, Lan Jie, I won't act recklessly." Lan Lan also briefed him on the recruitment situation in the Dawn tribe. Today, they recruited 10 people, including 2 C-level ability users, who were directly formed into 2 teams. Tomorrow, Lin Jian and He Xingxing will take them to the Old City to test their cooperation. Other than that, there wasn't much else happening. When Yi Dong left the Dawn tribe, it was already dark. He went home, had a simple meal, took a shower, and went to bed. The next morning, Yi Dong returned to the War Academy. Regarding the beastmen, Lan Jie said she would notify him immediately if there was any news, so he didn't need to worry about it. Since that was the case, he focused on the matters at hand. Yesterday, he killed so many second-tier exotic beasts. Mu Jian must have earned quite a few credits. He decided to go find her. Just as he entered the school gate, Yi Dong noticed that the way people were looking at him was a bit different. At first, he didn't pay attention, but then Mu Jian actively contacted him and found him. Only then did Yi Dong understand what had happened. "Yi Dong, where did you go yesterday? You didn't contact me. I was so worried." Mu Jian glared at him angrily. Yi Dong smirked. "I was just wandering around the Old City, then I went back. Those rampaging exotic beasts should have been dealt with by the Wuhan Bureau, right? I heard the exotic beasts suddenly all ran back to the Old City for some unknown reason. Let's not talk about that. Do you know? Your virtual combat character challenged 300 matches in just one day yesterday and won them all, taking the top spot on this week's virtual combat leaderboard." "Really?" Yi Dong was pleasantly surprised. "How many credits would that be? I need to check right away." He had thought his virtual character wouldn't be challenged much. After all, his rating was already A+, and challenging him once would cost 1,000 credits. Killing a second-tier exotic beast only rewards 100 credits, so challenging him was practically throwing credits away. But those who dared to challenge him clearly didn't think so. Yi Dong's ability had only awakened for a few months, yet he had achieved an A+ rating in the virtual combat room. This made many students suspect that the system was biased toward his elemental abilities, giving him an inflated score, and they believed that Yi Dong's actual strength was not that impressive. Moreover, since Yi Dong was an elemental ability user, many ability users who focused on physical techniques wanted to defeat him in virtual battles to earn some credits. However, when they actually fought against Yi Dong's virtual avatar, they discovered that this guy didn't use any elemental abilities at all. He relied solely on pure physical techniques. Those challengers who approached with the mindset of humiliating him were all easily defeated, unable to last even a single move. For a time, this incident caused a huge stir in the War Academy. Yi Dong soon arrived at the entrance of the virtual battle room. While walking around campus, the students' gazes toward him were merely curious. But now, The people standing at the entrance of the virtual battle room looked at him with fear and shock in their eyes. S-rank ability user Yi Dong not only had powerful elemental abilities, but also completely dominated everyone in physical techniques. This fact was hard for anyone to accept. Look, Yi Dong is here. I always thought his elemental abilities were impressive, but I didn't expect his physical techniques to be this strong too. Yesterday, even the top 10 physical ability users on the leaderboard challenged him, and they all lost. I heard Yi Dong's virtual avatar didn't use any elemental powers, only physical techniques, and they still lost. This guy is insane, practically a monster. Yi Dong hadn't expected that his virtual avatar would shock the Academy's students without his knowledge. To him, this was a good thing. Not convinced. Then come challenge his virtual avatar. Yi Dong smiled faintly and stepped into the virtual battle room, the crowd automatically parting to make way for him. Mu Jian followed behind, her face showing pride and a hint of shyness. Yi Dong walked up to a machine and inserted his student card. 300 wins, 0 losses. Ranked first on the leaderboard. Total credits, 31,200 points. Because he held the top spot, the system had also awarded him some extra credits. In total, he now had over 30,000 credits. He could earn credits just by sleeping in the gravity training room. However, before that, Yi Dong had one more thing to do: challenge the virtual characters on the virtual battle platform. Mu Jian stared enviously at the credits displayed on the machine and said, "I'm so jealous of you, earning so many credits in just one day. Aren't you planning to share the credits from killing the beast yesterday with me?" Yi Dong frowned slightly and said, "Of course I'll share. After all, that's a separate matter." Ugh, so stingy. Mu Jian took out her phone and transferred 1,500 credits to Yi Dong. Although she had earned quite a bit herself, most of the beasts were killed by Yi Dong, and he insisted on splitting the credits evenly. She hadn't done much, but still got 1,500 credits, which was already a good deal. But compared to the credits Yi Dong earned in just one day, this amount was nothing. Senior Jian, I'm going to the battle room to challenge virtual characters. What about you? Mu Jian sighed helplessly. What else can I do? Of course, I need to earn credits. Otherwise, I might only be able to spend a few days in the gravity training room next month. All right, see you later. With that, she turned and walked out of the virtual battle room. Judging by her determined expression, she was clearly planning to work hard. Yi Dong didn't think much of it and directly queued up to challenge the virtual battle room. The people around him looked at him with even more caution, and whispers filled the air. Yi Dong paid no attention to it. The challenge administrator saw him and immediately asked with a smile, "Yi Dong, which level do you want to challenge?" S level. This was a decision he had made from the start. Challenging the students of the War Academy was nothing. Directly challenging the teachers was what truly mattered. S level? That's the level of the Academy's teachers. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Yi Dong shook his head and asked in return, "Which teacher in the school is the most skilled in martial arts?" The teacher strongest in martial arts is, of course, S-level Zhang Jianwei. His martial arts are recognized as the best in the War Academy. Zhang Jianwei. The name sounded familiar, as if he had seen it in the library's Hall of Fame. He possessed a level ancient Tyrannosaurus Rex cells. The challenge administrator lowered his voice and said, "Not only is teacher Zhang the strongest martial arts ability user in the academy, but he was also once a candidate for War General. However, due to a mistake, he was removed from the candidate list. His strength is no joke. Most people who challenge him last no more than 5 seconds before being KO'd. If you challenge him, it's like throwing your credits into the water. Why not consider someone else?" Yi Dong was surprised. KO'd in just 5 seconds? That's way too fast. What exactly happens? The challenge administrator grinned and said, "That brings us to an advanced ability among martial arts ability users called Domineering Aura. Have you heard of it?" Domineering Aura? How could Yi Dong not have heard of it? He had been imagining what Domineering Aura was like almost every day. Ever since he was tricked by that mischievous kid, he had been searching for that elusive Domineering Aura. Even Sister Lan had only heard of the name and couldn't teach him personally because she hadn't mastered it herself. If teacher Zhang Jianwei truly knew Domineering Aura, then he would have plenty of time to experience what it felt like to be surrounded by it. "I want to challenge teacher Zhang Jianwei. Please take me there." "All right, follow me." This is it. All the virtual characters in our school have their own rooms, and this is Teacher Zhang Jianwei's. If you fail the challenge and want to try again, just insert your student card into the slot at the door. Let me demonstrate first. The administrator inserted Yi Dong's student card into the slot and suddenly muttered softly, "Strange, is someone inside?" Ah! A piercing scream came from the room, and then the iron door was suddenly pushed open. A long-haired man stumbled out, his face full of pain. Both Yi Dong and the administrator were shocked. Virtual battles weren't supposed to cause injuries, so why did this person look so pained? The long-haired man stood up weakly, took out his student card, and tried to insert it into the slot. Yi Dong quickly reached out to stop him. "You should rest first. How about I go instead?" "You?" The long-haired man frowned and snorted coldly. "I remember now. You're Yi Dong, the S-level ability genius of the War Academy. Do you really want to challenge the Demon King?" "Demon King." The administrator smiled wryly. "Teacher Zhang Jianwei has a nickname, Demon King. That's what the students call him." Then the administrator said to the long-haired man, "Luo Hong, even though it's a virtual battle, being suppressed by domineering aura for too long can harm your brain. You should rest first." Luo Hong snorted coldly. "I know my own body best. I want to continue." After speaking, he swiped his card and stumbled back into the battle room. Not long after, another scream came from inside. Yi Dong and the administrator frowned deeply. The administrator handed the student card back to Yi Dong. "Luo Hong is one of the top 5 strongest in our academy, but unfortunately, he's stubborn and often comes to challenge the Demon King, losing all his credits in the process. You should wait until he gives up before challenging him. I have something to do, so I'll leave first." "Teacher, go ahead. I'll handle it myself." The administrator left. Yi Dong patiently waited outside the door. This Luo Hong was no weakling. It was said that many people couldn't last even 5 seconds against the Demon King. But this guy managed to hold on for at least 10 seconds. Bang! The door was pushed open, and Luo Hong jumped out of the battle room, curled up on the ground, trembling all over, his eyes filled with fear. Yi Dong gripped his student card, becoming even more intrigued by the candidate for the warrior inside this room. Yi Dong turned to ask Luo Hong, who was lying on the ground, "Can I go in now?" Luo Hong trembled and nodded, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "I bet you won't last 10 seconds before crawling out." "I'm not here to learn how to crawl." Yi Dong chuckled, swiped his card, and walked straight in. Anger flashed in Luo Hong's eyes. 10 seconds? Yi Dong wasn't here to compete on endurance. He was here to challenge the Demon King, to experience dominance, and to strive to learn it. That way, when facing opponents like bullies, he wouldn't be as embarrassed as before. Inside the room was a massive capsule pod. Yi Dong lay inside. White gas emerged, and his eyelids grew heavy. When he woke up, he found himself in a vast, white world. A man stood ahead of him. Yi Dong looked down at his hands. This was the model of his virtual character. To make challengers feel the realism, the sensations in the virtual world were identical to those in reality. In other words, he could feel pain. On his arm was a green value indicator showing 100. Once this value dropped to 0, he would be directly ejected from the virtual world. He looked up at the middle-aged man not far ahead. The man had a burly build, though slimmer than Yi Dong had imagined. He wore a military green t-shirt on top, camouflage pants below, and black marten boots on his feet. Zhang Jianwei had an extremely ordinary appearance, a buzz cut, and a face exuding righteousness. So this was the Demon King Zhang Jianwei, as the students of the War Academy called him. Yi Dong suddenly noticed a string of numbers floating behind Zhang Jianwei 1325411. He had no idea what the numbers represented. Although the Zhang Jianwei before him was just a virtual character, Yi Dong's senses were incredibly sharp at this moment, making it hard to distinguish whether he was in the virtual world or reality. He had to admit, Qin Hao, the mechanical fanatic, had truly achieved an astonishing level of technological prowess. "So you're the Demon King? Let me see what you're capable of." Yi Dong snorted coldly and charged at Zhang Jianwei in an instant. At that moment, Zhang Jianwei's eyes suddenly widened. The next second, Yi Dong felt as if countless needles were stabbing his brain, and his body's coordination instantly fell apart. "Ah!" Yi Dong screamed in pain, and then his shoulder felt as heavy as a building pressing down on it. The value on his arm instantly dropped to 0. Ah! Yidong let out another scream and woke up directly from the capsule pod. He slowly sat up, but his hands and legs felt as if they didn't belong to him, trembling uncontrollably. What the hell is going on? Yidong's heart tightened. It was as if he had touched the barrier of his power's limits. As soon as he entered the virtual battle world, without doing anything, his value dropped to 0, and he was directly kicked out. Meanwhile, his hands and feet began to tremble uncontrollably. At this moment, he finally understood why that man named Luo Hong had staggered out of the virtual battle room. Crawled was indeed a more fitting description. After his hands and feet regained some control, Yidong slowly moved out of the virtual battle room. No way. He had to try again. This skill called Domineering Aura was truly terrifying. At the entrance, Luo Hong saw Yidong come out and smirked. I told you. You wouldn't last 10 seconds and would crawl out. Now it's my turn. With that, he swiped his student card and mustered up his courage to charge into the virtual battle room. This guy was said to frequently challenge Zhang Jianwei here, spending a lot of credits. After enduring hundreds of such torturous experiences, he could still charge and again, relying on that unyielding spirit, which was truly admirable. Yidong sat on the ground, his eyes full of shock. If I encountered such an opponent in reality, I wouldn't stand a chance. This skill called Domineering Aura is just too overpowered. A familiar scream came from the virtual battle room. Luo Hong came out, leaning against the wall, his face full of frustration. It was clear he was feeling quite upset. He glanced at Yidong, as if to say, "You're the one who egged me on." He knew it was Yidong's turn now. Yidong took a deep breath, swiped his card, and once again summoned his courage to enter the virtual battle room. He returned to the virtual world. It was still Zhang Jianwei. This time, as soon as he took a step forward, he was bounced out by a heavy force, back into the capsule pod. Sitting in the pod, Yidong calmly reflected. Continuing to try like this is meaningless. Zhang Jianwei easily suppresses everyone with Domineering Aura. Repeated challenges are just a waste of time and self-torture. As expected of a candidate for a battle general, his strength is truly extraordinary, far beyond that of ordinary martial ability users. Instead of wasting credits here, I should prepare in other ways. Taking a deep breath, Yidong walked out of the virtual battle room. Luo Hong, seeing him leave directly, asked in confusion, "Why not continue? Are you scared? Looks like I overestimated you, Yidong." Yidong smiled faintly. "Your method doesn't work. I need to find another way." "Whose method doesn't work? Is there another way? You don't even have the courage to face a strong opponent, and you think you can defeat him? What a joke." Yidong smiled without responding. This is the difference between people. You have your ideas, I have mine. In the end, we'll see whose method works. Yidong went straight to find the principal. Come on. Since the real person is at the school, why not consult him directly instead of obsessing over a virtual character? That's just foolish. When Dean Lu saw Yidong, he asked in surprise, "Yidong, how's your training with Teacher Mu going? Or have you given up?" The old fox squinted and smiled, as if he had expected this. Yidong's lips curled slightly, and he said, "Dean, Teacher Mu recommended me to his daughter for guidance, but I feel that Senior Vin can't help me much. However, she did introduce me to a good place, the virtual battle room. There, I can spar with anyone in the academy, but there's someone named Zhang Jianwei who caught my attention. Can I meet him?" "You mean Zhang Jianwei?" Dean Lu's expression turned a bit helpless, and he smiled. "If you want to meet him, I can arrange it. But he's not at the school, he's at the Bureau of Martial Security." The Bureau of Martial Security? Half an hour later, under Dean Lu's guidance, Yidong arrived at the Bureau of Martial Security. The person who received them was someone Yidong knew, Su Jun. Su Jun was surprised to see Yidong and was even more shocked when he heard they were there to visit Zhang Jianwei. "Dean Lu, that person is not someone you can meet casually. Even if you personally plead, it might not be possible." Su Jun's expression was more fearful than embarrassed, as if the matter Dean Lu brought up made him feel extremely uneasy. Dean Lu smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, it's just a few words exchanged through the wall, no direct contact." At this moment, Yidong had already understood. Zhang Jianwei was not holding any important position in the Wuhan Bureau, he had become a prisoner. How could someone so powerful be detained in the Wuhan Bureau? The special prison of the Wuhan Bureau. The so-called special prison was actually just a small iron room. The iron room was made of over 10 tons of steel, completely sealed, with only a lunchbox-sized ventilation opening on the door. Outside the door, many guards from the Wuhan Bureau stood watch. The strength displayed by these guards alone left Yidong astonished. Their levels were definitely at the third or even fourth tier. Anywhere else, these people could dominate a region, yet they were willing to stay here as guards. At this moment, Dean Liu whispered to Yidong, "In a moment, you can ask him the questions you want. Whether he answers or not depends entirely on luck. You only have one chance. Whether you get the answers is up to you." Yidong hesitated for a moment and softly asked Dean Liu, "Dean, is Zhang Jianwei the only one in Jinghai City who possesses Dominion Aura? Do none of you have it?" Dean Liu suddenly laughed. "Only those who are kings or emperors can possess Dominion Aura. Dominion Aura is an innate ability. While everyone might awaken some kind of power, awakening Dominion Aura is even rarer than awakening an S-level ability, only 1 in a million." Yidong was shocked, since Zhang Jianwei awakened Dominion Aura and is a 1 in a million genius. Why is he being detained? Dean Liu sighed. He is indeed a genius, but he did something he shouldn't have. He pursued ultimate power and eventually betrayed the nation, joining the Dark Sequence. He killed one of the 12 generals and leaked critical secrets of the Dragon Nation to the Dark Sequence, causing us to lose a lot of technological advancements. Yidong was stunned upon hearing this. Had he lost himself? He actually joined the infamous Dark Sequence assassin organization. Dean Liu quickly made a shushing gesture. Su Jun said to Yidong, "He seems to be awake and willing to answer a few of your questions, but you only have 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, you must leave. Make the most of your time." All right, this was a rare opportunity. If missed, there might not be another chance. Yidong took a deep breath and walked toward the iron room. The guards on both sides, their faces covered, glanced at him. Yidong's heart raced. Just being looked at by them made him feel a wave of fear. It was like a puppy wandering into a pride of lions. But he knew these guards would absolutely not harm him. Yidong mustered his courage and stood in front of the iron room, saying, "Teacher Zhang, my name is Yidong. I am an ordinary student at the War Academy and would like to ask you about Dominion Aura." An ordinary student? Ordinary students have no right to be here. A muffled voice came from inside the iron room. Yidong couldn't see the other person. He could only hear the voice coming from the ventilation opening. Yidong smiled awkwardly. "Anyway, I want to know how one can awaken Dominion Aura. Is this ability truly innate? I want to know, why do you want to awaken Dominion Aura? Is it simply to become stronger, or is there another reason?" Becoming stronger is one reason, but mainly because I previously encountered an assassin from the Dark Sequence. Yidong briefly recounted the story of the delinquent. After listening, the other party sneered, "I see. Facing an opponent who can fully elementalize their body is indeed troublesome. You seem to be an elemental ability user as well. Can they tell even through the wall?" Yidong was somewhat surprised but admitted frankly, "Everyone says elemental ability users are weak in physical combat, so I've always focused on physical training." A flash of surprise appeared in the eyes of the two guards as they glanced at Yidong. Clearly, his words had moved them somewhat. From inside the iron house came Zhang Jianwei's voice. "Elemental ability users starting to focus on physical combat shows that you have ambitious goals. Before long, other elemental ability users will also prioritize physical training. Otherwise, they won't have a foothold on this continent." Yidong nodded. It seemed he had come to the right place. Zhang Jianwei was no ordinary person. Even Principal Liu thought that elemental ability users training in physical combat was a waste of talent. But Zhang Jianwei clearly didn't think so. Dominance is indeed innate, but it can also be stimulated through training. I can't tell yet if you can awaken dominance, but I support your physical training. Staying here is too much of a waste for you. Go to the Dark Sequence. It's more suitable for you there, and they might know how to help you awaken dominance. I've seen enough. At this moment, a guard suddenly blocked Yidong's path, staring coldly at him and saying, "You can leave now." From inside the iron house came Zhang Jianwei's mocking laughter. "White Demon, are you really so uneasy? I was just having a heartfelt chat with the kid. Is there any need to be so nervous?" He truly can't learn anything from your third-rate stuff. The strength of the dark sequence doesn't lie in technology, but in vision and wisdom. One day, the dark sequence will replace everything Dragon Nation has now. Just wait and see, huh? Yidong, let's go. All right. Principal Liu, looking tense, pulled Yidong out of the Marshall Security Bureau, clearly not wanting to stay there any longer. On the way back to school, Yidong sat in the car, watching the scenery rapidly retreat outside the window, lost in thought. Zhang Jianwei had told him that dominance couldn't be actively awakened, only passively accepted. Moreover, he couldn't tell whether Yidong had the potential to awaken dominance. Does this mean that if he encounters an opponent who can fully elementalize their body in the future, he can only run away? Could the dark sequence really help him awaken dominance? Zhang Jianwei's words were somewhat contradictory, clearly irresponsible nonsense, and couldn't be fully trusted. Principal Liu patted Yidong's shoulder and asked, Yidong, that Zhang Jianwei is actually a bit mentally unstable. You don't need to take his words too seriously. As for how to awaken dominance, don't rush. There's still about half a year before you go to the military district. In this half year, focusing on improving yourself is the right thing to do. Who knows, the answer you want might be hidden in the military district. There are experts everywhere there. It's a great place for growth. Half a year. Yidong nodded and said, Principal, you said Zhang Jianwei is so powerful, so why did he join the dark sequence? After being captured, why is he being held in the Marshall Security Bureau? Isn't there a more suitable place for him? Brainwashed. Principal Liu sighed, his eyes full of regret. After Zhang Jianwei awakened his abilities, he was always regarded as a genius. Later, he awakened dominance, which is rare among millions, and went further and further down that path. What geniuses desire is rarer and harder to obtain than what ordinary people seek. Soon, he lost himself, believing the dark sequence possessed powers he had never encountered, and voluntarily defected to them. No one knows how he found the dark sequence, but later he was captured by the combined efforts of the 12 war generals of Dragon Nation and has been held in a special cell at the Bureau of Martial Peace ever since. Initially, they planned to imprison him in the deep-sea dungeon of the North Sea, but his strength was too formidable. Fearing interference from the dark sequence, they decided to keep him in Jinghai instead. The headquarters even assigned 2 war general candidates to guard him 24/7. After finishing his explanation, Principal Liu gave Yidong a deep look. You pursue the same things as he does, but I hope you don't lose yourself or blur the lines between right and wrong. Otherwise, I will personally lock you in the deep-sea prison. Consider this a warning. Yidong smiled awkwardly. Principal, don't worry, I won't lose myself. That's good. The car stopped at the school gate. Principal Liu hurried off to the principal's office. Yidong also came to terms with some things, feeling pity for the man named Luo Hong. That guy was probably still trying hard to sense dominance and understand it, without realizing it was a complete waste of time. If dominance could be awakened through constant training and sensing, most people in this world would have mastered it long ago. Since dominance can't be actively awakened, then bypass it. Focus on other things first. He had over 30,000 academic credits, nothing urgent to deal with, and Sister Lan was taking care of the tribe. All he needed to do was keep getting stronger. In 6 months, he would pass the military district assessment and head to the Red Leaf Military District. With experts gathered there, it would surely help him grow quickly. At that moment, Yidong's eyebrows twitched, almost thinking he was mistaken. No, how could he be mistaken? Tuyu, that beast woman, Huyu. She actually appeared in the virtual combat room of the War Academy. What was she doing here? Yidong cautiously followed Huyu, who was clearly lining up to challenge, evidently targeting the virtual combat room. Many students also noticed Huyu, casting envious glances her way. What a cute girl is she new. Why haven't I seen her before? She must be a freshman. Otherwise, with such a beautiful girl at the War Academy, how could I not know? I wonder which class she's in and what her name is. Someone go ask. Sister Lan had told him not to act recklessly, so he naturally didn't dare disobey and risk ruining her plans. Beastmen had not only infiltrated Jinghai, but had also become students at the War Academy. He really couldn't understand what they were up to. Tuyu seemed to suddenly sense something, turning her head to look behind her. Yidong quickly hid behind another student, but she still spotted him. Tuyu stared at Yidong with a suspicious look, walked up to him, patted his shoulder, and said, "Classmate, you look familiar. Have we met somewhere before?" Damn, had he been recognized? Yi Dong turned to look at Tu Yu, his eyes lighting up. "It's you. We met in the old district yesterday. Are you also a student at the War Academy?" Tu Yu smiled faintly. "So it really is you. I thought you looked familiar." As the two spoke, Yi Dong noticed the surrounding people starting to look at him with hostile eyes. So annoying. We wanted to get to know her, but she went to talk to Yi Dong first. An S-level ability user is always the center of attention, so frustratingly enviable. This is really just luck. Yi Dong completely ignored the noisy chatter around him. Tu Yu raised her eyebrows slightly and said to Yi Dong, "I just arrived at the War Academy today and am not familiar with the surroundings. Can you show me around?" Yi Dong glanced at the group and asked doubtfully, "Aren't you here to pick a fight?" "That can wait. I want to get to know this place first. Can you lead the way?" Yi Dong scratched his head, wondering why she had to pick him. Seeing his hesitation, Tu Yu puffed out her cheeks and said coyly, "What's wrong? You don't want to show me around? If you don't, that's fine. I'll find someone else. After all, we're not close, and you have no obligation to help me." Everyone around stared at Yi Dong, waiting for him to refuse so they could have a chance. Yi Dong hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right. Where do you want to go?" "Yay, I knew you'd agree. I want to go to the library first." The people around were extremely disappointed and sighed one after another. If they knew Tu Yu was actually a beast man, they'd probably be even more shocked. But Tu Yu wanted to go to the library. Could it be that she came to the War Academy to steal humanity's precious knowledge? Forget it. Better take her there first and see. Follow me. Actually, you can download a map of the War Academy if you have a phone. I don't have a phone," Tu Yu said, her face slightly red. "Of course, you don't have a phone. Unless beastmen can launch satellites." War Academy, library. Tu Yu walked into the library as if mesmerized, as though she had entered an ocean of knowledge accumulated by humanity over thousands of years. Is this the precious knowledge left behind by humanity over thousands of years? It's magnificent. Yi Dong noticed the glimmer of tears in Tu Yu's eyes. Was she moved to the point of crying? That's right. This is the knowledge humanity has accumulated over thousands of years. Which book do you want to start with? Tu Yu wiped her tears and whispered, "I want to start with books about farming and learn about the development of human history. But there are so many books here, I probably couldn't finish them in a lifetime." Books about farming? Yi Dong was a bit shocked. He hadn't expected Tu Yu to be interested in that. He thought she'd look at books on technology or biographies of famous people. At that moment, a librarian walked over. "Are you Yi Dong, the S-class ability user?" Yi Dong nodded and quickly said, "My friend wants to find books on farming. Do you know where they are?" "Books on farming? Hardly anyone reads those. They're all piled up in the farthest corner of the library. Just walk straight to the end." "Thank you." Tu Yu, as if discovering a treasure, quickened her pace, and Yi Dong followed, thanking the librarian. "Tu Yu, why are you in such a hurry? The books aren't going anywhere." "I know. I just want to see them sooner." The two arrived at the corner, and Tu Yu stood in front of the bookshelf, her eyes shining. She clasped her hands together in a reverent prayer, then carefully took down a book and couldn't stop flipping through it once she opened it. Yi Dong was full of questions and casually asked, "Tu Yu, why are you so interested in books about farming? With humanity's current technology, there's no need to worry about food." Tu Yu, engrossed in the book, gently shook her head and said, "That's true for you. But where I come from, resources are extremely scarce, and everyone goes hungry every day. I want to learn farming to improve the lives of my people." Yi Dong raised an eyebrow, surprised that Tu Yu would say such a thing. Is life for beastmen really that hard? Anyone who's taken a history class would know. Orcs possess a level of technology comparable to humans. They are highly capable learners, often infiltrating human cities while also absorbing human technological achievements. However, at the end of the day, human society has a clear disparity between rich and poor. There are both wealthy individuals and impoverished ones. This Tu Yu might belong to the lower status group among the orcs. Could it be that she infiltrated Jinghai City just for the agricultural science book in her hands, risking the danger of being discovered and killed by humans? Yi Dong found it hard to believe. He asked, "Tu Yu, let me ask you hypothetically, what's your view on the orc race?" Tu Yu trembled slightly. turned to look at him, and her gaze lingered on his face for nearly 5 seconds before she asked, "Why? Are you suddenly asking me this kind of question?" Yidong chuckled lightly. "Because I was almost killed by orcs. Plus, yesterday, there was a rampage of exotic beasts in the old city, and some people suspect it was caused by orcs. After all, exotic beasts and orcs have close ties and sometimes join forces to fight against humans." Tuyu noticeably slowed her reading pace and said softly, "My view of orcs is similar to others, but not all orcs are the same. My my grandfather once said that orcs are divided into two types: meat eaters and grass eaters. Grass-eating orcs love peace and want to develop alongside humans. But those who harm others are almost always meat-eating orcs. Sometimes, even grass-eating orcs are killed by meat-eating orcs, or even treated as food. The current hostile relationship between humans and orcs is all caused by those greedy meat-eating orcs. I I hate them deeply." She trembled slightly with anger but quickly calmed down, raising her head to give Yidong a faint smile. "Sorry, many of my friends and family among the orcs have been killed by meat-eating orcs, so I lost control of my emotions." Yidong looked at her expressionlessly. He was familiar with the terms carnivorous and herbivorous, but it was the first time he'd heard them applied to orcs. Humans often said orcs deserve to die, but they never explained why. However, their actions toward humans made it clear. Those orcs truly deserve to die. But hearing Tuyu's explanation, it seemed there was a group of peace-loving grass-eating orcs. Could Tuyu be one of them? Did she come here simply to learn human agricultural techniques to help her people? It was too early to draw conclusions. Yidong decided to observe her further. The entire morning, Tuyu focused on reading the agricultural book until noon. Both of their stomachs began to growl. Tuyu glanced at Yidong shyly and said, "Yidong, you've accompanied me all morning. I feel a bit embarrassed. Why don't you head back?" Yidong checked the time on his phone. "It's already lunchtime, and you're hungry too. Let's go to the cafeteria and eat together." I won't go. I still want to keep reading." "Come on." Yidong grabbed Tuyu's arm and gently pulled her along, making her follow him. "Yidong, I didn't bring any money, and I'm not that hungry." Her stomach suddenly let out a loud protest, and Tuyu's face turned red. Yidong laughed and said, "Not hungry? Then what was that sound just now? Come on, this meal's on me." Since yesterday, Tuyu hadn't had a drop of water. She still had some dry rations left, but was reluctant to eat them. With Yidong's enthusiasm, she couldn't refuse. "All right then." Yidong ordered a pork chop soy sauce rice dish, while Tuyu, claiming to be a vegetarian, ordered a bowl of vegetable and fruit salad. Crunch, crunch, the fruits and vegetables were very fresh, and Tuyu ate happily. "Do you get to eat such delicious food every day? I'm so envious of you." She licked the salad dressing clean, her face full of emotion. The cafeteria's fruit and vegetable salad was actually the worst, but Tuyu ate it with such relish and even praised it as delicious. After finishing, she rubbed her nose and curiously looked around. Yidong asked, "Are you planning to stay in the library this afternoon?" Tuyu nodded. "Yes, I want to master both agriculture and herbal medicine so that I won't have any regrets when I leave here." Yidong asked again, "From the way you talk, it seems like you can't stay for long." Tuyu clutched the hem of her clothes and sighed. "I can't be away for too long. I still have younger siblings at home to take care of, so I need to quickly learn this knowledge and go back as soon as possible. Why, will you miss me?" She raised her eyebrows at Yidong. Yidong cleared his throat, thinking, "To think I'd be teased by a beastman girl. Good thing my self-control is strong." But after spending the morning together, Yidong had roughly figured out Tuyu's true intentions. If what Tuyu said was true, that she was only here to study agriculture and herbal medicine to help her people, then there wasn't much of an issue. Earlier, he had used his phone to look up the differences between carnivorous and herbivorous beastmen, and it was indeed as Tuyu had described. In this world, the first beastmen to make contact with humans were herbivorous ones. This led to a century of peace between the two sides, with occasional exchanges of information about exotic beasts, and humans even gifting beastmen some outdated technology. However, a century later, a war broke out due to a failed negotiation. Beastmen demanded entry into the human world to strive for coexistence between humans and beastmen. Humans, however, were concerned that the nature of carnivorous beastmen would be hard to control and that they might attack humans, so they rejected the request. After returning, the beastmen exaggerated the negotiation results, inciting more hatred among their kind. Thus, a full-scale racial war erupted. Under the banner of opposing discrimination, beastmen continuously attacked humans, deepening the hatred between the two sides. Now, the relationship between humans and beastmen had reached an irreparable state. Sooner or later, one of these two species would disappear from Blue Star. Yidong asked. Tu, were those two people we encountered in the old city also your companions? Tu was slightly startled, then suddenly stood up, waving and shouting into the distance. Cousin, I'm over here, come quickly. Xiongzhan, that square-faced, burly guy? Yidong turned to look, and sure enough, it was him. Xiongzhan's massive frame was particularly conspicuous, causing a stir as soon as he entered the cafeteria. Wow, what does this guy eat to grow so big and tall? I heard he's an exchange student from another academy, here to experience life at our war academy. Even beastmen would be scared of someone this huge. Amid the murmurs, Xiongzhan walked up to Tu. Tu introduced, classmate Yidong. This is Xiongzhan, my cousin. Cousin, this is Yidong. Remember the boy we ran into in the forest yesterday? Turns out it's him. Xiongzhan's expression shifted slightly, showing a hint of surprise, but he quickly regained his composure and said in a deep voice, an S-class genius from the War Academy, scared out of his wits by a group of exotic beasts? Seems like S-class geniuses aren't all that impressive. Yidong raised an eyebrow and said, Xiongzhan, are you looking for a challenge? Rabbit Yu tugged at Bearjan's sleeve and said, Cousin, I found the virtual battle room for you, but we still need to input the information. I haven't found the gravity room yet. Yidong not only treated me to a meal, but also took me to the library. Don't be too rude and ruin my friendship with him. Bearjan swallowed hard, staring at the pudding on Yidong's table. Yidong raised an eyebrow and asked, Big cousin, have you eaten? Who's your big cousin? Bearjan glared at him angrily, licked his lips, and said, Not yet. Yidong shook his head with a bitter smile. Tell me what you want to eat. It's on me today. Yidong, that's too kind of you. Cousin, I'll take you to order food. Rabbit Yu finished speaking and, without waiting for Bearjan to react, dragged him toward the ordering window. Yidong was speechless. That was way too direct. 10 minutes later, Yidong's table was piled high with fruit and vegetable salads, resembling a small mountain. Rabbit Yu and Bearjan devoured the food like they were starving, eating with great relish. Cousin, how is it? Tasty. Bearjan nodded and said in a deep voice, Delicious. So his voice was this deep. Yidong had thought he was deliberately trying to sound intimidating. Half an hour later, the three of them walked out of the cafeteria, satisfied. Bearjan's gaze toward Yidong was no longer as wary. Rabbit Yu pulled Yidong aside and whispered, Yidong, can you accompany my cousin this afternoon? He's very interested in the training methods of the War Academy. Can you help him out? One came to learn farming and herbal medicine, while the other was interested in training. They each had their own goals. Yidong hesitated for a moment and agreed. This would also help him better understand the beastmen. He glanced at Bearjan and said, Big cousin, follow me this afternoon. Didn't you want to go to the gravity room? Bearjan nodded, clearly agreeing. Rabbit Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. All right then, cousin, Yidong, I'll head to the library first. If you need anything, come find me. Goodbye. With that, Rabbit Yu left, leaving only Yidong and Bearjan. Yidong looked up at Bearjan and thought, after eating so much of my food, you better put in some effort. Big cousin, follow me. The gravity room is this way. Gravity room. Yidong brought along 30 to 40,000 credits, which finally came in handy. Bearjan, like Rabbit Yu, was full of curiosity about everything in front of him. 10 times gravity only made him raise an eyebrow slightly. It had no real effect on him. This is our academy's gravity training room. The current setting is 10 times gravity. If you want to experience higher gravity, you'll have to go to the specialized room up ahead, Yidong explained, looking up at Bearjan. Bearjan nodded and said, Training in this environment has obvious effects. It seems this is the secret to humans becoming stronger. It's technology that makes humans strong, Yidong corrected. Bearjan paused for a moment, then nodded and said, Although your name isn't on the list of strong individuals in the War Academy, I know that if you wanted to, those people on the list wouldn't stand a chance against you. You're an elemental ability user and also practice physical techniques. I really want to fight you. Do you think there's a chance? Yi Dong sized up Bear Jean and said, "Of course, anytime." Bear Jean suddenly clenched his fists, exuding a dangerous aura. As soon as he did this, everyone training in the gravity room noticed. That's Yi Dong. And that exchange student, what are they doing? Are they going to spar here? Finally, some excitement to watch. Why does Yi Dong, an elemental ability user, keep coming to our physical ability users' gravity training room? The crowd grew larger. Yi Dong quickly got into the zone. Xiong Zhan let out a thunderous roar, his voice deafening, and lunged at Yi Dong like a ferocious beast. His fist, like a massive iron hammer, mercilessly smashed toward Yi Dong's face. Blood surged within Yi Dong's body facing such a monster. He had to give it his all. Blood fury. Bang. A muffled impact echoed from Yi Dong's palm. He blocked Xiong Zhan's massive fist, his entire body sinking slightly. In the next moment, his whole body was enveloped in blood energy, exuding an aura even more terrifying than Xiong Zhan's. As the two clashed, the surrounding spectators were stunned. Xiong Zhan hesitated briefly but quickly regained his composure. His other hand transformed into a claw and swiped fiercely at Yi Dong's body. SSS-3 lightning-like claw marks streaked through the air and vanished in an instant. Yi Dong retreated, and Xiong Zhan advanced a step. Bang! The two extended their palms, tightly gripping each other's hands, engaging in a pure contest of strength. Xiong Zhan was shocked. This man had a small frame, yet his explosive power was no weaker than his own. Moreover, what was the white mist continuously emanating from his body? But one thing was clear: he could distinctly feel the heat radiating from Yi Dong's body, almost scorching. Yi Dong abruptly withdrew his hands and kicked at Xiong Zhan. Xiong Zh, this punch was astonishingly powerful, carrying immense penetrating force, directly impacting Xiong Zhan's brain. Xiong Zhan was struck so hard that his body jerked backward, his massive frame losing balance, and ultimately crashing heavily to the ground. The enormous body hit the floor with a dull thud, causing the entire gravity training room's floor to tremble. Xiong Zhan quickly sat up, but did not immediately stand. He knew that if he stood up, he probably still wouldn't be a match for this kid. Moreover, the opponent clearly hadn't used his full strength and was holding back a move. He could feel it. Humans, truly powerful creatures, born weak, yet able to compensate for their shortcomings through training. Xiong Zhan felt deeply unwilling but had no choice but to accept this reality. Yi Dong walked up to Xiong Zhan, smiled, and extended his hand, saying, "Get up." Xiong Zhan snorted coldly, grabbed Yi Dong's hand, and slowly stood up. At that moment, a sudden burst of applause erupted around them. Yi Dong was also surprised. Why were these people being so supportive today? That was incredible. It's been a long time since we've seen such an intense fight. Yi Dong is so strong. Not only is he an S-level elemental ability user, but his physical combat skills are also amazing. The rumors that he defeated Zhou Xiangnan by luck are now completely debunked. The exchange student's strength is impressive too, but his speed suddenly slowed down at one point. Otherwise, Yi Dong wouldn't have won so easily. Ordinary people watch for entertainment, while experts look for the subtleties. Everyone in the gravity training room was confident in their own abilities. Their applause for the duel was genuine recognition and acknowledgement of the two's strength. Xiong Zhan said begrudgingly, "In a sparring match, I'm indeed not your opponent, but in a life-and-death fight, you absolutely wouldn't win so easily." He admitted Yi Dong's strength, but felt he hadn't fully unleashed his power. Of course, the environment here also limited his performance. Yi Dong frowned slightly and said, "No problem. There will be opportunities in the future. If you're not convinced, we can fight again another day." The two walked to a corner and sat down to rest. Xiong Zhan leaned against the wall, took a deep breath, and said, "Yi Dong, I really envy you. You have such great resources around you, and your talent in physical combat is one of the rarest I've seen. Maybe in a year, you'll easily surpass me. I really wish I could stay a few more days." As he said this, Xiong Zhan clenched his fists, his face full of unwillingness. Yi Dong knew that Xiong Zhan, being a beast man, couldn't stay here for long. He had approached these two beast men infiltrating the academy to figure out their purpose. They seemed to be here merely to acquire human knowledge and hadn't shown any intent to harm humans, though perhaps the timing wasn't right yet. They hadn't taken any actions against humans. He needed to keep observing. Yidong asked, "Big cousin, what was that sudden burst of aura you unleashed earlier?" Ever since learning about the special ability of domineering aura, Yidong had been particularly interested in things related to qi. Sister Lan had once said that domineering aura is a special ability formed by combining four types of qi: killing intent, blood qi, anger, and death qi. When someone merges these four types of qi, they may awaken domineering aura. Blood qi is easy to understand. Yidong himself possesses it, and the ability to manipulate blood qi to enhance strength is known as blood frenzy. Anger and killing intent are harder to grasp. Everyone has anger, but killing intent arises only when one harbors the intent to kill. But how to transform anger and killing intent into combat power still puzzled Yidong. As for the aura of death, it was even harder to understand. From the literal meaning, was the aura of death the breath of death? Did one have to experience death? Xiongzhan's face was solemn as he said, "I'm also curious about the changes that just happened to you. If you're willing to tell me, I'll share my knowledge with you too." It seemed that the aura Xiongzhan had just unleashed was a controllable power. Yidong's spirits lifted as he said, "That white mist on me was the vapor emitted when the temperature of my blood reached a certain level." Martial arts. Yidong nodded. "You could say that." Xiongzhan's eyes dimmed slightly. He was well aware that humans' martial arts couldn't be learned by beast men. However, since the other party was so straightforward, he didn't want to lose out either. "Actually, if you've observed exotic beasts, you'd understand." Yidong's mind turned. "Exotic beasts?" He asked, "Are you talking about deterrence?" Xiongzhan smiled and nodded. "That's right. What you call killing intent is what we call deterrence." Killing intent? Yidong quickly asked. "Are you saying that the aura that just erupted was killing intent?" "Exactly, that's killing intent. But we prefer to call it deterrence. Deterrence takes time to accumulate slowly. The more life and death experiences you've had, the more people you've killed, this aura will naturally grow with you. However, my killing intent doesn't seem to have much effect on you. If my deterrence were strong enough, it could make you lose your will to fight instantly, or even faint directly. Indeed, those trainable skills were no match for such an intangible, superior technique." After Xiongzhan's explanation, Yidong gained a more comprehensive understanding of killing intent. It seemed this battle wasn't fought in vain. According to Xiongzhan, as long as he kept hovering on the edge of life and death, killing more exotic beasts or enemies, his killing intent would naturally grow. By then, once he entered combat, the killing intent would be released automatically. To awaken dominance, one must possess those four types of auras. Now he had mastered blood energy and learned how to grow killing intent. He was one step closer to awakening dominance. At night, on his way home, Yidong stopped by the Dawn tribe. He detailed everything that had happened today to Sister Lan. Lan was surprised after hearing it and stared at him, saying, "I remember warning you not to act rashly." Yidong smiled awkwardly and said, "Sister Lan, actually, they approached me first. Through today's interaction, I also discovered their purpose for coming here, but I'm not entirely sure yet." Lan nodded and said, "They entered the War Academy as exchange students. As a student, it's inevitable for you to encounter them." "Then, Sister Lan, do you believe what they said?" Lan chuckled. "Beastmen are indeed divided into carnivores and herbivores. The two you encountered might indeed be herbivores. But they trespassed into human territory without permission and stole our technology and civilization. Although they haven't directly harmed humans, this clearly violates the laws of our dragon nation. Once we locate the other two, you should continue to maintain contact with them. When everyone is accounted for, we'll capture them all in one fell swoop. By then, their true purpose will naturally be revealed." Sister Lan was truly businesslike. Even after hearing about his experiences today, she still decided to arrest them. Yidong nodded. "All right, I understand. I'll head back now." "Wait a moment. Sister Lan, what's wrong?" Yidong looked at her in confusion. Lan approached, her gaze gentle, and said softly, Little brother, I need to remind you of a few things. Even though they are herbivorous beastmen and haven't harmed humans, the alarm you reported earlier and the owner of that car have indeed gone missing. Yidong's expression changed, but he remained silent and continued listening. Lon Lon went on. We don't know much about beastmen, and the relationship between humans and beastmen is very sensitive. What if those seemingly herbivorous beastmen are actually spies sent by carnivorous beastmen to steal our civilization and technology? Once they take it back, the beastmen's technology will advance rapidly, and then even stronger beastmen will come to kill us. Do you want that to happen? We people of Longwa sometimes have to make difficult decisions, but it's always for the sake of the country. Beastmen are not fundamentally different from humans. Perhaps some of them are also forced to be our enemies. Lan Lan's words left Yidong momentarily speechless. Yidong took a deep breath and said, no matter whether they are good or bad, will the Wuhan Bureau ultimately kill them? That's right. Lan Lan smiled and patted his shoulder. If you were asked to kill them, could you do it? Yidong's pupils contracted. Kill Tu Yu and Xiongzhan. He hesitated immediately. He didn't directly answer Lan Lan. After returning home, he continued to ponder over the matter. On the front lines, beastmen and alien beasts were joining forces to fight against human soldiers. Every day, countless soldiers died at the hands of beastmen and alien beasts. A beastman as powerful as Xiongzhan was likely a key force in the beastmen's frontline troops. If Sister Lan asked him to kill Tu Yu and Xiongzhan, could he really bring himself to do it? The next day, Yidong went to school and stopped by the library, where he indeed saw Tu Yu, but he didn't disturb her. Xiongzhan wasn't in the gravity room later. Yidong ran into him in the virtual combat room. Xiongzhan had registered his information and enjoyed battling virtual characters. This place might help him better understand humans. Luo Hong, who often challenged the Demon King, Zhang Jianwei, was finally carried out by the school doctor today due to a severe head injury. Time passed, and everything was changing. Tu Yu and Xiongzhan had gathered enough information to satisfy them and likely wouldn't leave just yet. Yidong deliberately kept a certain distance from them. A month went by. During this month, Yidong tried to maintain his distance from Tu Yu and Xiongzhan, occasionally treating them to a meal. The rest of the time, Yidong spent almost entirely in the virtual combat room, constantly challenging physical ability users, which greatly enhanced his combat experience. Until one afternoon, Lan Lan contacted Yidong, asking him to come to the Wuhan Bureau immediately. When Yidong arrived, Lan Lan was already waiting for him at the entrance. Sister Lan, what's so urgent that you needed to see me? Lan Lan walked into the Wuhan Bureau as she spoke. To avoid alarming them, we didn't send anyone to follow those two. But after days of effort, we found the car you mentioned and used satellite positioning to locate their hideout. We're now organizing personnel to launch a raid and surround the place around 7 p.m. tonight. You're coming too. How many of them are there? About a dozen. In any case, the mission this time is to capture them alive if possible. If not, eliminate them directly. So, the day had finally come. In the conference room, all the senior officials of the Wuhan Bureau were present. Yidong and Lan Lan sat in the corner, listening to the others discuss tactics. Su Zhen, the commander-in-chief of this operation, began to speak. This morning, the alien beasts in the old city started gathering again. It's obvious that those 4 damned beastmen who infiltrated Jinghai a month ago are trying to create chaos once more, divert our forces, and make their escape. If we miss this opportunity, it will likely be very difficult to catch them again. These 4 beastmen are different from the ones we usually encounter. They are cunning, insidious, and skilled in disguise. They are likely beastman operatives who possess critical intelligence. No matter the cost, we must capture them alive. If that's not possible, eliminate them on the spot. Next, I will deploy 7 squads to surround them from several streets. Squad 1's mission is, just as Lan Lan had said, if they could be captured alive, they would be. If not, they would be killed outright. The beastmen must not be allowed to take any human secrets with them. Moreover, with the inescapable net surrounding them, those dozen or so beastmen wouldn't be able to flee even if they wanted to. This was the reality. Yidong took a deep breath, reminding himself to stay calm. He couldn't let emotions cloud his judgment. If they could be captured alive, and they could survive, he wouldn't hesitate. The meeting ended. Su Jun walked over to Yi Dong and Lan Lan. Yi Dong, with you, an S-class ability genius, I have even more confidence in this operation. Don't worry, once this is over, we won't treat you unfairly. Lan Lan also looked at Yi Dong with admiration. This little brother was truly impressive. If it weren't for his accidental discovery, those beast men would have likely already stolen human civilization's secrets and left without a trace. That would have been a tremendous loss for humanity. Yi Dong suddenly spoke. Before the operation begins, can I try negotiating with them once? Lan Lan's expression shifted slightly. Little brother, have all the things I said before gone in one ear and out the other? Su Jun's face also showed a hint of unease. Yi Dong chuckled. I just want to try my best to capture them alive. Hearing this, Lan Lan and Su Jun relaxed a little. Su Jun said, since you're volunteering, I'll at least give you that chance. Once we've surrounded them, you can do what you want to do. Thank you. Su Jun glanced at Lan Lan, said nothing more, and left the meeting room. Lan Lan put her arm around Yi Dong's shoulder and said, little brother, don't mess this up. If you perform well, your personal record will improve significantly. Once you join the military, you might even become a squad leader. Sister Lan, I'm a very curious person. I have to figure out things I don't understand. I just want an answer. Don't worry, I won't hesitate. I'll definitely bring them all back alive. That's more like it. Now that's my good little brother. Lan Lan gently pressed her forehead against Yi Dong's and rubbed it slightly. Yi Dong's face turned red instantly. This was way too close. Did Sister Lan really see him as her own little brother? Tu Yu and the others were hiding in an abandoned building in the civilian district that had been slated for demolition. At this moment, the Wuhan Bureau's forces had completely surrounded the area. Yi Dong stood in front of the building, checking the 10 pairs of Beastman handcuffs he had prepared in his elemental space ring. Beastman handcuffs were special equipment that could completely suppress a Beastman's transformation and weaken their strength. The building had no elevator, and the targets seemed to be on the top floor. They had probably realized they were surrounded, so they hadn't made any rash moves. Yi Dong climbed to the top floor in one go and knocked on the iron door in the corner. The door slowly creaked open, and it was none other than Tu Yu. Upon seeing Yi Dong, Tu Yu exclaimed in surprise, Yi Dong, you knew all along that we are beastmen? Yi Dong's gaze moved past Tu Yu, peering into the room behind him. The room was packed with beastmen, their glowing, blood-red eyes flickering dimly in the shadows. There were about a dozen of them. Xiong Zhan stood in the corner, his expression grim as he stared at Yi Dong. A calm expression lingered on Yi Dong's face as he spoke. You are already surrounded. Now, you have only two choices. First, try to resist. Second, let me put Beastman handcuffs on you. At least this way, you'll still be able to leave here alive. This is the only chance I've fought to give you, so I suggest you think it through carefully. Yi Dong's words struck like a heavy hammer, pounding fiercely into the hearts of every beastman in the room. Those previously listless eyes gradually lit up at this moment. They never expected that there was still a way out. Tu Yu gripped the door handle tightly with one hand and said coldly, since we've been discovered, we know the consequences. We're willing to cooperate. Wait. Yang Ming, dressed in a Wuhan Bureau uniform, stepped forward and said, do you really believe humans will spare us? Even if we surrender, we'll only end up as their test subjects. They'll dissect us and turn us into specimens. Do you want to live a few more days as specimens or fight to the death? Yi Dong raised his eyebrows slightly, thinking, this guy must be the ruthless one who sent orcs into the Jinghai prison one by one. Sure enough, his words instantly stirred up the orcs in the room. Heavy, rough breathing filled the air, as heavy as a bull's. White mist slowly emerged from Yi Dong's body as he warned coldly, fight. Do you think you can win? Yang Ming's chest heaved violently, his body beginning to transform into beast form, and the other orcs followed suit. At that moment, Tu Yu suddenly shouted, turning back with a furious glare. Are you crazy? This is human territory. There are only a dozen of us. How can we fight? Calm down. Let me talk to him. The silent elder Tu Chiu also spoke up to persuade. Fellow kin, don't get agitated. Since this human boy has given us a chance, we can't waste it. After all, we have no other choice. Tu Chiu worked to calm everyone down. Tu Yu turned to Yi Dong and asked coldly, Yi Dong, Tell me, what will happen to us in the end? Yi Dong replied indifferently. We humans have a saying, confess and be lenient, resist and face severity. As long as you cooperate and tell us everything we want to know, I can guarantee your safety. After all, my words carry some weight. Why should we trust your guarantee? Yang Ming sneered. Yi Dong smiled faintly. Do you have any other options? If it weren't for my insistence, you'd already be dead. As soon as he said this, the room fell silent. Humans knew little about orcs. Yi Dong thought to himself, if you want to understand orcs, start now? These herbivorous orcs weren't as cruel or impulsive as the ferocious carnivorous ones. They were negotiable. Don't think I'm soft-hearted. Everyone acts selfishly for their own interests, and I'm no different. In fact, I even hope a fearless orc would step forward to resist right now. It would make things easier to resolve. Suddenly, Yang Ming sneered. You say you have some influence in the human world? If we capture you and threaten the Wuhan Bureau to let us go, I wonder if it would work. These words seemed to awaken the orcs in the room. Sometimes, expressions and glances are more direct and faster than words. Almost instantly, the eyes of all the orcs changed. No, fellow kin, don't act recklessly. Tu Yu urgently tried to stop them. But Yang Ming shoved her aside. Xiongzhan, restrain Tu Yu. I have a way to get us out. Kid, thanks for delivering yourself to us. Yang Ming's face twisted into a cruel smile as he charged at Yi Dong, followed closely by the beast-transforming orcs. Yi Dong sneered. Too naive. Fog wall. Freezing mist instantly filled the room and hallway. Everything around was immediately frozen, including all the orcs on this floor. Only Tu Yu and Xiongzhan remained unfrozen. Xiongzhan stared at Yi Dong, who had turned his kin into ice sculptures in an instant, his eyes filled with shock. This is the true power of the S-Class Elemental Ability user, Extreme Frost Soul. This guy was already strong in physical combat, but who would have thought his ability was this terrifying? He can actually render them incapable of fighting in an instant. Have the orcs always faced such a dreadful enemy? Xiongzhan and Tu Yu were momentarily in disbelief, their eyes fixed on the scene before them. Yi Dong walked around the ice sculptures, took out orc handcuffs from his elemental space ring, and placed them at Tu Yu and Xiongzhan's feet, saying, the ice will automatically dissipate in 10 minutes. Before that, put the orc handcuffs on them and on yourselves. I'll be waiting for you downstairs. If you come out without the handcuffs, what will greet you won't be me, but the bullets of the Wuhan Bureau's machine guns. Understood, Xiongzhan Tu Yu. With that, he turned and slowly walked out of the room. Tu Yu slumped to the ground, gasping for breath, clearly shaken. Xiongzhan stared blankly at the orc handcuffs on the ground, his expression complicated, lost in thought. Yi Dong slowly descended the stairs. Sister Lan was already waiting for him downstairs. Seeing him come down, she smiled faintly and walked over. Little brother, looks like it's all settled. Should we go up, or will they come down on their own? Yi Dong glanced at his phone and said, in about 5 minutes, they should come down on their own. What do you plan to do with them? Lan replied, we've never captured live orcs before. They usually resist desperately until death. This is the first time we've successfully captured live orcs. If we can extract information about the orc kingdom from them, it will help us understand them better. For now, we won't kill them. After all, they can also serve as bargaining chips in negotiations with the orcs. Yi Dong nodded. I told them to do just that. Let's get in the car first. The Wuhan Bureau will handle the rest. All right. Yi Dong and Lan got into the police car, but the vehicle didn't drive far. A few minutes later, Tu Yu led the orcs, all wearing the orc handcuffs, down the stairs. The Wuhan Bureau team members immediately surrounded them, pairing up to escort them all into the police cars. Su Zhan walked up to Yi Dong's car, patted him on the shoulder with a look of admiration, and said, Yi Dong, we really owe it to you. Otherwise, they wouldn't have surrendered so easily. You're the hero of this operation. I'll definitely put in a good word for you with the higher-ups. Yi Dong thought for a moment and humbly replied, it's what I should do. The car started moving slowly. Yi Dong now had a notebook in his hand. He had grabbed it casually. When leaving the room, it seemed to belong to Tu Yu. Flipping through it, he was somewhat surprised to find detailed records of crop cultivation and the forms and effects of some common herbs. If Tu Yu had brought this back to the Orc Kingdom, it would surely have transformed their civilization. So the orcs had a civilization too. However, their technology was extremely backward, and they weren't skilled at utilizing it. It was hard to imagine that among the orcs, there could be someone as intelligent as Tu Yu. Unfortunately, those who are too smart always have to pay a price. The car stopped at the entrance of the inner tribe. Yidong and Lon Lon got out and walked toward the tribe. The tribe was empty clearly. Everyone had gone to the old city's hunting grounds. Lon Lon turned to glance at Yidong. Little brother, the orc matter is temporarily settled. Isn't it time to take care of our tribe's affairs? Yidong asked in confusion. What's going on with the tribe? Is recruiting not going well? Lon Lon shook her head. Recruitment is going relatively smoothly. Although we have high standards and haven't recruited many people, those we have brought in are all promising members. I'm not talking about recruitment, it's about territory. Follow me. Territory? Yidong had just started building his tribe and was a complete novice, completely unfamiliar with these rules. He followed Sister Lan upstairs. In Sister Lan's room, there was a movable blackboard with a map of the old city pinned to it. This map was different from the one on his phone. It was divided into many areas, each marked with the name of a different tribe. Take a look for yourself. Yidong glanced at the map and quickly understood the key points Sister Lan wanted him to see. The entire old city seems to have been divided up by other tribes. What does this mean? Are these areas off limits for hunting? Lon Lon nodded. That's right. This map was sent to me yesterday by someone from the tribe center. These areas in the old city have already been claimed by other tribes. Hunting in the wild is fine, but areas with beast kings and rare exotic beasts are absolutely off limits. Otherwise, it could lead to conflicts or even require compensation. As you can see, the old city no longer has any activity zones for our tribe. If this continues, even if we recruit more people, there won't be any place for them to hunt. Without territory, we can't recruit anyone. Many people join the tribe because of your reputation, but that won't last long. Yidong was puzzled. Then where do Lin Jian and the others go every day in the old city? There are still a few resource-scarce neutral zones. Lon Lon took out 3 envelopes from a drawer and handed them to Yidong. These are from the leaders of 3 other tribes. They claim that our tribe members entered their territory and hunted exotic beasts, demanding tenfold compensation. I ignored them, and they haven't taken action yet. But these issues need to be resolved, and quickly. You've been busy before, so I didn't bother you. Now it's your turn to figure it out. Yidong's expression changed. I don't know much about tribal rules, but it seems clear that the division of these areas in the old city is widely recognized. To gain the recognition of other tribes, there's no other way but to show strength. If we don't have territory, we'll have to take it. Yidong chuckled lightly. Lon Lon couldn't help but laugh as well. Your thinking aligns with mine. That's exactly what I was thinking. The question is, which tribe should we target? How should we act? After taking action, can we withstand the counterattacks from other tribes? Are there alliances between these tribes? Are the alliances loosely connected or tightly knit? All of this needs to be figured out first. Otherwise, we might accidentally offend a whole bunch of tribes, and that would be a huge problem. Our tribe is just starting out. If we act too aggressively, we could easily be surrounded and attacked by other tribes. Sister Lan's analysis was thorough and comprehensive. Forming alliances to strengthen power and expand territory was a common strategy among tribes. Some seemingly insignificant small tribes might have powerful forces backing them. If they acted rashly, they could provoke those hidden strong forces. At that point, a major tribe could directly suppress them, leaving no room to fight back. That would be a path to self-destruction. Yidong said, Sister Lan, I think it doesn't matter which tribe we target. The key is to demonstrate our strength. Taking action is just giving the other side an opening to negotiate. Once the battle starts, we will have the qualification to negotiate on equal terms. What do you think? Then just pick one at random. Sister Lan looked at him in surprise. This young man was certainly bold, and his way of doing things suited her taste. Gather everyone back and hold a meeting. All right, I'll contact them right away. Don't rush. I want to first understand the basic situation of each tribe. Dawn Tribe Executive Meeting Room. Yidong and all the tribe members gradually arrived. Many who had just joined the Dawn Tribe were seeing this behind-the-scenes leader for the first time. When they saw that the leader was just a child, their faces showed surprise. Yi Dong could tell from their expressions. Lin Jian said to Yi Dong, "Except for Xiaoyu from the school, all our tribe members are here, 23 in total. What do you think?" At least there were no odd-looking people. Yi Dong was fairly satisfied with the recruited members. However, he was uncertain about their attitude toward him being the leader. All the executives sat down, while the others stood on both sides, waiting for Yi Dong to speak. Yi Dong stood up naturally. "I am Yi Dong, the leader of the Dawn tribe. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to meet you, brothers. I won't say much. Next, I need to announce something very important. But first, please look here." He took 3 envelopes handed to him by Lon Lon and held them in his hand. "I have 3 envelopes here, from the Silver Rhino tribe, the Locust tribe, and the Panlong tribe. These are fines issued because our members hunted in their territories. I took a quick look, and the total amount of these fines is about 500,000 dragon coins." While the meeting room erupted in commotion, everyone was stunned. Yi Dong smiled and said, "Does anyone have anything to say?" At this moment, a member stood up and said, "Boss, I used to be in another tribe. The old city area has long been divided among other tribes. My previous tribe was fined for hunting in someone else's territory. Unable to pay the fines, we were suppressed by larger tribes and eventually disbanded. That's why I came to the Dawn tribe." Yi Dong nodded. "I see. So, in other words, your previous tribe disbanded because the leader couldn't pay the fines?" "Yes." Yi Dong raised his eyebrows slightly. "So the meaning of these 3 fines is that they want to force our Dawn tribe to disband. If we can afford to pay the fines, maybe it won't come to that. We could pool the money together." "Pool money?" Yi Dong sneered. In front of everyone, he directly tore up the fines and casually threw them into the nearby fireplace. This action shocked everyone. "Boss, you tore up the fines. Those 3 tribes definitely won't let us off now." The young member looked worried, as if Yi Dong had made a huge mistake. Yi Dong smiled and said, "You just joined, so you might not understand me yet. Since the Silver Rhino, Locust, and Panlong tribes are using such tactics to try to disband the Dawn tribe, no matter what they think, let me tell you Dawn tribe will never easily yield. Now, let's move on to the main point of this meeting." Yi Dong turned around, flipped open the blackboard behind him, and marked 3 locations with a pen. These 3 places were the activity areas of the Locust, Silver Rhino, and Panlong tribes. Starting today, the activity range of the Dawn tribe will be these 3 places. Remember, don't go to the wrong area, or we'll receive more fines. The meeting room fell silent. Probably only Lin Jian and the others who had been with Yi Dong from the beginning could understand his intentions. The other tribe members could hardly believe their eyes. The member who had previously stepped forward to speak with Yi Dong was somewhat agitated and said, "Boss, are you planning to go to war with 3 tribes at once? If we go to war with 3 tribes simultaneously, I'm afraid the neutral zones in the old city won't accommodate us from the Dawn tribe anymore." "Yeah, boss. Although I just joined the tribe and don't have much right to speak, I still have to say, this decision is way too impulsive." "Impulsive?" Yi Dong frowned slightly, looking at the long-haired, bearded man in the corner. He asked curiously, "Why do you think I'm being impulsive?" The long-haired, bearded man instantly became the center of attention. Nervously, he took a few steps back and quickly corrected himself. I'm sorry, I misspoke. It's not impulsive. That's not what I meant." The bearded man looked terrified, but Yi Dong smiled faintly, walked over, and said, "I don't mean anything by it. I just want to know why you think what I'm doing is wrong. You all have the right to express your opinions, otherwise I wouldn't have let you participate in this meeting. Speaking your mind is a sign of respect for me, understand?" "Boss, you're really not angry." Yi Dong shook his head with a smile and said, "Go ahead, it's fine. We're all brothers here." The bearded man finally relaxed, thought for a moment, and then said, "All right, I'll say it. If I'm wrong, feel free to point it out. The Silver Rhino tribe and the Flying Locust tribe, let us not even talk about them for now. The key issue is the Panlong tribe. They have the Tianmin tribe backing them. Everyone should have heard of the Tianmin tribe, right? Even if you haven't T, you can see it on the map. On the old city map, almost every tribe occupies only one area, but the Tianmin tribe controls 3 territories simultaneously, and they're the most resource-rich and beast-populated areas in the old city. This shows that the Tianmin tribe is incredibly powerful, even above the other tribes. The territorial divisions in the Old City were also set by them. If we cause trouble in the Panlong tribe's territory, the Tianmin tribe definitely won T let us off easily. At that point, we might face consequences worse than the dissolution of our tribe. So what I said earlier was to hope the boss could understand that we're courting death here. As soon as the bearded man finished speaking, many people nodded in agreement. Yi Dong smiled faintly and said, "Actually, before the meeting, the deputy leader already informed me of this situation." The bearded man was even more speechless. "Boss, you already knew about their connections, and you're still sending us to hunt in their territory? What does this mean?" "I really don't understand," Yi Dong said coldly. "There are some things that, even if I tell you now, you might not believe. You'll understand in the future. If you trust me, do as I say, and I'll take responsibility for the consequences. If you do well, I'll even reward you. What I want are brothers who are willing to fight alongside me, not people who run away at the sight of a strong enemy. This operation is also a test for you. If you're unwilling to go, you can leave now. The choice is yours." After speaking, Yi Dong gave a slight smile to the other members, leaving everyone stunned. "If you want to die, don't drag us down with you." Yi Dong's bold move caused half of the already small Dawn tribe members to leave immediate. Among these 12 people were Lan Lan, Lin Jian, He Xingxing, Wang Bing, Li Xiaoyu, and Yi Dong. Excluding these 6, Yi Dong looked at the remaining 6 people. The long-haired man from earlier hadn't left yet. Yi Dong smiled and asked, "What is your name?" The long-haired man was silent for a moment, then said, "My surname is Lin, and my name is Fan. The 5 behind me are actually brothers from my former tribe. They also want to join, but I want to understand why are you doing this. What do you think?" Yi Dong countered. Lin Fan didn't hesitate and said directly, "You openly declared war on these 3 tribes in front of us, including the Tianmin tribe's vassals. Now you want us to stir up trouble. No matter how you look at it, you're digging a pit and pushing us into the fire." As soon as Lin Fan finished speaking, the 5 brothers behind him nodded in agreement. However, they felt the situation wasn't that simple. They joined the Dawn tribe not just because of Yi Dong's reputation, but also for another reason. Lan Lan. She was the former captain of the Wuan Bureau and now served as the deputy leader of the Dawn tribe. During today's meeting, the deputy leader stood silently to the side without saying a word. The other executives were the same, none of them spoke up. They simply watched Yi Dong calmly as he made such a bold decision. They didn't even furrow their brows, as if they had already anticipated his actions. But for someone to dare to declare war on a lion without anyone stopping him, there had to be a significant reason. They trusted Yi Dong and believed in his strength. Otherwise, there would have been an uproar long ago, just like the bearded man earlier, who scolded him for being reckless. However, to truly understand Yi Dong's motives, one would have to pay a hefty price, the price of staying and continuing to fight. Those who left wouldn't be so fortunate. Lin Fan took a deep breath, looked at Yi Dong, and said, "No matter the outcome, we've decided to stand our ground. I think it's time you tell us why you're doing this." Yi Dong nodded and said, "There are still seats here. Everyone, sit down, and I'll explain why I'm doing this." As Yi Dong had mentioned earlier, this was a test for them. What he needed were brothers who would stand by him through life and death, not those who would flee in the face of danger. Now, those who stayed, whether out of coercion or other reasons, were, in the end, the elite. Yi Dong scanned their faces and began, "I'll explain now why I'm doing this. Over the past month, although I wasn't in the tribe, Sister Lan would send me updates about the tribe every night via phone. The Tianmin tribe is arguably one of the strongest forces in the Old City, right?" Everyone nodded. Yi Dong continued, "The leader of the Tianmin tribe, I admit, is indeed capable. After all, being able to develop Tianmin into the largest tribe in the Old City is no small feat, but the rules he has set are unacceptable to many tribes, including me. Looking at the map of the Old City, roughly 2/3 of the territory is under the control of the Tianmin tribe and their allied factions. Other tribes will soon be absorbed by Tianmin and become their vassals. In this way, Tianmin will dominate, and everyone will have to become a member of Tianmin. For other tribes to hunt in the Old City, they'll need to prove their strength either by joining Tianmin or being barred from entry. If they force their way into hunt, they'll even have to pay fines. That's nothing. After becoming a Vice Alliance, you have to pay a protection fee every month. I heard the amount is quite high, and if you can't pay, you're kicked out of the tribe. Isn't this just like gangsters extorting protection fees? Lin Fan asked at this moment. Boss, what does all this have to do with what you're doing now? Of course it's related, Yidong said. I believe many tribes were forced to join Tianmin and become Vice Alliances. If one tribe can stand up and resist Tianmin and has the strength to challenge them, other tribes will quickly understand what is coming next. When you go to the 3 places I mentioned to stir things up, I'll send people to spread the message. The Dawn tribe will become the #1 tribe in the old city, abolish land enclosure, abolish monthly fees, and develop together. The rest is my business, you don't need to worry about it. Of course, even if you want to interfere, you can't. Yidong smiled, waiting for everyone's reaction. Lin Fan and the others were dumbfounded. Starting a war with Tianmin was already crazy enough. Unexpectedly, Yidong had an even crazier plan to make the Dawn tribe the #1 tribe in the old city. The 5 people behind Lin Fan exchanged glances, their eyes seemingly saying, "Is it still possible to back out now?" Seeing no one speak, Lon Lon stepped forward and said, Lin Jian, you take the lead and pick a place. Lin Jian stroked his chin and looked at the map, saying, Panlong is a subsidiary force of Tianmin, so I'll choose Panlong. Is the ecological park theirs? Then I'll go to the ecological park, and Fatty will come with me. He Xingxing also stood up. I've long disliked Tianmin's people. They even dare to charge protection fees from Vice Alliances. Even if they're the #1 tribe, they can't do this. The dragon coins we earned desperately in the old city, they dare to swallow them? Truly shameless. Wang Bing also stood up. I'll go to Eastlake. When Xiaoyu returns, she and I will go together. Everyone looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan slowly stood up. I don't know what Yidong said to you all to make you trust him so much, but I'll trust him this time too. The territory on Pedestrian Street is mine. Lin Jin laughed. As expected of someone with the same surname as me. I didn't misjudge you, huh? Lin Fan, you have more people. Can you spare some for me? Ha ha. Yidong watched Lin Jian and the others leave the tribe, knowing the time was ripe. Once their essay plan, it must be acted on quickly. Their execution wasn't too bad. Lon Lon walked up to Yidong and said, You dare to directly provoke Tianmin, the #1 tribe in the old city, without even discussing it with me. Lin Jian and the others still think this was something we agreed upon, and no one dares to interrupt. How confident are you that you can defeat Tianmin? Yidong smiled faintly. Sister Lon, our vision and goals need to be broader. What is the #1 tribe in the old city? Little brother, you sure have a big mouth. Lon Lon lightly tapped Yidong's forehead with her delicate finger. Since you think this way, I'll have to step up too. I'll head to the Alliance Center. Wait for my good news. Yidong walked out of the Dawn tribe, looked up at the sky, and slowly raised his right hand, as if he could touch the sun above. The Dark Sequence, the Beastman Kingdom, those are the true top-tier existences in the world. What is the #1 tribe in the old city? If I can't even handle this small matter, how can I deal with those 2 formidable enemies? He let out a cold laugh and then walked toward the old city. Outside, his underlings were causing trouble, and he certainly couldn't sit idle. He decided to go directly to the tribe that had issued him the fine, the Locust tribe. Yidong glanced at the stone tablet standing at the entrance of the Locust tribe, on which the tribe's name was engraved. He had to admit, the management of this tribe was quite strict. There were even guards at the entrance. 2 tribe members saw Yidong approaching. One of them, a tall man, stepped forward and asked, Are you here to join our Locust tribe? Yidong shook his head. I'm the leader of the Dawn tribe. Where's your leader? Dawn tribe. The tall man looked puzzled. Never heard of it. At that moment, a square-faced man walked over, surprised. The leader of the Dawn tribe? Could you be the S-class ability genius, Yidong? Yidong smiled and nodded. That's right. The school has been busy lately, so I haven't had time to manage tribal affairs. I just found out today that your Locust tribe issued a fine to our Dawn tribe. Seems like it's 150,000 dragon coins. The 2 exchanged a glance and immediately understood he was here to pay the fine. The square-faced man said to the tall man, You stay here and keep watch. I'll take him inside. What S class ability genius? When it's time to pay a fine, he still has to bow his head, the tall man muttered disdainfully from behind. Yidong ignored him and followed the square-faced man into the tribe. The houses in every tribe were more or less the same. Yidong was led to the second floor. The square-faced man knocked on a door and said, "Boss, the leader of the Dawn tribe, Yidong, is here." A voice came from inside. "I'm busy. Let him wait downstairs." The square-faced man turned back to Yidong and said, "Our boss is busy with something important. You'll have to wait downstairs for now." Yidong shook his head. "No need to wait." With that, he flashed behind the square-faced man and kicked the door open. "Ah!" A sharp scream came from inside, followed by the furious roar of the Locust tribe leader, Sun Nan. "Who let you in? Are you looking for death? Yidong, you've got some nerve." The square-faced man was so angry he couldn't speak, but seeing the enraged Sun Nan, he was also quite frightened. The air was thick with tension. A woman was curled up on the sofa, her pale skin glistening with a layer of sweat. Sun Nan was kneeling behind her, hurriedly grabbing a piece of clothing to cover himself. He was both ashamed and furious. Being interrupted like this had left a deep scar on his psyche. Yidong calmly asked, "Are you the leader of the Locust tribe?" Seeing that someone had barged and kicked the door down, no less it was clear this wasn't he about paying the fine. Sun Nan's attitude immediately hardened. "Yidong, are you tired of living? This is the Locust tribe, and you dare cause trouble here. Once I put my pants on, you're finished." At this moment, members of the Locust tribe on the second floor heard the commotion and rushed up, blocking the exit. "Boss, what is going on? Who is this guy? How did he end up in the boss's room? Causing trouble? Does he really think he can leave here alive?" "Shut up," Yidong snapped coldly. With a wave of his hand, the entrance was instantly sealed with ice. Seeing this display of power, Sun Nan's heart tightened. The woman on the sofa was frozen in fear. Yidong took one step after another towards Sun Nan, the chill in the room growing more intense with each step. "You still haven't answered my question. Are you the leader of the Locust tribe? I want a people from your tribe came to hunt on my territory. I only asked you to pay a fine. What's your problem? And you dare come here to cause trouble? I'm not even wearing pants. I should have knocked you down already. If you have the guts, wait until I put on my pants." "No need to wait." Yidong smiled faintly, his gaze suddenly turning cold. He lunged forward in one step and kicked Sun Nan square in the face. "Damn it!" Sun Nan roared, ignoring the shoe print on his face. He grabbed his pants, trying to put them on, but Yidong gave him no chance. In an instant, Yidong appeared in front of him and sent him flying with a punch. Sun Nan crashed through the window and landed on the street outside. He scrambled to his feet, hastily pulling on his pants, and looked up just in time to see Yidong descending from the sky. "You're courting death. I want to let you off. I'll make you pay a terrible price." Sun Nan's forehead veins bulged, his rage so intense he wished he could devour Yidong alive. "Then let us see who dies first." Yidong descended like a meteor, and the two clashed with their fists at the same time. Bang! Their fists collided with a dull, thunderous sound. Sun Nan's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected Yidong's punch to be so powerful. He quickly leaned back to dodge Yidong's follow-up kick, his eyes turning bloodshot as he instantly transformed into a beast-like form. Roar! A tiger's roar erupted from his mouth as he transformed into a tiger man with yellow and black stripes covering his body. His sharp claws extended, slashing directly at Yidong's forehead. Tiger Rend. Yidong nimbly dodged backward, evading Sun Nan's ferocious attack. At the same time, he leaned his upper body forward, assuming the stance he had used in his past battles with Xiongzhan, a forward-leaning posture resembling a predator pouncing on its prey. Yet his expression remained unervingly calm, devoid of any ferocity. Sun Nan was incredulous. Yidong's speed actually surpassed his own. Just as he dodged an attack, Yidong launched a counterstrike in an instant. As the captain of the Flying Locust tribe, Sun Nan was a seasoned warrior and immediately saw through Yidong's intentions. With a graceful backflip, he leaped away, landing on all fours with his muscles taut. Then, like a sprinter at the starting line, he charged at Yidong with even greater speed. Tiger Cannon Fist. The Tiger Cannon Fist was renowned for its raw power. In his Tiger Man form, Sun Nen let out a deafening tiger-s roar, amplifying the technique-s might. A strange glint flashed in Yi Dong's eyes, as if Sun Nen before him was no longer human, but a true feral beast. What a pity! Even the power of Sun Nen's fist couldn't compare to Xiongzhan's. Yi Dong's gaze turned icy as he unleashed an even more overwhelming pressure. In a flash, he appeared beside Sun Nen. What? Sun Nen's eyes widened in terror. Not only did Yi Dong not dodge, but he also closed the distance with astonishing speed. Yi Dong's right fist swung back like a cannonball and slammed into Sun Nen's abdomen. Bang! A muffled sound echoed from Sun Nen's stomach, accompanied by the crisp crack of breaking bones. Sun Nen spat out blood, his tiger cannon fist instantly rendered useless. He screamed as he was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into a stone monument engraved with the words Flying Locust Tribe. As Sun Nen struggled to get up, Yi Dong appeared before him in a flash, his right hand forming a gun-like gesture pointed at him. The two were now face to face, and Sun Nen could clearly feel a white energy sphere gathering at Yi Dong's fingertip. Though the small white orb seemed unremarkable, Sun Nen could sense the immense power it contained. This guy was clearly an elemental ability user. Yet during their fight just now, he had relied entirely on physical combat. He had used pure martial arts to beat him into this state. This further proved that Yi Dong's strength was far beyond this. His elemental abilities must be even more powerful. At this moment, members of the Flying Locust tribe rushed over and surrounded Yi Dong. "Boss, don't act rashly," Sun Nen hurriedly shouted, struggling to stand up from the ground while clutching his abdomen. Yi Dong saw this scene, nodded in satisfaction, and calmly said, "From today onward, the territory of the Flying Locust tribe will be taken over by our Dawn tribe. From now on, the people of the Flying Locust tribe are not allowed to hunt in my territory. Otherwise, I will send someone to punish you. Do you understand?" Sun Nen took a few deep breaths, his brows tightly furrowed, and stared at Yi Dong. "The tribe has rules and laws. Aren't you afraid of attracting the attention of other major tribes by doing this?" Yi Dong smiled. "Rules and laws are made by people and can also be changed by people. The rules of the old district, it's time for a change." "You?" Sun Nen's eyes widened in disbelief. Was he trying to challenge the rules of the old district? That was equivalent to declaring war on the largest tribe, Tianmen. Was he crazy? Yi Dong swaggered out of the Flying Locust tribe and headed straight for the neighboring Silver Rhino tribe. The next day, the leaders of the Silver Rhino, Flying Locust, and Panlong tribes all walked into the gates of the Tianmen tribe together. Deputy Leader, the leaders of the Silver Rhino, Flying Locust, and Panlong tribes are requesting to see the leader. They're already waiting outside. A member of the Tianmen tribe hurriedly ran up to report to Deputy Leader Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng, in his 30s, was refined and handsome, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He was discussing the future development of the tribe with the executives when he heard this. He frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "It's not time to pay the monthly tribute. Why are they here to see the leader? The leader is out and can't see them for now. Did they say what it's about?" "I didn't ask." Jiang Feng sighed helplessly and pointed at the young man. "You're really not helping. Forget it. I'll go see them myself." He stood up and walked downstairs. The three tribe leaders were standing in the center of the hall. The leader of the Panlong tribe quickly stepped forward when he saw him. "Brother Feng, where's Master Lei? Is he not in the tribe?" Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow, thinking, "I personally came down to see you, and you're still being picky?" His tone became less polite. "What? Am I, Jiang Feng, not qualified to meet you?" "Brother Feng, that's not what I meant." Jiang Feng raised his hand to stop him. "All right, cut the nonsense and get to the point. I'm still in a meeting. What's the matter? Why are the leaders of three tribes coming here together?" The leader of the Flying Locust tribe, Sun Nen, spoke urgently at this moment. "Brother Feng, the leaders of our three tribes were all beaten by the same person, and he even took our territories, forbidding our brothers from hunting in the old district. He is too arrogant. Brother Feng, please help us." Jiang Feng slowly descended from the second floor. Hearing this, he almost slipped and fell. After steadying himself, he looked at Sun Nen in shock, doubting his ears. He asked again, "What did you just say?" The leaders of your three tribes were beaten by the same person, and your territories were taken. The three tribe leaders exchanged glances. Although they were reluctant to admit such a humiliating thing, it was the truth. If they had any other choice, they wouldn't have come here to complain. Brother Fong, that's exactly what happened. That guy doesn't take Tianmin seriously at all. I even told him at the time that our Panlong tribe is a subordinate of Tianmin. If he dared to touch me, it would be like touching Tianmin. But he just kicked me a few more times. My back still hasn't straightened up. Jiang Feng was stunned for 3 seconds before suddenly bursting into laughter. The three leaders exchanged glances, full of confusion. This was a serious matter. What was so funny? Jiang Feng knew it was inappropriate to laugh, so he forced himself to suppress it, turned to them, and said, "Come upstairs and tell me in detail who is this person, and what are they up to?" "Yes, sir." The three of them nodded in unison and followed Jiang Feng to the second floor. Jiang Feng temporarily canceled the meeting and invited the three tribal leaders to sit down, looking at them with great interest. To be honest, ever since the old city had been unified, everyone had entered a period of peaceful development. It wasn't like the early days of unification when exciting events happened daily. Unfortunately, after the Tianmin tribe unified the old city, life had become much more boring. Former rivals had all become Tianmin's subordinates. Territorial boundaries were clearly defined, and no one dared to stir up trouble easily. But today, out of nowhere, someone had appeared, defeated the leaders of 3 tribes in a row, and even seized their territory. Finally, an interesting opponent had shown up. Jiang Feng had to hear the full story. "All right, tell me, who exactly is this person? Why are they taking your territory? There must be a reason, right?" The leader of the Feihuang tribe spoke first. "It's Yi Dong from the Liming tribe." "Brother Feng, are you familiar with the name Yi Dong?" Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow and asked. "The S-class ability genius from the War Academy?" Feihuang leader's son Nin nodded grimly. "That's right, it's him. Yesterday, he came to our Feihuang tribe alone, claiming he was there to pay a fine. Previously, people from the Liming tribe had been caught hunting on our territory. According to Tianmin's rules, the fine was 10 times the amount, and we issued the bill to the Liming tribe. But they kept stalling, saying their leader wasn't around and couldn't handle it for the time being. Yesterday, I found out that the leader of the Liming tribe is actually S-class ability user Yi Dong. I was just following the rules, but he..." Jiang Feng nodded and urged, "Go on, what did he do?" Sun Nin noticed the strange expression on Jiang Feng's face. He seemed excited, as if he were listening to a story. Sun Nin didn't dare say much more and continued. "Yesterday, when he came to our tribe, I was busy with some trivial matters and told him to wait downstairs. Instead, he kicked the door open and came straight in, giving me a beating. Of course, I wasn't going to take it lying down. We fought for 300 rounds, from upstairs to downstairs, and then from downstairs to the street. In the end, I let my guard down for a moment and lost to him by half a move." Hearing this, Jiang Feng's expression shifted slightly. "So, according to you, that kid's strength isn't all that impressive? What about the rest of you?" The other 2 leaders had similar stories. They had fought with all their might, but ultimately lost to that kid. Sun Nan's eyes burned with anger as he gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Feng, that kid doesn't respect Tianmin at all. He doesn't respect you at all. How dare he act so arrogantly? You have to stand up for us. I feel like he's targeting Tianmin directly, trying to get your attention, Brother Feng, and using us as stepping stones. His main goal is to provoke Tianmin. Someone like this absolutely cannot be let off easily. Brother Feng, you've got to teach the Liming tribe a lesson. If you don't step in, those new tribes that have joined later might start pulling the same stunts, fighting over territory. That would be complete chaos." Jiang Feng stroked his chin and said, "Technically speaking, the Yinshi and Feihuang tribes have always maintained neutrality and aren't Tianmin's subordinates. The trouble caused by the Liming tribe actually doesn't have much to do with Tianmin. The Panlong tribe is a subordinate force of Tianmin. Since he also attacked the people of Panlong, I definitely want to let him off. However, if that kid is dealt with, the territories of your 2 neutral tribes will also belong to Tianmin, unless..." At this moment, Silver Rhino and Locust exchanged a glance and said helplessly, "If Tianmin can return the territories to us at that time, We hope to join Tianmin and become a subordinate force of Tianmin. Jiang Feng seemed to have been waiting for these words. Upon hearing them, he nodded in satisfaction and said, "Then it's settled. You two can go back, and the leader of the Panlong tribe will stay." Yes, the other two leaders left. The leader of the Panlong tribe chuckled and said to Jiang Feng, "Brother Feng, it seems that guy from the Dawn tribe ended up helping our Tianmin a great deal. Silver Rhino and Locust have always been neutral. If it weren't for a few acquaintances in the main alliance, they would have been passively swallowed long ago." Jiang Feng nodded and said, "The Dawn tribe indeed helped me a lot, allowing me to smoothly incorporate the other two neutral tribes. This is easy to handle because the Dawn tribe was just established not long ago. Suddenly doing this is probably to attract Tianmin's attention, and their goal is naturally to join Tianmin. However, I won't let them in so easily. It's been a while since I've fought. It's time to stretch my muscles. I'll personally visit the Dawn tribe later and teach that kid a lesson." Haha, that's Brother Feng for you. When Brother Feng takes action, nothing survives. I bet the position of Tianmin's leader will be yours sooner or later. Jiang Feng couldn't help but laugh and scold. "Stop flattering me. Go back first." Yes, Jiang Feng was about to get up. At this moment, a man with a crew cut walked up to him and reminded him in a low voice, "Brother Feng, didn't the boss remind us before he left? While he's away, don't start conflicts easily. Wait for him to return before making any decisions." Jiang Feng looked impatient. "Since when did you become so cautious? It's just a newly established tribe. What is the big deal if I destroy it now? Who dares to criticize me? Besides, it was that kid from the Dawn tribe who made the first move. Still, it's better to inform the leader. After all, Yi Dong is an S-level ability genius, and their deputy leader used to be the captain of the Wuhan Bureau." Jiang Feng snorted coldly. "You said it yourself. Used to be. Besides, matters between tribes are beyond the jurisdiction of the Wuhan Bureau. Don't meddle and inform the leader. I can handle this myself. When he returns, I'll give him a surprise. Brother Feng, don't act recklessly. Try to restrain yourself." Jiang Feng had already walked out of the Tianmin tribe, and it was unclear whether he had listened. The crew cut man sighed helplessly. "Maybe it's because of this that you can only be a deputy leader." Sigh. At the entrance of the Dawn tribe, a man who looked fierce but had a smile at the corner of his mouth strolled over. Jiang Feng looked up at the tribe in front of him. In fact, the tribe's buildings weren't anything special. All tribes looked the same. What amused him was that the Dawn tribe didn't even have guards at the entrance. It was probably because they were newly established and lacked manpower. Such a small tribe, even though its leader is the S-level ability genius Yi Dong. How much of a storm could he stir up in this turbulent world? Trying to join my Tianmin as a subordinate force and using this method to attract my attention, there's really no need. Jiang Feng grinned and was about to walk inside. Lin Jin and Lin Fan stepped out and blocked him. "This is the Dawn tribe. You can't just enter as you please. State your name and purpose." The two of them knew full well that the person before them was Jiang Feng, but they pretended not to recognize him. Jiang Feng frowned slightly and said, "Who else would bother coming to a small tribe like yours? I am Jiang Feng of Tianmin. Tell your leader to come see me. I'm quite busy and don't have time to waste words with him." Lin Jin smiled. "Sorry, but our leader is also quite busy. He just took over 3 territories and is currently in a meeting with the senior management. Come back another day." Uft. Jiang Feng couldn't help but laugh, and then his laughter grew louder. "Ha ha!" Lin Fan's face darkened. "What are you laughing at? What's so funny?" Jiang Feng stifled his laughter, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and said, "You people from the Dawn tribe really know how to put on a show. I, Jiang Feng, personally come to see your leader as a courtesy, and you tell me to come back another day. Fine, I can come back another day, but next time, it won't just be me. It'll be all of Tianmin. Think carefully about that." Lin Fan and Lin Jin's expressions immediately changed. At that moment, a voice came from behind them. "Are you provoking us?" Yi Dong calmly walked up to the two of them. "Why not find a suitable place and have a fight?" Jiang Feng sized up the young man in front of him, raising an eyebrow. "You're Yi Dong." He stepped forward and said, "A new tribe should act like a new tribe. You've only been established for a month, and you dare to reach out and touch Tianmin's territory? Are you underestimating us?" Yidong responded calmly. What you think is your business. What I do is mine. What's wrong with that? Jiang Feng's expression shifted slightly, and he said, You seized the territory of those 3 tribes just to attract Tianmen's attention, hoping to join us, didn't you? Yidong shook his head and said, I never intended to join Tianmen. Taking their territory was simply because they issued 3 fines to the Dawn tribe. They fined the Dawn tribe, so I took their territory. Become a vassal of Tianmen? I established the Dawn tribe not to be someone else's watchdog at their doorstep. You've got it all wrong. Yidong's words made Jiang Feng see him in a new light. This kid was truly audacious, daring to seize Panlong's territory just because of some fines. In other words, he didn't take Tianmen seriously at all. Jiang Feng had thought their actions were meant to attract Tianmen's attention, ultimately seeking to join them. He took a deep breath, his gaze turning cold and sharp. In that case, prepare to face Tianmen's wrath. How long do you think a small tribe like yours can last? Tianmen has dozens of vassal tribes under its command. You're digging your own grave. I'll give you 3 days to disband your tribe, or Tianmen will personally come to deal with you. Yidong couldn't help but laugh. Then you'd better bring more people. Otherwise, if you can't take us down, wouldn't that be embarrassing for you? What did you say? Jiang Feng's anger flared instantly. A small tribe of just a few dozen people, and he dared to claim Tianmen couldn't take them down? How arrogant could this kid be? He was blatantly looking down on Tianmen, the #1 tribe in the old district. I'm the deputy leader of Tianmen. Talking to me like this, are you tired of living? Yidong remained unfazed, looking at Jiang Feng. He turned to the 2 behind him and said, Lin Jian, Lin Fan, you 2 go back to the meeting. Everyone else, carry on with your tasks. I'll handle this and return later. Yes, leader. Jiang Feng laughed angrily. You said you'd deal with things here before going back to the meeting? This isn't the War Academy. You're truly arrogant beyond measure. Do you really think I don't dare to touch you? Yidong slowly raised his right hand and gently placed it on Jiang Feng's shoulder, a smile playing at the corner of his mouth. It's not about what you want to do to me, but what you can do. Crack. Jiang Feng's right shoulder suddenly throbbed with pain. He was shocked. This kid actually dared to strike first. Damn it. Jiang Feng roared furiously, flinging Yidong's arm away. In an instant, his body swelled like a balloon, transforming into a grotesque giant about 3 meters tall. I possess the sea-level ancient giant cell ability. You ignorant brat. Today I'll show you the price of angering Tianmen. Jiang Feng's fist, as heavy as an iron pot, smashed down directly toward Yidong, aiming to crush him into pulp. Yidong neither dodged nor flinched, standing motionless. As the fist neared him, he raised his left hand and caught it single-handedly. His right hand formed a gun shape, releasing an ice pulse flash. A milky white light instantly pierced through the giant's arm. Jiang Feng let out a pig-like scream as black blood holes appeared on his arm, continuously oozing blood. The blood dripped to the ground like rain, quickly forming a pool. My hand! My hand! Mistwall! Yidong shouted, and thick white mist rapidly gathered around Jiang Feng. What is this? My body. The giant Jiang Feng's body began to freeze visibly. If this continued, he would undoubtedly turn into an ice sculpture. Fear, panic, disbelief, all kinds of emotions instantly filled Jiang Feng's face. Things were completely different from what he had expected. Yidong had no intention of joining Tianmen or becoming a subordinate force. He simply acted according to his own will. Whoever dared to punish him, he'd settle the score with them. Whoever came looking for trouble, he'd knock them down. Jiang Feng suddenly realized he was like a joke, putting on airs at the tribe's entrance. But the other party hadn't even taken him seriously. Cold. Bone-chilling cold. This was the power of the S-level extreme frost ice soul ability. It felt as if his blood had instantly frozen. If this continued, he would surely die. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Feng pinpointed a direction and charged out like a madman. He fell heavily to the ground, shattering the ice blocks frozen on his body. Yidong emerged from the thick mist, looking calmly at Jiang Feng, who was sprawled on the ground in a sorry state. The old district doesn't belong to any tribe. I hope you understand. If Tianmen wants to use this place to make money, it depends on whether you have the ability. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll spare your life. Now get lost. Jiang Feng had already fled in disgrace, running as if his life depended on it. Yi Dong snorted coldly and turned back to the Dawn tribe, heading straight to the second-floor conference room. Everyone was waiting for him. As soon as Yi Dong entered, Lon Lon said indifferently, "Yi Dong is back. Let's continue the discussion from earlier." "Where were we?" Li Xiaoyu smiled slightly and said, "We were talking about organizing personnel and recruiting members." "Sister Lon, please continue." Lon Lon smiled back at Li Xiaoyu and resumed speaking. Lin Fan, sitting in the corner, stared in shock at Yi Dong, who slowly walked to the main seat. He couldn't comprehend it at all. What was going on with everyone? That Jiang Feng who had just come to provoke them was the deputy leader of Tianmen. How could Yi Dong drive Jiang Feng away so effortlessly and then return to the meeting room as if nothing had happened? And why could the senior executives of the Dawn tribe continue the meeting as if nothing had happened? When Yi Dong drove Jiang Feng away just now, not a single person went over to show concern. Everything seemed so normal. Lin Fan couldn't help but stand up and say, "Although the timing isn't ideal, I still have to ask." Everyone turned their heads to look at him. Lin Fan cleared his throat and said, "That man just now, Jiang Feng, is the deputy leader of Tianmen." Yi Dong nodded and said, "I heard him. He reported his name right in front of me." "So what?" Lin Fan, flustered, accidentally kicked the Grand Master's chair behind him. The chair fell to the ground with a loud, piercing sound. "What is wrong with you all? That was the deputy leader of the #1 tribe in the old city. And you just drove him away like that? Next, the entire alliance of tribes will unite against us. And you're still here discussing recruitment, completely ignoring priorities." Lon Lon chuckled and said, "It's just a deputy leader of a tribe. No need to lose your composure over that." Yi Dong continued, "Exactly. No matter where you are, the one with the strongest fists gets to speak. If that Jiang Feng is truly the deputy leader of Tianmen, his strength is far too weak. There's nothing to worry about. Let's focus on discussing the future development of the Dawn tribe." Lin Fan sneered, "Boss, you're still young and reckless. Your strength is impressive, but when faced with dozens of alliances and thousands of tribe members, I wonder if you'll still be able to laugh. At first, my brothers and I stayed because we thought you wanted to attract Tianmen's attention and then lead us to join Tianmen or become its vassal. Only now do I realize you never intended to be a subordinate force of Tianmen. You want to become the second Tianmen, don't you?" Yi Dong nodded and said matter-of-factly, "Being someone else's lackey is not as good as being your own boss. Don't you agree?" Lin Jian stood up and looked at Lin Fan with dissatisfaction. "Lin Fan, are you questioning Yi Dong's decision?" He Xingxing couldn't help but laugh. "Looks like someone's scared." Li Xiaoyu glared at He Xingxing angrily. "Stop provoking. We're all brothers here." He Xingxing rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath, "I'm just stating the truth, not provoking." Lin Fan sneered. "Yes, He Xingxing is right. I am scared. You guys are too crazy. Following you is a death sentence." Bang! Lin Jian slammed the table with his palm and roared, "Lin Fan, watch your words. Joking around is fine, but we're having a serious meeting now. Who are you calling crazy?" Lin Fan stepped back a few paces in fear, but still mustered the courage to say, "Did I say anything wrong? You guys are willing to risk your lives to go crazy with Yi Dong, but I don't want to join in. I'm quitting the tribe. Right now, immediately. The Dawn tribe isn't a place you can come and go as you please. You dare insult our leader? Do you think I'll let you leave so easily? Watch how I deal with you." Lin Jian looked ready to rush over and give Lin Fan a beating. Yi Dong said calmly, "Lin Jian, everyone has their own aspirations. If they want to leave, let them go." But Lin Jian had watched Yi Dong grow up, and they had been through a lot together, forming a deep bond. Without Yi Dong, they wouldn't be doing well now. They might still be hunting secretly in the old city. So when someone disrespected Yi Dong, Lin Jian wouldn't hesitate to fight for him. Why Yi Dong frowned slightly, and Lin Jian immediately restrained his anger, turning to Lin Fan and the others, saying, "Since the boss has spoken, I'll let you off today. Go." "Humph." Lin Fan snorted coldly and said to the four brothers behind him, "Let's go. Leave this place and stay away from these lunatics." Everyone suppressed their anger, and it wasn't until Lin Fan and his brothers left that the awkward atmosphere eased slightly. Yi Dong regained control of the situation and said, "All right, let's continue the meeting. Sister Lon, go ahead." Okay. Lon Lon walked to the center and began. Yesterday, I posted a notice at the Alliance Center stating that the Dawn tribe has decided to become the #1 tribe in the Old City, abolish the monthly tribute system, cancel the division of tribal territories, and promote peaceful development and collective growth for all members. The main purpose of this notice is to clarify the direction of our Dawn tribe. Additionally, yesterday, Yi Dong challenged the leaders of 3 tribes in a row and even defeated Jiang Feng, the deputy leader of Tianmen. Although the other tribes haven't shown any reaction, they are certainly watching our every move. The news of Yi Dong defeating Tianmen's deputy leader will spread quickly. Next, we will continue recruiting members. This is a critical moment, and I believe no one will easily join our Dawn tribe. Members of other tribes are still observing, so the focus of this meeting is to decide our next steps. I discussed 2 plans with Yi Dong. First, formally declare war on Tianmen. Second, proactively contact the leaders of other tribes to see if they are willing to become affiliates of the Dawn tribe and absorb them into our ranks. What do you all think? Li Xiaoyu raised her hand and said, Sister Lan, I don't think it's the right time to go to war with Tianmen. Yi Dong drove off their deputy leader this morning, which on one hand demonstrates our attitude and strength to the outside world, and on the other hand forces Tianmen to reassess us. If we go to war now, the chances of us suffering losses are high. This is the perfect time to attract members from other tribes and strengthen our power. Lon Lon nodded slightly and then looked at Lin Jian. Lin Jian scratched his head and said, Sister Lon, I'm a simple guy, so let's hear from someone else. Fatty. Lin Jian gave Fatty a heavy pat on the shoulder. Fatty rolled his eyes at him, stood up, and said, I support going to war, but not a full-scale war with Tianmen. Instead, we should target Tianmen's affiliate tribes first and seize their territories. This will better showcase our tribe's strength. That way, when we negotiate with other tribes, we'll have more leverage. After speaking, Fatty gave Li Xiaoyu a provocative look. Li Xiaoyu snorted lightly and rolled her eyes at him. After hearing their opinions, Yi Dong couldn't help but laugh and said, Both of your ideas are valid, but Fatty's approach is more forward-thinking. Tianmen is a big piece of meat. It's okay if we can't swallow it all at once. We can take it down bit by bit, and eventually, it won't be a problem. Lon Lon raised an eyebrow and countered, What if Tianmen takes advantage of us being busy annexing other tribes and launches a sudden attack? At that point, our Dawn tribe will appear the weakest to the outside world. If all the tribes unite against us, we won't survive a battle involving thousands. The odds aren't in our favor, little brother. Then I better act quickly. Before they can react, I'll swallow them first. Everyone, gear up and prepare for action. Lon Lon sighed helplessly and said, I knew you'd be impulsive. I've already ranked the combat strength of all the major tribes. Let us start with the weakest one in Tianmen, the Luoyuan tribe. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go to the Luoyuan tribe first. Luoyuan tribe. A few minutes later, the entire Dawn tribe gathered. Yi Dong, Lon Lon, Li Xiaoyu, Fatty, Lin Jian, and Wang Bing stood at the entrance of the Luoyuan tribe. Yesterday, the Dawn tribe was still an unknown small tribe, but now it was completely different. Overnight, the Dawn tribe had become the hot topic among all the tribes. At this moment, the people of the Dawn tribe suddenly appeared at the entrance of the Luoyuan tribe, and their purpose was obvious: stir up trouble. Don't act rashly. Our leader will be down shortly. Just wait a moment. Lin Jian shouted impatiently. Tell him to hurry up. We don't have time to wait. Yi Dong smiled and said, Yesterday, I had to personally go find the leader of the Feihuang tribe, and now they're the ones coming to me. How interesting. Soon, the leader of the Luoyuan tribe hurried over. When he saw the 6 people at the entrance, a flash of surprise crossed his face. He thought to himself, so this is the Dawn tribe? Coming here, are they planning to seize territory? The leader of the Luoyuan tribe was Luo Hong, a man in his 40s with a square face and a scar on his left cheek, giving him a fierce appearance. But now, his face was full of smiles as he quickly walked up to Yi Dong and said with a grin, Isn't this the leader of the Dawn tribe? What brings you here personally? I wonder which of my Luoyuan tribe's blind members offended you. Just tell me the name, and I guarantee they won't get away with it. Yi Dong chuckled lightly. It's not that someone from your Luoyuan tribe offended us, it's something else. Let me ask you, are you willing to become a subordinate force of the Dawn tribe? not just verbally, but with a signed contract. As he finished speaking, Lon Lon handed over a contract, clearly prepared yesterday at the Alliance Center. As expected of Sister Lon, she had thought everything through. Moreover, the contract was legally binding. If violated, the Wuhan Bureau would personally intervene to handle the matter. It was obvious that Luo Hong could see this as well. When he saw the agreement, the corners of his mouth twitched. Yi Dong, isn't this a bit unreasonable? Our Luoyun tribe, whether in terms of numbers or strength, far surpasses the Don tribe. Not to mention, we're already a subordinate force of the Tianmin tribe. Luo Hong's words were clearly an attempt to use the Tianmin tribe to intimidate Yi Dong. You can choose not to sign. I never force anyone to do something they don't want to do. I prefer to use sincerity to win people over. Yi Dong gave a meaningful smile, leaving people wondering what he was really thinking. Wasn't this basically a threat? Cold sweat dripped from Luo Hong's forehead. On one side was the powerful Tianmin tribe, and on the other was a previously unknown small tribe. Anyone would choose Tianmin, right? But now, he hesitated. He had heard that Yi Dong had defeated the deputy leader of the Tianmin tribe this morning. Was that true? Hurry up and decide. Lin Jian shouted impatiently. Luo Hong was startled. Yi Dong quickly stopped him. Lin Jian, don't rush. We need to use sincerity to win people over, understand? Lin Jian sneered. Boss is right. Using sincerity to win people over is what I'm best at. Luo Hong glanced at his brothers behind him, his mind racing. The Don tribe had come with an agreement to recruit them, clearly confident in their position. If he signed, he would have to abide by the laws of the Dragon Nation. But if he didn't sign, the situation ahead might be even harder to endure. This newcomer named Yi Dong has achieved astonishing results. Even the deputy leader of Tianmin is no match for him. What happens next is obvious. Tianmin will not easily let go of the Don tribe and will openly declare war on them. By then, all affiliated forces, including him, will have to join the war. Tianmin and its affiliated forces combined have over 1,000 people. Unfortunately, the abilities of these tribe members are very low, with very few above sea level. If there were any sea-level individuals, they would have been recruited by the War Academy long ago. Why would they still be in the tribe? The young man in front of him, however, is an S-level ability user, and an extremely rare elemental ability user at that. Even though he is still in the growth stage, his combat power is already incredibly strong. Following an S-level ability user could lead to unlimited prospects. Luo Hong had already made up his mind. He smiled at Yi Dong and said, "Since you think so highly of our Luoyun tribe, it would be ungrateful to refuse." As soon as he said this, the members of the Luoyun tribe widened their eyes in surprise, but no one objected due to his authority. Luo Hong said loudly, "It is our honor to develop alongside an S-level ability user. Besides, I've had enough of Tianmin's rules. 2/3 of the dragon coins that the brothers in the tribe work so hard to earn are taken by Tianmin. Your Don tribe advocates fairness and resource sharing, which aligns perfectly with my ideals. Give me the agreement, and I'll sign it." Straightforward. Yi Dong was a bit surprised as well. He hadn't expected it to go so smoothly. The surrounding crowd immediately erupted. He really signed it. The leader of the Luoyun tribe is incredibly smart. Tianmin's tribe is just too overbearing. Hey, Yi Dong, I'm the leader of the Wasp tribe. I wonder if we can join your Don tribe. Yi Dong raised an eyebrow and glanced at Sister Lon beside him. Sister Lon immediately understood and said loudly, "Anyone willing to become an affiliated force of the Don tribe can apply. After careful review and investigation, you can join." Really? Is there a fee? No fees. Everything is free. If you're not familiar with the Don tribe's affiliation agreement, you can check the bulletin board at the Federal Hall. Our slogan is written there. Li Xiaoyu shouted sweetly. "Anyone who wants to join the Don tribe, follow me, and I'll help you with the process." Li Xiaoyu ran toward the Don tribe's direction. It was clear they had changed their strategy, letting other tribes come to them to sign agreements. "Wait for me. I want to sign. I've long been fed up with Tianmin. Let us overthrow them together. Down with Tianmin. Bring clear skies back to the old city." Boom, everyone swarmed toward the Don tribe like locusts, afraid they'd be too late to secure a spot. Lin Jian and Wang Bing said to Yi Dong, "Leader, deputy leader, it looks like it's going to get very busy soon. We'll go ahead and help. Yidong nodded. Go ahead. At this moment, Luo Hong finished signing the agreement, handed it to Yidong, and said with a smile, Leader, it seems many tribes will be joining the Dawn tribe next. What is your plan for the next step? Yidong raised an eyebrow slightly and said, There's no movement from Tianmin tribe for now, but their silence doesn't mean we want to act. Tonight, I'll gather all the leaders of the forces that have joined the Dawn tribe for a meeting to discuss the next steps. Understood. Tianmin. Luo Shenfeng, the leader of the Tianmin tribe, arrived at the entrance of the tribe, looking travel-worn. Luo Shenfeng appeared to be around 30 years old, with handsome features and long silver hair cascading down to his waist. He suddenly noticed that there was no one guarding the entrance of the Tianmin tribe. Puzzled, he muttered, Strange, why is no one on duty? Could it be a shift change? At that moment, his phone suddenly vibrated. Luo Shenfeng took out his phone and saw that people were continuously leaving the group. He had created a main group, which consisted almost entirely of the leaders and deputy leaders of the alliance tribes. Usually, if there was anything to discuss, everyone would communicate in the group. Outsiders had no chance of joining. But today, for some unknown reason, so many leaders were leaving the group. His heart was in turmoil, and he grumbled angrily. What's going on? Is the alliance planning to turn against me? Boss, a dark-skinned man rushed out from within the alliance, his face pale as he said urgently, Boss, you're finally back. If you hadn't returned, our Tianmin tribe would have already been overrun. Stop talking nonsense. What exactly happened? What went wrong during the days I was away? The dark-skinned man sighed and said, The higher-ups of Tianmin are all in a meeting. Boss, you should go to the conference hall to find out. What a bunch of useless fools. I was only gone for a few days, and Tianmin is already in chaos. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Luo Shenfeng stormed toward the conference room in anger. Despite his fury, his mind was exceptionally clear. He was pondering what had happened and who had targeted Tianmin. He ruled out many people in his mind, although some were possible. They didn't have the capability. He pushed open the conference room door. Luo Shenfeng immediately saw Jiang Feng sitting in the main seat. Strangely, Jiang Feng's face today lacked its usual confidence and smile instead. It was full of gloom, as if he had lost his vitality. Boss, you're back. Finally, you're back. If you hadn't returned, we were planning to personally go and fetch you. Something major has happened to Tianmin. Luo Shenfeng shouted angrily. Everyone calm down. It's not like the sky is falling. What's the rush? After speaking, he walked toward Jiang Feng and said, Jiang Feng, stop looking so lifeless. What happened? Jiang Feng weakly raised his head to glance at him, sighed, but said nothing. Luo Shenfeng clenched his fists tightly, the sound of his knuckles cracking echoing crisply in the empty conference room. Can someone tell me what exactly is going on? Luo Shenfeng's roar instantly made the atmosphere in the conference room heavy. No one dared to speak. At this moment, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses stood up. Luo Shenfeng looked at him, his anger slightly subsiding. Lu Nan, you tell me, what exactly happened? Lu Nan furrowed his brows, nodded, and seemed to muster great courage before speaking. He said, Actually, it's something that happened over the past few days. We just found out that there's a small tribe called Dawn. Although it was established not long ago and doesn't have many members, their leader is none other than the recently famous S-class ability genius in Jinghai City Yidong. Yidong. Luo Shenfeng raised an eyebrow. Hearing this name, he knew the matter wasn't simple. He had heard of this S-class ability genius before. This guy usually kept a low profile. How could he start causing trouble as soon as he founded a tribe? Go on, Luo Shenfeng said as he sat down. Looking intently at Lu Nan. Lu Nan continued. The incident started with the Feihuang tribe, the Panlong tribe, and the Silver Rhino tribe. Members of the Dawn tribe were caught hunting in their territories, so each tribe issued a fine. Luo Shenfeng nodded. Trespassing into someone else's territory to hunt requires compensation at 10 times the value. That's the rule I set. And then, Lu Nan sighed helplessly. The fines were issued half a month ago, but since the leader of the Dawn tribe was absent, they hadn't dealt with it. Since they didn't disappear, it was only a matter of time before they paid up. But 2 days ago, the leader of the Dawn tribe, Yidong, returned. Who knows what he was thinking? He actually went to visit those 3 tribes. Calling it a visit is putting it mildly. He directly beat up the leaders of all 3 tribes and tore up the fines in front of them. This led the 3 tribe leaders to come to Jiang Feng, demanding an explanation. At this point, Luo Shenfeng stared at Jiang Feng, seeing the deputy leader's dejected expression as if he had lost a parent. She was furious. "And this is why you're acting like this? Jiang Feng, if you're really a man, just tell me what happened." Jiang Feng's lips moved slightly, clearly hesitant to speak. Everyone was staring at him. If he didn't say anything, the boss probably wouldn't talk to him anymore and might even start a fight. With no choice, Jiang Feng sighed, leaned back in the grand chair, and said wearily, "The Dawn tribe was just established, and they made such a big move. I thought their leader just wanted to get our Tianmen's attention, so I planned to meet Yi Dong and figure out the situation. But it turned out his goal was the complete opposite of what I thought. He doesn't want to become a subordinate force of Tianmen, he wants to directly become the boss of the old city." When I heard that, how could I not get angry? So I fought him. "And the result? You lost." Luo Shenfeng sneered. Jiang Feng nodded and said softly, "I lost. I couldn't even touch him. If I hadn't run fast, I might have died. That guy isn't just an elemental ability user, his physical combat skills are on par with mine. He's like a monster, nothing like what he appears to be. And he didn't even use his elemental powers, he relied solely on physical combat." As soon as he said this, the senior members of Tianmen collectively gasped. This was the first time they'd heard Jiang Feng admit something like this. Out of respect for him, no one had asked before, but they all had their suspicions. Now that he said it himself, everyone was shocked. Jiang Feng wasn't defeated by the opponent's elemental abilities, but by a gap in physical combat? If that guy had used his elemental powers, wouldn't the deputy leader have been doomed? Useless. Luo Shenfeng slammed the table and roared, "I always tell you to train properly. I gave you the chance to enter the War Academy, where they have gravity training rooms, an excellent place to improve your skills. But you never went. Now you've suffered, haven't you? You've completely embarrassed Tianmen." Lu Nen also chimed in. For the deputy leader to personally step in and end up fleeing in defeat, this is indeed humiliating. Luo Shenfeng scolded Jiang Feng a few more times, and Jiang Feng endured without talking back. Unexpectedly, Lu Nen took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Jiang Feng was furious. "Lu Nen, what do you mean? Do you really think I'm no match for that guy? I was just careless. Besides, this isn't our territory. If I had used my ultimate move, who does Yi Dong think he is?" "Maybe," Lu Nen sneered, full of disdain. "Lu Nan." Jiang Feng slammed the table in anger, ready to fight him. "Enough," Luo Shenfeng roared furiously. "The problem isn't solved, and you're already fighting among yourselves? So what if we lost? Losing once is no big deal. We'll find someone to win it back. And another thing, can anyone tell me why so many tribal leaders left the group today? What's going on with them? Did they start a new group?" Lu Nen braced himself and said, "Those who left the group have probably sided with Yi Dong and become subordinate forces of the Dawn tribe. Moreover, this guy is ruthless, he directly signed agreements with them. 13 known tribes have already withdrawn from the Tianmen alliance." Luo Shenfeng listened, his eyes widening in disbelief. Was Yi Dong crazy? First, he attacked their subordinate tribes, then beat up their deputy leader, and now he's stealing people? Does he really think Tianmen has no backbone? Are those tribal leaders out of their minds? Not siding with me, but with the Dawn tribe? And they even signed agreements. Lu Nen looked awkward. The Dawn tribe's slogan is, "No monthly dues, no territorial divisions, peaceful development, and mutual growth." Luo Shenfeng froze for 3 seconds after hearing this, then let out a bitter laugh. "Looks like this guy is targeting me directly." Lu Nen turned to Jiang Feng and said, "If you'd won this morning, maybe those tribes wouldn't have wavered." Jiang Feng sneered. "Lu Nen, your ability to kick someone when they're down is truly impressive. I can't match it. Since you put it that way, I won't be the deputy leader anymore, you take the position." Lu Nen smiled and said, "High-level positions go to whoever is capable. Your self-awareness is quite gratifying." "What did you say?" "Screw you, Lu Nen." Jiang Feng suddenly jumped up, tackled Lu Nen, and the two began wrestling on the ground. The crowd quickly stepped aside, and the meeting room descended into chaos. Luo Shenfeng watched the mess, but didn't intervene. Instead, he directed all his anger toward the Dawn tribe. I will destroy Dawn. Damn it. A drone sped toward the Dawn tribe, eventually hovering over the tribe and emitting a piercing alarm while projecting a red beam of light. Yidong, who was resting on the second floor, woke up immediately upon hearing the alarm. Li Xiaoyu and Lin Jian stormed into the room angrily and said to Yidong, "Leader, Tianmin has sent a reconnaissance drone. It's right above us." A reconnaissance drone? What does that mean? Yidong stood up and looked out the window. Since the drone was directly overhead, all he could see was a red beam of light shining down. Lin Jian explained, "Reconnaissance drones are used between tribes as a signal for declaring war or issuing warnings. The drones themselves have no offensive capabilities, but the constant alarm sound is extremely annoying. Tianmin often uses this tactic to provoke us." The piercing alarm continued to echo in their ears. Yidong glanced at the sky outside and said, "Immediately summon the leaders of the subordinate tribes to the Dawn tribe for a meeting and send someone to shoot down that drone. If you shoot down the drone, it will be equivalent to accepting Tianmin's declaration of war. Are you sure you want to do this?" Lan Lan asked as she walked up from the first floor. Yidong saw Lan Lan and smiled slightly. "Sister Lan, war is inevitable. Either we dismantle Tianmin, or Tianmin dismantles our Dawn tribe. Isn't that how tribal conflicts work?" Lan Lan chuckled lightly. "You're right. Since you've decided, then let's go to war. I'll notify the other tribal leaders right away." Good. Half an hour later, the drone hovering over the Dawn tribe had already been shot down by Li Xiaoyu. In the meeting room, the number of people suddenly increased. Those who arrived early had seats, while the latecomers could only stand. Yidong roughly counted a total of 15 tribes had become affiliates of the Dawn tribe, with over 500 members combined. The leaders of the 15 tribes gathered together, quietly waiting for Yidong's instructions. Yidong smiled and said, "Half an hour ago, Tianmin sent a reconnaissance aircraft, but we have already shot it down. I estimate that Tianmin will soon send people to formally challenge us. When the time comes, I hope all members of your tribes will be present." As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. Although they had anticipated it, they hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. Luo Hong stood up and said, "A war with Tianmin is inevitable. If we want to break free from Tianmin's control, we can only fight. But with our current strength, do we really have the qualifications to go to war with Tianmin? Leader, do you have any good strategies?" Luo Hong voiced the doubts in everyone's hearts. All eyes were fixed on Yidong, on this S-level ability user. Yidong smiled and said, "If anyone has good strategies or ideas, feel free to share them so we can discuss them together." In other words, there was no strategy yet? Everyone frowned. Luo Hong spoke again. "Tianmin's strength can actually be calculated. The alliance has 30 tribes, 15 of which have merged into our Dawn tribe. The remaining 15 tribes are far stronger than us. To be honest, the high combat power is mostly on Tianmin's side. The combat power of our 15 tribes is relatively weak, and to Tianmin, we are essentially insignificant." These words were like a bucket of cold water poured over everyone. Luo Hong was right. This was the reality. Due to Tianmin's inconsistent monthly tribute system, the amount paid depends on the tribe's combat strength. Tribes with weaker combat power pay higher tributes, while stronger tribes only need to contribute a small amount of dragon coins. They were like sheep in Tianmin's affiliated pasture. Leaving Tianmin wouldn't weaken its strength or have much impact. Lan Lan asked, "Are you saying that if we go to war with Tianmin, we will be completely crushed?" Luo Hong, though reluctant to admit it, nodded and said, "That's the reality. But," he changed his tone, "since Tianmin has already declared war on us, this battle is unavoidable. My Luo Hong tribe will definitely go all out. Even if we lose, I will directly apply to the War Academy to join the military. At least that would be better than being one of Tianmin's sheep, constantly exploited. What do you all think?" Leader Luo is right. I've had enough of being a sheep. Tianmin is too despicable. Even if we can't win, we must show them our determination. If we lose, we'll start over again. Everyone shared the same sentiment. Yidong seized the moment and said, "Since there are no objections, then we will go to war with Tianmin. If we win, we share resources. If we lose, we start over again. Of course, I don't like losing, and I hope you don't like losing either. Everyone laughed who would like losing. At this moment, Li Xiaoyu ran into the meeting room, approached Yi Dong, and whispered in his ear, standing on tiptoe. Tianmin has sent an envoy, saying he wants to meet you. I've asked him to wait on the first floor. Then I'll go meet him. Yi Dong's sharp gaze swept across the meeting room as he calmly said, Next, Sister Lan will continue the meeting in my place. I'll head downstairs for a moment and return shortly. After speaking, he didn't wait for a response and walked straight to the first floor. On the first floor sat a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Seeing Yi Dong come down, he immediately stood up and said with a smile, It seems you must be Yi Dong, the leader of the Dawn tribe. It's truly an honor to meet you today. Yi Dong sized him up and down. This guy had just been beaten, his face bruised and swollen, but he seemed completely unfazed. Yi Dong walked straight over and said coldly, Speak. What do you want? Lu Nen took a deep breath and praised, as expected of Yi Dong, straightforward and decisive. Then I won't beat around the bush. Lu Nen took out a document from his spatial ring, placed it on the table, and said, Before I speak, take a look at this document. Yi Dong glanced at the document and sneered. It seems the Tianmin tribe still doesn't understand its place. You Tianmin were established early, while we Dawn are just starting out, but that doesn't mean you're superior. Keep this document for yourself to read slowly. If there's nothing else, you can leave. Lu Nan's expression changed slightly but quickly adjusted his demeanor, patiently smiling as he said, All right, since you don't want to read it, I'll explain the contents. This is actually a contract. The content states that if a tribe is willing to join Tianmin, Tianmin will cultivate the Dawn tribe into a deputy alliance. Additionally, monthly tributes and dungeon profits will be distributed in a 60-40 ratio. Yi Dong raised an eyebrow slightly. Such a good deal? Lu Nan, seeing Yi Dong's interest, quickly continued. This is also our leader's recognition of the Dawn tribe's strength. The rules of this world are simple. The strongest fist makes the rules. Plus, you're an S-level elemental ability user with limitless potential. Our leader is very willing to cooperate with you to develop together and strengthen both tribes. After finishing, he looked at Yi Dong expectantly and asked, What's your answer? Yi Dong chuckled lightly. Lu Nan's expression changed, and he said urgently, Don't just laugh, what do you mean? Make it clear. You've done so much against us Tianmin, yet our leader is still willing to set aside grievances and invite you to join. This shows his magnanimity. If you agree, you'll become the second largest tribe in the old city, earning tens of thousands of dragon coins monthly, over 1 million annually. It's like someone depositing over 1 million dragon coins into your account every year. Anyone else would have agreed by now, but you just laugh. I really don't understand. Yi Dong calmly asked, Where exactly does this 1 million+ dragon coins come from? Lu Nan replied, Of course, it's from the monthly tributes paid by other tribes and the materials obtained from hunting exotic beasts in the old city. Yi Dong coolly refused. Sorry, I don't accept. Lu Nan's eyes widened in shock. You refuse? Why? Tell me the reason. Yi Dong took a deep breath and said, The Dawn tribe's motto is, No monthly tributes, no territorial disputes, peaceful development, and a shared future. If I join Tianmin, Tianmin's old rules will still exist. Other tribes will still pay monthly tributes and even divide territories. Nothing fundamentally changes. Besides, the Dawn tribe is doing just fine now. Why should we rely on Tianmin? Lu Nan sneered. I came to you for 2 matters. This contract is the first. Since you've refused, let's talk about the second. He took out an envelope from his spatial ring and tossed it onto the table. This is a challenge letter from Tianmin to the Dawn tribe. Tomorrow morning, at the entrance of the old Taihe building in the old city, our 2 tribes will each fight a match. The loser will become a subordinate tribe to the winner for 10 years. If you don't dare to fight, Yi Dong said calmly, leave the letter, see you then. Lu Nan chuckled. All right, straightforward enough. Tomorrow at the Lao Taihe building. Hope you don't lose too badly. Yi Dong watched Lu Nan leave, then returned to the second floor. The Tianmin tribe just delivered the battle challenge. The time and place are set tomorrow morning at the entrance of Lao Taihe building. Everyone, go back and inform the tribe leaders to prepare. Tianmin acted quickly. I thought we'd have to wait a few days. Looks like they couldn't hold back. Choosing the old city as the location clearly means they want to fight to the death. Boss, it's all up to you now. Lon Lon stepped forward and said, all captains, head back for now. Gather your people at the entrance of the Dawn Tribe at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Meeting adjourned. The captains gradually left the Dawn Tribe. Lon Lon approached Yi Dong and reminded him. In the past, battles between tribes were usually resolved one-on-one. But this time, Tianmin personally issued a battle challenge, and the scale might reach up to 1,000 people. We need to be cautious and avoid suffering losses. Yi Dong asked, Sister Lon, don't you think it's a bit too smooth how we've suddenly gained so many subordinate forces? Lon Lan's expression shifted slightly. It does seem a bit too smooth. Maybe our slogan resonated with everyone. Yi Dong smiled and said, if that's the case, then that's great. By the way, what's the name of Tianmin's leader? What's his strength and level? Lon Lon raised an eyebrow. How do you know I would know? Yi Dong chuckled. Sister Lon, you used to be the captain of the Wuhan Bureau. Investigating a few people is a piece of cake for you. Plus, I saw a few names in your notebook before, though I didn't understand them at the time. Lon Lon couldn't help but laugh, tapping Yi Dong's forehead. You sly guy, your brain works pretty well. I did secretly investigate Tianmin's leader and found some information. His name is Luo Shenfeng, and he possesses C-grade Cretaceous Velociraptor cells. His level is a third-tier ability user, and he even received a summons from a small military district, though he hasn't gone yet. Third-tier ability user, Cretaceous Velociraptor cells, it sounds like a physical combat type. Yi Dong is currently at second-tier 9-star, just one step away from third-tier. Although there's a major level difference, he doesn't feel much pressure. Our subordinate forces are about the same in number as Tianmin's, but most of them are only at first tier, with only 2/3 at second tier. If we really fight, they probably won't be able to match us. However, if you personally take the field, I think our chances of winning are high. If wars were decided by numbers, the Beastmen would have wiped us out long ago. It seems Tianmin is even more impatient than I am, rushing to start a fight and choosing the old city as the battlefield. Perfect, I can use this opportunity to stretch my muscles. Sister Lon, get a good rest tonight. Tomorrow, let's aim to scatter Tianmin. All right. Checkpoint Room Administrator Xiao Li had a nagging question in his mind since 6 a.m. What exactly is going to happen in the old city today? Why are these beast hunters lining up before dawn? A huge crowd, 3 hours of inspections, and the line still hasn't dispersed. He could clearly sense that something terrifying was going to happen in the old city today, and it was very likely caused by this group. Huh, Yi Dong. Yi Dong handed over his student ID and smiled. You're on duty today? Xiao Li sighed helplessly. It wasn't supposed to be my shift, I'm just covering for a colleague. By the way, what are these people even doing? I've been reviewing for 3 hours, and the number of people is more than I usually handle in a week. Yi Dong took the student card and smiled. Take a guess, how many people do you think will make it out of the old city? I don't think it'll be too many. His words sent chills down the spines of those waiting in line. What did this guy mean? Was he really planning to kill everyone? Although he had the strength to do so, he was young and had just started fighting. In such a large-scale situation, being able to utilize even half of his power would already be impressive. This was also why the forces affiliated with Tianmin were willing to keep him around. Yi Dong's youth and lack of experience were his biggest weaknesses. As long as one was cautious, his S-level elemental ability title was just that, a title. The old city, the old lady, and the old building. This place used to be a spider's nest. After Yi Dong killed the Spider Queen, it was no longer a nest. Now it had become the territory of other beasts, though none had claimed dominance yet. In the morning, the crowd gathered, and by noon, the two sides met at the entrances of the old lady and the old building. Luo Shenfeng stood at the forefront, listening to Jiang Feng say, "This is Yi Dong, a young man who single-handedly sparked a tribal war." Young and inexperienced, this was Luo Shenfeng's first impression of Yi Dong. This kid, Jiang Feng nodded. Don't underestimate him. His fighting style and strength are completely disproportionate to his age. He's very strong. Luo Shenfeng nodded cautiously. Jiang Feng was no weakling, and anyone who could beat him into retreat was indeed worth paying attention to. Lu Nan whispered in Luo Shenfeng's ear, "Boss, our people are almost all here. I just calculated the combat strength of both sides. If we evaluate on a scale of 100, the Dawn tribe would score at most 35, while Tianmin would take 65. If we really fight, we might need to adjust our strength upward. The others don't matter. The key is Yi Dong and that woman named Lan Lan. The two of them alone account for 20% of the Dawn tribe's strength. The rest are just disorganized rabble, blindly following along. They probably know it themselves. Luo Shunfeng chuckled lightly and walked toward Yi Dong, saying, Yi Dong, I didn't expect you to actually come. Do you really think the people behind you are a match for my tribe? Yi Dong smiled faintly and replied, I don't know, we haven't fought yet. We'll see after the fight. See after the fight? Luo Shunfeng sneered. Before the battle begins, I need to ask, why did you start this fight? Is it really just because of those fines? At the mention of fines, the three tribal leaders standing among the Tianmin crowd couldn't help but lower their heads. It was clear that they understood this situation was caused by them. It is indeed because of the fines. I believe the old city should be a place where everyone can freely come and go. You divided the territory privately and even charged monthly fees to members of other tribes. It's too unfair. I don't understand this kind of behavior. But someone told me this is the rule of Tianmin. Since it's a rule, there will always be someone willing to break it. Break the rules? Who do you think you are? A justice warrior? Have you been watching too many cartoons, kid? Today, none of you will leave the old city alive. Charge! The group behind Luo Shunfeng surged forward. Yi Dong slowly raised his right hand and waved it forward. Hundreds of people on both sides instantly erupted into their first clash. Yi Dong stood still, with Lan Lan, Li Xiaoyu, and Lin Jian behind him. In the distance, Luo Shunfeng also brought a few powerful companions. A fierce battle erupted among hundreds of people, blood splattered, and the sound of killing shook the heavens. Years of accumulated hatred exploded at this moment. Luo Shunfeng shouted at Yi Dong. Yi Dong, are we doing this for real? Yi Dong glanced at Lan Lan, who nodded and said, You're the one we trust the most. Go ahead, take down Luo Shunfeng first, and leave the rest to us. Li Xiaoyu clenched her fists and shouted, Yi Dong, go for it. Defeat him. Stay safe, the others said in unison. Yi Dong smiled faintly. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Seeing Yi Dong walking toward him, Luo Shunfeng sneered, leaped up, and dashed into the distant forest. Yi Dong followed closely, immediately activating the mist domain. Luo Shunfeng kept accelerating and shouted back, Yi Dong, find a more open area to compete. Don't fall behind my speed. As they entered the forest, Yi Dong noticed two people quietly approaching from behind, maintaining a distance of about 100 meters. Luo Shunfeng thought Yi Dong was unaware, planning to lure him out, and then team up with the other two to take him down. Yi Dong shook his head with a bitter smile, raised his hand, and pointed at Luo Shunfeng in the distance, silently chanting in his heart, Ice Vein Finger. Whoosh! A sound of air being torn came from behind. Luo Shunfeng turned sharply, his eyes widening. So fast. He hurriedly adjusted his posture in midair. Thud! A milky white light instantly pierced through his shoulder, freezing the wound. His shoulder felt as if it had been severed, completely numb. Luo Shunfeng's face showed shock and disbelief as he looked at Yi Dong. This guy actually dared to strike first, and it was a sneak attack. If he hadn't adjusted his posture quickly, this blow would have gone straight through his throat. Jiang Feng was right, this kid is not only strong, but also a bit cunning. He cursed inwardly, deciding not to run anymore. He would settle this guy right here and now. You deserve it, he roared. Yi Dong's expression changed. After all, Luo Shunfeng was the leader of the Tianmin tribe, and his quick reaction allowed him to avoid a fatal blow, suffering only a shoulder injury. Perhaps this was also due to his ability, derived from the cells of a Cretaceous velociraptor. This type of mutant's talent lies in perception, with extremely sharp senses not quite fully concentrated, but still formidable. Facing Luo Shunfeng's furious punch, Yi Dong landed steadily, surrounded by mist. Die! Luo Shunfeng's punch smashed into the mist, creating a large pit in the ground. The force of his punch was immense, truly worthy of a third-tier ability user. He emerged from the mist, but strangely, his perception of Yi Dong gradually faded, and a thin layer of frost appeared on his body. Especially the wound on his left shoulder, which caused his left arm to go numb, almost immobile, with the paralysis continuing to spread. Luo Shinfeng calmed down slightly, warning himself to stay composed and not act rashly otherwise. He wouldn't be able to unleash his full strength. At the same time, he deeply felt the power of elemental ability users, especially opponents like Yi Dong, who could perfectly combine physical techniques with elemental powers. He realized he had encountered one of the toughest adversaries of his life. Moreover, this opponent was intent on killing him at any moment. Boss! At this moment, Lu Nan and Jiang Feng rushed over from behind. Hearing the sounds of battle, they quickened their pace to the scene, only to be stunned by what they saw. This is a woodland shaded by lush green trees, but the ground is already covered by a thin layer of dense fog. The temperature has dropped to 0 degrees no, to be precise, below 0, and it continues to fall. If the three of them weren't beast mutants, they would have long succumbed to the bone-chilling cold. That guy has disappeared, but he's definitely still nearby. He's already spotted us otherwise. He wouldn't be hiding, Luo Shinfeng said as he scanned the surroundings, searching for any suspicious movements. Lu Nan frowned deeply and whispered, "The temperature is too low, I can't pick up his scent." Could he really have run away? Jiang Feng exhaled a breath of warm air, his teeth chattering as he said, "No way. He would never run. He's definitely nearby. We'd better not split up." Sitting on a distant tree, Yi Dong watched the three of them huddled closely together and let a faint smile curl at the corner of his lips. "You three just stay put right there?" With a shift in thought, he immediately turned back to find the old lady and Lu. The numbers of both tribes were equal, but the difference in combat strength was vast. He had to go back and provide support. As for Luo Shinfeng and the others, with the protection of the fog wall and the fog domain, they could only wander in circles and would eventually be consumed by the cold. There was no need to waste energy chasing them. Before Yi Dong even got close, he heard the sounds of intense battle cries. Sure enough, the people of the Dawn tribe were being slowly surrounded by the Tianmin tribe. The Tianmin tribe had encircled the Dawn tribe completely, tightening the noose step by step, advancing over the bodies of the fallen. Thorn Frenzy. Li Xiaoyu, who had a large flower bud growing on her head, stood atop a massive plant, unleashing countless thorny vines from her body. The vines lashed out wildly at the approaching members of the Tianmin tribe. Some vines were torn apart, some were snapped, but many successfully struck their targets. The plant beneath her was as towering as a beanstalk reaching the heavens. Lin Jian, He Xingxing, and Wang Bing had all transformed into their beast forms, as had the others. It was hard to imagine that both sides were human, yet they could take on the appearance of animals. This battle was like a rare spectacle, a bizarre show. What about Sister Lan? Sister Lan remained in her human form and didn't seem to find the battle difficult at all. No one knew what her ability was. She didn't give away a single clue. Yi Dong suddenly realized that now was not the time to leisurely watch the show. Fog wall. He silently chanted in his mind. Dense white fog poured out from within him, slowly seeping into the ground and silently spreading toward the Tianmin tribe. His mind raced with thoughts. Faced with so many enemies, what move could catch them off guard while delivering devastating damage? Soon, an idea for a technique began to take shape in his mind. A member of the Tianmin tribe screamed in agony as a milky white hand suddenly emerged from the ground, dragging him into the earth. Whoosh! A cold wind swept through, and the man was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture, as if he had always been an ice statue buried in the soil. This kept happening. Terrifying screams echoed from all directions as many were pulled underground, only to become ice sculptures in the end. Yi Dong sneered. This move is called Fog Ghost, a ghost that drags enemies into the ground. Congratulations to the host for mastering Fog Ghost. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 more people were dragged underground and frozen into ice sculptures. In an instant, the once tight encirclement suddenly became sparse. But the battle was so intense that almost no one noticed the change. Yi Dong shouted loudly, "Members of the Tianmin tribe, look around you." This inexplicable chill had already made many people feel uncomfortable. However, they had no time to worry about the temperature. Upon hearing Yi Dong's words, all the members of the Tianmin tribe finally became alert. The surroundings were already shrouded in a layer of icy mist, which had formed a thin layer of frost on their bodies. In contrast, the people of the Dawn tribe were unaffected. There was no mist around them, let alone frost. The answer was obvious. In an instant, everyone turned their heads toward the direction of the voice. Yidong jumped down from the tree and slowly walked toward the Dawn tribe. Although he was in the midst of the Tianmin tribe's camp and seemingly surrounded, people automatically made way for him, creating a wide path. Everyone stood with their arms crossed, frozen stiff, looking like useless wrecks. I think that's enough. If you keep fighting, you might all die here. You might as well give me a way out and surrender, Yidong said. It was only then that the members of the Tianmin tribe realized that their opponent was not an ordinary human, but a destructive natural disaster cold. Yidong slowly walked to the front of the Dawn tribe. Lan Lan and the others quickly followed, standing behind him and staring at the members of the Tianmin tribe. Yidong, you're back? Where are Luo Shenfeng and the others? Li Xiaoyu, sweating profusely, approached Yidong and immediately felt a surge of energy. The system hadn't issued any notifications, so they should still be alive, but time was running out. I've trapped them in a certain place. Let's deal with this group first, Yidong said as he stepped into the crowd, his sharp gaze sweeping over the members of the Tianmin tribe. We are all humans, all from the same country. There's no need to fight to the death. If you're willing to become a subordinate camp of the Dawn tribe, I can spare your lives. What do you say? A middle-aged man trembled as he stepped forward and said, as expected of an S-class elemental ability genius, I surrender. The first person surrendered, followed by the second and the third. I surrender too. Yidong, spare my life. I'm the leader of the Ziyun tribe, and I'm willing to join the Dawn tribe. I surrender as well. One voice after another declared surrender. The members of the Tianmin tribe looked grim, while the people of the Dawn tribe were all smiles, forming a stark contrast. At the same time, everyone was in awe of Yidong's strength. This 1,000-person battle, which had been in the Tianmin tribe's favor, collapsed in less than half an hour due to Yidong's appearance. If Yidong had gone all out, no one would have been able to stop him. Yidong nodded in satisfaction and said, Why didn't you do this earlier? Those who have transformed into beasts, return to human form. Put away your weapons and leave the old city. With a wave of his hand, the dense mist around them instantly dissipated without a trace. He then added, The leaders of each tribe are to report to the Dawn tribe in an hour to sign the treaty. At this moment, a man with a bushy beard stepped forward awkwardly and asked, Yidong, I'm an official member of the Tianmin tribe. Our leader and 2 senior executives went after you, but only you came back. Does that mean they're all ready? Yidong raised an eyebrow. The system hadn't issued any notifications, and his fog wall hadn't been fully deployed, so those 3 should still be trapped within the fog wall's range. Don't worry, they're fine. Also, let me finish speaking. No one interrupt me again. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone held their breath, not daring to say a word. The rest of you, go treat the wounded. 1 person per injured. Carry them to the nearby beacon base for treatment. The others, dismissed. After speaking, Yidong turned to look at his companions. Lin Jin grinned foolishly at him. He Xingxing gave a thumbs up, but said nothing, and Sister Lan smiled and said, I thought it would be a tough battle, but you came and won so easily. You're amazing, little brother. The power of the S-class elemental ability, Extreme Frost Ice Soul, was far beyond this. Coupled with the fact that he had been tirelessly practicing physical techniques day and night, achieving such results was entirely within expectations. It was all the fruit of hard training. Moreover, today he had even created a new skill, Mist Ghost. The remaining enhancement points should be enough to upgrade Mist Ghost to its perfected stage, where the skill would evolve. What new abilities might emerge then, no one could say. But now was not the time to think about that. Yidong smiled faintly and said, You all head back to the Dawn tribe. There are a few people I need to deal with personally. Sister Lan asked with concern, Little brother, do you want me to go with you? Yidong shook his head. No need. Sister Lan, go back and help manage the situation. Don't let Xiaoyu and the others cause trouble. Hey, Li Xiaoyu shouted. Ha ha ha. Yidong re-entered the forest, heading to the place where Luo Shenfeng and the others were trapped. The thick fog slowly parted to reveal a path. Not far ahead, Three men were huddled tightly together, shivering from the cold, but still holding on. All three had already undergone beastification, and it was likely due to this transformation that they had managed to endure for so long. As Yidong approached, the three remained tightly huddled. Luo Shinfeng's skin looked strange, resembling yellow sofa leather, and his hands had transformed into three thick claws. Was this the beastified form of Cretaceous raptor cells? Lu Nan and Jiang Feng's appearances were also unique, but unfortunately, none of the three had abilities above sea level. This was a complete suppression in both realm and ability. Yidong. Luo Shinfeng's teeth chattered as he spoke, drawing a sharp breath that seemed to revive him a bit. Yidong smiled faintly. Your Tianmin tribe members have already surrendered. I don't think the three of you need to keep resisting. We're all humans of the Dragon Nation. There's no need for mutual slaughter. If you sign a pact with me, I'll spare your lives. What do you say? No need for mutual slaughter? Luo Shinfeng almost laughed out loud at those words. When Yidong ambushed him earlier, he had aimed directly for his vital points. If not for his quick reflexes, he'd probably be dead by now. We surrender. Lu Nan's voice was so weak it was barely audible. Jiang Feng had already fainted, so expecting him to voice surrender was impossible. Luo Shinfeng glared at Lu Nan angrily, but at this point, he had no face to say anything. He actually wanted to surrender too, but he was the leader of the Tianmin tribe. Surrender? How could he show his face in the old district after that? Yidong, seeing Luo Shinfeng's lack of response, asked curiously, You don't want to surrender? Are you planning to die for your cause? If that's the case, I might actually admire you. Luo Shinfeng gritted his teeth and said, I surrender too. After speaking, he turned his head to the ground, his heart filled with unwillingness but also helplessness. All of this had started over a single fine. If they hadn't set that rule back then, maybe they wouldn't have provoked this monster, Yidong. Maybe they could have collected a few more years of monthly payments. When the time comes, with enough dragon coins and connections established, the latter half of life will be carefree and worry-free. Who would have thought that one mistake would lead to another, and the dream would shatter so quickly? Yidong waved his hand, and all the mist instantly dissipated. The three gradually regained their body temperature. Yidong's voice echoed in their ears. In 1 hour, come to my Dawn tribe to sign the agreement. If you make any other moves, I won't care whether you're human or not. The three's legs went weak on the spot, and they collapsed to the ground. Luo Shinfeng watched Yidong's figure gradually fade into the distance, clenching his fists. But soon, his fists loosened. In this lifetime, he probably would never want to face this monster head-on again. That would simply be courting death. Yidong didn't rush back. He quietly summoned the system. Host, Yidong level, Tier 2, 9 stars, 7 segments ability. S-Class type. Extreme Cold Ice Soul Strength, 144 Vitality, 142 Speed, 145 Energy, 25 Martial Art, Dragon Essence Bone Strengthening Technique Perfected Martial Body, Copper Skin Iron Bone Skills, Ice Vein Finger Perfected, Instant Flash Mastered, Great Mist Wall Mastered, Energy Concentrating Finger Cannon Mastered, Mist Domain Mastered, Mist Ghost Initial Stage Special Techniques, Advanced Full Concentration Mastered Plus, Boiling, Blood Demonization Initial Stage Plus Enhancement Points, 750 from Initial Stage to Mastered requires 660 enhancement points, just enough to upgrade the skill I just created. Yidong smiled and communicated with the system mentally. 660 enhancement points consumed. Mist Ghost upgraded to Mastered. Mist Ghost autonomously evolved. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Mist Spirit. Mist Spirit can create mist spirits with autonomous consciousness. The quantity varies according to the host's will, capable of consciously dragging enemies into the depths of the ground. Autonomous Mist Spirit. Yidong was stunned for a moment. Does this mean he created a thinking creature? He couldn't wait to test it. Mentally chanting Mist Spirit. The next moment, a flurry of snowflakes fell before Yidong, instantly condensing into a humanoid Mist Spirit. The Mist Spirit had no facial features, only a human-like form. Touching it would cause it to disperse like mist, but Yidong knew it truly existed. Looks somewhat like an elementalized body. I wonder how strong it is in combat. Yidong stared at the Mist Spirit and said with a smile, Follow me. Let me see your strength. This was the old district, and finding a Tier 2 exotic beast to test its power was easy. Soon, he spotted a Tier 2 exotic beast, an iron-armored rhino. The rhino was sunbathing, completely unaware of the approaching danger. Yidong signaled to the mist spirit with a glance. The mist spirit nodded and floated up like a falling leaf, then burrowed into the ground. Yidong activated full concentration, and the mist spirit moved freely underground, like a fish. The mist spirit swam beneath the iron-armored rhino, which suddenly became alert, sitting up and scanning its surroundings. But it saw nothing. The next second, the mist spirit's body split underground, transforming into a large white net that quickly enveloped the iron-armored rhino and dragged it underground. Yidong was astonished and hurriedly followed to observe. The iron-armored rhino struggled desperately, but the more it struggled, the thicker the ice layer on its body became, and the faster the mist spirit dragged it downward. After descending over 100 meters, the iron-armored rhino had already turned into an ice sculpture. The mist spirit quickly ascended and obediently returned to Yidong's side. At this moment, the system prompted, "Congratulations to the host for killing the second-tier exotic beast ironclad rhino, earning 10 enhancement points." What a silent way to die! Yidong was full of admiration, staring at the artwork before him. If it were a person dragged underground, one could only imagine the despair. Moreover, the number of mist spirits could freely change according to his will. Let's give it a try. Yidong took a deep breath, and the elemental energy within his body began to vibrate intensely. In the next second, snowflakes started falling around him. The snowfall grew heavier and heavier, eventually forming mist spirits identical to the first one. Yidong was instantly shocked. He realized that the elemental space ring on his finger was continuously transferring elemental energy into his body. This meant that his internal elemental energy was completely depleted. The previous battle had indeed consumed a significant amount of energy, but now, after creating just 10 mist spirits, his energy was already exhausted. The surrounding environment also underwent a strange transformation. These 10 mist spirits merely stood there, turning the area into a frozen wasteland. Trees were encased in ice, and the ground was covered with thick snow. Furthermore, the bodies of these mist spirits remained in an elementalized state, rendering ordinary attacks completely ineffective against them unless they encountered a powerful enemy with awakened dominance. Perhaps this would be the most unsolvable and powerful move he had developed so far. Yidong felt a surge of excitement. Each of the 10 mist spirits possessed independent consciousness and did not require his direct control. If his strength continued to grow, he could create even more mist spirits. By then, he alone would be like an entire army, leaving frozen silence wherever he went. One day, I will use this power to defend the border against the beastmen and exotic beasts. Just wait and see. Yidong waved his hand, and the mist spirits quickly dissipated. He then headed toward the outskirts of the old city. The tribal conflicts had finally ceased, and next would be the peaceful development and shared prosperity of all tribes. But before that, there was still much to be done. Second floor of the Dawn tribe. The leaders of 30 tribes gathered together, including Luo Shinfeng and others. They had been adversaries in the morning, but now they had become subordinate forces under Yidong's command. Due to the restrictions of the covenant, these people were unlikely to cause trouble unless they no longer wished to remain in the Dragon Nation. Although Luo Shinfeng was part of a subordinate force, his strength was undeniable, and the other tribal leaders still respected him. However, some looked at him with dissatisfaction, as this guy had taken quite a bit of their hard-earned money. Yidong cleared his throat and said, "From now on, we are all one family. The old city will be open to everyone, and I won't require you to pay monthly tributes. All I ask is peaceful development." Luo Shinfeng. Luo Shanfeng reluctantly stepped out of the crowd, slightly bowing his head and saying, "Boss, if you have any instructions, just let me know." Yidong said, "I don't expect you to return the money you took from the other tribes, but from now on, I don't want to see anything like that happening again. No more big fish eating small fish, or small fish eating shrimp. I want to see you all united and helping each other. Do you understand?" Luo Shenfeng lowered his head and nodded, saying, "I understand. There won't be such things anymore." I also appreciate the opportunity you've given me, boss. I'm willing to contribute half of my income as development funds for the tribe. No need. I don't lack money, Yidong replied, then moved on to discuss other matters. Luo Shinfeng was completely stunned. Refusing money? Thinking it over carefully, he understood. If Yidong cared about money, he would have implemented a monthly payment policy after defeating them, but he didn't. Indeed, people who don't care about money are the most terrifying. If even money couldn't attract him, what in this world could possibly shake him? Everything he did was entirely driven by conviction. If he wanted to do something, he just did it. Luo Shenfeng let out a bitter laugh, secretly admiring him, and immediately relaxed. He felt like he had finally met the right person. In the days that followed, Yidong, the hands-off boss, had no choice but to get busy. First, he had to compile statistics on personnel from various tribes, coordinate senior management, and handle all sorts of trivial matters. Some tribes wanted to attack certain areas of the old city and would come to apply for permission, even offering compensation. While Lin Jian and the others could handle these matters, Yidong still had to give the final approval. Occasionally, the alliance would issue high-reward missions. These tasks always landed in his hands first, and many tribe members wanted to take them on, but ultimately, he had to make the decision. In short, busy as a dog. One day, Yidong finally found an excuse to go to the War Academy, temporarily escaping from all the trivial matters. Standing at the school gate, he sighed deeply. I never thought the most relaxing place would actually be school. At that moment, a police car suddenly stopped in front of him. The windows slowly rolled down, and a member of the Marshal Security Bureau smiled and said, Yidong, finally found you. I went to the tribe and heard you'd returned to school. I thought I'd have to search for you for a while, but you haven't even entered the gate yet. Yidong asked with a puzzled expression, who is looking for me? What is the matter? He had just planned to rest for a few days, but the Marshal Security Bureau had come straight to him, and they had bypassed Sister Lan directly. Could it be that Sister Lan was too busy to respond to the Bureau's messages? The young Marshal Security Bureau officer smiled and said, remember those beastmen you captured earlier? There has been a new development. The captain wants you to come over immediately. Hop in the car. Beastmen, was it to you and the others? Honestly, Yidong didn't want to see them. After all, Tu Yu and the others were captured by him personally. He had pretended to befriend them before turning around and locking them up in prison. Meeting them would definitely be awkward. Tell me what is going on first. Don't be fooled by my appearance, I'm actually quite busy. Yidong smiled awkwardly. Oh, it's like this. The Beastman Nation has sent envoys to ransom them, and has also returned a major general who was previously captured by the Beastmen. It's a complicated matter, and I can't explain it well, so? Alright, take me to see it. Yidong sighed helplessly and got into the car. 10 minutes later, a police car stopped at the entrance of the Marshal Security Bureau headquarters. Yidong got out of the car and walked into the bureau, where Su Jun personally came out to greet him. The two met in the lobby at the entrance. Su Jun smiled as he saw Yidong. Yidong, I didn't expect you to be making such big moves recently. I heard that you and Lan Lan have already taken control of that area in the old city. Yidong smiled awkwardly and said, Captain Su, it seems news travels fast. But I'm more concerned about the Beastmen. Why did you have to come to me? Su Jun chuckled and said, actually, Tu Yu specifically asked for me to find you. You'll understand once you meet her. Tu Yu wanted to see him? Of all people, it had to be Tu Yu. Although he wasn't happy about it, since he was already here, he might as well go. Su Jun led Yidong to a room outside the isolation chamber. Through the glass at the door, Yidong saw a woman sitting inside, her back turned to him. Strangely enough, she had a pair of white rabbit ears on her head. Not even trying to hide them. The iron door opened, and Su Jun gave Yidong a look. Inside the isolation room, Tu Yu noticed Yidong's arrival and quickly stood up. Yidong sighed helplessly and walked in, saying, Tu Yu, what do you want from me? Tu Yu's expression was complicated when she saw him. After hesitating for a moment, she pointed to the chair beside her and said, Ew. You sit first, I'll explain slowly. The two sat down, and Yidong asked directly, Go ahead, what exactly do you want? Tu Yu's face turned slightly red, her eyes carrying a hint of helplessness, as she softly said, Actually, I'll be able to leave here soon and go back home. But the Wuhan Bureau requires someone to escort me, and we hope you can come along. Once you send me home, you can return. Send you back? To the Beastman Nation? Yidong asked in surprise. Tu Yu nodded. Yes, the Beastman Nation. But my hometown doesn't have carnivorous beastmen, they are our enemies. Yidong was completely unwilling and said bluntly, Big sister, if you want to go back, just go back. Why do you have to drag me into it? I'm very busy. Tu Yu turned her head to look at the corner of the wall and said softly, I don't feel safe with others escorting me. Besides, Xiongzhan said your skills are pretty good, and maybe you could teach our warriors some training techniques. Please. Her eyes were full of pleading. Yidong was momentarily stunned but quickly snapped out of it, got up, and walked out, saying, Find someone else. I refuse. Not only was the Beastman Nation far away, but they also wanted him to train herbivorous beastmen. He wasn't that foolish. These people were really pushing their luck. Allowing her to go back was already generous enough, and now they wanted help with training too. Unexpectedly, Su Zhen was standing at the door, having overheard their conversation. He stopped Yidong, who was about to leave, and said, Yidong, even if you don't agree, it won't matter. Tu Yu's identity is not simple. She's the princess of the Beastman Nation. To ensure her safe return, we must send an escort. Not just you, but many others, including a 7th-tier expert you've met before. Moreover, before you arrived, we already signed a peace agreement with Tu Yu. This is the first peace agreement between humans and beastmen. We will provide basic technology and knowledge to the Beastman Nation, while they will help us gather intelligence on the celestial beastmen. So, you'd better agree and not affect relations between the two nations. After Su Zhen finished speaking, he smiled and patted Yidong on the shoulder. Yidong said helplessly, There's already a 7th-tier ability, user, why do you need me? It's redundant. I'd rather use this time to train. In 6 months, I have to join the military, and I don't have much time to waste, you know. Tu Yu bit her lip and said, I don't really trust humans, but if you can accompany me, I'll feel safer. At least, even though you dislike beastmen, you did save us. So, I hope you can join the escort team and take me back. Please, Yidong. Yidong roughly understood why Tu Yu insisted on him escorting her back. She had already said she didn't trust humans, even though both sides had signed a peace agreement. If Yidong joined the escort team, she would feel much more at ease. After all, when they were surrounded by the Wuhan Bureau, if Yidong hadn't taken the initiative to approach them, the beastmen would have fought desperately, and the outcome would have been disastrous. Yidong, if you don't join, then I won't go. You can just keep me here. Tu Yu said angrily, puffing up her cheeks and glaring at Yidong. Why Yidong was left speechless, and Su Zhen spread his hands, indicating he had no solution either. As long as you perform well, we will definitely give you great credit. You haven't officially enlisted yet, and you're already earning military merits. Once you enlist, there will be even more opportunities, and you'll encounter rare experiences in a lifetime. More importantly, a 7th-tier ability user will escort you. Such a powerful figure is hard to come by. Along the way, you can even seek his guidance and advice. Hearing about the 7th-tier ability user, Yidong's resolve began to waver. 7th-tier ability users were incredibly rare, and this might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After some thought, Yidong sighed and said, All right, when do we leave? Yidong, you agreed? That's great. Thank you. Yidong waved his hand and walked out of the quarantine room. Su Zhen followed him out. Yidong, you're so young and already entrusted with such an important task. Honestly, I'm a bit envious of you. Captain Su, let us not talk about that. I still want to ask, what are sky beasts? Yidong suddenly remembered he hadn't clarified earlier. Su Zhen smiled and explained, Sky beasts are carnivorous beast folk, while herbivorous beast folk are called land beasts. Sky beasts consider themselves superior, they're truly arrogant. Yidong sneered. The sky beasts want to take over this planet, but how could we possibly let them succeed? However, the fact that humans can sign a peace treaty with the land beasts is a good thing. It allows us to better understand the beast folk's civilization. Knowing your enemy increases your chances of victory. This is a major achievement on your part, Su Zhen said. Yidong looked at Su Zhen excitedly. Su Zhen nodded and said, It's indeed a great achievement. You've accomplished something humanity has long wanted but failed to do. Of course, The next task is also very important. You should understand why we're assigning a 7th-tier expert to escort them. Yi Dong frowned and asked, "Do you think the sky beasts might attack midway?" "Very likely," Su Zhen said after a moment of thought. "The land beasts and sky beasts are like water and fire. Rabbit Jade is the princess of the land beasts. If the sky beasts capture her, the land beasts will become their enemies. Don't underestimate the land beasts. Although they're herbivores, the bear clan, rhino clan, ox clan, and elephant clan are all very powerful and can rival the sky beasts." Yi Dong snorted coldly. "If they're so strong, why don't they send their own people to escort the princess instead of having us do it?" Su Zhen laughed. "Human territory doesn't allow other races to enter freely. Besides, this escort mission isn't just about escorting, it's also about studying the land beast civilization and exchanging technology. This is a matter of national importance, it's not that simple." Yidong suddenly understood and nodded. "Got it. Captain Su, I know what to do. I'll come here tomorrow morning. You're a treasure of the nation. We don't want to send you to dangerous places, but this is also an opportunity for growth. Do your best." "Yes." When Yidong returned home, his parents were already back. After moving to Iron Fortress, their living standards had greatly improved. They had switched to regular jobs with no overtime. With less fatigue, they looked much younger. As a son, what could be more gratifying than seeing his parents full of energy? "Dad, Mom, tomorrow I'm going to the city with the Marshall Security Bureau. I don't know how long I'll be gone, so I wanted to let you know in advance." Yidong's father showed a proud smile. "That is my son. You're getting more and more capable. Even the Marshall Security Bureau is asking for your help." "Huh." Yidong's mother, however, looked worried and said, "You're going outside the city? That's a place where monsters and orcs roam. You must be careful and make sure you don't get hurt, understand?" Yidong smiled and reassured her. "Don't worry, this time I have a 7th-tier expert accompanying me. I heard he's even a candidate for a battle commander. Incredibly strong, absolutely safe." "Then I'm relieved." Yidong's mother finally let out a sigh of relief. After eating and drinking to his fill, Yidong took a quick shower, lay down on the bed, and casually informed Sister Lan of the news. "Sister Lan, I'm heading to the Orc Kingdom tomorrow. I don't know when I'll be back, so I'll leave the tribe's matters entirely to you." Sister Lan sent 3 question marks. Yidong, feeling helpless, explained the situation in detail. Sister Lan sighed and said, "Ah, you lazy boss. I'm working myself to death every day. How do you plan to compensate me?" Yidong half-jokingly replied, "Sister Lan, how about I compensate you with myself?" Sister Lan fell silent for a moment. Yidong stared at his phone, thinking, did I take the joke too far? Or has Sister Lan already gone to sleep? Forget it, doesn't matter. He placed the phone on the bedside table and decided to rest early to gather energy for tomorrow's departure. After an unknown amount of time, Yidong, half asleep, suddenly felt movement behind him. He jolted awake. A ghost? Impossible. He immediately jumped out of bed and turned on the light. Seeing the person on the bed, Yidong was so shocked he couldn't speak. It was Sister Lan. Sister Lan. Sister Lan, her long hair draped over her shoulders, was half lying on the bed, smiling seductively. She reached out and beckoned to Yidong. "Didn't you say you'd offer yourself? Come here." "Sister Lan, I was just joking." Yidong was stunned, his heart racing. There were a few pieces of clothing on the floor. Was Sister Lan naked? Could she really be this bold? Yidong suddenly felt he had miscalculated. But I took it seriously. Sister Lan chuckled softly, exuding charm. "It seemed tonight would be sleepless." "Turn off the light and come up," Sister Lan ordered. Yidong, always obedient to Sister Lan, dutifully turned off the light and carefully climbed onto the bed. In the darkness, they couldn't see each other, but as experts, how could they not sense each other's presence? Yidong deliberately kept an arm's length distance and whispered, "Sister Lan, I was just joking earlier. Don't take it seriously. I really respect you." Sister Lan, for some reason, had come over because of a joke. Could she really have feelings for him? Yidong nervously swallowed. He wasn't inexperienced in matters of the heart, but with someone as outstanding as Sister Lan throwing herself at him, he worried he might lose control. Sister Lan let out a soft hum. "All you ever say is respect. Is that all you mean?" That tone. Was Sister Lan angry? Yidong quickly explained. Sister Lan, you're beautiful and strong. I'm sure many people like you. I actually like you too, but isn't this a bit too fast for us? Both of them could hear each other's increasingly rapid heartbeats. Yidong awkwardly shrank his feet. Sister Lan was silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. Little brother, I was just teasing you. Turn on the light and see. Yidong got up and turned on the light. Sister Lan then sat up, revealing that she was still wearing quite a bit of clothing. The clothes on the floor were just her coat. A false alarm. Yidong felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment and awkwardly laughed. Sister Lan, don't joke like that in the future. I'm still young, I can't handle it. Sister Lan chuckled lightly. I heard you're heading to the Beastman Kingdom tomorrow. I didn't know what to say, so I came to keep you company and give you a surprise. You need to stay safe and take care of yourself. Was this surprise good enough? Perfect. Except, I didn't really gain anything. Yidong instinctively glanced at her. Sister Lan squinted and raised an eyebrow. You little rascal, earlier you acted like you were going to devour me, and now you're regretting it? Kind of, Yidong admitted, then lay down and said with a smile. But one must be content. Sister Lan sacrificed a lot to surprise me. I'll definitely come back safe and sound. Not a scratch on me, hee hee. That's more like it. Sister Lan said, lying down as well, half reclining against the headboard, one hand propping up her temple, smiling as she looked at Yidong. The two were very close, and Yidong could smell the fragrance on her. Being stared at like that made him feel a bit uneasy. This time, we might have to be apart for a while, and I may not be able to accompany you to the Maple Leaf Base. What? Sleep and then disappear? Yidong turned off his phone, noticed the window was open, and jumped straight out. Advanced concentration activate. All information within a 300-meter radius instantly flooded into his mind. The text message also read, I originally planned to leave without saying anything, but I was afraid you'd worry. Last night, you sent me a message, so I took the opportunity to say goodbye. Don't worry, I'll come back as soon as the mission is completed. Maybe we can still meet at the Maple Leaf Base. Don't look for me, and don't worry. Take care of yourself, my little man. Lan Jie. Yidong walked dejectedly into the Wuan Bureau, looking like a defeated rooster. He still couldn't find Lan Jie. Clearly, Lan Jie didn't want to say goodbye to him, which is why she left so decisively. What kind of secret mission could make her leave so abruptly? Yidong sought out the Wuan Bureau chief. Director Wang seemed to have anticipated Yidong's arrival. He wasn't surprised, and even welcomed him warmly. Yidong didn't hold back and asked directly, Director Wang, Lan used to be your subordinate. I want to know what secret mission she's carrying out. Director Wang picked up his teacup, took a sip, and said, I don't know much about Xiaolan's situation, but I do know a bit about this mission. However, she specifically asked me not to tell you. First, take the Beastman Princess back to the Beastman Kingdom. You'll find out the rest when you return. Yidong couldn't quite grasp Director Wang's meaning. Not now, but only after he returns? Wouldn't it be too late by then? The old fox refused to say more, and Yidong knew it was useless to keep pressing. Helplessly, he went to wait for Tu Yu and the others at the Wuan Bureau entrance. After Yidong left, Director Wang glanced toward the restroom and said, He's gone, you can come out now. The restroom door opened, and Lan slowly walked out. Old Wang, thank you. Director Wang snorted. You women, if you're going to leave, just leave decisively. Why insist on telling others I won't let you go? Who could stand that? Lan smiled bitterly and said, I just felt that if I left without saying anything, he'd definitely overthink. He's about to head to the Beastman Kingdom, and I don't want anything to happen to him on the way. Director Wang shook his head helplessly, sighed, and pulled a file from the cabinet, tossing it onto the table. The person you're looking for is here. Take it. He might change locations within 24 hours, so you'd better hurry. Lan walked to the table, opened the file, and pulled out a photo and some documents. The man in the photo had stubble, wore a baseball cap pulled low over his face, but his features were still faintly discernible. There was a string of numbers on his left cheek and obvious burn scars on his chin. Seeing the man in the photo, anger flared in Lan's eyes as she said coldly, Lan Shaoqi, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Director Wang walked up behind Lan and lowered his voice to remind her, although this is your personal matter, I have to say this. He has already joined the dark sequence and has been missing for 3 years. During these 3 years, you've risen from an ordinary officer to the captain of the Wuhan Bureau. Lan Shaoqi certainly hasn't been idle either. You think I'm no match for him? Lan stared coldly at Director Wang. Director Wang's expression changed. This usually carefree girl was now showing such a terrifying look, clearly touching the deepest part of her heart. I can use my connections to send a 7th-tier ability user to accompany you. It should make things much easier. Lan sneered, put the document into her spatial ring, and said, Director Wang, revenge is meaningless unless done personally. Thank you for your kindness, but I'll pass. Also, next time you smoke in the restroom, remember to turn on the exhaust fan. Don't let me smell the smoke. Director Wang immediately retorted. Don't you smoke too? How can a smoker smell someone else's smoke? Of course I can smell it. My nose isn't broken. Forget it. I don't want to argue with you. I'm leaving now. Remember to miss me. I want to miss you. Director Wang chuckled in exasperation, then suddenly called out seriously, Lan. What is it? Lan turned back impatiently. Director Wang said only one sentence. Come back alive. Lan paused for a moment, then smiled faintly. Of course, finally finding someone worth entrusting, yet not having had the chance to enjoy life. How could she die so easily? Outside the Wuhan Bureau building, Yidong sat in an RV, looking slightly nervous. There were 2 other people in the vehicle, Tu Yu and the legendary 7th-tier ability user. When Yidong saw the man, he immediately remembered where he had seen him before. The guard of the Wuhan Bureau's underground prison, the guy called White Demon. The name was clearly a code name. White Demon was also surprised to see Yidong and asked, Why is it you? Why are you here too? Yidong smiled awkwardly. Actually, I didn't have to come, but she insisted I accompany her. He pointed at Tu Yu, who immediately became nervous and whispered, Having a familiar human around makes me feel more at ease. Didn't you already agree? Tu Yu glared at Yidong. Yidong shrugged helplessly. I wanted to back out, but since I agreed, I'll definitely protect you. White Demon quietly observed the young man before him. He was the one hailed by Longhua as a once-in-a-century genius, an S-class elemental ability user considered a national treasure. Previously, he had even used his connections with the Wuhan Bureau to meet the Great Demon King. It was said he was also a martial arts enthusiast, who knew how far his martial arts training had progressed. Moreover, he had personally captured the Beast Kingdom's princess. Tu Yu's gaze toward Yidong might not be noticeable to others, but she understood it instantly. She clearly had feelings for Yidong. Otherwise, why would she insist on having him accompany her on the journey back to her country? Unfortunately, Yidong didn't reciprocate at all. At that moment, Yidong suddenly asked White Demon, Brother White, since you can guard that person, you must have awakened your haki, right? Yidong speculated that White Demon was likely a haki awakener. Otherwise, how could he control the Great Demon King in the underground prison? White Demon nodded. You're quite sharp. That's correct. Why do you ask? Yidong was secretly pleased and said, The Great Demon King didn't want to explain haki to me in detail. Maybe the location wasn't suitable, or he simply didn't want to talk about it. The journey is long. Could you tell me about it? White Demon raised an eyebrow, thinking this kid had specifically come to find him. After some thought, White Demon decided that Yidong's special status as Longwei's treasure made it harmless to give him a few pointers about haki. If Yidong eventually ended up in the dark sequence, that would truly be a joke. However, some things couldn't be explained too clearly. The Great Demon King was a prime example. He had been elevated too high and ended up losing himself. Originally, he had a bright future ahead, but in his pursuit of ultimate strength, when he realized there was nothing new to learn in the Dragon Kingdom, he ultimately chose to join the dark sequence, which led to a great disaster. No one wanted to see Yidong become the next Great Demon King. White Demon glanced at Tu Yu, who trembled slightly, clearly sensing White Demon's intention to drive him away. Hastily, Tu Yu stood up and said, Well, I'm a bit tired. I'll go rest in the back. Yidong nodded in satisfaction. It seemed Tu Yu was perceptive. White Demon had driven Tu Yu away, clearly intending to discuss the matter of awakening dominance with Yidong. Yidong felt an unusual excitement in his heart. White Demon fixed his deep gaze on Yidong and said, The awakening of dominance requires 4 key conditions. Do you know what they are? Yidong shook his head and repeated what the great demon king had told him earlier. I know a female friend. Ahem, my girlfriend told me that before awakening dominance, the body must possess 4 types of energy: anger, death, blood, and killing intent. I can understand blood energy. It refers to the amount of blood in the body. For physical ability users, blood energy increases as their level rises, right? White Demon looked at Yidong in surprise. Your girlfriend is correct. I'm curious about who she is and how she knows this. Yidong scratched his head and said, she's a physical ability user. Maybe she heard it somewhere else, but she wasn't very clear about it. Brother Bai, could you explain it in detail? Seeing that Yidong didn't want to elaborate, White Demon didn't press further and nodded. What your girlfriend said about the 4 types of energy is indeed the foundation for awakening dominance. However, your understanding of blood energy is still superficial. The standard for blood energy is that your level must reach the 6th tier. For physical ability users, the 5th tier is sufficient. The 6th tier, Yidong asked in confusion. Blood energy is just the amount of blood in the body. White Demon nodded. You could think of it that way. The official explanation is that a blood energy value of 1,000 points is considered the standard. Blood energy can be measured using special instruments. A typical 2nd-tier physical ability user has a blood energy value of about 100, 3rd tier 200, 4th tier 400, 5th tier close to 800, and the peak of the 5th tier can reach around 1,000. I see, Yidong said, suddenly enlightened. His level was about to break through to the 3rd tier, and the system showed his blood energy value as 142 points. However, this was a hidden attribute, and combined with his other attributes, it should exceed 200. After understanding blood energy, Yidong asked, what about the other 3 types of energy? White Demon glanced out the window. The RV had just passed the highway checkpoint and officially entered the expressway. Since they had just set out, the Beastmen wouldn't be foolish enough to attack right away. It seemed there was still time to explain slowly. White Demon continued, among the 4 types of energy, only blood energy can be quantified. Killing intent, death energy, and anger cannot be accurately measured. Let me first explain their meanings. You already know about blood energy, so I won't elaborate. Let's start with killing intent. Killing intent can be understood as the number of enemies you've killed in your lifetime, including humans, exotic beasts, and beastmen. When the amount of killing reaches a certain level, killing intent will manifest in your body. This energy can be controlled. Have you felt it yet? Yidong shook his head. Can you let me experience it firsthand? Is it similar to the intimidation of beastmen? White Demon was surprised again. You even know about intimidation? Yidong scratched his head and said awkwardly. I talked about it with Xiongzhan before and also felt it from him. It seems you're not blindly trying to awaken your domineering aura, you've put quite some thought into it. White Demon said with a satisfied smile. Yidong was surprised this was the first time he'd seen White Demon smile. This guy usually wore a stern expression, as if everyone owed him money, making people keep their distance. Who would have thought he could smile? Killing intent is indeed similar to the deterrent power of beastmen. But while beastmen rely on roars to maintain their deterrence, we humans can emit killing intent with just a glance. Since you want to try it, I'll demonstrate it for you. After speaking, White Demon stood up, and Yidong watched him expectantly. White Demon's eyes instantly turned icy cold, his brows furrowed tightly, and Yidong felt a chill run through his body, as if the temperature had dropped. The next moment, White Demon's body underwent a terrifying transformation. Wisps of black aura emerged from him, rising into the air and eventually coalescing into a massive black shadow. Is this killing intent? White Demon returned to normal, and the black aura around him instantly dissipated without a trace. Yidong was still too shocked to speak. White Demon then explained, killing intent also has levels. The more creatures you kill, the stronger the form of your killing intent becomes. Just now, I only gave you a brief demonstration so you could sense its presence. However, I can tell you that the killing intent of the 12 battle generals is not just for show, it can cause real harm. Sometimes, just a single glance can make the opponent faint or even hallucinate. The top-ranked Guardian Battle General of Dragon Nation once stared at a 7th-tier exotic beast with just one look, and that beast immediately suffered brain death. A single glance capable of killing a 7th-tier exotic beast? Is this really something humans can do? Yi Dong was stunned. It seemed his trip here was indeed worth while he had come to the right place. White Demon continued. Next, let's talk about rage. It sounds simple, but it's actually very hard to understand. Rage isn't something you can master just by getting angry a few times, nor does it arise simply because you suddenly lose your temper. If you can control blood energy and killing intent, then rage and death energy are two types of energy you cannot actively control. They are the hardest to obtain. Let's start with rage. Think about it, what kind of event would make you extremely angry? Yi Dong fell silent for a moment. He had an answer in his heart, but was reluctant to say it. White Demon observed his expression but didn't press him. Instead, he followed the topic and said, if I told you that the steps to awaken domineering aura are, first, enhance your blood energy; second, master killing intent; third and fourth, simultaneously control rage and death energy; and finally, awaken domineering aura, would you believe me? Yi Dong pondered for a moment, then looked at White Demon and said, Brother White, blood energy and killing intent are energies you can control yourself, but rage and death energy can only be passively obtained and cannot be actively controlled. Yi Dong quickly grasped the connection between these four types of energy. White Demon nodded and said, that's correct. To awaken domineering aura, your blood energy must first meet the standard, then you must master killing intent. The third and fourth steps, rage and death energy, are the key to awakening domineering aura and also the most difficult parts. When I awakened my domineering aura back then, I gained unprecedented power, but the price was that the person I loved most died in my arms. Do you now understand the true meaning of rage and death energy? Yi Dong was stunned upon hearing this. The person he loved most died in his arms. A scene emerged in his mind. The White Demon encountered an exceptionally strong opponent who killed the person he loved most. Filled with the anger of losing a loved one, the White Demon fought desperately against the opponent, disregarding his own life. In the end, on the brink of death, he awakened his haki and defeated the opponent. These were just Yi Dong's speculations, which he did not voice. The White Demon smiled faintly and said, Heaven is fair, it won't give you such precious power for no reason. To awaken haki, you must go through painful experiences with the help of the person you love most to complete your transformation. Do you know why the Great Demon King joined the Dark Sequence back then? Because the Dark Sequence tortured and killed his parents right in front of him. He eventually awakened his haki, but still wasn't a match for them. It was precisely because he awakened haki that they spared his life, on the condition that he joined the Dark Sequence. The White Demon stood up and slowly walked toward the window. To gain great power, you must pay a terrible price. This is also why, among the 12 National Guardian Generals, only 3 have awakened haki. You should now understand the terrifying cost behind the power you've been pursuing all along. Perhaps this is also why your girlfriend is unwilling to tell you the truth. The Great Demon King once told me to seek out the dark. Yi Dong hadn't finished speaking when the White Demon shot him a cold glance. Yi Dong quickly shut his mouth. He's tempting you. Don't think joining the Dark Sequence will make it easy to awaken haki. It's best not to entertain such thoughts, or you'll lose yourself sooner or later. Understand, back when the Great Demon King had urged Yi Dong to join the Dark Sequence, it was the White Demon who had stopped him in time. Yi Dong felt grateful and smiled, saying, Brother White, don't worry. I have no interest in the Dark Sequence whatsoever. Thank you for telling me so much today. At least now I know how to work hard. I used to be like a lost fly, blindly crashing around. I'm truly grateful to you. The White Demon nodded in satisfaction and said, No need to thank me, it's what I should do. After all, you're the treasure of our Dragon Nation. I've heard that even the greatest person in our Dragon Nation wants to find an opportunity to meet you. The greatest person? Who is it? The White Demon shook his head and smiled. Someone else. You'll know when you meet them. All right. Take your time processing this information, and don't forget our mission. I'll go to the roof of the car, you stay inside, and protect her. Got it. The White Demon opened the car window and climbed onto the roof. The roof offered a good view, but also made him an easy target, serving as a warning at the same time. After all, the White Demon was a 7th-tier ability user. It was said that even the commanders of the 4 major military districts were only 7th tier in strength. Although his specific ability was unknown, it could be guessed that he was a physical ability user with powers related to physical techniques. In this world, everyone wanted to possess his extreme cold ice soul ability, but he was solely focused on pursuing physical techniques. No wonder people criticized him for wasting his talent. My elemental ability isn't bad either. Yidong snorted coldly. Yidong, I'm feeling stifled. Can I come out now? Rabbit Jade's voice came from the room in the back. I almost forgot about her. Yidong smiled faintly and said, Come out, we're done talking. Okay. Rabbit Jade pushed open the door and looked outside. Seeing that the white demon wasn't there, she finally walked out with relief. Yidong suddenly realized, could it be that the white demon went to the roof to look after Rabbit Jade? Unexpected. This white demon turned out to be so considerate and gentle that I originally thought he was a cold-blooded war machine. It seems that to understand someone, you have to try to get to know them first and not jump to conclusions. Perhaps in a good mood, Yidong showed a faint smile on his face. Seeing him happy, Tuyu gathered her courage and asked, Yidong, I have a question for you. It's very important to me. Yidong smiled and said, What question? Tuyu hesitated for a moment, her gaze gradually firming as she looked at Yidong and said, Why did you take the initiative to capture us back then? If you hadn't intervened, we probably would have died here. I want to know the reason, and I hope you won't lie to me. So that's what this is about. Yidong felt a bit awkward, scratched his head, and said, Actually, at the time, I approached and arrested you because I wanted to earn military merit for myself, and I also wanted to understand you. You and Xiongzhan, one spends all day in the library, the other in the virtual combat room, clearly weren't here to cause trouble. So I hoped you could survive. Of course, part of it was also for my own merit. Tuyu sighed softly and said, So that's how it is. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, we would have died long ago, and something very terrible would have happened afterward. Yidong froze. Something very terrible. That's right. Tuyu is the princess of the Beast Folk Nation. If she had died, not only would the Sky Beast Folk have attacked humans, but the Beast Folk would also have become enemies. It was too dangerous. It seems he had unintentionally done a good deed. Thinking back now, Yidong found it hard to believe that Tuyu was actually the princess of the Beast Folk Nation. A princess of the Beast Folk Nation, risking her life to enter the War Academy to steal human knowledge and civilization for the sake of human technological advancement? It all seemed like the actions of a madwoman, doing something crazy. Just like humans infiltrating the Sky Beast Folk's territory to steal their technology and civilization. What was even stranger was that she was a woman, and a princess at that. Although she was bold, she was discovered as soon as she arrived and ended up being thrown into prison. If it weren't for the Beast Folk's diplomatic envoy coming to negotiate, she would have died long ago. Thinking about it this way, Yidong felt that Tuyu was truly selfless and remarkable. Princess Tuyu, we humans and your people are allies now. When interacting, don't be so reserved, it's better to be more natural. Tuyu knew Yidong said this for her sake, so she smiled and nodded, thanking him. I wasn't wrong about you, Yidong. You're indeed different from other humans. Claiming military merit is probably just an excuse, isn't it? You genuinely like us, though. You also genuinely dislike us, right? Yidong felt awkward upon hearing this and quickly changed the subject. There's no such thing as liking or disliking, it's not at that level yet. By the way, how far is your country from here? At this pace, how long will it take to get there? Tuyu looked out the window, rested her chin on her hand, and calculated. We originally flew here on the backs of the Heron clan. They fly very fast, but it still took 3 days. At this pace, it will probably take about 10 days. 10 days. Yidong felt a headache coming on. He'd have to stay in the vehicle for the next 10 days? But thinking about it carefully, it made sense. If it were too close, they would have been discovered long ago. Tuyu smiled and said, Our country doesn't have skyscrapers like humans do. Instead, it's a massive mountain called Mount Suzuka. Our nation is built within a vast forest, and in the forest, there's a sacred tree. If you make a wish to it, your wish will come true. I can make an exception and let you see it, but you can only make one wish in your lifetime anymore, and it won't work. Yidong wasn't interested in any sacred tree, but since Tuyu was so enthusiastic, he couldn't refuse. He nodded reluctantly. All right, thank you. No need to thank me, consider it my way of repaying you, he. Tu Yu smiled. Her mood visibly improved. She ran to the window, facing the breeze and looking outside. The sacred tree granted my wish and brought me back to the forest. It seems it has always been protecting me. At that moment, Tu Yu's expression changed. She turned to Yidong and said, Yidong, look quickly, what's that? Suddenly, there was movement on the roof of the vehicle. Biamo entered through another window, picked up the communicator, and said into it, Enemy attack. Stop the vehicle. Yidong hurriedly looked out the window. Biamo's warning of an enemy was something he wouldn't doubt. He followed Tu Yu's gaze and saw, far off on the horizon, a visible cloud of dust moving rapidly toward them. Clearly, the dust cloud was caused by a large group of exotic beasts, their numbers astonishing. Biamo turned to Yidong and said, It must be the exotic beasts summoned by the Sky Beast Men. We can't determine their numbers or strength yet. I'll go out to command you stay in the vehicle and protect her. Got it, Brother Bai, go quickly. Tu Yu hid behind Yidong at this point, her body trembling slightly. Her eyes were fixed on the direction of the dust cloud, her eyes moist, and her voice choked with emotion. Why won't they leave me alone? We beastmen haven't provoked them. We've only ever lived peacefully in the giant forest, trying to survive. Clearly, Tu Yu couldn't understand why the Sky Beastmen were always trying to kill them. Yidong said, In this world, weakness is the greatest flaw. They are carnivorous beastmen, and you are their food. To survive, they must eat meat, it's their nature. What's the point of crying? Tu Yu sobbed softly. Just because we're weak, they bully us? They treat us as food? Can't they eat fruits and vegetables when they're hungry? Aren't those good enough? Yidong sneered. Foolish woman, I used to admire you, thinking you were brave, but it turns out you're just naive and silly. If you were really a rabbit, I'd eat you if I were hungry. What? You? Tu Yu stared at Yidong in shock, unable to believe he would say such a thing. Yidong chuckled and ignored her foolishness, saying, Go hide in the room quickly. I'll go out to help. You're a princess, so they probably won't send weak exotic beasts after you. Without waiting for Tu Yu's response, Yidong jumped out of the window and headed toward Biamo. The team sent by the Marshall Security Bureau to escort Tu Yu home consisted of about 100 people, most of them at the third tier in strength. They were well equipped, with nearly everyone carrying firearms and grenades. Why did you come out? Biamo asked, somewhat reproachfully. Yidong smiled faintly. She's very safe in the vehicle, and I've been using full concentration to monitor the surroundings. If anyone gets within 300 meters, I'll notice. You've mastered full concentration? Biamo asked in surprise. This was a combat technique that only a very small number of physical ability users could master. Could he really be an elemental ability user? Let's not talk about that now, Brother Bai. Those exotic beasts are likely sent by the beastmen to test us. Their strength shouldn't be too high, but if we can't find the Sky Beastmen behind them, this journey will definitely be unstable. The White Demon sneered. How could I not know? They act in the shadows, while we operate openly, which puts us at a disadvantage. When we encounter enemies, we fight. When we face difficulties, we find solutions. Completing the mission is the most important thing. Since you can't stay in the car, let me see the power of the extreme Frost Ice Soul. Yidong raised an eyebrow. It had been a while since he last advanced his level or strengthened his abilities. Now was the perfect opportunity. Putting in more effort could also reduce casualties. Then have the brothers put down their guns. I'll intercept them. Although we can't determine the number of mutant beasts, judging by the size of the dust cloud, there are at least a few hundred of them, and their strength 1TB below Tier 3. Don't you want to see the destructive power of the extreme Frost Ice Soul? Don't trust me. Yidong turned back and smiled as he asked the White Demon. The White Demon gave a faint smile, didn't he answer, and simply made a gesture of invitation. Yidong immediately understood and slowly walked toward the direction of the beast horde. Fog spirits, Yidong silently chanted in his heart. A circular beam of light immediately descended from the sky, filled with countless snowflakes. A fog spirit, with a humanoid form and feet floating in the air, slowly appeared. Then a second, a third, until the 10th fog spirit emerged. The people behind Yidong could no longer withstand the bone-chilling cold emanating from the fog spirits and instinctively took a few steps back. Is this the power of the extreme Frost Ice Soul? Are those humanoid shadows its techniques? It's too cold. Yidong, are you trying to deal with the mutant beasts or us? Everyone step back. Don't get hurt by Yi Dong's skills. The white demon shouted loudly, clearly realizing the immense threat posed by these fog spirits. Moreover, this kid's ability not only harmed the mutant beasts but could also affect the people around him. This was precisely why elemental ability users were such a headache. Yi Dong turned back and gave the white demon a grateful look, then issued commands to the 10 fog spirits. The fog spirits nodded and immediately dove into the ground. The ground in front of Yi Dong quickly froze, and the ice layer spread toward the direction of the mutant beasts at a speed visible to the naked eye. The white demon noticed that Yi Dong wasn't following and walked over to ask, "Aren't you going with them?" Yi Dong shook his head. "My fog spirits have independent consciousness. I just need to give them simple commands, and they can act freely." The white demon raised an eyebrow. "Your fog spirits can think for themselves and automatically attack enemies?" "That's right. Then do they also possess the combat techniques and battle experience you use?" This question surprised Yi Dong. He turned to look at the white demon and asked, "Brother Bai, are you suggesting that I personally control them?" The white demon smiled and said, "I've seen your techniques and know how to use them. The fog spirits acting on their own does save you a lot of effort. But if you could personally control each one, their power would definitely double. You should think about how to control them." The white demon's words were like a guiding light, instantly enlightening Yi Dong. As expected of a Tier 7 expert, with just a few words, he pinpointed the strengths and weaknesses of Yi Dong's techniques and even provided practical advice. Yi Dong had hesitated about coming here before, but now he felt it was absolutely worth it. Not to mention the matter of manually controlling the fog spirits. With these self-moving fog spirits, dealing with the mutant beasts shouldn't be too difficult. At that moment, one of the fog spirits lurking underground suddenly emerged. Its hands instantly turned into mist and extended, grabbing a Tier 3 mutant beast charging at the front and pulling it underground without hesitation. Immediately afterward, the second, third, and fourth beasts were also captured in the same manner. Congratulations to the host for killing a third-tier beast. Realm Breakthrough. Enhancement points plus 2,000. Congratulations to the host for killing a third-tier beast. Realm Breakthrough. Enhancement points plus 400. He had broken through to the third tier. Yi Dong felt a warm current surge in his lower abdomen, quickly spreading throughout his body. The elemental energy stored within him instantly doubled, and his body became light and agile. Even more shocking was that he discovered the ability of the extreme cold ice soul had undergone a transformation. The most noticeable change was its color, shifting from the previous azure blue to blood red. Yi Dong condensed an ice spike, which was a glaring red, radiating a terrifyingly powerful force. My ability has evolved. Ability evolution, and the skill's power has also increased. This. Congratulations to the host for killing a third-tier beast. Realm Breakthrough. Enhancement points plus 400. The system notifications kept ringing. Exclamations came from behind him. In the distance, the once surging beast tide was rapidly collapsing, and the raised dust was visibly diminishing. The overwhelming momentum of the tide, like a flood of ferocious beasts, was nowhere to be seen. White Demon, sensing the unfavorable situation, waved his hand and shouted, "Fire!" No, wait. Yi Dong was about to stop them, but the soldiers had already formed a firing line, unleashing a barrage of bullets that swept through the beast tide. Countless beasts were struck mid-run and died on the spot. The sharp sound of bullets ejecting from their casings echoed in his ears. Standing on the vehicle, Rabbit Jade and the other beastmen were stunned by the sight, deeply shaken by the humans' technological weapons. To them, such a terrifying beast tide was instantly crushed by these cold, lifeless weapons. If humans used these weapons against them, they likely wouldn't stand a chance. The gunfire ceased. The beast tide was defeated. It was over. White Demon saw this scene, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up as he coldly remarked, "Sending these small fry over, not even worthy of me making a move." After speaking, he looked at Yi Dong and noticed his expression wasn't good. "Yi Dong, what's wrong?" Yi Dong shook his head helplessly. These were all his experience points and enhancement points. If he had handled it himself, his enhancement points would have increased by tens of thousands. Unfortunately, now they were all gone. The blood-colored mist spirits returned to Yi Dong's body one by one, transforming into pure elemental energy that flowed within him. This was also the advantage of the mist spirit skill. When the mist spirits returned to the body, they could be converted into elemental energy a second time instead of dissipating directly. It's nothing. Since it's resolved, let's continue on our way. I'm a bit tired and want to rest for a while, to think about how to better control the mist spirits. All right, you've worked hard. White Demon turned to the others and said, "Everyone, rest here for 30 minutes, then we'll move on." "Yes." Yi Dong returned to the vehicle, and Rabbit Jade hurried over. "Yi Dong, were those sent by the celestial beastmen?" Yi Dong nodded. "Most likely. Otherwise, why would a beast tide suddenly appear in this desolate wilderness? Luckily, we dealt with it. Are you okay?" Rabbit Jade shook her head, looking a bit downcast. "I don't know if we'll encounter something like this again in the future. I really hope we can go back soon." Yi Dong awkwardly smiled. He, on the other hand, hoped to encounter more of these situations. To him, these beasts were opportunities to grow stronger. If he didn't encounter them, he would feel disappointed instead. "All right, you go rest first. I need to rest too. Who knows what will happen next?" "Okay, I'll head down now." Rabbit Jade muttered to herself as she returned to her room, seemingly talking to herself. Yi Dong chuckled softly and sat down on the sofa. "Let's see what I've gained this time." System. Level. Tier 3, 1 star, 3rd stage ability. S level type. Extreme Frost Ice Soul Strength. 144 plus Vitality. 142 plus Speed. 145 plus Energy. 25 plus Martial Technique. Dragon Essence Bone Strengthening Technique Perfected Martial Body. Copper Skin Iron Bone Skills. Ice Vein Finger Perfected. Instant Flash Advanced Plus. Dense Fog Wall Advanced Plus. Energy Focused Finger Cannon Advanced Plus. Fog Domain Advanced Plus. Fog Spirit Advanced Plus Special Techniques. Advanced Full Concentration Advanced Plus. Boiling Blood. Demonization Initial Plus Enhancement Points. 6,710. Only 6710 enhancement points? If I had handled those beast tides alone, this number would have multiplied several times over. What a pity. Yi Dong looked regretful and began pondering how to allocate these points. Clearly, all abilities and skills could be enhanced, but the enhancement points were too limited, just a few upgrades, and they'd be gone. He was trying to figure out how to awaken his domineering aura. According to the data provided by Brother White Demon, his vitality needed to reach 1,000 points, and he had to advance to a Tier 5 or Tier 6 ability user. However, ever since he practiced the Dragon Essence Bone Strengthening Technique and acquired the Martial Body, Yi Dong discovered that increasing vitality didn't necessarily require direct enhancement. Practicing martial techniques could also achieve the goal. In the end, Yi Dong decided to save the enhancement points for now. Perhaps he'd encounter more beast tides in the future, and accumulating more points before using them would be more cost-effective. After closing the system, he silently recited Fog Spirit in his mind. Soon, a fog spirit appeared before him, and the temperature inside the car dropped sharply. However, Yi Dong himself didn't feel it, he only thought it suddenly became much cooler. He didn't give the fog spirit any commands, and it obediently stood in front of him, staring at him. Fog spirits lacked human desires and curiosity, their behavior was fixed. "How should I play with you?" "Using consciousness." Yi Dong stared at the fog spirit and tried giving it a command. The fog spirit walked a few steps inside the car and then returned to his side. Controlling one fog spirit is easy, but what about 10? My consciousness wouldn't be able to keep up. Besides, sometimes it's better not to control a single fog spirit at all. Yi Dong sighed. At that moment, a face appeared on the window. White Demon. White Demon calmly said, "I was wondering why but suddenly felt chilly. Turns out it was your doing, kid." Yi Dong responded awkwardly. "Brother White, your previous words made me want to try controlling the fog spirit myself, but I haven't found the knack for it." White Demon snorted lightly and asked, "Have you ever watched a puppet show?" "Puppet show?" White Demon nodded and continued. "A puppeteer uses several strings to control the movements of the puppets. Sometimes, one person can control 3 or 4 puppets at the same time, and the performance is particularly impressive. You can try treating the fog spirit as a puppet, and you as the puppeteer controlling the strings. This analogy made Yi Dong's eyes light up. Using consciousness to control the fog spirit was too exhausting. But if he could control it like pulling strings with his fingers, he could act freely. Brother White, you really came at the right time this time. Thank you. I'll give it a try. Don't mess around in the car. White Demon shook his head helplessly and returned to the roof of the car. Yi Dong looked at the fog spirit and smiled. I know how to control you now. His fingertip emitted a thread like mist, light and soft, yet it didn't dissipate upon touch. This mist thread floated toward the fog spirit, wrapping around its various joints that Yi Dong gently moved his index finger, and Wu Ling's body followed suit. Then, he used his other 4 fingers to create mist threads, connecting to Wu Ling. With his 5 fingers flexibly flicking, Wu Ling quickly walked to the window, raised its right hand toward the outside, and unexpectedly unleashed an ice vein finger. This works too. Yi Dong was extremely surprised and quickly continued experimenting. What about Instant Flash? Can it be released? Swoosh. Wu Ling effortlessly performed Instant Flash, moving from the left window to the right window. After this success, Yi Dong began challenging more difficult maneuvers. Thud. Failed. Let's try again. Bang, bang, bang. The RV shook violently, almost tipping over. The driver turned back and glared angrily at Yi Dong. Yi Dong, you're an S-level ability user, but stop messing around in the car. Scolded. Yi Dong quickly apologized. Sorry, I won't mess around anymore. You keep driving. Humph. The driver glared at him again and resumed accelerating. Despite the awkwardness, Yi Dong gained quite a bit. Now, he could use one hand to control Wu Ling to perform many advanced moves and even release some techniques. Though he said he wouldn't mess around, Yi Dong secretly created a second Wu Ling and continued experimenting. 1 hour later, under Bai Mo's command, the 100-person team stopped by the roadside, setting up camp, lighting fires, and cooking, as it was already late. Yi Dong, however, walked into a nearby open grove. At this moment, 10 Wu Lings surrounded him. Let me test your strength properly. Yi Dong slightly shook his hands, and from his 10 fingers shot out hundreds of mist threads as thin as silk. These threads quickly wrapped around the bodies of the 10 Wu Lings, with the wrapping positions on each Wu Ling being identical. This setup was for easier control. With just a flick of his fingers, the 10 Wu Lings could move simultaneously, as effortlessly as controlling one. He slightly hooked his pinky finger, and the 10 Wu Lings instantly charged forward, with Yi Dong following closely behind, delving deeper into the forest. Roar of ferocious growl came from ahead. Yi Dong raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Perfect timing, just right to test my puppet technique. A massive exotic beast burst out from the forest, its eyes burning with fury, roaring as it charged at Yi Dong. Yi Dong stood firm, his hands skillfully moving, and the 10 Wu Lings immediately formed a human wall in front of him, simultaneously raising their right hands, transforming them into gun shapes. Explosive finger gun. Ice spikes rained down densely toward the exotic beast. The once ferocious beast, upon seeing this display, panicked and turned to flee. But where could it escape to? Countless ice spikes instantly pierced it into a porcupine. Congratulations to the host for killing a Tier 3 exotic beast. Realm upgraded. Enhancement points plus 400. Yi Dong walked to the beast's corpse, calculating silently in his mind. Mist threads control Wu Ling's movements, while consciousness commands them to release skills. Combining the two greatly enhances Wu Ling's combat power. Simply put, Wu Ling is like a gun in my hand, and the elemental energy they release is the bullet. When the elemental energy is depleted, Wu Ling will disappear, solving the issue of consuming a large amount of elemental energy during creation. Creating Wu Ling consumes considerable elemental energy, but this energy could have been used to cast other stronger techniques. Now, this problem has been perfectly resolved. With this move, many enemies are bound to have headaches. Yi Dong was brimming with confidence even if faced with thousands of troops. He was confident he could still fight. His 10 fingers trembled slightly, and the 10 Wu Lings returned to his body one after another. Subsequently, Yi Dong walked out of the forest and returned to the team. Seeing him come back, White Demon stepped forward and asked, Where did you go just now? Yi Dong chuckled lightly. Just looking around to confirm if there are any suspicious creatures approaching. There must be patrols nearby, especially at night. Orcs like to move around in the dark. You'd better stay in the vehicle and take good care of Princess Bunny Jade. All right. Yi Dong sat by the car window and gradually expanded the mist domain. If any exotic beasts or orcs approached, he would be able to detect them immediately. He took out his phone, looked at the contact list, and typed a few words to Sister Lan. Just as he was about to send the message, he hesitated. Sister Lan was a strong woman, too much concern and greetings might annoy her. Sister Lan, where did you go? What mission are you carrying out? Why haven't you told me anything? Who asked Sister Lan? Bunny Jade walked over holding a bowl of vegetable salad, speared a radish with her fork, and ate it with relish. This is so delicious. If you like it, eat more. Don't ask random questions. Bunny Jade snorted softly, her eyes showing a hint of grievance. I feel like your attitude toward me is getting worse. So what if it is? You're not my wife, so why should I treat you well? Afterward, Yi Dong used his phone to inquire about the tribe's situation from Li Xiaoyu. However, Li Xiaoyu turned the conversation around and asked about Sister Lan. Yi Dong had no choice but to end the chat briefly. After reassuring his parents of his safety, Yi Dong went to sleep. The night passed peacefully. The next morning, the team continued their journey. The following days were uneventful, and everyone almost forgot about the beast tide they encountered on the first day, relaxing considerably. Perhaps it was because a 7th-tier ability user was guarding them. Big Brother White Demon Han Ti made a move from start to finish. This left Yi Dong somewhat disappointed. He had hoped to see the strength of a 7th-tier ability user, but Han Ti had the chance. Until this day, 3 days away from Suzuka Mountain, 2 soldiers who had gone ahead returned with only one person, who was severely injured. White Demon rushed to the scene immediately. Yi Dong wanted to follow and take a look, but White Demon told him to stay in the vehicle and take care of Bunny Jade. More than half an hour later, White Demon returned to find him. Yi Dong asked anxiously, Big Brother White, what happened? White Demon's expression turned grim. 3 kilometers ahead is Suzuka Mountain. There are many sky orcs guarding the area. No matter how many people we have, we want to be able to get through. We'll have to fight our way in. I hope you can take Bunny Jade to the giant forest to seek reinforcements while I stay here to defend. Can you manage that? Upon hearing this, Bunny Jade's rabbit ears immediately perked up from her hair, her face full of worry. I can't leave my people behind and go first. Is there really no other way? Yi Dong frowned, thinking, if there were another way, Big Brother White would have said so already. Why would he ask him to take Bunny Jade away first? How many sky orcs are there? What is their strength? Can't we join forces to defeat them? White Demon shook his head. There are 3 7th-tier orcs inside. If we force our way in, even I would die there. 3 7th-tier orcs? Yi Dong's eyes widened in shock. Even he wouldn't dare challenge a single 7th-tier orc lightly, let alone 3. It seems the sky orcs are truly determined to stop us this time. White Demon said coldly. Not only that, if our research team can't enter the Orc Kingdom, the agreement between humans and orcs won't be able to take effect. The Celestial Beastmen just want to stop us from reaching an agreement with the Beastmen. That's why they acted. Rabbit Jade's eyes were slightly red, her voice choked. Damn Celestial Beastmen, they're so hateful. Why do they want to stop us from signing an agreement with the Beastmen? What does it have to do with them? Yi Dong sneered. How does it not? If the Beastmen sign an agreement with humans, it means they gain an ally who understands their enemies. The Celestial Beastmen are terrified, which is why they're taking action now. Otherwise, Brother Bai wouldn't have come personally to escort you. If it were just a simple matter of sending you back, it wouldn't be this complicated. But now, we've lost the chance to understand the Beastmen. Biamo placed a hand on Yi Dong's shoulder. I know there are experts in the Beastmen's nation. As long as you can safely take Rabbit Jade back and draw out their experts, our research team can smoothly enter the Beastmen's territory. By then, we can set up signal equipment in their country and establish remote communication. Time is tight. Take Rabbit Jade and leave now. I have a route here. No need. I don't think they'll be able to detect me. Biamo froze, puzzled. You mean you can fly? Yi Dong smiled mysteriously. You'll find out soon enough. Rabbit Jade, you know the way, right? Rabbit Jade nodded firmly. Of course, I grew up here. How do you plan to take me back? Naturally by flying. The three got out of the car. Yidong patted his shoulder and said to Rabbit Jade, "Hop on." All right. Rabbit Jade climbed onto Yidong's back. Suddenly, a white mist emerged from beneath Yidong's feet, and he actually started to rise into the air. "Point me in the right direction. Head north, fly higher, don't get spotted." Yidong nodded and looked down at Bai Mo. "Brother Bai, don't worry, I'll bring reinforcements for you soon." As soon as he finished speaking, the white mist beneath his feet surged, propelling him upward and disappearing into the clouds in an instant. Bai Mo stood on the ground, marveling. Just how far has this kid developed his abilities? He can even fly? In the air, Rabbit Jade stared incredulously at the back of Yidong's head and exclaimed, "I didn't expect you could actually fly. Is there anything you can't do?" Yidong chuckled lightly. "You're the first girl to ride on my back. Hold on tight. Don't fall off, I won't catch you." "Don't worry, I trust you." Rabbit Jade's smile gradually faded as she looked down. Yidong also glanced downward and immediately widened his eyes. Below them was a dense crowd, like an army of thousands, likely the Beastmen. Rumor had it there were 3 7th-tier Beastmen among them. If they suddenly launched an attack on Bai Mo and the others, they wouldn't stand a chance. He had to speed up. "Yidong, hurry. Run." "What?" Yidong suddenly felt movement behind him. Turning his head, he saw a group of humanoid birdmen with black wings had somehow gathered behind him. The leading birdman wore a golden crown-like ornament on his head and sneered at Yidong. "I didn't expect a human to be able to fly like us vultures. I wonder how your flesh tastes." Yidong's eyes turned icy. He had already flown quite high, yet he was still discovered. A rough estimate showed there were about 30 to 40 birdmen, all wielding bone weapons. At the golden-crowned birdman's command, all the birdmen flapped their wings, accelerating sharply. Yidong had little experience with aerial combat. He could only flee. "Rabbit Jade, hold on to me tightly." "Okay." Rabbit Jade wrapped her arms tightly around Yidong's neck, her legs clamping his waist and abdomen like pincers, burying her entire head against his back. After confirming that Rabbit Jade was securely holding onto him, the elemental energy within Yidong's body began to rotate rapidly, instantly erupting into a powerful dense white mist, propelling him forward like a rocket. The white cold mist disoriented the birdmen, causing many of them to scream and fall, significantly delaying Yidong's escape. The golden-crowned birdman immediately emerged from the dense mist, staring coldly at Yidong, who was accelerating away, and sneered. "Scared? Do you think you can escape me?" He raised his right hand and shouted, "Everyone, enter hunting mode. Pursue." Yes. What followed was a bizarre scene. These birdmen wrapped their wings tightly around their bodies, flying through the air like spindles. Their speed noticeably increased. Clearly, this flying method greatly reduced air resistance. Before long, the golden-crowned birdman caught up with Yidong. "Haha, kid, where do you think you're going? Just surrender obediently." The golden-crowned birdman raised his leg, revealing 3 clawed talons, and fiercely grabbed at Yidong's shoulder. So fast, Yidong was shocked, quickly decelerating and lowering his altitude, then suddenly accelerating again, even performing a flash maneuver in mid-air. Whoosh! A sonic boom echoed from beneath him as Yidong was propelled forward with great force. A group of birdmen was once again left behind, but they quickly caught up again. "Attack!" They were using bows and arrows. Rabbit Jade urgently warned, "Yidong, the Vulture Clan's Windbreaker arrows ignore air resistance and are extremely powerful. You must be careful." "Ignore air resistance?" Yidong asked in surprise. Rabbit Jade explained, "The Vulture Clan is naturally adept at controlling wind. Their ultimate skill, the Windbreaker arrow, has caused significant losses to our army before. This is so annoying." Yidong cursed angrily as sharp wind-breaking sounds continuously reached his ears, countless iron arrows whistling past him. "Rabbit Jade, how much longer? Is that the giant forest ahead?" Rabbit Jade looked up, her eyes lighting up with joy. "That's right, that's the giant forest. I see the sacred tree. Fly toward the sacred tree, that's my territory. Think you can escape? Not so easily." The golden-crowned birdman sneered, suddenly halting his pursuit. He flapped his wings, and a terrifying surge of elemental power erupted from them, forming a massive whirlwind in mid-air. The whirlwind grew larger and larger, with the other birdmen also intensifying their efforts. A high-pitched voice echoed in Yi Dong's ears. Wind god, heed my call, descend now. In the next moment, Yi Dong felt his body being pulled by a powerful force, unable to move forward. Ah! Yi Dong and Rabbit Jade screamed simultaneously as they were swept into the storm. Inside the whirlwind, their bodies spun at high speed. Even with Yi Dong's strong physique, wounds began to appear as the wind tore at him. Rabbit Jade's condition was even worse, her flesh mangled, resembling a bloodied figure. Yi Dong gritted his teeth, grabbing Rabbit Jade's arm and pulling him into his embrace. Rabbit Jade, wake up. I won't let you die. The golden-crowned birdman and the other birdmen continued to flap their wings, making the whirlwind grow even larger. They could clearly see the two figures inside the storm, knowing it was only a matter of time before they were killed. As the whirlwind expanded, all the surrounding flowers, grass, and trees were swept into the storm. The giant tree was uprooted, and the ground was left bare. Sand, stones, and splintered wood were swept up into the chaos. The destructive power of the hurricane suddenly became even more terrifying. Countless stones and pieces of wood struck Yi Dong, and he was grateful he and T listened to others' advice to practice body techniques. Otherwise, with his previous physique, he would have been torn to shreds by now. Yi Dong bit the tip of his tongue, forcing himself to stay awake as his mind began to race. Hurricane, eye of the storm. He had an idea. Instant flash. Whoosh. A powerful force surged from beneath his feet, propelling Yi Dong out of the wind vortex and into the eye of the storm. The surrounding wind walls spun at high speed, as hard and deadly as a meat grinder. Yi Dong's clothes were instantly shredded, and he spun uncontrollably within the eye before crashing heavily to the ground. Yet, he still held tightly onto Rabbit Jade. Slowly, he stood up, gazing at the gradually shrinking hurricane. Those birdmen could still see them otherwise. They wouldn't be reducing the hurricane now. If he didn't find a way out, both he and Rabbit Jade would likely die here. Yi Dong looked at the bloodied Rabbit Jade in his arms. Her pale face helped him calm down slightly. Suddenly, he laughed. I can't believe I've been beaten so badly by these birdmen. What a disgrace to the people of Dragon Nation. I'll let you off this time, but next time we meet, I'll make sure you're completely wiped out. Yi Dong took a deep breath and summoned a mist spirit in his mind. As soon as the mist spirit appeared, it enveloped the two of them and then carried them underground. The golden-crowned birdman clearly saw Yi Dong's actions. He hurriedly waved his hand and shouted, Everyone, stop! All the birdmen ceased flapping their wings. The hurricane's power immediately diminished and even began to dissipate. The golden-crowned birdman rushed to the ground, arriving at the spot where Yi Dong had been. Seeing the bloodstains on the ground, he frowned deeply. This guy can not only fly, but also burrow underground. Looks like I underestimated him. Chief, ahead is the giant forest. I guess they've already escaped inside. Should we keep chasing them? The golden-crowned birdman snorted coldly. Are you afraid of the bear people? If not, go ahead and chase them. Haha, if they've escaped, so be it. Brothers, let us head back. Yes, Chief. Boom. Like cannonballs, all the birdmen leapt into the sky and flew away. Yi Dong emerged from a patch of grass in the giant forest. He didn't immediately recall the mist spirit, but instead left it nearby to keep watch. He first laid Rabbit Jade flat, gently patted her cheeks, and called out, Rabbit Jade, wake up. We've reached the giant forest. Rabbit Jade was clearly suffering from severe blood loss and remained unconscious, unable to wake up for the time being. Yi Dong sighed helplessly and took out a bundle of bandages from his spatial ring to stop her bleeding. Fortunately, Rabbit Jade's body was strong, with only a few deep wounds. The rest were superficial injuries. Suddenly, the mist spirit trembled. Yi Dong immediately received the signal and quickly mobilized the elements within his body. Don't move. Human, stand up slowly. I'm Yi Dong. I've brought your princess, Rabbit Jade, back. The princess has already signed a peace agreement with humans. We are allies now. Yi Dong spoke while raising his hands and slowly standing up. When he looked up, he saw the ground was filled with bear people, while the trees were occupied by a group of muscular ape people. They looked like natives, with strange colors painted on their faces and primitive-looking weapons in their hands. But after witnessing the wind-breaking arrows of the Vulture clan, Yidong would no longer underestimate anyone's weapons. At this moment, two young bear girls walked up to Rabbit Jade, saw her lying on the ground, and clearly showed joy. Then, they picked her up and ran toward the depths of the forest. Yidong looked around and found a burly bear warrior. He said, "My people are currently blocked by the Sky Beastmen outside Suzuka Mountain. I need support. Who among you is willing to go with me? By the way, they have 3 7th-tier Sky Beastmen and thousands of Sky Beastmen warriors. You'd better send more people." A strand of fur pressed against Yidong's throat, and an ape warrior stared at him coldly, saying, "Say one more word, and I'll make you shut up forever." Damn it. These beastmen actually don't believe him? He risked his life to bring their princess back, and they still doubted him? Take him away. He had no choice but to cooperate for now. 10 minutes later, Yidong arrived at a place resembling a tribe. This tribe seemed to be a coexistence of more than a dozen races. Since Rabbit Jade was a princess, could the king also be a rabbit? A few minutes later, Yidong met a king with rabbit ears on his head, a lop-eared rabbit. "Human, why did you bring my daughter to the giant forest? What exactly happened?" Yidong took a deep breath and recounted everything that had happened, including the situation with the Sky Beastmen. After he finished, the king was visibly shocked, looking at him in disbelief. "Weren't those Sky Beastmen coming to attack us?" Yidong was speechless. So they had already noticed, but mistakenly thought the Sky Beastmen were coming to attack them? Yidong said, "King, we humans have already signed an agreement with the princess. We are allies now. When an ally is in trouble, will you just sit back and do nothing? I hope you can send your strongest warriors to go back with me and support my brothers." As soon as he said this, the crowd began whispering among themselves. At this moment, an ape warrior stepped forward to the Rabbit King and said, "King, the humans have returned the princess. I think there is no need for us to go to war with the Sky Beastmen." Yidong's face changed drastically, and he turned to look at the ape. "You seem to misunderstand. Those Sky Beastmen are blocking the way not to stop us, but because of your princess. I risked my life to bring your princess back, and you say there is no need to fight the Sky Beastmen? Do you think if you don't provoke the Sky Beastmen, they'll just let you go?" The ape sneered. "The Sky Beastmen are mortal enemies of us Beastmen. Even without this incident, they would still attack us. But before that happens, we need to conserve our strength and minimize unnecessary casualties. We Beastmen already have limited forces. If this battle starts, we might not be able to withstand their second wave of attacks. You humans will just pat yourselves on the back and leave, without caring whether we live or die." As soon as these words were spoken, all the Beastmen immediately understood the ape warrior's point and showed unanimous hostility on their faces, staring at Yidong. "King, General Ho Wu is right. This battle must not be fought. Humans have ulterior motives, ill intentions. They don't care about our lives. We must not let them manipulate us." Yidong was shocked. The Beastmen were unwilling to send troops? He knew that every second wasted here meant his brother Mo and the team he led were in greater danger. But Wei Yidong looked at the king and said, "Your Majesty, don't worry. As long as you are willing to send troops, we humans will fully protect your people in the future, build protective walls for you, train soldiers, and develop together as two nations. However, before that, there is one path that must be opened by you, and that is the place currently occupied by the Sky Beastmen." The Rabbit King immediately perked up his ears upon hearing this. He looked at the familiar face before him and recalled many past events. If it weren't for the Sky Beastmen, this country would have been prosperous, and its people would have lived happily. His daughter, Rabbit Yu, wouldn't have had to risk her life sneaking into human territory to learn their knowledge and civilization. All these troubles stemmed from those hateful Sky Beastmen. Now, by helping humans and building trust, perhaps they could leverage human technology in the future and no longer be bullied and harmed by the Sky Beastmen. The Rabbit King slowly stood up and said firmly, "My dear citizens, we must rely on the strength of humans to revive the Tree Nation and fight against the Sky Beastmen, our common enemy. Let us unite the power of the entire nation to welcome our allies." Yidong's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. It seemed the king also recognized the immense benefits of helping humans. Since the Rabbit King had agreed to assist, Yidong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Your Majesty, time is of the essence. When do you plan to send troops? The Rabbit King frowned slightly and chuckled. Although I agree to help you fight the Sky Beast men, if I mobilize the entire nation's forces, the consequences would be unbearable. I am willing to send our 4 generals, known as the Warriors, to join you in this battle. 4? That's too few. Yidong didn't rush to a conclusion and followed the king's gaze to the crowd below. Will the 4 national generals please step forward and accompany this young human brother on his mission? National generals? That would be equivalent to top-tier generals among humans, right? Although there were only 4 of them, they were likely capable of holding off an entire army. The crowd slowly parted, creating a path. 4 figures walked into the arena one after another. Leading the group was a petite rabbit girl who looked incredibly cute with fair skin and large eyes, resembling a delicate porcelain doll. Her pair of black rabbit ears stood upright. Although she didn't appear threatening, as one of the national generals of the Sacred Tree Nation, she must possess extraordinary abilities. The rabbit girl stood on the left, arms crossed, curiously observing Yidong. It was evident that this was her first time seeing a human, and she was both intrigued and curious. Next was the bear man who had previously pointed a spear at Yidong in the forest. Unexpectedly, he was also one of the national generals. No wonder he had been able to approach Yidong silently and aim a spear at him back then. At that moment, Yidong had felt a rare sense of fear. Following the bear man was a minotaur warrior whose physique differed from the bear man. He appeared to be around 40 years old, carrying a large iron shield on his back and always wearing a gentle smile. The last national general was none other than the ape man, Ho Wu, who had previously advised the king against sending troops. The Rabbit King introduced them to Yidong one by one. This is the leader of our Sacred Tree Nation's 4 national generals, General Yu Ing of the Night Rabbit clan. Beside her is the second-ranked General Xiong Yi of the Bear clan. Next is the third-ranked General Ben Lei of the Spirit Bull clan. And finally, Yidong chuckled. No need for introductions. I already know him. He's the 4th-ranked General Ho Wu of the Ape clan. The king was slightly stunned. How do you know? But he belongs to the ape tribe, not the ape man tribe. Yidong smiled without saying anything, walked up to the 4 beast men, and said, My name is Yidong. Just call me by my name. Since the king has already ordered you to help, there's no time to waste. Let's set off immediately. The 4 beast men glanced at the king. The king nodded, and only then did they agree to leave with Yidong. Near the national border, soldiers from the Martial Security Bureau had already formed a neat line on the open ground ahead, while the distant army of Sky Beast men gradually approached. They did not launch an attack, but advanced a bit, and then stopped, as if playing a "you advance, I retreat" game with the humans. Unfortunately, Baimo had no intention of engaging them head-on. He immediately led 100 men to build a wooden wall and set up a firing line. As soon as the Sky Beast men entered the firing range, they would not hesitate to open fire and counterattack. At this moment, a squad leader ran up to Baimo and said, Captain Baimo, the Sky Beast men have moved 10 meters closer to us again. At this rate, they'll be within our firing range in less than half an hour. Baimo frowned and said in a deep voice, The Sky Beast men aren't fools. If they really wanted to fight us to the death, they would have acted long ago. They're doing this to force us to retreat while also being wary of our firearms. Once they step into the range, open fire. I'll keep an eye on those 3 7th-tier Sky Beast men. The squad leader's face immediately turned grim. Captain Baimo, 3 7th-tier Sky Beast men, we can't possibly defeat them. I've discussed it with the other squad leaders. If Yidong doesn't return within half an hour, we have to retreat otherwise. We'll just be throwing our lives away. Baimo's gaze darkened, and he said coldly, Retreat? This is the border of the Dragon Kingdom, and you want me to retreat? Do you want the whole world to laugh at me? The squad leader's face turned pale. Was this man planning to die here for the sake of his pride? Although he understood that not an inch of national territory should be surrendered and invaders must be punished, blind sacrifice would only lead to death and empty glory. If everyone died, what good was honor? He wasn't unpatriotic, he was just afraid of death and meaningless sacrifice. Baimo took a deep breath and said, If Yidong hasn't returned in half an hour, you all retreat first. I'll buy some time. The squad leader, who had been in despair, immediately felt his eyes well up upon hearing this. It seemed he had been too selfish. Captain Bayamo, you can't hold them off alone. Don't worry, the brothers will fight alongside you. Bayamo felt a headache coming on and thought, I don't intend to die here. You retreat first, and I'll hold them off for a bit. If I'm lucky, I might even escape. If I can't beat them, I can at least run, right? But seeing the squad leader's sincere expression, Bayamo couldn't bring himself to refuse and awkwardly nodded. Brother Bai. Suddenly, a voice came from the sky. Bayamo looked up. In the sky appeared a strange martial form that looked like a beast man, but the voice was Yidong's. What was going on? Bang! A heavy object landed, kicking up a cloud of dust. The spherical martial form emerged from the smoke. Bayamo finally saw clearly it was a peculiar martial form composed of 4 beast men and Yidong. Yidong's left and right arms each held a massive figure. A monkey man clung to his back, and his hands were still holding a rabbit man. Bayamo was stunned. This kid brought back for people? You all, hurry and get down. Yidong said awkwardly. The 3 beast men clinging to Yidong finally landed slowly. Yidong placed Yuing, who was in his arms, down and walked toward Bayamo. Brother Bai, I delivered the rabbit jade to the Sacred Tree Nation and brought back 4 of their most valiant national generals. Let me introduce them to you. They are General Ho Wu, General Ben Yo, General Xiong Yi, and General Yuing. Yidong smiled. So, they were the 4 national generals. Now there was no problem. To become a national general, one must be incredibly powerful. Yidong was extremely excited. It was an honor to participate in a battle involving 7th-tier powerhouses. As the leader of the 4 national generals, Yu Ying had the most authority. She walked up to Bayamo and extended her right hand. Hello, nice to meet you. Bayamo slightly bent over and shook her hand. Likewise. Yu Ying then asked, Where are my clansmen? Where are they? Every beast man in the Sacred Tree Nation is a warrior. The battle is about to begin, and I hope they can all join the fight. Bayamo replied, They are at the back of the formation. To ensure their safety, we didn't let them join the battle. Yu Ying sneered. Beastmen are born warriors. Humans protecting beastmen? Don't make me laugh. Let them come over. Bayamo's mouth twitched. This little rabbit was quite arrogant, but he didn't dare lose his temper, fearing it might affect relations between the 2 nations. He turned to the nearby squad leader and said, Go bring them all over. Yes. The squad leader left. Bayamo took the opportunity to size up the 4 national generals before him. They seemed to notice him as well, each with a smile on their face. The next moment, Bayamo's eyes widened in shock as a powerful sense of oppression emanated from the 4 of them. In his eyes, their figures seemed to expand hundreds of times, while he himself felt like a tiny ant on the ground. Bayamo smiled and responded with an even stronger killing intent. The 4 national generals showed expressions of surprise on their faces. Yidong stood to the side, unfazed, but he knew very well that in that instant, the 2 sides had silently confronted each other and gained a preliminary understanding of each other's strength. Bayamo sneered. As expected of the 4 national generals, your aura is truly extraordinary. Your levels must have reached the 7th tier, right? The one who responded to Bayamo was the little rabbit girl named Yuing. She chuckled lightly. 7th tier? That's just the basic requirement to become a national general. Are you worried we won't be able to help? I wouldn't dare, Bayamo said awkwardly, scratching his nose. Deep down, he was already itching to teach this little one a lesson. Couldn't she tone it down a bit? Yuing looked toward the area where the Sky Beast men were gathered in the distance and said, I heard there are 3 7th-tier Sky Beast men over there, along with tens of thousands of Sky Beastmen troops. I scouted from the air earlier. Most of those Sky Beastmen are between the 2nd and 3rd tiers. Their strength is average, but their numbers are 10 times ours. If it's just dealing with those 3 7th-tier Sky Beastmen, the 4 of us might have a chance if we join forces. But the current situation is already clear. Most of the people you brought will die here. Fewer than 10 will survive. And, I'm sorry, but we won't risk our lives for this battle. If necessary, we will retreat. Just giving you a heads up. Bayamo carefully pondered the little rabbit girl's words. Despite her young age, she could instantly grasp the situation He even bluntly stated that he wouldn't risk his life for this battle and would retreat if the timing wasn't right, urging him to be mentally prepared. Those words sounded rather cold, but upon closer thought, if their roles were reversed, perhaps he would do the same. White Demon glanced at Yidong, whose face was lit with excitement, and cursed inwardly. Does this kid even know what's about to happen? War isn't child play, it's not some trivial scuffle. It's going to be a brutal slaughter. What is he so excited about? White Demon nodded and turned to Moon Shadow, saying, if we really can't win and have to retreat, I must ask that you also take the treasure of Dragon Nation with you. That way, even if we're completely wiped out, the alliance between beastmen and humans won't be affected. The treasure of Dragon Nation? You mean him? Moon Shadow turned to look at Yidong. Yidong was also somewhat taken aback and said, Brother White, we haven't even started fighting yet. Don't discourage us, all right? Besides, I don't think we'll lose to the Sky Beastmen. White Demon shook his head, placing both hands on Yidong's shoulders with a grave expression. If I had known the Sky Beastmen would send 3 7th-rank Beastmen to intercept us, I would never have agreed to you joining this escort team. You are the treasure of Dragon Nation, tied to the future of our nation. I can't let you die here. So when I tell you to leave, you must leave immediately, without hesitation. Do you understand? Feeling the strength in White Demon's grip, Yidong's expression shifted slightly, and he nodded. Only then did White Demon breathe a sigh of relief. He turned to Moon Shadow and said, General Moon Shadow, this kid is extremely important to Dragon Nation. I'm preparing for the worst. If we can't defeat the Sky Beastmen, I ask you to help take him away. Will you? Moon Shadow sized up Yidong, thinking, this guy is actually the treasure of Dragon Nation? You'd never guess. She looked at White Demon and nodded firmly. I promise you. I also admire your courage and fearlessness. I will do my best to protect him, rest assured. Yidong cooperated outwardly, but inwardly felt utterly speechless. He felt like a burden. At this moment, the squad captain returned with the last batch of Xiongzhan and the others. The Beastmen clearly hadn't anticipated that the 4 generals of the nation would personally come to receive them. Xiongzhan hurriedly ran to General Xiongyi, dropped to one knee, and said, Greetings, Bear King. Greetings, Ape King. Greetings, Bull King. Greetings, Moon Goddess. Moon Goddess? Who? Yidong glanced at the petite rabbit girl. Could it be her? Moon Shadow raised her hand and said, Stand up, all of you. We're about to face the Sky Beastmen in battle. Everyone, get into position immediately. Look at where I'm pointing. In 1 hour, I want us standing there. The place she pointed to was precisely where the Sky Beastmen were gathered. This little woman, she truly had guts. Yidong grinned, starting to grow a bit fond of them. White Demon's face also revealed a smile. This petite woman was indeed a tough character, no wonder she was the leader of the 4 generals. Moon Shadow walked over to Yidong and said, You'll stick with me in a bit. Yidong chuckled softly. Actually, I can take care of myself. You should go help Brother White instead. With one more 7th-rank powerhouse, our odds of winning will be higher. White Demon began organizing the personnel. The other 3 national generals joined him, followed by over a dozen beastmen. After they had gone far, Moon Shadow lowered her voice and said, You've never fought in a war, so you can't see the bigger picture. You are just running on sheer passion, thinking that as long as we're united and give it our all, we can defeat the enemy. Yidong detected the hidden meaning in Yu Ying's words, and his expression changed instantly. He asked, What? Are you planning not to fight them to the death? Just lend a hand, and then retreat, leaving everyone to die here in the end. Yu Ying raised an eyebrow. What do you think? Why should we beastmen sacrifice our lives for humans? If it were you, would you be willing to risk your life for us beastmen? Yidong nodded firmly. I wouldn't. Yu Ying laughed. At least you're honest. Since you yourself wouldn't, why demand that we must? Don't you find that contradictory? Yidong clenched his fists and said, At the very least, I would fight with all my might, retreating only if there's no hope left. Dying on the battlefield is an honor, but I want to live to create more glory for humanity. Well said. I think the same way. Honestly, I'm starting to like you, human. Yu Ying smiled, walking forward with her hands behind her back. Rest assured, until we see victory, we will give it our all. The Sky Beastmen are our mortal enemies. Why would we show mercy to them? I suggest you go help Brother Bai. I can take care of myself. I'm not here to be protected, you understand? Yidong hurried to catch up. Ewing glanced back at him. Your fighting spirit is quite similar to our Night Rabbit clan. We Night Rabbits are known as a warrior race. Since you're insistent, I respect your choice. But if you encounter danger, that's on you. It has nothing to do with me. The two reached a horizontal beam. Ewing, being short, looked up at the nearby Binyu General. Binyu General sighed helplessly and raised his left arm. Ewing jumped directly onto it, sitting on his arm and gazing into the distance. So it's those three, the three great national generals of the Sunset Kingdom. Things are about to get interesting. Meanwhile, the Sky Beastmen camp also noticed the four great national generals of the Sacred Tree Kingdom. A Sky Beastman squad leader ran up to a blond man, his face pale, trembling as he reported, Captain Lionflame, we've discovered the four great national generals of the Sacred Tree Kingdom in the enemy ranks. It seems they've truly formed an alliance. Lionflame, in his 30s, was handsome and tall, with a solid build, one of the top warriors in the Sky Beastmen camp. He sneered, I saw this coming long ago. There's no need to panic. It's just old rivals meeting old rivals. This is going to be a good show. After speaking, he turned to look at the two men behind him. These two were Leopard Thunder and Wolf Solitude, the strongest forces in the Sky Beastmen camp. Wolf Solitude, in his 30s, had a buzz cut and cold eyes. Leopard Thunder, in his 40s, was burly, with a square face and sharp brows, his voice deep and powerful. Ewing is here too. Even if we join forces, we might not be her match. And there are so many armed human soldiers. Are we really going to fight? Lionflame sneered. Today is neither a full moon nor nighttime. Ewing's strength can only be half of what it usually is. I alone am enough to handle her. As for the other three, you two be careful. Wolf Solitude reminded. Don't forget, there's a 7th-tier ability user among the human army. Human abilities are strange and unpredictable. We don't know much about them, so it's best to stay vigilant. Lionflame smiled faintly, said no more, and took the lead, walking toward the front of the formation. Ewing raised an eyebrow slightly and patted Binyu. Big guy, it's our turn. Those above 7th tier, follow me. Binyu's face showed displeasure as he muttered to himself. I'm not your mount. But constrained by identity and strength, he could only endure. The four great national guardians of the Sacred Tree Kingdom moved toward the center of the battlefield. Old friends meeting again. It was clear they wanted to exchange greetings first. White Demon glanced in the direction of Moonshadow, then turned to Yidong and said, I know you want to fight, but you absolutely must not attack those 7th-tier beastmen, not even by ambush. Otherwise, you'll be in danger. Just keep an eye on the Sky Beastmen army, understood? Yidong grinned. I'm not foolish enough to ambush 7th-tier Sky Beastmen. Don't worry, I won't stir up trouble. That's good. White Demon felt much more at ease and turned to walk toward Moonshadow. Xiongzhan cautiously glanced at Yidong. Yidong noticed and raised his head to ask, What's wrong? Speak your mind. Xiongzhan shook his head. Back when you captured me alive, I thought it was over for me. I never expected to end up in an alliance now. I've always wanted to find a chance to thank you. But you don't seem to like receiving thanks, so I'll have to express it with the blood of the Sky Beastmen. Yidong laughed. Then when the fight starts, you'd better stay far away from me. After speaking, he summoned a mist spirit. As soon as the mist spirit appeared, it immediately enveloped him and dragged him underground. Everyone around was stunned. What was this guy up to? Yidong ordered the mist spirit to pull him underground, having his own plans. Since he could control the mist spirit, there was no need to expose himself under the enemy's watchful eyes. An unseen enemy is the most terrifying, isn't it? The two opposing generals each walked toward the other, finally stopping about 5 meters apart. One more step forward would exceed the range of their fastest reactions. Both sides were clearly well aware of each other's strength, remaining vigilant at all times. Moonshadow jumped down from General Bison's arm. General Bison rubbed his left hand discontentedly, his gaze firmly fixed ahead. Lionflame, Leopard Thunder, Wolf Solitude, long time no see. How have you been lately? Moonshadow greeted with a smile. Lionflame also smiled in response. Moonshadow, Has the Sacred Tree Kingdom really come to this? Bowing to humans, even forgetting your own roots. It seems your Sacred Tree Kingdom has truly reached a dead end, hasn't it? As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the three national guardians behind Moon's shadow instantly darkened. Bison retorted coldly, "What nonsense are you spouting? We've never bowed to humans. We're merely in a temporary alliance." Ho Wu gritted his teeth and said, "How could we bow? It's just cooperation. Temporary cooperation, with the goal of dealing with that damned sky beast man from your Sunset Kingdom." Xiong Yi snorted coldly. Though he didn't speak, his attitude made it clear that everything was merely cooperation. Nearby, White Demon looked at the scene, appearing somewhat awkward. Despite the alliance, these beastmen were still incredibly stubborn. But it didn't matter, as long as they put in more effort. Moon Shadow chuckled lightly. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Even humans are no exception. Besides, 100 years ago, some beastmen sought alliances in human nations, only to be sabotaged by your sky beastmen. We're merely continuing the choices of our ancestors." Leopard Thunder couldn't help but laugh loudly. It seems the Sacred Tree Kingdom is truly doomed, actually considering bowing to humans as a point of pride. "You are simply a disgrace to beastmen," Moon Shadow coldly responded. "Do sky beastmen even count as beastmen? You're nothing but a group of savage beasts. There's nothing more to say. Let's fight." Roar the National Guardians on both sides roared furiously, their voices shaking the heavens and earth, as if the world itself had changed color. Waves of oppressive force spread in all directions, causing the surrounding trees to sway and topple. The White Demon hid behind the four generals of the nation, retreating step by step under the intimidation of this wild aura. Orcs are born warriors, growing up in harsh environments and constantly battling life and death. The momentum they unleash is incomparable to the killing intent of humans. Kill. Before the words had even faded, both sides plunged into a life and death duel. The generals of the nation charged forward, the sound of a battle horn echoing as if leading thousands of troops. The White Demon raised his right arm high and swung it down fiercely, roaring, "Kill." Deep underground, Yi Dong felt the earth trembling incessantly and knew the battle had begun. "So many enhancement points, I must make good use of them." A faint smile appeared on Yi Dong's lips as he focused his thoughts. Fog Wall. Domain of Mist. Advanced full concentration. Mist Spirits. Half of the elemental energy within his body was instantly consumed. But at the same time, a scene of utter destruction was created. Thick, icy fog surged up from the ground, sweeping toward the orc army. Due to the sheer number of orcs, the effect of the fog wall was somewhat diminished. Tier 3 orcs were unaffected, but Tier 2 orcs felt an intense chill, as if trapped in a frozen wasteland. Their marching speed significantly slowed. Over time, the power of the fog wall would only grow stronger. Suddenly, 10 mist spirits emerged from the fog. They positioned themselves in front of the human army, raising their right hands and aiming at the orc forces. Yi Dong sneered, his fingers moving rapidly. Explosive finger guns. Puff, puff, puff. Countless ice spikes, mixed with the bullets from the soldiers' assault rifles behind, rained down densely upon the orc army. The most unfortunate were the beastmen at the forefront of the charge. But they weren't fools the moment the enemy fired. The frontline orcs raised their massive shields, blocking the bullets and ice spikes as they continued their charge. However, the shields had limited durability, especially against the continuous barrage of explosive ice spikes from the mist spirits. Before long, the shield-bearing orcs in the front line collapsed. As the shields fell, the orcs behind them suffered heavy casualties, their bodies pierced with ice spikes, blood flowing freely. The charging army couldn't stop. Wave after wave of soldiers surged forward, unable to halt unless they fell. Those who fell became a pile of mush, and the unluckiest were trampled into pulp by their comrades. The Vulture clan, seeing this, immediately took to the skies. Dozens of vultures drew their bows and fired arrows toward the human army. But at that moment, the 10 mist spirits swiftly changed their targets, aiming directly at the vultures in the sky. A barrage of ice spikes swept through the air like machine gun fire, striking the vulture flock. Amidst screams, many vultures were shot down from the sky. Damn it! Descend quickly! The golden crown vulture urgently ordered, but still, half of the vultures were shot down. Hiding underground, Yi Dong sneered. I'm coming for you. Let us see if you dare to fly again. A human squad leader had just raised his iron shield when he saw the vultures being shot down and couldn't he help but grin. It's Yi Dong. That kid is hiding here. How did I not notice him? Yi Dong is secretly helping us. Ignore those birdmen in the sky, everyone. Take turns firing. Those out of bullets, fall back first. The fog is here. It's getting thicker. We can barely see anything. Is Yi Dong helping us or hurting us? Someone complained. This fog looks strange, it's blood red. Suddenly, all sounds ceased, and the earth seemed to stop trembling. The rising thick fog slowly drifted toward the human stronghold, the wall of mist towering over 10 meters high and still climbing. What on earth was happening inside? What was hidden within the blood-red mist? The surroundings were eerily silent, as if everything had been frozen in time. 10 mist spirits weaved through the dense fog, exuding a bone-chilling cold. After an indeterminate amount of time, the mist spirits stopped and lined up in a row. In the next moment, a figure slowly crawled out from the ground. Who else could it be but Yi Dong? Surrounded by the dense fog, Yi Dong's feet hovered above the ground as he scanned the battlefield once more. Around him, blood-red ice sculptures stood out starkly. Every beast man had been frozen by the wall of mist. The system occasionally notified him that some beast men still showed signs of life, but they wouldn't last much longer. All that was left was to maintain the mist wall until they were completely dead. Who dares say I'm a burden now? Yi Dong muttered discontentedly. Although he hadn't yet reached the level of the extreme frost ice soul, capable of freezing thousands of miles with a single thought, freezing over 500 beastmen in just a few minutes was already quite impressive. Suddenly, a noise came from the left. Yi Dong quickly retreated as a bloodied claw reached out. It seemed not all the beastmen had been completely frozen. Damn human! You bastard, die! A beastman leaped up with incredible speed, but Yi Dong Lion Flame's expression instantly turned extremely grim. Beside him, Leopard Thunder whispered, sound, smell, even sight, all are being obscured by this eerie mist. Moreover, this mist is unusually cold. I'm afraid our army has already. The three beastmen exchanged glances, a trace of fear flashing in their eyes. Then, in unison, they exclaimed, this is the work of an S-level elemental ability user. Unbelievable. This time, humans had actually sent an S-level elemental ability user. Beastmen feared nothing, except for the catastrophic power of such abilities: fire, frost, lightning, and other elemental powers. These abilities were as terrifying to them as natural disasters. Moonshadow seemed to have already guessed what had happened. She whispered to her three companions, it seems we underestimated that kid. The human army has just been completely wiped out. Now, we can focus all our efforts on dealing with these three. Hearing this, Ho Wu and the others were shocked. How long had it been? A few minutes? No, even less. The 1,000-strong Beastman army had been annihilated. Even for them, as 7th-tier powerhouses, it would be impossible to achieve this in such a short time. If the Beastmen lined up and advanced slowly, it would still take over an hour. At this moment, everyone had only one thought in their minds, chills running down their spines. Moonshadow said coquettishly, kid, put away your ability. Do you want to freeze even us into ice blocks? The bodies of 7th-tier powerhouses aren't that fragile, are they? A voice came from underground. Yi Dong slowly appeared beside Moonshadow, and with a wave of his hand, the blood mist instantly dissipated. In the next moment, a scene resembling hell unfolded before everyone's eyes. If they survived to see this sight, it would haunt their nightmares forever. 1,000 Beastmen soldiers had instantly turned into lifelike ice sculptures, frozen in their charging, roaring, and agonized expressions, fixed in place. Even the fallen half-beastmen had merged with the ground, frozen beneath layers of ice. Across the battlefield, nearly all the casualties were beastmen. Not a single human corpse could be seen, because before they could even approach the humans, they had already been frozen. Lion Flame's eyes widened as he stared at the Beastman army encased in blood-red ice, his mouth agape. Leopard Thunder and Fox Solitude were the same, their eyes bloodshot, rage burning within them. At this moment, only one thought remained in their minds. Kill the kid in front of them. What an astonishing ability. Moonshadow couldn't help but exclaim. She rarely praised others, as she was the strongest in the Sacred Tree Kingdom, and it was usually others who praised her. But now, she actively complimented Yidong, further proving his strength. No wonder you're called the treasure of the Dragon Nation, truly deserving of the title. Moonshadow's eyes revealed deep admiration and joy. Yidong, on the other hand, was sizing up Lion Flame and the others. These three were 7th-tier powerhouses among the Beastmen. Their presence was overwhelming. In his eyes, these three seemed to stand dozens of meters tall, while he was like a speck of dust on the ground, as if they could blow him away with a single breath. He wondered what it would feel like to face 7th-tier powerhouses in battle. Let me give it a try. Yidong sneered. White Demon's expression changed drastically. He immediately stepped forward, grabbed Yidong by the neck, and pulled him back. Come here. Brother White, let me try? Just once. Stop talking nonsense and don't cause trouble. White Demon turned to look at Moonshadow and the others. The aura from both sides erupted, distorting the surrounding space. The upcoming battle is not something you can interfere with. This is a duel between 7th-tier powerhouses. Moreover, one side has already resolved to kill, while the other has seen victory. Even with me here, it's dangerous. Yidong looked over. Sure enough, it was as White Demon had said. The positions where both sides stood were so intense that the space was almost warped and deformed. The 7 Beastmen no longer resembled Beastmen, but had transformed into 7 towering, 100-zhang heaven-devouring beasts. The battlefield was filled with a chilling, blood-red aura and a terrifying pressure that even made the wind wail. The sky gradually darkened as night fell. Lion Flame glanced up at the sky and said in a low voice, "The moon will rise soon. We must deal with Moonshadow before it appears. Leopard Thunder, Wolf Solitude. The others are yours to handle." Leopard Thunder and Wolf Solitude nodded solemnly. Clearly, they understood what the moon's rise would signify. The combat power of the Night Rabbit clan would be fully unleashed at night. If tonight was a full moon, the strengthened Moonshadow would be unbeatable, even if the three of them joined forces. The monster was about to transform. The situation was critical, and they had to speed up. Lion Flame's pupils suddenly contracted, and a muffled sound erupted from his pores. A whirlwind surged from beneath his feet as his body leaned forward sharply, like a beast preparing to pounce on its prey. Whoosh! A sonic boom echoed from beneath Lion Flame's feet as Moonshadow decisively charged toward him at the same speed. A classic scene of a lion chasing a rabbit unfolded before everyone's eyes. Unfortunately, this rabbit was no weakling waiting to be slaughtered. Fists collided. Bang! A muffled sound exploded between the two, and the violent force turned into terrifying shockwaves, distorting the surrounding air. In an instant, a fierce wind swept across the battlefield, surging in all directions. The wind was so strong that it was hard to keep one's eyes open, forcing everyone to retreat a few steps. This was the collision of fist power between 7th-tier powerhouses? It was astonishing. Moonshadow sneered coldly. Lion Flame, the 1,000 soldiers you brought have been completely annihilated. Even if you manage to return alive today, you'll likely face punishment. 1tu. Lion Flame's lips curled into a cold smile. As long as I bring your corpse back, the Sunset King 1t punish me. On the contrary, he'll erect a monument in my honor. Would you like to grant me that honor? That depends on your ability. Moonshadow's eyes sharpened. As he retracted his fist, his leg shot out like lightning toward Lion Flame. Lion Flame slapped the incoming kick aside with his large hand. Using the momentum, Moonshadow spun and delivered a fierce kick toward Lion Flame's left abdomen. The speed was so fast it left a blurred afterimage, but Lion Flame blocked it just in time. Boom! A muffled sound echoed as Moonshadow's kick was intercepted. However, Lion Flame inwardly cursed. It's almost nightfall, and this rabbit's strength has clearly increased. No, I must end this fight immediately. Lion Flame was sent sliding several meters across the ground by the kick, and the two instantly engaged in close combat again. In a duel between masters, there were no unnecessary tricks, just raw, brutal exchanges of blows. For anyone else, the outcome would have been decided in 1 or 2 moves. Yi Dong was pulled out of the battle zone by White Demon, watching the fierce clash between the two armies from afar. The sound of fists colliding was like the roar of cannon fire, shaking the heavens. Yi Dong marveled. Their bodies may look normal, but they feel like two giant beasts tearing into each other. Their vitality must have already exceeded 1,000. White Demon nodded solemnly. You're right. Each of them has vitality around 1,000, with extremely strong physical qualities. Such people are hard to determine a winner when they fight. However, the 3 national generals of the Sunset Kingdom are attacking more urgently, as if eager to end the battle. I'm afraid they'll soon reveal a flaw. Of course they're in a hurry, because they're afraid of the goddess under the moon. A familiar voice suddenly sounded beside him. Yi Dong turned his head to look at Xiongzhan. Xiongzhan had somehow arrived here, staring devoutly at the 7th-tier powerhouses locked in fierce combat, clearly unwilling to miss this life-and-death showdown. Yi Dong asked in confusion, "What goddess under the moon? Are you talking about Moon Shadow?" Xiongzhan nodded. "We beastmen are born with special abilities. For example, we bearfolk have thick fur for strong defense and immense strength. As for the Night Rabbit clan, they are one of the ancient races closest to the gods. Among beastmen, there's a saying, the sun doesn't set for the night to come, but because the sleeping demon is about to awaken and the sun hides in fear." Xiongzhan exhaled deeply and said, "The moon is about to rise, and the demon is about to awaken. This battle will soon have a result. You're lucky because you'll witness a scene that will be unforgettable for a lifetime." The Night Rabbit clan is one of the 12 ancient races. 12 ancient races. Yi Dong's first reaction was, could dragons have really existed in this world? But now was clearly not the time to think about such things. Xiongzhan seemed full of anticipation for the upcoming battle. Moreover, Moon Shadow still hadn't unleashed her full power. Only when the moon rose could she release her complete strength. He was curious to see what kind of terrifying existence Moon Shadow would become at that time. For humans, this was also a rare sight. White Demon wouldn't allow him to join the fight, and it was clear he wasn't qualified to participate in battles of this level. He might as well act as an intelligence officer. After exchanging dozens more punches, Lion Flame quickly retreated over 10 meters, trying to buy time to look up and see if the moon had risen. He gazed at the sky, and a beam of moonlight pierced through the clouds. It was clear the moon was about to appear. Boom, boom, boom. The wind grew increasingly fierce, chaotic, and wild. Lion Flame suddenly sensed something. His heart trembled, and he looked directly at Moon Shadow's position. At that moment, he felt a chill all over his body. In the darkness, the petite figure merged with the night, and a pair of crimson eyes glowed with a strange, blood-red light. The owner of those eyes revealed a sinister smile. Seeing this, Ho Wu, Ben Yo, and Xiong Yi made a decisive move. They turned and fled the battlefield without looking back. Their speed was as if they'd seen a ghost. The abnormal behavior of the 3 national generals from the Sacred Tree Kingdom greatly piqued Yi Dong's curiosity. Although Moon Shadow's aura had suddenly become terrifying, it shouldn't have scared the 3 generals to this extent, right? Leopard Thunder and Wolf Solitude had already quickly moved to Lionheart's side. The 3 of them were pale, their eyes filled with intense fear. The reason for their terror was the slowly approaching Moon Shadow not far ahead. Crack, crack, squeak, squeak, squeak. Moon Shadow's black hair rapidly grew, transforming into long locks resembling cotton bundles, reaching the ground. Her hair gradually turned white, with strands carrying electric sparks. Her petite body instantly grew to 1.9 meters, and her clothes clearly became too small. From a tender young girl, she instantly transformed into a sexy and powerful rabbit goddess. Yi Dong was left utterly dumbfounded. The changes in Moon Shadow were like the beastification of mutants. Her entire posture transformed. Naturally, her strength surged as well. At this moment, not only was Yi Dong stunned, but the faces of the 3 national generals of the Sunset Kingdom also turned ashen. Moon Shadow suddenly let out a roar, like thunder, and instantly charged at Lionheart and his group. Lionheart roared, "Beastification!" Boom. The 3 immediately underwent beastification, their bodies undergoing astonishing changes. The spot where they stood formed a curved white energy barrier. Thud! Moon Shadow punched the barrier, causing it to tremble violently. A spiderweb-like crack appeared at the point of impact, clearly on the verge of breaking. Once the barrier shattered, three towering beasts, each 5 zhang tall, roared furiously and charged at Moon Shadow. Moon Shadow's eyes showed disdain. She leapt into the air, raised her leg high, and stomped down hard. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking came from the top of Lionheart's head. He instantly felt his mind go blank, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. The giant wolf, covered in brown-black fur, opened its blood-red maw and lunged at Moon Shadow. Its mouth was taller than Moon Shadow herself, opening as if to swallow her whole. Moon Shadow remained calm, not even moving her feet. She directly stepped into the wolf's mouth, planted her hands on the ground, and pushed herself upward with force. Rip! The giant wolf's mouth was torn apart, revealing blood-stained white bones. Its massive body collapsed like mud onto the golden-maned lion's back. The remaining Black Panther watched this scene, roaring madly but not daring to charge forward. The crowd widened their eyes, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. In just a few seconds, Moon Shadow had taken down 2 7th-tier beast warriors. Ho Wu exclaimed in shock. As expected of the 12 primal beast species, Moon Shadow seems even stronger than before. The scene fell into dead silence, everyone too stunned to speak. Moon Shadow coldly glanced at the remaining Black Panther and let out a mocking laugh. She slowly raised her right hand and snapped her fingers. Boom! A white thunder dragon descended from the sky, striking the Black Panther directly. Ah! The Black Panther screamed miserably, its roars filled with anguish and unwillingness. Boom! The last giant beast fell as well. This battle, just as Xiong Zhan had predicted earlier, ended swiftly. This was not a fight between equals. It was complete domination. Could the Night Rabbit clan at night truly be this overwhelming? Yi Dong couldn't even imagine if such a Night Rabbit could find a worthy opponent. A question arose in his mind. He asked Ho Wu, if Moon Shadow is this strong, why has the Sacred Tree Kingdom always been so oppressed by the Sunset Kingdom? Ho Wu had initially harbored some disdain for humans, but strong individuals understand mutual respect. Yi Dong's strength was evident, giving him the right to converse with Ho Wu. Ho Wu's expression changed as he looked seriously at Yi Dong and explained, the beast warriors of the Sunset Kingdom rarely attack at night. Moreover, wars between nations are not decided by a single individual. While the Night Rabbit clan is formidable, their beastification drives them into a berserk state. Apart from not attacking their own kind, they will destroy all enemies in sight, completely losing control, even killing each other. This is also why the Night Rabbit clan's numbers have dwindled over time. Moon Shadow told me that there might be fewer than 10 Night Rabbits alive now. To ensure their survival, they have scattered across the world. No one knows exactly how many remain. Yi Dong was left speechless in shock. Such a powerful race, yet their numbers were so few. No wonder, if there were 100 beings like the Yado clan, humanity would have been extinct long ago. Thud, thud, thud. Terrifying sounds echoed from Moon Shadow's direction. Ho Wu pointed over there and said, look, she has no idea what she's doing. Yi Dong turned his head to look and saw Moon Shadow stomping repeatedly on the 3 corpses on the ground. The lion's head was almost crushed, yet she showed no intention of stopping. Instead, she was laughing hysterically. Ha ha ha, the scene sent chills down one's spine. Ho Wu pressed his hand against Yi Dong's chest, retreating as he said, it's not safe here anymore. She definitely won't wake up before dawn. You all leave first. Ben Yo, you stay and keep an eye on her. Don't let her escape. General Ben Yo, whose eyes were already large, now widened them even more. Ho Wu, Moon Shadow isn't here, so what gives you the right to boss us around? Why should I listen to you? As soon as he finished speaking, Ben Yo ran off. Yi Dong and White Demon exchanged glances, a hint of awkwardness flashing in their eyes. Ho Wu took a deep breath, his face showing anger, and said to Xiong Yi, Ben Yo is too reckless. I'll go chase him back. I'll leave this place to you for now. Xiong Yi looked bewildered. Usually quiet and reserved, Xiong Yi now found himself at a loss for words, but he wasn't foolish. He immediately turned and ran off, taking Xiong Zhan with him. White Demon then looked at Yi Dong and said, "The task of maintaining the friendship between the two nations is up to you now." Yi Dong smiled faintly. "I doubt anyone is more suited than me. As long as I hide underground, there's nothing to fear. You go ahead." White Demon patted Yi Dong's shoulder in satisfaction, took one last glance at Moonshadow, who was still desecrating the corpses, and hurried away. "It seems I've underestimated the Beastmen. There are some truly powerful races among them. This was just one of the 12 primal beasts, Theodo. What about the other 11 races? How terrifying would their power be?" Yi Dong took a sharp breath and immediately summoned Mist Spirit to drag himself underground. This was the perfect opportunity to allocate the enhancement points he had just earned. "Come out, system." The system quickly displayed Yi Dong's information panel. Yi Dong stared at his personal panel, his gaze fixed on the enhancement points at the bottom, his pupils contracting sharply. It seemed he had gained quite a lot of points this time. Host, Yi Dong level, Tier 3, 4 stars, 5 segments ability. S-Class type, Extreme Frost Ice Soul Strength, 144 plus Vitality, 142 plus Speed, 145 plus Energy, 25 plus Martial Art, Dragon Essence and Sturdy Bones Technique Perfected Martial Body, Copper Skin and Iron Bones Skills, Ice Vein Finger Perfected, Instant Flash Advanced Plus, Great Fog Wall Advanced Plus, Energy Finger Cannon Advanced Plus, Mist Domain Advanced Plus, Mist Spirit Advanced Plus Special Techniques, Advanced Full Concentration Advanced Plus, Boiling Blood. Demon Mode Initial Plus Enhancement Points, 35,431. Over 30,000 enhancement points. How should I allocate them? All into Vitality. If he added them to Vitality, it could increase to nearly 400, making a significant step toward 1,000. But after witnessing the battles of Tier 7 experts, Yi Dong realized a crucial point. No matter how strong the opponent, absolute strength and speed render them powerless. Even the most formidable skills might not have a chance to be used. Skills are only effective against weaker or similarly matched opponents. When encountering someone stronger, it's better to find a way to escape. After careful consideration, Yi Dong ordered the system. System, first upgrade my Blink skill to perfection. 11,000 enhancement points consumed. Blink skill upgraded to perfection. Blink autonomously evolved into Limitless. The moment the skill evolved, a flood of information surged into Yi Dong's mind, like a great river nourishing his body and knowledge. Yi Dong's face lit up with excitement. Limitless. I never expected Blink to evolve to such a level. Originally, Blink required the eyes to confirm position and direction, but Limitless is controlled by thought. Wherever I think I can go, the distance and position are reached in an instant, ignoring both distance and obstacles. This was no longer a simple movement technique, but a method of traversing four-dimensional space, completely surpassing the limits of this world. With a single thought, Yi Dong instantly appeared on land. Moonshadow, who was in the middle of desecrating a corpse, suddenly turned her head in Yi Dong's direction. Yi Dong was startled and quickly used Limitless again. Bang! The spot where he had just been standing instantly cracked open into a large hole. It seemed Moonshadow had shifted her attack target. After missing her punch, she quickly locked onto Yi Dong's position and charged at him with incredible speed. Limitless, Limitless, Limitless. Damn it! Yi Dong rapidly shifted positions several times. Eventually, Yi Dong scratched his head. Seeing that there were still over 10,000 enhancement points left, he said to the system, "System, continue enhancing. This time, enhance it to the mastery level." He wanted to see if this skill could evolve further. 660 enhancement points consumed. Misty Frost Ring upgraded to mastery level. Range expanded to 1,000 meters. No evolution. The range just expanded from 100 meters to 1,000 meters, which is already impressive. The power was still unclear, but it should be much stronger than the Great Fog Wall. Yi Dong decided to test its effects first. He returned to the ground and saw that Moonshadow had shifted from sitting cross-legged to lying flat. It's just a test, so there's no need to activate such a large range right away. I'll start by controlling it within a 5-meter radius around me. Yi Dong took a deep breath and silently chanted Misty Frost Ring in his mind while suppressing the output of elemental power, keeping the range within 5 meters. A blue halo slowly spread out from his body, encircling him. He looked down at the halo and then glanced at the ground beneath him. The ground instantly froze, and the ice layer spread rapidly like a virus. A large tree within the 5-meter range began to freeze quickly. With a crack, the tree shattered instantly, falling into a pile of fragments. Yidong stroked his chin in thought. The freezing speed and power have both increased significantly, but this means I can no longer use this skill to restrain enemies or even spare them. Moreover, as he moved, the freezing range of the misty frost ring moved with him, leaving a thick layer of ice on the ground. The enhanced skill's power made Yidong both happy and concerned. So far, he had used up 22,660 enhancement points, leaving 12,771 points. He could still enhance one skill to perfection. Looking at the two skills, advanced full concentration and boiling blood possession, Yidong felt a bit troubled. It was a pity that special abilities couldn't be enhanced otherwise. He would have already maxed out these two. It seemed he could only choose from the regular skills. He was fairly comfortable using Mist Spirit, so it didn't need enhancement for now. Energy Cannon Finger was a skill he had created to deal with large beasts. It was rarely used in regular combat due to its large target range, slow activation, and ease of being dodged, making it less advantageous. This left only the Mist Domain, which was comparable to full concentration. The Mist Domain was actually like a spider web, capable of collecting information through contact with objects or being touched by objects, then transmitting that information to Yidong. This allowed him to evade enemy attacks while gaining more movement data for more accurate judgments. The Mist Domain is indeed a divine skill. Let's enhance it to perfection and see if it can evolve into a new skill. 11,000 points consumed. Mist Domain upgraded to perfection. Skill autonomously evolved into Heavenly Emperor's Eye. Another brand new skill name. Yidong was no longer surprised. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed the information in his mind. Heavenly Emperor's Eye Initial Mastery. When activated, it allows 360-degree, no blind spot observation of all living beings within a 100-meter radius. If I continue enhancing, it should increase the range. Yidong smiled faintly and issued another command to the system. The Heavenly Emperor's Eye was enhanced to the Mastery level, instantly expanding the observation range to 1,000 meters. There were 1,111 enhancement points left. Seeing these 4 ones, Yidong chuckled lightly and said, 1,000 points of enhancement energy ready. He then proceeded to check his enhanced personal information panel. Host, Yidong level, 3rd tier, 4 stars, 5 segments ability. S-class type, Extreme Frost Ice Soul Strength, 144 Vitality, 142 Speed, 145 Energy, 26 Martial Technique, Dragon Essence, and Sturdy Bones Technique perfected Martial Body, Copper Skin, and Iron Bone skills. Ice Vein Finger perfected, No Distance Mastery, Mist Conceal Frost Ring Mastery, Energy Concentrated Finger Cannon Mastery, Emperor's Eye Mastery, Mist. Spirit Mastery Special Abilities, Advanced Full Concentration Mastery, Boiling Blood Demonization Initial Stage Enhancement Points. 111 after 3 skills were enhanced to perfection. 2 of them evolved into higher-level skills and were further strengthened to the Mastery stage. This greatly boosted Yidong's strength. Even if he encounters a 7th-tier expert, he might not win, but could he not escape? A 7th-tier expert? At this moment, Yidong remembered that Moon Shadow was still sleeping on the ground. He walked over and saw that Moon Shadow had returned to her original form, sleeping soundly. Yidong smiled knowingly, picked up Moon Shadow, and walked through the ice sculpture group formed by countless heavenly beastmen, heading toward the giant forest. Today was destined to be an important day. Giant Forest. The human army had already arrived here, and many researchers began conducting field investigations, gathering in groups to discuss how to develop this still underdeveloped kingdom. The beastmen were also busy and bustling. Seeing Yidong return with Moon Shadow in his arms, Hou greeted him with a smile and said, "You're back? Our king is looking for you. The princess has also woken up. Hand Moon Shadow over to me." All right. Yidong handed Moon Shadow to Hou and then walked toward a large tent. White Demon was already being warmly received inside the tent, though the food was simple. The people of this kingdom seemed to be vegetarians. Their food was almost entirely fruits and wild vegetables. Perhaps this was why they were willing to ally with humans. The Rabbit King was overjoyed to see Yidong. Although Rabbit Yu was wrapped in bandages, her eyes were still filled with joy when she saw Yidong. Yidong, thanks to you, we were able to deal a heavy blow to the Sunset Kingdom. I believe they won't dare provoke us again anytime soon. Yidong smiled wryly and said, I was just doing my duty. The main credit goes to General Moon Shadow, who single-handedly killed 3 National Guardian Generals of the Sunset Kingdom. I heard you helped quite a bit too. Regardless, I must thank you. Rabbit Yu turned to the Rabbit King and said, Father, can I take Yidong to pay homage to the sacred tree? The Rabbit King's expression changed slightly, showing some hesitation, but he still nodded. Go ahead, but don't be too generous. You can only give him 1, and no more than 2. Got it. Rabbit Yu waved her hand with a smile and said to Yidong, Yidong, come with me quickly. Yidong looked puzzled. Why could he only be given 1, and not more than 2? Wasn't this just paying homage to the sacred tree? The name of this country was Sacred Tree, so it was clear that this sacred tree held great significance for them. Coupled with the Rabbit King's earlier hesitation, it seemed he was reluctant to let people visit it easily. Yidong's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Xiong Yi and General Ben Yo also cast envious glances at him, making Yidong even more curious. He had a strong feeling that some treasure was waiting for him. Brother White Demon, I'll go with Rabbit Yu for a bit and be back soon. White Demon grinned and said, Actually, your mission is already complete, so you can be considered a free man. Do whatever you want, but don't do anything that would harm the friendship between the 2 nations. The White Mage glanced at Tuyu. Yidong scratched his head, but still smiled and nodded. Brother Bai, you really know how to joke. How could I do something to harm the relationship between our 2 nations? I'll be back soon, and then we can return to Jinghai together. All right. Tuyu smiled and asked, Yidong, are you done? Can we go now? You lead the way. I'm curious to see what the sacred tree looks like. It must be huge, right? You'll know when you see it. Follow me. Tuyu giggled, pulling him out of the tent. The kingdom of the sacred tree was essentially a simple, primitive tribe where everyone lived in tents. The main task of the research team this time was to bring human technology and civilization to this place. Currently, the most important priority was to strengthen the kingdom's defenses. Humans were building stone walls and watchtowers to defend against external invasions. A squad leader from the research team was discussing specific plans with the king. The Kingdom of the Sacred Tree and the research team had signed a contract, agreeing to build city walls, base stations, and information transmission towers around the kingdom within the next 3 months. At the same time, they planned to provide technological training to some of the kingdom's talented individuals, aiming to at least make them proficient in network information technology. The ape tribe, known as the most intelligent among the beastmen and closest to humans in intellect, would be the primary focus of the initial training. Establishing diplomatic relations between nations required a tremendous amount of manpower, resources, and effort, making it difficult to accomplish in a short time. The White Mage, the overall leader of this mission and the human diplomat, was overwhelmed with work. At this moment, Yidong and Tuyu arrived at a vast forest called the Green Wild Fairy Grove. Tuyu walked ahead, turning back to smile at Yidong and asked, Yidong, what do you think of this place? As they walked, Yidong began to appreciate the untamed beauty of the primeval forest, especially in this area of giant trees. Each towering tree had a diameter of 5 or 6 meters, shooting straight into the sky, making everything around them seem insignificant. Humans here felt like tiny insects on the ground, as if they had entered a mysterious land of giants. The surroundings were filled with all kinds of exotic flowers and plants, and the wild animals were unafraid of humans, maintaining a peaceful coexistence. Yidong took a deep breath of the fragrant air and smiled at Tuyu. The scenery here is amazing. If I were a poet, I'd be bursting with inspiration. Unfortunately, I'm not, so I can only sincerely admire the beauty of nature. Tuyu nodded in satisfaction, but soon looked a bit somber. If only this place could always remain peaceful. But sadly, there is no such thing as a world without killing. The more remote the place, the fewer the rules, and the more frequent the violence. If the kingdom of the sacred tree could develop to the same level of technology and civilization as humans, that would be great. Everyone would follow the law, no one would harm each other, and people could live happily every day without worrying about going hungry or being attacked by beast men in the middle of the night. Yidong couldn't help but laugh. You spent a month in the Jinghai Library and now think you understand the human world? Tu Yu frowned in confusion. Isn't that the case? I saw that humans live happily every day. Yidong shook his head and said, the world is always changing, but what remains constant is the survival of the fittest and the gap between the rich and the poor. To put it bluntly, it's not much different from the world of you beast men. There are just some things you haven't experienced yet. Tu Yu sighed softly. It seems I was too naive. Thank you for telling me all this. Besides, fostering friendship between the two nations mainly depends on you. So, I've prepared a big gift for you. Come with me quickly. We're almost there. Oh, Yidong exclaimed in surprise and hurried to follow. Tu Yu said he was the key figure in the friendship between the two nations, and Yidong didn't object. If Tu Yu and his people had stolen civilization and technology from humans and secretly returned to the Sacred Tree Kingdom, the subsequent events likely wouldn't have happened. They wouldn't dare to discuss any friendly alliance with humans. At least with the current development and technological level of the Dragon Nation, there was no need to form any alliance with the Beastmen. After all, a strong nation doesn't need diplomacy. The two walked for a while. Yidong suddenly caught a rich fragrance, like the scent of flowers, but he couldn't pinpoint which kind. Passing through the forest, he looked up and saw an enormous tree. Its trunk was at least 10 zhang tall, and beneath it was an altar. The altar had been crushed by the tree trunk, and the entire tree seemed to have grown from the center of the altar. Around it, there were many powerful bear men standing guard. Is this the sacred tree of your sacred tree kingdom? Yidong asked in surprise. Tu Yu nodded with a smile. Yes, that's it. Actually, most of the beastmen who attack the sacred tree kingdom are after the sacred fruits that grow on this tree. That sacred fruit is the big gift I want to give you. Eating it can greatly enhance your strength. The 4 great generals of the Sacred Tree Kingdom have all eaten one. A sacred fruit that can enhance strength? Yidong activated the Heavenly Emperor's eye at this moment. Instantly, his perspective changed, as if he were looking down at the sacred tree from above. The tree was lush with branches and leaves, bearing some milky white fruits about the size of eggs, hidden among the branches. Without careful observation, they were almost impossible to spot. Tu Yu instructed the bear men to pick one sacred fruit. Under the puzzled gazes of the bear men, Tu Yu handed the fruit to Yidong. Yidong, eat it. Yidong took the sacred fruit, and a set of information immediately appeared before his eyes. Sacred Spirit Fruit Effect. Eating it for the first time increases strength by 100 points and vitality by 100 points. Subsequent consumption yields diminishing effects. Yidong was shocked in his heart. This treasure was incredible. Without hesitation, he took a bite. The sacred spirit fruit instantly split open, revealing bright red flesh. It tasted somewhat like a plum, but the flesh melted in his mouth, instantly turning into sweet juice that slid down his throat. The taste is really good. Yidong chuckled lightly, and then swallowed the rest of the sacred spirit fruit in one gulp. Shortly after, his body began to heat up. Waves of power surged like tides, impacting every cell in his body. Strength increased by 100, vitality increased by 100. Feeling the power surging within him, Yidong's breathing became smoother. This fruit is truly miraculous. Tu Yu, you must ensure no one else steals it, or it'll be trouble. Tu Yu smiled and said, the bear men have guarded this place for generations. Picking the sacred spirit fruit requires special tools, otherwise, it will rot once plucked. Even I don't know what they use, only the bear men know. Don't worry, unless the sacred tree kingdom is destroyed or the bear men betray us, no one can steal it. Tu Yu smiled wryly. All right, let us not talk about this anymore. You've eaten the sacred fruit, so next, we're heading to another place. I hope you can help more. I still have to help. Yidong scratched the back of his head, wondering what exactly he was supposed to do. Unexpectedly, Tu Yu handed him a hoe and showed him a diagram of a field ridge she had drawn herself. Just follow the diagram and loosen the soil in this wasteland. Yidong looked at the drawing and couldn't help but laugh. Just helping you loosen the soil? I thought it was something particularly difficult or dangerous. This is a piece of cake. The field ridge diagram Tuyu had drawn was a simple grid pattern, just with more sections. Yidong stuck the hoe into the soil, dragged it forward, and outlined the entire range of the field ridge. Don't think I'm giving you too easy a task, do you? Tuyu was especially happy to see Yidong agree so readily. To her, this field ridge held extraordinary significance. Yidong, however, had no idea what she was thinking. He might have thought she was just being greedy, wanting to secretly grow some fruits and vegetables for herself. Yidong chuckled and asked, Tuyu, what do you plan to plant? Have you prepared the seeds? Tuyu nodded. I've thought it through long ago. Back when I had free time at the Wuhan Bureau, I planned that if I ever returned to the Sacred Tree Kingdom, I would definitely cultivate a field to grow my favorite fruits, vegetables, as well as rice and wheat. This field means a lot to me. You'll clear the land, I'll sow the seeds, and when they mature, I'll still be able to see you. Tuyu said with a cheerful smile. She knew Yidong wouldn't stay here for long and might never return after leaving. So, she wanted to give Yidong a reason to stay in the Sacred Tree Kingdom. Listening to her, Yidong finally understood a bit. I see. But if you want to plant so many things, including rice and wheat, this small area won't be enough. Tuyu burst into laughter. Of course I know that. This place is just for fruits, my private field. I'll help the people of the Sacred Tree Kingdom find a larger area and teach them how to farm. All right, enough talking. Go loosen the soil quickly. All right. Yidong smiled and got to work. With his current strength, clearing this small piece of wasteland was a breeze. Besides, the field ridge wasn't very large, roughly about an acre. Tuyu, holding a small trowel, carefully dug holes in the soil, planted various seeds one by one, and watered them. Her movements were meticulous, treating each seed as if it were a precious work of art. Yidong sat on a distant rock to rest. At that moment, the sun was setting, the evening glow spread across the sky, and the surroundings were quiet, with only the occasional chirping of insects and birds. For a brief moment, Yidong thought that staying here and living a simple farming life from 9 to 5 wouldn't be so bad. But he knew very well that this world was far from peaceful. It couldn't allow him to live a stable life. As long as the alien beasts and celestial beastmen weren't eradicated, this world would never know peace. After Tuyu finished planting all the seeds, she walked over with a smile and asked, When do you plan to leave? Yidong frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and said, Brother Bai told me earlier that my mission is complete. Once he finishes his own tasks, the research team will stay behind, and we should leave ahead of schedule probably in the next few days. Oh, Tuyu looked a bit disappointed. Yidong chuckled. But we won't leave so soon. The situation in the Sunset Kingdom is still unclear. We don't know if they'll retaliate. Besides, our Dragon Kingdom will also send people over, possibly even station troops here. I believe the Sacred Tree Kingdom will be very safe. Tuyu smiled gently, nodded, and said, The Sunset Kingdom has suffered a major blow this time, and probably won't bother us again anytime soon. We don't need to worry about them. However, our Sacred Tree Kingdom is the first beast tribe to ally with humans. I wonder how the other beast tribes will view this. She waved her hand dismissively. Forget it. No point dwelling on these worries. It's getting dark. Yidong, let's head back. You can also try the delicacies of our Sacred Tree Kingdom while we're at it. All right. Yidong didn't have high expectations. It was probably just fruits and vegetables, but he personally preferred eating meat. Yidong stood outside a tent and asked the bear warrior guarding the entrance. I heard General Moonshadow is looking for me? The bear warrior, who had heard of Yidong's exploits, immediately lit up. That's right. This is General Moonshadow's residence. Please, go in. Okay. To his surprise, one of the guards was a panda beast man. If this were in the Dragon Kingdom, the panda could probably live comfortably just by being cute and playful. But here in the Sacred Tree Kingdom, even pandas had to work as guards. Truly, one's birth determines one's fate. After Yidong entered the tent, a kobold beside the panda guard sneered and asked, Why are you being so polite to a human? Even though we're allies now, we should still show the dignity of the beast tribes. The panda's expression shifted, and he solemnly replied, Do you know who just went in? That man single-handedly froze over 1,000 members of the Sky Beast tribe into ice sculptures and brought General Moonshadow back unharmed even when she was in a berserk state. Otherwise, why do you think the always proud General Moonshadow would want to meet an ordinary human? The kobold was left dumbfounded and didn't dare say another word. Inside the tent, the table was piled high with fruits, along with mountains of carrots and cabbages. General Moonshadow sat behind the glistening fruits and vegetables, holding a cabbage and gnawing on it without any regard for appearances. Seeing this, Yidong was reminded of the eating habits of people in a certain northern region of the Dragon Kingdom. They also enjoyed eating raw vegetables and had even developed special sauces to complement the crisp texture of the vegetables, making them taste amazing. Every time Yidong saw videos of this online, he wanted to try it himself. Maybe he could even recommend it to these beastmen. General Moonshadow, I heard you were looking for me? Moonshadow put down the carrot in her hand, slowly raised her head to look at Yidong, and narrowed her eyes slightly. I heard that when I was in a berserk state, you stayed by my side and brought me back. Yidong nodded. The Night Rabbit tribe indeed became incredibly powerful after transforming under the moonlight, but their inability to control themselves was their biggest flaw. In a berserk state, they couldn't distinguish between friend and foe and could easily hurt others. Moonshadow raised an eyebrow slightly, her face flushing as she said softly, I heard that in the human world, when a man saves a woman, the woman repays him in a special way. I don't quite understand what that means, but since... Yidong looked shocked. Where did you hear that from? Since you saved me, it's only right for me to repay you. Come on, and make it quick. Moonshadow gritted her teeth, laid down on the bed, her face flushed, clearly having cast aside her pride. Ridiculous. Yidong muttered in exasperation, turned around, and walked out of the tent. He needed to find someone. White Demon. It was very likely that he was the one who told Moonshadow about this nonsense, claiming that human women repay men by offering themselves. Brother White was setting him up. Jokes like this shouldn't be taken seriously, but others actually believed it. After the awkward encounter, Yidong just wanted to leave as quickly as possible. He still had a tribe to manage, and this was a critical time for organizing and consolidating it. Sister Lan has left, and I wonder if Li Xiaoyu and the others can manage to keep the people below in line. Yidong, how's it going? White Demon suddenly walked over with a mischievous grin. This was the first time Yidong had seen White Demon look so sly. He had always thought of him as a serious and earnest person. Turns out, men really can't escape those old cliches. Yidong considered himself quite proper, but White Demon's jokes left him feeling helpless. Brother Bai, I don't think I'm needed here anymore. The Sunset Kingdom is quiet for now, probably too weakened to cause trouble. There will be troops stationed here later. Should we leave now? It seemed the kid hadn't managed to deal with General Moonshadow. White Demon looked a bit disappointed but continued. The follow-up infrastructure work indeed doesn't require you. I still need to stay here to oversee things. If you want to take charge, you can head back first. You can fly, right? It won't take long to get there. Yidong nodded. All right, I'll go say goodbye to Tuyu first. Otherwise, people will say I left without a word, ha. Yidong found Tuyu, who was busy teaching a group of ape folk. This guy was truly impressive after spending a month in the library. He had mastered knowledge about farming and herbal medicine. Now he was passing it on orally, while the ape folk were jotting it down, bustling with activity. When Moon Rabbit saw Yidong, he walked over and asked, Yidong, what's up? Nothing to do. Yeah, kind of idle. Yidong said awkwardly, rubbing his nose. I'm here to say goodbye. I'm planning to head back to Jinghai now. My tribe still needs organizing, and my brothers are probably overwhelmed. You're not planning to stay a few more days? Tuyu's face was full of disappointment, his voice choking as he said, You've only been here 2 days, and you're already in such a hurry to leave. Is this place really that bad? Tuyu's eyes reddened, tears welling up. Yidong was a bit surprised when had his relationship with Tuyu become so deep. Yidong quickly explained, It's not that this place is bad. It's just that you have your responsibilities, and I have my tasks. You need to focus fully on agricultural and herbal training to strengthen the nation. Meanwhile, I need to go back and check on the tribe's situation. Everyone has their own duties. Don't worry, if there's nothing urgent, I'll come back to visit you all. Really? Tuyu's eyes lit up, his nose twitching. You better not lie to me. Yidong raised his right hand and extended his pinky finger. Among us humans, when we make a promise, we hook pinkies. Once hooked, the promise must be kept. If you don't believe me, we can hook pinkies right now. Hook pinkies. Tu Yu slowly raised his right hand, extended his pinky finger, and reached toward Yidong. Like this. That's right. Yidong hooked Tu Yu's pinky finger. Tu Yu broke into a smile through his tears. It seems I know too little about you humans. I didn't expect there to be such a way to guarantee a promise. Since we've hooked pinkies, you absolutely have to keep your word. If I break it, even the heavens will punish me. Yidong raised 3 fingers and swore an oath. Tu Yu looked at him in confusion. What's this gesture now? Yidong patiently explained. This gesture is used when humans swear an oath. Once sworn, the promise must be fulfilled, or there will be consequences. Stop that. Tu Yu hurriedly grabbed his fingers, panicking. Don't go swearing recklessly. If something happens and you can't come see me, and the heavens punish you, then if you die, I'll have to come find you. Yidong's eyes widened. The two stared at each other for a few seconds before bursting into laughter. 10 minutes later, Yidong was flying over Mount Suzuka, reflecting on the experiences of the past 2 days, both thrilling and dangerous. This world was vast, and the Beastmen were divided into Sky Beastmen and Walking Beastmen. The Sky Beastmen were the ones constantly attacking the Dragon Nation's territory. The Walking Beastmen, on the other hand, were rare vegetarians who loved peace and only wanted to live a stable life. Yet they were frequently attacked by the Sky Beastmen. The Sky Beastmen even hunted them as food. Yidong's goal was to drive the Beastmen out of human territory or even make them disappear from this world entirely. He had set himself an ambitious goal and had been working tirelessly toward it. Now, he had one more reason, further solidifying his determination. From Jinghai to Mount Suzuka, it had previously taken him half a month on foot, but now he flew back to Jinghai in just half a day. Breathing in the familiar air and watching the bustling crowds, he finally felt a sense of homecoming. Having grown accustomed to the Beastmen with animal heads and human bodies, Yidong couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. Returning to the Dawn tribe, Yidong noticed the tribe's open gates, and his expression changed slightly. What was going on? Why was no one closing the gates? And why was there no one guarding them? The Dawn tribe was now the largest tribe in the old city. How could they be so undisciplined? Yidong, you're finally back. An excited voice came from behind. Yidong raised an eyebrow and turned around to see He Xingxing. But he noticed that He Xingxing's face was covered in bruises, and his hand was in a cast. Had someone beaten him up? Fatty, what happened to you? Who did this to you? Yidong quickly walked over and asked with concern. He Xingxing sighed. It's good that you're back. I'll explain everything later. First, take me to the hospital. Yidong's heart tightened. Something major must have happened to the tribe during the half-month he was away. Strange, why hadn't anyone informed him? Let's go. At Jinghai City's First People's Hospital, in the intensive care unit, Yidong saw Lin Jian and Wang Bing through the glass. Although their lives had been saved, they were still in critical condition. 2 nurses stood at the door, bored and playing on their phones. Yidong didn't see Li Xiaoyu and turned to ask He Xingxing. Who did this? Where's Xiaoyu? He Xingxing sighed and said, Xiaoyu is fine. She even saved us. If it weren't for her, we'd already be dead. That damned Lin Fan, I swear I'll get my revenge on him sooner or later. Lin Fan. Yidong remembered that Lin Fan was the one who had left with his brothers before Yidong declared war on all the tribes. At that moment, 2 patients got up, leaving 2 empty seats. He Xingxing glanced at the empty spots and turned to Yidong, saying, Let me explain everything slowly. After you left, Sister Lan also disappeared, and all the tribe's affairs fell on the shoulders of us few senior members. For the first 3 days, we were so overwhelmed that we had no time to deal with anything else. Just as we finished, Lin Fan came looking for me. I felt that someone like Lin Fan, who had fled in the face of battle, shouldn't be allowed back. You know Lin Jian, he's too soft-hearted. As for where Sister Lan had gone, he wasn't entirely sure. She had only mentioned carrying out some secret mission. As for Lin Jian, this guy was indeed too kind. The first time Yidong had gone to the old city, it was because Lin Jian had invited him. Later, Fatty disagreed, so Yidong had refused. Feeling guilty about it afterward, Yidong had taken the initiative to invite Lin Jian the next time they met. That was how the senior members of the Dawn tribe had started. Sister Lan went on a secret mission, but I don't know the specifics. Sigh. I should have told you all earlier. At the time, the Bureau of Martial Peace approached me, asking me to escort the princess of the Sacred Tree Kingdom back home. I was so busy that I didn't have time to warn you. The fat man sighed helplessly and said, "Is your phone out of credit? We can hardly get through to you." "Maybe. I don't think I've topped up my balance." The fat man was speechless and continued, "It happened 3 days ago. Lin Fan decided to organize a team to check out the center of the old city. He gathered a few of us to go along and even mentioned that some other tribe leaders would be there. I thought it was a good opportunity to build relationships with the leaders, so I agreed without hesitation. But who would have thought that once we got there, Lin Fan, Luo Shinfeng, and Luo Yun ambushed Lin Jian, who was closest to them. We panicked immediately. Tribe members surrounded us from all directions, a dense crowd pressing in. I have no idea when they started betraying us. Luo Shinfeng even brought a third-tier powerhouse, his brother Luo Lei, who is said to be an A-level tyrant dragon ability user. Those two brothers are truly formidable. One is a velociraptor, the other a tyrant dragon. In short, we fell into their trap. At that time, Luo Lei even asked me to call you and have you come over. But of course, we refused no matter what. Then the fight broke out. They had the numbers, and we were no match for them. In the end, Wang Bing turned into a stone man and carved out a bloody path, while Xiaoyu used vines to hold them off, allowing us to escape back to Jinghai City. For now, they haven't dared to act against us in Jinghai City, but the allied tribes have all dissolved their alliances with us. Yidong's face darkened as he listened to the fat man's account, imagining how dangerous the situation must have been. It seemed he had been too lenient with them before, giving them room to retaliate. Yidong asked coldly, "They dare to dissolve the alliance? Isn't the agreement supposed to restrict them?" The fat man snorted, "I was the one who dissolved it with them." Yidong nodded. "Fine, dissolving it is better." The fat man sneered, "Exactly. What's the point of keeping those who betrayed us? If they want to leave, let them go." Yidong asked, "What about Xiaoyu?" Her cousin took her home. Originally, her cousin wanted her to stay with us to gain experience, but he never expected her to join the tribe and encounter all this. After the incident, he took her home directly. She's injured too, so she's recovering. She still contacts us privately. After finishing, the fat man looked at Yidong, his eyes slightly red. "No one knows where Sister Lan went, and you were off on a mission. These people only dared to act so recklessly because neither of you was around. Yidong, now that you're back, you must stand up for Lin Jian and Wang Bing." Lin Fan's betrayal was like stabbing Lin Jian's heart to pieces. Damn it. The fat man grew more agitated as he spoke, his voice rising. A towering man, nearly 9 feet tall, was both furious and sorrowful, making Yidong feel a pang of discomfort. Yidong grabbed the fat man's right hand, and the fat man gripped it tightly. "Damn it, it's too cruel. We wanted to unify the tribes for their benefit, to develop together, and this is how they repay us. It's infuriating." The fat man punched the hospital window, shattering the glass. Everyone turned to look in their direction. Several nurses stormed over angrily. "Hey, what are you doing? This is a hospital, not a marketplace." Yidong's gaze turned icy as he looked at the nurse. She was about to speak, but held back. The priority now was to get the fat man out of there quickly. His emotions were too intense, though his feelings were understandable. "Yidong, you must avenge the brothers. Say something." Yidong took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and his eyes burned with unprecedented cold fury. He had never been this angry before. Lin Fan, Luo Shinfeng, Luo Yun, Luo Lei, he remembered all these names. "Since that's the case, I'll make sure the old district completely disappears from this land. There are too many alliance tribes. I think just our Dawn tribe is enough." Yidong left the hospital with Fatty and immediately called Li Xiaoyu. Li Xiaoyu seemed to have struggled to leave her house. When she saw Yidong, her eyes were slightly red, and she quickly walked toward him. "Yidong, you big fool, where have you been? Your phone was off every time I called. And where's Sister Lan? Did you do something to make her leave?" Li Xiaoyu's thoughts were truly peculiar. She actually thought he had made Sister Lan leave. Someone like Sister Lan wouldn't leave just because of a few words from him. Her heart wasn't that small. However, now wasn't the time to care about such things. Yidong glanced at Fatty beside him, and then said to Xiaoyu, "Fatty needs rest. Take him back to the tribe first. I'll handle the rest slowly." The anger in Li Xiaoyu's eyes immediately disappeared, replaced by deep concern. You're going alone? There are so many of them. What can you do? And Sister Lan? If she were here. Sister Lan is on a secret mission. Since it's a secret mission, I didn't tell you, and I don't know when she'll be back. Anyway, take Fatty down to rest first. Fatty was already asleep from exhaustion. During this time, Wang Bing and Lin Jian had probably relied on him for care, leaving him utterly worn out. All right then, we can't do much to help. Just don't act recklessly, okay? If it doesn't work out, wait for Sister Lan to return. She can mobilize the forces of the Security Bureau to help us get justice. Yidong nodded with a smile. As he turned away, his expression darkened. If justice can only be achieved with someone else's help, then it's better not to have it. Justice must be fought for by oneself. His thoughts might be a bit extreme, but he was, after all, a man of passion. With his brothers bullied to this extent, there was no need for more idle talk. Yidong directly called for a car and headed to the Old District. All tribes have left the Dawn tribe, which means that now in the Old District, anyone wearing a tribe badge is an enemy of the Dawn tribe. Against enemies, I won't show mercy. At the checkpoint, after handing over his ID card, the checkpoint administrator returned it to Yidong and smiled. Yidong, long time no see. Looks like you've been training hard. Yidong nodded. Every time he came here, he would encounter this person. Perhaps it was fate. How's it been lately? Busy. Morning and evening are peak times for people entering and leaving. It's quieter at noon. Other times are fairly relaxed. Yidong smiled faintly. You should change jobs soon. The Old District won't need checkpoints for much longer. Why do you say that? Do you have insider information? The checkpoint administrator asked in surprise. Heaven's Gate Tribe meeting room. Luo Lei, who resembled Luo Shinfeng, sat in the main seat, with his younger brother Luo Shinfeng beside him. Boss, I heard Yidong is back. I sent someone to investigate, and sure enough, he was spotted at the entrance of the First People's Hospital. The latest news is that he went to the Old District alone, but we don't know why. When Luo Lei heard Yidong was back, his eyebrows raised, and his eyes were full of interest. But upon hearing that Yidong hadn't come to find him and instead went to the Old District alone, he was puzzled. Why would that kid not come to seek revenge but head to the Old District instead? I don't know either. Keep investigating. Assign someone to monitor him. Make sure he comes to see me himself. After speaking, Luo Lei turned to his younger brother. So, Xiaofeng, how is my arrangement? I hope I Haven T let you down as the leader of the Tianmen group? Luo Shinfeng replied cheerfully. Big brother, we're all following your lead. Whatever you decide, just go for it. As long as it makes that kid suffer, I'll be happy. Making him suffer isn't enough? Luo Lei sneered. I want him on his knees, begging me. Humph, daring to bully my brother? He must be tired of living. Even if he is an S-rank elemental ability user, so what? I could crush him in a second. Exactly. Yidong's skills are nothing special, he only relied on Lan Lan to back him up. Now that Lan Lan's left him for some unknown reason, and all his companions have been severely injured by us. What can he do? It's a pity we didn't finish them off. That kid is now all alone. He has no chance of making a comeback. Ha ha. Old District. The checkpoint guard kept glancing back at Yidong, his eyes occasionally darting to the computer screen, clearly unsure of what to do. At that moment, a group approached, preparing to enter the Old District. The squad leader immediately recognized Yidong standing behind the guard. His hand trembled in fear, almost dropping his Hunter-S license to the ground. Why Yidong? When did you return? From the Luoyun tribe? Yidong's gaze moved to the tribal insignia on the man's waist. From today onward, the Old District will be fully under the control of my Dawn tribe. Anyone who isn't a member of the Dawn tribe is forbidden from entering. The Luoyun tribe members were dumbfounded. The checkpoint guard was equally stunned. He finally understood why Yidong had told him to find a new job. Yidong intended to stop other tribes from hunting in the Old District entirely. The guard turned back nervously, casting a cautious glance at Yidong. He whispered, Yidong, isn't this a bit too aggressive? The Old District doesn't belong to you alone, it's a shared space for everyone. Yidong let out a cold laugh. Anyone who wants to die can give it a try. If you're thinking of sneaking in through another way, then be ready to face the consequences. With that, he activated the Eye of the Heavenly Emperor, allowing him to survey the entire old district. The surrounding walls were over 10 meters high, and the entire district had only one entry point. Now the other entrance had already been sealed. Anyone trying to enter the district wouldn't escape his notice. At this moment, one of the Luoyun tribe members spoke up. He sized Yidong up with a disdainful snort. So, you're doing all this to avenge Lin Jian and the others, huh? Too bad for you, Yidong. The vice leader of Tianmen is Luo Shunfeng's blood brother. He is a third-tier ability user, an A-rank mutant of the Cretaceous Tyrant Dragon. Plus, with thousands of tribe members on his side, how could you possibly stop us on your own? You'd better know your place and surrender. With that, the man swaggered into the checkpoint, followed by 4 others. Yidong didn't move. The 4 men smirked as they passed him. We're already inside. Yidong, what are you going to do about it? Kill me. It's been half a month, and your boasting skills seem to have improved quite a bit. No one but Dawn tribe members can enter the old district? Come on now, how many of the Dawn tribe are even left? Those guys you're talking about are probably still lying in the ICU, and it's hard to say if they'll even wake up. Ha ha. The checkpoint guard, though unclear about the exact situation, could see Yidong being mocked. Yet, Yidong remained expressionless, his gaze growing colder by the second. The guard could sense that something truly terrifying was about to happen. Yidong suddenly raised his right hand, and a beam of white light shot out at the speed of light, instantly piercing through the 5 members of the Luoyun tribe who had swaggered in. Thud, thud, thud. The 5 fell to the ground one after another, not even having time to cry out. The people lining up to enter the checkpoint saw this scene, their legs immediately going weak, and they scattered in all directions. Yidong, are you serious? Are you planning to kill everyone? Tianmen will never let you do this, Yidong. How long can you hold out? The people from Tianmen will be here soon, and you'll regret it then. The crowd accused Yidong of being selfish and foolish, saying he was courting death. Yidong smiled faintly. I said before, no one except members of the Dawn tribe is allowed into the old city. Otherwise, this is the consequence. If you don't believe me, try it. Are you forcing us to leave our current tribes and join your Dawn tribe? Yidong laughed. Sorry, from now on, the Dawn tribe is no longer accepting new members. A collective gasp echoed through the scene. Not allowing members of other tribes into the old city, and the Dawn tribe refusing to accept new members, wasn't this essentially cutting off the survival of other tribes? Yidong's gaze turned cold, and he said in a chilling voice, I originally treated you as people, wanting to help you overthrow Tianmen and reclaim your lives. But since you don't appreciate it, I won't show mercy. Take your time, I have all the time in the world. You want to enter the old city? Then first leave your tribes and become wanderers. This is a simple choice, can't you make it? After speaking, the members of the Tianmen tribe looked up at Luo Lei. That's exactly what he said. He's too arrogant. Now our group chat is about to explode. Many people in the old city are too scared to come out, and those outside don't dare to go in. Everyone's panicking. Luo Lei took out his phone and glanced at the group chat. What should we do? We don't dare to go out now. Who knows if Yidong has left? Where are you all? I'm just outside the old city. Yidong really did kill 5 members of the Luoyun tribe and isn't letting us in. How many people does he have with him? How can he be so arrogant? Those outside the old city don't move recklessly. Yidong hasn't touched the people outside because they haven't crossed the checkpoint. Those inside the old city don't move either. Yidong is killing anyone he sees. He's completely lost it. Luo Lei placed his phone face down on the table, pulled a gold coin from his pocket, and gently tossed it into the air before slapping it onto the table. After looking at the coin, Luo Lei smiled faintly. I was wondering why he suddenly went to the old city alone. Turns out, this was his plan. Don't panic. Pass down the order for the brothers in the old city to gather. Outnumbering him, what can he do? Even if we can't beat him, with inside-outside coordination, even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he'd still have to kneel. He glanced at his watch. I'll give you 30 minutes. In 30 minutes, I want to see him kneeling on the ground. After speaking, he pointed to the conference room door and pulled out a sleep mask. Dismissed. I'm going to rest for a bit. At this moment, The entrance to the old city checkpoint was already surrounded by people trying to get in. Not to mention tribe members, even those unaffiliated with any tribe didn't dare to act recklessly. Some even took out their phones and started live streaming, pointing their cameras directly at Yidong. Everyone look, this is the guy Yidong. He's an S-class elemental ability user, and he's so arrogant that he's blocking the entrance to the old city, not letting anyone in. If someone gifts me a sports car, I'll go deal with him right now. The comments section exploded with activity. Thirsty Fish, an S-class elemental ability user? Humph, does he think he's invincible? How dare he block the road? Man in the wind. Isn't he blocking the road just for dragon coins? Just give him a few bucks and be done with it, haha. ID 133113. Streamer, stop bragging. If he really is an S-class elemental ability user, would you dare to deal with him? Do you even have the skills for that? Leopard Head Zero Charge. S-class? So what? I'm an SSS class elemental ability user. I could take him down with one hand. Meanwhile, major news outlets rushed to the scene and began live broadcasting. Hello, I'm a reporter from Dragon Boat TV. May I ask you a few questions? A young female reporter in a black professional outfit smiled sweetly, her curves adding to her charm. She believed the S-class elemental ability user before her would surely agree to the interview. After all, wasn't he doing this to showcase his power and attract attention? You're already in the old district. Do you know what that means? Yidong stared coldly at the female reporter. The middle-aged cameraman behind her suddenly felt his shoulder grow heavy. Looking down, he saw that the camera had been frozen solid. With a startled cry, he dropped the equipment, shattering it into pieces. Sir, the female reporter swallowed hard, her forced smile now unnatural. Yidong continued, it means I can tear you to pieces at any moment. Ah, the female reporter screamed, collapsing to the ground and scrambling backward in terror, repeatedly apologizing. I'm sorry, I'll leave right away. Yidong snorted coldly, ignoring her. Yidong! A shout came from behind him. With the Heavenly Emperor's eye, Yidong instantly understood what was happening. 10 minutes ago, the old district's tribal members had begun gathering, clearly targeting him. He turned to look, recognizing a few familiar faces among the shouting crowd, but Lin Fan and the others were nowhere to be seen. Mist concealing Frost Ring. Yidong focused his thoughts, and a circle of blue light instantly surrounded him. A wave of cold air spread rapidly across the old district like a fan. The ground froze instantly, and the ice layer advanced swiftly toward the enemies. Run quickly. In the live-streamed phone footage, Yidong stood with his back to the camera, while the area ahead transformed into a frozen wasteland. The arrogant crowd descended into chaos, with those who ran too slowly turning into ice sculptures. What happened next was shocking. The old district was transforming into a frozen world. The ground, pebbles, grass, and trees were all covered by a thin layer of ice, maintaining their original forms but encased in frost. The ice spread slowly but froze everything in its path without exception. The tribal members who had gathered were forced back into the old district by the cold wave. Mist spirits. Yidong focused his thoughts again. 10 mist spirits immediately appeared around him. A fierce wind howled, and heavy snow blanketed the sky. The old district's climate changed completely in an instant. An ice-crafted grand chair gradually took shape, and Yidong sat down on it. In a cold voice, he shouted to the tribal members outside the old district. I want to see Luo Lei, Lin Fan, Luo Shinfeng, and Luo Yun within 10 minutes. If they don't show up, I'll kill everyone here. Don't think I won't dare. His gaze was so chilling that no one doubted him. This wasn't he a threat. Does he really think he can kill everyone here? Who does he think he is? Impressive, Luo Lei. Should we go teach him a lesson? He's an S-level elemental ability user. Don't underestimate him. If it comes to a fight, it's no joke. The person sending the message saw that everyone was still joking around and had no choice but to send a photo of Yidong. Take a good look. He's really planning to kill everyone in the old district. The place is already frozen over by him. He said there will no longer be an old district in Jinghai. He's going to use his powers to make it completely disappear. Wow, that's incredible. I really want to see this. Just big talk. I want to see how he plans to make the old district disappear. Is he drunk? How could he drink to this extent? I need to go check it out. The middle-aged man sending the message glanced at the names on his phone. It was Lin Fan and Luo Yun. Faced with the disparity in status, he could only shake his head helplessly and put down his phone. Meanwhile, people around him were continuously sending messages to the group chat. It wouldn't be long before the old district became lively. Yidong glanced down at the time on his phone. 5 minutes had already passed. Within these 5 minutes, rumors about the old district spread like a virus throughout Jinghai City. At the same time, the War Academy, the Bureau of Martial Security, the Alliance Center, and hunters from various districts in Jinghai were all closely monitoring the old district's developments on their phones. Director Wang looked at the information on his phone and then at Captain Su, who was reporting beside him, and asked in confusion, "Why are you showing me this? But when did that kid come back? He didn't even say hello." Captain Su said awkwardly, "Director Wang, Yidong doesn't seem to be joking. If he really uses his powers to freeze the entire old district, then the tens of thousands of hunters in Jinghai City will have nowhere to hunt, and the economy will definitely take a hit." Director Wang laughed and said, "The old district is already a small beast nest. We can't make it disappear. The higher-ups don't bother with it. If Yidong can truly make the old district vanish, wouldn't that be a good thing?" Captain Su said helplessly, "But if the old district really disappears, wouldn't he become a public enemy? Many hunters rely on that place to make a living." Director Wang walked to the window, looking at the bustling streets and tall buildings outside, and said, "Let him be. After all, the old district is a place no one manages. Besides, I don't think he'd stir up such a big commotion for no reason." Sujin couldn't believe that Director Wang actually didn't plan to intervene. On second thought, it made sense. The old district was an untouchable forbidden zone, and the Bureau of Martial Security couldn't manage it. Moreover, the other party was Yi Dong, an S-level elemental ability genius. The Alliance Center's senior executives vaguely understood Yi Dong's intentions. Several elders gathered for a serious meeting. If the old district really disappears, those hunters will have nowhere to vent their frustrations, and chaos will ensue. You need to find a way to stop this. If the old district is gone, isn't there anywhere else? There's the Beast Valley to the north. Although the beasts there are stronger, it could improve the coordination abilities of the tribe members. I think it's feasible. Beast Valley is over 100 kilometers away. If hunters are forced to go there, I doubt anyone would want to stay in the tribe. They'd still have to pay alliance fees every month. The market would shrink, and over time, the Alliance Center's purpose would be lost. What do we do then? The group fell silent. The number of hunters decreased, the tribe's development was hindered, and it might even disband. With fewer tribes, the maintenance costs of the Alliance Center would also drop, and its value would be greatly diminished. By then, they might all have to change positions. What? Luo Lei took off his goggles, stood up abruptly, glared angrily at the young man delivering the news, grabbed his collar, and asked, "You're saying that kid gave me an ultimatum? Meet him within 10 minutes, or he'll kill all the tribe members in the old city." The young man nodded fearfully. "Not just you, but also our leader, Lin Fan, and Luo Yun." Yidong provided a list. If he doesn't TC these 4 people within 10 minutes, he'll wipe out all the tribe members in the old city and make the old city disappear completely. If the old city is gone, the brothers will have nowhere to hunt. Please, for the sake of the brothers, go meet him. Treat it as going to deal with him. Do I need you to teach me how to do my job? Luo Lei cursed angrily, throwing the young man aside, then turned to Luo Shinfeng and said, "This Yidong really doesn't know his place, acting like a god just because of his elemental abilities. Brother, let us go meet him now and show him what we're made of." Luo Shinfeng's face lit up with joy as he nodded. "Let us go." In less than 10 minutes, the main members of the Bureau of Martial Peace, the Alliance Center, and the first tribe of Tianmen had all arrived at the scene. During these 10 minutes, Yi Dong's position had changed drastically. People could no longer see him with the naked eye. At this moment, Yi Dong was hiding inside an ice fortress formed from condensed ice blocks, which was connected to the old city behind him. Half of the old city was a snowy landscape, while the other half was a primeval forest. The tribe members who had previously hunted in the old city were now hiding in the primeval forest. The exotic beasts in the city had all hidden away, not a single one in sight. Luo Lei looked up at the naturally formed ice fortress, his eyes full of disdain, and shouted loudly, Yidong, come out. I'm here. Welcome, come on in. The ice fortress slowly opened a door. Luo Lei glanced at Luo Shenfeng beside him, whose face was grim as he shook his head and said, Don't go in. You'll suffer. Make him come out. Luo Lei sneered. If I were afraid of him, I wouldn't have come. You wait here, I'll go in and see what tricks he is up to. Big brother, don't fall for his trap. Luo Shenfeng tried his best to dissuade him, but it was useless. Luo Lei stepped into the ice fortress, and a wave of cold air hit him, making him rub his arms involuntarily. But when he saw Yi Dong sitting in the center of the ice fortress, he laughed. You went to all this trouble just to see me? Want me to apologize to your brothers? Say sorry. Bang. The ice fortress door slammed shut, and 10 mist spirits emerged from the ground. The temperature inside the ice fortress plummeted, the cold piercing Luo Lei's body like sharp blades. His face turned pale instantly, and just as he was about to make a move, Yidong spoke, Have your brother Luo Shenfeng, as well as Luo Yun and Lin Fan, come in. Luo Lei's expression changed, and he said coldly, Do you even know what you're saying? Don't talk to me in a commanding tone. Yidong sneered. Haven't you realized yet that you're close to death? If you want to live a little longer, you'll have to listen to me. Luo Lei glanced around at the white mist, then looked at Yidong and said indifferently, It's indeed cold here, but it's not unbearable for me, as long as I activate beast transformation. Suddenly, a blue halo appeared around Yidong's body. Swish! Luo Lei's body was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture, with only his neck and head exposed. He struggled desperately, discovering that the blood-red ice was incredibly hard and impossible to break free from. The entire ice fortress reflected a blood-like red hue. He felt as if his body was being oppressed by a terrifying force, ready to penetrate his skin and harm him at any moment. Luo Lei looked at Yidong in panic. You've already broken through to Tier 3? Yidong replied coldly. Let your brother, Luo Yun, and Lin Fan come in. I don't have the patience to wait. Damn it. Was he too confident? Did he underestimate this guy's strength? Now he couldn't move and could only rely on his brother to come in and help break the ice. Once the ice was broken, he would kill Yidong. After all, this was the old district. Even if Yidong was an S-level elemental ability user, so what? He had stirred up such a big mess someone would surely give him a reason to kill Yidong. Luo Shenfeng, Luo Yun, Lin Fan, all of you come in. Outside the ice fortress, Luo Shenfeng's face was full of worry. Seeing no movement inside, he thought something had happened to his brother. Hearing his brother's shout, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to Luo Yun and Lin Fan and said, Looks like Yidong has already been subdued by my brother. Let's go in and see how this kid meets his end. Luo Yun and Lin Fan were initially a bit nervous, but upon hearing this news, they both secretly relaxed. Lin Fan said to Luo Shenfeng, I made the right choice joining your team. Brother Luo Lei is indeed formidable. Luo Yun chuckled lightly on the side, expressing agreement. The three of them entered the ice fortress one after another. Outside the old district, people were like ants on a hot pan, arguing incessantly. What's happening inside? Why is the ice such a terrifying color? It's actually blood red. The temperature here is too low, the wind is too strong, and sound and smell are completely isolated. Something big must have happened. Luo Shenfeng was the first to enter the ice fortress. He saw Yidong sitting calmly on an ice-made grand chair and froze for a moment. Then, noticing Luo Lei frozen into an ice sculpture nearby, his eyes widened in shock, and he hurried over, asking nervously, Brother, what's wrong? Are you okay? Luo Lei snorted coldly, glaring at Yidong, and said, I'm fine. Help me break the ice. Once I'm out, I'll snap this kid's neck. Yidong ignored Luo Lei's threat, stood up, and walked toward Lin Fan and Luo Yun. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of ice being struck echoed. Unfortunately, the ice was too hard, and several punches had no effect. The ice fortress was bone-chillingly cold, and Luo Yun and Lin Fan couldn't help but shiver. Even breathing felt like inhaling knives, making them extremely uncomfortable. Yidong got closer and closer, and Lin Fan and Luo Yun kept glancing at Luo Lei. They knew they were no match for Yi Dong and had only dared to come here relying on Luo Lei and Luo Shinfeng. Lin Fan, I heard you were the one who planned for Lin Jian and the others to come to the old district with you. Yi Dong's voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. Lin Fan shuddered violently and stammered. I was instructed by someone. It was Luo Lei who told me to do it. If you want revenge, go after him. I have nothing to do with this, Yi Dong. Yi Dong's gaze grew even colder. Back then, when I said I wanted to go to war with Tianmin, you were the first to run away. Later, when the Dawn tribe became the #1 tribe, you shamelessly came to join us. At that time, I wasn't around otherwise. How could I have let a deserter like you stay? Lin Jian was a good person, which is why he agreed to let you in. Not only did you not show gratitude, but you also conspired with others to harm him? The law may tolerate you, but I won't. Especially here, in the lawless zone. Yi Dong let out a cold chuckle, his finger lightly pressing against Lin Fan's neck. A beam of white light shot through Lin Fan's neck. Lin Fan convulsed in pain for a brief moment before dying. His body froze rapidly in the frigid air. Luo Yun, standing nearby, widened his eyes in shock. Yi Dong had actually killed Lin Fan. Then, would he be next? Luo Yun's legs went weak with fear, nearly causing him to collapse. He instinctively bolted toward the entrance, only to find that the door had been sealed shut. As if by reflex, Luo Yun looked toward Luo Lei. At this moment, Luo Shinfeng was wielding a sharp blade, relentlessly striking at the icy layer encasing Luo Lei. The blood-streaked red ice layer only scattered a few shards of crimson ice crystals, having no significant effect. Luo Shinfeng cast a look of despair at Luo Lei. He had used all his strength, but he couldn't break through this blood ice. Luo Lei gradually lost feeling below his neck. His face twisted in pain as he roared at Yi Dong. Yi Dong, if you've got the guts, let me go. We'll fight fair and square. Hearing this, Yi Dong turned to Luo Yun and said, It seems someone is even more desperate than you. Wait here for me. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Dong began walking toward Luo Lei. Seeing Luo Lei's furious and helpless expression, his mood brightened. Fair and square? You manipulated Lin Fan and the others to lure out my brothers, then relied on your numerical advantage to bully those who were outnumbered. Is that what you call fair? Let me tell you, even if I unfreeze you, your body below the neck is already dead. The cold has invaded your body, freezing your flesh, blood, and bones. Unfortunately, you can't feel the agony of being slowly consumed by ice. It seems the temperature is too low for you to notice. I'll make improvements in the future to ensure my enemies die in even greater pain. Luo Shinfeng, hiding behind Luo Lei, looked panicked. If what Yi Dong said was true, their greatest hope was gone. Was the worst outcome that everyone would die here? The most ironic part was that they had come to kill Yi Dong themselves. Luo Lei was utterly terrified by Yi Dong's words. Completely terrified. Just being frozen in blood ice had rendered his body a total loss. Was this the power of the extreme cold ice soul? Luo Lei was filled with regret. He should have fought with all his might to attack Yi Dong from the beginning, killing him as quickly as possible. But he had been too arrogant, never taking Yi Dong seriously. He was an A-grade tyrant dragon mutant. What did it mean to be a tyrant? It meant being a natural-born ruler. Everyone who saw him could only submit. Even an S-grade elemental ability user like Yi Dong Shun-Ti have been an exception. But the outcome was far beyond his expectations. Luo Lei let out a scream filled with a mix of resentment and regret, his voice heart-wrenching, wretched, and despairing. Yi Dong's expression remained cold as he stared at the hopeless people before him. You should have anticipated this outcome before provoking me. The four of you are the main culprits, so I'll deal with you first. In the frozen old city, I'll disband all the tribes. With a single thought, Yi Dong summoned the mist spirits, who immediately surged forward. In an instant, they encased all three of them in an ice fortress. This was not a matter of technique, but sheer overwhelming power. Yi Dong walked out of the ice fortress, startling the people outside. Why is it only Yi Dong coming out? What about Luo Lei and the others? Yi Dong looks completely unharmed. Could Luo Lei and the others be dead inside? Does that mean we're next? Run! Boom! In an instant, All the tribe members surrounding the old city scattered in every direction. Those who were already safe kept asking about the situation in the old town on their phones. What is going on? Can we get out? Did Luo Lei kill Yidong? Luo Lei and his group were probably killed by Yidong. We all escaped. Those of you still in the old town, run quickly. Luo Lei is dead too. What happened? Isn't Yidong alone. Is it true? It's true, absolutely true. They're all dead. We all ran. The group chat fell silent, no one dared to speak. Yidong looked at the people still standing at the entrance to the old town. They didn't seem like tribe members, and among them was someone named Su Zhan. Yidong wasn't surprised by Su Zhan's appearance. But unfortunately, this was the old town, a place outside the law, where the Wu and Bureau couldn't reach. When Su Zhan saw Yidong, he quickly stepped forward and asked, Yidong, I'm guessing you've already avenged yourself, right? Is this matter over now? Yidong replied coldly. The tribes in the Alliance Center are like weather vanes, shifting with the wind. My brothers were severely injured and ended up in the ICU, and they were involved. They forced my brothers into a corner. I just gave them a little lesson. Is that excessive? Su Zhan's mouth twitched slightly, unable to refute. At that moment, the person in charge of the Alliance Center approached Yidong. An elderly man with graying hair and black-framed glasses first smiled at Yidong, then said, Yidong, we understand your desire to avenge your brothers. But if the old town is gone, many people will lose their livelihoods completely. These people rely on this place to survive. You need to understand that. Yidong sneered. Can't they hunt elsewhere? Do they have to stay here? The person in charge gave a bitter smile. There are indeed other hunting grounds, but they're far away. Hunting there is 10 times, even 100 times more dangerous than usual. The hunting time would be greatly extended, and the risks and mortality rates would increase. Sorry, that has nothing to do with me. Yidong, please reconsider. Su Zhan quickly reached out to block the person in charge, who was about to step forward, and said, Careful, ahead is the old town. The person in charge froze for a moment, then realized they hadn't entered the old town because they didn't dare. If they did, what awaited them wouldn't be persuasion, but bone-chilling cold. At that moment, 10 mist spirits appeared beside Yidong. With a slight thought, the mist spirits instantly burrowed underground and rushed toward the old town. Yidong deliberately controlled the mist spirits' positions, driving out the people in the old town one by one. He knew he couldn't go too far, otherwise it would provoke public outrage and be counterproductive. Under the eye of the Heavenly Emperor, a visible chill spread rapidly, freezing everything in its path. Within 10 minutes, the old town would completely disappear from this world, turning into an ice sculpture park for people to admire. Headline news: S-Class Elemental Ability User Enraged. Old town completely frozen and gone. Yesterday afternoon, Yidong, an S-Class Elemental Ability user with extreme cold ice soul powers, flew into a rage and froze the entire old town. According to insiders, the incident stemmed from a tribal conflict. The internet was filled with criticism, but many also supported Yidong. Wolf's Extinction Spirit commented, If it weren't for this incident, I wouldn't even know who Yidong is. There's actually an S-level elemental ability user in our city. While it's a good thing, his actions remind me of the demon King Zhang Weijian from the War Academy back in the day. Thirsty Cat said, The old city has turned into a world of ice and snow. It's said that the Bureau of Martial Security has sent people to search the area, but found no living creatures. I heard this place will become a tourist spot in the future, and we ordinary folks will be able to see those frozen exotic beasts. Pretty interesting. ID 888112 commented. He sealed off the entire old city just to stand up for his brother. Do you know how many hunters will lose their jobs because of this? It's a complete abuse of power, way too extreme. I bet he's the second demon king of Jinghai. Huh, white is white, remarked. This is the world of ability users. Isn't it? They go to war at the drop of a hat, life and death decided in an instant. We spectators shouldn't view this with the mindset of ordinary people. Zoro revealed. I heard the head of the Alliance Center and the captain of the Bureau of Martial Security both went to persuade Yidong, but he wouldn't listen at all. There are also posts exposing internal tribe chat logs. Go check them out. They're hilarious. At first, some people were planning to teach Yidong a lesson, and someone even wanted to beat him up. But the next day, all those group chats were disbanded. Latest news. Out of the 30-plus tribes in the alliance sent, Lin Jian finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. So that's how it is. Yidong walked to the bedside, sat down heavily, and said, "You don't need to blame yourself too much. I've already avenged our brothers. Just focus on recovering and regaining your strength." Lin Jian nodded with a troubled expression. After leaving the hospital, Yidong went to the War Academy and opened a private training room with 20 times gravity in the gravity chamber. Since returning last night, he had received many greetings. Upon learning that Lin Jian had woken up early this morning, he rushed back immediately. Now he finally had some time to himself. Last night, he froze the old city district, which was teeming with beasts. He also killed Luo Lei, a third-tier ability user, along with 3 second-tier ability users. He believed he had gained a considerable number of enhancement points, which he could use gradually. Yidong found a spot to sit down and summon the system. Host. Yidong level. 3rd tier, 6-star, 7th-stage ability. S-level type. Extreme Frost Ice Soul Strength. 244 plus Vitality. 242 plus Speed. 145 plus Energy. 26 plus Martial Technique. Dragon Essence Bone Strengthening Technique Perfected Martial Body. Copper Skin Iron Bone Skills. Ice Vein Finger Perfected. No Distance Advance Plus. Mist Conceal Frost Ring Advance Plus. Energy Gathering Finger Cannon Advanced Plus. Emperor's Eye Advanced Plus. Mist Spirit Advanced Plus Special Techniques. Advanced Full Concentration. Advanced Boiling Blood Demonization Initial Enhancement Points. 28,370 Yidong's eyes narrowed sharply. Over 20,000 enhancement points were quite substantial. However, it seemed slightly less than he had anticipated. This might be because his realm was too high, although he had killed all the beasts in the old city district. Most of them were low level, so the points gained were naturally limited. This was also evident from the level progression. Next came the allocation of these 20,000 plus enhancement points. With his current strength, he could hold his ground even in the military district. A person's power mainly depends on the skills they master and the 4 basic attributes. Currently, his 4-dimensional attributes were more than double those of an A-level martial arts mutant. He could easily enhance his vitality to 1,000 points, achieving the first step toward awakening dominance. But solely focusing on one attribute felt wasteful. A comprehensive enhancement was necessary to maximize physical strength. Since his skills were usable, he decided to prioritize enhancing the 4-dimensional attributes. Enhancing 1 point of strength required 100 enhancement points. Enhancing 1 point of vitality required 200 enhancement points. Enhancing 1 point of speed required 500 enhancement points. Enhancing 1 point of energy required 1,000 enhancement points. Using over 20,000 enhancement points for a comprehensive upgrade of the 4 attributes, the allocation was as follows. Consume 4,000 enhancement points to increase strength by 40 points. Consume 8,000 enhancement points to increase vitality by 40 points. Consume 10,000 enhancement points to increase speed by 20 points. Total consumption, 22,000 enhancement points. Remaining, 6,370 points. Yidong slowly opened his eyes, feeling his muscles contracting and pulsating as if some power was about to erupt from within. A warm current flowed through his body, and the pressure from the 20-fold gravity seemed noticeably lighter. That Holy Spirit fruit previously boosted my vitality and strength by 100 points each, which translates to tens of thousands of enhancement points. Truly a treasure. Yidong chuckled, looking at the remaining 6,370 enhancement points, and allocated them all to energy. After the enhancement, his 4-dimensional attributes became strength, 284, vitality, 282, speed, 165, energy, 32. Feeling his body growing stronger, Yidong's face showed a satisfied smile. The system attributes are hidden attributes, so what are my own actual attributes? It is said that with each level of advancement, the body gains about 10 attribute points. Based on his current state of 3-stage 4-star, his true attributes should be around 340 points. This value of 340 is the total sum of his original 4 basic abilities. It's not as if any single ability has surpassed 340 points. If that were the case, it would be simply too exaggerated. The total of the 4 basic abilities reaches 340, and since each ability user has different types of abilities, the strengths and weaknesses of the 4 abilities also vary significantly. For example, ability users of the physical combat type usually have the strongest strength and vitality. Elemental ability users, on the other hand, have energy attributes that far surpass the other 3. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was knocking on the door. Yidong was slightly startled and looked up. Mu Jian waved at him through the glass window, her smile growing brighter. It had been a long time since he had seen Mu Jian. What was she here for? Yidong got up, walked to the door, and opened it. Mu Jian said excitedly, "Yidong, you're trending again recently. The internet is full of news about you, but there are also quite a few people criticizing you." Yidong smiled wryly. "They can criticize all they want, it's not like I can stop them. Did you come here just to tell me this?" "Of course not." Mu Jian sighed helplessly. "I was in the middle of training when I suddenly got a call from my dad asking if I knew where you were. I thought you might be in the virtual combat room or the gravity room, but I didn't expect you to actually be here." "Your dad is looking for me?" Mu Jian shook her head. "Not my dad. The principal is looking for you. It's probably about what you did a few days ago. You'd better be ready to face some punishment." Yidong was speechless. Why did she sound like she was enjoying this? Yidong headed to the principal's office. Before he could knock, the principal spoke. "Come in, the door is not locked." From the principal's tone, Yidong could tell that he wasn't in a good mood. Sighing helplessly, he pushed the door open and entered. Principal Lu's expression was stern as he looked at Yidong. "Was it you who caused the incident in the old city?" Yidong smiled awkwardly. "Principal, if you're here to scold me, then I'll take my leave first." Principal Lu said irritably. "Feeling full of yourself now, are you?" "Not really," Yidong replied timidly. "Stop pretending. Come in and sit down," the principal said. "I have something serious to discuss with you." Yidong sat down, took a deep breath, and looked at the principal. Suddenly, the principal smiled. "The old city spans over a dozen square kilometers, and you managed to turn it into an ice city. Your strength far exceeded my expectations. I'm actually quite pleased. Why would I scold you?" Yidong was a bit confused. "Principal, if you're not scolding me, then why are you looking for me? What's the matter?" "It's about the old city. Since it's been turned into an ice city, most of the beast hunters in Jinghai City have nowhere to hunt. When people have nothing to do, they're bound to cause trouble. To prevent that, the higher-ups have instructed me to send you to the northern Beast Valley to establish a base and relocate the beacon base from the old city there. Your task is to map the terrain of the exotic Beast Valley and record the strength and distribution of the exotic beasts. Once approved, your mission will be considered complete." Yidong's expression changed slightly as he asked in confusion, "Is this a reward or a punishment?" "Consider it a punishment." "Oh, and if anything unexpected happens, you'll be fully responsible until the base is completed," Principal Lu said, glaring at him. "You went too far before, but you also demonstrated your abilities. This is a balance of reward and punishment. If you complete the task, you can be directly recommended to any military department. Of course, you can also choose to go to a military district." There was an underlying meaning in Principal Lu's words. Most people would likely choose the military department. However, Lu Huakai was Yidong's martial arts mentor, and Yidong had once declared in front of the commanders of the 4 major military departments that he wanted to go to Lu Huakai's military district. Many people knew about this. If Yidong went to the Hongya military district, it would also be a help to Lu Huakai. Principal Lu clearly preferred that he choose the Hongya military district over the military department. Yidong shook his head helplessly. "Principal, I can't do this. Lately, it's either been reorganizing the tribes or fighting tooth and nail with the Beastman Kingdom. I just want to relax for a bit and stabilize my strength." Principal Lu snorted coldly. "You don't have a choice in this matter. If you don't do it, can the exotic beast hunters in the Jinghai district remain calm? This is a solution the higher-ups came up with for you. If you can get the beacon base operational again in the exotic Beast Valley, the hunters will have a livelihood, and it will be thanks to you. If they're dissatisfied, they'll just have to put up with it. In short, set off immediately and report to the beacon base first." Yidong looked resigned. Although he was unwilling, He had no choice but to comply. Leaving the War Academy, Yi Dong was still mulling over the matter. Principal Lu's intentions were clear, to have him use his achievements to offset his previous mistakes by developing a second base similar to the old city. This way, the exotic beast hunters would have a new hunting ground and wouldn't hold a grudge against him for freezing the old city. Yi Dong hailed a cab to the beacon base. The once bustling beacon base had become eerily quiet. The old city was now a massive frozen zone, with not a single living exotic beast in sight. Naturally, exotic beast hunters no longer gathered there. During this time, he had been heavily criticized online. Some streamers even fabricated stories about him and broadcasted them live, while many influencers took the opportunity to stir up drama, causing the topic to trend. By now, it was likely that the whole world knew there was someone named Yi Dong in Jinghai City. Yi Dong himself paid no attention to any of this. He didn't have time to browse the internet or watch videos. From a distance, he saw someone standing at the entrance of the beacon base. It was a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in a military uniform with an ID badge hanging around his neck, clearly a staff member of the base. When the man saw Yi Dong, his expression was complicated. First, he looked surprised, then angry, and finally forced a smile as he walked over. "Mr. Yi, I'm Zhao Qinggang, the person in charge of the beacon base." "Welcome." Yi Dong smiled and shook hands briefly. "You should know why I'm here. When do we set off?" "Who's coming along?" Zhao Qinggang replied with a smile. "The main task this time is to assist Mr. Yi in entering the exotic beast valley. There aren't many people going, just a driver and an artist. Of course, Mr. Yi will also be responsible for the artist's safety. I hope you'll take good care of her." It seemed Yi Dong had underestimated the situation. Understandable. The Valley of Exotic Beasts is very far from here, and you must take the highway to get there. The area surrounding the highway is a wilderness, with some sections having walls and electric fences, but many parts without. After all, building walls and electric fences along the entire highway network of the country would require astronomical amounts of manpower and resources. Wouldn't that be as costly as Emperor Qin Shi Huang building the Great Wall in ancient times? Once Mr. Yi and the artist finished drawing the topographic map and the monster distribution map of the Valley of Exotic Beasts, our professional team will review them. After approval, the beacon base will be relocated directly to establish a new base there. This is a long-term project, and we are very grateful for Mr. Ye's help. Zhao Qinggang's words carried a deeper meaning. Building a new base is time-consuming. It could take a year or two, or just a few months, and requires significant investment. If Yi Dong hadn't frozen the old city, they wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Moreover, the Valley of Exotic Beasts is over 100 kilometers away, surrounded by wilderness, which greatly increases the risks for the staff. Zhao Qinggang, constrained by Yi Dong's status, didn't dare to speak too bluntly. Yi Dong didn't take it to heart and smiled without responding. After all, everyone was just running for their own interests. The car to pick up Yi Dong was almost there. Zhao Qinggang greeted him briefly, then turned and left, leaving him to wait there. Half an hour later, a heavily armored van slowly drove into the beacon base. The driver, an elderly man in his 50s, looked Yi Dong up and down and asked, "Are you Yi Dong? Get in." The rear door of the van opened, and Yi Dong immediately saw the artist accompanying him. It was a young girl, about 15 or 16 years old, holding a sketchbook and drawing intently. When she saw Yi Dong, she glanced at him with innocent and curious eyes before quickly returning to her sketching. "Hello, I'm Yi Dong. Looking forward to working with you," he said with a smile as he stepped into the van. The young girl didn't respond, only speeding up her drawing. After the automatic door closed, she tore off a sheet of paper with a rip and handed it to Yi Dong. "This is for you." Could it be a drawing of him? Curious, Yi Dong took the paper and sat down on the seat next to her. When he looked at the drawing, he was slightly stunned. It was a portrait of him, drawn with such precision that it looked like it had been printed, down to the detailed background. The young girl smiled and introduced herself. "My name is Lu Yingying. My ability level is X. My power is visual capture and rapid replication. Everyone calls me the living human camera. Level X. X didn't seem to belong to the standard ability levels. Could it be a special category? Lu Yingying's ability wasn't offensive. It allowed her to quickly capture visual information and replicate it, making it a type of support ability. However, it wasn't particularly useful on the battlefield. Yidong nodded lightly. Living Human Camera is truly a fitting name. No wonder they had you accompany me. By the way, what exactly does Level X mean? Lu Yingying seemed a bit nervous. She had initially thought that this S-level ability genius would have a strange personality and a bad temper. After all, someone who could freeze an entire old city in a fit of anger must be terrifying. Originally, this task wasn't assigned to her, but to several others. However, upon learning they had to work with Yidong, everyone was so scared that they refused. In the end, she was sent instead. Until she met Yidong, she had been just as anxious and fearful as her classmates. But after seeing him, she realized he wasn't as scary as the rumors made him out to be. Lu Yingying gently brushed away a strand of hair stuck to the corner of her mouth with her pinky finger and quickly explained with a smile. Level X actually has a special meaning. In Jinghai City, besides the academy that trains combat-oriented superhumans, there is also a place specifically designed to train those of us with non-offensive special abilities, called X Academy. At X Academy, there are not only people like me who can capture and replicate images through vision, but also superhumans who can only fly, those exceptionally skilled at cooking, those with X-ray vision, and even those who can freely change their body size. After finishing her explanation, Lu Yingying gave Yidong a sweet smile, looking completely non-threatening. Yidong was utterly shocked. An academy for non-offensive superhumans? Just based on abilities, this visual capture power was indeed impressive, especially for intelligence gathering. Carefully putting away the portrait, Yidong said to Lu Yingying, "The journey is still long. You should rest for a while. I'll wake you when we arrive." Over 100 kilometers to go. Lu Yingying, touched by Yidong's gentle demeanor, completely relaxed and softly said, "Everyone says you have a strange temper and a bad personality, but after getting to know you, I realize they're all wrong. You're actually very gentle and have a great personality." She smiled like the girl next door, warm and natural. Strange temper, bad personality, so that's how people describe me? Yidong couldn't help but laugh bitterly. To be honest, the things he did were indeed things few dared to do. For instance, freezing the old city district this time. But who could understand his intentions? If it weren't for crossing the line, he wouldn't have done it at all. The Luo brothers from Tianmin, along with Lin Fan and the others, seemed to be the catalysts of this turmoil. But those indecisive individuals from other tribes were equally culpable. He was merely using his abilities to teach everyone a lesson. Their goal was to follow the crowd and ensure their own interests remained unharmed. Now that the old city district was frozen, everyone's interests were gone. Let's see what they have to say now. But the cost was high. All his previous achievements were erased, and now he had to go to the exotic Beast Valley to map it out and assist with the base's construction. Exhausting work. The car slowly passed through the highway checkpoint and continued along the expressway. Lu Yingying didn't seem to plan on resting, leaning against the window to admire the scenery outside, occasionally sneaking glances at Yidong. Yidong closed his eyes in meditation, though in reality, he was just killing time. 3 hours later, the driver stopped the car and informed them they had arrived. Yidong and Lu Yingying got out of the car, greeted by a barren wasteland surrounded by desolate mountains. In the distance stood a towering mountain that seemed to pierce the clouds, with a large hollow in the middle as if a giant had stomped on it. At the entrance, exotic beast hunters came and went, making it clear this was a hunting ground, though not many people were present. Yidong noticed that the lowest level among these hunters was Tier 2, with a significant number of Tier 3 superhumans. Clearly, this exotic beast valley was not for everyone, only those with confidence dared to come here. Those without it wouldn't even consider it. The driver walked over to Yidong and said, "The entrance to the exotic Beast Valley is just ahead. This area is all wasteland, so the beacon base will likely be built nearby. I'll go measure the wasteland's distance and the artist can move around as you like." Yidong nodded and looked at the slightly nervous Lu Yingying. "Yingying, should we go in now, or would you like to rest a bit first?" Lu Yingying's lips were pale, and she looked visibly tense. The occasional roars of exotic beasts from the valley only heightened her fear. I'm fine, mainly here to check on you." She was clearly forcing herself, evidently not coming here of her own will. The level of the exotic beasts in the Beast Valley was significantly higher than those in the Old City. Lu Yingying had little combat ability, possessing only one special power. The thought of entering such a dangerous place made her fear completely understandable. Yi Dong asked in confusion. Logically, they shouldn't have sent just me. At the very least, they should have arranged a small team, right? That way, it would both protect the artist and improve efficiency. The driver chuckled after hearing this. Originally, soldiers from the beacon base were supposed to come with us, but for some reason, they didn't. You can guess why. Could it be because of him? Yi Dong's expression shifted slightly. This isn't just for me, it's for all the exotic beast hunters of Beacon Base and Jinghai City. Don't they know that? The driver smiled and said, "How could they not know? Let me give you a word of advice, be careful." The driver's words carried a deeper meaning, and Yi Dong immediately felt that something was happening. They were about to enter the Beast Valley. Soon could someone be planning to ambush him? The possibility seemed quite high. Clearly, someone wanted revenge on him. Yi Dong sneered and said, "I'm not afraid. It's you who should be careful. Yingying, follow me." Okay. Yi Dong walked ahead, and Lu Yingying immediately followed. The two slowly made their way toward the Beast Valley. As they approached, Yi Dong noticed that there was actually a checkpoint at the entrance to the valley. However, the checkpoint was quite rudimentary, consisting of a few sharpened logs tied together to form a fence blocking the road. Beside it was a small gate for people to pass through, but entry required payment, and there was someone specifically in charge of collecting fees. The line was sparse, not many people were there. Yi Dong followed the queue, moving forward slowly. Lu Yingying glanced at the fierce-looking exotic beast hunters around her, her heart pounding wildly. Yi Dong looked down and noticed that, at some point, Lu Yingying had grabbed his wrist, her face full of tension. The young girl was clearly a bit scared. Yi Dong recalled how he had felt when he first went to the old city, sensing that the carriage was full of thugs and the air was thick with danger. Clearly, Lu Yingying was feeling the same way now. Yi Dong smiled faintly and said to her, "Don't be nervous. They won't hurt you. If you're scared, you can start by sketching this place." Okay. Lu Yingying picked up her drawing board and quickly sketched the entrance, and surprisingly, she seemed less afraid afterward. At this moment, Yi Dong walked up to the wooden gate and asked the yellow-haired man guarding it, "Brother, this is my first time here. Isn't the Beast Valley supposed to be an ungoverned area? Why are you charging fees here?" The yellow-haired man looked Yi Dong up and down, then sneered. 3 years ago, this place was indeed ungoverned. But our Wilderness Wanderers Guild stopped the beast tide 3 years ago, so this place belongs to us now. Let's get to the point. Entry fee is 10,000 dragon coins, cash or card. How do you want to pay? The Wilderness Wanderers Guild. Yi Dong hadn't heard that this place had been taken over by a guild before coming here. In the Dragon Nation, guilds were allowed and operated like private enterprises, somewhat similar to state-controlled tribes. Although he was only here to map the area and didn't want to meddle, since the guild had taken over, he needed to gather more information for reporting purposes. Who knows, the guild might already have a map of the Beast Valley. Yi Dong smiled and asked the yellow-haired man, "Where's your guild located? Can I meet your leader?" The yellow-haired man looked puzzled. "Why do you want to meet them? Why do you want to see the leader?" "We're from the Jinghai City Bureau of Martial Security, here to survey the terrain," Lu Yingying mustered the courage to say. She had already drawn the entrance. Although nervous, she hadn't forgotten the purpose of their visit. Moreover, she understood Yi Dong's intentions. The two of them indeed needed to gather more information about the Union. Huang Mao's expression shifted slightly. "What are people from Jinghai City doing here? This is the wilderness, not under your jurisdiction, right?" Yi Dong was a bit worried. If they told them that the Bureau of Martial Security was planning to build a base here and open the Valley of Exotic Beasts, how would the Union react? Would they cooperate? Things were getting complicated. Yi Dong patiently explained, "Precisely because of that, I need to meet your leader. Help me arrange it. Just say I have something important to discuss with them." Huang Mao sighed helplessly. "Fine, just don't block the way. Wait here, I'll have one of the guys call the boss." "Thank you." Yi Dong signaled to Lu Yingying with his eyes, and the two of them stepped aside. Lu Yingying asked in a low voice, "Brother Yi, do you plan to tell the Union leader about the Bureau of Martial Security's plan to build a base?" Yi Dong nodded. "Yes, even if we don't tell them, they'll find out sooner or later." Lu Yingying gave a wry smile. I'm worried they won't agree and might take it out on us. This is the middle of nowhere. The young woman had a strong sense of safety. Yidong smiled and nodded. Don't worry, I have a way to talk to them. After waiting for half an hour, a helicopter flew over the Valley of Exotic Beasts and slowly landed near the entrance. Seeing the helicopter, Huang Mao came out from the small gate and said to Yidong, "They're here. Follow me." Yidong said to Lu Yingying, "You go back and find the driver. I'll go talk to them." "All right." Lu Yingying quickly ran toward the driver. Yidong boarded the helicopter. The elderly driver stood below, watching the helicopter gradually disappear into the distance. He couldn't help but chuckle. That kid's pretty smart, going straight to the Union's higher-ups. I thought he'd get mad and freeze the Valley of Exotic Beasts again. Lu Yingying detected the sarcasm in the driver's tone and cautiously asked, "Driver, do you know that the Valley of Exotic Beasts has already been taken over by the Union?" The driver gave a faint smile but didn't answer. 10 minutes later, Yidong looked at the small city-like scene before him and asked Huang Mao beside him, "Where is this?" "This is our Union's camp, called the Wilderness Wanderers Camp. The people you want to meet are all inside. But let me warn you, speak properly once you're in there, and don't cause trouble." Yidong gave a faint smile. "I'm just here to exchange information, not to stir up conflict." The helicopter slowly landed, and waiting to greet him was a bald man with an unsightly scar on his head. The bald man sized up Yidong. His aura was very weak, more like an ordinary person than a cultivator. Why would the Bureau of Martial Security send someone so ordinary to such a dangerous place? Something felt off. The bald man said, "You're the one sent by the Bureau of Martial Security? Our boss happens to be in the camp. Follow me." "All right." Yidong followed the bald man, observing the camp as they walked. This place had already been developed into a small city. Although not large, it had walls to defend against exotic beasts. The air was filled with the scent of metal, indicating significant development. There were also elderly people and children around, seemingly the families of Union members. The streets, restaurants, and entertainment facilities were all complete. This place was quite impressive. The bald man led Yidong to a building named Wilderness Wanderers Guild. After a simple registration, he pushed open the door and entered the building. To be honest, there must be someone in the guild who understands architectural design, otherwise it wouldn't be built so well. The first floor was the mission hall, bustling with people and activity. The guild leader's office was on the top floor, the 13th floor, accessible by a direct elevator. 5 minutes later, Yidong stood at the door of the guild leader's office. The bald man gave him a cold glance. "The boss is inside waiting for you. Go in yourself. Thanks for showing me the way." Yidong smiled, trying to appear non-hostile. The bald man, however, remained indifferent. The more polite Yidong was, the more disdainful he seemed. With a cold snort, he turned and walked toward the elevator. Yidong didn't mind such minor gestures were not worth mentioning. "Knock, knock, knock." Yidong knocked on the door. A deep voice came from inside. "Come in." Pushing the door open, Yidong first saw a middle-aged man with a square face, wearing a vest and holding a cigar in his mouth. Beside him, a young and beautiful female secretary held some documents, speaking softly. If it weren't known to be a guild, the scene could easily be mistaken for a big boss's office. The Wilderness Wanderers Guild leader sized up Yidong and smiled faintly. "Have a seat, guest from afar. Then I won't stand on ceremony." Yidong cautiously scanned the room and slowly sat down. Yidong smiled. "Hello, my name is Yidong. I'm sent by the Martial Security Bureau to survey the terrain of the exotic Beast Valley and draw a map." Straight to the point. At the very least, he wanted everyone present to understand his purpose. The Martial Security Bureau was interested in the exotic Beast Valley. The square-faced man, the guild leader, Su Jiandong, was momentarily stunned before calmly introducing himself. "I am Su Jiandong, the president of the Wilderness Wanderers Guild. May I ask why your Martial Security Bureau is sending you to survey the exotic Beast Valley?" Everyone in the room looked at Yidong. Clearly, they had already guessed his purpose and were just waiting for him to say it himself. Yidong smiled awkwardly. "Actually, it's quite simple. My task this time is to survey the terrain and draw a map. Once the work is completed, it's likely that the higher-ups will send people here to establish a base. At that time, exotic beast hunters from Jinghai City will be brought in, and everyone can share the resources of the exotic Beast Valley. Heh, someone suddenly let out a cold laugh. The atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. Su Jiandong raised an eyebrow and asked in confusion, welcoming more exotic beast hunters to the exotic Beast Valley is a good thing. But he paused for a moment and suddenly asked, would this affect our guild's income in the exotic Beast Valley? Yidong smiled slightly and said, if the guild charges an entrance fee for the exotic Beast Valley, it might affect whether exotic beast hunters are willing to enter the valley to hunt. This also contributes to the establishment of the base. Of course, this is a matter between you and the Marshall Security Bureau. I'm just here to draw maps and survey the terrain. I can't interfere with anything else. Su Jiandong looked at the young man with a faint smile on his face in surprise. This kid looked young, but his words carried weight. I'm just following the rules. Other matters have nothing to do with me. I'm just giving you a heads up. Su Jiandong snorted lightly and said, you sure know how to shirk responsibility. Then let me ask you, if our guild insists on charging normal fees, what do you think the Marshall Security Bureau's reaction will be? Yidong blinked and replied matter-of-factly, the Marshall Security Bureau will definitely strongly oppose it, and there might even be a conflict between the two sides because of it. But this has little to do with me. I'm just responsible for terrain surveying. What are you talking about? A sharp voice came from behind. A man who looked quite similar to Su Jiandong, his face flushed red, stormed forward and asked aggressively, what do you mean by that? Are you provoking us? Yidong stood up. Apart from Su Jiandong, everyone else in the room instantly stood as well, and the atmosphere became extremely tense. Yidong calmly said, I believe that as long as it's within the borders of the Dragon Nation, whether it's mountains, trees, or rivers, they all belong to the state. Your guild doesn't pay taxes to the state every year, and I doubt your guild's name is even officially registered. The exotic Beast Valley has already been listed as a key national project and will soon be implemented. I've heard you've occupied this place for 3 years now. You've made quite a bit of money during these 3 years, but do you still intend to continue acting like kings of the mountain and opposing the Marshall Security Bureau? That wouldn't be very wise. After finishing, Yidong smiled and looked at Su Jiandong. I'm just here to convey what will happen next. We're all smart people. There's no need to escalate things to the point of war. Once the base is built, your guild will also benefit from it. I think this could be a pleasant collaboration. President Su, what do you think? Su Jiandong stared at Yidong and suddenly burst into laughter. Yidong couldn't understand what he was laughing about. Su Jiandong stood up and said to Yidong, you're quite bold. But before I answer your question, let me show you something. Are you interested? Yidong spread his hands. I don't have any urgent matters, so let's take a look. Suddenly, the sound of machinery came from behind, and an elevator descended from the ceiling. Su Jiandong gestured for Yidong to step in. The two of them took the elevator and slowly ascended to the top of the guild building. The rooftop was a small sunroom, offering a view of the entire city. Su Jiandong took a puff of his cigar and said proudly, this place used to be a wasteland. In 3 years, it's developed into a small town. If you give me another 5 years, it could become a third-tier city. Give me 10 years, and it might grow to the size of Jinghai. Now you're asking me to give it all up. Could you let it go? Yidong smiled. The entrance fee for exotic Beast Valley is as high as 10,000 dragon coins, yet hunters from all over still flock here. This shows that the resources here are abundant. It's a lucrative piece of land. But the Marshall Security Bureau is set on building a base here that's already decided. Even if you don't want to give it up, there's no choice. Besides, have you considered that once the base is built, more people will join your guild? That could offset your losses. What do you think? Su Jiandong shook his head and said, I've drawn a blueprint for my future, and no one can change it. It's precisely because of this vision that this place has become prosperous. Over the past few years, I've continuously recruited talent, step by step, to get to where I am today. If you give me another 10 years, I can create a first-tier city comparable to Jinghai and become a true mayor. On the Dragon Nation map, the name of that city will eventually appear. But now you're asking me to give it all up. After speaking, he fiercely extinguished the cigar in his hand. Yidong waved his hand. It's not me asking you to give it up, it's the Marshall Security Bureau. Your abilities and ambitions are admirable, but I'm just a cartographer. Su Jiandong shook his head. No, you're definitely not just a cartographer. A true cartographer wouldn't talk to me like this. Go back and tell your superiors. If you dare to build a base here, I, Su Jiandong, will dare to tear it down even if it costs me my life. That's too extreme. Your thoughts are too extreme. Yi Dong smiled wryly. I advise you not to act recklessly. Cooperate and aim for a win-win situation. At this point, Yi Dong suddenly stopped. Aim for a win-win. After everything he had been through, those 4 words made Yi Dong feel like he had been a naive child back then. Everyone was fighting desperately for their own interests, and Su Jiandong was especially ambitious. Getting him to give up his ideals was as difficult as reaching the heavens. Su Jiandong sneered. What? Even you think what you said is a joke? Yi Dong shrugged and said, I'm just here to draw maps and survey the terrain. I can't handle anything else. I've delivered the message, so I'll be leaving now. Su Jiandong suddenly reached out and pressed down on his shoulder. Kid, did I say you could leave? Yi Dong asked in confusion. Are you planning to keep me for dinner? No need to be so polite, right? You really have no fear of death. Su Jiandong glared at him through gritted teeth. Yi Dong let out a cold laugh. President Su, you're too kind. Can I leave now? Su Jiandong took a deep breath, and his overwhelming anger finally turned into a faint smile as he released his grip. Get lost. Don't let me see you again, and don't let my people catch you in the Valley of Exotic Beasts. Otherwise, your situation will become very dangerous. Yi Dong responded with a cold laugh. Thanks for the reminder. By the way, let me remind you of something too. In the Valley of Exotic Beasts, if you run into me, then you're the ones who'll really be in trouble. Su Jiandong's face darkened instantly. This kid actually dared to warn him? On what grounds? Yi Dong stepped out of the elevator and left the guild building. He was currently in charge of the base's construction, and if the guild delayed the base's progress, Principal Liu would definitely come to him to resolve it. He glanced back at the direction of the rooftop, hoping Su Jiandong would heed his warning. Otherwise, things could get very troublesome. Su Jiandong crossed his arms and stared at Yi Dong's retreating figure, clenching his teeth. Brother, should I send someone? Su Jiandong took a deep breath. This kid isn't as simple as he seems. Don't act rashly for now. Just send a few people to keep an eye on him. Killing him won't be easy, and I don't want to dirty my hands. Pull up the surveillance footage from my office. The square-faced man smiled. I'll arrange it right away. The two of them went downstairs to talk. The boy's death might make the Bureau of Martial Security suspicious of us, but without evidence, they can't do anything to us, Su Jiandong said confidently to his younger brother. Su Jianfeng scratched his head. Brother, if that boy dies, more people will come. Are we going to use the dark sequence to kill them all? Su Jiandong shook his head. No. If too many people die, they won't dare to send anyone else. If we do nothing, we'll just be at their mercy. Got it. As expected of you, big brother. I've learned something new again, Su Jianfeng said with a smile, but suddenly received a message. The brothers gathered around to look. It contained only 2 words, not accepting. Su Jiandong's eyes widened, doubting what he saw, and he quickly told his brother to ask why. Su Jianfeng typed while complaining. Strange, the dark sequence usually doesn't refuse assassination missions. What's going on? The other party sent another message. It contained Yi Dong's personal information. Yi Dong, S-Class Elemental Ability User. Holder of the Dragon Nation's treasure title. Protected by multiple agencies. Strength far surpasses his peers. Major achievements. Traveled to the Beastman's territory and destroyed a 1,000-strong Beastman army. Froze the old district of Jinghai. The message then listed many of Yi Dong's terrifying feats. The dark sequence had previously sent multiple assassins after him, all of whom met tragic ends. Su Jiandong and Su Jianfeng's faces turned ashen. The other party wrote, You're not the first to want him dead. Yi Dong's strength far exceeds his level, his identity is special, and he's an S-Class Elemental Ability User. The cost of killing him is too high, and you can't afford it. We in the dark sequence also don't want to make him an enemy, so we won't take the job. Since you're old clients, we're telling you the reason. Please keep it confidential. The chat window instantly disappeared. Clearly, the dark sequence wanted nothing more to do with them. Su Jiandong's scalp tingled. Although he knew Yi Dong was no ordinary person, he hadn't expected him to be this formidable. Traveled to the Beastman's territory and destroyed a 1,000-strong army? Froze the old district of Jinghai? Isn't that the beast nest next to Jinghai? This guy actually pulled it off. No wonder the Bureau of Martial Security is getting involved in the exotic Beast Valley. Damn Yidong. Su Jianfeng's face darkened. He turned to his brother and asked, "Brother, this is the first time I've encountered an assassination target even the dark sequence won't take on. What do we do now? Are we just going to watch Yidong finish surveying the terrain, return to Jinghai City, and let the Bureau of Martial Security build a base right under our noses, taking everything from us? Ridiculous. How could I possibly allow that?" Su Jiandong trembled with rage, his fists clenched tightly. He was deeply shaken. How could there be an assassination mission even the Dark Sequence wouldn't dare to accept? He suddenly recalled the last words from the Dark Sequence. "Even if we were to take it, the cost is beyond what you can bear." Su Jiandong gritted his teeth. "Keep contacting the Dark Sequence. No matter the cost, I want that boy dead." Yidong returned to the entrance of the exotic Beast Valley. Clearly, the outcome of this proactive contact was not ideal. Not far away, a figure flashed past the window of an armored vehicle, and soon Lu Yingying came running over. "Brother Yi, how did it go? Why are you walking back by yourself?" On the way there, they had sent a helicopter, but now he was walking back. Did the talks fall apart? Yidong glanced at the guild members charging fees at the entrance of the exotic Beast Valley. Clearly, information transmitted by phone was faster than by word of mouth. "I just met the union leader. They're very unhappy about the Wuhan Bureau planning to build a base here, so there might be some minor conflicts. Let's just focus on our own tasks," the driver said casually while retracting the measuring instruments. "The Wilderness Wanderers Union has been rooted here for quite some time. With their strength, they can pull off anything. Mapping and surveying the terrain is easy. The hardest part is figuring out how to make this union voluntarily give up occupying the Beast Valley. Do you think you can do it?" Yidong smiled. "Master, it seems you know the Wilderness Wanderers Union quite well. Why didn't you inform the higher-ups earlier so they could prepare?" The driver chuckled. "How do you know the higher-ups aren't aware? If they were clueless, why would they send you here?" Yidong's expression shifted, urging, "Master, go on." The driver sighed. "The Wuhan Bureau has had its eyes on Beast Valley for a long time. Back when the old city was still around, they didn't intervene, allowing the Wilderness Wanderers Union to grow stronger. Who would permit an unofficial union to keep expanding unchecked? The opportunity has come. Don't you think freezing the old city and punishing them was too lenient? Do you really think you're just here to survey the terrain and that's it?" Yidong furrowed his brows, pondering the driver's words. Clearly, he had underestimated the complexity of the situation. Principal Lu hadn't provided much information, leading him to mistakenly believe the matter was straightforward. It seemed they all knew the truth but deliberately kept it from him. Now that he was here, retreating was no longer an option. "So, besides surveying and mapping, I also have to deal with this union?" Yidong shook his head with a bitter smile. The driver laughed as well. "I've already finished measuring the terrain outside. Things might get dangerous from here on, so I won't stick around. When you're ready to return, call the number on the card, and I'll come pick you up. Good luck, kid, and to the girl with you too." The driver was truly unreliable, planning to leave just like that. Yidong looked at the business card in his hand, speechless. Lu Yingying had a betrayed look on her face. How could he do this? With the car, we could rest when tired. Now that the car is gone, are we supposed to sleep on the streets? Yidong shrugged indifferently. "That's how missions are. You'll get used to it. Let's finish the simple tasks first, and then I'll call the master to come back and pick you up." Lu Yingying finally breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. With a combat power of only 5, she had no desire to get involved in Union wars. Yidong paid the 20,000 entrance fee and led Lu Yingying into Beast Valley. He immediately activated the Eye of the Heavenly Emperor, capturing every detail within a 1,000-meter radius centered on himself. The primary task this time was to understand the types and levels of beasts in the valley. This would provide future beast hunters with a comprehensive understanding of the area, knowing where they could and couldn't go. With the help of the Eye of the Heavenly Emperor, Yidong spent the morning dictating while Lu Yingying recorded, roughly identifying 16 hunting spots frequented by beasts. Lu Yingying stared at the map booklet in her hand, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and complained, "I knew this job would be tough. It's only been a morning, and we've only marked a few hunting spots. We haven't even covered 1/5 of Beast Valley yet. Brother Yi, can we take a break? Lu Yingying looked up at Yi Dong with hopeful eyes. Yi Dong glanced at her, clearly seeing her fatigue, and nodded. All right, let's rest here for a bit. But first, let me tell you about a few nearby beast spots so you can jot them down. Okay. The sound of the pen scratching against the drawing board was clearly audible. At the same time, a helicopter from the Wilderness Wanderers Guild slowly descended. Su Jiandong and a group of guild executives waited below to greet it. 10 people disembarked from the helicopter, varying in height, build, and appearance. But strangely, they all wore white masks, each engraved with a 6-digit number. They lined up in a row like statues, their clothes and hair swaying in the breeze. If not for the visible rise and fall of their chests, one might have mistaken them for stone sculptures. Su Jiandong's eyes lit up, and he hurried forward to greet the assassins standing at the front. Welcome, 10 super assassins of the Dark Sequence. Please come in. Thank you, but no need for formalities. Just tell us where Yi Dong is, and we'll find him ourselves. Su Jianfeng whispered from the side. Truly professional. Su Jiandong replied in a low voice. Indeed. I spent 50 million dragon coins to hire these 10 super assassins. Each of them has reached the peak of the 3rd tier and is a 1 against 100 expert wherever they go. After speaking, he looked up. Yi Dong is currently in the Valley of Exotic Beasts. You should be able to find him there. But I hope you can capture him alive and bring him to me. The lead assassin shook his head and said, capturing Yi Dong alive is harder than killing him. We can't guarantee success, but we'll do our best. All right. Yi Dong glanced up at the sky. It was already afternoon. Lu Yingying had fallen asleep leaning against a tree, exhausted. He didn't have the heart to wake her. At this pace, it would likely take several days to finish. Perhaps it was better to resolve this in the fastest way possible. Lu Yingying, wake up. Lu Yingying covered her mouth in grievance, her eyes brimming with tears, reluctantly standing up. This little girl was so delicate crying after just half a day. Yi Dong couldn't help but laugh. How about this? Let's try to finish the map today, and tomorrow morning I'll have the master come pick you up. How does that sound? Lu Yingying asked worriedly. Can we finish it in one day? Unless we can fly. I can actually fly, Yi Dong said, turning his back to her. I wasn't planning to use this ability, but seeing how tired you are, I decided to use it. Since you want to go back sooner, hop on. Was he asking her to climb onto his back? Could Brother Yi really fly? If he could, they could overlook the Valley of Exotic Beasts from above and capture the entire view. That would make drawing the map much more efficient. But why didn't he fly from the start? She suddenly understood. Asking a girl he just met to climb onto his back? Who would do that? Brother Yi had been considerate of her feelings from the beginning and only decided to use this method after seeing how exhausted she was. Brother Yi truly was a thoughtful person. All right, I'm coming. Lu Yingying broke into a smile and cheerfully climbed onto Yi Dong's back. Yi Dong clamped her waist with his arms to give her a stable support point. Lu Yingying noticed his grip on her waist, feeling both embarrassed and reassured, and placed her feet firmly. Hold on tight, Yi Dong reminded softly, then leapt into the air, soaring straight into the clouds. High above the clouds, the full view of the Valley of Exotic Beasts unfolded before them, a breathtaking sight. Yi Dong asked Lu Yingying on his back, how is it? Can you see clearly? Yes, I can see clearly. Lu Yingying placed the drawing board on his head, her eyes blinking like a camera lens focusing. She quickly began sketching the scene before her, her speed astonishing. Yi Dong could feel the drawing board vibrating on his head. It seemed she was determined to finish as quickly as possible. Yi Dong frowned and looked down. At the entrance of the Exotic Beast Valley, a helicopter suddenly appeared. 10 masked men disembarked from the helicopter. Upon closer inspection, he was shocked to discover that they were assassins from the Dark Sequence, and all of them had 6-digit sequence numbers. In the Dark Sequence, the shorter the sequence number, the stronger the individual. But even without looking at their numbers, the dangerous aura emanating from them was enough to confirm that they were far from ordinary. At the very least, their strength was at mid-level tier 3 or higher. No, perhaps even stronger. Why would the Dark Sequence appear here? Could they be specifically targeting him? Lu Yingying also sensed the tension in the air and asked curiously, Brother Yi, what's wrong? Am I too heavy? Yidong chuckled lightly. I'm a tier 3 ability user, and you're very light. How could I feel you're heavy? But you'd better hurry up with your drawing, we don't have much time. Not much time. Lu Yingying was puzzled, but she trusted Brother Ye's intuition completely and sped up her drawing. I've already drawn the appearances of 67 exotic beasts. Their strength and levels are still unclear, but the sketches are complete. Once they're reviewed, they should be identifiable. Good, keep going, don't stop. Yidong kept his eyes fixed on the 10 dark sequence assassins as they entered the exotic beast valley, quickly advancing in a fan-shaped formation. Could it be that Su Jiandong had hired the dark sequence assassins specifically to obstruct his terrain survey? How foolish. Even if these assassins managed to kill him, wouldn't the Bureau of Martial Security send a second team? This was nothing but a futile struggle. At that moment, Yidong made up his mind. Since Su Jiandong was colluding with the dark sequence, under the laws of the Bureau of Martial Security, this was at least a crime of treason. And in the Dragon Nation, treason was an extremely serious offense. Finished, Brother Yi. Yidong quickly flew to a concealed location outside the exotic beast valley and landed. Lu Yingying jumped off Yidong's back and asked anxiously, Brother Yi, what's wrong? You don't seem quite right. Yidong smiled faintly and said, It seems we can't wait until tomorrow. The dark sequence has already intervened. I'll take you back to Jinghai first. The dark sequence? Lu Yingying's scalp tingled at the mention of the name, and she almost collapsed to her knees. She knew it was an extremely sinister assassin organization. Once targeted by them, the outcome was unimaginably grim. Yidong carried Lu Yingying on his back and flew swiftly toward Jinghai. No matter how hard those assassins searched, they wouldn't be able to find him. An hour later, Yidong delivered Lu Yingying back to the Bureau of Martial Security and then went upstairs to find Director Wang. Director Wang was surprised to see Yidong. Yidong, you've already completed the task I assigned you? Really? Yidong smiled faintly. Are you referring to surveying the exotic Beast Valley map or dealing with the Wilderness Wanderers Guild? Director Wang raised an eyebrow and awkwardly rubbed his nose. It seems you already know, so I won't hide it. This mission isn't just about mapping, it's also about eliminating potential threats, such as the Wilderness Wanderers Guild. Yidong asked in confusion, What exactly is that guild? How is it connected to the dark sequence? Director Wang was astonished. This kid had managed to uncover the Wilderness Wanderers' secrets in just one day? It seems choosing you for this mission was the right decision. How much do you know? Tell me. Yidong sat in front of Director Wang and detailed all the information about the Wild Wanderers. After listening, Director Wang, seemingly prepared, gave a faint smile. Next, you should. Yidong raised his hand to interrupt. In the dark sequence, some people can transform their bodies into elemental states. If one or two of those 10 assassins can do that, I'm afraid I won't be their match, let alone the fact that there are 10 of them. Back then, that second-tier Mercury man had escaped by fully elementalizing his body. To deal with superhumans who can fully elementalize, one must master the Haki skill. Awakening Haki has an extremely high threshold, and even for me, it's hard to achieve in a short time. So, I didn't plan to fight those 10 head-on at the time. Instead, I prioritized bringing Lu Yingying back to avoid underestimating them and suffering losses. Director Wang raised an eyebrow. Yidong's concern was very reasonable. He was also surprised that the other side could hire 10 sequence 6-level assassins. This was clearly a desperate attempt to kill Yidong. Yidong asked, Besides awakening Haki, is there any other way to counter elemental superhumans? Director Wang scratched his head. Dr. Qin from Beihai sent us some equipment to deal with elemental superhumans a while ago. Half of it was taken by Lan Lan, and the rest. Sister Lan, Yidong asked urgently. What did Sister Lan take those things for? Were they to deal with elemental superhumans? Where is she now? When will she be back? Seeing Yidong so anxious, Director Wang thought to himself, You two definitely aren't just ordinary friends, are you? However, he had anticipated Yidong's questions and smiled as he said, The mission you're currently carrying out is ostensibly to survey the Beast Valley, but in reality, it's a dual mission. You also have to deal with the Wild Wanderers Guild. Lan Lan's mission is the same, but the task she is executing is so classified that even I don't have the authority to view it, only she knows. so asking me is pointless. Damn, this old fox clearly knows something, but just one T say it. Yidong shook his head helplessly, unwilling to waste more time on this matter. For now, solving his own problem was more important. Director Wong pressed a button on the phone. Bring over box number 6. Yes, box number 6. Shortly after, a Bureau of Marshal Security team member walked into the office carrying a silver-white box. Yidong stared at the silver briefcase on the table and reached out to open it. Inside were 2 silver-white objects resembling hand grenades. There should have been 6, judging by the 4 empty slots in the box clearly. Sister Lan had taken the rest. Director Wong picked one up and said, "This is called a sonic grenade. Just throw it hard on the ground, and it will emit ultrasonic waves for about 5 seconds, disabling the full-body elementalization of superhumans. There are only 2 left in the box, so use them sparingly." Yidong stored the 2 sonic grenades in his elemental space ring and smiled. "I don't even know if they're full-body elemental superhumans, but with these, I feel much more confident." He stood up, ready to leave. Director Wong asked, puzzled, "Are you really planning to handle them alone? Don't you need backup?" Yidong shook his head. "If I needed backup, I would have said so from the start. I came here to confirm whether I could resolve this with force and to figure out what this mission is really about. Now that everything is clear, and with these 2 treasures, I don't think I'll need backup. After all, these are enhancement points and experience. How could I share them with anyone else?" Having witnessed the power of a 7th-tier expert, Yidong's greatest wish was to reach that level as soon as possible. After leaving the Bureau of Marshal Security, Yidong first went to the hospital to check on Lin Jian and the others. It seemed that Wang Bing had also woken up. Li Xiaoyu was chatting with them, making everyone laugh happily. After confirming that his brothers were fine, Yidong felt at ease and headed to the Valley of Exotic Beasts. Previously, when carrying Lu Yingying, he hadn't dared to fly too fast. Now, alone and unrestrained, he reached the skies above the Valley of Exotic Beasts in less than 20 minutes, activating the Eye of the Heavenly Emperor. At this moment, 10 assassins from the Dark Sequence had already searched the central area of the Valley of Exotic Beasts. Some of them had even encountered attacks from exotic beasts, locked in fierce battles. Watching this, Yidong couldn't help but laugh, but he didn't rush to act. Instead, he used the Eye of the Heavenly Emperor to observe their abilities. Understanding the enemy would make the fight smoother. If he could handle them easily, why risk his life? As night fell, Yidong had a clear understanding of the combat strength and abilities of the 10 individuals. 9 of them were physical combat assassins, whose full strength had yet to be revealed. The remaining one was a woman with water element abilities, but her power wasn't strong. She was accompanied by someone while searching, which was normal. Assassination missions were mostly about eliminating targets, and the most suitable for such tasks were not elemental ability users, but physical combat ability users. However, within the Dark Sequence, there were also elemental ability users who trained in physical combat. In fact, all elemental ability users practiced physical combat, which was the source of their strength. At this moment, the 10 super assassins were sitting around a campfire, sharing their findings from the day. Could the intel be wrong? We've been searching for hours. If Yidong is really in this forest, why haven't we run into him? Maybe he already knows we're here, so he is hiding or has fled. Did we come here for nothing? Don't jump to conclusions. Tomorrow morning, let us get the Wilderness Wanderers Guild to help us search. I believe he is still in the Valley of Exotic Beasts. Yidong had planned to launch a sneak attack at night, but they were too vigilant, with half of them sleeping and the other half keeping watch, leaving no opportunity. He had no choice but to find a hidden spot to rest. Early the next morning, the 10 assassins left the Valley of Exotic Beasts, likely to seek reinforcements. Yidong waited in the valley for half an hour. Soon after, hundreds, even thousands, of members of the Wilderness Wanderers Guild appeared at the entrance of the Valley of Exotic Beasts. Seeing this from high above, Yidong grinned and thought to himself, "Perfect, this time I can catch them all in one go." The members of the Wilderness Wanderers Guild entered the Valley of Exotic Beasts one after another. Yidong concealed himself within a patch of cold mist, blending seamlessly with the clouds in the sky. From the ground, it looked like just a cluster of clouds, and no one would suspect someone was hiding inside. He summoned 10 mist spirits, which plummeted rapidly from the sky and burrowed into the ground. Yi Dong used the eye of the Heavenly Emperor to observe everything happening below. One mist spirit quietly approached a member of the Wilderness Wanderers Guild. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, it suddenly grabbed the person's legs and, with a swift whoosh, dragged them underground. During the process of being pulled underground, the person's body quickly froze, ultimately becoming a lifelike ice sculpture deep beneath the earth. The other 9 mist spirits acted similarly, yielding equally fruitful results. System notification sounds kept ringing in Yi Dong's ears. Wuling killed a Tier 2 7-star human, gaining 1 enhancement point. Wuling killed a Tier 2 4-star human, gaining 1 enhancement point. Wuling killed a Tier 3 1-star human, gaining 800 enhancement points. Yi Dong frowned slightly. He had thought these were minor characters, and that killing them wouldn't yield many enhancement points. Unexpectedly, his Wuling had taken down a Tier 3 ability user. As expected, as his own level increased, Wuling's strength also rose significantly. Next, all he had to do was sit back and watch the show. The Wulings continued to attack the guild members in the valley, silently taking them out and permanently eliminating these opponents. After watching for a while, Yi Dong couldn't hold back and descended directly from the sky. Instead of just standing there watching, he might as well deal with them himself. Thud! The sound of a heavy object landing echoed, and the members of the Wilderness Wanderers immediately rushed toward the source. Yi Dong. It's Yi Dong. We found him, right at my location. Hurry over. Yi Dong. Where do you think you're going? We finally found you. Didn't expect this, did you? We've been looking for you all along. He even looks so nonchalant, just standing here surveying the terrain. You really made us work for this, but now it's going to be simple. A group of people quickly surrounded Yi Dong. Yi Dong chuckled lightly, raised his right hand, and pointed at a guild member directly in front of him. Bang! An ice pulse finger instantly pierced through the opponent's forehead. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a Tier 2 8-star human, gaining +1 enhancement point with this strike. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. The once confident group now widened their eyes in fear. Those who were enraged by their companion's death immediately launched an attack on Yi Dong. Damn it, we'll fight to the death. You killed my brother, I'll make you pay. Bang, bang, bang. 3 ice pulse fingers shot out rapidly, and the heads of 3 charging enemies fell to the ground in response. The enhancement points increased, but none exceeded single digits. At this moment, more people arrived from all directions. Yi Dong formed his hands into the shape of guns and unleashed a 360-degree barrage. Corpses piled up around him like mountains, and the Wilderness Wanderers Guild was forced to retreat step by step, unable to get close to him. He's too strong. We're no match for him. Where are the Dark Sequence people? Retreat. Don't throw your lives away. Everyone fall back. Retreat. Yi Dong's eyes turned cold, and his attack speed increased. Did I say you could retreat? Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of white laser beams shot out in all directions, and over a dozen people fell instantly. Fog concealment frost ring. In just a few seconds, an area within a kilometer radius was enveloped in an extreme chill. Those who had just thought they had escaped suddenly felt their bodies grow heavier, as if being pricked by needles all over. Shortly after, one by one, they turned into ice sculptures, blending into the surrounding scenery. Enhancement points skyrocketed. At that moment, 10 figures suddenly descended from the sky. Thud! The 10 stood in a line, dressed uniformly in white robes and masks, appearing like ghosts before Yi Dong. The fog concealment frost ring had little effect on them. However, Yi Dong noticed that they continuously enveloped themselves in elemental energy to resist the freezing effect. Although they appeared calm, their internal energy was depleting rapidly. So this is the power of S-rank elemental abilities? Just being near him is draining my elemental energy. I must deal with him quickly. The opponent is extraordinary, extremely lethal. We must go all out. Don't even think about capturing it alive. This kind of monster must be taken down immediately. Everyone, get ready. Yi Dong raised an eyebrow. It seemed they intended to end this quickly. Using numbers to bully the few. Is that it? The long-haired masked man at the forefront snorted coldly. We're facing an elemental ability user who can easily wipe out thousands. How can you call it bullying with numbers? I wish more people would come. Yi Dong sneered, waved his hands, and suddenly clenched them toward the sky. 10 icy threads appeared instantly, pulling 10 mist spirits to his side. In an instant, heavy snow began to fall above Yi Dong's head, and the appearance of the 10 mist spirits caused the temperature at the scene to plummet to the extreme. It was precisely these 10 mist spirits that made the faces beneath the assassins' masks show a slight change. Dark sequence? By my count, this is the third time you've come to assassinate me. But this time, the outcome won't change. None of you will escape, you'll all die here. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Dong's hands moved rapidly, and the 10 mist spirits immediately formed gun-like shapes. In an instant, countless ice spikes shot out from their hands. Explosive ice spikes. Thud, thud, thud. Ice spikes surged toward the assassins like a storm. A slightly chubby man immediately stepped to the front, while the others quickly hid behind him. The chubby man roared furiously, and his body suddenly transformed into a 3-meter-tall greenstone giant, using his sturdy frame to block all the ice spikes. 1, 2, 3, 4. The greenstone giant extended his hand, and 4 assassins wielding hooked meat cleavers quickly dispersed, launching attacks on Yi Dong from 4 directions. The Heavenly Emperor's eye allowed Yi Dong to see everything clearly. No matter which direction they attacked from, it was all futile. Trying to ambush me? Do you really think you can get close to me? Yi Dong sneered, silently chanting in his mind, "Great fog wall." Instantly, countless cold air erupted from beneath Yi Dong's feet, rapidly spreading in all directions. The evolved ability hadn't disappeared, it was merely hidden by the system. Yi Dong could use it again with just a thought. The frost ring of mist was already cold enough, but now, with another layer of equally cold air added, the effect was immediate. As soon as the great fog wall appeared, the assassins who could still resist the cold instantly collapsed. The cold air formed a layer of frost on their bodies. Their vision was obstructed, and even their sense of smell completely vanished. Within the dense fog, Yi Dong's icy voice echoed. "Welcome to my world." The long-haired man roared. "Firefly, act now, or we'll all die here." Understood. The only female assassin among the 10 rushed to the front, her elemental energy swirling within her. She shouted sharply, "Blazing fire! Burn the city! Burn it all!" A scorching pillar of fire erupted from her mouth, easily dispersing the dense fog ahead and rapidly charging toward Yi Dong. A fire elemental user? Yi Dong effortlessly performed a distance-free dodge. The fire woman's goal wasn't to kill him, but to dispel the cold fog. She clasped her hands together, and a golden lotus flame blossomed at her fingertips. 9 lotus bloom, sacred fire, eternal. The lotus bloomed, and walls of fire rose instantly in all directions. The fire walls expanded continuously, their momentum soaring into the sky. Caged bird. The fire walls eventually formed a massive fire bowl, sealing Yi Dong firmly inside. Inside the fire bowl, not only was there no cold, but it was even slightly warm. Yi Dong actually began to feel himself sweating. 10 assassins lined up again. The long-haired man sneered. "Elemental powers have mutual interactions. Do you think your extreme frost ice soul is invincible? Show me what you've got, and don't say I didn't give you a chance." Yi Dong smiled faintly. "Fire element users are indeed rare. It seems you came well prepared. I miscalculated." The 10 faces lit up with excitement. They could already imagine the generous rewards the organization would give them for capturing Yi Dong alive. Promotion and wealth were just around the corner. The long-haired man suppressed his excitement, took out a pair of handcuffs from his elemental space ring, and tossed them at Yi Dong's feet. "If you're planning to surrender, put these handcuffs on. Behave well, and I might spare your life." Yi Dong looked at the handcuffs, picked them up, and asked curiously, "What are these?" "Handcuffs developed by the Dark Sequence Science Group, capable of sealing an ability user's powers. They're for ensuring both our safety and yours. Put them on now." Yi Dong stored the handcuffs in his elemental space ring and smiled. "Thank you. Just meeting me and already giving me a gift. In that case, I'll return the favor." The group's expressions changed drastically. The next second, they all looked down, only to see hands suddenly emerging from the ground. grabbing their ankles. Ah! Accompanied by screams, 9 of the 10 were dragged underground. The only remaining fire element user, Firewoman, fully elementalized her body and evaded the Mist Spirit's attack. Firewoman glared angrily at Yi Dong and warned, "If anything happens to them, I won't let you off." Yi Dong sneered, "No one survives the Mist Spirit's move except me. They underestimated me, and this is their fate." The 9 had thought he was cornered, completely suppressed by the Firewoman's abilities, and had let their guard down. Even the initial Greenstone Giant had reverted to human form in an instant. Yi Dong seized the opportunity to feign helplessness, further convincing them he was out of options. However, just as everyone relaxed their vigilance, the Mist Spirit struck suddenly, dragging them underground before they could react. Battle isn't just about strength, it's also about strategy. If you can grasp your opponent's psychology, you've already seized the key to victory. Now it's time to face this troublesome Firewoman. This was Yi Dong's first encounter with an elemental ability user, and the opponent was the natural enemy of Extreme Frost Ice Soul, the fire element. So, how should he counter it? Ice Vein Finger. Bang. Blazing Flash. The ice and fire moves collided, erupting in a loud explosion. Scorching steam quickly spread in all directions. Both began to move. Firewoman's feet hit the ground as she ran swiftly across the field. At first, Yi Dong thought she was charging at him, but when he saw flames igniting everywhere she passed, he realized she was creating a fiery terrain to restrict his movements and gain an advantage. Yi Dong then realized his lack of elemental abilities. After thinking for a while, he couldn't come up with a move to counter an elemental ability user. So, he began channeling elemental energy and directly built an ice fortress on the field. Firewoman saw this, and a trace of disdain flashed in her eyes. Building a shell to hide in? Let's see how long you can last. She raised her right hand, her fingers moving. Boom. Suddenly, countless massive fireballs appeared in the sky, roaring as they burned. Meteor fire rain descend. In an instant, countless fireballs, accompanied by scorching heat waves, rained down on the ice fortress. Bang boom, the massive fireballs struck the ice fortress, leaving charred marks as it began to melt. The heat waves swept across the area, turning everything except the ice fortress into a sea of flames. Amidst the fire, a fiery dragon seemed to swim, its massive body rolling and twisting within the flames. Observing everything through the Heavenly Emperor's eye, Yi Dong decided to stay hidden inside the ice fortress. Are you kidding? This woman not only had the ability to elementalize her entire body, but also possessed fire-based powers that countered ice. A direct confrontation would be a losing battle. Besides, he had already thought of a way to deal with her. Even though she was a third-tier full-star powerhouse, her elemental energy wasn't infinite. Moreover, she had already used several energy-draining skills earlier, so her internal energy must be depleting quickly. The ice fortress could withstand the flames outside and even block all her skills. Instead of fighting head-on, why not see who had more elemental energy? Yi Dong was confident in this strategy. The Firewoman, however, was as anxious as a boiling pot. With 10 people down and only her left, this S-Class Extreme Frost Ice Soul youth from the Dragon Nation was clearly no ordinary opponent. Even though she countered ice, she regretted taking this job. If this kid kept hiding, her energy would run out first. By then, she'd be the one at a disadvantage. Her only option now was to force him out and finish this quickly. The longer it dragged on, the more dangerous it became for her. Yi Dong, you're the pride of the Dragon Nation, and you're hiding in your shell? Aren't you ashamed? Just stay in there. She began using taunts. Yi Dong's thick skin was beyond imagination. Did he care? Not at all. How about a few ice spikes? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Over a dozen ice spikes formed in the air and shot rapidly toward the Firewoman. She snorted coldly, waved her hand, and a wave of heat swept through, instantly evaporating the ice spikes into steam. Watching her anxious expression, Yi Dong couldn't help but smirk. Let us see who gets desperate first. The Firewoman's face turned extremely grim. Every second that passed worked against her. You're forcing me. Her eyes turned blood red, and golden flames erupted, enveloping her entire body. In the next moment, her form underwent a shocking transformation. Her skin turned blood red, covered in thick, blood-colored dragon scales, and the flames formed a massive golden fireball that swallowed her whole. A deafening roar shook the heavens as the fireball exploded. Blood-red skeletal wings tore through the fireball, and the fire woman transformed into a massive fire-breathing dragon. Whoosh! The red dragon raised its neck, golden light flashing in its mouth, and roared as it unleashed a massive pillar of fire straight at the ice fortress. The fire pillar was enormous, instantly engulfing the ice fortress. The once impenetrable ice fortress melted in an instant under the fire pillar. Hiding below, Yidong showed a hint of surprise on his face. So, it's an ancient red dragon. Her abilities must be at least a class. No wonder she is so strong. Good thing I reacted quickly. The fact that she abandoned her human form to enhance her power showed that she was using her ultimate move, aiming to finish him off as quickly as possible. This also meant her elemental energy was nearly depleted. The red dragon panicked when her previous attack failed to kill Yidong or even pinpoint his exact location. If this continues, once my elemental energy runs out, I won't even be able to escape. She looked up at the sky. Escape was her only option. With a sudden spread of her skeletal wings, the red dragon leaped into the air, quickly ascending. Yidong had been waiting for this moment when she tried to escape. Don't even think about running. He drilled directly out of the ground. Boom! His feet landed heavily, and he leapt into the air. 10 fingers flicked rapidly, and 10 mist spirits instantly surrounded him. Explosive ice spikes. Puff, puff, puff. Countless ice spikes shot toward the red dragon's back like a storm. The red dragon raised its wings to block the ice spike attack, simultaneously seizing the opportunity to breathe fire downward in retaliation. Yidong's fingers danced, and the 10 mist spirits immediately transformed into shields, blocking in front of him. Puffed! A pillar of fire crashed onto the mist spirits like a waterfall, emitting thick smoke, but Yidong remained completely unharmed. What? He actually used those strange humanoid figures to block my attack. The fire woman was utterly shocked. Taking advantage of her momentary distraction, Yidong pointed at her like lightning. Ice Vein Finger. Fully unleashed, its speed was as fast as light. Even though the fire woman hurriedly raised her bone wings to block, the Ice Vein Finger pierced through them like tearing through cloth, directly hitting her shoulder. Arg! The fire dragon let out a miserable cry and crashed heavily to the ground, creating a blank sea of fire. Yidong rushed over immediately, and cold air instantly enveloped the fire dragon's entire body. But then, Yidong did something that no one could have anticipated. He pulled out a pair of handcuffs from his spatial ring and directly cuffed the fire dragon's claws. Under the effect of the handcuffs, the fire dragon gradually shed its ferocious appearance and slowly reverted to the young girl she had been before. Yidong grabbed Firefly's shoulder, helped her up from the ground, and lifted her bangs, revealing a 6-digit number. He sneered. With your meager skills, you think you can kill me? Truly unrepentant. Have you forgotten what happened to those who tried to assassinate me before? Firefly looked at Yidong in despair and gave a bitter smile. Victory belongs to the king, defeat to the captive. I've lost. Say what you will, just let me die quickly. Wanna die? Not so easy. Rest for a while first. Yidong activated the elements within his body and instantly froze Firefly, though he did not take her life. Just as Yidong was about to take Firefly to see Director Wong, a group of people suddenly surged in from all directions, quickly surrounding him. The crowd slowly parted to create a path. Su Jiandong stepped forward. He glanced at the frozen Firefly and noticed that the surrounding dark assassins were all gone, clearly killed by Yidong. The brutal scene around them made it evident. This was a perfect opportunity. The opponent had just experienced a life and death battle, and his elemental energy was likely depleted. Su Jiandong had spent 50 million dragon coins to hire these 10 assassins. Although they hadn't managed to kill Yidong, they had served their purpose. The next step was up to him. Yidong stared coldly at Su Jiandong. What? You want to try your luck too? Su Jiandong's gaze turned icy, and he sneered. No wonder you're a target. Even dark assassins tread carefully around. Truly impressive. If I'm not mistaken, your elemental energy must be nearly exhausted by now, right? He was planning to take advantage of Yi Dong's weakened state to deliver the final blow. Yi Dong couldn't help but chuckle at this, looking at Su Jiandong. So that's why you dare to show up. You think I'm out of energy and want to finish me off? Is that it? And what if it is? Su Jiandong replied coldly. In your current state, I could send one of my men to kill you with ease. Baldy, finish him. Yi Dong recognized the bald man. It was the same person who had led him earlier. Baldy had always looked down on Yi Dong, and now, with the chance to kill him personally, he was naturally thrilled. A bald man stepped out from the crowd, holding a boning knife in his hand. He licked the blade and glared fiercely. Killing an S-level elemental ability user is an honor for me. Kid, bear with it, it'll be over soon. As soon as he finished speaking, the bald man lunged toward Yi Dong like an arrow. Everyone watched with smiles, eagerly anticipating the show. Facing the charging bald man, Yi Dong stood firmly, motionless. When the bald man was less than half a meter away, a pair of milky white hands suddenly emerged from the ground, grabbed his ankles, and dragged him straight underground. Immediately afterward, countless mist spirits surged out from behind Yi Dong. He moved his fingers, and all the mist spirits raised their hands in unison, forming gun shapes aimed at Su Jiandong and his group. It seems you underestimated me, thinking my elemental energy was running low, Yi Dong said, raising his head and glaring at Su Jiandong. Even if I fought you for 3 days and nights, my elemental energy wouldn't be depleted. Of course, let's see if you can hold out. Yi Dong swung his hands sharply. Everyone's eyes widened instantly, reflecting countless dense ice spikes flying toward them like bullets. Thud, thud, thud. Su Jiandong and several senior executives in the front row were the first to be hit, collapsing to the ground motionless. The other guild members scattered in fear, but they couldn't outrun the ice spikes. That's right, bullets are much faster. Soon, the entire valley of exotic beasts fell into a deathly silence. Yi Dong snorted coldly, hoisted the firefly frozen into an ice sculpture, and leaped away from the scene. At the Bureau of Martial Security, Yi Dong handed over the firefly and sought out Director Wang. Upon seeing Director Wang again, Wang's face was full of smiles, clearly in a good mood. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. You're the possessor of the extreme frost ice soul. Yi Dong, your strength is astonishing. Facing 10 third-tier dark sequence assassins alone, not only did you emerge unscathed, but you wiped them out entirely and even brought one back, the Wild Wanderers Guild leader. Yi Dong replied calmly. The dead are dead, and the ones who escaped are gone. The guild leader was unlucky and couldn't get away. I estimate that when you go to build the base, no one will try to stop you. Excellent. Truly excellent. Director Wang exclaimed, shaking his head in admiration. Sending you was absolutely the right decision. Do you have any plans next? Yi Dong thought for a moment and said, I've been too busy lately and haven't had time to spend with my brothers. I want to rest for a while, then head to the military district to join the front lines. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. All right, go ahead. I'll report your achievements to the higher-ups. Leaving the Bureau of Martial Security, Yi Dong returned home and pulled up his system interface. Host, Yi Dong level, Tier 3, 6 stars, 7 segments ability. S-level type. Extreme Frost Ice Soul Strength. 284 plus Vitality. 282 plus Speed. 165 plus Energy. 32 plus Martial Art. Dragon Essence and Sturdy Bones Technique Perfected Martial Body. Copper Skin and Iron Bones Skills. Ice Vein Finger Perfected. No Distance Advance Plus. Mist Concealment Frost Ring Advance Plus. Energy Concentrated Finger Cannon Advance Plus. Emperor's Eye Advance Plus. Mist Spirit Advanced Plus Special Techniques. Advanced Full Concentration. Advanced Boiling Blood Demonization Initial Enhancement Points. 17,975. He glanced at the enhancement points. Killing a third-tier enemy typically yields about 800 enhancement points. Combined with the headcount from the Wild Wanderers Guild this time, the enhancement points had increased by over 10,000. This amount was neither too little nor too much. Yi Dong decided to hold on to it for now and use it later when he had accumulated more. In the meantime, it could also be used to restore energy. He reflected on recent events and the challenges ahead. There were basically no major issues. The Alliance Center had been in a state of preparation since the tribe disbanded. and the tribe had no plans to recruit more members, maintaining only the current ones. The tribe's original purpose was to qualify its members for entry into the War Academy. On the day the tribe was established, Fatty and the others had already submitted their applications to the War Academy, and in about 6 months, they could graduate together. Lin Jian and the others were still recovering from their injuries, but after being discharged, they would also enter training at the War Academy. The next task was clear: to improve their strength within a limited time. The only regret was that no matter how hard Lin Jian and the others worked, it would be difficult for them to surpass him. Even if they caught up, surpassing him would be nearly impossible. The enemies in the future would only grow stronger, and if they remained as they were, he would eventually have to give up on them. Yidong's expression changed slightly. He hated himself for even having such thoughts. Is there really no way to make Lin Jian and the others stronger together? System, you can't be this simple, can you? At that moment, detected that the host's enhancement points have exceeded 100,000. The system will unlock a brand new feature. Yidong frowned. What was going on? Follower function unlocked feature details. The host can select a creature as their follower. Followers will never betray or harm the host. The host can view the follower's personal attributes and use follower points to enhance the follower's abilities. Follower points are earned by followers through killing exotic beasts or other creatures. The host's current realm is Tier 3, allowing for 3 followers. Confirm the first follower? Yidong carefully examined the system's new feature. He had to admit, this feature came at just the right time, perfectly solving his most pressing issue. At this moment, several names appeared before Yidong: Li Xiaoyu, Lin Jian, He Xingxing, Lan Lan, Wang Bing, and even Tu Yu was on the list. System, how were these names determined? Can only people I know become followers? The people on the list are those who have strong feelings for the host, will never betray the host, and whose realms must be lower than the host's. So that's how it is. With only 3 slots available, Yidong didn't want to use them all at once. It would be too wasteful. After all, the number of follower slots would increase as his realm advanced. This feature was incredibly valuable. Lin Jian was the most loyal of all his brothers, and while the others were good too, Lin Jian's personality made Yidong particularly fond of him. This was also why, even after Lin Jian had initially refused to let him join the team, Yidong was still willing to associate with this group. Then let's confirm the first follower and make Lin Jian my follower. Finding successful, Yidong noticed that his personal information panel now included a follower function. When he opened it, Lin Jian's detailed stats were fully displayed. Follower: Lin Jian level. Tier 2, 3 stars, 5 segments ability. C-level mutant werewolf type. Werewolf cell strength, 71 vitality, 103 speed, 56 skills. Human wolf transformation boosts 3 attributes by 20%. Basic fist techniques beginner, front kick mastery. Basic blade techniques proficient special ability. Self-healing gradual recovery follower points. 0. Seeing this, Yidong's eyes widened as if he'd seen a ghost. So this was Lin Jian's true strength? No wonder he got beaten up like that. Is this guy really that weak? And he is still the captain? Could it be that Fatty and the others are even weaker? His 3 main attributes combined are only around 230 points, barely matching his level. It seems I'm just too strong. Seeing Lin Jian's awkward stats, Yidong could only feel embarrassed. This won't he do. Once he is discharged, I must train him properly. Yidong sighed deeply. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked the system, once a follower is confirmed, can they not be replaced? Unless the follower dies, they cannot be replaced. Yidong helplessly covered his forehead. Just now, he was thinking that if followers could be swapped, he could rotate and strengthen different ones, then unbind and switch to the next. This way, even with only 3 slots, more people could benefit. It seems he had oversimplified things. After understanding the follower function, Yidong quickly washed up and went to bed. The next day, Yidong went to the People's Hospital. Perhaps because Lin Jian had self-healing abilities and the hospital provided full treatment, his injuries had recovered quite well. Beside him, Wang Bing was awake but still unable to get out of bed, only able to lie there. Lin Jian, Wang Bing, why hasn't Fatty come to see you guys? Yidong smiled as he pushed open the door to the ICU and walked in. Lin Jian was stunned for a moment. then quickly got up and walked toward Yidong, excitedly grabbing his hand. Yidong, brother, my good brother. Lin Jian hugged Yidong tightly. Yidong felt a bit awkward and smiled, saying, all right, it's all in the past. It's good that you're okay now. Lin Jian had heard quite a bit about what happened in the old district. It was said that Yidong, in a fit of rage, froze the entire old district and took down several high-ranking members of the Tianmin First Tribe. He became famous in one battle. He was already somewhat well-known in Jinghai, but after this incident, everyone in Jinghai, young and old, knew his name. If it weren't for them, Yidong wouldn't have done such a thing. From that moment on, Lin Jian decided to fully entrust himself to Yidong. Wang Bing, how are you? Feeling better? Wang Bing nodded and managed a faint smile. I think I'll need a few more days. Lin Jian and I both have werewolf cells, so our self-healing abilities are pretty good. We should recover soon. Yidong nodded and said, once you're both healed, I won't be running around anymore. Let us all work hard on our training together and head to the Red Leaf Military District in 6 months. Lin Jian was overjoyed when he heard this. He hadn't expected Yidong to be so thoughtful, planning to train with them. Even Wang Bing, who usually didn't talk much, was so excited that he almost jumped out of bed. He nearly wanted to kneel and bow to Yidong on the spot. What about me? I've been taking care of everyone all this time. Even if I don't have any achievements, I've worked hard. Li Xiaoyu suddenly ran in from outside the door. Yidong smiled and said, of course, you'll come with us too. I'm just worried it might be too tough for you to handle. Nonsense. I've been through so much hardship with you already. What more could I not handle? I promise I won't complain. Li Xiaoyu's words became everyone's motto. However, what she said wasn't entirely true. Was it really only hardship following him? Wasn't it quite enjoyable at the beginning? Hearing her words, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Time quickly passed, and 3 days later, Wang Bing was officially discharged. Fatty also returned, saying he had gone back to his hometown. Apparently, he was worried that if something happened one day, he wouldn't have the chance to say goodbye to his family, so he took the time to visit them. At this moment, Yidong, Li Xiaoyu, Wang Bing, Fatty, and Lin Jian stood at the gates of the War Academy. Each of their gazes was resolute. Starting today, Yidong was going to subject them to hellish training. The goal was the Red Maple Military District 6 months from now. In the Gravity Training Room, the 30,000+ credits Yidong had saved up were finally coming in handy. Coupled with the credits accumulated in the Virtual Combat Room over the past few months, it was just enough. He called the 4 of them to a corner of the Gravity Training Room and also brought along Mu Jian. Upon hearing about a free gravity training experience, Mu Jian naturally didn't want to miss out. Plus, she was happy to see Yidong, whom she hadn't met in a long time. Yidong introduced, this is my friend, Mu Jian. Her dad is Professor Mu, the martial arts instructor at our school. She's more than qualified to teach you, so don't underestimate her. After learning about Lin Jian's skills yesterday, Yidong discovered that even a simple front kick could be trained to perfection by him. He was truly talented. Influenced by her father since childhood, Mu Jian knew how to train people scientifically. Entrusting Lin Jian and the others to her gave Yidong peace of mind, as he also needed to train himself. Mu Jian's sharp gaze swept over the 4 of them as she said, it's true that I'm Yidong's friend, but from now on, I'm also your coach. If anyone dares to slack off or disobey, I won't let you off lightly. She was naturally very cute, and her playful remark made Lin Jian and the others quite fond of her. More importantly, her father was a renowned martial arts instructor at the War Academy. Being friends with Yidong was no small feat, so everyone was filled with anticipation for the upcoming training. At this moment, Lin Jian's expression turned a bit grim as he asked, Yidong, we're all training here, but what about the tribe? Without hunting, we won't have any income, and we still have to pay the Alliance Center 150,000 in rent every month. How are we going to manage that? Yidong's eyes widened. We have to pay 150,000 in rent every month? Why didn't I know about this? That's outrageous, it's practically robbery. Li Xiaoyu sighed helplessly and said, originally, the 150,000 wasn't a big deal for us. Sister Lan used to help us pay it. But now that she's disappeared, no one can cover the cost. The rent is almost due, and there are only a few days left. Only then did Yi Dong understand why many tribes began to disband after he sealed off the old district. The high rent was a major reason. Although the tribes disbanded, the remaining ones absorbed the departing members and grew larger. But without the old district, they had no place to hunt, so having more people didn't help. They could only hope the exotic Beast Valley base would be completed soon. Yi Dong sighed and said, "After today's training, Xiaoyu, come find me. I'll cover the rent for now." Okay, Li Xiaoyu smiled happily, finally relieved of her worries. Mu Jian looked at Yi Dong and asked, "Are you done talking? Is it my turn now?" Yi Dong nodded. Mu Jian rolled her eyes at him and said, "In a moment, I'll create a training plan based on your strengths and weaknesses. The fastest way to understand you is to have you pair up and spar." "Coach!" Li Xiaoyu suddenly raised her hand and shouted. Mu Jian sighed helplessly and asked, "What is it? Do you have a question?" Li Xiaoyu cautiously asked, "I'm an elemental ability user. Do I also need to undergo martial arts training?" Mu Jian raised her eyebrows slightly. If she hadn't met Yi Dong, she might have thought that having an elemental ability user train in martial arts was a complete waste of time. But after meeting Yi Dong, her perspective had already changed. She said seriously, "Of course, especially for elemental ability users, physical training is even more necessary." After speaking, she unconsciously glanced at Yi Dong, who stood nearby, smiling without saying a word. He looked so smug. Mu Jian snorted lightly and said, "All right, every second in the gravity chamber is precious. Next, we'll start sparring. Yi Dong, you'll be their opponent." Yi Dong nodded without any objections. Lin Jian and the others were shocked to see Yi Dong as their opponent. How could they even play? It would be a miracle if Yi Dong didn't treat them like soccer balls. Yi Dong's gaze swept over the four of them, and he asked, "Who wants to go first?" "I'll go first." Li Xiaoyu puffed out her small chest and walked toward Yi Dong arrogantly. Lin Jian and the others chattered noisily behind her, as if watching a show. "Yi Dong, go easy on her. Don't make Xiaoyu cry." "Cry? That would be too easy on her." Yi Dong raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "Watch me spank her until she cries." Li Xiaoyu was startled, covered her backside, and blushed. She huffed angrily. "All right, Yi Dong, bullying me just because Sister Lan isn't here? I'm not afraid of you. Take this." Thorny vines. She flung out 2 vines with her hands, attacking Yi Dong from both sides. This move immediately caught the attention of everyone in the gravity chamber. Clearly, using abilities in the gravity chamber was not allowed. Mu Jian also noticed the unusual atmosphere, but before she could intervene, the fight had already begun. Yi Dong grabbed the incoming thorny vines with both hands and yanked them. Li Xiaoyu, like a kite being pulled, was suddenly dragged toward him, letting out a scream. Ah thud! Li Xiaoyu crashed heavily into Yi Dong, as if hitting a wall. She clutched her head in pain, just about to lose her temper. Yi Dong smiled slightly and said loudly, "This is the gravity training room. Even if you're a newbie, you should know that using abilities here is forbidden, right? Do you realize your mistake?" Only then did Li Xiaoyu notice the strange looks from everyone. Despite her headache, she endured the pain and nodded reluctantly. Having learned her lesson, Li Xiaoyu became much smarter. However, she had little foundation in physical training, and her weaknesses quickly became apparent. Mu Jian took notes on each person's shortcomings with pen and paper. Soon, she reached her conclusions. She first said to Li Xiaoyu, You have the most issues. From now on, you'll train with me." "Okay, Sister Jian." Li Xiaoyu smiled and ran over to Mu Jian like a dependent little bird. Mu Jian sighed helplessly, then turned to Lin Jian. "You also have quite a few problems, such as lack of power in your movements, poor focus, and weak body coordination. It's obvious you haven't undergone systematic training. I'll create a personalized training plan for you. Follow it closely." Lin Jian nodded excitedly. "All right, thank you, Teacher Mu." Lin Jian, already in his 30s, had no hesitation or embarrassment in calling a young woman teacher. Mu Jian, on the other hand, felt a bit awkward being addressed as teacher. She looked at the chubby guy and said, "Your lower body is stable, but your upper body lacks strength, and your focus is also an issue. I practice horse stance every day, so my lower body stability is a given. Teacher Mu, you're amazing to notice it at a glance." I'll train according to your instructions. Good. Mu Jian finally turned to Wang Bing and said, your body coordination is decent, and your focus is good, but your strength is clearly lacking. Since this is the gravity chamber, you can focus on physical training. Once your fitness improves, I'll create a training plan for you. Thank you, Teacher Mo. Clearly, these individuals, who had never received formal training, were in high spirits and very obedient after suddenly being given systematic instruction. It was evident that the previous setbacks had made them realize they had to grow stronger, otherwise they might not survive next time. After assigning each person their training plan, Mu Jian instructed them to find their own spots to train and then provided one-on-one guidance to Li Xiaoyu. Perhaps because they were both women, they got along better. At this moment, Yi Dong entered the 30x gravity chamber to begin physical training. The 30x gravity chamber was a place almost no one dared to enter. It was said that someone had once gone in, and as soon as the gravity was activated, they were pressed to the ground by the 30x pressure, even spraining their ankle. Since then, no one had dared to try it lightly. However, when Yi Dong entered, the people training nearby were all stunned. This guy didn't seem to be struggling at all. In fact, he looked completely at ease. Yi Dong sat quietly, feeling the 30x gravity pressing down on him, but he didn't engage in any specific training. He simply let his body endure the pressure. Just being able to sit calmly under such intense gravity left many people with their mouths agape. Knock, knock, knock. Yi Dong heard a knocking sound, slowly opened his eyes, and looked outside. Standing at the door was a man with a peculiar smile, waving at him as if signaling him to come out. Yi Dong walked over to the gravity switch, turned it off, and then stepped outside. Who are you? Yi Dong couldn't recall who this person was and took a closer look. The man appeared to be in his 20s, with messy hair like dried grass, a strange face, small eyes, a large nose, and a mouth resembling a catfish's, revealing a front tooth that was half missing. However, his fists were covered in thick calluses, clearly marking him as a skilled fighter. You must be the legendary S-class ability genius, Yi Dong, right? Haha, I've been wanting to fight you for a long time, but you've always been away from school, so I never had the chance. Yi Dong's expression shifted slightly. A challenger? He recalled that the top-ranked individual in the War Academy's combat rankings had recently ended up in the hospital after overusing the virtual combat system, trying to experience dominance in the Demon King virtual combat room. To be honest, Yi Dong didn't pay much attention to the people on the War Academy's combat rankings, not because he looked down on them, but because there truly weren't many who were impressive. Moreover, he had already defeated everyone on the leaderboard in the virtual combat room before, and none of them had been particularly remarkable. Yi Dong smiled faintly and said, if you want to fight me, just say so. I just don't have time right now, maybe in a few days. The man with messy hair raised an eyebrow. What is this? Are you afraid of me? Yi Dong's expression darkened. I agreed to fight you, I just don't have time at the moment. There's no need to resort to such a low-level provocation, is there? The man snorted coldly. Looks like people have been putting you on too high a pedestal. Do you really think no one in the War Academy can beat you? The elite class has had their eyes on you for a while now, but you've always been away. Elite class. This was the first time Yi Dong had heard of the term, and a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. Could this man in front of him be a member of the elite class? The man with messy hair explained. The elite class at the War Academy consists of only a dozen or so people. They are the top-tier individuals specially selected. The minimum requirement to enter the elite class is to have reached the 3rd level of cultivation, with no strict demands on ability level. Ability level only helps people advance their cultivation level more quickly. This is also the reason why your level was able to rise to the 3rd layer within half a year. Although you have strength and fame, I can guarantee that in front of the elite class, you wouldn't even have the chance to beg for mercy. Yi Dong raised an eyebrow and smiled. You've successfully piqued my interest in the elite class. It seems I've been outside for too long and overlooked the true powerhouses of the War Academy. Pick a place, and let us properly experience the strength of the elite class. The man with dry hair sighed helplessly. Forget it. I've suddenly lost interest in you. Who wants to fight someone weaker than themselves? Winning wouldn't mean anything. After saying this, the man with dry hair shook his head and walked away. Only then did Yidong notice that two people, a man and a woman, were standing in the direction he was heading, watching him with great interest. Yidong shook his head helplessly. So, they just came to provoke him? Although he wasn't sure how strong they certainly had a knack for provocation. They had successfully caught Yidong's attention. The man with dry hair turned back and shouted, "By the way, Yidong, you missed quite a few academy events while you were away. Next week, there's a dragon contest. The top 10 students can enter the elite class. If you make it into the top 10 and eventually become a member of the elite class, I'll definitely come to challenge you then. I hope you achieve a good result." Yidong sneered. Dragon contest? Who would participate in such a boring competition? I'm not interested. At this moment, Mu Jian walked over with a worried expression and asked softly, "Yidong, is there some kind of conflict between you and Huang Cheng?" Conflict? He didn't even know him. Yidong shook his head. "I was quietly practicing in the gravity room when Huang Cheng suddenly came to provoke me. I told him I didn't have time and suggested we compete another time. Then he said he wasn't interested in me and was just here to bother me. By the way, is his name Huang Cheng?" Mu Jian nodded and looked toward Huang Cheng and the other two. "The one who just spoke to you is Huang Cheng. The other two are siblings. The sister is Bai Rong, and the brother is Bai Fong. They're both members of the elite class." Yidong was puzzled. What exactly is the elite class? This is the first time I've heard of it. Aren't they on the combat power rankings of the War Academy? Mu Jian nodded and explained. The members of the elite class are the top talents of the War Academy. Every month, they go to various academies in Jinghai City as exchange students. So, they don't appear on the War Academy's combat power rankings, and they rarely stay in the academy. They also go to various military regions and headquarters to gain experience. This time, their sudden return is probably aimed at you, so you need to be careful. So that's how it is the top students of the War Academy, spending most of their time as exchange students in other academies, and also gaining experience in military regions and headquarters. Their strength must be formidable. This time, it was clearly targeted at him. Fame really does attract trouble. Are you really planning to participate in the dragon contest to face off against Huang Cheng? Mu Jian cautiously glanced at Yidong. Yidong snorted coldly and said, "If I participate in the dragon contest, wouldn't that be admitting that his provocation worked? I have no intention of going. They're the ones trying to provoke me, not the other way around. Besides, I have more important things to do." After speaking, he looked at Lin Jian. This guy was training quite diligently. By the end of the morning, his strength and vitality had both increased significantly. It was clear that Lin Jian had a good talent for cultivation and was willing to put in the effort, with noticeable results. At this rate of training, improving 1 or 2 points in his three-dimensional attributes per day, his strength would undoubtedly see a significant boost in half a year. Previously, Lin Jian and his group roamed the old city every day to make a living. Hunting beasts could enhance their strength, but it also came with the risk of injury. Recovery from injuries would set them back, which was why Lin Jian had not made a breakthrough. However, their skills improved significantly due to frequent use, especially the front kick technique that had reached mastery level. Morning training ended. After a 1-hour lunch break, a group of people headed to the cafeteria. Lin Jian stretched his shoulders and hand joints and suddenly asked Yidong, "Yidong, who was that guy provoking you? He's so arrogant. Do you want me, Fatty, and Wang Bing to teach him a lesson? You three together wouldn't be his match." Mu Jian interrupted Yidong before he could respond, discouraging the idea. Huang Cheng is from the elite class, and the selection criteria are very strict. At the very least, you need to reach the 3rd stage. Aren't you all still in the 2nd stage? Lin Jian snorted. So what? He provoked Yidong. If we can't deal with him openly, we can handle it secretly. Such loyal followers, always thinking of me. Yidong felt a surge of gratitude. Lin Jian's words reminded him why should Huang Cheng provoke him and expect him to act magnanimously? He wasn't someone to be easily bullied. He was someone who never let his opponents off lightly. Since Mu Jian was present, Yidong didn't say much about the matter. After lunch, Mu Jian and Li Xiaoyu, the two girls, seemed to have other plans and left first. The opportunity had arrived. Lin Jian. Yidong called out to Lin Jian, who was heading to the gravity room. Lin Jian, Fatty, and Wang Bing quickly turned back and asked, "Yidong, what's up? Any orders?" Your brothers are ready to charge into battle. Fatty and Wang Bing nodded firmly. Yi Dong smiled. All right, help me find out where Huang Chung lives, as well as Bai Fong and Bai Rong. These people deliberately came back to cause trouble. I need to let them know I'm not someone to mess with. If the tribe could continue to operate smoothly, it might even have the chance to become the top tribe in the alliance. It was already the #1 tribe, yet at such a time, there were still people daring to provoke him. The old saying was true. No matter how well you do, there will always be people who look down on you. The best way to make those who underestimate you fear you is to teach them a harsh lesson. During lunch, Yi Dong used the Heavenly Emperor's eye to observe the War Academy, but couldn't find those 3 people. They were likely off campus. After waiting at school for half an hour, Lin Jian and his group returned. Dongzi, we found out that Huang Chung and his group are boarding students at the War Academy. We heard they went to Moonlight KTV. I happen to know where Moonlight KTV is. Should we go find them now? Lin Jian asked. Yi Dong frowned slightly and said, no need. Knowing where they are is enough. I'll go find them myself. You guys continue training. In a while, come with me to the Exotic Beast Valley. Exotic Beast Valley? After the old city was frozen, there weren't many places left for hunting. The options were either far away or had beasts of too low a level to be worthwhile. Exotic Beast Valley was a good hunting ground, but it was quite far from here. Moreover, the beasts there were generally high level, at least 2nd stage and above. No wonder Yi Dong was suddenly intensifying his training. It turned out he was planning to go there. All right, got it. We'll definitely train hard during this time and improve our strength. Lin Jian patted his chest in assurance. Yi Dong frowned slightly and said, hearing you say that puts me at ease. By the way, where is Moonlight KTV? Everyone was momentarily speechless. Lin Jian awkwardly said, let me take you there instead. Inside a luxurious private room on the 2nd floor of Moonlight KTV, Xiang Nan, a War Academy student who had previously clashed with Yi Dong, held a bottle of red wine and filled the 3 glasses on the table one by one. Brother Chung, you have to help us vent our anger this time. That Yi Dong, relying on Principal Lu's favoritism, acts arrogantly in the academy, bullying others. Many people want to teach him a lesson, but most only dare to be angry without speaking up. This morning, I saw your performance in the gravity chamber, Brother Chung. That Yi Dong kid didn't even dare to make a sound. Truly impressive, haha. After pouring the wine, Xiang Nin handed a glass to Huang Chung with both hands. Huang Chung put down the glass, grabbed the half-empty bottle of red wine on the table, and downed it in one go. He exhaled with satisfaction and said, that so-called S-class ability genius Yi Dong is nothing special. He's too young and has no tricks up his sleeve against me. Just watch. From now on, he'll obediently listen to me. As for the dragon contest, I guarantee he won't even make it into the top 10. When that happens, he'll be utterly humiliated. I'll add fuel to the fire, stir things up, and soon his reputation will be so bad that no one will dare to associate with him. Xiang Nin asked doubtfully, Brother Chung, Yi Dong is an S-class elemental ability user, and his strength isn't weak. Not long ago, in a fit of anger, he froze the entire old city. How could he possibly not make it into the top 10? Huang Chung sneered, you don't understand. If I say he won't make it into the top 10, then he absolutely won't. He glanced at Bai Fong and Bai Rong beside him. Brother Bai and Sister Bai will secretly infiltrate the dragon contest venue. As soon as that kid enters, he'll be targeted. Tell me, how could he possibly make it into the top 10? A guy who can't even squeeze into the top 10 isn't qualified to be my opponent. When the time comes, I'll magnanimously challenge him in front of everyone. Once I defeat him, his reputation will plummet, and he'll become the laughingstock of the War Academy, never daring to show his face again. A once-in-a-generation genius, ruined just like that. Truly pitiful. Ha! The people in the private room burst into laughter, leaning back and forth. None of them realized that the legendary national treasure was secretly listening to their conversation. Although Yi Dong hadn't yet entered Moonlight KTV, he had already activated the Eye of the Heavenly Emperor, scanning the surroundings and quickly locking onto Huang Cheng's location, overhearing their conversation. Lin Jian pointed ahead and said, Dongzi, Moonlight KTV is just up ahead. Do you want me to go in with you? Yi Dong shook his head. No need, I can handle it myself. Also, Lin Jian, you used to be the captain of our squad. Your strength is crucial to the growth and safety of the team. When we head to the military district in the future, we might face even stronger enemies and beasts. So, during this time, do your best to improve your abilities. I'll help you too. Lin Jian was deeply moved upon hearing this. With tears in his eyes, he lowered his head and said, Dongzi, don't worry. If it weren't for you, I, Lin Jian, might have been stuck like this for the rest of my life. You were willing to help me get into the War Academy, arrange for teachers, and grow alongside me. I will train with all my might to repay you and protect every member of our team. With those words, I can rest assured. Go on now, leave the rest to me. All right, contact me anytime if you need anything. Lin Jian wiped his tears and ran toward the War Academy. Yi Dong looked up at Moonlight KTV but had no intention of going inside. He found a secluded corner and quietly released a mist spirit. After the mist spirit appeared, it took him underground, slowly approaching Moonlight KTV. The mist spirit led him to the door of a private room on the second floor. Without using the Emperor's Eye, Yi Dong could already hear Huang Cheng's voice. Huang Cheng and the others were still unaware that Yi Dong was outside the door, but the number of empty bottles on the floor kept increasing. At this moment, Bai Rong suddenly rubbed her arms and said, Do you guys feel like the air conditioning in the room is getting stronger? The few men, their faces flushed and necks red from drinking, didn't notice. Huang Cheng laughed and looked at Bai Rong. Feeling cold, little sister? Have a drink to warm up. I'll toast you. Really, look. There's mist on the floor. Bai Rong stood up, pointing at the mist on the ground, and pulled her feet back onto the sofa. Only then did everyone notice the abnormal temperature in the room. Xiang Nan's face changed, and he shouted in panic. Mist? Why is there mist? Could it be Yi Dong? Is he nearby? Yi Dong. The group sobered up considerably. Huang Cheng put down his bottle, his face darkening. Yi Dong, are you playing dirty? Get out here now. The surroundings were silent, no one responded. Yi Dong stood outside the door, sneering coldly, muttering to himself. Now they dare accuse me of playing dirty? Compared to them, my methods are still clean. No one inside responded. Only the slowly rising cold mist quietly spreading. The mist grew thicker, and the temperature in the private room dropped sharply. Frost began to form on everyone's bodies. Xiang Nan held his head in his hands, shouting in terror. Damn it! This must be Yi Dong's trap. He's taking revenge on us. What do we do? What do we do? Huang Cheng looked helplessly at the three of them and couldn't help but scold. Are you stupid? The room is cold, so why not go out? Seriously. After saying that, Huang Cheng stepped into the cold mist, immediately feeling his calves pricked as if by countless needles. He walked to the door and pulled hard, but the door didn't budge. Even more absurdly, his hand stuck directly to the doorknob. Huang Cheng mustered all his strength to pull, and the skin on his palm was torn off, leaving his right hand bloody and mangled. The pain made him grit his teeth, but he didn't make a sound. Damn it! Open the door. Yi Dong, I know you're outside. Huang Cheng, furious, kicked the door hard. The door made a dull thud, clearly frozen solid by the frost. By now, the cold mist had risen to their chests. Huang Cheng was dizzy from the cold, his head heavy and his feet light, struggling just to stand. This was the terror of the extreme cold ice soul. In a daze, Huang Cheng suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing that nothing around him had changed, as if it were all a drunken haze. The others also gradually woke up, as if they'd all had the same nightmare, their hearts still trembling. Huang Cheng looked down at his palm, and his face instantly turned grim. It turned out that none of it was a dream. It had really happened. Yi Dong had silently found them, trapped them in the private room, and turned it into a freezing chamber. He could have continued lowering the temperature, freezing them to death one by one. But in the end, he spared them. Otherwise, they might have already been in eternal slumber. He showed mercy. Huang Cheng gritted his teeth, unable to accept this reality. Damn it! In a fit of rage, he kicked the glass table, shattering it. Everyone turned to look at him. Brother Cheng, is this Yi Dong's way of warning us? Are we really planning to keep dealing with him? Bai Feng's voice carried a chill. Faced with threats of varying levels, they dared not think too much. Their only wish was to stay far away from Yi Dong. Huang Cheng sneered. Can't you see? This guy is telling us he can easily find us and kill us, but he hasn't done so. He just showed his face and left. The message is clear next time. He won't show mercy. He's really too young. Clearly, he could have resolved everything in one move. So why spare my life? That's his biggest mistake. Huang Cheng stood up from the ground and walked straight out of the private room. Xiang Nan hurriedly called out, "Brother Cheng, where are you going?" Huang Cheng turned back to look at Xiang Nan and the Bai siblings, saying, "This has nothing to do with you. It's a personal grudge between me and Yi Dong. If you want to avoid trouble, don't follow me. I'm going to find my cousin and have him deal with Yi Dong." The three of them turned pale. Huang Cheng's cousin? Could it be that person? Bai Fong quickly stepped in front of Huang Cheng, his face dark. "Brother Cheng, are you really planning to find your cousin? Didn't we agree not to involve forces outside the academy? If the Tuchuo gang intervenes in the affairs of the War Academy, the Wuhan Bureau will never sit idly by, especially since the person we're dealing with is Yi Dong." Huang Cheng sneered coldly. "If you're scared, don't follow me. I won't blame you. Anyway, my target is Yi Dong." With that, he stormed out of Moonlight KTV in a rage. 7 days later. During these 7 days, Lin Jian and the others trained in the gravity chamber, significantly improving their strength. At this moment, Yi Dong was staring at Lin Jian's personal stats panel, lost in thought. Follower, Lin Jian level, Tier 2, 3 stars, 5 segments ability, C-level mutant werewolf type, werewolf cell strength, 74 vitality, 110 speed, 59 skills. Human wolf transformation boosts all 3 stats by 20%. Basic fist technique beginner, front kick mastery. Basic blade technique proficient special trait. Self-healing slow recovery ability follower points. 0 compared to a week ago. Lin Jian's 3 stats had all improved significantly, but the rate of improvement was still too slow. So today, Yi Dong had arranged to meet Lin Jian, planning to take him to the Beast Valley to earn some follower points. According to the system's explanation, follower points could be used to enhance various attributes of followers. The method of earning points was the same as Yi Dong's by killing beasts and enemies. Moreover, when Lin Jian killed a beast, Yi Dong would also receive corresponding points. For example, if Lin Jian killed a Tier 2 beast and earned 200 follower points, half of those points would be converted into Yi Dong's enhancement points. As long as the followers were well trained, Yi Dong wouldn't have to worry about anything in the future. They could hunt beasts, and he would gain enhancement points. This was why Yi Dong planned to focus on training Lin Jian first, even though the ultimate beneficiary would be himself. Early in the morning, Lin Jian was already waiting downstairs at Yi Dong's place. When he saw Yi Dong come out, he rubbed his nose and quickly ran up, saying, "Dongzi, you're here? I heard you didn't call Wang Bing and Fatty. Is it just the two of you going?" Yi Dong nodded and said, "Tell Wang Bing and Fatty not to overthink. This time, I'm taking you to familiarize yourself with the hunting grounds. Afterward, you can take them there yourself." "I see." Lin Jian nodded in sudden realization. Yi Dong took out an alloy battle blade from his spatial ring. This blade was a trophy from the extermination of the werewolf tribe half a year ago at that time. Lin Jian was also given a knife, but it was said that during the tribal war, their knives had all been dulled. One could imagine how intense the battle must have been. "Take this knife and climb onto my back." "Climb onto your back." Lin Jian was puzzled but trusted Yi Dong completely. Without hesitation, he climbed onto Yi Dong's back. In the next moment, Yi Dong leapt into the air, cold mist spraying from his feet, carrying Lin Jian swiftly toward the direction of the exotic Beast Valley. After Yi Dong left, a few people suddenly emerged from a nearby alley. They exchanged glances, and a one-eyed, long-haired man looked puzzled. Yi Dong has finally decided to leave Jinghai. But where is he going? North? Exotic Beast Valley? I need to report this to the boss immediately. Half an hour later, Yi Dong landed directly at the entrance of Exotic Beast Valley with Lin Jian. He looked toward the entrance, where the wooden fence originally set up by the wild wanderers had long been dismantled. No one was charging fees at the gate anymore, and exotic beast hunters from all over could now freely enter and exit. Opposite the entrance, a project called Beacon Base was under construction, with numerous dump trucks continuously delivering sand, stone, and mud. It seemed the base would be completed soon. Lin Jian exclaimed in surprise. I didn't expect there to be a hunting ground here. Is that a base being built behind it? Yidong nodded. That's right. This place will become the second old town. You and Fatty can hunt here in the future. But don't slack off in your training, fall behind, even a little, and others will surpass you. Got it, Dongzi. Since we're here, should we go in and take a look? Initially, Yidong had only brought Lin Jian to familiarize him with the route and hadn't planned to enter for hunting. But with Lin Jian's sudden suggestion, Yidong agreed readily. Since you want to see, let's go in and take a look. Many people stepped aside upon seeing Yidong, leaving Lin Jian dumbfounded. He looked confused. Dongzi, why are they so afraid of you? Yidong shrugged. I'm not sure either. Don't worry about them, let's head inside. It wasn't until the two entered Exotic Beast Valley that the people outside began whispering among themselves. Is it really him? Why is he back? He already brought down the Wild Wanderers Guild, how can he still return? Could he be coming for us? We're not Wild Wanderers anymore. For now, it's better not to enter Exotic Beast Valley. Safety first. At that moment, a helicopter suddenly descended from the sky, its strong winds forcing the surrounding people to step back. 4 or 5 people disembarked from the helicopter, one of whom was Huang Cheng, whose dry hair stood out conspicuously in the crowd. Huang Cheng turned to a bald man with a small mustache and braided hair beside him. Cousin Zhang Chong, this is Exotic Beast Valley. I wonder if Yidong and his group have arrived yet. Let's hide for now and avoid alerting them. Zhang Chong nodded and waved for the helicopter to leave. He then noticed something peculiar. A large number of exotic beast hunters were standing outside the valley, but none seemed willing to enter. Stroking his mustache, Zhang Chong turned to Niu Jun, a man over 2 meters tall, and said, Niu Jun, go ask them what's going on. Why aren't they going into Exotic Beast Valley? Niu Jun's expression shifted slightly as he walked into the crowd and asked in a deep voice, what are you all doing here? Why aren't you entering Exotic Beast Valley? Many people stepped back, some even avoiding him entirely without responding. Niu Jun's face darkened, and he cursed under his breath before returning to his group. What's wrong with these people? They won't even answer, as if they're scared of something. I guess there's a powerful exotic beast inside. Zhang Chong sneered. I thought the hunters in the Exotic Beast Valley were stronger than those in the old city. Looks like I overestimated them. I heard the Wuhan Bureau plans to turn this place into a second old city, and they're already building a base here. He smirked, but judging by their old habits, even if they succeed, it'll probably end up just like the previous old city. Heh. Huang Cheng's face was full of anxiety as he said, Cousin, stop chatting and let's either head into the Exotic Beast Valley or find a place to hide. We absolutely can't let Yidong and his group find us. What if he sees us running away? We've waited so long for him to leave the city. Zhang Chong let out a cold laugh and said, Huang Cheng, you're scared out of your wits by that kid Yidong. Is there really a need to be so afraid? Even if he finds us, so what? He might escape for now, but he can't run forever. Huang Cheng quickly put on a flattering smile. You're right, cousin. That kid can't escape us forever. We'll catch him sooner or later. So can we go in now? Yeah, let's go in. He set out earlier than us, so he's probably already inside. We'll split up to search for him. You all know what Yidong looks like, right? The 3 people behind Zhang Chong nodded. Yidong's photos and stories were all over the internet, easy for anyone to find. They had long admired this S-class ability user, though some were skeptical and didn't fully believe the rumors about his prowess. Freezing the old city? Maybe it was his ability, but it could also have been the Wuhan Bureau's doing. The motive was clear, to seal off the old city and develop the Exotic Beast Valley. Zhang Chong suddenly seemed to remember something. Let me tell you, Yidong isn't as capable as they say. It's all media hype. This so-called S-class ability genius supposedly froze the old city in a fit of rage, causing countless exotic beast hunters to lose their jobs and half the tribes in the Alliance Center to disband. It's all a scam. Huang Cheng raised an eyebrow and asked curiously, Cousin, if it wasn't Yidong, then how did the old city get frozen? Experts say the blood ice in the old city can last for decades without melting and even affects the surrounding climate. Zhang Chong chuckled. You said it yourself, blood ice. It could be some kind of chemical substance or advanced technology weapon used by the Wuhan Bureau. After all, the old city is too close to Jinghai, posing a huge safety risk. The Wuhan Bureau probably used advanced technology to eliminate this risk and pinned it on Yidong. That fool even took the blame for them and feels proud, thinking he's so powerful. Everyone suddenly understood. Huang Cheng seemed deep in thought. So that's how it is. Cousin, how did you figure it out? Anyone with a bit of brains could guess. Anyway, there's nothing to fear about Yidong. Enough talk. Let's head into the exotic beast valley. Hopefully, I don't find that kid too quickly, or I'll make him regret it. Inside the exotic beast valley, Yidong and Lin Jian hid behind a tree, their eyes locked on a distant exotic beast about the size of a van, its back covered in sharp spines. Yidong gave Lin Jian an encouraging look. Lin Jian nodded firmly. Dongzi, if I'm not mistaken, that exotic beast is a Tier 2, 6-star beast called the 100-spine boar. Not only is its hide tough, but the spines on its back can also— enough talk. Just go take it down. Yidong casually wanted to test whether the followers killing beasts could truly increase his enhancement points. Lin Jian, pushed by Yidong, staggered to steady himself, his gaze suddenly turning fierce. Gripping his blade with both hands, he roared and charged at the beast. Yidong helplessly shouted from behind, Lin Jian, beasts are naturally intimidating. Your killing intent isn't strong enough, it'll only provoke it and make it fiercer. Lin Jian finally came to his senses, realizing why every time he encountered a beast, it seemed docile and harmless at first, but became formidable in combat. You need to deal with the target using the fastest and most decisive moves. Stop shouting aimlessly, it's useless. Cheering yourself on isn't necessary, either you need to fight with a do or die determination. Got it. Lin Jian's eyes widened as he gripped his blade tightly and slashed down fiercely. Congratulations to the follower for killing a second-tier beast, earning 200 follower points. Realm breakthrough achieved. Host gains 200 enhancement points. Yidong's expression changed drastically. Sure enough, enhancement points were credited. However, the realm breakthrough hadn't moved yet. Lin Jian, after finishing his strike, looked at his hands in confusion and turned to ask Yidong, Dongzi, this is so strange. I feel like my realm has truly broken through. Of course, you've broken through. Now you're like someone with a system, except I'm the one controlling it. Yidong didn't elaborate, simply smiling. Isn't that great? Lin Jian shook his head. It feels weird. Wait, I'll find another beast to test it out. He then found another second-tier beast and easily took it down. Running back to Yidong, he exclaimed excitedly, Dongzi, this is unbelievable. I really feel like my realm improved after killing the beast. If I'm lying, I'm a dog. Yidong maintained a calm expression, but his gaze was fixed on the bubbling excitement in Lin Jian's eyes. It was clear that Lin Jian trusted him even more than Yidong trusted Lin Jian. The fact that killing beasts could enhance cultivation was something Lin Jian revealed without hesitation. Was Lin Jian simple-minded, or was he utterly loyal, hiding nothing from him? In any case, if it were Yidong, he would have kept it to himself long ago. Still, Lin Jian's willingness to share this with him left Yidong both surprised and pleased. It showed he hadn't chosen the wrong person. Then keep killing. Kill enough before heading back. But be careful, don't stray too far. I'll be nearby, and we'll meet back here later, Yidong said with a smile. Lin Jian nodded. All right, I'm off. As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed away. Yidong turned around and looked behind him, speaking coldly. Come out. I noticed you long ago. With the Heavenly Emperor Si, nothing could escape his sight. When those people approached within 1,000 meters, Yidong had already detected them, which was why he deliberately sent Lin Jian away. Knowing that killing beasts could enhance cultivation, Yidong was certain Lin Jian would desperately seek out beasts. This area was the outskirts of the valley, so Lin Jian should be safe. At that moment, Huang Cheng led 4 others toward him, clearly curious after hearing the commotion. The entire Beast Valley was eerily quiet, with only the roars of beasts and hardly any signs of other people. It was unclear why. Unexpectedly, as they approached, they ran into Yidong. Huang Cheng's purpose in seeking Yidong was obvious. He was targeting him. He snorted coldly. Your perception is quite impressive. We just arrived, and you already noticed us? Zhang Chang added. Yidong, we've heard about you for a long time and have always wanted to find an opportunity to spar. Rare to encounter you. Want to give me some pointers? Yidong chuckled. I wouldn't dare call it pointers. It's normal for men to spar with each other. But I heard someone thinks I'm not qualified to compete with him, insisting I must enter the top 10 of the Dragon contest before challenging me. Why didn't Bai Fong and Bai Rong come with you? These words were clearly mocking Huang Cheng, making his face instantly turn extremely ugly. Gritting his teeth, he said, I came to find you, and I know exactly why. I don't have time for your nonsense. Cousin, this kid is too arrogant. Help me teach him a lesson. Zhang Chong smiled faintly. Indeed arrogant. Niu Jun, slap him a few times for my cousin. Let him learn his lesson. Niu Jun nodded and slowly walked toward Yi Dong. Slap him? Like kids fighting? Yi Dong sneered. Instead of coming one by one, why don't you all come at once? I have things to do. I'm in a hurry. Stop talking nonsense. It's not your turn to speak yet. Niu Jun alone can handle you. He's a third tier 6-star ability user, a B-level Titan Cell mutant. Crushing you is as easy as crushing an ant. Niu Jun's heavy footsteps approached Yi Dong, and his figure began to change. Yi Dong looked up. The originally over 2-meter-tall burly man instantly transformed into a 5-meter-tall Titan giant. He wondered what material his underwear was made of, as it didn't tear despite the massive enlargement. Transformed, Niu Jun looked majestic and imposing, his aura overwhelming. The people behind him smiled, as if watching a show. Niu Jun was already strong. Yi Dong, you're unlucky this time. Enjoy it. Titan giants have super strong defense and top-notch destructive power. Yi Dong is doomed this time. Yi Dong, do you still dare to be arrogant? Nothing more to say now, right? Listening to his companion's praise, Niu Jun grinned. Kid, seeing me like this, are you scared stiff? Yi Dong smiled slightly and looked up, asking, in this form, doesn't wearing pants feel uncomfortable? Wearing pants uncomfortable. Niu Jun suddenly realized Yi Dong was referring to his underwear. You're about to die, and you still dare to talk nonsense. Watch me crush you with one punch. Niu Jun raised his pillar-like arm and smashed it down at Yi Dong. Boom. The ground shook, leaving a deep fist mark. Yi Dong stood on the fist, sneering. Big guy, you're not agile. You've become clumsy instead. The key is, you have more places to take damage now. Look up at your head. You don't understand anything. Strength and speed are two different things. Having strength means you can't be fast. I have plenty of ways to deal with you. Niu Jun snorted coldly and looked up at his head. Above him, countless sharp ice spikes hung, smooth and gleaming, emitting a cold light. If they all hit, Niu Jun would undoubtedly turn into a porcupine. Who says strength and speed can't coexist? You really lack knowledge. Take this. With Yi Dong's light shout, the ice spikes suspended in the air suddenly began to move. As Niu Jun had said earlier, strength and speed are two extremes. At this moment, Niu Jun had no intention of dodging. He stood still, protecting his head with both hands, clearly planning to take this round of attacks head-on. The ice spikes fell like raindrops, hitting the Titan giant's body with a puff 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 sound. But they couldn't harm Niu Jun at all. As long as he tensed his muscles, he could completely block these attacks. Niu Jun fended off the rain like ice spikes while sneering at Yi Dong. Kid playing with ice. It seems you're not as formidable as the rumors say. This move of yours is far from enough to deal with me. I think you're not even. Buffed Niu Jun suddenly froze, his mind going blank as he felt a chilling sensation in his chest. In that instant, a milky white beam of light pierced through his body like lightning, striking directly at his heart. Yi Dong raised his finger, blew on the tip, and sneered. I told you. Big, but useless. Bang. Niu Jun clutched the bloody hole in his chest with one hand, dropped to one knee, and his massive figure rapidly shrank. Zhang Chong and the others snapped back to reality, their faces filled with shock. When Niu Jun had blocked Yi Dong's overwhelming attack, they thought the goddess of victory was already smiling upon them. But in the blink of an eye, Niu Jun's heart was pierced, and he couldn't even maintain his Titan form. This showed that the strike had caused immense damage to his body, leaving him unable to hold on. A frail man rushed over to support Niu Jun, asking anxiously, Niu Jun, are you okay? Niu Jun. This. Niu Jun opened his mouth, but said nothing. The frail man looked at the bloody hole in his chest, where even his internal organs were visible. Niu Jun's massive hand, which had been covering the wound, now hung limply at his side. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Yi Dong's mind. Congratulations to the host for killing a third-tier human. Realm breakthrough achieved. Enhancement points plus 800. Brother Chong, Neo Jun. Neo Jun is dead, the frail man said through gritted teeth. Zhang Chong's eyes widened in disbelief. Dead. How could this be? This kid took him down with just one move? Yi Dong said coldly. Personally, I believe a body shouldn't just strengthen one part, the entire body needs to be powerful. That guy named Neo Jun, while his strength was impressive, his reaction was slow, and his defense was mediocre. He still needs more training, but that will have to wait for his next life. Yi Dong coldly stared at the remaining 3 people. As he moved, milky white mist rose behind him, and he said in a chilling voice, I told you before, I'm in a hurry. I asked you to come at me together, but you didn't listen. Now, I'll have to take the initiative. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Dong suddenly pulled his hands apart. Whoosh, walls of mist rose instantly from the ground, enclosing everyone within. Huang Cheng had seen the power of these mist walls before. Back then. They were white, but now they were blood red, even more powerful. Huang Cheng anxiously said to Zhang Chong, Cousin, we need to break out immediately, or we'll freeze to death in here. The frail man jumped back to Zhang Chong's side and whispered, Brother Chong, it seems we underestimated him. He really is as formidable as the rumors say. We can't afford to be careless, or we'll end up like Neo Jun. Zhang Chong didn't need the reminder. He was already grateful he'd sent Neo Jun to deal with Yi Dong first. If it had been him, he might have suffered the same fate. Now, he had to stay calm and prepare for whatever came next. Zhang Chong took a deep breath, staring at the encroaching blood mist and feeling the temperature plummet. If they didn't break out, they were doomed. But was it really that easy to escape? Xiaoqi, you try breaking out first, Zhang Chong said to the frail man. The frail man frowned slightly, clearly understanding that Zhang Chong wanted him to test the mist wall's power first. But if they didn't test it, they'd eventually have to force their way through anyway. Xiaoqi nodded and said, All right, step aside. I'm going to transform. The power boost from transformation varies depending on the level of one's abilities. In the face of the uncertain strength of the fog wall, transformation was a good choice. Neo Jun's death due to underestimating the enemy served as a warning to them. The same mistake must never be repeated. Xiaoqi raised his eyebrows, his entire body covered in black scales, his brows and eyes forming an inverted triangle, revealing certain snake-like features. Boom! Xiaoqi leapt fiercely, attempting to jump over the fog wall, but the fog wall rose rapidly along with him. What? This fog can move. A cold laugh came from within the fog wall. It's not alive, I'm controlling it. You want a breakthrough? Are you underestimating me? Xiaoqi felt a wave of tension, but firmly believed the fog wall couldn't match his speed. Air step. Xiaoqi kicked the air behind him fiercely, and the previously empty air suddenly hardened, like a solid wall. Using this air wall as leverage, he propelled himself forward with a powerful push. But the fog wall instantly rose, swallowing him whole. Not long after bang, a corpse fell heavily onto the muddy ground, resembling an ice sculpture. Xiaoqi's eyes blinked slightly, showing he was still alive. At that moment, the blood fog's eyes opened swiftly, engulfing him. Congratulations to the host for killing a third-tier human. Realm breakthrough. Gaining enhancement points plus 800. Xiaoqi, Brother Qi, Huang Cheng and Zhang Chong could hardly believe their eyes. Even Xiaoqi couldn't escape the fog wall. Huang Cheng turned to Zhang Chong and said, Cousin, what do we do now? Even Brother Qi couldn't break through this fog wall. Are we doomed? After speaking, he shouted at the blood fog. Yi Dong, please spare us. I don't want to die. I still have a future, I just took the wrong path. Please give me a chance, okay? I spared you once, didn't I? During the incident at Moonlight KTV, Yi Dong had indeed let him go. Smack! Zhang Chong slapped Huang Cheng hard, cursing angrily. Damn it! Always embarrassing me. Why are you panicking? I have a way to get out of here. Calm down. Huang Cheng, hearing this, clung to him like a lifeline, his face full of joy. Cousin, are you serious? You can get out of here? Tell me how. Even Yi Dong in the fog was stunned. He could actually escape this enhanced fog wall. How? Zhang Chong sneered, suddenly reaching out to grab Huang Cheng's face. With a fierce grip, countless steel-like feathers grew on his face, and his hands instantly transformed into sharp claws. His 5 fingers stabbed into Huang Cheng's face. Huang Cheng's eyes widened in shock. Cousin you. Zhang Chang grinned and said, "Don't blame me for being ruthless, cousin. I'll avenge you. Rest in peace." As soon as he finished speaking, the bone wings on Zhang Chang's back slowly unfolded, lifting on both sides. With a gentle wave, a gust of wind swept through the area, instantly dispersing the surrounding blood fog. Yi Dong in the fog stared in astonishment. Zhang Chang himself was stunned. The blood fog was dispersed just like that? Yi Dong, encountering someone who could break his fog wall for the first time, clapped in surprise. Impressive, as expected of their leader, truly remarkable. Zhang Chang flung aside the half-dead Huang Cheng, his eyes burning with anger. Your fog wall was so easily blown away by my wind. Yi Dong's expression turned peculiar as he blinked and asked, "What's wrong? Is that not okay?" "Of course not. Why is your fog wall so weak? How could it be blown away by an ordinary wind?" What? Zhang Chang's emotions were complicated, and Yi Dong also couldn't understand why Zhang Chang had just tried to kill Huang Cheng. What had Huang Cheng done wrong? Wasn't it just leading them into a trap? How was that wrong? Zhang Chang looked at Huang Cheng, who was collapsed on the ground and struggling to breathe, feeling both speechless and furious. He had thought the fog wall wouldn't be so easily dispersed and had planned to use Huang Cheng's body as a shield while he seized the opportunity to escape. But as soon as he flapped his wings, the thick fog wall was blown apart. Didn't that mean he had killed his cousin for nothing? How foolish. Zhang Chang's heart was a mix of emotions, realizing he had done something stupid. He had overestimated Yi Dong, but the previously underestimated Niu Jun was already dead in front of him. So instinctively, he had assumed the fog wall was stronger than it appeared and couldn't be easily dispersed by the wind. At this moment, Yi Dong asked Zhang Chang, can I ask why you killed Huang Cheng?" Zhang Chang replied coldly, "He brought people to find you, causing me to lose 2 brothers for nothing. Shouldn't he die for that? Is that really the only reason?" Yi Dong asked incredulously. "Of course," Zhang Chang snapped angrily, pointing at Yi Dong and saying in a deep voice, "The same trick won't work on me again. Plus, your fog wall is weak against the wind, so I can easily break through it. I'm still AB-level Super Birdman Cell Mutant, covered in alloy feathers that bullets can't penetrate. You've already angered me by killing my 2 brothers, so you'd better think about where to run. AB-level Super Birdman Cell Mutant, covered in steel feathers that bullets couldn't pierce." Those wings gave him incredible speed, with defense and strength proportional to each other, and claws capable of easily tearing through flesh. An opponent not to be underestimated. "Thanks for the warning, but I don't plan to run." As soon as the words fell, Yi Dong began to buff himself. Fog Concealment Frost Ring. Advanced Full Concentration. Boiling Blood Berserk. In an instant, Yi Dong's power surged rapidly. From every pore of his body, countless blood particles, like grains of sand, erupted and began rotating around him at incredible speed. The cold air released by the Fog Concealment Frost Ring instantly froze everything within 1,000 meters around him. Yi Dong's astonishing transformation filled Zhang Chang's eyes with shock. If the thick fog wall could still be blown away by the wind, then what was this cold air now? He could clearly see the feathers on his body beginning to freeze, and the speed of the freezing was unstoppable. He had to summon powerful elemental energy to resist the cold, or else he would turn into an ice sculpture, just like the surrounding flowers, grass, and trees. Zhang Chang felt both fear and shock in his heart, secretly thinking. As expected, he was hiding a trump card. With this level of cold air, freezing the entire old city wouldn't be a problem at all. The rumors weren't exaggerated. Moreover, the power he just displayed isn't just an ability, it seems to include physical techniques as well. An ability user who also trained in physical techniques? In the past, he would have laughed at such an approach, thinking it was a complete waste of talent. But now, Yi Dong's fusion of abilities and physical techniques displayed a power that left him in awe. Even if Yi Dong did nothing, he could still continuously harm the environment with his abilities. Not to mention launching an attack in this state. Boom! Yi Dong suddenly leaped, shattering the ice layer that had just formed beneath his feet. The blood boil ability drove him into a frenzy, enhancing all three of his attributes significantly. Coupled with his base stats, which were already double those of others at the same level, his speed was so overwhelming that Zhang Chong couldn't react at all. Bang! Zhang Chong's back arched as if struck by a heavy hammer. This punch broke through his defenses entirely, and the iron wings on his back began to freeze rapidly. He spat out a mouthful of blood, gasping for air as he struggled to control the chaotic elemental energy within his body. His bloodshot eyes turned with difficulty to the left. When he saw that figure, his heart clenched violently. To his left appeared a terrifying blood-red shadow, dragging a black phantom behind it. Its face was completely obscured. This wasn't human at all. It was like a demon straight out of hell. Zhang Chong clenched his fists, his mind wrestling with itself countless times. But he couldn't muster the courage to strike at Yi Dong, who possessed such overwhelming power. He actually didn't dare to make a move. You think you can kill me? Bring a few more people and try again. Yi Dong's left arm suddenly swelled, and a surge of power shot out from his elbow like a rocket. Thud. Zhang Chong couldn't withstand the impact and spat out another mouthful of blood. His entire body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, hurtling backward. Crash, crash, crash. He smashed through countless large trees before finally landing heavily on the follower. Lin Jian level. Tier 2, 4 stars, 3rd stage ability. C-level mutant werewolf type. Werewolf cell strength, 74 plus vitality, 110 plus speed, 59 plus skills. Human wolf transformation boosts 3 indicators by 20%. Basic fist technique, beginner front, kick, mastery, basic blade technique, proficient special ability. Self-healing possesses self-healing functionality, but at a slow pace. Follower points, 5,600. Yi Dong's eyes widened suddenly. Could he be mistaken? Impossible. With his eyesight, there was no way he could be wrong. He actually saw a small plus sign next to Lin Jian's ability level. Yi Dong knew exactly what that little plus sign meant. It represented the possibility of enhancement. It could be upgraded. Could Lin Jian's ability level be upgraded? Or was it that? It was inherently upgradable, but his enhancement points hadn't yet reached the threshold to break through to S level. Yi Dong took a deep breath and said to Lin Jian, "Let's take a break first and continue hunting later." "What do you think?" "I don't want to rest, I want to keep killing, haha. It's been a long time since I've felt this exhilarated. But let's rest for a bit." Lin Jian awkwardly rubbed his nose. Clearly, he still wanted to continue slaying beasts to improve his realm, but since Yi Dong suggested resting, he couldn't insist further. The two found a large tree and sat down. Yi Dong began to focus on studying Lin Jian's personal information. He silently recited to the system. "System, can ability levels really be upgraded?" Abilities can be upgraded. The enhancement points required for upgrades are as follows: E to D, 100 D to C, 1000 C to B, 5000 B to A, 50,000 A to S, 500,000 S to SS, 1 million SSS. Enough. I don't want to know the rest for now. Yi Dong's head ached as he saw all those zeros. It seemed ability levels could indeed be upgraded, but he hadn't yet accumulated the enhancement points needed for S to SS. After all, that required nearly 500,000 enhancement points. Over the past 6 months, he had accumulated less than 100,000 enhancement points. It was precisely because he had reached 100,000 points that he unlocked the follower system and learned that ability levels could be upgraded through enhancement points. Upgrading ability levels meant the abilities would become stronger and more unique. Lin Jian was currently at C level. If he advanced to B level, what would he become? Lin Jian's follower points were 5,600, just enough for one upgrade from C to B. At this moment, Lin Jian suddenly noticed Yi Dong staring at him with a serious expression and asked in confusion, "Dongzi, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something wrong with my body?" Yi Dong shook his head and said, "It's nothing. I just feel like you've become a lot more handsome recently. Maybe my eyes are playing tricks on me. Let's continue resting. Haven't I always been handsome?" Lin Jian chuckled and took out a large piece of braised beef from his spatial ring. Here, this big piece of braised beef is something I specifically brought along. Let's split it in half." Yi Dong took the meat and said seriously, Lin Jian, I read about a situation similar to yours in a book. If someone can break through their realm while slaying beasts, it's very likely their ability level is evolving. Ability level evolving? Lin Jian froze for a moment, then became excited. Really? You read that in a book? Did the book say when I might evolve? Yi Dong shook his head. I'm not sure either, but you can try meditating, calming yourself down, and see if you can successfully complete the evolution. This period is critical, so it's best for you to stay quiet and carefully sense the changes in your body. All right, I'll start meditating right away. Lin Jian completely trusted Yi Dong's words and immediately sat cross-legged to calm his mind. My silly brother, you're both exasperating and amusing. Since you're already my follower, of course, I want to treat you poorly. Let us see if I can help you evolve. Yi Dong took a deep breath, feeling more nervous than when his own abilities were evolving. He spoke to the system in his mind. System, I want to evolve my follower's ability level. Consuming 5,000 follower points. Beginning evolution of follower's ability level. Please choose the type of evolution for the follower. At that moment, two werewolf forms suddenly appeared before Yi Dong. Both forms looked incredibly majestic and imposing. He was momentarily at a loss, unsure which one Lin Jian would prefer, and he couldn't ask directly. If he asked Lin Jian which one he liked, wouldn't that expose the secret of him having a system? System, I want to know more details about the abilities of these two werewolf forms. The first form, B-grade Wind God Wolf King Cell. Wind God Wolf King Cell greatly enhances physical attributes and grants control over wind-based abilities, making it an all-around form with both offensive and ability-based strengths. The second form, B-grade Alloy Wolf King Cell. Alloy Wolf King Cell greatly enhances physical attributes and grants control over metal-based abilities, excelling in both defense and offense, achieving a balanced attack-defense form. Both of these Wolf King forms looked incredibly cool. The usually simple and honest Lin Jian now appeared as two projections, one in the Wind God Wolf King Cell form and the other in the Alloy Wolf King Cell form. Both forms were unbelievably impressive, which was why Yi Dong found it hard to decide. However, after thoroughly understanding the abilities of these two forms, Yi Dong found himself in an even tougher dilemma. The first form, Wind God Wolf King Cell, would allow Lin Jian to control the power of wind, essentially an elemental ability, while also greatly enhancing his physical attributes. The second form, Alloy Wolf King Cell, was easier to understand. Lu Huakai, for instance, possessed a full body armorization ability, covering her entire body with a layer of black, tough skin, boasting incredible defense and attack power. This was why she could go to the battlefield at such a young age and had never been injured. Of course, Yi Dong wasn't sure if Lu Huakai was exaggerating her abilities. Based on his understanding of Lin Jian, the second form seemed more suitable. Moreover, the Alloy Wolf King Cell shared similarities with his original werewolf cell. Evolving into the Alloy Wolf King Cell would essentially add a layer of thick, sturdy armor and sharp claws to his original body. Soon, Yi Dong made his decision to let Lin Jian evolve into the second form. Consuming 5,000 follower points, follower Lin Jian's ability evolving. Alloy Wolf King Cell. Yi Dong looked at Lin Jian, only to see Lin Jian's body undergo a massive transformation in an instant. His skin gradually turned iron gray, and his entire body became covered. Lin Jian suddenly opened his eyes wide, and those eyes had also turned iron gray. Who knew what kind of world he was seeing now? He looked down at his hands, his face full of shock. Dongzi, did you see that? My ability has really evolved. It's really evolved, haha. Lin Jian jumped up excitedly, bouncing around the forest, then suddenly charged at a big tree. Bang! He easily smashed through the trunk, seemingly without any effort. I've evolved. Ha. Lin Jian stood in place, chest out and head held high, raising both hands as his roar echoed through the forest, loud and lasting. At this moment, Yi Dong opened Lin Jian's personal information panel to check his upgrades. Follower, Lin Jian level. Tier 2, 4 stars, Stage 1 ability. Grade B type. Alloy Wolf King Cell strength. 124 vitality, 160 speed, 109 skills. Alloy Wolf King transformation full body alloy battle armor, Basic fist techniques beginner, front kick mastery. Basic blade techniques proficient special abilities. Self-healing slow regeneration. Alloy transformation can turn any object he touches into alloy follower points. 600. The three main attributes had each increased by 50 points. The self-healing special ability remained, and his skill had upgraded from werewolf transformation to alloy wolf king transformation. With the addition of a new special ability, alloy transformation, he could turn anything he touched into alloy, even people. Other aspects hadn't changed much. Lin Jian was now a human tank, with immense destructive power and defense. The only shortcoming was his relatively limited skill set. But that wasn't a big problem, it should be resolved quickly. Lin Jian began adapting to his new body while exploring its capabilities. He ran up to Yi Dong and said, "Dongzi, let me show you something fun." With that, Lin Jian picked up a stick from the ground, instantly turning it into an alloy stick, then used it to tap his own head. The metallic collision produced a piercing, clanging sound. Yi Dong couldn't help but sweat. Luckily, he hadn't chosen the first form. If Lin Jian had foolishly used wind control abilities recklessly, it would have been embarrassing. The alloy Wolf King form suited him better, practical and reliable. Yi Dong pretended to be surprised and said, "I didn't expect the rumors to be true. Your ability really evolved." "That's amazing, Lin Jian, congratulations." Yi Dong felt like he deserved an acting award. The two men embraced emotionally, patting each other's shoulders. "Dongzi, this is all thanks to you. You're so knowledgeable, you knew my ability was about to evolve. Anyone else would have been clueless." "Thank you, Dongzi. I, Lin Jian, owe you 2 lives." Yi Dong awkwardly scratched his nose and said, "Don't say such heavy things." The book also mentioned that evolution doesn't stop at one stage, there might be a second evolution. This is related to the beasts and beastmen. You kill, the more you kill, the sooner the evolution might happen. Really? The book actually said that? Of course. It's a forbidden book, ordinary people can't access it. Don't go around talking about it. Keep it secret, work hard quietly, and don't let others find out. Got it? I'm not crazy, I definitely won't blab. At most, I'll tell Fatty and Wang Bing, haha. Wouldn't that be the same as telling the whole world? Yi Dong quickly stopped him. Lin Jian, you can't tell Fatty and Wang Bing either. If they ever discover your special ability, just say you accidentally ate a certain fruit. That fruit is called the devil fruit, and eating it gives you superpowers. Just explain it to them like that. Devil fruit. Yi Dong had checked, this world didn't have One Piece, nor did it have Eiichiro Oda's story, so no one knew about devil fruits. That's right, devil fruit. All right then, deceiving them is better than saying nothing. Dongzi, you're really clever. I was racking my brain just now and still couldn't figure out how to explain it to them. A faint blush appeared on Yi Dong's face as he cleared his throat and said, "All right, it's getting late. Let's head back early. In the future, you can bring Fatty and the others here to hunt. Oh, and I forgot to tell you, your alloying ability just now seems to work on humans too. Be sure not to use it against enemies, or it could get really awkward." Lin Jian nodded. "I'll make sure to familiarize myself with the new ability when I get back, and of course, I won't slack off on training. We're heading to the military district together. If I don't work hard, how can I keep up with you?" Ha ha. Yi Dong felt reassured upon hearing this and decided to head back. A stormy night with thunder and lightning. A man dressed in a black raincoat was holding a phone, repeatedly checking his location, clearly searching for something. In the valley, heavy rain poured down. In such weather, even the mutant beasts stayed obediently in their caves, not daring to come out. The man in the raincoat arrived at the entrance of a cave. Suddenly, his phone emitted a notification sound. "Inside here? Zhang Chang, what are you up to? When I find you, you're in for it." The man in the raincoat shouted for Zhang Chang as he stepped into the dark cave. "Zhang Chang, do you know how crazy you've made me looking for you? Are you still handling the Tuo gang's affairs or not?" Roar. Suddenly, a massive black shadow lunged out of the cave, knocking the man in the raincoat to the ground and opening its mouth to bite. The man's phone kept issuing warnings. He pressed one hand against the mutant beast's head while glancing at the GPS on his phone. The screen showed that the distance between them was only 30 centimeters. How is this possible? How could Zhang Chang's GPS tracker be inside your stomach? To prevent undercover agents, Every member of the Tuo gang was equipped with a GPS tracker for 24/7 monitoring. Because of this, the man in the raincoat had easily located Zhang Chang. But now, the tracker was inside the mutant beast's stomach, which meant Zhang Chang had been eaten by the beast. The man in the raincoat looked at the struggling mutant beast in his hand. This second-tier beast shouldn't have been able to harm Zhang Chang at all. Even a third-tier beast would have difficulty injuring him, let alone this second-tier one. Something was wrong. Zhang Chang was in trouble. The man in the raincoat unleashed his strength, and 6 tentacle-like appendages suddenly extended from his back, instantly piercing the mutant beast. Do you even know who you just ate? Damn beast. The mutant beast let out a pained scream. Rip! The 6 tentacles violently tore the beast apart, leaving it dead with no chance to fight back. Amid the blood and flesh, the man in the raincoat found a GPS tracker, glowing red and about the size of a ring. Long Jun and Xiaoqi's locations are also here. Could they have been eaten by mutant beasts too? Who on earth did this? The man in the raincoat fell silent. Outside, thunder roared and rain poured down, mirroring his chaotic emotions. Tuo Gang headquarters. The headquarters was a 3-story villa located in the southern part of Iron Fortress. The man in the raincoat rushed back overnight, not even bothering to take off his raincoat, and headed straight to the 2nd floor. He pushed open the door to find a dark-skinned man with slicked back hair, dressed in a suit, sitting on a plush sofa. When he saw the man in the raincoat enter, his gaze turned cold, as if reminded of an irresponsible younger brother. Water Ghost, how is it? Is that little punk off fooling around again? This time, I really wish he was just fooling around. Water Ghost looked up, his face grim, his eyes bloodshot. Zhang Huxing seemed to sense that something was wrong. His expression changed drastically as he asked in a deep voice, "What happened? Tell me clearly what's wrong with my brother." The Water Ghost took a GPS tracker out of his pocket and carefully placed it on the table in front of Zhang Huxing. This is the GPS tracker from Qiangzi's body. I found it in the stomach of a 2nd-tier mutant beast. There were also some pieces of flesh and clothing. I'm not sure if they belonged to Qiangzi, but I brought them all back. After speaking, he pulled out a plastic bag from his spatial ring. Inside were bloody, unrecognizable chunks of flesh. Zhang Huxing stared at the pile of mangled meat, his anger surging. With a single palm strike, he shattered the sturdy table. Boom! The notebook and items on the table scattered everywhere, breaking into a chaotic mess. A poor goldfish flopped and struggled on the ground. Zhang Huxing stepped over the broken table, crushing the goldfish underfoot, and walked to the pile of rotting flesh. He stared at the plastic bag of mangled meat in silence. In truth, his mind was racing, searching for Zhang Chang's enemies and adversaries. Finally, he took a deep breath and asked the Water Ghost beside him, "Where did you get Zhang Chang's location?" The Water Ghost answered honestly, "Boss Hu, when you couldn't find your brother yesterday, I went to the surveillance team to ask for help tracking Zhang Chang's whereabouts. The surveillance team found that Zhang Chang left Jinghai with Niu Jun and Xiao Qi, heading north. I remember it was the Mutant Beast Valley. Later, I took a monitoring phone to look for them, and then, at that moment, a man walked in from outside and said softly, 'Boss Hu, 2 days ago, someone named Huang Cheng came to see Brother Chang. I was the one who received him. Later, Brother Chang left with Huang Cheng, saying they were going to deal with someone named Yidong.' Yidong? The Yidong from the War Academy. Huang Cheng, Yidong, War Academy? These pieces of information quickly pieced together, seemingly forming a lead, but it wasn't entirely conclusive yet. However, Yidong from the War Academy was definitely connected to his brother's death. What exactly happened? Zhang Huxing let out a long sigh, clenched his teeth, and ordered his subordinates, "First, take my brother's body for identification to confirm his identity. Then send someone to find Yidong. Bring him here. Immediately. Now." "Yes." Water Ghost. "You personally go find Yidong." "Yes." War Academy. Gravity Training Room. Yidong looked at the increasingly powerful Lin Jian, feeling an immense sense of reassurance. With Lin Jian's support, there was no need to worry about anyone targeting them. Moreover, after everything that had happened, and with such an excellent mentor like Mu Jian, Lin Jian and the others had been steadily improving their strength. Even Li Xiaoyu was diligently practicing martial arts. Indeed, Only after experiencing major events do people truly change. Mu Jian walked over to Yi Dong, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Hey, why are you smiling so weirdly? If you were smiling at Xiaoyu, I could understand, but smiling at Lin Jian like that? I don't get it. Do you like men or something?" "Of course not. I have a very impressive girlfriend. Want me to bring her over to show you?" "Oh, really? I'd like to see what kind of woman could catch your eye, Yi Dong." "Is it Sister Lan, Yi Dong?" Li Xiaoyu leaned in, gossiping. She always felt that Yi Dong and Sister Lan had a complicated relationship. Sister Lan's sudden disappearance was definitely related to Yi Dong. He must have made her angry. "Stop gossiping and get back to training. When you get to the military district, no one will protect you." TCH. At this moment, Yi Dong suddenly looked toward the entrance of the gravity training room. Standing there was a man in a raincoat, staring at him with a cold and intimidating gaze. His eyes were venomous, and his demeanor was even more hostile. Who was this guy? Even if they were strangers, being stared at like this would make anyone uncomfortable. The man, nicknamed Water Ghost, slowly walked toward Yi Dong, his raincoat dripping water and leaving wet marks on the floor, drawing curious glances from others. Yet, no one dared to say anything. Water Ghost stopped in front of Yi Dong and lowered his voice, saying, "You're Yi Dong? Come with me." His tone and gaze were filled with an air of commanding authority. Yi Dong frowned slightly and replied, "Who are you? Where are you taking me? I can't just follow a stranger without knowing what's going on." This was the War Academy, and even the forces of darkness wouldn't dare act recklessly here. Yi Dong vaguely suspected that this man might be connected to Zhang Chong, whom he had killed yesterday. But what puzzled him was how the other party knew it was him and why they had come specifically for him. Moreover, he wasn't entirely sure if this person was related to Zhang Chong. For now, he decided to feign ignorance and play along. Water Ghost said coldly, "You'd better come with me obediently. If that matter truly has nothing to do with you, the Tuatoa gang won't do anything to you." The Tuatoa gang, it was indeed Zhang Chong's group. Yi Dong had later inquired about the Tuatoa gang and learned that they were neither affiliated with guilds nor tribes, but were a gang of criminals. Though small in scale, they operated covertly, were tightly managed, and rarely left evidence for the Martial Security Bureau to act on. As a result, they had managed to persist. In short, they were not a legitimate organization. Mu Jian crossed his arms and leisurely walked out from behind Yi Dong, sizing up Water Ghost and sneering. "You don't seem to be from the War Academy, and you're wearing a raincoat inside, making the floor all wet. You'd better leave quickly, or I won't be polite." Water Ghost's gaze turned icy as he said to Mu Jian, "This matter has nothing to do with you. Stay out of it." "Who are you telling to stay out of it?" Mu Jian's temper flared instantly. From a distance, Lin Jian and the others who were training immediately gathered around. "Dongzi, what's going on? Who is this guy? Hey, what are you up to? Why are you looking for our brother Dong? How about we go with you? What do you think?" Water Ghost raised an eyebrow and sneered. "Are you trying to bully me with numbers?" Yi Dong smiled faintly and said, "We're not bullying you. Since you've come to find me personally, I can go with you. Lead the way." "Dongzi, who are these people?" Lin Jian blocked Yi Dong, his expression serious. Yi Dong didn't intend to let them get involved and wanted to handle it himself. This made them feel uneasy. Yi Dong chuckled lightly. "You guys continue training. They're just here to talk to me, nothing will happen." After saying this, he walked straight out of the gravity room. Water Ghost snorted coldly. "At least you know what's good for you." At the Tuatoa gang headquarters, Yi Dong followed Water Ghost to the second floor, where he met the gang leader, Zhang Huxing. The two sides sized each other up for a moment before Zhang Huxing let out a long sigh and took the initiative to ask, "My brother is dead. Does it have anything to do with you?" Yi Dong smiled faintly. "Of course it does. Otherwise, why would I be here?" Zhang Huxing and the people around him were stunned. They had considered all sorts of possibilities, but hadn't expected him to admit it so straightforwardly. This shocked everyone, and they all turned to look at Zhang Huxing. Zhang Huxing quickly regained his composure, suppressing the urge to attack Yi Dong, and asked in a deep voice, "Are you serious? You killed my brother?" Yi Dong nodded. "Yes, that's right. So what? What's wrong?" The Water Ghost roared angrily. "Yi Dong, don't be so arrogant. Do you even know who you're facing? He's someone even the Bureau of Martial Peace wouldn't dare provoke easily." Yi Dong sneered. The Bureau of Martial Peace likes to handle things by the book. For the tough cases, someone else steps in. I don't care if he's your brother, all I know is that he came to kill me. For those who try to kill me, there's only one outcome, you should know that. Ha ha, Zhang Huxing threw his head back and laughed, his laughter deafening, causing many around to falter. Yi Dong faintly sensed the intense, killing intent hidden within the laughter. This man carried a heavy aura of death. He must have killed many. To be able to conceal killing intent within laughter, what a skill. Yi Dong, my brother died at your hands, so at least his death wasn't in vain. Zhang Huxing restrained his laughter and stared coldly at Yi Dong. Whether Zhang Chang tried to kill you first or was killed by you, he was still my brother. The bond between brothers is special, perhaps because blood is thicker than water. His death has left me deeply unsettled. To vent my anger, I must do something to the one who killed him. You know what I mean, don't you? Of course, Yi Dong replied with a smile. When my good brother was injured, I was also upset. Later, I found a way to vent and finally felt at peace. But if you want to avenge your brother, do you really have what it takes? Only one way to find out. The water ghost's eyes turned icy, and 8 tentacles suddenly extended from behind him, ready to strike. Zhang Huxing raised his hand to stop him. Boss, let me kill this brat. Zhang Huxing sneered. Do you know why he's so arrogant? Because he's closely connected to the Bureau of Martial Peace. The Bureau has been watching us closely. If we act now, we'll be giving them the evidence they need to deal with us openly. This brat knows that and is deliberately provoking us. Don't fall for his trap. Yi Dong raised an eyebrow, impressed. As expected of a leader, you've got brains. Since you've seen through my little trick and don't dare to touch me, does that mean I can leave now? Get lost. Zhang Huxing sneered coldly, his eyes filled with malice. Yi Dong shrugged, spread his hands, and turned to head downstairs. The water ghost asked Zhang Huxing in confusion. Boss, you're just letting this brat go? Zhang Huxing took a deep breath. Are you crazy? He's Yi Dong. This is the headquarters of the Tuchuo gang. We can't make a move here. Forgive my foolishness. Knowing it was him is enough. We'll have plenty of chances to deal with him. Go call that old guy Wang Sr. Understood. Yi Dong returned to the War Academy, fully aware that this matter wouldn't be resolved easily. He had admitted to it openly, wanting the Tuchuo gang to target him directly instead of resorting to underhanded tricks. Zhang Huxing's strength seemed formidable, stronger than any enemy Yi Dong had faced before. It looked like he'd need to be extra cautious in the coming days. Just then, Yi Dong's phone rang. He glanced at the number. It was Su Zhen, the current captain of the Bureau of Martial Peace. Yi Dong pressed the answer button. Yi Dong, how did you end up coming out of the Tuchuo gang's headquarters? What were you doing there? Never mind. Just come to the Bureau of Martial Peace. I have news about Lan Lan to share with you. News about Sister Lan? Yi Dong was slightly startled and immediately rushed to the Bureau of Martial Peace. With his current physical abilities, his running speed far surpassed that of any vehicle. Yi Dong arrived at the Bureau of Martial Peace and found Captain Su Zhen in the director's office. Director Wang's face was ashen as he stared at a video on the table, with Su Zhen standing guard nearby. When Yi Dong arrived, Su Zhen quickly stepped forward and said, Yi Dong, you're just in time. Director Wang has something to assign to you. After speaking, Su Zhen stepped aside, not daring to meet Director Wang's gaze. Director Wang glared at Su Zhen with a murderous look, but Su Zhen remained unfazed, merely sighing. This Su Zhen really talks too much. I'm considering whether to strip him of his captain position. Yi Dong had no interest in listening to Director Wang's complaints. His sharp gaze fixed on him as he asked, Director Wang, what's going on? What happened to Sister Lan? Did something happen to her? Director Wang sighed helplessly and nodded. I wasn't planning to tell you about this. I called you here to understand why you went to the Tuchuo gang today. The Tuchuo gang was a criminal organization, and there were likely many Wuhan Bureau operatives stationed around them. Director Wang wasn't surprised to know Yi Dong had come out of the Tuchuo gang today. But what he was concerned about now was Lan Lan, his woman. Lan Lan, not the Tuchuo gang. Take a look at this video yourself. With that, Director Wang turned the laptop screen toward Yi Dong and said, the person who sent this video made no effort to hide their location. We've already pinpointed their whereabouts. The video was dimly lit, clearly shot in a basement. A woman with long hair covering her face, Su Zhen, whispered in Yi Dong's ear. She posted this photo in our former work group chat. Now, all the colleagues at the Wuhan Bureau know about it. Yidong immediately felt like there was nowhere to hide his face. Sister Lan had really gone too far this time. How was he supposed to show up at the Wuhan Bureau after this? At that moment, Director Wang said, "Don't worry, Yidong. We will do everything we can to rescue Lan Lan. She is very important to us, and this is also the only chance to capture Lanya. We absolutely won't let it slip away. Regarding your desire to join the rescue mission, I hope you'll think it over carefully. As you've seen, Lan Lan's strength is at least Tier 4, possibly even Tier 5 or higher. Moreover, he's part of the Dark Sequence, and he surely has companions with him. The safest approach is to let White Demon handle this operation. You should stay put in Jinghai." Yidong shook his head and said, "I've fought against the Dark Sequence many times. They definitely recognize me. If Brother White Demon steps in, his identity will surely be exposed. For this operation, it's better for me to take the lead while Brother White Demon provides support from behind. That way, it's safer. Director Wang, what do you think?" Director Wang listened and felt that Yi Dong's reasoning made sense. If the Dark Sequence recognized White Demon, the plan would be ruined. However, Yi Dong was a pillar of Longhua, and letting him participate in such a dangerous mission recklessly could result in a major loss for the country if anything went wrong. After thinking for a while, he neither agreed nor refused, but instead said, "White Demon will arrive tomorrow. Let's discuss it then. For now, I want to ask you, why did you go to the headquarters of the Tuatha Gang today? We even thought you defected." Yidong briefly explained the situation with Zhang Chong to Director Wang. After hearing it, Director Wang suddenly understood and let out a long sigh of relief, saying, "Yidong, you are a treasure of Longhua. You must take care of yourself. You'll encounter many people who are jealous of you and want to harm you. Next time something like this happens, it's best to contact us first and not act alone." Yidong smiled faintly and said, "I really had no choice. I'll definitely contact you next time, but I doubt they'd dare to touch me unless I leave Jinghai." Director Wang then began to talk about the background of the Tuatha Gang. Their leader, Zhang Huxing, was originally the director of the Wuhan Bureau but was dismissed for embezzlement. Later, he founded the Tuatha Gang himself, and the Wuhan Bureau has been monitoring him 24/7. A former director who once served the people had now mixed with thugs and gangsters, smuggling arms and forcing women into prostitution. It was not only a joke, but also a disgrace to the Wuhan Bureau. Zhang Huxing was cunning and cautious, familiar with the operations of the Wuhan Bureau, making it extremely difficult to catch him red-handed. That Yi Dong could leave the Tuatha Gang safely this time was also within reason. Zhang Huxing wouldn't be foolish enough to make a move against Yi Dong within the gang's territory unless he left the city. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. The three of them turned their heads simultaneously. The door opened, and an unexpected person stood at the entrance. It was Tu Yu, along with Xiong Zhan. "Yi Dong, what are you doing here? We were just looking for you." Tu Yu ran over excitedly. Yi Dong was surprised. "I should be asking you that. What are you doing in Jinghai? Did Brother White Demon come too?" "Yes, he did. I also brought a bunch of kids." Tu Yu spoke as she stepped aside. A group of adorable children, as cute as porcelain dolls, emerged from behind her. "This is Yi Dong, the great hero of our sacred tree kingdom. Go on, call him Big Brother." "Big Brother." The sweet voices of the children drowned Yi Dong. He quickly regained his composure and asked Tu Yu, "I heard Brother Bai is coming back tomorrow. Didn't he come with you?" "Your perception has weakened, Yi Dong," Baimo said as he walked in from outside the door. Yi Dong scratched his head. "This is the Bureau of Martial Security. I didn't release my perception and thought you'd arrive tomorrow. Didn't expect you to come so soon." Tu Yu smiled and said, "Thanks to the help of the Winged Tribe, we managed to get here quickly. This time, we brought the children here in hopes that they can learn and grow, contributing to the sacred tree kingdom in the future." Yi Dong half joked, "We provide food, lodging, and training. Doesn't that seem too good a deal?" Tu Yu laughed and replied, "The sacred tree kingdom will certainly reciprocate. Once the air route between Jinghai and the sacred tree kingdom opens, humans will be able to visit our kingdom for free, and we will warmly welcome them." It seemed the relationship between the sacred tree kingdom and humans was quite good, with air routes already being planned. Moreover, Tu Yu intended for the Beastman's children to receive education in the city, marking an important step in fostering friendly relations between beastmen and humans. Unfortunately, now was not the time for celebration. Tu Yu led the children downstairs, with Xiong Zhan acting as their bodyguard. The office was left with only 4 people, the original 3 plus Mo. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Mo asked Yi Dong, "So, you're involved in this mission too?" Yi Dong nodded. "I think no one is more suitable than me. After all, I'm the one they're looking for." Director Wang, Brother Bai is back. What's the plan now? Director Wang pondered for a moment. We'll set aside the matter of the Tuatoa gang for now and deal with it when you return. The priority now is rescuing Lon Lon. She's seriously injured, and the longer we delay, the more dangerous it becomes. The other side has only given us 3 days, so we can't devise a complex plan. Sujin will give you the address shortly. You two will head directly to the location. Lon Lon is in your hands now. Time was tight, and Director Wang had no better options. Regardless, they had to face the unknown challenges and adapt as they went. 10 minutes later, Yi Dong and Bai Mo arrived at the helicopter landing pad behind the Bureau of Martial Security. They had only one address, with no information about the enemy's numbers or strength. Yi Dong checked the ultrasonic bullets in his elemental space ring. He hadn't used them last time, but now they would come in handy for self-defense. He also had a 7th-tier expert secretly guarding him, which gave him more confidence. As for the Tuatoa gang's matter, it would have to wait until they returned. The helicopter slowly ascended and quickly flew in a certain direction. Inside the cabin, Bai Mo looked at Yi Dong curiously and said, "Yi Dong, it's only been a few days, but your strength seems to have improved again. Did the Sacred Tree Kingdom's holy fruit help?" Yi Dong smiled and replied, "That holy fruit is indeed incredible. After eating it, my strength increased significantly." "Brother Bai, didn't you get one?" Bai Mo sighed helplessly. "I wasn't that lucky. That fruit is guarded by the bear tribe for generations, and only they know how to pick it properly. Otherwise, it would spoil. No one else has the chance. So, you're really fortunate." Yi Dong nodded with a wry smile. That sacred spirit fruit had increased his vitality and strength by 100 points, saving him a lot of enhancement points. Its effects were extraordinary. No wonder Bai Mo was so envious. Changing the subject, Yi Dong asked Bai Mo, "Brother Bai, the other side dares to leave an address and wait for us, so there must be experts lying in ambush. I have an idea to safely rescue Lon Lon. Do you believe me?" The white demon frowned slightly and asked curiously, "What is the plan? Let us hear it." The video link sent by Lanya showed an island about 200 nautical miles from Jinghai. The island was once inhabited by fishermen, but had become deserted due to sea beast attacks. However, part of the island's power and communication equipment remained functional. The helicopter slowly descended onto the island. Yi Dong and the white demon disembarked, and the helicopter immediately took off again. Crack, crack, suddenly, a burst of static noise sounded. Yi Dong and the white demon's expressions changed abruptly as they looked toward the distant mountain peak on the island. There stood a person, so clearly visible that every detail of their face could be seen. It was a girl, no older than 13 or 14, with a red birthmark on her left cheek. She carried a rocket launcher on her shoulder and stared at them coldly. She pulled a walkie-talkie from her pocket, and her childish voice echoed through the island's loudspeakers. "Let us play a game. There are 36 houses scattered across the island. The person you're looking for is in one of them. If you can't find her before sunset, the bomb tied under her chair will explode, triggering a chain reaction that will destroy the entire island. Good luck." As soon as she finished speaking, the girl quickly ran down the mountain and disappeared. The white demon looked at Yi Dong and said, "You go find Lon Lon, I'll chase after that girl." Got it. There was just over an hour until sunset. The houses ahead were likely part of the 36. Lon Lon could be in one of them or not. To confirm her location, they would have to search one by one. Eye of the Heavenly Emperor. Buzz, everything within a kilometer came into view, but while it allowed for clearer and farther vision, it couldn't penetrate roofs to see inside the houses. The video showed that Lon Lon was clearly in a basement. Yi Dong quickly analyzed the situation. A basement could still provide strong electricity to power the electric chair beneath Lon Lon. The search area narrowed significantly. The white demon had already gone after the girl. As a 7th-tier expert, There was no need to worry about her. Yidong just needed to find Lan Lan and get her out of the danger zone. The rest could be left to the white demon. Time to start searching. Suddenly bang. Yidong instinctively dodged to the left. The spot where he had just been standing was struck by a sniper bullet, leaving a deep crater that emitted thick black smoke. If he had been hit, even with his copper skin, iron bone physique, it would have been a fatal injury. The bullet had been fired from an extremely long distance, well beyond the range of the eye of the Heavenly Emperor, and the shooter was expertly concealed. It was clearly fired from over a kilometer away. Yidong quickly moved in the direction the bullet had come from. Not far ahead, he spotted a tall, tower-like structure. The tower was so far away it looked like a thin stick on the horizon. How could the sniper lock onto him so precisely from such a distance, with so many obstacles in the way? Here it comes again. Yidong was startled and rolled swiftly to dodge. An explosion sounded behind him, but he paid it no mind, instead charging toward the tower as if teleporting. The sniper on the tower looked shocked. He dodged my shot twice in a row. This guy's perception is incredible. Xiaobai, he is heading this way, stop him. Don't let him reach the tower. Xiaobai was a boy who looked only 7 or 8 years old, but his eyes didn't resemble those of a child. Instead, they carried the cold indifference of someone who had seen through the world, endured countless hardships, and held no expectations for life. His half-lidded eyes gave him an air of extreme reluctance. Hawkeye sighed helplessly and had no choice but to call Xiaobai out. Your sister is busy dealing with someone else, and that person's strength far surpasses the one you're facing. If you deal with this kid quickly, you can go help your sister. I won't tell Fong. I don't care whether that woman lives or dies. I just want to go myself, don't misunderstand. Hawkeye watched Xiaobai walk toward the white tower, shaking his head with a wry smile. Such a dishonest child. Be careful, or your sister and I will both worry about you. As Xiaobai approached the base of the white tower, he suddenly vaulted over the railing and landed on the ground in a single leap. At that moment, Yidong also arrived. Looking at the young boy in front of him, he could clearly sense that this child was no ordinary person but a hidden beast. The two locked eyes coldly. Yidong said in a frosty tone, "Little potato, I advise you not to block my way. I'm looking for the person who just shot at me. I'm not called Little Potato, my name is Lan Fong." Lan Fong. Surname Lan. Could this boy be related to Lan Lan? Defeat me or kill me, and then I'll let you pass. Are you ready, Yidong? The boy's gaze turned icy. As soon as he finished speaking, his body underwent a terrifying transformation. Blood beads seeped from his pores, and white smoke rose from his body. This was clearly the state of blood boil madness. He reached behind his waist and pulled out a crescent-shaped blade, gripping it in a reverse hold. Although Yidong didn't recognize many weapons, he immediately identified this as a meat hook knife. The hooked tip of the blade could tear through flesh with a single slash, causing blood to gush out. Buzz! A powerful vortex of energy erupted from beneath the boy's feet, causing the ground to sink slightly. His cold eyes locked onto Yidong's chest as he asked in a chilling voice, "Are you ready?" It seemed this boy was indeed from the Lan family, otherwise he wouldn't have mastered blood boil madness. Sister Lan had once said that all her family members were dead. So who exactly was this boy? What was going on? Yidong took a deep breath. Now wasn't the time to think about these things. He needed to deal with the boy first, and then find the person who had fired the shot. They must know Lan Lan's whereabouts. Even if they didn't, he had to get answers. Whoosh! Lan Fong instantly turned into a blur, his body leaning forward at a speed so fast it left after images. Flash! The meat hook knife tore through the air with a sharp whistle. Yidong leaned back sharply, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike, and swiftly reached out with his right hand to grab Lan Feng's shoulder. Screech! Lan Feng vanished in an instant, leaving a deep mark on the ground as he slid around to Yidong's back. A chill ran down Yidong's spine. He immediately turned and swung a backhanded slap toward Lan Feng's face. Smack! Lan Feng clearly hadn't expected Yidong to be so fast. Just a moment ago, Yidong had been leaning back, but now he had suddenly lunged forward to counterattack. Didn't he worry about injuring his neck with such a move? Yidong glanced at his right hand. When he struck Lan Feng, his own arm had been grazed by the meat hook knife, leaving a wound. If he were an ordinary person, The flesh on half his arm would likely have been torn open. Lan Feng slowly stood up, spitting out a tooth. His cold eyes fixed on the wound on Yi Dong's arm. It seems Lan Lan has already taught you the dragon essence and bone reinforcement technique. Otherwise, how could your body and bones be so resilient? How far have you progressed? Have you already advanced to martial physique? Yi Dong responded coldly. I don't care what grudges you have with Lan Lan or what she might have done to you. All I know is that Lan Lan is my woman. Today, I'm taking her away from you, safe and sound. Lan Feng couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. His body slowly lowered, and he repeated the forward-leaning motion from earlier. His left hand pressed against the ground, his head bowed low, and the hooked meat knife in his right hand was hidden behind him, not wanting anyone to see it clearly. Interesting words. Then let me show you a deeper skill of the Lan family. Don't blink, or you'll die. Thud. He leaped high into the air. Yi Dong didn't even lift his head. Under the Heavenly Emperor's eye, the world was entirely within his view. Lan Feng jumped incredibly high, diving down swiftly like a hunting eagle. Just as he was about to reach Yi Dong, he suddenly changed his attack direction. Below, the two faced off in a high-speed clash, where even a moment's distraction could allow the other to exploit a flaw and inflict serious damage. Time seemed to slow down. Yi Dong slowly shifted his gaze downward. Just as Lan Feng was about to strike, his eyes widened in shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. This guy had seen through his attack trajectory? Did he have eyes on his back? How did Lan Feng manage this? Bang! Yi Dong's foot struck Lan Feng's face. Lan Feng let out a scream, his entire body hurtling backward like a cannonball into a large tree. Bang! The tree trunk cracked. Yi Dong frowned slightly. He hadn't used that much force, had he? Upon closer inspection, Lan Feng hadn't actually hit the tree. Instead, he performed an astonishing mid-air roll, landing with both feet on the trunk. Using the force, he pushed off. The tree trunk shattered. Blood trickled from Lan Feng's mouth, but his gaze remained icy and fierce, even breaking into wild laughter. Unbelievable. Someone can focus their full power to this extent. As expected of the man Lan Lan has her eyes on. This time, Yi Dong no longer stayed on the defensive. He approached swiftly and silently, appearing in front of Lan Feng in an instant. One hand grabbed Lan Feng's throat and lifted him. Lan Feng's body immediately stiffened, his eyes nearly rolling back. But just then, Yi Dong suddenly threw Lan Feng aside and quickly dodged. Bang! An explosion erupted from where Yi Dong had just been standing. It was the sniper on the White Tower. The sniper laughed and shouted to Yi Dong, "Hey, buddy, let the kid go. Spare his life. And I'll tell you Lan Lan is in the underground reservoir to the north. The sun's about to set, so you'd better hurry and find her, or she won't make it." Yi Dong took a deep breath. Clearly, the White Tower wasn't where Lan Lan was being held. She truly wasn't here. If she were, these people wouldn't be so eager to reveal her location. The north? Yi Dong activated the Heavenly Emperor's eye. The reservoir was too far to see, but he immediately dashed northward. Using the power of no distance, he could teleport kilometers in an instant. Even if these people were lying, he could return in seconds to settle the score with them. Hawkeye descended from the White Tower, walked over to the fallen Lan Feng, and gave him a light kick, smiling as he asked, "Hey, still alive?" A cough, cough, cough. Lan Feng let out a strange cry, coughed up a mouthful of blood, and clutched his injured throat, glaring coldly at Hawkeye. Hawkeye crouched down to check his injuries, startled. "That guy really meant to kill you. If I hadn't stopped him in time, your throat would probably be crushed by now. You can't talk right now. Breathe through your nose and stop glaring at me. I'm the one who saved you. Let's get you treated first." With that, Hawkeye hoisted Lan Feng onto his shoulder and headed back toward the White Tower. Lan Feng watched silently in the direction where Yi Dong had disappeared, his thoughts unknown. Hawkeye seemed to sense something and chuckled lightly. "You must have already shown him the moon shadow assassination technique, right?" Lan Feng nodded. "That's good. Your task is complete. Now it depends on whether he can find Lan Lan." The reservoir. The reservoir to the north. Yi Dong finally saw the entrance to the reservoir. Standing at the door was a man, the same man who appeared in the video. Lan Lan's brother, Lanya. However, Lanya looked different from how he appeared in the video. In the video, he seemed deranged, But now he was wearing a white shirt and gold-rimmed glasses, looking refined and scholarly. Lanya suddenly looked in Yidong's direction and shouted, "Yidong, is that you? Come over here. I've been wanting to meet you for a long time." Yidong knew he had been discovered and saw no need to hide. He immediately approached at full speed. "Lan, I'm here to save you." The two locked eyes. Yidong's gaze was wary and full of hostility. Lanya, however, smiled and looked at him with an appreciative expression. "Where's Lan?" Yidong asked coldly. Lanya smiled and said, Lan is in the underground reservoir behind me. She's fine for now. But I'm very impressed with your performance today. I didn't expect you to not only evade Hawkeye's sniper shots, but also defeat Lan Feng. To be honest, your strength exceeded my expectations." Yidong glanced at the underground reservoir behind Lanya. The Heavenly Emperor's eye confirmed that Lan was indeed inside, unconscious on a cold elevator, but he didn't see any C for explosives. Could the explosives be hidden in her clothes? Confirming that Lan was nearby, Yidong adjusted his mindset and focused on dealing with Lanya. Since Lan was so close, the mist concealment frost ring couldn't be used, but the Great Fog Wall was still effective. However, since the opponent was also from the Lan family, in his blood-boil berserk state, Yidong wasn't sure if the Great Fog Wall could block his attacks. Would it ultimately come down to hand-to-hand combat? At this moment, Yidong was especially glad he had trained in physical combat techniques. "Don't rush, Yidong. I called you here not to kill you, nor to kill Lan. After all, she is my biological sister," Lanya said with a relaxed smile. Yidong frowned and asked seriously, "What do you mean? What's your real purpose? Stop beating around the bush and just say it." Lanya smiled and said, "First, let me tell you a story. The story goes like this. Let me go? I was wrong. You sure can run, but this is the end of the line." White Demon grabbed the hair of the bomb-laden girl. Although she was just a child, he believed that this little girl in front of him was no ordinary child. Some child soldiers were even more ruthless than adult assassins. He couldn't afford to go easy on her just because of her age. "I'll send you to meet the King of Hell right now." "Wait, listen to me. Are you going to listen or not?" The little girl glared at him angrily. "Let go of me first. We're not enemies. What kind of trick are you trying to pull now? Do you believe I'll rip off your twin ponytails?" A cruel thought crossed White Demon's mind. The little girl sighed and said, "Put me down first, and I'll tell you our purpose. I can guarantee that Lan is fine, and Yidong is fine too. The bombs on the island? I lied to you about all of them." White Demon hesitated a little, but the way the little girl spoke didn't seem like she was lying. What should he do? He had seen comrades hesitate when faced with child soldiers, only to be stabbed in the back. Since then, he had told himself, no matter the opponent man, woman, old, or young, he would never show mercy. In the end, the white mage let go of the little girl and said warily, "Explain your purpose quickly, or else." "Or else what? You've already pulled out so much of my hair. How much conditioner will I need to fix this? My poor hair, boo-hoo." The little girl hugged a lock of her hair, her face full of grievance. The white mage's patience was nearing its limit. What on earth was this little girl up to? Wasn't she supposed to be part of the dark sequence? The little girl did indeed have a 6-digit number on her forehead, but unlike other members of the dark sequence, there was an additional black line. This was the mark of the rebels within the dark sequence. She wasn't a member of the dark sequence. She was part of the rebels fighting against them. The white mage felt slightly more assured. "Are you rebels?" "Yes, so what? We haven't opposed you." The little girl glared at him angrily, then walked away, saying, "Our purpose is simple. Recently, we want to deal with someone in Jinghai and need someone familiar with the area to help, so we contacted Lan. But that crazy woman flat out refused to help and wouldn't even listen. We found a photo on her phone, a bed photo. When the white mage heard bed photo, he immediately became interested but quickly regained his composure. "Who exactly are you? Why did you capture Lan? Explain clearly." The little girl snorted coldly. "Who are we? Didn't I already say? We're the rebels. We didn't plan to capture Lan, we just wanted to make a deal with her. Because of past events, she refused to help us, so we turned to someone close to her, Yidong. After investigating, we found Yidong to be a suitable candidate, so we tricked him into coming out. We didn't expect to also lure out a 7th-tier monster. It scared us to death. Luckily, You're not one of those impulsive lunatics. The white mage finally understood the little girl's words. Little girl, I still don't quite get it. Why insist on getting Lanlan's help? The little girl pouted and said, we're all from the Lan family. If Lan family members don't help each other, who else would they help? The white mage was somewhat familiar with Lanlan's background. Lan came from a large ancient martial arts family, where children underwent various training from a young age. The family was mysterious and rarely showed themselves, always maintaining secrecy. It wasn't until a few years ago, when Lan joined the Jinghai Martial Security Bureau's team, that this layer of mystery began to unravel. It turned out that this seemingly inconspicuous descendant of the Lan family's ancient martial arts had been living in seclusion in Jinghai all along. With her strength and talent, Lan easily became the captain of the Martial Security Bureau's team until 6 months ago. The little girl in front of him claimed to also be from the Lan family. Could she be Lan's younger sister? And by the way, don't call me little girl. My name is Lan Ling. Not the Ling from Jingling Bells, but the Ling from the spirit dragon emerging from the water. The white mage crossed his arms, scrutinizing Lan Ling, and asked, so you deliberately lured me here? Was your goal to divert attention so you could deal with Yidong? Deal with him? That sounds so harsh. It was actually just a test of strength. We wanted to see if he was really as formidable as the rumors say. By now, he's probably been beaten to a pulp by Lan Feng. The white mage snorted coldly, grabbed Lan Ling's wrist, and said, take me to them now. You're hurting me. Go to hell, you stupid idiot. Lan Ling shook off the white mage's grip and fiercely kicked him in the groin. The white demon dodged backward, avoiding the attack, but Lan Ling had already run far away. That cunning little brat. I really don't know if what she said just now was true or not. Don't let me catch you again. The white demon, furious, chased after her. Lanya smiled and said, 20 years ago, our family of 4 moved from the mountains frequently attacked by beasts to Jinghai. But for the Lan family, young people should train in the deep mountains, and only the elderly, who can no longer move around, stay in the city to retire. My parents always followed this rule. Although we moved to Jinghai, we actually didn't spend much time in the city. Most of our time was spent training ourselves in the wilderness or deep mountains. But my unambitious younger sister was particularly drawn to city life. That year, we were both only 10 years old and decided to settle it with a duel. During that duel, I forcibly entered the state of boiling blood and nearly killed Lan. If our parents hadn't intervened in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Hearing this, Yidong's expression shifted slightly. The boiling blood state requires long-term practice and adaptation to fully master. Back then, due to the system, Yidong had instantly mastered the boiling blood state and even unconsciously entered it, almost causing a major incident at school. Fortunately, Sister Lan was present at the time and managed to control him. Yidong was very familiar with that feeling of losing control. Without a stronger force to suppress it, he might have done something irreversible without even realizing it. Yidong asked Lanya, why are you telling me this? Lanya smiled faintly. The climax of the story is yet to come. Once you hear it, you'll understand why Lan and I became so estranged. Yidong chose to remain silent. Lanya continued, you've trained in the boiling blood state too, haven't you? Yidong nodded. Lanya let out a cold laugh, said no more, and continued. Lan has a particularly strong personality. Our Lan family has always pursued the path of ultimate strength. After witnessing the power of the boiling blood state, Lan was unconvinced and pestered me to teach her. Unfortunately, the Lan family's boiling blood technique is passed down to sons, not daughters. There's a reason for this. Over the years, the men of the Lan family who trained in the boiling blood state generally had shorter lifespans. This technique stimulates the body's potential at the cost of life force. Since you've trained in it, I won't elaborate. The family rule is that women are forbidden from practicing the boiling blood state. As for why, we don't know either. After being defeated by me, Lan was unconvinced and relentlessly pestered me to teach her. I couldn't resist her persistence, and I felt guilty for injuring her. So, I secretly taught her the boiling blood state without telling our parents. She quickly mastered it, but lost control as a result. It's unimaginable how strong a woman becomes after practicing the boiling blood state. In front of her, I was like a puddle of mud, completely powerless. The only ones who could resist her were our parents. Unfortunately, they ultimately failed to control her and were killed by her instead. Yidong's eyebrows twitched. He remembered Lan Lan once saying that her parents were killed by beasts, but it turned out to be her doing. Lanya continued. When I woke up, I found that our parents had already been killed by Lan Lan, who had collapsed from exhaustion. 3 days later, when she woke up, I knew I couldn't tell her the truth. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to bear it. I lied to her, saying that our parents were killed by a sudden beast attack. Later, I became too afraid of her losing control again and decided to leave Jinghai to train alone. Eventually, I joined the Dark Sequence. Lanya brushed aside the long bangs on his forehead, revealing a 6-digit sequence code. Strangely, there was a knife scar in the middle of the sequence, obscuring several digits. Years later, she became an officer in the Bureau of Martial Security, while I became a wanted criminal. What an irony. We met a few times after that, but the outcomes were always bad. She even used her connections in the Bureau to try to catch me. She wanted to arrest me herself, but how could I possibly let her catch me? You understand, right? Who would have thought Lan Lan had such a tragic story as a child? She practiced the forbidden art of boiling blood, which led her to lose control and kill her parents. Yidong asked coldly, "Why did you join the Dark Sequence? Was it to use its power to surpass your sister?" Bingwa. Lanya snapped his fingers and said, "At the time, that was exactly what I thought. Without my parents' guidance, my chances of becoming stronger on my own were very limited. So I voluntarily joined the Dark Sequence to become stronger." "Then what about the knife scar on your forehead?" "That's the mark of the rebel army, symbolizing resistance against the Dark Sequence. Those two people you encountered earlier are also members of the rebel army. Like me, they once joined the Dark Sequence. Sigh. We were all kids without parents, chasing power and taking the wrong path. Now, we've all rebelled against it. I hope you won't judge them with prejudice anymore." Lanya was clearly joking, but Yidong couldn't bring himself to laugh. However, he did understand one thing. Lanya and the two people he met earlier were not enemies. But they couldn't be considered friends either. Yidong still didn't know their true purpose. "I'll help. Stop chasing me. I can't run anymore. I really can't." "If you stop running, I won't chase you." Still running. Yidong and Lanya simultaneously turned toward the direction of the voice, only to see Bai Mo chasing the little girl who had earlier used a loudspeaker to invite them to play a game. It didn't look like a life and death battle, it seemed more like a game of hide and seek. "Big brother, you were sent here to carry out a mission, and now you're racing with a little girl? Brother Lanya, save me." Lan Ling quickly hid behind Lanya. Lanya smiled faintly. "Don't worry, she won't hurt you. Also, thank you for stalling him for so long. Did you tell him everything?" Lan Ling looked up at Lanya with sparkling eyes. Lanya nodded. "But there's still one more thing. Brother Bai, what exactly are you doing?" Yidong cast a reproachful glance at Bai Mo. Bai Mo's face instantly turned red, stammering, "I was trying to capture her alive. This little girl runs too fast." Yidong shook his head helplessly. "You're a 7th-tier expert, and you can't catch a little girl? Who would believe that?" At this moment, two people walked up behind Yidong. Hawkeye passed by Yidong and even gave him a slight smile. It seemed that both sides had gathered their people. Bai Mo stood in front of Yidong and warned Lanya and his group. "Speak now, what is your purpose? If you don't expect to say anything ever again." Lanya and the others' expressions changed. They exchanged glances and finally all looked at Lanya. Lanya took a deep breath and said, "We are all members of the rebel army. We've been assigned an important mission. The target is someone in Jinghai City. Since we're all on the wanted list of the Bureau of Martial Security, this target is very strong. If we handle it ourselves and attract the Bureau's attention, the situation could become dangerous. So, we hope Yidong can complete this mission on our behalf and establish a long-term partnership. Our rebel army will also share some information about the Dark Sequence with the Bureau of Martial Security." "What do you think?" White Demon was a bit surprised after hearing this. Their goal was simply to use Yidong to deal with someone in Jinghai City. In this way, the rebel army and the Bureau of Martial Security could exchange intelligence about the Dark Sequence. Although the rebel army was also a justice alliance, it was not recognized by the Dragon Nation. Moreover, most members of the rebel army were on the Bureau's wanted list. The Bureau's approach to these wanted individuals was straightforward and brutal subdue and detain. The Bureau had tried to contact this alliance before, but all attempts had failed. This was quite a good opportunity. Perhaps it could be used to establish contact with the rebel army. White Demon then looked at Yidong, waiting for his response. Yidong carefully weighed the pros and cons. Cooperating with the rebel army didn't seem to have any downsides. First, return Lon Lon to me. Yidong calmly looked in the direction of the underground reservoir. Lanya turned back and signaled to Eagle Eye. Eagle Eye smiled and walked toward the underground reservoir. Before long, Lon Lon was carried out on Eagle Eye's shoulder. The anesthetic on her hasn't worn off, yet it'll probably take a while for her to wake up. Eagle Eye smiled as he handed Lon Lon over to Yidong. Yidong held her, walked to a tree, and carefully laid her down. After confirming that Lon Lon was only unconscious and not injured, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lanya said to Yidong, "Yidong, you need to think this through carefully. This is the first time the rebel army has actively tried to cooperate with the Bureau of Martial Security. You should understand what this cooperation means." Yidong nodded. "My purpose in coming here this time was to take Lon Lon back. She's fine, and you've shown sincerity, so I have no reason to hesitate. I agree to your request. Tell me who your target is." Lanya and the others smiled upon hearing this. Snap. A finger snap echoed. Eagle Eye handed a document to Lanya. Lanya opened the document, took out a list, and handed it to Yidong. "It's this person. Take a look." Yidong took the list and examined it carefully, feeling a bit shocked. The person Lanya wanted to deal with was him? Lanya spoke up. "Our target is Zhang Huxing. On the surface, he's the leader of the Tuchuo gang, but in reality, he's an undercover agent planted by the Dark Sequence within the Bureau of Martial Security. He's been secretly smuggling arms and intelligence to the Bureau. He used to be the director of the Bureau of Martial Security, but he was dismissed after being caught smuggling arms. However, the punishment he received was very light. Zhang Huxing is now a very important intelligence officer for the Dark Sequence in Jinghai, and he's also very powerful. If he were elsewhere, we might not need to cooperate with the Bureau of Martial Security. But he's too cunning and rarely leaves Jinghai, so we've never had an opportunity. Your task is to find a way to lure him out of Jinghai and create an opportunity for us. At that point, we'll join forces to deal with him." Zhang Huxing was none other than Zhang Chong's brother, and he could also be considered Yidong's enemy. If not for this incident, Yidong might have gone all out to help the Bureau of Martial Security solve this major problem in Jinghai. He hadn't expected Zhang Huxing's true identity to be an undercover agent for the Dark Sequence. The Bureau of Martial Security wanted to capture him, but had never had enough evidence. Now, the evidence was here. Yidong handed the information back to Lanya and said, "I accept the mission, but after luring him out of Jinghai, how do I contact you? Or where should I take him?" Lanya took out a map from his spatial ring and said, "I've already thought it through. There's a place that's perfect for you and convenient for us to act Jinghai's northern exotic Beast Valley." Exotic Beast Valley? That sounds like a great place for murder and arson. Understood. Lanya handed Yidong a pre-prepared note and said, "This is my phone number for easy contact. Good luck, brother-in-law." Brother-in-law. This title made Yidong's expression somewhat peculiar. Lanya chuckled. "We've all looked at that photo on Lan Lan's phone more than 3 times. Although I can't bring myself to bless her, saying it to you is close enough. Of course, I also hope you'll keep the story I told you earlier a secret. Let her always think I'm the useless brother who ran away from home as a child and joined the Dark Sequence." Yidong's face changed slightly. "Why do you want her to keep hating you? Wouldn't it be better to clear up the misunderstanding?" Lanya shook his head and sneered. "Hate. Do you know how powerful hate can be? Hate can make people strong. Hate can make people fearless. Hate can also become a driving force. I am her motivation to become stronger, so I hope she always hates me." As soon as he finished speaking, Lanya suddenly struck, slashing at Yidong's chest with a knife. "What are you doing?" White Demon immediately intervened to block. Yidong quickly stopped him. "Brother Bai, I'm fine." Seeing Lanya's mischievous smile, Yidong understood that he was making up another story. He had saved his sister from Lanya and his group, and getting injured would make the story more convincing, deepening Lan Lan's hatred for her brother. Lanya saw Yidong's quick reaction and showed a hint of joy in his eyes. Lan Lan indeed chose the right person. "You're different from ordinary people. I'll give you this knife." I think Lan Feng has already demonstrated the moon shadow assassination technique to you. Whether you can learn it or not depends on your own comprehension. Or you can ask Lan Lan. Moon shadow assassination technique. Was that little boy named Lan Feng earlier trying to teach him this move? Was this all part of Lanya's plan? Yi Dong's heart trembled. This brother-in-law was truly extraordinary. The helicopter slowly ascended. Lan Lan lay on Yi Dong's lap and began to wake up gradually. White Demon said to Yi Dong, "It seems you didn't use your previous plan." Yi Dong smiled faintly. "Indeed, I didn't. Plans can't keep up with changes. By the way, Brother Bai, what do you plan to do after we return? You don't have to go to the Sacred Tree Kingdom anymore, right? Want to help deal with Zhang Huxing together?" White Demon shook his head. "Part of the reason I came back this time was to carry out a mission. I should return to my original post. Guarding the Great Demon King." White Demon nodded. "I was transferred here mainly to guard him. I don't know how much longer it will take. I kind of miss the battlefield and my comrades. If the Great Demon King escapes, the harm to this world would undoubtedly be immense. Your mission is very important." White Demon smiled faintly. "Maybe." At this moment, Lan Lan, who was lying on Yi Dong's lap, suddenly moved, covering her forehead as she sat up. "Sister Lan, you're awake? Are you okay?" Lan Lan turned to look at Yi Dong, her cold eye visible through her disheveled hair. "Was it you and White Demon who saved me?" Yi Dong nodded. Lan Lan didn't seem quite normal now, clearly overwhelmed by hatred. "Lanya escaped?" Yi Dong scratched the back of his head and said, "They did get away, but next time, I'll definitely help you catch him." "What did you say?" Lan Lan glared at Yi Dong. Yi Dong's heart tightened, and he quickly corrected himself. "All right, I misspoke. Sister Lan, don't overthink it. We'll be in Jinghai soon." Lan Lan clenched her fists tightly, her body trembling slightly. "What do you know? You don't understand at all. How long have I been searching for him? Yi Dong, why didn't you help me catch him? He got away this time, and next time he'll be even more cautious, hiding even deeper. Maybe one day he'll be right next to me, and I won't even recognize him. Why didn't you catch them?" White Demon was momentarily speechless. Logically, he did have the chance to catch Lanya. But the situation was far more complicated than Lan Lan imagined, and they had even promised to keep Lanya's secret, making it impossible to explain for now. The helicopter slowly landed on the helipad of the Bureau of Martial Security. Lan Lan jumped off the helicopter and walked ahead on her own. Seeing her like this, Yi Dong felt that trying to persuade her would be futile. White Demon looked at Yi Dong helplessly. "You're just going to stand there? Aren't you going to comfort her?" Yi Dong shook his head. "Some things she has to figure out on her own. No matter what others say, it won't help. I guess even she doesn't understand her feelings for Lanya right now, whether it's the deep bond of family or an unforgettable hatred. Let her sort it out herself." White Demon looked at Yi Dong in surprise, his expression seemingly saying, "How does someone like this even have a girlfriend?" Lan Lan walked for a while, then turned back to glare at Yi Dong, her teeth clenched in anger. "Damn Yi Dong, why won't you come and coax me? You're really driving me mad." Although Yi Dong said he wouldn't comfort her, he had already locked onto Lan Lan's movements with the eye of the Heavenly Emperor as soon as he got off the helicopter. The place Lan Lan was heading to was the same as where he wanted to go, Director Wang's office. "Help me this time," Lan Lan said firmly to Director Wang. Director Wang looked helpless and sighed. "Lan Lan, stop tormenting yourself. I've already used all my connections to help you many times. Instead of focusing solely on revenge, why not work on improving your own strength and aim to take him down in one decisive move? You've come back safely every time, don't you understand yet? You're no match for him, and he doesn't want to hurt you either." Lan Lan was left speechless by his words. Indeed, if she were strong enough, she could have caught Lanya herself this time, instead of becoming his hostage and almost getting Yi Dong hurt. She shouldn't be angry, she should feel ashamed. "Director Wang, I've completed my mission. Where's my reward?" Yi Dong walked in with a smile. Lan Lan turned her head away angrily, refusing to look at him. Director Wang noticed Lan Lan's reaction and was surprised. This cold-hearted woman had actually been moved by Yi Dong? Unbelievable, especially considering the age gap between them. Lan Lan was really robbing the cradle. But now wasn't the time to dwell on such thoughts. Director Wang maintained his helpless expression and said, Go to the finance department downstairs to collect 10,000 dragon coins. Take Sister Lan home and don't let her bother me here. Director Wang. You. Lan's face turned red with anger, but she couldn't find the words to respond and could only glare at him. Understood. Yidong quickly ran to Lan's side, grabbed her hand, and said, "All right, stop making a fuss. Come home with me." "Who is going home with you? I have my own place." Lan rolled her eyes at him, but when she saw the wound on Yidong's chest, she felt a pang of concern. Still, she asked stubbornly, "Does it still hurt? Who bandaged it for you? Is it healing?" "Brother Bai wrapped it. The technique is average, and I also think it's not very good. How about Sister Lan rewrapping it for me?" "Okay." Lan nodded lightly, as if giving herself an excuse, and walked out of the office. Yidong quickly followed. "Sister Lan, Lanya is indeed very strong. I think we should put him aside for now. Improving your own strength is more important. Lin Jian and the others have been training hard recently, preparing to endure some hardships at the military district in 6 months. Why not join them?" Lan also wanted to train. After becoming the captain of the Wuhan Bureau, she barely had time to practice, and after meeting Yidong, she became even busier with tribal matters. If everyone is training, who will manage the tribe? I've only been away for a few days, and everything's already in chaos. Yidong sighed helplessly and recounted everything that had happened after Lan left. After listening, Lan was silent for a moment and sighed softly. "It seems I was too willful this time. I'm sorry, Yidong, and I'm sorry to Lin Jian and Xiao Yu as well." "What about that fatty and Wang Bing?" Yidong asked with a smile. "Of course, they're included." Lan glared at him. "All right, I'm not a little girl anymore. I know what I should do. I'll settle down and train properly. Are you satisfied now?" "Very satisfied." How could he dare say he wasn't satisfied? The matter with Lanya was temporarily set aside. However, the task Yidong had promised Lanya was still ongoing. He hadn't yet figured out how to lure the enemy out. Besides, with Sister Lan just returning, if he suddenly went out again, it would be too obvious and would definitely arouse her suspicion. So, Yidong decided to stay put for now and took Sister Lan to the gravity room. Sister Lan's appearance immediately caused Yidong's small group to erupt with excitement. Lin Jian and the others were overjoyed, especially Li Xiaoyu, who clung to Sister Lan and wouldn't let go. Yidong gave Li Xiaoyu several meaningful glances, but she ignored him. "Sister Lan, you're finally back. Do you know how chaotic our tribe became after you left? Everyone suffered, and no one stood up for us. Yidong kept bullying me. Boo-hoo. Don't talk nonsense. Speak with evidence." Yidong shouted angrily at Li Xiaoyu. In response, both women rolled their eyes at him. Lan snorted lightly and warned Yidong. "Yidong, listen carefully. If Xiaoyu comes to me again saying you bullied her, I won't let you off." "All right, I won't bully her anymore. I'll definitely treat her well," Yidong said with a mischievous smile. A trace of coldness flashed in Lan's eyes, and Yidong quickly turned his head away to avoid her gaze. Mu Jian wasn't very familiar with Lan, but seeing her arrival, she also became happy and looked at Yidong with even brighter eyes. She walked over to Yidong, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Hey, you're really something, finding such a beautiful girlfriend. And I feel like she's the strongest among us, even stronger than you. You're so good at reading people. Why not become a fortune teller?" "She's stronger than me?" That's hard to say. Yidong was still confident in his own strength. In the past, he wouldn't have been so sure, but after consuming the Holy Spirit fruit, although his level hadn't changed, his strength had greatly improved. If he were to really fight Lan, the strength gap would probably be 80% in his favor and 20% in hers. After playing around with Lin Jian and the others for a while, Lan began planning her training regimen. Mu Jian also conducted a physical and strength assessment for Lan and developed a training plan. As for Yidong, he was naturally not idle either. Binding successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring your second follower. Below is the personal information of the follower, Lan. Follower, Lan level, Tier 3, 7 stars, Stage 5 ability. A type, Unknown Plague Strength, 224 Vitality, 170 Speed, 207 Martial Technique, Dragon Essence Bone Refinement Technique Grand Perfection Skills, Bone Cleaving Blade / Mastery, 1 slash. 2 halves mastery, like wind, like shadow mastery. Horse cleaving technique perfection, Sheen Frost 9 steps mastery. Basic fist technique mastery. Basic leg technique mastery special skill. Boiling blood demonization mastery martial body. Indestructible Vajra follower points. 600 Seeing Lanlin's attribute panel. Yi Dong was utterly shocked. Sister Lan's ability isn't from the mutant category? Instead, it's unknown plague? What is that? An elemental ability? But her elemental ability skills and special techniques seem unrelated to this ability. In other words, she hasn't developed this ability much and has instead focused on physical training, honing her martial arts to the extreme. Isn't the highest level of the Dragon Essence Bone refinement technique supposed to be perfection? Who would have thought there's an even higher level, grand perfection? Because she reached grand perfection, Sister Lan's martial body has achieved the indestructible Vajra state. Her three-dimensional attributes directly soared to 600. Even so, she still can't surpass Lanya. Just how strong is Lanya? These follower points seem a bit familiar. Could it be that all follower points are interchangeable? Yi Dong scratched his chin, thinking that binding Sister Lan to the system would mean that whether she kills enemies or hunts beasts, her level would increase accordingly. Coming from an ancient martial arts family and with Mu Jian's guidance, she probably wouldn't need much of his help. Dong, what are you thinking about? Lan Lan walked over and asked softly. Yi Dong snorted lightly. You were just saying you'd teach me a lesson, and now you're calling me Dong so sweetly. Women are really hard to figure out. Cut the nonsense. Lan Lan glared at him, sat down beside him, and said, I feel like Lin Jian has gotten much stronger than before. No, not just a little stronger. Yi Dong couldn't help but laugh. He could probably spar with you for hundreds of rounds without falling behind now. Do you believe that? Lan Lan frowned and asked in confusion, what happened to him? How did he suddenly become so strong? Yi Dong smiled without answering. Seeing him keep her in suspense, Lan Lan lightly tapped him in frustration. Hurry up and tell me what's going on. Yi Dong sighed, patted Sister Lan's soft hand, and said, don't ask too much. You'll find out eventually. But I do have a question for you. Do you know what the Moon Shadow Assassination Technique is? Moon Shadow Assassination Technique. Lanlin's attention was immediately drawn. Her expression changed, and she lowered her voice to ask, where did you hear about this assassination technique? Did Lanya use it on you? Yi Dong thought for a moment and nodded. Indeed, this assassination technique is very powerful. If you know it too, I'd like to learn it. That way, I can better understand Lanya. Next time I face him, I definitely won't lose. Lan Lan let out a long breath and said, if you want to learn the Moon Shadow Assassination Technique, I can help you. However, I'd rather you learn the horse cleaving technique from me. Yi Dong had seen Sister Lan's horse cleaving technique, and it was indeed impressive. But Lanya seemed to think the Moon Shadow Assassination Technique suited him better and even gave him a hooked meat knife. I'll try both first. After all, I have great talent. Maybe I can master both. Don't get ahead of yourself. Lan Lan poked Yi Dong's forehead with her fair fingers and said seriously, if you want to learn the horse slaying technique, I can personally teach you. As for the Moon Shadow Assassination Technique, I can't teach it to you, but I can tell you what it is. Whether you can master it depends on your comprehension. Yi Dong originally wanted to help Sister Lan improve her strength, but now it seemed he would have to let her help him improve first. Lan Lan took a deep breath and began. You fought with Lanya and the others before. First, tell me your thoughts on the Moon Shadow Assassination Technique. Yi Dong fell into his memories, and the image of that little boy surfaced in his mind. He recalled the scene of his fight with Lan Feng. Lan Feng's posture was peculiar, resembling a cat stalking a mouse. His body was low, head forward, movements swift, attack angles tricky, and strikes unexpected. Yi Dong didn't know how to describe it, so he simply told Sister Lan everything he had observed. I think the characteristics of the Moon Shadow Assassination Technique are speed, precision, and ruthlessness. Every move targets the enemy's vital points without mercy. Flexibility of the body is also very important. Sister Lan raised her eyebrows slightly and smiled. To deduce so much just from the surface is already impressive. In fact, the ancestor who created the Moon Shadow Assassination Technique was originally an assassin. He mimicked the movements of carnivorous animals during hunting to create this assassination technique. Have you ever seen a pride of lions hunting? Who hasn't seen lions hunting? Yidong nodded. I've seen it on nature channels before. What's so special about it? Lon Lon continued. Lions are called the kings of beasts. They are the largest carnivores with the strongest bite force and claw strength. But when they hunt, they don't engage in direct confrontation. They circle around to the prey's rear and attack its weak spots. Finally, they bite the prey's neck, suffocating it to death. The principle of the moon shadow assassination technique is the same. Yidong frowned and shook his head. I still don't quite understand. Can you explain it in more detail? Lon Lon gave him a helpless look. You used to have such high comprehension. What's wrong now? Maybe it's because the person explaining it to me is my girlfriend, and I'm a bit distracted, Yidong said with a smile, grabbing Lon Lan's soft hand and gently squeezing it. Lon Lan's face turned red instantal. Of course it does. It was made to look exactly like this. And you're holding the knife wrong. When carnivores hunt, their claws are retracted and only extend when they attack. The correct way to hold a knife is not with the tip pointing upward, but downward. Before you get close to your opponent, you must never let them see your hooked blade. When using the knife, the force of your arm shouldn't push forward but pull to the side, just like using claws to grab your opponent. At this moment, Yidong recalled Lan Feng's movements when he attacked him. His body was crouched low, the hooked blade hidden behind him, just like a predator hunting. Could this be the key to the moon shadow assassination technique? Was Lan Feng deliberately using this move against him to teach him? At this moment, the fog surrounding the moon shadow assassination technique in Yidong's mind seemed to clear, leaving only a faint blur. I think I understand about 70 to 80%, but I have a question. Is the moon shadow assassination technique just a skill without fixed moves? Lon Lon nodded in satisfaction. You understand correctly. That's exactly it. 1,000 people using the moon shadow assassination technique will have 1,000 different expressions of it. But no matter how much it changes, their attacks will always target the 13 vital points of your body. Once blood is drawn, it's either death or crippling. At this, Lon Lon sighed softly. When I was younger, I didn't fully grasp the essence of the moon shadow assassination technique, so I learned the horse slaying technique. The moves of the horse slaying technique are completely different from the moon shadow assassination technique and cannot be mixed. If you learn the horse slaying technique from me, I might be able to teach you to be as strong as I am. But the moon shadow assassination technique can only be understood on your own, as my knowledge of it is only superficial. After speaking, she turned to Yidong with a smile. If you ever fought my brother, Lanya, you'd find that your special abilities would have a hard time hitting him. Those who treat the wilderness as their backyard rely not only on astonishing destructive power, but also on cunning attack methods and speed that tears through the air. The stronger the expert, the more they not only know how to kill, but also understand the vital points and weaknesses of the human body. That's why duels between top experts are often decided in an instant. When two equally skilled experts fight to the death, it's not just about technique, but also about endurance and resilience. Some people train their bodies to have no soft spots or weaknesses. If you encounter such an opponent, my advice is to run. No soft spots or weaknesses. Yidong suddenly thought of his martial arts mentor, Lu Huakai. Lon Lon shook off Yidong's meddling hand, then slowly raised her own, pointing one by one at his eyes, nose, and throat. These three are called the upper three, the most fatal vital points. If you can hit these three places, the situation will turn in your favor, but they're also the hardest to hit. Her hand moved downward, touching Yidong's heart, armpit, and abdomen. These three are called the middle three, the easiest to hit, and a strike here will cause serious injury. Yidong watched as Lon Lan's hand slid below his abdomen, his eyes widening slightly. This was the gravity training room. What was she planning to do? Wasn't this a bit too bold? Just as he started to feel a bit expectant, Lon Lon suddenly withdrew her hand. Below the waist is the hardest area to attack, especially the groin and ankles. A hit here will cause crippling damage, and these are called the lower three. Yidong felt a bit disappointed and nodded, saying, So, the 13 vital points of the human body are the eyes, nose, throat, both armpits, heart, abdomen, groin, anus, both knee joints, and ankle joints? Lon Lon nodded. That's right. The moon shadow assassination technique isn't something anyone can perform. It requires extreme speed and body flexibility, with movements as agile as light and shadow, combining hardness and softness. You need to practice well. After speaking, Lan Lan got up to check on Xiaoyu. Yidong grabbed her. Wait a minute. What about your horse-slaying technique? I was thinking the moon shadow assassination technique is suitable for one-on-one combat, but your horse-slaying technique is grand and sweeping, like an army crushing everything in its path. Maybe I can learn a bit of it. Lan Lan smiled. Let's see how well you master the moon shadow assassination technique first. Then I'll decide whether to teach you the horse-slaying technique. If you learn a little of both, you might end up being a jack of all trades and master of none. Lan Lan's words made sense. Yidong didn't stop her and instead ran to a corner to start practicing. To learn a skill, one must first imitate its movements. He crouched down, keeping a large steps distance between his front and back foot, leaning his body slightly forward and maintaining this posture. The moon shadow assassination technique wasn't a simple skill otherwise. He could have learned it directly through the system. Thinking about the man named Zhang Huxing he would have to deal with later, Yidong felt even more urgency to master this technique quickly for added security. In the future, countless strong opponents would stand in his way, and on the path to the peak, he would have to defeat them one by one until he reached the summit and became the true king. Yidong's odd behavior caught the attention of other trainees in the gravity training room, with some even covering their mouths to stifle laughter. What is Yidong doing all day? An elemental ability user hanging out in the gravity room all the time, and now he's crawling on the ground like an animal? Does he even understand physical techniques? It's laughable. That Li Xiaoyu seems to be an elemental ability user too, and she's been led astray by him. I actually find it quite entertaining. So many beauties to look at, it's a feast for the eyes. Yidong's face remained expressionless, completely ignoring the chatter around him. Instead, he became even more focused, and the starting movements of the moon shadow assassination technique grew increasingly refined. Carnivorous animals almost always use the same movements when hunting, suddenly leaping at their prey and biting critical areas. Although the starting posture of the moon shadow assassination technique looked strange, Yidong understood that bending the knees was to enhance leg explosiveness, while leaning forward lowered his line of sight, allowing him to observe every movement of his prey more clearly. His heavenly emperor's eye was like a bird's-eye view, overlooking everything. Meanwhile, the moon shadow assassination technique's lowered posture and forward lean created an upward view, enabling him to see his opponent's ankles and predict their movement trajectory. The Lan family's ancestors were truly geniuses, having studied assassination techniques to such perfection. At this moment, Lan Lan walked up to Yidong, watching his posture as he moved back and forth on the ground, and said, "Practicing movements alone isn't as effective as actual combat. Want to spar?" Here, Yidong glanced around and noticed that many people had stopped their training and were staring at them. Lan Lan might have been unable to tolerate others mocking Yidong and wanted to help him out. Yidong didn't care about these things, but Lan Lan's words reminded him. Practicing movements alone wasn't as rewarding as actual combat. Then let's spar. The two stood ready, and the surrounding people immediately understood what they were about to do. Whoa, there's a good show to watch. Come over and check it out. No way. Yidong is lying on the ground to fight. How does that work? Attacking the opponent's lower body. That's so sneaky, practicing such moves. Won't his opponents suffer greatly in the future? Lan Lan suddenly burst into laughter. Yidong was speechless. She wasn't helping him out and was laughing instead. Yidong, I'm going to make my move now. Yidong chuckled lightly. Go ahead. Their gazes shifted slightly, and although neither moved, the atmosphere instantly changed dramatically. The surrounding crowd felt it too, falling silent and staring wide-eyed. Bang! Yidong shot toward Lan Lan like an arrow, while Lan Lan quickly sidestepped to the right. But Yidong suddenly switched tactics, bending his knees and flipping sideways toward her. His body curved into an S shape mid-air, his movements unbelievable. The two collided fiercely, exchanging blows briefly before separating again. Within the circular battlefield formed by the human wall, their speed reached its peak, creating the illusion of multiple figures appearing simultaneously. Each clash erupted with deafening sonic booms, and flashes of white light flickered in the air. Yi Dong dodged one of Lan Lan's kicks, then suddenly performed a large aerial flip, leaping over the human wall. His feet stuck to the wall like suction cups, and after pausing for a second, he pushed off with force, transforming into a black shadow that charged at Lan Lan. Wow, the crowd erupted in amazement. Lan Lan's eyes widened in shock clearly. Yi Dong's talent and intuition remained astonishing. At the headquarters of the Tua gang, Bai Fong cautiously glanced at Zhang Huxing and the water ghost beside him, tiptoeing into the office. Boss Tiger, that Yi Dong. He's back and currently training in the gravity room. Zhang Huxing raised an eyebrow, his eyes filled with coldness. Training? He still has the nerve to train? After killing my brother, he can act as if nothing happened. It seems I've truly been underestimated. The water ghost said coldly. Boss Tiger, that kid is indeed arrogant. It seems he has the backing of the Marshall Security Bureau. I also saw him getting along well with Bai Mo from the Bureau, which explains his ease. Upon hearing the words 7th-tier expert, Bai Fong's body trembled slightly. As expected, he shouldn't have meddled in this matter. This was no joke. Bai Mo? A 7th-tier expert. Zhang Huxing's tiger-like eyes lit up as he said in a deep voice. He's indeed strong, but he won't act easily. 7th-tier experts are too powerful, and even the Dragon Nation imposes restrictions on them. They can't interfere in ordinary affairs unless given approval from above. The water ghost frowned. Boss Tiger, Yi Dong's identity is special. The Marshall Security Bureau publicly declared him a national treasure of the Dragon Nation. If we move against him, Bai Mo might truly intervene. By then, he'll already be dead. Who would be foolish enough to leave evidence? Zhang Huxing sneered. Tell Wang's son it's time to act. Understood. At the War Academy, a skinny old man with a sharp face, dressed in a Zhongshan suit and holding a newspaper in his mouth, limped toward the gravity room. Good day, Director Wang. Director Wang, I have some questions I'd like to ask you. Are you available? Come to my office tomorrow. Director Wang, I want to report something. There's a student from Class B who Wang Xin shot him a cold glance, and the student immediately turned and fled in fear. How unlucky, Wang's son snorted, then entered the gravity room. He ignored the enthusiastic greetings from several students, his sharp eyes scanning the gravity room before his brows furrowed slightly. He then walked toward Yi Dong. Yi Dong, come here for a moment. Yi Dong, who was training, turned around and felt the person looked familiar. He quickly remembered the name Wang's son, the discipline director of the War Academy, second in rank only to Principal Liu. Why was the discipline director looking for him? Puzzled, Yi Dong walked toward Director Wang. Director Wang, hello? May I ask what you need from me? Wang's son smiled and said, Of course, there's something I need. How's the progress on the base construction over at the exotic Beast Valley? Yi Dong was confused and replied, I'm not too sure. That's not under my jurisdiction. Wang's son frowned, his face showing anger. Not under your jurisdiction? If it weren't for you, why would we build the base so far away? Yi Dong's expression shifted slightly. Was the discipline director here to cause trouble for him? He couldn't recall doing anything wrong. Yi Dong asked, Director Wang, just tell me, what exactly do you need from me? Wang Xin sneered, What do I need? There's been trouble at the beacon base. Someone is causing disturbances there, hindering construction. You're practically half a person in charge. Go to the northern exotic Beast Valley immediately, check out the situation, and investigate the background of anyone causing trouble. Then report back to me. Yi Dong's eyes changed. I still have training. I'll ask Principal Liu for his opinion. Yi Dong, Wang's son shouted angrily, his imposing manner startling those around them, who turned to look. Don't use Principal Liu to pressure me. He's attending the annual conference and won't be back for 10 days or half a month. Are you planning to wait until he returns to go? If something happens, can you take responsibility? Yi Dong, what's going on? Lan Lan walked over, her face displeased as she looked at Wang's senator. Yi Dong smiled faintly. It's nothing. Director Wang wants me to go to the exotic Beast Valley to see who's causing trouble and affecting the construction of the beacon base. Director Wang, when would you like me to go? Of course, immediately. Do I even need to say that? Wang Xin shook his head impatiently and walked out of the gravity chamber. Hurry up, don't waste time. Lan Lan glared at Wang Xin's retreating figure, angrily saying, Yi Dong, who is he? Why does he act like he's eaten gunpowder? So arrogant. Yi Dong smiled and said, the Wilderness Wanderers Guild in the exotic Beast Valley has already disbanded. Everyone knows the Beacon Base is the second base established there by the Wuhan Bureau. When I went there before, it was for the base construction. If someone dares to cause trouble in the exotic Beast Valley, it definitely won't be the Wilderness Wanderers Guild. Within 100 miles of the exotic Beast Valley, there's only one settlement. Anyone coming from far away wouldn't be foolish enough to stir up trouble there. So who exactly is causing the disturbance? Yi Dong smiled as he looked at Lan Lan. Lan Lan shook her head. I don't know either. It seems you'll have to go and confirm it yourself. Yi Dong sneered. If no one's causing trouble, then Wang Xin is making something out of nothing. Someone is deliberately having him do this. It seems someone can't wait to deal with me. As expected, staying still is my best move. I have to go to the exotic Beast Valley. Lan Lan, I'll leave Lin Jian and the others to you. Lan Lan grabbed Yi Dong's arm. What? You're not letting me go with you? Afraid I'll hold you back. Yi Dong said awkwardly. How could that be? It's just that I can move more flexibly on my own. If I encounter danger, I can run quickly. If you're there, I might feel embarrassed and end up fighting to the death with the other party. Do you want me to come back safely after confirming the situation, or do you want me to risk my life fighting? Lan Lan's expression changed, and she glared at him. Of course, I hope you come back safely. If you won't let me go, fine, you go by yourself. Be careful, I'll wait for you to return. Okay. Yi Dong nodded and walked out of the gravity chamber. A mere 100 kilometers at full speed, it would take less than 10 minutes. Wang Sun watched Yi Dong dash off, quickly pulled out his phone, and dialed a number. Hello? That kid has already set off. You'd better hurry. All right, that's it for now. After hanging up, Wang Sun's lips curled into a faint, cold smile. Lu, if something happens to Yi Dong while you're the principal, I'd like to see how you'll face the 4 major military departments and the Marshal Security Bureau. Huh. High in the sky, Yi Dong took out his phone and called Lanya. Where are you? We've been lying in wait near the Beast Valley. By the way, the Beacon Base has been breached. The Beacon Base was really breached? Yi Dong was utterly shocked. Attacking the Beacon Base was the goal to lure him out? Who did it? Yi Dong asked expressionlessly. The Tua gang. I didn't expect it either. But now it's clear they probably wanted to draw you out. Exactly. Tell me where you are. I'm almost at Beast Valley. I'm at. Yi Dong suddenly descended, kicking up a circle of dust on the ground. He looked toward the direction of the Beacon Base. Outside the base, a group of workers was busy with gloomy faces. The base, which was nearly 2/3 complete, was now reduced to a pile of rubble. Yi Dong glanced at it indifferently, then turned and walked deeper into Beast Valley. A few minutes later, Yi Dong arrived at the entrance of a cave. A little girl with twin ponytails had already run out to greet him. Hey, we're over here, come on. Lan Ling waved her small hand enthusiastically, her face full of warmth. Wasn't this the same little girl who had previously said she wanted to blow up the entire island? Who would have thought she had such an adorable side? Yi Dong smiled as he walked over and asked, How long have you been here? Today is the 2nd day. So, did anyone follow you? Unless they can fly. Yi Dong smiled faintly, then, under Lan Ling's surprised gaze, walked into the cave. You can fly? Can you take me with you? Lan Ling, go stand guard outside. We have serious matters to discuss. Hawkeye smiled as he pressed down on Lan Ling's head and pushed her out. Lan Ling struggled, puffing out her cheeks in frustration. Why do you always kick me out? I want to join the meeting too. I want to talk about serious matters. All right. When you grow up, we'll talk. That again. It's so annoying. I'll grow up one day, and I'll be taller than you, humph. Inside the cave, the space had been temporarily converted into a meeting room. In the center was a folding table and a few chairs. All the Lan family members were present, except for Lan Feng and the little girl. It seemed there was an age limit for attending Lan family meetings. Lanya smiled faintly at Yi Dong and said, Brother-in-law, we meet again. Yi Dong scratched his nose and smiled. You can just call me Yi Dong. What's this? Changed your mind? Don't want to be part of the Lan family anymore. At that moment, Hawkeye returned from outside and sat next to Yi Dong. Lanya loves to joke around. Don't mind him. So, tell us, did you come this time to confirm the situation at Beacon Base? Yi Dong replied seriously, That's right. However, Since your people confirmed that it was the Tua Tua gang's doing, it's very likely that Zhang Huxing orchestrated it, aiming to lure me out. I wonder if Zhang Huxing himself will show up. Lanya said, he usually doesn't leave Jinghai easily. But why are you so certain that the Tua Tua gang destroyed the beacon base just to lure you out? What kind of conflict do you have with them? Sort of. Yidong briefly explained the previous conflict with Zhang Chong of the Tua Tua gang to Lanya and the others. After hearing this, they smiled. I didn't expect you to have a grudge with Zhang Huxing before coming to us. You even killed his younger brother. He definitely won't let this go and will find a way to eliminate you. Looks like I found the right person. Yidong nodded and said, in that case, I'll go with the flow. I'll head to the beacon base and wait for them. You observe from the shadows, and if Zhang Huxing shows up, take action. How about that? Lanya nodded and said, I was thinking the same. Good luck, Yidong. Walking out of the cave, Lan Ling raised her hand and waved at Yidong, making him laugh at the adorable little girl. Upon arriving at the beacon base, Yidong found a worker, pretended to inquire about the situation, but secretly activated the Eye of the Heavenly Emperor. Hello, I'm Yidong from the War Academy. Could you tell me what happened here? The worker, an elderly man, sighed upon seeing someone inquire, especially someone from the War Academy, and said, everything was fine before last night. But in the latter half of the night, while we were sleeping at the construction site, we suddenly heard a series of crackling sounds. When we came out to look, all the buildings had collapsed. We don't know who did it. All our efforts over the past half-month were wasted. Sigh. As he spoke, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. Yidong, you finally left Jinghai. Yidong had already sensed him and said to the worker beside him, you should go to a safe place and hide. Someone will come to handle this soon. It's him. He asked the one who did it. The worker suddenly shouted, grabbed a nearby hoe, and angrily said, why did you destroy our buildings? Do you believe I'll kill you? Yidong was slightly surprised this uncle really had a temper, charging forward with a hoe. The water ghost's face turned as dark as coal, not expecting to be intimidated by a mere worker. His clothes billowed, and a black tentacle suddenly extended from his back, whipping fiercely toward the worker's face. You're really asking for death. Ah, monster. It's a monster. The construction worker turned pale with fright, cold sweat streaming down, but his speed was no match for the water ghost. Just as the tentacle was about to touch him, a figure instantly blocked its path. Smack! Yidong grabbed the tentacle with one hand and squeezed hard, only to find that it seemed soft, but was actually harder than iron. A burning sensation spread across his palm, and the tentacle abruptly retracted. The water ghost frowned slightly, looking at Yidong with interest, and said, I didn't expect you to be an elemental ability user, with such speed and physical defense comparable to that of ordinary physical ability users. It seems you've trained in physical techniques? Yidong stared coldly at the water ghost, and said, there's no need for us to waste words. You destroyed the beacon base to lure me out and avenge your brother. My life is right here, come and take it. The water ghost's face darkened, and he said coldly, since you're not afraid of death, I'll grant your wish. His raincoat suddenly inflated, as if something was about to burst out from inside. Yidong quickly pulled back, leaping into the air and landing steadily with a backflip, a meat hook knife now in his hand. He immediately activated the Eye of the Heavenly Emperor and the Frost Ring of Mist. The water ghost frowned deeply, watching helplessly as the water droplets on the raincoat slowly froze, finally realizing that the opponent was an elemental ability user. This kid is clearly an elemental ability user, so why is he fighting with physical techniques? Does he look down on me? Watch how I deal with you. The raincoat was instantly torn apart, revealing a large hole, and suddenly a black tentacle flew out from inside. It was about the size of an adult's head, tapering from thick to thin, covered in suction cups and countless small barbs. Yidong had encountered this thing before. It looked soft, but was actually incredibly tough, and he couldn't afford to be careless. He dodged the tentacle's attack, launching himself like a cannonball, closing in on the water ghost in an instant, and slashing with his knife. The water ghost easily leapt away, not forgetting to taunt. An elemental ability user playing with physical techniques. Aren't you being overly confident? Let me show you what real physical techniques are. The raincoat was completely shredded, and all the black tentacles on his back were unleashed. He crossed his arms arrogantly, relying solely on the tentacles to force Yi Dong into retreat. You only have 2 hands. I have 10, and I haven't even used 2 of them yet. Losing already? How can you compare to me? The water ghost snorted coldly, using 2 tentacles to support himself on the ground, lifting off and closing the distance with Yi Dong in an instant. 2 black tentacles above twisted together like a braid, then suddenly straightened, stabbing toward Yi Dong like a spear. Yi Dong sneered. I wanted to play with you a bit longer, but I didn't expect you to look down on me so much. Fine, I'll show you my true skills. He stood still, neither dodging nor evading. The water ghost's eyes widened, sneering, courting death. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. The spear, like tentacles, carrying immense power, stabbed toward Yi Dong. But just as the tentacles were about to reach him, Yi Dong suddenly tilted his neck sharply. Whoosh, the tentacles sliced through the air, whistling past, brushing by Yi Dong's ear without hitting him. The water ghost's brow furrowed, snorting coldly. You managed to dodge that, but how about this? The remaining 4 tentacles twisted into 2 braids, joining the previous ones to attack simultaneously from 3 directions. Yi Dong still stood motionless. Die! Just as the tentacles were about to touch Yi Dong, he advanced instead of retreating, slightly bending his knees and leaping forward, charging directly at the water ghost. What? The water ghost was shocked, raising his hands to protect his face, but Yi Dong's target wasn't his face, it was his abdomen, the easiest spot to hit. The meat hook knife slashed horizontally and vertically, blood spraying out as the water ghost's stomach throbbed with pain. He hurriedly retreated, trembling all over. Looking down, he saw an ugly cross-shaped wound on his abdomen, with a segment of intestine exposed. The water ghost spat out a mouthful of blood, veins bulging on his forehead. He hadn't expected Yi Dong to be so fierce. When surrounded by tentacles, a normal person would dodge, but Yi Dong not only didn't dodge, he charged forward recklessly. This kid was no ordinary opponent. But it was precisely because of Yi Dong's madness that the water ghost suffered a major loss. You came to kill me with just 1 person? The Dark Sequence sent a 3-man team to kill me back then. Who's underestimating who? Yi Dong flicked the blood-stained meat hook knife, crouching down into the starting stance of the moon shadow assassination technique. His icy gaze locked onto the staggering water ghost in the distance, and he said coldly, Do you really have 10 hands? The water ghost suddenly widened his eyes and roared angrily, Don't underestimate me. You just got a little advantage. Don't get carried away. Don't think I don't have a trump card. Roar, a terrifying howl erupted from the water ghost's mouth as his body suddenly swelled like a balloon, enveloped in a blinding white light. The light grew larger and larger, reaching over 10 meters in height. Pop! A sound like a bursting bubble echoed. The light scattered, and then a massive octopus monster over 10 meters tall appeared in the arena. Yi Dong's eyes widened as he exclaimed in surprise, See beast? Beast man. Are you a beast man? The water ghost sneered. After seeing me like this, even if Tiger Lord ordered me to capture you alive, I must disobey. You must die, and you must die by my hand. The giant octopus roared, raising 2 massive tentacles and slamming them fiercely toward Yi Dong. Boom. The ground shook violently, like an earthquake, kicking up 5 or 6 meters of sand and dust, cracking the ground to reveal black fissures. Suddenly, a figure burst out of the dust. Yi Dong leapt directly onto the giant octopus's tentacle, pressing one hand against it. And with a sudden jump, he unleashed a storm of slashes with his hooked meat knife against the tentacle's surface. Slash! The giant octopus screamed as one of its tentacles was dismembered into chunks of flesh midair, falling to the ground and bouncing. Yi Dong sneered, leaping high into the air and shouting, Big and clumsy. When will you ever understand this principle? In the air, countless small ice spikes suddenly condensed, glittering coldly, densely packed, and blotting out the sky. Fall! With Yi Dong's command, the ice spikes rained down like a storm. Thud, 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 the giant octopus endured the barrage of ice spikes. It suddenly realized that these ice spikes didn't seem to cause much damage. Just as it was about to mock, 3 milky white beams of light shot toward its body at incredible speed. What is that? The water ghost's eyes widened in terror, sensing the immense elemental energy contained in the beams, knowing that being hit would mean certain death. The three beams effortlessly pierced through the giant octopus's massive body, driving deep into the ground. The wounds quickly froze, and the cold spread like a virus within its body at an alarming rate. The giant octopus screamed in agony, retreating and crashing into the second-floor wall of the ruined beacon base before barely stabilizing itself. Yi Dong slowly landed, looking at the soaked giant octopus and sneering. "This move works like a charm against you big guys." The giant octopus's body gradually shrank, returning to its original form. The water ghost was drenched in sweat, his face pale, clutching 3 bloody holes in his chest with one hand, though he could only cover 2 due to the distance. Blood continued to pour from the 3 holes, and the wound on his abdomen had turned his intestines black. Yi Dong couldn't help but admire the resilience of beastmen. He was also surprised that Zhang Huxing had such a beastman subordinate. The water ghost knew he was doomed today and understood the vast gap between himself and Yi Dong. He had thought Yi Dong was merely an elemental ability user, but he hadn't expected him to have terrifying mastery in physical combat as well. Even more impressive was how he seamlessly combined the two. He had lost, completely convinced, but the price of losing was death, which he couldn't accept. "You can't kill me." The water ghost gasped heavily, desperately trying to seize his last chance. If he could just return to the sea, he could recover from his injuries. If he moved now, there might still be a chance. The premise was that Yi Dong would let him go. Yi Dong's expression shifted slightly, and he asked in confusion, "Oh, why can't I kill you?" The water ghost said laboriously, "Humans and beastmen are at war, but our Sea Beast clan has always remained neutral. I am a member of the Sea Beast clan. If you kill me, you are declaring war on the entire Sea Beast clan. Do you know how vast the ocean is? Do you know how terrifying the Sea Clan is? If we wanted to, we could easily swallow up any race in the world at any time. Remaining neutral now is merely to reduce casualties. Once humans and beastmen determine a victor, the Sea Clan army will flatten the land and turn the entire world into an ocean. But definitely not now. You cannot bear the wrath of a third race. Do you understand? Sea beasts do indeed exist, and their size is usually much larger than beastmen, likely due to their living environment. However, the credibility of this guy's words is not high." Yi Dong sneered. "The Northern Sea Military Department has been fighting sea beasts for decades. Do you think you can fool me? Better do your homework." "The Northern Sea? What a joke." The water ghost gritted his teeth and sneered. "The Northern Sea is nothing but a bunch of ragtag soldiers sent to observe you humans." Yi Dong took a deep breath and said, "Fine, I won't kill you. You're not my target. Call your boss, and after that, get lost." The water ghost's face lit up as he confirmed, "Really?" Yi Dong nodded. "Of course. We humans have a saying, a promise made is a promise kept, and I never lie." The water ghost hurriedly pulled out his phone, dialed a number, and then placed the phone on the ground. "Smart move, human." The water ghost took a deep breath and limped toward the highway, eager to find water to heal his injuries. Yi Dong picked up the phone, and Zhang Huxing's voice came from the other end. Suddenly, a white light shot like lightning into the back of the water ghost's head. The water ghost's eyes widened in shock as he turned back. He had actually been killed. How dare he? "Water ghost, how did it go?" "Not great, just so-so," Yi Dong replied calmly. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, followed by a heavy sigh. "Yi Dong, Zhang Huxing, you sure have a lot of friends. Even the Sea Beast clan is working as your lackeys, and I caught them. Doing this is just asking for trouble. Colluding with foreign races is at least treason. You won't be able to stay in Jinghai anymore. Why don't you come to the exotic Beast Valley and find me? I'll help you figure something out." Ha ha, Zhang Huxing's hearty laughter came from the other end of the line. "I didn't expect even the water ghost to be no match for you. I underestimated you, didn't I? Underestimate or not, come and try for yourself. If not, I can come find you. No need. Some things I must handle personally. Just wait, I'll show you the price of arrogance." The sound of the phone hanging up made Yi Dong's ears tingle. Clearly, Zhang Huxing was furious and would likely come soon. At this moment, Lanya and the others, who had been hiding in the forest, gradually ran over. Lanya walked up to Yi Dong and praised, Brother-in-law, your moon shadow assassination technique is quite impressive. In just a few days, you can use it with ease. Though it's still not fully mastered, keep working hard. Yi Dong knew his moon shadow assassination technique was still immature, but being able to use it in actual combat would help him improve faster. Brother Yi Dong, you're amazing. We saw your fight with that stinky octopus just now. Lan Ling chirped excitedly. Lan Feng covered Lan Ling's mouth and pulled him back. Lan Feng, what are you doing? I haven't finished talking. Shut up. The sound of Lan Feng's voice was hoarse and unpleasant, like a coin scraping against glass. Yi Dong noticed that one person was still missing and asked curiously, "Where's that Hawkeye in your team?" Lanya smiled. "Hawkeye is our heavy artillery specialist. He doesn't show up easily. You'll know where he is when the time comes. But let's not talk about that for now. Will Zhang Huxing come?" Yi Dong nodded. "The water ghost's identity has been exposed. He's one of Zhang Huxing's subordinates. I used the water ghost's identity to threaten Zhang Huxing, saying he couldn't stay in Jinghai anymore and that the Wuhan Bureau would soon come after him. If he's not stupid, he's probably already on his way to kill me." Zhang Huxing hung up the phone and stared at the landline he had smashed with a slap, lost in thought. The room was silent, with only the sound of his exhaled smoke echoing. He opened a cabinet and took out a file from the bottom. The file contained Yi Dong's personal information. Assassination target, Yi Dong level, approximately tier 3, level 5 ability level. S ability type, extreme frost ice soul record. Led a 5-person team to break through the beast tide in the Old City District, achieving the first kill and topping the War Academy's virtual combat leaderboard for 3 months. Has killed multiple assassins ranked 7th and 6th in the sequence. Founded the Dawn Tribe and subdued the First Tribe's Tianmen. Once froze the Old City District of Jinghai in a fit of rage, instantly killing tens of thousands of mutant beasts. Participated in the war between the Beastman Sacred Tree Kingdom and the Sunset Kingdom, killing 1,000 beast soldiers single-handedly. Single-handedly disbanded the Wasteland Wanderers Guild. Skilled in controlling cold energy, with diverse attacks and advanced martial arts. Partner, former Wuhan Bureau Captain Lan family. Ordinary office workers living in Iron Fortress. Warning. The Wuhan Bureau refers to him as a national treasure. His identity, status, and background are formidable. Assassins below tier 5 should avoid him. Bounty. 100 million. Zhang Huxing looked at this information, fully aware that he had gathered it himself and already sent it to the Dark Sequence. His understanding of Yi Dong might even surpass Yi Dong's own. This was an extremely troublesome figure. If it weren't for the water ghost finding that bag of body parts, he had initially thought of letting it go, considering it was his brother's death. But unfortunately, things didn't go as planned, and his subordinates had forced him into a position where he had no choice but to target Yi Dong. Ultimately, this would bring catastrophic disaster to the Tuchuo gang. Even the water ghost is dead. A trace of heaviness flashed in Zhang Huxing's eyes. The water ghost was his most capable subordinate, his right-hand man. Ordinary tier 4 humans were no match for him. He was nearly invincible within tier 3. Yet he had been defeated by Yi Dong. This indicated that Yi Dong's strength had grown even further. Since Yi Dong already knew the water ghost's true identity as a member of the Sea People, the water ghost must have been forced to reveal his true form at the time. But even so, he still lost to Yi Dong. From Yi Dong's tone earlier, it seemed that the other party hadn't suffered any serious injuries, perhaps not even a scratch, and instead sounded relaxed and at ease. This made him start to suspect whether someone had secretly helped Yi Dong. But sending Yi Dong to the Old City District had been his own plan, sending the water ghost to sabotage the beacon base, and using that as an excuse to have Wang Sun order Yi Dong to investigate the mutant Beast Valley had also been his design. No matter how suspicious Yi Dong was, he couldn't possibly have guessed that all of this was a trap he had set. So the likelihood of Yi Dong receiving outside assistance was very low. Moreover, Wang Sun had called to inform him that Yi Dong had gone alone, flying through the air without using any transportation. From Yi Dong's departure to the water ghost's death, only 30 minutes had passed. If someone had accompanied him, it would have been impossible for him to move so quickly. This meant that he was truly alone. Realizing this, Zhang Huxing took a deep breath, walked to the window, and opened it. The sky was gradually darkening. He glanced at his watch. thinking to himself that she should be back soon. A few minutes later, a sweet voice came from downstairs, and a little girl holding a drawing board walked up to the second floor. Godfather, why is there no one here today? Zhang Huxing trembled slightly, turned to look at his goddaughter at the door, and smiled, saying, "They're all busy. It's just me here. Did you finish your work?" "Yes, I finished it, and I even drew it." Lu Yingying smiled mysteriously, holding the drawing board as she walked over to Zhang Huxing. Excitedly, she spread out the board. "Look!" On the board was a drawing of a fat man, shirtless, with a towel draped over his lower body, lying dead on the floor. His body was covered in countless blood marks, as if slashed by an extremely sharp blade. Zhang Huxing looked at the drawing and nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. It seems I can rest assured about sending you to that place." Lu Yingying said excitedly. "Godfather, do you mean the dark sequence? Really? Can I really go? Doesn't that mean I can become a true superhuman?" Zhang Huxing nodded and said, "Of course. I took you there once before. Do you still remember?" Lu Yingying pouted and said, "Godfather, what are you saying? I have a photographic memory. People call me the walking DSLR camera. In the future, I'll become at least a 3-digit ranked assassin in the dark sequence." She was full of pride, clearly brimming with confidence about her future. An X-level superhuman? So what? Unable to cultivate? So what? As long as she joined the dark sequence, there would surely be a way for her to cultivate. "You're truly my goddaughter, full of ambition." "Ha ha." Lu Yingying giggled and said, "Of course. I'm doing all this for you, Godfather, to repay you for raising me. By the way, if I leave, what about that S-level superhuman Yidong? Who will keep an eye on him? I've been watching him for a long time. I don't know if the intelligence I've gathered is useful." Zhang Huxing looked at Lu Yingying with affection, a sentiment he had never shown in front of his subordinates. He gently patted her little head, his eyes full of doting love. "Of course it's useful. Combined with your performance over the years, the dark sequence is willing to accept you and help you cultivate. Once you're able to cultivate, you must continue to work hard, just as you have these past years." "I definitely will." Lu Yingying's eyes were resolute. At this moment, Zhang Huxing sighed softly, turned to look out the window, and said, "Yingying, before you go to the dark sequence, help your godfather with one more thing." "Hmm? What is it?" Lu Yingying widened her innocent eyes, full of curiosity. Zhang Huxing was silent for a moment before saying in a deep voice, "Record the battle between me and Yidong, and take the data to the dark sequence. That way, they can better understand Yidong. I have a feeling that Yidong might become one of the 12 national guardians in the future. He must be eliminated before he rises, or he will become a huge problem." Lu Yingying seemed to catch the meaning behind Zhang Huxing's words. She looked up at him, but couldn't say a word. Strange Beast Valley. The sky gradually darkened, and night fell quickly. Lightning streaked across the sky, signaling that rain was imminent. Lanya looked at Yidong, his expectant expression fixed like a stone toward the direction of Jinghai. With a slight smile, he patted Yidong on the shoulder and said, "Brother-in-law, don't be so tense. Relax a bit. You handled the water ghost pretty easily just now." Yidong smiled wryly and said, "This opponent is different. I don't know when it started, but I've been able to sense the strength of my opponents. For those I've encountered, just one look or a few words, and I can judge how strong they are. But Zhang Huxing feels completely different. He is the strongest opponent I've ever faced. Not to mention, you even sent 4 people to assassinate him. He is definitely no ordinary person. Don't you think I'm right, brother-in-law?" This time, Lanya didn't respond with a smile, only nodding. "Your feeling is correct. He is indeed very strong. After all, he was once the director of the Bureau of Martial Security. If he weren't exceptionally skilled, how could he have held that position?" Yidong suddenly thought of the current director of the Bureau of Martial Security, Director Wang. No matter how he looked at him, he didn't seem like a strong person. Instead, he resembled a kind and gentle father figure. Especially when facing Sister Lan, he always looked helpless, as if he couldn't handle her at all, with an expression of pure innocence. Sometimes, Yidong even found the director a bit endearing. He couldn't understand how someone like that had managed to climb to such a position. Lanya smiled faintly and said, "Yidong, you have to understand, the Bureau of Martial Security is no ordinary place. It's home to many experts. Back in the day, I really wanted to join, but I never got the chance. In a place full of top-tier experts, how could the leader possibly be weak? Yidong nodded. You're absolutely right, brother-in-law. Lanya laughed and said, You keep telling me not to call you brother-in-law, yet you keep calling me brother-in-law. Who's really taking advantage here? Yidong laughed awkwardly and said, I just want to feel closer. Should I call you Lanya? Old Lon. But you're not that old. Little Lon? That sounds weird. Just Lon. Feels like I'm stepping on your toes. Lon. You're not that cute either. Honestly, I'd prefer to use your full name, but that feels too formal. So in the end, I decided on brother-in-law. You're really good at making things up. No wonder my sister fell for you. Yidong raised an eyebrow and smiled. Sister Lon fell for me because of my strength, not my words. It's only recently that I've become more open-minded and started talking like this. Lanya nodded. That's because your strength and experience have both improved. When you encounter those experts above the 7th tier, you'll find that they don't seem special at all. In fact, they look quite ordinary. You'll wonder, how could these people possibly be top-tier experts? They don't carry any sense of authority. He smiled and said, The stronger a person is, the more casually they view the world. Those who act fierce and menacing are often just pretending. Once someone understands the meaning of life, realizes that everyone will eventually die, and sees through the good and bad of the world, they become more carefree and at ease. Yidong looked at Lanya's smiling face. It was hard to associate him with the evil assassins of the Dark Sequence. Perhaps Lanya was the one who understood life the most, which was why he always wore a smile, as if savoring every sunrise and sunset. Yidong felt a bit envious. Lanya restrained his smile and said seriously, Let's get down to business. Before Zhang Huxing arrives, I need to properly introduce his abilities and strength to you. Lanya became serious, and Yidong also straightened up. Go ahead, he said. Lanya began. Zhang Huxing was originally a member of the Dragon Nation's Marine Corps. He served for 5 years, rising from an ordinary recruit to a squad leader, earning numerous military honors. However, he didn't pursue a higher rank and instead voluntarily joined the Dragon Nation's Covert Operations Unit, undertaking various dangerous missions. His primary tasks were investigating and eliminating the bases of the Dark Sequence. He even came close to becoming a candidate for a battle commander. Later, during one mission, he was captured by assassins from the Dark Sequence. Everyone thought he was dead, but 3 months later, he reappeared. After 6 months of treatment, he recovered and was assigned as the director of Jinghai. Later, he was reported to have connections with the Dark Sequence, but there was no evidence, so he was only dismissed from his position. At this point, Lanya suddenly smiled. Yidong was puzzled. What are you laughing at? Lanya looked at Yidong and said, I mentioned earlier that he was held by the Dark Sequence for 3 months. A lot happened during those 3 months. I know a bit about it. The Dark Sequence valued Zhang Huxing highly and wanted to recruit him, but he refused no matter what. So, the Dark Sequence tortured him for 3 months. In the end, he faked his death and escaped, causing chaos among the Dark Sequence's upper ranks. They tried every means to invite him to join again. And then, Yidong asked. He still refused. The Dark Sequence resorted to some tricks, which eventually led to someone reporting Zhang Huxing's connection to the Dark Sequence, though no concrete evidence was found. Yidong's eyes widened in surprise. So it was the Dark Sequence itself that reported Zhang Huxing? Lanya nodded. That's right. Even the strongest person can't withstand constant pressure. Zhang Huxing eventually lost his position and reputation, and in the end, he had no choice but to join the Dark Sequence. However, he only handled arms smuggling and intelligence transmission, never personally killing anyone. I only learned this after joining the rebel forces. Over the years, he has provided the Dark Sequence with a lot of intelligence, leaked secrets, and smuggled large quantities of arms. The rebel forces had no choice but to target him for elimination. Although I feel a bit sympathetic toward him, dealing with someone like him requires giving it your all. That's the greatest respect you can show him. Perhaps, every day, he's hoping for someone to end his life and free him from his misery. Who knows? That person might be you or me. Zhang Huxing himself is a C-level elemental ability user who can control moisture in the air. The dark sequence once thought he could manipulate the water inside the human body, but tests revealed he couldn't. He can only control water in the natural environment. He's a fan of solo combat, and his ability is more of a burden to him, so he rarely uses it. You've seen him, so you should know about his physique. That's not something an ordinary person can achieve through training. So, when dealing with him, you must keep your distance. If he gets close to us, we're done for. His strength is at least 4th tier. If it weren't for his injuries, he would have already advanced to 5th tier. What a pity. After hearing Zhang Huxing's story, Lanya couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration for him. However, Yidong felt both sympathy for him and deep hatred for his actions. Zhang Huxing had to die here to prevent more secrets about the Dragon Nation from falling into the hands of the Dark Sequence. Boom! A streak of white lightning tore through the sky, illuminating the entire land. Lanya and Yidong immediately frowned, because after the white light faded, a figure appeared not far from them. No need to guess. It must be Zhang Huxing. Zhang Huxing looked slightly surprised at Lanya beside Yidong and asked, "Lanya, you're here too? Are there other people from the Lan family nearby?" He cautiously scanned the surroundings, not expecting members of the Lan family to be here as well. And it was none other than Lanya, who had once been identified with the Dark Sequence. Zhang Huxing didn't see any other Lan family members hiding nearby, so he turned to Lanya and smiled like an old friend. "Lanya, long time no see. I heard you joined the rebel army a few years ago and took out quite a few Dark Sequence assassins. Why did you suddenly betray the Dark Sequence? And now you're with Yidong? I'm really curious." On a nearby large pine tree, in the darkness, Lu Yingying's big eyes were fixed on the scene at the beacon base. She had promised her godfather to record everything that happened. No matter what unfolded next, she wouldn't stop. "Godfather." Lanya's gaze turned cold, and the smile on his face instantly disappeared. "I joined the Dark Sequence only for training and naturally wanted to leave after graduation. I joined the rebel army because there were things I needed to learn there. Perhaps in a while, I'll leave the rebel army too. To repay the rebel army, I take on small tasks from time to time. You are my target this time." Zhang Huxing's brows furrowed sharply. He was actually a target of the rebel army? He cursed angrily. Damn it. In the end, it's not the people of Longwu watching me, nor the local Wuan Bureau, but the damn rebel army. What do they think they are? Calling themselves the Justice Alliance, pretending to save the world, but doing things no different from the Dark Sequence. He was furious, his anger boiling over, yet he was helpless. He could only suppress his rage, calm down, and prepare for a fierce battle. Yidong was already giving him a headache, and now members of the Lan family had appeared. There might be more Lan family members hiding nearby. It was said that after Lanya joined the rebel army, he often acted together with many Lan family members. Lanya was a former Dark Sequence assassin, now a member of the rebel army, and also the Dark Sequence's top assassination target. Neither of these two were easy opponents. Zhang Huxing regretted rushing over, but also felt a bit fortunate. Lanya reversed his grip on the hooked meat knife, coldly staring at Zhang Huxing's massive figure, and said, "I've been out long enough, it's time to take your head back." Zhang Huxing smiled faintly, his eyes narrowing slightly. "That depends on whether you have the skill." In an instant, the two charged at each other simultaneously. Yidong was slightly startled, only to see a black and white flash collide fiercely, and the figures of both froze in place. Zhang Huxing had his left hand in his pocket, his right hand gripping a short knife as sharp as a scalpel, swinging his arm to continuously break Lanya's attacks. The clash of cold weapons sparked golden sparks. Their moves were skillful, seemingly effortless. Yet with every strike, visible white marks were left in the air, traces of the air being torn by the blade. Their knife techniques were incredibly powerful. Both were at the 4th tier in strength, their movements restrained to avoid exposing any weaknesses. In a duel between experts, a single mistake could determine the outcome. Yidong observed from the rear for a while, when suddenly Zhang Huxing raised an eyebrow and said casually, "Looks like someone couldn't resist making a move." Clang. Both struck simultaneously, retreating several meters in an instant. Lanya and Yidong charged at Zhang Huxing together, attacking from the left and right sides. Time seemed to slow down, and the trajectories of the two left clear white streaks in the air. Zhang Huxing swept his tiger-like eyes around, and suddenly pulled his left hand out of his pocket. It was a gun. Bang! Clang! Yidong slashed the bullet with his blade, but dared not continue his attack, quickly retreating, as did Lanya. Lanya shouted, "Brother-in-law, Zhang Huxing's gun and blade are both extremely formidable. Be careful." Yidong nodded. Zhang Huxing sneered. "Only warning him now? What were you doing earlier?" Bang! A bullet, trailing golden sparks, shot toward Yidong. Yidong snorted coldly and dodged to the left. At that moment, Zhang Huxing fired again, and the second bullet struck the first, altering its trajectory. Swoosh! The bullet grazed Yidong's cheek, leaving a wound. Yidong was shocked. He hadn't expected a gun to be used this way. Moon Shadow Assassination Technique. Lanya shouted, lowering his body swiftly. Yidong reacted quickly, assuming the opening stance of the Moon Shadow Assassination Technique. Zhang Huxing laughed heartily. "Good. Let me, Zhang Huxing, use my marksmanship to test your Lan family's Moon Shadow Assassination Technique." He thought to himself, with Lanya here, Yidong doesn't dare use his elemental abilities? Looks like I still have a chance. If I can take down one, I can retreat unscathed. At the same time, the sound of shoes scraping against the ground echoed. Yidong and Lanya simultaneously executed the Moon Shadow Assassination Technique. Their speed was astonishing, leaving multiple afterimages behind them. Zhang Huxing stood still, not moving, but his eyes, like those of a lizard, could monitor both of their movements simultaneously, almost granting him a 360-degree view. He had already mastered total concentration, so this was nothing new, but he trusted his eyes even more. Zhang Huxing retracted his short blade into his sleeve, pulled out another gun, crossed his arms, and his gaze sharpened. Dual guns fired simultaneously. His body spun like a top, bullets shooting out from all angles. The shots seemed random, but each bullet precisely tracked Yidong and Lanya's movements. Clang, clang, clang. Lanya deflected 3 incoming bullets, slid on his knees toward Zhang Huxing while dodging 2 more bullets, then suddenly sprang up, lunging forward with bent knees. "Your marksmanship is nothing special," Lanya sneered. Swoosh! Lanya's body instantly turned into a wisp of white smoke. Zhang Huxing's eyes widened, and he immediately turned and fired 3 shots into the air. Clang, clang, clang. Lanya deflected the bullets with his blade, realizing his next move wouldn't succeed, so he abandoned the attack and continued moving at high speed. "So this is the Moon Shadow Assassination Technique. Doesn't seem impressive, just a fancy way to run away." Zhang Huxing sneered repeatedly. Suddenly, he looked down at the ground. A pair of bloody hands emerged from the earth. Zhang Huxing's heart tightened, and he quickly leaped up, immediately charging toward the nearest Yidong afterimage. He kicked out. Bang! Yidong hastily raised his arm to block, but was still sent flying far away. Even under his feet, there are traps? Yidong and Lanya leaned against each other, panting heavily. Clearly, maintaining the high-speed state of the Moon Shadow Assassination Technique was extremely draining. Zhang Huxing appeared calm on the surface, but inwardly, he was deeply shaken, thinking, "Good thing I had Inging tail Yidong earlier, or I would have suffered greatly from this move. Even with preparation, I almost fell for it." Lanya's gaze was icy as he whispered, "His strength has improved significantly. He's handling the 2 of us with ease. Brother-in-law, you seem to be holding back. Is it because I'm here?" Yidong nodded slightly and said, "I do find it hard to perform. You're too close to him, making it difficult for me to act. If I'm too far away, my attacks are ineffective. You should leave." Hearing this, Lanya's eyes widened. Leave? This was something he usually said to others, but today, someone was saying it to him. Every time he said it, it was because he found others a hindrance. Unexpectedly, this time it was his turn to be considered a nuisance. At this moment, he finally understood how helpless those he had driven away must have felt. "How far should I go?" he asked. "As far as possible, preferably more than a kilometer away," Yidong replied. Lanya took a deep breath and patted Yidong's shoulder. "All right, I'll leave it to you then. You've seen his marksmanship, and his close combat knife skills are no joke either. In any case, figure out a way to handle it yourself." Yidong looked at Zhang Huxing and nodded solemnly. Zhang Huxing, seeing Lanya actually leave, hurriedly called out, "Hey, why are you running away? 2 young men against 1 old guy, and you're so exhausted you have to run? Are you planning to rest?" and come back later? Lanya sneered. Looks like I made the right choice leaving. You're panicking, aren't you? Zhang Huxing frowned. Panicking? Why would I panic? Facing you too. Is that supposed to be easier than facing me alone? Not necessarily. Lanya sneered again and unhesitatingly disappeared into the forest. Lan Feng and Lan Ling, watching from behind the trees, were surprised to see Lanya return and ran over in astonishment. Lan Ling asked, Brother Lanya, aren't you staying to help? Although Lan Feng's throat was hoarse and he couldn't speak, his eyes were full of confusion. Why did you come back? Lanya smiled. Yi Dong said that with me around, he can't fully unleash his strength, so he asked me to go farther away. The two little ones had 3 question marks pop up over their heads. Yi Dong found Lanya a hindrance and asked him to leave, and Lanya actually agreed willingly. This was the first time they'd seen Lanya being dismissed like this. Let's go. Don't cause trouble. Hurry up and leave. All right. Under the watchful eye of the Heavenly Emperor's vision, Lanya and the 2 little ones left, running out of range. Yi Dong exhaled deeply, staring at Zhang Huxing in the distance with a serious expression, and said, Tell the one hiding in the tree to move farther away too, unless she wants to die. Zhang Huxing frowned and began calculating the distance between Lu Yingying and them. At least a kilometer away. How did this kid sense her? Could his ability range exceed 1,000 meters? Zhang Huxing exhaled and made a gesture. Shortly after, Lu Yingying left. Seeing Lu Yingying, Yi Dong was surprised. He hadn't expected her to come here and use her ability to record their battle. His earlier words were a test of the relationship between Lu Yingying and Zhang Huxing. With just one gesture, Zhang Huxing had driven Lu Yingying away. This confirmed that Lu Yingying was Zhang Huxing's person. He hadn't expected this girl to be his subordinate. Could it be that her previous approach to him was all orchestrated by Zhang Huxing? Yi Dong clenched his fists tightly. He hated being used as a pawn more than anything. And the one playing him was Zhang Huxing. Crack, crack, crack. Cold air surged from underground. The ground began to freeze, and blood-colored frost mist rapidly rose, spreading in all directions. At the same time, Yi Dong instantly cast Mist Veil Frost Ring on himself. Zhang Huxing immediately felt 2 powerful elemental energies pressing toward him. He quickly activated the elemental energy within his body to resist. As expected, he's a tough opponent, and he even drove Lanya away to face me alone. It seems his abilities affect everything around him. I've discovered useful information from him, but I'm not sure if I can take it back. In the Valley of Beasts, the temperature suddenly dropped to -100 degrees and was still falling. A gentle breeze passed through the blood-colored cold mist, and the icy fog actually froze the wind, leaving behind a shadow of the wind. The blood mist continued to contract, leaving a gap of about 20 meters. Within this square area, not only was Zhang Huxing's range of movement restricted, but Yi Dong, hidden in the blood mist, also made it difficult for Zhang Huxing to sense him. Under such circumstances, the battle time between the two would be greatly shortened. Zhang Huxing could clearly see that the situation was unfavorable to him. Staying in this area for even one more second could mean an additional second of danger. He furrowed his sword-like brows, glaring at Yi Dong, who was shrouded in the blood mist and appearing intermittently, his heart burning with anger. Did he make Lanya leave just to fight within this cold mist? Even Lanya couldn't withstand this place. Everything around is frozen stiff. If I weren't resisting with elemental energy, I'd be done for in 30 seconds. This ability is truly formidable, worthy of being a top-tier existence. I need to end this fight quickly. Zhang Huxing, get ready to say goodbye to this world. Yi Dong said calmly, his face expressionless. The next second, he took a step back, his body completely vanishing into the blood mist. Zhang Huxing was startled. He hadn't expected this guy's aura to completely disappear after entering the blood mist. His scent and traces were entirely sealed off by the cold. Just how well does he understand his own abilities? Zhang Huxing couldn't see Yi Dong, but Yi Dong could clearly see him within the blood mist. At this moment, Yi Dong began to slowly contract the blood mist, the range inching closer to Zhang Huxing. Zhang Huxing noticed the shrinking blood mist and grew tense. The range of the blood mist is shrinking. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, but no matter what he did, he couldn't stop it. He could only watch helplessly as his body was engulfed by the blood mist. The surroundings were a blinding red, as if enveloped by fiery clouds, yet the temperature was even lower than before. Even with elemental energy to resist, he couldn't withstand the bone-chilling cold. Yidong crouched on a rock not far from Zhang Huxing. He watched Zhang Huxin. The cold seeped into his lungs, twisting his face in pain as he quickly shut his mouth. This ability was terrifying. He had to leave the range of the blood mist immediately. Huh. Zhang Huxing suddenly turned around, a gust of wind surging forth and dispersing much of the blood mist ahead. He locked onto a direction and charged forward with all his might. Yidong immediately stood up from the rock. This guy wants to break out of the blood mist? Absolutely not allowed. At that moment, Zhang Huxing suddenly spun around and fired a shot behind him. Bang! Yidong's heart tightened as he swiftly raised his hand to block. Crack! The bullet collided with an ice spike, leaving neither side with the upper hand. But Yidong's position was exposed. Damn it! Finally found you, prison cage. Yidong's hands and feet were suddenly tightly bound, and the surrounding blood mist instantly transformed into water, converging into a large water sphere that trapped him inside. Blood mist turning into water? Is this chemical warfare? Trapped inside the water sphere, Yidong didn't last long before summoning the mist spirit to freeze the water sphere and drag himself underground. Boom! Zhang Huxing shattered the ice sphere with a kick, but the person inside was nowhere to be seen. The blood mist quickly dispersed, and Yidong's shadow was nowhere to be found in the surroundings. Watching from afar, Lanya and the others were stunned by the scene. Lanya's expression changed. This guy's mist is useless against Zhang Huxing. It actually helped him. Zhang Huxing, that old fox, is quite the actor, pretending to be trapped while actually looking for an opportunity. This fight won't end so quickly. Lan Ling asked worriedly. Should we go help Yidong? Lanya shook his head, his face serious. The blood mist has dispersed, but that extreme cold remains. If we go over, we might get caught in the crossfire. Let's observe a bit longer. Besides, Lanya suddenly looked up at a distant tree, a faint smile appearing on his lips. As soon as Zhang Huxing shows a flaw, he's done for. On a branch in the distance, Eagle Eye crouched like a statue, motionless, his gun barrel locked onto Zhang Huxing's head through the scope. But he didn't pull the trigger. A sniper only has one chance, one shot to kill. If he misses, his position will be exposed. Once the opponent becomes alert, the hit rate drops to its lowest, and even his life could be at risk. He had to seize the one opportunity and fire only once. Zhang Huxing took a deep breath, focusing his mind, his tiger-like eyes scanning the surroundings. The cold on his body remained, indicating the opponent was still nearby, just temporarily hiding. It seemed this guy didn't plan to confront him head-on. As long as the green hills remain, there's no fear of running out of firewood. Zhang Huxing gritted his teeth, locked onto a direction, and charged forward at full speed. However, at that moment, birdcage, whoosh, a massive ice wall suddenly shot up from the ground, directly blocking Zhang Huxing's path. Immediately afterward, enormous ice walls appeared from all directions, completely trapping him inside. Birdcage initial form effect creates 5 ice walls centered on the target, trapping the enemy. Yidong stared at the system panel displaying the new skill. This skill was something he had created on the spot to prevent Zhang Huxing from escaping. Without hesitation, he immediately enhanced the birdcage. Upgrade it to max level. 16,600 enhancement points consumed. Birdcage upgraded to max level, automatically evolving into extreme cold ice furnace. With the birdcage now at max level, its power naturally skyrocketed. Zhang Huxing looked at the 4 ice walls before him and sneered. You think these few ice walls can stop me? Is your brain about to break too? Looks like I overestimated you before. He disdainfully kicked one of the ice walls, shattering it. The moment he saw the ice wall being kicked through, the contempt in his eyes deepened. Is this all you're capable of? Just playing these little tricks? Zhang Huxing stepped out of the ice wall, thinking he could return to the forest. Unexpectedly, there was yet another ice wall outside. This one was crafted with even greater precision. Rather than calling it an ice wall, it was more like an ice house. This kid actually built a house out of ice to trap me? Zhang Huxing felt the cold intensify on his body and knew he had to leave immediately. You think this flimsy ice house can trap me? Watch me smash it with one kick. Zhang Huxing charged at the ice wall with great momentum and delivered a powerful kick. Bang! Not only did the kick fail to shatter the ice wall, but it also sent him flying backward. What? Zhang Huxing climbed up from the ground, his face full of shock. The hardness of this ice house far exceeded that of the previous ice wall. It was even tougher than wrought iron. The clash of force against force. That kick had left his right leg numb, and it still hadn't recovered. Outside, Yi Dong deactivated the Misty Frost Ring to reduce the leakage of elemental energy. Seeing this, Lanya and the others hurried over. When they reached Yi Dong's side, they were stunned by the sight before them. A massive structure, 5 or 6 meters tall, entirely azure blue, and resembling a giant alchemy furnace. Lan Ling couldn't help but ask, "Brother Yi Dong, what's the purpose of this big ice furnace? Can it trap Zhang Huxing?" Yi Dong chuckled lightly. "Can he get out now? See for yourself." Bang, bang, bang. The extreme cold ice furnace trembled continuously under Zhang Huxing's relentless kicks, with muffled thuds echoing from within. Lanya reminded, "Yi Dong, that guy must be killed, not spared, or there will be endless trouble." Yi Dong nodded. "Don't worry, I understand." Just as he finished speaking, 10 fist-sized windows suddenly opened at the top of the extreme cold ice furnace. 10 mist spirits instantly appeared beside Yi Dong. Lanya and the others immediately felt a bone-chilling cold sweep over them. Fortunately, the ghostly mist spirits floated into the sky as soon as they appeared, each occupying a small window, and began spewing cold air wildly. Inside the extreme cold ice furnace, Zhang Huxing was in unbearable pain. The temperature inside the furnace had already dropped close to zero, and now, with the continuous influx of cold wind, his body began to freeze rapidly, leaving him stiff and immobile. Damn it! How could this happen? Zhang Huxing desperately tried to channel the elemental energy within him to resist the cold. But the extreme cold ice furnace was a sealed space. Once the cold air entered, it swirled and accumulated, making it nearly impossible to counteract, no matter how much energy he used. "I must survive." He suddenly opened his bloodshot eyes wide, and with a violent shake, the ice on his body shattered and fell off in chunks. "Stop struggling," Yi Dong said calmly. Zhang Huxing reached out as if trying to grab something, but the howling wind in his ears brought pain, then numbness, and finally, he gradually lost consciousness, becoming a frozen statue emitting cold mist inside the extreme cold ice furnace. The furnace, along with Zhang Huxing's body, disappeared into thin air, leaving the surroundings empty, as if it had never existed. Congratulations to the host for killing a Tier 4 ability user, breaking through to the next level. You have earned 4,000 enhancement points. Done. Lanya clapped his hands in admiration, his eyes full of respect. Amazing. As expected of the S-Class Extreme Cold Ice Soul. I didn't think you'd actually take care of Zhang Huxing. We were ready to help you. Maybe next time. Yi Dong replied with an awkward smile, turning to look behind him. A girl was walking toward them. It was Lu Yingying. Yi Dong stared at her in surprise, thinking, why didn't she run? She actually dared to come over. Others also noticed Lu Yingying, but since Yi Dong didn't speak, they dared not make any moves. Lanya looked at the young girl walking toward them and asked Yi Dong in confusion, "Who is she?" Yi Dong smiled faintly and said, "I'm not sure either, but she seems to have a good relationship with Zhang Huxing. Otherwise, under these circumstances, she wouldn't dare appear in front of me. You all step back a bit, don't get dragged into this because of her. Who knows, maybe she's really here to fight me to the death." Hearing Yi Dong's words, Lu Yingying clenched her teeth. She reached into her pocket, pulled out a utility knife, and slowly pushed out the blade. Her eyes were full of hatred as she coldly declared, "That's right. I'm here to fight you to the death. You killed my godfather, and now I will kill you." Yi Dong raised an eyebrow and said, "So Zhang Huxing was your godfather? Then you're also part of the dark sequence." Lu Yingying was startled. The next second, a white hand suddenly emerged from the ground, grabbing her ankle tightly. "Ah!" she screamed as her body was dragged into the ground. She began to feel a chilling coldness, as if she were being frozen in place. Yi Dong's move made Lanya and the others look at him with newfound respect, especially Lan Feng, whose gaze held a trace of admiration for Yi Dong, but it quickly disappeared. Lanya nodded in approval and said, "Not bad, ruthless and decisive. Luckily, you're not an enemy of the rebellion army. Otherwise, even I wouldn't dare confront you lightly." Lan Feng instinctively covered his neck. He had once fought Yi Dong before and had nearly been strangled to death. Using the word ruthless to describe Yi Dong was no exaggeration. Yi Dong chuckled lightly. "I didn't kill her, just froze her. I'm going to take her back to the Wuhan Bureau for a reward. What about you all? Now that Zhang Huxing is dead, are you planning to leave?" At this moment, Hawkeye emerged from the valley of the mutated beasts, smiling as he said, "Looks like I wasn't needed. Yi Dong, you're truly ruthless." Yi Dong smiled faintly. Of course. Hawkeye returned to stand behind Lanya. The two sides exchanged glances, and Lanya was the first to speak with a smile. "Yi Dong, to be honest, I'm tempted to have you join the rebellion army. What do you think? Join the rebellion army?" The rebellion army was an organization that operated in the gray zone between light and darkness. Their goal, like that of Longhua Dragon Nation, was to dismantle the dark sequence. For this reason, Longhua had never taken action against them. Lanya wanting to recruit Yi Dong was understandable. Lanya's team members were all highly skilled, but Yi Dong had his own goals and path. Besides, even if he agreed to join and teamed up with Lanya, Sister Lan definitely wouldn't let him off. He didn't want to end up being killed by her. Yi Dong shook his head, politely declining. "Brother-in-law, I appreciate your kindness, but I want to join the military, so?" Lanya seemed prepared for this, nodding as he said, "Then let us work together if we get the chance. Take care of my sister, and don't let her suffer. Otherwise, I won't let you off." With that, he lightly punched Yi Dong in the chest, smiled, and turned to leave. "If you ever need anything, come find me. I'll help for sure." Yi Dong watched as they left. These people were truly decisive after dealing with Zhang Huxing. They left immediately. Of course, it was likely also because they couldn't afford to expose their identities. Yi Dong pulled out his phone to check the time and found it was still early. The battle with Zhang Huxing had made him more aware of his shortcomings. Indeed, his physical skills needed constant improvement. Otherwise, if he encountered another opponent as strong as Zhang Huxing, he'd be forced to rely on sneak attacks from the shadows. At the very least, he needed to enhance his vitality and blood first. System, check personal information. Host, Yi Dong level. 3rd tier, 7-star, 7th-stage ability. S-level type. Extreme Frost Ice Soul Strength. 284 plus vitality. 282 plus speed. 165 plus energy. 32 plus martial technique. Dragon Essence Bone Strengthening Technique perfected martial body. Copper Skin Iron Bone skills. Ice Vein Finger perfected. No Distance Master plus. Mist Conceal Frost Ring Master plus. Energy Concentrating Finger Cannon Master plus. Emperor's Eye Master plus. Mist Spirit Master plus. Extreme Frost Ice Furnace perfected special. Techniques. Advanced Full Concentration Master. Boiling Blood Demonization Initial Enhancement Points. 21,075. After killing a 4th-tier ability user, my level directly increased by 1 star, and I gained over 20,000 enhancement points. Increasing vitality by 1 point requires 200 enhancement points, so I can raise it by 100 points. Yi Dong thought for a moment and asked the system, "System, can I extract my base attributes? I can't keep running to the academy for testing, can I?" Base attributes extracted. Strength. 284 plus 33 vitality, 282 plus 35 speed, 165 plus 32 energy, 32 plus 190. Yi Dong was surprised to find that his base attributes were so low, but his energy was unusually high. It seemed that the strength of elemental ability users primarily depended on the amount of stored elements within their bodies. On the other hand, physical ability users were more powerful in terms of physical qualities, such as strength, vitality, and speed, these basic attributes. Next, Yi Dong turned his attention to his vitality value. He added his base vitality value to the hidden attribute vitality value, arriving at a total of 434 points. Awakening Dominance required 1,000 points, leaving him over 500 points short. Currently, he had over 20,000 enhancement points, which could be used to increase his vitality by 100 points. Although he had always believed that a strong body wasn't built by improving a single attribute, but by enhancing all attributes together, awakening dominance would bring a qualitative leap to his strength. He was confident that awakening dominance would not only allow him to harm ability users who could transform their entire bodies into elemental forms, but also bring other benefits. The exact feeling could only be experienced after dominance was awakened. Consumed 20,000 enhancement points. Vitality increased by 100 points. Vitality 382-152. Finally, Yidong's personal panel became Host, Yidong level, 3rd tier, 7-star, 7th stage ability, S level type, Extreme Frost Ice Soul Strength, 284 plus 33 Vitality, 382 plus 35 Speed, 165 plus 32 Energy, 32 plus 190 Martial Technique. Dragon Essence Bone Strengthening Technique Perfected Martial Body. Copper Skin Iron Bone Skills. Ice Vein Finger Perfected. No Distance Master. Mist Conceal Frost Ring Master. Energy Concentrating Finger Cannon Master. Emperor's Eye Master. Mist. Spirit Master. Extreme Frost Ice Furnace Perfected Special Techniques. Advanced Full Concentration Master. Boiling Blood Demonization Initial Enhancement Points. 1075 at that moment. Yidong suddenly smelled a strong scent of vitality. His entire body's blood began to boil, and his body temperature rose rapidly, though he didn't feel overheated. Strength. It surged continuously from every part of his body. The blood flowing within him transformed into thin, bright red threads that burst. He raised his hand and gently clenched his fist, then nodded in satisfaction. I thought my base attributes would be much higher, but I didn't expect strength, vitality, and speed to be so low, with only energy standing out. No wonder physical ability users look down on elemental ability users. The focus of their enhancements is completely different. In one-on-one combat, elemental ability users are indeed at a disadvantage. Elemental ability users are like cannons, powerful but lacking mobility, fragile, and easily taken down. However, being hit by an elemental ability user's attack is enough to make a physical ability user suffer. Fortunately, he had the system to help him, avoiding such a fatal weakness. He summoned Mist Spirit, which emerged from the ground holding the frozen Lu Yingying. Encased in ice, Lu Yingying looked lifelike, as if she were merely asleep, but this was only temporary. If she wasn't sent to the Wuhan Bureau quickly, she might never wake up. If you had run away back then, I wouldn't have bothered chasing you. But you foolishly came to seek revenge on me, so don't blame me for not warning you. Yidong chuckled softly, leaped into the air, and soared skyward. His proficiency with the jet legs was improving, and their power was growing stronger. Director Wang of the Wuhan Bureau was just about to leave work when Yidong pushed the door open and walked in, bringing along the now thawed Lu Yingying. Director Wang, still not off duty? Sigh? Now that you're here, I have to work overtime. Director Wang sat back down, looking somewhat displeased. Yidong smiled, glanced at Lu Yingying, and said, "This is Lu Yingying, a student from X Ability Academy. However, she seems to have some connection with Zhang Huxing. Oh, by the way, I also dealt with Zhang Huxing." Director Wang's eyes widened in shock, almost doubting what he heard. Zhang Huxing is dead. Yidong nodded and briefly recounted what had happened in the Beast Valley, though he left out the part about the rebel army. Director Wang pondered for a moment after hearing the story. I didn't expect so much to happen today. Luckily, you're strong enough to even take care of Zhang Huxing. I'll definitely record this as a major achievement for you. Yidong sighed. Director Wang, you always say you'll record my achievements, but it's all just talk. How many major achievements have I already made? Director Wang gave an awkward laugh. The achievements you made before were all because of your impulsiveness, and in the end, the rewards and punishments canceled each other out. As for this time, how about this? Tell me what you want, and as long as it's within my power, I'll grant it to you. Lu Yingying stood to the side with a stiff expression. Since she had been caught, she had resigned herself to her fate. What were these two even talking about in front of her? Director Wang noticed her and sneered. Since you're Zhang Huxing's goddaughter, you must know some secrets about the Dark Sequence. I advise you to confess and cooperate for leniency, otherwise, we will deal with you harshly. Lu Yingying raised an eyebrow. I do know of a dark sequence stronghold. If I tell you, will you let me go? A dark sequence stronghold. Director Wong was startled and immediately looked at Yidong. Yidong instantly understood his meaning, turned to Lu Yingying, and asked, "Are you serious? If you can reveal the stronghold, I might be able to persuade Director Wong to show you leniency." Lu Yingying nodded and replied, "My godfather took me there once before. I only remember the route, but I don't know the exact location." Bang! Director Wong slammed the table heavily and shouted angrily, "Are you playing games with me? You can't even specify the location and only know the route. How about I bring the entire police force of the Wuhan Bureau to accompany you?" Yidong was also startled by Director Wong's sudden outburst. Normally, Director Wong appeared gentle and courteous, always wearing a smile and treating everyone politely. But when faced with criminal forces, he immediately revealed a fierce side. Lu Yingying was so frightened by Director Wong's change in demeanor that she trembled all over, her aura weakening significantly. She coldly said, "I really don't know the way. There's no need to lie to you. Anyway, you've already caught me. If you hadn't captured me, I might already be undergoing training in the dark sequence." Director Wong sneered and turned to Yidong. "Yidong, we've actually already investigated Lu Yingying's identity thoroughly. Don't underestimate this little girl. She's a suspect involved in over 30 lives. We just haven't been able to find the evidence." Lu Yingying responded with a cold laugh. "Director, are you accusing me of being a murderer without evidence? Does the Wuhan Bureau solve cases based on gut feelings? Who knows how many innocent people are locked up in your prisons? Look at her sharp tongue. Yidong, teach her a lesson." Director Wong signaled to Yidong with a glance. Yidong asked in surprise, "You want me to slap her a few times? Is that all you can do? Is that the extent of your skills?" Director Wong looked disappointed. Yidong was speechless. Lu Yingying glanced at Yidong with a peculiar expression, slightly shrinking back, and muttered, "Is the Wuhan Bureau really this reckless? How could that be? We're always very polite to criminals. When they come to the Wuhan Bureau, we send people to greet them, prepare tea, and set up comfortable chairs for them." Director Wong said sarcastically. Lu Yingying snorted lightly. "So, are you willing to let me go or not? I can take you there, but you must let me go afterward." Director Wong picked up the phone on the desk, and two Wuhan Bureau officers walked in. "Take her away and lock her up alone." "Yes." After the officers took Lu Yingying away, Director Wong beckoned Yidong to come over. "Director Wong, do you believe what Lu Yingying said?" Director Wong stroked his beard, his face troubled. "Whether what she said is true or not doesn't really matter. You just mentioned that the water ghosts are part of the Sea Beast clan. This suggests that the dark sequence might secretly be colluding with the Sea Beast clan. This is an unprecedented matter." Yidong smiled faintly. "What's strange about criminal forces colluding with each other? If the dark sequence weren't colluding with the Sky Beast clan, I'd find that odd." Director Wong nodded. "You're right. But the Sea Beast clan rarely appears on land and has never participated in the wars between humans and the Sky Beast clan. Right now, humans and the Sky Beast clan are locked in fierce conflict, and the dark sequence is a malignant tumor on humanity that hasn't been dealt with yet. Now the Sea Beast clan has emerged. If, in the end, even the Sky Beast clan chooses to support the dark sequence, and all three forces unite against humanity, do you think humans would stand a chance?" Blue Star is a water world, with oceans covering 70% of its surface. If the Sea Beast clan truly wanted to dominate Blue Star, they could simply trigger natural disasters, causing massive casualties among humans. But such actions would also harm the Sky Beast clan. Yidong vaguely understood the reason why the Sea Beast clan hadn't made a move. Perhaps they feared that revealing their strength too early would lead to their destruction by a coalition of forces. The Water Ghost had once said that the Sea Beast clan remained neutral to wait for either humans or the Sky Beast clan to emerge victorious, so they could reap the benefits with minimal losses. They entered human territory only to gather intelligence. Of course, this was just Yidong's guess and might not be the truth. Yidong couldn't see that far ahead and shook his head, saying, "I'm not sure, but I feel like we humans already have enough enemies. If there's one more, the situation will become very difficult." Yidong recounted the Water Ghost's plea for mercy word for word to Director Wong. After listening, Director Wong fell into deep thought. Did he really say that at the time? Yidong nodded. Yes, that's exactly what he said, but I don't believe it. Director Wong squinted his eyes. So, in the end, you still killed him? If I could do it over again, I would still do the same. This is the Dragon Nation. How can we tolerate other races running amok? Director Wong smiled. You're right. On our human territory, only we have the final say. However, if you encounter sea beastmen in the future, I hope you can leave one alive. Understood. Yidong suddenly remembered something. By the way, Director Wong, it said that the Northern Sea Military Department has been fighting sea beastmen for years. Not sea beastmen, sea beasts, Director Wong corrected. Sea beasts and sea beastmen are not the same. Although they both live in the sea beasts are low-intelligence creatures, while sea beastmen are highly intelligent beings. It's like the difference between sky beastmen and exotic beasts on land, completely different entities. I see. Then I have no problem. But I wonder, how do Lu Yingying and Director Wong plan to handle this? If we really discover the Dark Sequences base, we might uncover more secrets about them after taking it down. You're right. Director Wong stood up, walked over to Yidong, and patted him on the shoulder. This mission is very important, crucial for us. So I've decided to assign it to you. Tomorrow, you and Lu Yingying will go to the place she mentioned. If anything seems off, return immediately. I'll be very worried about you, understand, Yidong? Yidong widened his eyes, looking at Director Wong's serious and righteous expression. He wanted to complain, but couldn't find the words. He figured he wouldn't even know when he'd been sold out. Taking a step back to escape Director Wong's grasp, he said, Director Wong, how could I possibly complete such an important mission alone? Doesn't our Wuhan Bureau have 2 7th-tier powerhouses? Brother Biemo would definitely be a great choice. Director Wong snorted. Do you think the Great Demon King is sitting quietly in Jinghai City's prison? If it weren't for the 2 7th-tier powerhouses guarding him, he would have escaped long ago. The only reason he's behaving now is because he was seriously injured back then and is still recovering. His injuries are almost healed now. If even one of the 2 powerhouses leaves, it could lead to a major incident. That's also why I recalled Biemo immediately. Yidong sighed. Can't we find another 7th-tier powerhouse to come over? Do you think 7th-tier powerhouses are like crops in a field, available whenever you want? Although the Dragon Nation is full of talent, and the number of National Guardian generals has increased from 10 to 12, these people are the cream of the crop, 1 in a million. The Dragon Nation is vast, and strong individuals are needed everywhere to maintain order. Do you think it's that easy to find more 7th-tier powerhouses? Also, if we ask others for help, who gets the credit? So that was the real point. Yidong spread his hands helplessly. All right, maybe Lu Yingying is lying. Tomorrow, I'll go with her to investigate and see if it's true. If we really find the Dark Sequence base, I'll contact you. Director Wong, what do you think? Now that's more like a top talent of the Dragon Nation, Director Wong said. You should head back for now. I need to report that Zhang Huxing is already dead. Tomorrow we'll be busy, we still have to raid his place. By the way, Yidong, where is Zhang Huxing's body? Yidong's expression shifted slightly. It's inside my technique. Inside your technique? Yidong's mind stirred. He raised his right hand, and a small ice furnace appeared in his palm. The furnace had 10 small windows. Director Wong put on his glasses, leaned in for a closer look, and asked in surprise, what exactly is this? The extreme cold ice furnace, my technique. Director Wong nodded. I know it's your technique, but why is Zhang Huxing inside it? Can you take him out? Open the lid and let me see. Yidong shook his head. The extreme cold ice furnace allows entry, but no exit unless someone destroys it. Even I can't retrieve anything from it. Once someone goes in, they can't come out. This was precisely the terrifying aspect of the extreme cold ice furnace. When Yidong first learned about it from the system, he was a bit shocked. But upon reflection, since only enemies would go in, he accepted it. The most intriguing part was that the furnace seemed like a magical artifact within his body, accessible at any time. This was probably why his technique had reached such a pinnacle. Director Wong removed his glasses and rubbed his weary brow. If it can't be taken out, then so be it. Knowing he's dead is enough. Go home and rest. As for the things you know, keep them confidential. Don't tell anyone, not even Lon Lon. Understand? Yes, it's a state secret. I'll keep it absolutely confidential. I understand. Back home, Yidong was immediately greeted by a delicious aroma that made his appetite soar. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Brother, you're back? Go wash your hands, dinner's almost ready. Lan Jia, wearing an apron, came out of the kitchen carrying a bowl of soup. She naturally sat next to his mother and waved him over. Come on, aren't you hungry? Father Yi raised his eyebrows at Yidong, giving him a knowing smile. His mother, on the other hand, looked at him with doting eyes. Xiaodong, go wash your hands and eat. Lan Lan rolled her eyes at Yidong and whispered, What's with you? You look so surprised. Yidong rubbed his nose and smiled. I was just a little caught off guard, but I really like this surprise. Looking at the table full of dishes, his healthy and youthful parents, and his beautiful, gentle, and occasionally strong-willed girlfriend Lan Jia, Yidong's face lit up with a smile of contentment. Life like this, there was nothing to regret. If only this world had no sea beasts, no dark sequence, and no wars. How wonderful that would be. Yidong took a deep breath and told himself not to overthink. Cherish the happy moments while they last. Clearing his throat, Yidong solemnly introduced, Dad, Mom, this is my girlfriend, Lan Lan. Lan Jia's face instantly flushed red. She shyly lowered her head, staring at the food in her bowl. She hadn't expected Yidong to be so straightforward. Mother Yi picked up a piece of braised pork and placed it in Lan Jia's bowl. Xiaolan, Yidong is still like a child. You're much more mature and sensible than he is. If he ever does something wrong, come straight to me. Don't bother arguing with him. He doesn't understand anything. If he makes a mistake, I'll make sure to discipline him for you. Her words were so practical. If it's really his fault, help me teach him a lesson. But what if Lan Jia was the one at fault? Lan Lan looked at the bowl of braised pork, licked her lips, and shyly nodded, putting away her usual domineering demeanor. I understand. At that moment, another chicken leg was placed in her bowl. Father Yi smiled, but said nothing. Knowing he couldn't speak, Yidong felt very satisfied in his heart. All right, let's eat. Yidong beamed with joy, happily watching Lan Lan, who was equally radiant with happiness. He silently made up his mind. This is it for this lifetime. After the meal, Yidong took Lan Lan back to his room. Lan Jia, why didn't you tell me in advance you were coming to my house? Before he could finish, Lan Lan pushed him away. Lan Jia. Yidong looked up, only to see Lan Lan taking off her apron, revealing that she was wearing nothing underneath. Yidong's eyes widened in shock. Just moments ago at the dinner table, Lan Jia had been dressed modestly. How had her clothes disappeared as soon as they entered the room? Dong, love me. Lan Lan threw herself at Yidong. Feeling that something was off, Yidong quickly held her shoulders and stared into her eyes, asking, Who are you really? Lan Lan panicked, her gaze turning pitiful as she choked up, Dong, I'm your Lan Jia. Don't you recognize me? I've gone this far, and you're still saying such things. Yidong stepped back 3 paces, and the atmosphere in the room instantly turned icy. He said coldly, You're not Lan Jia. Lan Jia never calls me Dong. She used to call me little brother, and after we confirmed our relationship, she started calling me by my full name. Dong. Even my parents don't call me that. Lan Lan's face changed dramatically. She pulled a utility knife from her lower back and said viciously, Since you've figured it out, you must die. That knife. Yidong suddenly felt it looked familiar, as if he'd seen it before. The person now at the Bureau of Martial Security, it was Lu Yingying. I'm going to tear you to pieces. The fake Lan Lan roared as she charged forward. Yidong snorted coldly and kicked her in the stomach. The fake Lan Lan was sent flying, her body shattering instantly like a broken mirror. Suddenly, the room began to spin violently, and Yidong was transported to a pitch-black place. In the distance, at the end of the darkness, a circular golden halo flickered, drawing his attention. Within the halo, a faint door became visible, growing closer and closer. Yidong stood still, unable to resist being pulled toward the door. I thought your family was well off, but it turns out your parents are migrant workers. What a disgrace in my dating history. Yidong, don't think about killing me. I'm a sea beast man. If you kill me, you're declaring war on the sea beast men. As expected of an S-class extreme cold ice soul ability user, you do have some skills. But I'm not afraid of you at all. Yidong, come and face your death. Yidong, Yidong, Yidong smack. All the scenes suddenly shattered. His former enemies and arch-nemeses leapt out of the mirrors, and the surroundings plunged into darkness. Yidong was surrounded by these foes. Each of them wore eerie smiles, cracking their knuckles, their eyes filled with malice. They wanted to. Do you all want to die again? Yidong sneered coldly. Then I'll grant your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, Yidong charged at his enemies like a hurricane of destruction. In an instant, everyone was flung into the air like straw, shattering into pieces, utterly obliterated. Crack! Huge fissures split through the darkness, and light poured in through the cracks. He seemed to hear someone calling his name. His shoulders were being shaken repeatedly. Yidong! Yidong! Wake up! Yidong! Yidong's eyes snapped open. No, his eyes had already been open, but now they widened abruptly. The gray haze in his eyes slowly dissipated, and a familiar face came into view. Sister Lan. Sister Lan looked at him with a face full of worry and asked anxiously, "How are you? Are you okay?" Only then did Yidong realize he had returned to the real world. Thinking about the strange experience he had just gone through, he felt an indescribable unease. Sister Lan, what exactly happened? What's wrong with me? Beside Lan Lan stood another person, Sujun. Sujun's face was grim, and he spoke in a low voice. We're not entirely sure what happened. When we came in, we saw Director Wang strangling his own neck while shouting, "Kill you, kill you." Your condition was slightly better, you were just babbling nonsense. Fortunately, you woke up in the end. Director Wang also encountered something similar? Could all of this be related to Lu Yingying? Where's Lu Yingying? I bet she's behind this. Make sure no one looks into her eyes, or they'll fall into an illusion. Damn it. Sujun slapped his forehead and rushed out in a hurry. Yidong didn't follow but fell into deep thought. Clearly, Lu Yingying's eyes were not just for seeing, she could control people's consciousness. She was supposed to be an X-class ability user with no cultivation level, yet she could instantly trap both him and Director Wang in illusions. If she truly grew stronger, it would be a huge problem. Such a terrifying ability must not fall into the hands of the Dark Organization. If only he had killed her yesterday. Yidong was filled with regret as he turned to Sister Lan and asked, "Sister Lan, how is Director Wang? Is he okay?" Lan Lan shook her head and said, "When we arrived, Director Wang was on the verge of strangling himself to death. When you woke up, he had just been carried out." What time was it now? Yidong took out his phone to check 5:14. Earlier, Director Wang had called the police to have Lu Yingying taken to a solitary cell. Yidong glanced at his phone again. It was exactly 5:14. Only a few seconds had passed since Lu Yingying was taken away. Yet, in that strange place, he had clearly spent 2 or 3 hours. All the scenes felt so real and natural. If it weren't for the sudden drastic change in the character's behavior, he wouldn't be able to distinguish between reality and illusion. Especially the moment he encountered Sister Lan. Lan Lan noticed Yidong's strange expression and asked worriedly, "Are you really okay? Tell me quickly." For some reason, Yidong suddenly missed the fake Sister Lan from the illusion earlier. At least she was gentle. "I'm fine. Where's Lu Yingying? Where is she being held? I want to see her. I'll go find Sujun." At that moment, Sujun happened to return to the office and ran into the two who were about to leave. Yidong asked urgently, "How is Lu Yingying? Nothing unexpected happened, right?" If someone with such terrifying abilities like Lu Yingying fell into the hands of a dark organization, once she grew stronger, she would undoubtedly become everyone's nightmare. Sujun let out a long sigh and said, "When I caught up, the two young officers had already fainted. Lu Yingying was reaching for the keys, but luckily, I stopped her in time." Yidong's expression changed slightly. Was this considered a close call? He quickly asked, "Did you look into her eyes?" Sujun shook his head. "After you reminded me, I made sure not to make eye contact with her and kept my gaze on the floor. Someone has already helped cover her eyes. If Director Wang is fine, that's great. But if something happens to him, I won't let her off." Yidong sighed, his heart full of guilt. "I brought Lu Yingying here. I should have put an ability-suppressing bracelet on her. If something really happens to Director Wang, Sister Lan tightly gripped Yidong's wrist at this moment and whispered in his ear, "Don't overthink it. Director Wang will be fine." Before retiring, he was a 5th-tier physical ability user. 5th tier. Even a 5th-tier ability user could be easily controlled by her eye technique. Yidong, Lan Lan, and the others arrived outside the solitary cell where Lu Yingying was being held. Inside the cell, two officers were putting a restraining suit on Lu Yingying, her eyes covered with a black satin band. Lu Yingying's lips curled into a faint smile as she said, "Yidong? You're actually fine? What a surprise." Yidong's expression changed, and he asked, "What exactly is your ability? I advise you to be honest and not try to play games." "My ability?" Lu Yingying grinned. "Didn't I already tell you? I'm a living humanoid DSLR camera. I can record everything I see and then draw it out." Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed slightly. Lu Yingying was clearly trying to fool them. Yidong sneered. "I have a question. Why didn't you use this ability when Zhang Huxing fought me? If you had used it, the outcome of the battle might have been reversed." "Not might, definitely would have been reversed," Lu Yingying said confidently. But the fact that she didn't use this move made Yidong suspicious. "Maybe your ability has limitations and requires both parties to be very close for it to activate. Since you can't cultivate, you couldn't get close to me, so you couldn't use this ability. Zhang Huxing probably didn't know you had this ability either otherwise. He would have called you to help instead of recording our fight from afar. Why lose when you could win? The cost of losing is death." Lu Yingying sneered. "You're really smart, seeing through it all at a glance. Since you figured it out, why are you still talking so much? So annoying." Yidong was speechless, and Lan Lan beside him was also displeased. "How could she talk about my boyfriend like that?" Su Zhen snorted coldly. "Lu Yingying, the crimes you've committed are enough to sentence you to death several times over. From now on, you'd better cooperate with our investigation and tell us everything you know. Otherwise, we'll have no choice but to send you to the military department. The military isn't as polite to prisoners as we are. You should understand that." Lu Yingying slightly moved her lips. "I've said before, I can tell you the location of one of the Dark Sequence headquarters. The condition is simple. Let me go." "Let you go? Dream on." Su Zhen snorted coldly and turned to Yidong. "This woman is full of lies. She is probably trying to trick you about the Dark Sequence headquarters too. I suggest we send her to the military department immediately. They have experts specialized in interrogating prisoners." "Yidong, Director Wang is unconscious right now, and I can't leave, nor do I trust anyone else to escort her. Can you go personally?" Yidong nodded. "All right, I'll go." He turned to Lan Lan. "Lan Jia, I'm heading to the military department. Wait for me at home." "Home? Which home?" Lan Lan asked. Yidong smiled. "Which other home?" Su Zhen quickly coughed and turned his head away. Lan Lan blushed and glared at Yidong. Yidong felt satisfied this was the real Lan Jia. 6:30 p.m. Lu Yingying was surrounded by powerful officers from the Wuhan Bureau and escorted onto a helicopter. Yidong followed her inside. The helicopter slowly ascended. For safety reasons, only Yidong accompanied Lu Yingying, while the others stayed behind. Sitting in the co-pilot seat, Su Zhen shouted to Yidong, "Yidong, we're heading to Beihai. It'll take about 3 hours. Stay alert." Yidong nodded and smiled. "Don't worry, nothing will happen." Suddenly, a contemptuous laugh sounded in his ear. Lu Yingying sneered coldly. "What a hassle, taking me all the way to the military department. I'm just an X-level ability user. I've already told you everything I know. What more do you want?" Yidong shrugged. "I'm not sure what Su Zhen wants. I heard Beihai has experts specialized in interrogating prisoners. I'm actually curious to learn how they detect lies and make people tell the truth. It's probably not just about using pain to force confessions, right? I'm quite looking forward to it." Lu Yingying gritted her teeth. Although her eyes were covered, Yidong could tell she was extremely unhappy. Yidong seemed too relaxed, as if he didn't take her seriously and was merely curious about escorting her to the military department. Whatever happened there, his sole purpose was to learn. "You think I'm what? A toy for your amusement? Earlier, I only used a tiny bit of my eye technique on you. If you've got the guts, take off my blindfold. I'll show you what real fear is." Yidong looked surprised. "Although I'm not a mind-reading expert, I can tell you're very angry right now. But being angry 1T help this has nothing to do with me. I'm just a delivery guy, and I'm taking the opportunity to learn some interrogation techniques." Lu Yingying's body tensed for a moment, then quickly relaxed. She sneered coldly. "I see. It's precisely because you're this kind of person that you managed to leave that place unscathed. But I don't believe you weren't scared." Yidong smiled faintly. "Your ability is quite special. The things in that place aren't actually scary. What's truly terrifying is that once someone falls victim to your ability, they'll be temporarily immobilized. In a battle, if an opponent gets hit by this move, it's easy to end their life. So I think your ability is very impressive. As for those things, they're so not really scary, since they're all fake. People with strong minds usually aren't affected much. Lu Yingying sneered coldly. So what you're saying is, your director's mind isn't strong enough. Exactly. Yi Dong replied without hesitation. Lu Yingying was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Yi Dong turned his head and called out to Su Jun in front of him. Su Jun, do you think the military department will use torture on her? Su Jun grinned. Our torture tools and methods are all copied from the Dark Sequence's punishments. For those connected to the Dark Sequence, they'll definitely use those methods during interrogation. Most likely they will. Yi Dong patted Lu Yingying's knee. There's nothing new about interrogation torture, it's just physical pain. Endure it, and it'll pass. Your godfather Zhang Huxing was subjected to brutal torture by the Dark Sequence for over 3 months back in the day, and he managed to fake his death to get through it. You could learn from him, it might come in handy someday. Don't touch me. Lu Yingying's voice grew colder. Yi Dong raised an eyebrow in surprise. I just touched you, and you're reacting like this? What if the interrogation expert from the military department is a pervert and strips you naked for the interrogation? That's one reason some experts prefer interrogating female prisoners. Considering the things you've done and your collusion with the Dark Sequence, even being executed on the spot wouldn't be unfair. In the interrogation room, who cares about your gender? Concepts like the difference between men and women, morality, or human rights, they don't exist there. At least, in that room, none of it matters. Don't try to scare me with this, I'm not afraid. Lu Yingying gritted her teeth. Who said I was scaring you? I'm just fascinated by it. Maybe when I retire, I'll take up this line of work. Looks like I need to start studying in advance. Maniac. 3 hours later, the helicopter slowly descended at the Beihai Military Department. To their surprise, Commander Qin Hao of the Beihai Military Department personally came to greet them. Yi Dong, it's been half a year since we last met. I've heard a lot about you lately. So how about it? Interested in working with me here? Yi Dong smiled. Commander Qin, I have a very clear plan for my future. Like I always say, meals must be eaten bite by bite, and roads must be walked step by step. The Beihai Military Department is not my first choice. Sorry. What a pity. But that's all right. One day, we'll work together. That's for sure. Qin Hao glanced at Lu Yingying, who stood beside Yi Dong wearing a restraint suit and an ability-suppressing bracelet. Is this the Enchantress? Su Jun nodded. That's her. Although she's an X-type ability user, her eye techniques can put people into illusions while completely paralyzing their bodies. That powerful? Fascinating. Let me take a look. Qin Hao abruptly pulled off Lu Yingying's blindfold. Lu Yingying stiffened in shock and glared at him fiercely. What are you doing? Qin Hao grinned. Such beautiful eyes. How about your eye techniques? Can you try them on me? Su Jun exclaimed. Commander Qin, this is too risky. I advise against it. Lu Yingying sneered coldly. Want to experience fear? I'd be delighted. She raised her hand, revealing the ability-suppressing bracelet. Su Jun waved his hand. Everyone, turn around. After saying this, he handed a key to Qin Hao. Qin Hao glanced at the key, casually tossed it aside, and instead grabbed Lu Yingying's bracelet. With a forceful squeeze, he crushed it. Who needs a key? This is much easier. Now let me see. The pain made Lu Yingying let out a piercing scream. The shattered bracelet pressed the warped metal deep into her wrist. I'll kill you, Lu Yingying roared. Her eyes instantly erupted with an eerie blue light. Qin Hao stood his ground, neither dodging nor avoiding, and directly absorbed it with full force. The blue light flickered continuously as Qin Hao stared straight into her eyes, his face void of any expression. The blue light in Lu Yingying's eyes gradually faded as she looked at Qin Hao in astonishment. How is this possible? Why are you unharmed? She had just forced Qin Hao into the depths of his greatest fear, which should have driven an ordinary person mad. Yet, he seemed completely unaffected. A trace of doubt flickered in Qin Hao's eyes as he looked up at Yi Dong and said, That's it? No need for blindfolds or handcuffs. Just take her straight to the interrogation room. Yin, you handle the questioning. A short, dark, and chubby man suddenly stepped forward, sizing up Lu Yingying with a glance. He licked his lips and asked Qin Hao, "Can I use my usual methods?" "Of course," Qin Hao replied with a grin. "Interrogate her in your favorite way." "Thank you, Commander." The chubby man eagerly grabbed the terrified Lu Yingying, a lecherous smile spreading across his face. "Come on, let's go to my room." Let go of me. You disgusting pig. Don't touch me. How can you call me a disgusting pig? I'm sturdy, not fat. Come on, let's go." Haha. At this moment, Yidong glanced at Qin Hao's lowered arm. Strangely, the commander's arm was trembling slightly. Within seconds, Qin Hao's face turned pale as paper. Everyone followed the group into the Beihai military headquarters, leaving only Yidong and Qin Hao in the room. Qin Hao chuckled softly. "Why aren't you leaving?" Yidong stepped closer to Qin Hao and whispered, "Commander Qin, are you all right?" Suddenly, Qin Hao turned to him, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "That woman does have some skills. But if I can study her thoroughly, I might be able to use her abilities in the fight against the sky beasts. Yidong, you've brought me a treasure." It turned out that Commander Qin was merely excited, not afraid. Yidong finally felt relieved. "As long as you're fine, I'm reassured. I'll head inside too." "All right." Inside the interrogation room, Lu Yingying was bound to a cross, and Yin the chubby man was the interrogator for this session. Yidong stood nearby, observing and learning. "Brother Yin, shouldn't we remove her clothes?" Yidong suggested. Lu Yingying gritted her teeth and spat venomously. "Yidong, you're doomed. Even as a ghost, I won't let you go. If you dare strip me, I'll bite my tongue and kill myself." Yin paused for a moment and said, "Then stuff this into her mouth first to prevent her from biting her tongue." Upon hearing this, Lu Yingying was so furious her chest seemed about to explode. "Is this how your military treats prisoners? Are you really a righteous organization? Doesn't your conscience hurt doing this?" Yin chuckled, leaning close to Lu Yingying's ear and inhaling deeply, savoring her scent. "Little beauty, you're a criminal colluding with the Dark Sequence. The Dark Sequence doesn't treat us as humans, so why should we treat them as humans? Don't worry, I promise it won't hurt too much." Yidong admired him and said, "Brother Yin, you're truly an interrogation expert." "Impressive." The chubby man casually picked up a small knife. Lu Yingying struggled desperately, twisting her body. "See, the blood will keep flowing until she loses consciousness from blood loss. Once she's unconscious, that's when the fun begins. A bucket of cold water will wake her up, and then we start all over again." Ha ha. By now, Lu Yingying had fallen into despair. The black cloth over her eyes was soaked, and tears dripped down one by one. Yidong asked curiously, "Bro, she had this thing in her mouth, so she couldn't speak even if she wanted to." The fat man nodded and said, "It's an interrogation, but I only handle the torture. Who cares what she says? Once I'm done with the interrogation, someone else will take over for the formal questioning. If she still doesn't talk, then I'll continue." "Is this considered informal?" Yidong asked, holding back a laugh. "Of course it's informal. A formal interrogation wouldn't get her to open her mouth even after half a day." Lu Yingying whimpered, as if she wanted to say something. Yidong noticed this and said, "Brother Yin, she seems like she wants to talk. Why not hear what she has to say first?" The fat man pulled Yidong into a corner and whispered, "Yidong, your attitude toward learning is wrong. When we interrogate prisoners, we only focus on the torture, not what they say. What does her talking have to do with us? Nothing, right? As interrogators, we have to follow the process to the end. If there's a mistake or the prisoner deliberately lies, it'll all come back to us. We can't afford to be soft-hearted." Yidong nodded seriously. The fat man deliberately lowered his voice, but the interrogation room was small and quiet, so Lu Yingying still heard him. Tied to the cross, Lu Yingying cried her heart out, unable to live or die, deeply regretting coming here. Suddenly, Lu Yingying felt the gag ball in her mouth loosen, as if it had been removed. Saliva and blood dripped down her chin. Yidong, is that you?" Yidong nodded and said, "Lu Yingying, I advise you to tell us everything you know. Otherwise, you're just asking for trouble." "What do you think?" Lu Yingying choked and said, "I originally wanted to tell you, but you didn't believe me." "Wah," she cried, tears falling like raindrops, evoking pity. Yidong sighed lightly and said, "We can't judge this matter ourselves, we're not experts." Professionals have to verify whether what you say is true or not. Don't you agree? Lu Yingying stopped crying and sobbed softly. You're, you're not a good person either. Yi Dong shook his head helplessly, picked up the gag ball, and tried to put it back into Lu Yingying's mouth. Lu Yingying shook her head desperately, struggling with a pleading expression. No, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything I know. Please don't torture me anymore. At that moment, Yin the fat man suddenly rushed forward and stopped him. Yi Dong, what are you doing? Yin grabbed the gag ball and roughly stuffed it back into Lu Yingying's mouth. She clenched her fists in pain and let out muffled cries. Brother Yin, what's wrong? She's willing to talk now. Yan's face darkened. Whether she's willing to talk or cooperate isn't the most important thing. The key is, my process isn't finished yet, it hasn't even started. I'm a professional, trust me. Yin Fatty immediately put away his previous lewd demeanor, becoming tall, imposing, and righteous. Yi Dong, I already looked into this woman's background before you brought her here. It seems that the 33 murder cases in Jinghai City are all connected to her. Those people were strangled to death, and their bodies were slashed with utility knives after death. Some corpses even had patterns carved into them. At this point, Yin Fatty turned to look at Lu Yingying in the interrogation room. A cold-blooded killer like this, who doesn't even blink when taking a life, won't have such a fragile psychological defense, nor would she cry so easily. Yi Dong frowned. So you're saying her earlier anger and sadness were all an act? Yin Fatty nodded. That's very likely. I've seen too many people like her. Those who enjoy killing usually have high intelligence and strong mental resilience. They're not afraid of death and may even derive pleasure from pain. This is actually a psychological disorder. We have to treat them as mentally ill or insane, not as ordinary people. What you just saw was only her surface behavior. When her clothes were torn, she acted like an innocent little girl. It was too fake, I saw through it immediately. Yi Dong slowly raised his eyebrows. Today was truly an eye-opener. He hadn't expected someone's emotional expressions to hide so many secrets. So, Brother Yin, what do you plan to do next? First, let's hear what she has to say. Then we'll continue working together. You play the good cop. I'll play the bad cop. Understood. The two returned to the interrogation room. Yi Dong walked over to Lu Yingying and whispered, I've convinced him. Now, tell us something useful. Lu Yingying nodded and said pitifully, the dark sequence base I know of is south of Jinghai, at coordinates X306, Y87. It's on a small island. The island isn't big, but the base is located beneath it. If you don't believe me, I can take you there. Yi Dong glanced at Yin Fatty. Yin Fatty walked over to Lu Yingying, placed a hand on her shoulder, and sneered. Why do I feel like you're lying to us? Are you planning to use this as an opportunity to escape? No, I'm not. Lu Yingying quickly shook her head in denial. Click. The speaker in the interrogation room suddenly crackled to life. You too. Come upstairs. Yin Fatty signaled to Yi Dong with his eyes. Let's go. All right. A few minutes later, the two arrived at the control room on the second floor. Commander Qin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, positioned behind a technician who was rapidly typing on a keyboard. The screen's images kept switching until it finally locked onto a location. Coordinates X306, Y87. We found it. It is indeed a small island, not far from Beihai. It seems she wasn't lying. However, if this really is the Dark Sequence's base, it will be very difficult for us to land there. Yi Dong asked in confusion, why? Commander Qin smiled faintly. Because there are several giant sea beast nests nearby. If we approach by sea, we risk being attacked by the sea beasts. If we approach by air, the Dark Sequence will detect us. If they realize we're getting close, we could be ambushed and caught off guard. Yi Dong raised an eyebrow slightly and said, this area is full of giant sea beast nests. No matter how powerful the Dark Sequence is, they couldn't have built a base here without a sound. Wouldn't those beasts attack them? Commander Qin smiled faintly. The technology of the Dark Sequence has always been ahead of the world because they are all madmen. Only madmen can have such crazy ideas and bold experiments. Building a base quietly near the nest of giant sea beasts is no challenge for them. Moreover, these giant beasts themselves serve as a natural defense network. Hearing this, Yi Dong suddenly understood. He hadn't expected the Dark Sequence's technology to be the best in the world. This was the first time he'd heard of it. Staring at the map on the screen, Yidong fell into deep thought. On another screen, the surveillance footage of the interrogation room was displayed. Lu Yingying sat motionless with her head lowered. Yidong stroked his chin and asked in confusion, "Did you notice? Is the time in the footage frozen?" As everyone was discussing countermeasures, they suddenly stopped and looked up at the surveillance screen. Commander Qin's face changed drastically, and he was the first to rush out of the monitoring room. "Something's wrong." Yidong immediately sensed that something was amiss and hurriedly followed him down to the second floor. When he reached the interrogation room on the first floor, Lu Yingying, who had been tied to the cross, was already gone. At the door lay a guard who had been strangled to death. Commander Qin stood in the interrogation room, his expression so dark and chilling that no one dared to approach him. Yidong walked up to him and asked, "Commander Qin, I spent some time replicating the entire interrogation room setup and implanted cameras so the footage would remain in the state it was when I fell unconscious, taking the opportunity to escape. As for the guards at the door and how to leave the military headquarters, I've already controlled a sea beast to take me away." The voice on the walkie-talkie was intermittent but still audible. Commander Qin said, "This walkie-talkie has a maximum range of 10 kilometers. It seems she's about to move out of range." Lu Yingying's voice continued intermittently, "My abilities are far beyond this. Once I join the dark sequence, my powers will grow even stronger. When we meet again, I'll show you what true despair means." Beep. The signal was completely cut off. The room instantly fell silent. Commander Qin shook his head though he was angry. There was no use in being upset now. "Everyone leave. Yidong, stay behind." Yin Pengzi glanced at Yidong, then left the interrogation room with another soldier. Once the door to the interrogation room closed, Commander Qin turned to Yidong and asked, "Yidong, is there anything you want to say to me?" Yidong smiled and shook his head, saying, "Commander Qin, don't worry, I won't blame you. Actually, Weivy never fully understood her abilities. No one wanted this to happen. Besides, if I hadn't brought her to the Beihai military headquarters, she might have escaped from me anyway. If there's anyone to blame, it's me for handing you such a troublesome matter." Qin Hao chuckled, patted Yidong on the shoulder, and said, "You're still as interesting as ever. You remind me of the first time we met at the War Academy. Your answers back then were just as unexpected." Yidong smiled awkwardly. Commander Qin suddenly turned serious and said, "Yidong, you need to listen carefully. I'll tell you everything I know about Lu Yingying's abilities. You must be cautious. It's clear she's already targeting you. Based on the information your Wu and Bureau provided earlier and my personal experience today, Lu Yingying's abilities fall under the rare category of mental-type powers. She can store all the images she sees in a special place and then transmit them to people or devices. Her second ability is psychological suggestion, and this suggestion is irreversible, which is particularly terrifying. The third ability, as she herself mentioned, is controlling certain creatures to obey her commands, which is what she calls mastery. Her abilities haven't fully developed yet, but from what I've seen, it's clear her mental-type powers are far stronger than yours. Even though I'm a 7th-tier ability user, I couldn't resist her gaze. I've never encountered such a frightening power. I'll report her information to the higher-ups, and we should be able to track her whereabouts soon." Yidong asked, "Commander Qin, is there any way to counteract such abilities?" "Of course. I can think of 2 methods right now. The first is dominance." "Dominance?" Yidong immediately asked, "What's the second method?" Commander Qin smiled strangely. "It's to gouge out your own eyes." Lu Yingying had escaped, leaving the Beihai military headquarters with unprecedented humiliation. Commander Qin reported Lu Yingying's situation to the higher-ups overnight and voluntarily took primary responsibility. However, the higher-ups did not punish him, only issued a mild warning. At this moment, Yin Pengzi and Yidong stood outside the command department. Watching Commander Qin make endless phone calls to apologize, Yin Fatty smiled bitterly and said, "Yidong, are you planning to return to Jinghai later? Have you considered coming to the Beihai military department? I feel like we get along well. It would be great if we could work together." Yidong touched his nose and replied with a smile, "I plan to stay at Jinghai War Academy for a year until I graduate. Before that, I need to focus on my cultivation. I also have a group of friends who are working hard, and I can't leave them behind." Yin Fatty felt a bit emotional upon hearing this and said, I used to have a group of great comrades too, but 10 years have passed, and now it's just me and Commander Qin left. Commander Qin used to be your comrade? Yidong widened his eyes in surprise. The gap between the two was too big. One had already become a commander. Yin Fatty chuckled and said, "We were in the same class, both students at Bailong Academy. We joined the military district together and then rose to the military department. I watched him step by step become the commander of the Beihai military department. I guess I benefited a bit from his success, haha. So that's how it was." Click. The door to the commander's office opened, and Commander Qin walked out, looking exhausted. "Ah Yin, it's getting late. You should go rest." "All right, Yidong, I'll head out first. Come visit me at the Beihai military department when you have time, and we can interrogate some prisoners together." Thinking about the scene he had acted out during Lu Yingying's interrogation, Yidong smiled awkwardly and didn't respond. Commander Qin looked at Yidong and said, "The higher-ups have already sent people to pursue Lu Yingying. As for the coordinates she provided earlier, it turned out to be just an ordinary small island, not the headquarters of the Dark Sequence. We don't know if she gave a random location or if she knew there was a small island there." Yidong pondered and said, "Commander Qin, I don't think there's anything left for me to do here. I want to return to Jinghai. However, I plan to check out the small island Lu Yingying mentioned before heading back." Commander Qin raised an eyebrow and said, "I can easily send a drone to investigate such matters. Are you sure you want to go yourself? That area is full of giant sea beast groups. It's not land, it's the ocean. Those sea beasts are even stronger in the water and are not easy to deal with." Yidong chuckled lightly. "Don't worry, Commander Qin, I'll be fine. Besides, if I don't go and take a look, I won't be able to put my mind at ease. That small island might have some connection to Lu Yingying. She might even be hiding there right now." Yidong's words made Commander Qin's eyes light up. "Why do you think that?" Yidong nodded and said, "I always feel that the most dangerous place might actually be the safest. Lu Yingying might have really gone to the Dark Sequence headquarters, or she might have returned to Jinghai's Tuchuo gang, or she could be hiding on the small island at the coordinates she mentioned. Either way, I'll go take a look. Who knows? I might make an unexpected discovery." Commander Qin nodded after hearing this and said, "You make a good point. But if you do encounter Lu Yingying, the situation will be very dangerous. Don't forget how powerful her abilities are." Yidong frowned slightly and said, "Commander Qin, I've always had a question. During the battle with Zhang Huxing, Lu Yingying was nearby watching but didn't help. I thought it was because of the distance, but now it seems that distance was only part of the reason. I might have been another factor." Commander Qin looked puzzled. What exactly was this kid trying to say? Yidong slowly explained. "Her ability is psychological suggestion, causing people to feel fear. But those who died at her hands either strangled themselves to death or were controlled by her, acting according to her will. I remember entering a place similar to a memory palace at the time, where I saw my former enemies come back to life and try to kill me. After killing them all, I woke up. I had spent 2 or 3 hours in the dream, but when I came out, I found that the second hand of the clock had only moved a few seconds." After hearing this, Commander Qin's expression changed slightly, and he said, "Lu Yingying's ability is mental control, targeting the brain. People with weak mental strength are the easiest to be controlled and are more susceptible to suicide suggestions. Not only were you not influenced to commit suicide, but you fought your way out, which shows that your mental strength far exceeds that of ordinary people. She is a complete homicidal maniac, with mental strength far stronger than average. Ordinary people are all controlled by her. The nemesis of mental-type abilities is likely to be people with strong mental strength." Yidong awkwardly smiled and said, "Actually, I was just about to say that Lu Yingying didn't target me, maybe because her ability isn't as effective on me." Thinking back now, Yidong still couldn't understand why Lu Yingying appeared voluntarily at that time. She could have escaped. Was it because she feared she couldn't get away? Perhaps only she knows the answer. Yidong stopped overthinking and left the command room with Commander Qin. Shortly afterward, he received a military radar, which had already been set to the coordinates Lu Yingying had mentioned earlier. As long as he headed south, he would reach the location. Yidong bid farewell to Commander Qin and the others, then leapt into the air, leaving everyone stunned as they watched him fly away. Commander Qin stared in amazement at the direction Yi Dong had flown and said, "That kid can actually fly?" Beside him, Yin Fati was equally shocked. "I'm dumbfounded too. Commander Qin, are we really not worried about him? That place is the lair of giant beasts." Commander Qin glanced at the helicopter prepared for him at the door and smiled faintly. "I was a bit worried before, but now I feel reassured. He should be fine. Let us go back. I still have to write a 300-word report. As usual, you'll help me write it." Yin Fati was speechless. Under the night sky, Yi Dong's legs emitted a powerful blood-red mist as he soared above the clouds. He looked at the radar in his hand, getting closer and closer to the target. Lu Yingying, a rare mental-type ability user, even rarer than the extreme Cold Ice Soul, but a lunatic nonetheless. Her goal was to join the Dark Sequence. Yi Dong couldn't understand why so many people wanted to join the Dark Sequence. Maybe he wasn't crazy enough yet. In any case, he had to eliminate anyone who threatened him. If Lu Yingying successfully joined the Dark Sequence, she would likely come after him for revenge first. Whoosh! He accelerated, quickly reaching the coordinates. Looking down, he saw a small, empty island, less than a square kilometer in size. The island had a few coconut trees, a white sandy beach, and scattered rocks. The moonlight was bright, and the stars were sparse, leaving Yi Dong's vision unobstructed. Yi Dong paused slightly, noticing a small figure hiding behind the rocks. He slowly descended, and the person, realizing they couldn't stay hidden, nervously stepped out from behind the stones. It was none other than Lu Yingying, who had escaped earlier. Commander Qin had already reported to the higher-ups, and a nationwide bounty had been issued for Lu Yingying. Unexpectedly, she was hiding here. Yi Dong activated the Heavenly Emperor SI, his vision covering the entire island. Lu Yingying hiding here was definitely not a desperate choice. She was likely waiting for someone to pick her up. Of course, that person was definitely not Yi Dong. Lu Yingying walked barefoot on the gravel-covered beach, cautiously approaching Yi Dong. When she saw Yi Dong, her first reaction was shock. After the shock subsided, she gradually calmed down, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Why are you here? No normal person would be interested in this place." Through the eye of the Heavenly Emperor, Yi Dong didn't detect a third person on the island, only the two of them. He looked at Lu Yingying and said, "I guessed you would return to Jinghai, to this island. After all, your target is the Dark Sequence. You're here waiting for someone from the Dark Sequence to meet you, right?" Lu Yingying crossed her arms, nodded, and said, "That's right. I'm here waiting for that person. If you're scared, you can leave now. Otherwise, once that person arrives, you won't be able to leave." Yi Dong sneered. "Maybe you won't get to meet that person." Lu Yingying's expression changed slightly, and she asked coldly, "Do you really think I can't kill you? The fear skill I used on you was just the most basic one. For others, I used the most powerful suicide suggestion. Can you tell the difference between the two?" Yi Dong's expression shifted, and he asked, "Do you have a reason why you can't kill me?" Lu Yingying raised an eyebrow. "Everyone dies for a reason. But since I met you, I haven't seen a reason for your death. You're not at that point yet." Yi Dong's gaze turned cold. Was she deliberately not killing him? Could his previous judgment have been entirely wrong? No. Perhaps she was just trying to scare him. This woman had told plenty of lies. She was practically a lunatic. Who would believe the words of a lunatic? Yi Dong asked, "Then why didn't you kill me? Back in the Valley of Exotic Beasts, if you had helped Zhang Huxing, the Golden Bull incident might have turned out differently, and I might have died at Zhang Huxing's hands." Lu Yingying sneered. "If I told you, would you stop chasing me? Besides, I'm really advising you to leave quickly. That person is almost here, and I don't want to see you die." Yi Dong took a deep breath. "If I die, I want to die knowing why." "Speak." Lu Yingying shook her head helplessly. "So stubborn, but I quite like that about you." "Like him?" What did she mean by that? Lu Yingying casually said something that stirred Yi Dong's heart, then continued. "Actually, I grew up in an orphanage. We poor orphans were indoctrinated from a young age to go to the War Academy when we grew up to test for abilities. If abilities were detected, that would be great. If not, we'd have to stay in the orphanage doing hard labor until we died. I did awaken an ability, but it was even weaker than D level, classified as X level ability." She smiled and pointed to her eyes. "It's the kind of ability you heard about at the beginning. As a result, I was sent back to the orphanage and became a worker there. I was unwilling. I had awakened an ability, so why did I have to stay in that disgusting place? I was fed up, and then things got interesting. Lu Yingying's smile suddenly turned strange, making Yi Dong feel uneasy. One night, the director called me to his room to arrange the next day's work. I foolishly went. As soon as I entered, a cloth was stuffed into my mouth, and I smelled a strong medicinal scent. Then I passed out. When I woke up, I found myself lying on the bed of that disgusting bald old man. I was terrified and sought out other workers, but they envied and resented me, saying, "You're so lucky. Why was it you?" They were jealous of me just because that old man slept with me. Lu Yingying sneered, her voice full of disdain. Can you even imagine what that feels like? For God's sake. I was assaulted, and yet they envied me? In the end, they even beat me up. I just don't get it. What's wrong with this world? Am I the one at fault? Yi Dong clenched his fists tightly, then slowly released them, letting out a long sigh. And then, he asked. Lu Yingying spread her hands with an indifferent shrug. Afterward, I was summoned again. The director told me that from now on, whenever he called for me, I had to come running. That time, I brought a craft knife with me. When he started taking off his clothes, I stabbed him to death. And then, I killed those jealous bitches too, wiped them all out. I realized that I had changed, just like them. But I felt no guilt, only an unprecedented thrill. In that moment, I finally understood the meaning of my existence. I exist to rid the world of disgusting scum like them. But I don't know how to distinguish scum from good people. When I was a child, I always called that perverted old man Grandpa. He acted so kind and benevolent that I even looked forward to seeing him every day. Later, when I was taken to the Wuhan Bureau for questioning and heard the officers speak of Zhang Huxing with such fear and helplessness, I realized I had found my target. I initially planned to kill him, but when I met him, I realized he wasn't an easy target to deal with. After that, I returned to the orphanage. By then, everyone from before was gone, and a new director had come, a kind old lady who treated me exceptionally well. Maybe it was her influence, but I gradually forgot my earlier goal. Over time, I became the team leader of the caregivers, responsible for managing the orphanage's debt records, warehouse inventory, staff statistics, basically everything. Because I have an exceptional memory, you see. Lu Yingying chuckled softly, her laughter pure and innocent, as though she hadn't just admitted to murder moments earlier. I have no idea how Zhang Huxing found out about my abilities, but he approached me directly, using evidence of my killings to threaten me. He had been secretly monitoring and investigating me all along. He forced me to use my position to steal information from the Wuhan Bureau, threatening to expose me otherwise. But I knew he didn't need the Bureau's help to deal with me. So I complied. I delivered a lot of intel to him, and eventually, he even made me his goddaughter. He began to trust me more and more, treating me better and better. He even told me he once had a daughter who, if she were still alive, would be around my age. At that time, I thought I was close to succeeding, that I'd soon be able to kill him. But as time passed, the more I used my abilities, the stronger they grew. I began to feel that I could not only influence people, but also control them, though not for long. I knew, however, that I was still weak. Zhang Huxing was indeed a formidable foe. When I realized that I might never be able to kill him in this lifetime, he suddenly started talking to me about the dark sequence. He even planned to send me there for training. I was ecstatic, but before I could enter the dark sequence, he suddenly said he wanted to take me somewhere and have me help him with one last task. And that task was you. You think you're his match? He's Zhang Huxing, Yi Dong. You're no match for him at all. I secretly helped you, though you don't know it, and neither does he. In a situation like that, a tiny suggestion can change the outcome of a battle. You should understand that. That's also the reason you've never been able to figure out why I didn't make a move against you, right? At this moment, Yi Dong's mind was in chaos, filled with fear. So it turned out that Lu Yingying was the most terrifying opponent he had ever encountered. Her abilities were flawless. If someone wanted to kill her, they might end up dead first. Yi Dong took a deep breath and said, "Then why did you still pretend to want to avenge Zhang Huxing in the end and show up voluntarily? Zhang Huxing is already dead, your target is gone, and you don't want to kill me. Why did you still let yourself get caught by me?" Lu Yingying jumped onto a nearby rock, gently swinging her legs. her gaze looking northward as she softly said, "It was a signal, and also a farewell." Signal? Farewell. Before going to the exotic Beast Valley, Zhang Huxing helped me contact people from the Dark Sequence, right here on this island. As for the farewell, it was naturally to say goodbye to the man I liked before leaving, to get close to him for a while. Thanks to you, I found a lot of good information at the Wuhan Bureau, and later I also found some memory data in the military district. The Dark Sequence will definitely train me more carefully. Truly killing two birds with one stone. The time is almost up. It's time to say goodbye, Yidong. Lu Yingying jumped down from the rock and walked step by step toward Yidong. The sand pricked her feet, making her hiss in pain. Her body tilted, almost falling, but she managed to throw herself onto Yidong in time. She looked up at him, her eyes filled with infatuation, and said, "Ever since Zhang Huxing asked me to investigate you, I realized that there are actually fools like you in this world. The things you do don't seem to be for yourself. Wherever there's trouble, that's where you go. Sometimes I worry about you, holding my breath for you, and sometimes I cheer for you. Of course, after I found out you had a girlfriend, I couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. So I thought of ways to break you two up. I invaded her memories and discovered that she had a brother. Actually, she really likes her brother, but because he did some terrible things, she couldn't show it. Through Zhang Huxing's network, I found her brother Lanya's whereabouts. Later, when I went to the Wuhan Bureau to deliver orphan information and monthly sales reports, I casually passed this information to Director Wang of the Wuhan Bureau. You know the rest. You wanted Lanya to kill Lan Lan? Yidong broke out in a cold sweat. Lu Yingying was the real mastermind? Everyone was just a pawn? What kind of terrifying ability was this? No wonder Commander Qin had told him in shock at the time. You're truly a treasure. Her abilities far surpass yours. Lu Yingying gently shook her head and said softly, "How could I? I just wanted to separate you two for a few days. I didn't want to see you two together. Besides, her background is quite tragic. Later, we finally got to be together. We went to the exotic Beast Valley together. I was so happy. Even though we were just working together, I could talk to you, look at you, and even try to act coy with you. The memory of flying on your back in the end was my happiest moment. I often think back to that moment. Unfortunately, the time was too short. But I can remember everything. Having a photographic memory is my talent. Hee hee." Lu Yingying playfully stuck out her tongue at Yidong, then slowly reached out to touch his face. Her hand was cold, but her body carried a faint, youthful fragrance. Yidong was just about to respond. Lu Yingying suddenly said softly, "Yidong, don't worry. My goal is the same as yours, to eliminate the Dark Sequence and eradicate all the bad people in this world. I just want to gain strength from the Dark Sequence and eventually return to your side to accompany you. As long as I can be with you, I'm satisfied. What do you think?" Yidong leaned back, completely unsure how to respond to Lu Yingying. Lu Yingying spread her hands and said, "It's okay. I know it's hard for you to accept right now, but I don't mind. Love is about accepting everything about the other person. I understand. The person coming to pick me up will be here soon. Yidong, can you close your eyes and listen to me say one last thing?" Lu Yingying watched Yidong fly away, her face showing a hint of anger, one hand pressed against her cheek. She hadn't expected Yidong to actually hit a woman. The sea wind howled as Lu Yingying stared like a stone in the direction Yidong had left. This game of chess is finally over, but it's not finished yet. There are still many moves left on the board. Bang! A heavy thud sounded behind her, and a giant, glowing blue figure suddenly appeared. "Is it you?" The giant slowly walked toward Lu Yingying. It turned out to be a high-tech robot. Lu Yingying's expression changed slightly, and she asked in confusion, "Are you here to pick me up?" The robot suddenly unfolded, revealing its internal mechanisms, and a voice emerged. "Flight route has been set. Enter now." Lu Yingying exclaimed in surprise. "I heard the Dark Sequence's technology is the most advanced." At first, I didn't believe it, but it turns out to be true. "Well, I'm going in." Lu Yingying entered the cabin. The robot's body returned to its original form, and it leaped into the air and flew away. Yidong was now flying desperately toward Jinghai. He cursed inwardly. "Crazy. That crazy woman is terrifying." He kept cursing, just wanting to get away from there as quickly as possible. Crazy woman. And he couldn't even deal with her. Saying she likes him? Lunatic. Luckily, he reacted quickly, otherwise she would have kissed him. If Sister Lan found out, he'd be doomed for sure. The more Yidong thought about it, the more scared he became, and he flew even faster. When he returned to Jinghai, the sky was just beginning to lighten. Yidong quietly opened the door and entered the house. Click! The lights suddenly turned on. Sister Lan was sitting on the living room sofa, her eyes not fully awake, looking at him. Why are you back so late? Sister Lan, you've been waiting here for me all this time? Yidong felt distressed and hurried over. Lan Lan's eyes showed grievance. Didn't you say you'd be back soon and told me to wait at your place? But you only just got back now. She yawned and slowly walked toward Yidong's room. I don't care anymore. I'm going to sleep first. Good night. Good night. Yidong, full of guilt, helped Sister Lan tuck in her blanket. As he walked out of the room, his parents, dressed in pajamas, were already waiting for him outside. Son, come here. We have something to ask you. Yidong shook his head helplessly. Dad, if you have something to say, just say it. Why are you being so sneaky? Father Yi glanced at Yidong's room and asked in a low voice, Isn't Lan Lan your sister? What's the deal between you two? She's quite a bit older than you. Although Mother Yi didn't say anything, she nodded in agreement. Yidong knew this was his chance and smiled as he said, Yeah, given our family's current situation, along with your status and potential, how could you find someone so much older than you? Besides, you're both ability users. If you both join the military, wouldn't the house feel so empty? That wouldn't be good. Mother Yi whispered in Yidong's ear. I asked her about her age. She's 7 years older than you. Having children at an older age carries risks. Yidong was speechless. Why couldn't it be like in his dream? In the dream, his parents didn't object at all and were even very supportive. As expected, the gap between dreams and reality is huge. Don't worry about us. Sister Lan and I are doing great. Oh. You even call her sister yourself. Yidong sighed helplessly and gave his parents a gentle push on their backs. I'm already an adult. I can make my own decisions. You two should go to bed now, or you'll be too tired for work tomorrow. We're doing this for your own good. For the future of the Yi family. Oh, you child, why are you pushing so hard? Did you get stronger just to bully me? Bang. The door slammed shut. Yidong was completely speechless. What was going on? As he turned around, he suddenly noticed that the closed door had a small crack, and through it, he saw a pair of eyes. Oh no, Sister Lan wasn't asleep yet. Yidong quickly returned to his room and saw Sister Lan sitting on the bed, looking at him with eyes full of grievance. Am I really too old? Oh no. Sister Lan had clearly overheard the conversation just now. Yidong smiled, walked to the bed, climbed up, put his arm around Sister Lan's shoulder, and said gently, Yes. Go to hell. Sister Lan punched Yidong in the chest, glaring at him angrily. I thought you'd comfort me and tell me not to take it to heart, but instead, you're bullying me too. Be careful, or I'll run away from home. Don't. Yidong quickly admitted his mistake, smiling as he said, My parents just worry too much. You're too honest. Why are you so honest? This is called being sincere. Do you want me to lie to them? That would be deceitful, and I can't do that. Anyway, this lady has her eyes on you, so you'd better figure it out. Yidong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Don't worry. My parents will gradually accept you. I'll handle them. As for you, don't overthink it. If you're really uneasy, we might as well make it official. By then, it won't matter what they say. What do you mean by make it official? Are you living in the olden days? Who knows, maybe old-fashioned methods still work in modern times. Yidong raised an eyebrow. Sister Lan snorted coldly. You won't just have to deal with your parents, you'll also have to face my family. The Lan family is a prestigious clan. A few hundred years ago, we were a big deal. Sister Lan gave a thumbs up, indicating how impressive they were. Yidong looked puzzled. We're still students. We should focus on our studies and leave everything else for later. I promise I'll give you an answer. An answer or a promise? A promise. All right, I'll wait for you. Don't let me down. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Yidong smiled awkwardly. If he told Sister Lan that an even more formidable woman was also interested in him and might try to steal him away, who knows how she'd react. The next morning, Su Zhan called Yidong, asking him to report to the Bureau of Martial Security. Su Zhan said that Director Wang had been discharged from the hospital. Fortunately, the issue was caught in time, so it wasn't too serious, but his complexion still looked bad. and there were two visible strangulation marks on his neck. At the door, Su Zhen whispered to Yidong, "The boss is in a bad mood. Be careful." Yidong's mouth twitched that, to be honest, he was almost killed by Lu Yingying, whom he brought back yesterday. How could he be in a good mood? Would Director Wang blame him? Even if he did, there were more important matters to report. Yidong pushed the door open and entered the office. Director Wang was holding a mirror, touching the strangulation marks on his neck, shaking his head and sighing helplessly. Who would have thought that the person we always overlooked actually possesses a mental ability even rarer than yours? The higher-ups have ordered us to find her at all costs and make her pay. Yidong noticed the marks on Director Wang's neck and said, "Not only that, she has repeatedly infiltrated the Wuhan Bureau under the guise of an orphanage staff member and stolen quite a bit of information." "Is that so?" Director Wang was incredulous, slamming the table. "A little girl managed to play me for a fool. If I catch her again, I'll skin her alive." Director Wang cursed angrily. Yidong sat down cautiously and said, "Let's set aside the matter of the mental ability user for now. She might have already escaped to the dark organization and won't show up for a while. By the way, Director Wang, is there an orphanage in Jinghai City?" Director Wang raised an eyebrow. "Only one, the Red Heart Orphanage. Its history is even older than Jinghai City itself. Are you suspecting that Lu Yingying and her associates are connected to it?" Yidong shook his head. "No, I just want to know the address. Maybe I'll take a look. Knowing more about the enemy is always beneficial." Director Wang nodded. "You're right. I'll give you the address in a bit. By the way, has that brat Lan Lan come back? I heard she's staying at your place. Are you two really dating?" Yidong chuckled. "That's right. You don't object, do you, Director Wang?" "What good would my objection do? But I have to say, I'm impressed. I didn't expect you to win over Lan Lan. She has high standards. I've introduced her to plenty of talented people, and she didn't fancy any of them. Who would have thought she'd go for an old cow eating young grass? That's you." Yidong looked speechless. Director Wang laughed awkwardly and said, "All right, I won't pry into this anymore. Since that brat is back, she might as well help out. Honestly, capable officers are in short supply." Yidong nodded and said, "All right, I'll mention it to her later." Director Wang's expression seemed to improve significantly. After obtaining the address of the Red Heart Orphanage, Yidong hailed a cab and headed straight there. He couldn't quite explain why, but he just wanted to see the place where Lu Yingying had once lived. If the orphanage was still as dark as before, perhaps he could do some good. "I'm Yidong, an acting officer of the Wuhan Bureau. I'm here to gather some information." Yidong stated his purpose. The elderly woman sitting across from him looked surprised and asked hesitantly, "Did Yingying cause trouble again? She's actually a good child. She even sends a lot of money to our Red Heart Orphanage every month. It's just, she went down the wrong path." Sigh. Director Lin let out a heavy sigh, her once rosy face now pale. At that moment, a staff member placed a file on the table and said, "These are the records of all our staff. I'll leave them here." "Thank you." Yidong opened the file, and the first page was none other than Lu Yingying. He carefully read through her information before closing it. Lu Yingying was 21 years old this year and had been sent to the Red Heart Orphanage 15 years ago. After coming of age, she became a staff member. Her attendance record showed almost no tardiness or absences, and she had received multiple outstanding employee awards. The evaluations from other staff members were almost unanimously positive. Excuse me, are you Yidong?" A young staff member of the orphanage asked softly. Yidong nodded. "That's me. Have you seen me before?" The girl shook her head. "No, but Sister Yingying said that someone named Yidong would come looking for her during this time. If he does, give this to him." The girl had been holding a small box in her hands, square and only palm-sized, looking like a small gift. Hearing this, Yidong's heart suddenly tightened. Lu Yingying could actually predict he would come. He hadn't thought much about it, just suddenly wanted to learn about the orphanage's situation. He took the box, feeling it was very light, almost weightless. He untied the ribbon and opened it. Inside was a slip of paper. On the paper was a string of 13 digits, likely a phone number. Lu Yingying left her number for him. What did that mean? Did she want him to contact her proactively? Yidong crumpled the slip of paper into a ball, ready to throw it away, but hesitated. If Lu Yingying truly intended to use the power of the Dark Sequence to strengthen herself, with the ultimate goal of destroying the Dark Sequence, then she wouldn't be an enemy. The people she killed all had their reasons. And those she didn't kill were spared because they didn't deserve to die. Only those truly guilty of heinous crimes deserved death. Lu Yingying only killed bad people just to make herself appear worse, so she could blend into the dark sequence? This seemed like a rather unconventional approach. If that were the case, then she was no longer his enemy. Yi Dong took out his phone, entered the number from the slip, and pressed the call button. The phone hadn't rung twice before the call was hung up. Yi Dong chuckled lightly and didn't call again. He walked out of the Red Heart Orphanage. Since welcoming a new director, the Red Heart Orphanage seemed to have undergone significant changes, so it appeared he didn't need to worry about it. However, he hadn't walked far when his phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He took it out and saw it was a message. Yi Dong, you big dummy. Don't contact me randomly. The word dummy was followed by an angry emoji, indicating the sender knew it was Yi Dong and was currently unable to answer the phone. In truth, Yi Dong had called out of curiosity. If he could establish contact, perhaps he could obtain intelligence about the dark sequence through Lu Yingying. Yi Dong thought for a moment and replied with a message. Lu Yingying, from now on, you are our Wuhan Bureau's top undercover agent in the dark sequence. Report any important intelligence to me at any time. I don't want to be a top undercover agent, but if you beg me, I might send you some useful information. Yi Dong shook his head with a helpless smile, put his phone back in his pocket, and decided to return to the War Academy first. Fragmented information from Director Wang indicated that the engineering project at the Beacon Base had resumed. This time, many police officers had been dispatched there, so there shouldn't be any more issues. Director Wang's arrangements naturally had their reasons. Zhang Huxing had used the Beacon Base to contact him and had even pressured the War Academy's disciplinary director, Wang Sun, to force him to go to the Beast Valley. Director Wang's deployment of police personnel to that location greatly reduced other potential risks, allowing him to rest assured and not worry about it anymore. Now that Zhang Huxing was dead and the Tuatua gang had scattered like monkeys fleeing a fallen tree, the Wuhan Bureau had already sealed off the Tuatua gang's base, uncovering a significant amount of military-grade weapons and key evidence, finally securing a conviction for the former Wuhan Bureau director. The remaining issue was the disciplinary director, Wang's senator. If he is smart enough, he has probably already fled by now. Yi Dong first went to the principal's office. Wang Sun had previously told him that Principal Lu was attending the annual meeting and wasn't he sure when he'd return. But at this moment, the principal's office was bustling, so it seemed the principal was back. Principal Lu. The old man looked up at Yi Dong, his face full of smiles, personally stepping out from behind his desk and walking up to Yi Dong. Say, Yi Dong, you're here? How have you been lately? Not bad, but the principal seems to be in a good mood today. Principal Lu's complexion was rosy, his energy vibrant, clearly having encountered something good. When people are happy, their whole being is energized. At this year's annual meeting, I was quite the center of attention, not just because of you, but also because of that student named Lan Lan. 1S grade and 1A grade. Other academies didn't even have a single A grade this year. It was evident he was genuinely happy. It wasn't easy to make this old man smile like this. After chatting for a while, Yi Dong got straight to the point. Disciplinary Director Wang Sun seems to be colluding with Zhang Huxing, and now I don't know where he is. Wang Sun. Principal Lu raised an eyebrow. He resigned yesterday, which surprised me. Turns out it was because of this. So that means he has gone? Yi Dong hadn't expected this old fox to flee so quickly. He hadn't even had time to question him properly. Principal Lu thought for a moment and said, he is originally from Jinghai, so even if he resigned, he wouldn't have gone far. His home is an iron fortress. I can give you the address. Are you planning to arrest him? Yi Dong nodded. That's right. I'm now considered a half-member of the Wuhan Bureau. Director Wang gave me a temporary officer identity, and I'm going to arrest him on charges of colluding with dark forces. Principal Lu said, if he is really colluding with dark forces, he has probably already fled. You might not find him if you go now. Instead of rushing, let me send someone to check first. Meanwhile, I need your help with something. Yi Dong asked curiously, what is it? Principal Lu smiled and said, every year after the annual meeting, the 4 academies hold a competition called the 4 Academy Tournament to assess each academy's strength. I want to send you to participate. Actually, if you hadn't come to find me, I was planning to look for you. When the time comes, you'll need to give it your all. The higher the Academy's ranking, the more recognition it gets, along with generous rewards. I'll do my best. Principal Liu, have the uniforms for the Beastman class kids been customized yet, huh? Yidong. A faintly fragrant figure ran into the principal's office. Yidong quickly stood up and smiled. Tu Yu, you're still in Jinghai? I thought you'd go back after bringing the kids here. Tu Yu smiled awkwardly. I initially planned to go back, but the kids are too attached to me, and I couldn't bear to leave. By the way, since you're here, can you help me with something? Yidong glanced at Principal Liu, who nodded. There's still time. Go ahead and accompany her. Xiao Yu. The uniforms are being rushed and should be delivered tomorrow or the day after. Thank you, Principal. Tu Yu smiled and grabbed Yidong's wrist, pulling him outside. Yidong, come with me quickly. Yidong laughed helplessly. Tu Yu, what's the matter? Can you give me a little mental preparation? You'll know when you get there. The Beastman Children's residence was built on the north side of the martial arts training ground at the War Academy, with dedicated teachers providing training guidance. This was the first time Beastmen had brought children to a human academy as exchange students. It was uncertain whether they would face discrimination or unfair treatment. Yidong, where have you been these past few days? I've been looking for you all over the school, but no one knew where you were. It's so hard to see you. Tu Yu looked aggrieved, while Yidong felt a bit awkward. They weren't even a couple. He rubbed his nose and smiled. Don't look at me like this, I'm actually quite busy. I know, you're a busy person, but you still have to help me with this. Tu Yu led him to an open space and said, Beastmen are afraid of the heat. Can you use your ability to make us a nice house? We can go inside to cool off when it's hot. Don't you know there's something called air conditioning at home? Air conditioning? What's that? Tu Yu blinked, looking confused. Yidong shook his head helplessly. Forget it. I'll just make you a nice house. The Four Academies tournament was in full swing. After building the ice house for the Beastmen kids, Yidong set off to participate in the competition. Accompanying him were 4 others, all members of the elite class. 2 of them were quite familiar siblings from the Bai family, Bai Fong and Bai Rong. Yidong was a bit surprised to see them, but the Bai siblings themselves were even more shocked. They were clearly startled. The other 2 were also elite class students. The long-haired young man, Zhou Qing, was a B-level Earth Dragon Cell mutant. He was introverted, not fond of talking, and kept staring out the window with a heavy expression. The tough-looking young man, Shi Shanhu, possessed B-level core fire elemental abilities. For some reason, he particularly liked Yidong and even took the initiative to sit next to him. Even if he didn't speak, he would just look at Yidong and smile. Yidong categorized him as one of the weird ones. This year's Four Academies tournament was held in a desert 300 miles south of Jinghai City. The desert was barren, with nothing but a stone arena built specifically for the competition between academy students. It was only used once a year. This time, the competition was different. It required 5 matches. Each of the 4 academies sent representatives to draw lots and select opponents. As long as one side won 3 matches, they would advance. After advancing, they would compete with other advancing academies for the championship and runner-up titles. The champions and runners-up would receive generous rewards. Unfortunately, not everyone could participate in this competition. Only the top students in the academy were qualified. Bai Rong, her face pale, looked at Yidong sitting in the front row and whispered to her brother, "Why is he here? He rarely participates in activities at the War Academy." Bai Fong's face darkened. "I don't know. We'd better not get involved with him." Bai Fong was one of the few who truly knew why the Tuchuo gang had collapsed. The reason was a provocation by Huang Cheng. Huang Cheng had provoked Yidong, and after being warned by Yidong, he held a grudge. He brought Zhang Chong, the younger brother of the Tuchuo gang's leader, to deal with Yidong. In the end, both of them died in the Valley of Exotic Beasts. Subsequently, Zhang Chong's brother, Zhang Hu, sought revenge and forced director Wang Sun to send Yidong to the Valley of Exotic Beasts. As a result, Zhang Hu disappeared, Wang Sun resigned, and the Tuchuo gang was raided by the Bureau of Martial Peace. None of them met a good end. On the other hand, Bai Fong and Bai Rong had always kept their distance from Yidong and thus avoided disaster. In short, never provoke Yidong unless you have a death wish. Shi Shanhu swallowed nervously and sneaked a glance at Yidong, feeling extremely tense. Being able to participate in the competition alongside the low-profile S-level ability user Yi Dong and even sit next to him, he felt incredibly lucky. Based on elemental attributes, they both belonged to the natural ability category, and their techniques had many similarities. He had originally planned to take the opportunity to ask Yi Dong for advice on abilities. Unexpectedly, as soon as Yi Dong got on the vehicle, he closed his eyes to rest, as expected. Geniuses are always proud and aloof. Shishan didn't dare to disturb him lightly and could only secretly feel fortunate to be sitting next to him. It was already a great honor. Anyway, once Yi Dong got on the stage, he would be able to witness his true strength and techniques. That alone was worth it. Thinking of this, Shishan felt much calmer. "Do you want to say something to me?" Yi Dong asked with a wry smile. Shishan jumped in fright and let out a startled cry. The sound made everyone around turn to look. He quickly waved his hands and said awkwardly, "It's nothing, nothing. Don't mind me, it's no big deal." After calming everyone down, he turned to Yi Dong with a serious expression and said, "Actually, I do have something I want to ask you. More like a question. I don't know if you'd be willing to answer? If not, just pretend I didn't say anything." Maybe I should just change seats." As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up in frustration, regretting his impulsiveness. Wouldn't this just increase the distance between him and Yi Dong? This was such a rare opportunity. Everyone knew that Yi Dong never participated in academy activities, and now that he had finally appeared, Shishan had embarrassed himself right in front of him. Truly, Yi Dong smiled faintly. "No need to be so formal. We're all classmates. Even though this is our first time meeting, chatting and talking can help pass the time. Go ahead and ask." "Oh, really?" Shishan could hardly believe his ears. Him, Yi Dong, the super genius of the War Academy, a legendary figure in Jinghai. He was actually willing to talk to him. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he slowly sat back down next to Yi Dong, realizing that he had been so nervous earlier that he was drenched in sweat. Yi Dong noticed his unusual state and asked curiously, "You seem to be sweating a lot. Are you feeling unwell?" No. I just have hyperhidrosis." Shishan calmed himself and continued, "Can I really ask you questions? There might be more than one, maybe even a lot. Would you be willing to answer?" Yi Dong found it odd. Why was this guy being so polite to him? Perhaps he didn't realize that, in the hearts of many students at the War Academy, Yi Dong's status had already surpassed that of the Academy's principal. Countless people idolized him, and Shishan was one of them. Maybe because their abilities had some similarities, Shishan knew more about Yi Dong's achievements than Yi Dong himself. Shishan quickly adjusted his breathing and then asked Yi Dong his first question. He stood up, smoothed out the creases on his pants, sat back down, placed his hands neatly on his knees, straightened his back, and asked seriously, "Yi Dong, how much do you know about elemental abilities? Could you explain them to me? I'm also an elemental ability user. My power is somewhat similar to yours, though far inferior. I control the fire of the Earth's core and can manipulate flames." Knowledge of elemental abilities? Yi Dong scratched the back of his head, thinking, "Isn't this question a bit too basic? This is just the most fundamental stuff. Isn't it?" Shishan bowed to Yi Dong and said, "I hope Senior Yi won't hesitate to enlighten me." At this moment, everyone on the school bus held their breath, afraid to make the slightest sound and disturb what Yi Dong might say next. The bus was so quiet that even the sound of breathing could be heard clearly. No one understood what was happening. Yi Dong also looked a bit puzzled, but he still smiled slightly and said, "This question, if you're an elemental ability user, you should already have some knowledge in this area. Everyone knows that the moves of elemental abilities are all achieved through imagination. You have to imagine the effects and destructive power your ability can unleash, then give the move a name to make it concrete. These are the basics," Yi Dong said, looking at Shishan. Shishan nodded with a smile and said, "That's indeed the foundation, but Senior Yi, don't you have your own unique insights? Otherwise, how could your strength be so formidable?" Yi Dong smiled awkwardly and said, "I don't think I'm that strong, and I have many shortcomings. Maybe it's because I practice physical techniques, which allows me to release skills more naturally and smoothly, making my attacks more effective against opponents. However, the most powerful thing is still the moves of elemental abilities. Shirshanhu said in surprise. Senior Yi, I heard you're practicing physical techniques, but we are elemental ability users. Why waste time on physical techniques? Isn't that just squandering our talent? At this moment, Yi Dong thought of his true four-dimensional attributes. Among the four dimensions, his physical technique attribute was relatively weak, while as an elemental ability user, his ability attribute far exceeded his physical technique attribute. Other elemental ability users were probably similar, all sharing this fatal shortcoming. Yi Dong smiled and said, the weaknesses of elemental ability users are well-known: poor physical resistance, slower speed compared to physical ability users, and weaker strength. Let me give an example. Elemental ability users are like cannons, powerful but lacking flexibility. Once someone gets close or attacks from behind, the situation becomes very dangerous. Leaving aside moves, imagination determines the attack method. But just talking about speed and resistance, if you encounter an extremely fast physical ability user, whether you try to dodge or attack, your success rate will drop significantly. This is also why physical ability users often look down on elemental ability users in one-on-one duels. They know the weaknesses of elemental ability users, and in a one-on-one situation, elemental ability users are simply no match. At this point, Shirshanhu nodded excitedly. That's true. I should practice physical techniques more often. Yi Dong smiled faintly and said, the more obvious the weakness, the greater the advantage. Now, let's talk about elemental abilities. How do you think elemental ability users typically attack their opponents? Shirshanhu thought for a moment and said, for me, my ability is Earth's core fire. At first, I would create a wall of fire to restrict the opponent's movement, then use large-scale aerial attacks to damage the enemy. If the enemy gets close, I would hide in the fire. This move works well. Yi Dong laughed. Have you ever encountered a tricky opponent? Shirshanhu nodded. Of course. That guy was a physical ability user, about as strong as me. My moves were hard to hit him because he was too fast. In the end, I unleashed a large-scale aerial attack, burning down an entire forest. I had to flee after exhausting all my fire energy, haha. Yi Dong was speechless. This move of setting the mountain on fire, hasn't he heard that it could backfire terribly? This just exposes a major flaw in your physical technique, and there's also a problem with your moves. You blindly pursue large-scale attacks, which might work against average opponents, but against truly formidable ones, you might not hit them before exhausting your elemental energy. They consume stamina to dodge, and the foundation of physical ability users is stamina. You, on the other hand, are consuming elemental energy. Once your elemental energy is depleted, what do you have left? Run away. Shirshanhu answered awkwardly. Yi Dong nodded and asked, that's right. So, what do you plan to do next? Shirshanhu pondered for a moment and said, train in physical techniques and try to avoid using those energy-draining skills. Yi Dong smiled faintly and said, you're half right. Training in physical techniques is to make up for your weaknesses, but more importantly, you need to create some instant release, low energy consumption skills, and strive to master total concentration as much as possible. Total concentration? Shirshanhu's eyes lit up. He had heard of it before. It was the pinnacle combat technique among physical ability users. Even Zhou Qing, who was usually uninterested in everything, suddenly turned to look at Yi Dong. Staring at his handsome face, Zhou Qing frowned and thought to himself, total concentration? Could it be that he has already mastered it? He licked his lips and said, you're the first person to suggest an elemental ability user learn total concentration, Yi Dong. Fanboy Shirshanhu immediately panicked. Zhou Qing, don't be so rude. Call him Senior Yi Dong. Zhou Qing smiled faintly. Titles don't matter. From what I just heard, Senior Yi Dong, have you already mastered total concentration? You speak of it so casually. Do you know how advanced a combat technique total concentration is? Even among physical ability users, very few can master it. Yet you want Shirshanhu, an elemental ability user, to learn it? I think it's a waste of his time and energy, unless… Yi Dong smiled slightly. Unless what? I'm curious to hear. Zhou Qing stood up. Despite the car's jolting, he stood as steady as if his feet were nailed to the floor, coldly staring at Yi Dong. Shirshanhu has humbly sought your guidance. I hope you take it seriously and teach him something genuinely useful, not spout nonsense. Asking an elemental ability user to learn total concentration is a complete waste of time. Elemental ability users simply can't learn the combat techniques of physical ability users. Yidong raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Why do you say that? Who says total concentration is an advanced technique exclusive to physical ability users? Isn't total concentration just about mastering perception and control over everything around you? Zhou Qing's expression shifted slightly. That's correct, it's about perceiving everything around you. But physical ability users naturally have sharper senses than elemental ability users. Many physical ability users are beast cell mutants who, after awakening their abilities, possess animal-like senses of smell, hearing, and vision. With effort, they have a chance to master total concentration. But elemental ability users lack these innate talents. How could they possibly learn it? Shoshana couldn't help but stand up, glaring at Zhou Qing. Enough. Senior Yi isn't an ordinary person. Haven't you heard the rumors about him? Almost all those defeated by him were physical ability users, including some at the A level. Remember the Luo brothers from the first tribe of Tianmen? Even they lost to Yidong. Isn't that enough to prove that Senior Ye's words make sense? Zhou Qing was momentarily speechless but still insisted. His battle record is impressive, but wrong is wrong, and right is right. Shishanhu was about to argue further when Yidong stood up with a smile. I have a pretty good understanding of Bai Fong and Bai Rong's abilities. At the mention of these two, they immediately lowered their heads, their bodies trembling slightly. Yidong continued. But if your abilities are only at this level, we need to seriously reconsider the lineup for the 4 Academies tournament. Zhou Qing was momentarily stunned, realizing that Yidong was implying his strength was too weak. If he went first, the War Academy might lose to other academies. Zhou Qing sneered. I didn't expect the legendary super genius, the pride of Longhua, to be so sharp-tongued. Let's end this conversation here. Yidong shrugged, completely indifferent. Zhou Qing's shoulders trembled slightly in anger, clearly trying to regulate his breathing. At this moment, Shishanhu leaned close to Yidong and said, Senior Yi, that guy just now is Zhou Qing, a martial arts fanatic. It's said he trains 16 hours a day and never interacts with others. He means no harm, so don't take it to heart. 16 hours of training? Yidong was surprised. So hardworking, yet still so weak. Yidong immediately withdrew his disdainful thoughts. Everyone starts from different points, and their progress naturally varies. He himself began as an S-level elemental ability user, surrounded by top-tier geniuses and national icons of Longhua. A casual piece of advice from them could save him countless detours. Zhou Qing, on the other hand, worked tirelessly but focused solely on hard training, with little visible effect. This was the reason for Yidong's earlier misunderstanding. Yidong's expression darkened slightly, recalling a saying, if one day you become strong and successful enough, remember to share your experience and help those weaker than you. Zhou Qing's relentless effort indeed deserved a few words of guidance from him. Of course, if the other party was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. He turned to Shishanhu and said, actually, cultivation is simple, just make up for what you're lacking. Full concentration might be too difficult for you to understand right now. I'm just casually mentioning it, and you might only grasp the general idea. When you actually try to implement it, you might get lost. You can set full concentration aside for now. Also, don't just focus on enhancing physical techniques, you need to find balance in your body. Got it, Senior Yi, Shishanhu said, his face beaming with happiness. Today has been so rewarding. Thank you so much for your guidance. Hearing the word balance, Zhou Qing's ears twitched slightly. Yidong smiled faintly and said to Shishanhu, don't rush to thank me. Knowing the literal meaning doesn't mean you truly understand it. Do you know what balance is? Shishanhu scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. To be honest, I really don't. Senior Yi, could you explain it in detail? Yidong shook his head with a wry smile and continued. Balance is an overall feeling that you can sense yourself. For example, if you focus on a rock, do you think you can smash it with one punch? Shishanhu clenched his fist and said, I can't smash it, but I can bake it until it cracks. His eyes were full of confidence and determination. Yidong laughed. That's your sense of your own strength. If your fist can't smash the rock, you'll think of other methods, like throwing the rock or using fire to bake it. But now we're talking about physical technique balance. What if I asked you to smash the rock directly with your fist? Shirshanhu scratched the back of his head, still not understanding. Yi Dong continued, you need a fist strong enough to smash the rock, which means your strength must be powerful. When your strength increases to the point where you can smash the rock, you'll feel it. At that moment, the rock in your eyes will no longer be a rock, but a pile of powder. But is strength alone enough? No, you also need your fist to be sturdy enough. Punching isn't just about swinging your arm. Physical technique ability users should understand that generating force doesn't rely on a single part, but involves releasing the power of your entire body in one go. This is the comprehensive balance of the body, where nothing can be lacking. Otherwise, even if you have enough strength to shatter a rock, your fist might still get injured when the rock breaks. I understand now. I never expected Senior Yi to know so much about physical techniques. Someone who doesn't know better might even think your ability is of the physical technique type. Yi Dong smiled faintly and glanced at Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing remained motionless, seemingly deep in thought, without offering any rebuttal. Shirshanhu let out a long breath, feeling an unparalleled sense of relief throughout his body. When I get back, I must train my physical techniques properly. Whether it's strength, speed, resistance to impact, body flexibility, or coordination, everything must be balanced. Of course, I won't neglect the training of elemental abilities either. I can't just focus on flashy moves, they need to be practical, right, Senior Yi? That's right. Yi Dong nodded in satisfaction. As expected of a student from the elite class, he indeed had a good grasp of things. At that moment, the school bus suddenly braked sharply, and the driver cursed loudly. Damn it! Who the hell put nails in the middle of the road? Damn, we're running out of time. The people in the bus widened their eyes in shock. Nails. This was a highway. How could there be nails? What a strange occurrence. It was said that to ensure the highway remained unobstructed, the local Marshal Security Bureau would assign personnel to regularly inspect the road conditions and surrounding environment, as well as carry out maintenance. Could it be that these nails were left behind before the Marshal Security Bureau had a chance to inspect? The driver was the first to get off the bus. The other students showed no interest in checking, and Yi Dong also remained still. If it was just a punctured tire, replacing it with a spare would suffice. Generally, buses carried 1 or 2 spare tires. If someone needed help, they would naturally ask, "Damn it, who the hell threw these nails?" If it weren't for my driving skills, the bus would have flipped over by now. The driver cursed as he walked to the front of the bus, preparing to squat down and inspect. However, at that moment, bang, a sniper shot rang out, and the driver's head exploded like a watermelon. The impact of the gunshot sent his body flying to the roadside. Blood splattered across the bus windows, and the people inside hadn't even had time to RHE knew some of Yi Dong's secrets, so he immediately thought of the dark sequence. When Zhou Qing heard the words dark sequence, his expression changed slightly, and he asked in a low voice, "Why does the dark sequence want to kill Yi Dong?" Bang! Another shot hit the school bus tire, causing it to deflate. Bai Rong let out a miserable scream. Bai Fong covered her ears and said solemnly, "Yi Dong killed their people, so they must want revenge. Yi Dong, think of something quickly, we don't want to die with you." Yi Dong responded coldly, "We don't even know if they're from the dark sequence yet. Don't panic. I've already locked onto one sniper's position, I'm going to find them now." Zhou Qing was shocked. "You're going to get yourself killed." Yi Dong ignored him, jumped out of the bus window, and rushed toward the sniper at lightning speed. Zhou Qing watched Yi Dong's figure disappear in an instant and couldn't help but exclaim, "He's so fast, and the distance is incredible. How does he train normally?" Bang! A bullet whizzed past Zhou Qing's ear, and his eyes flashed with anger. He cursed hysterically, "I know another position too. You two stay in the bus and don't move, I'm going after the other one." "Be careful." Bai Fong agreed without hesitation. Yi Dong darted through the forest, constantly confirming the sniper's position. "Hiding so far away, dare to shoot or not? If you don't, it doesn't matter, I'll find you anyway." Yi Dong's steps were swift, covering kilometers in a single stride. Soon, the sniper's figure appeared in Yi Dong's heavenly emperor eye. "Found you." The sniper was packing up to relocate, not expecting Yi Dong to arrive so quickly. Yi Dong ran to a tree, stomped hard, and the entire tree crashed down. The sniper perched on the tree chuckled. So fast, worthy of being the top student at the War Academy. Boom. The tree fell, and the man in black slowly landed on the ground. His body was wrapped in a tight black training suit, obscuring his face. He carried a sniper cannon taller than himself, which he then stored in a spatial ring. Yi Dong glared at the man in black and asked coldly, "Who sent you? If you don't tell me, I'll find out myself." The man in black grinned, a black light flashing in his hand as a military knife appeared. He twirled the blade and said, "You know I won't tell you, so why bother asking? I won't let you participate in the Four Academies tournament, haha." The Four Academies tournament? Then this guy definitely isn't from the Dark Sequence. He's from one of the other three academies? Their goal is to stop them from competing or to weaken them. Who would have thought a student competition could lead to a life and death situation? This world really has gone mad, just like Lu Yingying said. Yi Dong clenched his fists tightly, his anger surging. If you just wanted to stop us from competing, there was no need to kill anyone. Damaging the school bus would have delayed us, why kill? The man in black sneered. What's the point of delaying? You'd still compete eventually. Killing you directly disqualifies you, much simpler, isn't it? Ha! Now Yi Dong was completely certain that the sniper had nothing to do with the Dark Sequence. If it were the Dark Sequence, they might kill him because of the tournament, but not target him personally. Realizing this made him feel slightly better. At least, Shi Shanhu's death had nothing to do with him. The man in black tilted his chin and said, "Yi Dong, I hear your physical skills are impressive. If you can withstand 30 moves from me, I'll let you go. But you can't participate in the Four Academies tournament, how about it?" Yi Dong sneered, a flash of light from the knife in his hand. Gripping the meat hook knife in reverse, he said coldly, "Did I hear that right? You said you want to play with knives against me?" Meat hook knife. The man in black saw the knife in Yi Dong's hand, and his expression changed sharply, clearly shocked. Yi Dong raised an eyebrow slightly. "You've got a good eye. You recognize this knife?" The man in black let out a cold laugh and said, "How could I not recognize it? But that knife shouldn't be in your hands. It's the exclusive weapon of the Lan family, one of a kind. If you're just a fake, I advise you not to use it against me, or I'll take it as an insult." Yi Dong crouched slightly, his left foot stepping back, his right leg unmoving. He hid the meat hook knife behind him, leaning forward slightly. "What does it matter to me what a dead man thinks?" Seeing this, the man in black suddenly pulled off his hood, revealing a face in his early 30s, full of rage. The meat hook knife, the opening move of the Moon Shadow assassination technique? You disgusting imitator. Don't tarnish the image of the Lan family in my heart. Yi Dong felt a bit puzzled. Was the Lan family really that famous? This assassin seemed to be a die-hard fan of the Lan family. No matter. Yi Dong's gaze turned cold. He didn't want to waste more words. He pushed off with his left foot, stepping forward half a step. Screech. A sharp sound came from the ground as Yi Dong instantly charged at the man. Yi Dong didn't rush to kill him, but squatted down and asked, "Before you die, at least tell me, who sent you?" The man in black lay motionless on the ground, staring at him. "I'm so unwilling I didn't even use my abilities. I'm not convinced. I don't want to die. If I tell you, will you let me go?" Yi Dong smiled. "Of course, as long as you tell me who sent you. I promise you. I always keep my word. After you tell me, I can even call an ambulance for you. You might still have a chance to survive." The man in black's face lit up with joy. "Really? Are you serious?" Yi Dong nodded. "Of course. But you might have to go to prison, though that's better than dying, I assent it." The man in black trembled all over, perhaps from excessive blood loss. "Better than dying. Since you're so magnanimous, then I'll tell you." Yi Dong helped him turn over, and the man in black looked at him gratefully and said, "Thank you." Then he began to speak. It's Zhang Ziqing from White Dragon Academy who sent me. I'm his senior." "Zhang Ziqing. What does he do? Is he also a participant in this Four Academy tournament?" Yi Dong thought to himself, unable to think of any other reason. The man in black nodded. "Yes, he is." "I'm so cold. Hurry and call an ambulance. I can't hold on." Yi Dong stood up and walked in the opposite direction. Just as he stood up, a pair of large white hands suddenly emerged from beneath the man in black and dragged him underground. Congratulations to the host for killing a Tier 3 9-star human. Cultivation breakthrough. Enhancement points plus 600 Zhang Ziqing. Also surnamed Zhang? No way. Zhang Chong, Zhang Huxing, and now Zhang Ziqing. Zhang Chong is Zhang Huxing's younger brother. That much I know, but who is Zhang Ziqing? Could there be some connection between these people? Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from afar. Yi Dong patted his forehead and said, "Damn it! I forgot there's still a sniper." He immediately rushed toward the direction of the gunshot. The school bus on the highway had already overturned, engulfed in flames, with no one around. Two figures were chasing each other around the bus, attacking one another. The bus was battered and deformed from their blows. It seemed the other assassin was a physical combat type ability user and had started fighting with Zhou Qing. "Zhou Qing, I'll help you," Yi Dong shouted, rushing over. The other assassin transformed into a lion-like form, his head resembling a lioness, and his hands turned into sharp, heavy lion claws. He swiped fiercely at Zhou Qing, who quickly crouched to dodge. The claws left an ugly mark on the bus, sparks flying everywhere. Zhou Qing hurriedly moved to Yi Dong's side, clutching his bleeding right hand, his voice low. "Everyone on the bus is dead. It's just the two of us left. Did you already deal with the other assassin?" "All dead." Yi Dong froze for a moment. "The Bai siblings didn't survive either?" "Yes, I dealt with him. I also found out they're all graduates of White Dragon Academy," Yi Dong said. He looked at the Lion Man and sneered. "Your accomplice is already dead. Now it's your turn. Are you ready to meet the King of Hell?" The Lion Man extended his red tongue, licking the blood on his claws, his eyes filled with madness. I should V stopped him from coming, but he insisted on joining the fun. He deserved to die. I'll personally send you two to join him. Zhou Qing urgently warned, "Be careful. He's a Tier 4 expert." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Qing darted to the side. The Lion Man lunged toward Yi Dong in a single stride, his right hand raised high. Staring unblinkingly at Yi Dong, he snorted coldly, "Too fast. This kid didn't even react. That useless guy actually died at his hands? What a joke." Swish. The Lion Man's sharp claws struck down but grasped only air, leaving an ugly scratch on the school bus. "Where is he?" Zhou Qing's eyes widened in disbelief as he saw Yi Dong standing behind the Lion Man. Did he completely hide his presence? What was that speed just now? Spatial movement. Zhou Qing could hardly believe it. The Lion Man looked around frantically, unable to locate Yi Dong, and roared in frustration. "Where are you hiding? Are you that afraid of me?" Yi Dong smiled faintly and patted the Lion Man on the shoulder. "Die." The moment his shoulder was patted, the Lion Man spun around and clawed fiercely. Yi Dong leaned back to dodge, then grabbed the Lion Man's arm with both hands. "What?" The Lion Man felt an irresistible force, and in the next second, he was lifted high into the air. The Lion Man screamed as he was slammed heavily onto the ground. Bang! The ground shook with a heavy impact. The Lion Man's mind went blank as the force on his back exceeded his body's limit. His brain instantly shut down his senses, and he fell unconscious. Yi Dong grabbed the Lion Man's head and twisted it sharply to the left. Crack! The sound of bones breaking came from the Lion Man's neck. His long red tongue lolled out, and it was silly. "If we miss the competition, those people will definitely be overjoyed. We can't let them succeed." Yi Dong glanced around. This is an open area next to the highway, with various levels of exotic beasts nearby. Once the scent of blood spreads, they'll be attracted here quickly. If the Wuhan Bureau can't pick you up in time, you might end up being eaten by the beasts. I'll carry you back first. Whether we make it to the competition depends on luck. After bandaging the wound, Yi Dong hoisted Zhou Qing onto his back. Zhou Qing felt touched. "Yi Dong, I'm sorry. Actually, I'm the one who's like a frog in a well, unaware of how vast the outside world is. I shouldn't have doubted you. You were right." As he spoke, Zhou Qing's eyes grew moist. Yi Dong sighed helplessly and started walking toward the highway. "Don't cry. The one who should be crying is me. I worked so hard to negotiate with Shi Shanhu, and he ended up being the first one taken out by the sniper." Zhou Qing also sighed. "If I were stronger, maybe I could go with you to seek revenge. It seems I need to go out more often. Staying indoors to cultivate yields too little." Yi Dong said, "Remember one thing. If you're heading in the wrong direction, no amount of effort will matter. Think carefully and hold on tight." Thank you, I understand. I'm already holding on tight. That's good. With that, Yidong leaped into the air and sped off into the sky. Zhou Qing held his breath, feeling a sudden tension, almost unable to keep up. He cursed inwardly. Damn it. This guy can actually fly? Yidong immediately took Zhou Qing to the local hospital and contacted the school. Then, he headed straight to the Wuhan Bureau. Director Wang. Director Wang was startled. You brat. Can't you knock before entering? You almost scared me to death. Sorry, it's urgent. Please forgive me, Director Wang. Yidong smiled awkwardly. Director Wang gave him a sidelong glance and asked, I heard from Lon Lon that you went to participate in the 4 Academies competition and even took a car there. Why are you back now? Did something happen? Yidong's face darkened, and he sighed as he sat down. Something happened on the way. 5 of us went, but only 2 came back. What exactly happened? Yidong briefly recounted the events on the road. Director Wang frowned deeply after hearing the story. Was that assassin really sent by Zhang Zicheng? Yidong nodded. The man was dying, and I promised to call an ambulance for him. He shouldn't have lied to me. Director Wang, what's the relationship between Zhang Zicheng and Zhang Huxing? Director Wang replied helplessly. There is a connection. Zhang Zicheng is Zhang Huxing's nephew. His mother is Zhang Huxing's biological sister. But ever since Zhang Huxing got into trouble and was removed from his position, their relationship has become distant. If Zhang Zicheng really sent someone to kill you, it must be to avenge his uncle. But this is just your claim. Without evidence, we can't convict him or arrest anyone. Yidong nodded. Knowing who it is enough. I don't plan to rely on the Wuhan Bureau's power. With that, Yidong got up to leave. Director Wang, I'll be going now. Next time, remember to knock before entering. Director Wang reminded loudly. Just as Yidong left the Wuhan Bureau, he received a call from Principal Liu, asking him to go to the People's Hospital. Yidong immediately rushed over. In the hospital room, Zhou Qing was still receiving a blood transfusion, and Principal Liu stood straight beside him. When Principal Liu saw Yidong arrive, he asked urgently, Yidong, what exactly happened? Was it really Bailong Academy that sent people to snipe at you? Yidong found it difficult to reveal that Zhang Huxing's nephew had sent assassins to avenge his uncle. Those assassins might not even know the true purpose, they were simply there to kill. He nodded. That's right. I didn't expect them to resort to such underhanded tactics for the 4 Academies competition. The Bai siblings and Shi Shanhu are dead, and Zhou Qing is seriously injured. But don't worry, Principal. Even if I'm the only one left, I will participate in the competition and seek justice for everyone. Zhou Qing lay on the hospital bed, his face full of anger. The wound has been stitched up. Yidong, I want to go with you. Don't stop me, or I'll think you look down on me and see me as a burden. Yidong was about to refuse, but Zhou Qing spoke first. If he refused, would it seem like he was underestimating him? Principal Liu looked helplessly at Zhou Qing and said, Do you not want your arm anymore? You're in this condition, and you still want to go? Zhou Qing shook his head firmly and said, Principal, if I don't avenge this, I swear I won't live as a man. I must participate in this competition. Even if I lose or get hurt even worse, I want Bailong Academy to see my resolve and attitude. Principal, please don't stop me. He had trained with all his might for this day, to stand out in the 4 Academies competition and make a name for himself in Jinghai. Who would have thought he would encounter such a difficult situation? If he gave up the competition because of a minor injury, he would regret it for the rest of his life and carry that regret forever. Things were different now. Zhou Qing's stubbornness was something that couldn't be changed. Once he set his mind on something, he would persist, just like how he trained for 16 hours a day, year after year. Unless he wanted to stop, no one could stop him. Success often belongs to those who persist to the end. Yidong had come to understand Zhou Qing's personality quite well and admired him for it. After all, he himself couldn't manage 16 hours of training a day. Yidong quickly made up his mind and turned to Principal Liu, saying, Principal, since Zhou Qing wants to go, we can't stop him. Let him come with me. I'll take care of him. Principal Liu looked at Zhou Qing's determined expression, then at Yidong, and finally sighed helplessly. All right, but since you both still want to participate, you'd better hurry. It's almost 12 o'clock. The 4 Academies competition usually starts at 12:10. If you're not there by 12, It's considered an automatic forfeit. Yidong took out his phone and checked the time 3 minutes past 11. Zhou Qing yanked out the blood transfusion tube from his hand and said to Yidong, "Senior Yi, I might have to trouble you again." As he spoke, he climbed directly onto Yidong's back. Yidong shrugged and said nonchalantly, "No choice. If I refuse you, it would seem like I'm looking down on you." Zhou Qing's face turned red, and he lowered his head. Yidong chuckled, "All right, get on. Let's head out immediately." "Thank you." Zhou Qing didn't hesitate to lie on Yidong's back. The freshly stitched wound immediately began to bleed, soaking through the bandages, a shocking sight. Principal Lu's face darkened at the scene. "Since you're determined to take the risk, I won't stop you. But if you're going, fight with everything you've got. Don't come back without first place." "First place. I'll get it for sure." Yidong's eyes turned cold as he stepped onto the windowsill. A passing nurse was startled and rushed in to stop them. "Don't be reckless. It's just a regular injury. Don't do anything foolish." Principal Lu smiled and raised his hand to stop her. "They don't want to die, they're espers. Just take care of yourself." The young nurse let out a sigh of relief. "Oh, I see. But even espers shouldn't be so reckless it might scare people." Principal Lu laughed heartily. "Don't worry, I'll remind them." The scorching sun blazed overhead in the northern part of Jinghai, at the Shahigan Desert. A fierce wind carried waves of heat westward, like a fiery hand whimsically reshaping the sand. "It's 11:45. Aren't we there yet?" Zhou Qing anxiously asked, glancing at his watch. Yidong looked around. "We've found the desert, but we're not sure which direction the competition venue is." "This is a desert if there's a venue. It should be easy to spot." "I need to speed up. Hold on tight." "All right." At the center of the Shahigan Desert competition venue, Luo Enxiang, the referee for the 4 Academies tournament, was a man in his 50s who had once been the dean of Tianqing Academy. This time, he had been chosen as the referee by the principals of the 4 major academies. He glanced at the clock on the wall, feeling a bit puzzled, then turned to look at the 15 top contestants sent by the other 3 academies. Strangely, the contestants from the War Academy had yet to arrive. At this moment, a skinny young man from Bailong Academy stood up and asked with a smile, "Referee, it's almost 12 o'clock. Why haven't the War Academy contestants arrived yet? Are they too scared to come? Why don't you give them a call?" Luo Enxiang chuckled lightly. "They're not your opponents, so what's there to be afraid of? Anyway, it's almost 12. Whether I call or not makes no difference. If they don't arrive by 12, it will be considered an automatic forfeit." The expressions of the 15 people in the room varied. Could it be that they're scared? "I heard there's an S-class esper at the War Academy who's incredibly powerful. His name is Yidong. Anyone who watches the news knows about him. Recently, the reports about him in Jinghai have been everywhere. He's quite the sensation. I came here this time just to meet that legendary genius. If he's disqualified for not arriving on time, I don't even feel like competing anymore. It would be pointless." "A senior from Tianqing Academy, your tone is a bit too arrogant, isn't it? What do you mean by saying that if Yidong doesn't come, you'll withdraw because it's meaningless? Are you implying that none of us are worthy of competing with you? That we don't even deserve to stand in front of you?" "Yes, that's exactly what I mean." He smiled faintly. "What did you say? Say that again if you dare. You bastard." The atmosphere in the lounge immediately grew tense. Luo Enxiang shook his head helplessly, sighed, and turned back to continue staring at the clock on the wall. "It's 11:55. Only 5 minutes left. Damn it, where is it?" Zhou Qing was so anxious he was about to cry. They had worked so hard to get to this point. Could they really be eliminated just because they were late? That would be a complete joke. Yidong grinned and said, "Don't worry, we're here." "Look." Yidong suddenly descended, passing through a sea of yellow sand, and a peculiar structure appeared before them. It resembled the 4 corners of a Go board, with a house at each corner and a central arena larger than all 4 houses combined. This was the Shahigan Desert competition venue. Zhou Qing's eyes reddened slightly as he exclaimed excitedly, "We're here. We finally made it." As Yidong was descending slowly, he suddenly noticed a strange bulge in the sand below. He quickly pulled up to gain altitude. Out of the sand emerged a massive worm with a giant mouth full of sharp teeth on its head. The worm hid in the sand, waiting for prey to approach before suddenly bursting out. "What is that thing?" Zhou Qing was startled, but fortunately, The altitude was steadily increasing, making him feel much safer. Desert worms. They seem to be fourth-tier exotic beasts. We don't have time to deal with them. Let's go. Yidong increased the altitude and flew toward the competition venue. But some troubles can't be avoided just because you want to. Suddenly, 7 or 8 giant desert worms emerged from the sand piles, relentlessly chasing Yidong. Their massive open mouths spewed countless red, spiked tentacles. These tentacles could stretch very far, and looking down at them made one's skin crawl. One of Yidong's feet was entangled by a tentacle, rendering him immobile, while Zhou Qing was still on his back. Yidong, put me down. We'll charge in from 2 directions. Charge where? We're already surrounded. Damn it. Why does this have to happen when we're in a hurry? Yidong's eyes flashed with anger. In the lounge, someone leaned by the window and shouted, "Look, I see Yidong, but it seems like they're being blocked by desert worms." Everyone immediately crowded by the window to look outside, except for a few who remained seated. Cheng Xiao, it seems the corpses we placed earlier they really attracted the desert worms. A man with deep dark circles under his eyes gloated to a young boy. Zhang Ziqing glanced at the clock on the wall and sneered. 2 minutes left. If they don't arrive by then, they'll be disqualified. No matter how skilled Yidong is, he can't possibly deal with those desert worms in 2 minutes. They rushed here so desperately, only to be sent back for being late. I can't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. At that moment, the lounge door was suddenly pushed open. A boy emitting white steam walked in, followed by a pale-faced man. Impossible. Zhang Ziqing nearly fell off the sofa in shock, his eyes wide. He quickly turned to look, and the people who had been watching the commotion by the window were all standing there with their mouths agape, unable to utter a word. What exactly had they seen? Yidong asked in confusion. What's wrong? Do you know me? Zhang Ziqing hurriedly shook his head. No, I don't. Yidong snorted lightly, then looked at the elderly man in front of him, guessing that he must be the competition judge. Yidong smiled at the judge and said, "We are students from the War Academy, here specifically to participate in the 4 Academies tournament. We shouldn't be late, right?" Luo and Xiang nodded calmly. 1 more minute and you'd be late, but for now, you're not. Yidong and Zhou Qing both breathed a sigh of relief. If they were disqualified for being late, it wouldn't just be their personal embarrassment, it would tarnish the reputation of the entire War Academy. Principal Lu, who always valued the Academy's reputation, would probably be furious enough to spit blood. But the root of this trouble wasn't them, it was someone else entirely. Yidong walked into the lounge, and the others quickly stepped aside to make way for him. Yidong sat down and suddenly asked, "Which one of you is Zhang Ziqing?" Zhang Ziqing was startled, and everyone turned to look at him. His face darkened as he stepped out from the crowd, coldly staring at Yidong with his arms crossed. "Where did you hear that name?" "If you're looking for Zhang Ziqing, that's me." "So you're Zhang Ziqing?" 2 pairs of murderous eyes simultaneously locked onto Zhang Ziqing. This made Zhang Ziqing's scalp tingle instantly, and his legs involuntarily went weak. However, he forced himself to muster up courage, glaring back with an even colder gaze. "That's me. What is the problem?" Yidong let out a cold laugh and said, "Good. Very good. I came here specifically for you. I hope you won't disappoint me." Zhou Qing clenched his fists tightly, glaring at Zhang Ziqing in anger, but saying nothing. Zhang Ziqing knew in his heart that the 2 people he had sent out hadn't returned otherwise. Yidong wouldn't be here. Could it be? Yidong had pried his name out of those 2. Was everything orchestrated by him? Luo and Xiang, sensing the sudden tension in the lounge, spoke calmly. If there's hatred or grievances, why not settle it in the ring? War Academy, let me ask you, why are there only 2 of you? It was only then that everyone realized War Academy had only sent 2 people. For this 4 Academy tournament, each academy was supposed to send 5 contestants. Winning 3 out of 5 matches would secure advancement. With only 2 people, how could War Academy compete? Zhou Qing snorted coldly and said, "You'd have to ask Zhang Ziqing from White Dragon Academy why we only have 2 people." At these words, everyone was stunned and turned to look at Zhang Ziqing. Under the gaze of the crowd, a flicker of change crossed Zhang Ziqing's face, but he quickly masked it. "Hey, Zhou Qing." Yidong placed a hand on Zhou Qing's knee and smiled. "We ran into some trouble on the way. We can't put all the blame on Zhang Ziqing from White Dragon Academy, can we? After speaking, he turned to referee Luo and Xiang and said, Referee, we only have 2 people. Can we still participate in the competition? Luo and Xiang's cloudy old eyes suddenly brightened. Based on the information he had received earlier, War Academy had indeed encountered some trouble on the way, reducing their 5-person team to just 2. This matter was likely related to Zhang Ziqing from White Dragon Academy, but Yi Dong strongly denied any connection. This made the upcoming matches in the ring even more intriguing. Luo and Xiang smiled and said, having only 2 people is indeed a disadvantage for War Academy, but the rules state that losing 2 matches results in elimination. With only 2 of you, how many matches you can fight depends entirely on your own strength. After saying this, he raised his voice. Everyone, return to your respective lounges. The matches are about to begin. Decide your lineup and order yourselves. Each lounge has a red button. Whoever presses it first goes first. With that, Luo and Xiang walked out of the lounge. Yi Dong looked at Zhou Qing beside him and said, Zhou Qing, you don't look so good. Are you okay? Can you still compete? Zhou Qing's shoulder wound had likely reopened due to earlier intense movements, leaving his arm damp and his face pale. Zhou Qing shook his head and said softly, I'm fine. How can you call this fine? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Standing nearby was a middle-aged man with a simple and honest appearance, a square face, and an unusually large nose. Both Yi Dong and Zhou Qing looked at him curiously. The square-faced man walked up to Zhou Qing, placed a hand on his shoulder, and a clear, water-like liquid appeared in his hand, enveloping the wound as if a water bubble had grown on his shoulder. Zhou Qing asked in surprise, Are you a healing type ability user? The square-faced man nodded and turned to Yi Dong, saying, My name is Lu Guozheng, from Tianqing Academy. I've heard of your name for a long time and have always wanted to find an opportunity to spar with you. He kindly helped Zhou Qing treat his injuries, instantly bringing him closer to Yi Dong. Yi Dong responded with a smile. Well, today is a good opportunity. I'm also looking forward to sparring with you. Of course, I really appreciate you helping my friend with his injuries. It's nothing, just a small effort. Maybe it's a natural instinct brought by this ability. Whenever I see someone injured, I can't help but lend a hand. As he said this, the corners of the mouths of several students from Tianqing Academy standing behind Lu Guozheng twitched slightly. Yi Dong was a bit surprised, sensing that they seemed somewhat disdainful of Lu Guozheng's words. The 4 academies competition, and yet there are such peculiar people? Yi Dong shook his head helplessly. Zhang Ziqing, who seemed not to have left yet, saw this scene and couldn't help but laugh, saying, Lu Guozheng, you really know how to flatter people. Lu Guozheng raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by flattering? What do you mean by not flattering? Zhang Ziqing chuckled lightly. Your behavior right now is exactly flattering. It's so obvious that you're trying to get closer to Yi Dong. It's so blatant that even I feel embarrassed watching it. Can you tone it down a bit? Before Lu Guozheng could respond, Zhou Qing couldn't hold back his anger and said, Zhang Ziqing, can you stop talking so much nonsense? I'm injured, and he helped me treat my injuries. In your eyes, that's flattering? By your logic, doctors and hospitals saving lives, or people helping out in emergencies on the street, are also flattering. All for personal gain. Not for fame, then for profit. What do you think? So naive. Go back to kindergarten and study a few more years. The world isn't that simple. Zhang Ziqing sneered and turned to leave the lounge. You, don't move, I'm still treating you. Zhou Qing had no choice but to hold back and stay still. Lu Guozheng watched Zhang Ziqing leave the lounge, then smiled at Zhou Qing and said, Zhang Ziqing has a problem with his brain, everyone knows that. His uncle is the infamous traitor Zhang Huxing. I heard Zhang Huxing had a grudge with Yi Dong, so I guess he's deliberately targeting you because of that. Yi Dong smiled faintly and didn't say much. He understood in his heart that Lu Guozheng said these words just to comfort Zhou Qing. On the surface, Lu Guozheng seemed quite reliable. But from the beginning, the few students behind Lu Guozheng had remained silent, their expressions peculiar, and their reactions to Lu Guozheng's words were also quite unusual. This made Yi Dong remind himself internally that Lu Guozheng was not a simple character either. After the treatment was finished, Yi Dong and Zhou Qing returned to the lounge together. Zhou Qing moved his arm around and said, Healing-type ability users are very rare. If they go to the military district, they'll definitely be in high demand. This Lu Guozheng has a bright future ahead and will surely make a name for himself. Yi Dong smiled and asked, "You seem to like him?" "The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Didn't you notice that he doesn't get along with Zhang Ziqing either? As long as someone stands on the opposite side of Zhang Ziqing, I'm willing to be friends with them." Yi Dong sighed softly, his mind filled with thoughts of many people. He understood that in this world, you can't judge people solely by their appearance. The eyes can't see the heart. In the lounge, there was a large LED screen tilted at a 75-degree angle, facing the stone arena in the desert. In front of the LED screen was a sofa and a pillar-shaped device with a red button on it, presumably the entry button. "Is this the button?" Zhou Qing curiously pressed the red button. Yi Dong was startled. Before he could stop him, Zhou Qing had already pressed the button. "Big brother, are you going to be the first to go on stage?" Zhou Qing smiled and said, "The referee hasn't announced the start yet. Pressing it a few times doesn't matter, it's like testing the equipment. But the light is on." Yi Dong pointed at the LED screen, where the red light had lit up. The two red lights quickly turned green. The loudspeaker in the lounge broadcast the voice of the senior referee, Luo Enxiang. First match, War Academy's Zhou Qing versus Tianqing Academy's Lu Guozheng. Both participants, please enter the desert arena within 10 minutes to begin the match. "No way. The match has started." Zhou Qing stood up with a slap on his thigh, looking helpless. "I thought the match hadn't started yet. I came here to deal with Zhang Ziqing." "Lu Guozheng from Tianqing Academy. Isn't he the one who just helped heal my injuries? How can I fight him? He helped me." Yi Dong spread his hands, equally helpless. "There's nothing I can do. You have to go on stage." Zhou Qing looked distressed. "Brother Lu helped me. How can I bring myself to fight him? He must feel awkward too. I bet you pressed the button, and he wanted to fight you, but now it's me. This is so frustrating." Zhou Qing complained as he walked toward the arena. His guess was correct. Lu Guozheng hadn't expected Zhou Qing either. When the two met on the desert arena, Zhou Qing smiled awkwardly and said, "Brother Lu, did you think it was Yi Dong who pressed the button, so you decided to come out?" When Lu Guozheng heard Zhou Qing's name, his expression turned a bit unpleasant, and he nodded coldly. Zhou Qing sighed. "Well, it is what it is. Brother Lu, let's do this. I have to defeat you before I can deal with Zhang Ziqing. He's the one I'm here for." "Defeat me?" Lu Guozheng's mouth twitched slightly. "Do you really think you can defeat me? Seriously?" Zhou Qing frowned and said, "I don't want to fight you either, but since we're here, I'll give it my all. I want to win. If I lose, then I won't have the chance to fight Yi Dong, will I? I came here for him. I helped you, and now you want to defeat me." Lu Guozheng sighed helplessly. In this world, it's hard to be a good person, but being a bad guy is so much easier. Zhou Qing felt extremely awkward but forced himself to say, "I'm sorry, Brother Lu." Perhaps feeling guilty toward Lu Guozheng, Zhou Qing's speed and explosiveness were noticeably weaker than usual. At least, that's what Yi Dong thought as he watched from the lounge. He remembered that Zhou Qing had once fought a Tier 4 Lion Man and managed to hold his own for several rounds. But now, the moment Zhou Qing charged at Lu Guozheng casually raised his hand, and a water ball struck Zhou Qing. The water ball instantly enveloped Zhou Qing's head. Zhou Qing suddenly felt it hard to breathe and realized with a jolt that his opponent was an elemental ability user. Lu Guozheng wore a faint smile as he gently moved his hands like a conductor leading a symphony. With each motion, a water ball appeared and flew toward Zhou Qing, quickly enveloping his entire body. The water seeped into Zhou Qing's nose, mouth, eyes, and ears. Yi Dong frowned slightly, thinking to himself, "Is Lu Guozheng trying to kill him?" Luo Enxiang's voice came through the loudspeaker. "Match over. Lu Guozheng of Tianqing Academy wins. Withdraw your move." The scene froze for a full 3 seconds. Lu Guozheng stood there motionless, as if he hadn't heard. Luo Enxiang's voice came through the loudspeaker again. "Lu Guozheng, withdraw your move. You've already won." Lu Guozheng smiled faintly. "Yi Dong, if you want Zhou Qing to stay alive, press the red button and become my next opponent. Otherwise, Zhou Qing is finished. I've waited too long for this duel, every second counts. Make your decision quickly." Beep. The Battle Academy's combat light lit up red. Lu Guozheng snorted coldly, clenched his fist, and the massive water sphere encasing Zhou Qing suddenly burst. Zhou Qing didn't even have time to let out a scream before being flung out of the arena, his body steaming as if roasted, his skin red, swollen, and blistered. The medical team hurriedly ran to Zhou Qing, two members lifting him onto a stretcher and quickly leaving the scene. Yi Dong watched as Zhou Qing was carried away by the medical team, his expression calm to the point of being emotionless. His gaze shifted to Lu Guozheng on the arena. Lu Guozheng smiled faintly at him and made a gesture of invitation. The other academy's lounge fell into silence. Everyone had clearly seen Lu Guozheng's treatment of Zhou Qing earlier, and no one expected him to severely injure Zhou Qing moments later. Only the 4 students from Tianqing Academy truly understood Lu Guozheng's nature. He was a madman who would beat someone half to death to test his abilities, then pretend to save them. In the lounge of Bailong Academy, Zhang Ziqing watched the scene unfold, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. So this is Lu Guozheng from Tianqing Academy? As the rumors say, he's a complete lunatic. If he can take care of Yi Dong, it'll save me a lot of trouble. Yi Dong walked calmly onto the stone arena. Lu Guozheng's smile grew increasingly manic as Yi Dong approached. Yi Dong, I've waited so long for this day. Do you know how much I've longed to face you in battle? Yi Dong slowly raised his right hand, and white mist immediately emanated from his arm. He stared coldly at the excited Lu Guozheng. Then I'll grant your wish. Give it your all. Lu Guozheng's sinister smile deepened, his gaze suddenly turning icy and filled with murderous intent. If he could kill Yi Dong, his name would spread across the world. What could be more thrilling than that? Water world. Splash. The sound of water echoed around Lu Guozheng as countless droplets gathered from the air. Soon, half of the barren stone arena was filled with water, transforming into a massive pool. Lu Guozheng stood in the center of the water, wearing a strange smile. By the way, Yi Dong, my elemental power comes from the air. As long as there's air, my ability is limitless. If it's raining or near a body of water, I'm invincible. Invincible? There's only one truly invincible person in this world, and that person is definitely not you. Also, I have to say, I thought Zhang Ziqing was disgusting enough, but meeting you has shown me what true disgust really is. In the lounge, Zhang Ziqing stared expressionlessly at the screen while his teammates looked at him in surprise. Zhang Ziqing frowned. Why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face? The group quickly waved their hands, not daring to look further. Zhang Ziqing snorted coldly. Why are those two still wasting time talking? Just start fighting already. Lu Guozheng's face darkened. Just wait and see. I'm far more than just disgusting. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Guozheng raised both hands, and the surrounding water began to tremble violently, surging skyward to form a massive tsunami-like wall of water. Yi Dong shook his head helplessly. Don't you know my ability is Extreme Frost Ice Soul? You're a water element user, yet you insist on challenging me. Don't you know about elemental counteraction? Yi Dong snorted coldly, and the thick fog instantly spread out. Lu Guozheng sneered. Of course I know about elemental counteraction, but my ability will never betray me. As soon as the fog wall appeared, the temperature in the arena plummeted, and the water curtain created by Lu Guozheng rapidly froze, the speed visible to the naked eye. Swish! A towering ice wall suddenly stood in the center of the ring. Yi Dong's expression remained calm as he said, "This is elemental suppression. Got any other tricks? Bring them on." Lu Guozheng, however, revealed a peculiar smile. I've been waiting for this moment. Before his words had fully landed, he punched the ice wall behind him. The ice wall instantly shattered, collapsing like a mountain and scattering across the ground. Yi Dong's pupils contracted slightly as he thought to himself. He said he's been waiting for this moment? What does he mean? Lu Guozheng laughed loudly. Yi Dong, let me tell you, my water isn't ordinary water. It's liquid, yes, and it can freeze, but because my water is special, even when frozen, it's still my water and won't completely lose its effect. This is my ability grade 8 Ancient Water Monster Cells, Shadow Stream Master. Today, I'll show you what it's capable of. Lu Guozheng's entire body was enveloped in a layer of white light, his figure instantly swelling and becoming taller. 2 slender antennae appeared first. When the white light dissipated, He had completely transformed. Standing over 4 meters tall, his body was bloated like a pig, with a fish head and human torso, and a strange fish tail trailing behind him. This is my true form, the Shadow Stream Master. Prepare yourself. Lu Guozheng lightly raised his right hand, and the ice shards on the ground immediately floated into the air, swirling around him. Go! Countless sharp ice shards shot toward Yi Dong, overwhelming him. Only then did Yi Dong realize that what Lu Guozheng meant by waiting for this moment was this move. He was simply picking up the ice shards on the ground to attack. If such a cobbled-together move were truly effective, it would be laughable. Yi Dong sighed helplessly. He stood firm and nimbly dodged all the incoming ice shards. Lu Guozheng's face showed a smug expression as he suddenly raised his left hand. Yi Dong's footing sank, and a column of water surged from beneath him, propelling him into the air. Die Yi Dong! Using the water column as a springboard, Yi Dong leapt up and swiftly charged toward Lu Guozheng. Lu Guozheng pushed both hands forward and shouted, "Fish Dragon Dance!" From a small water slope, countless monstrous fish with sharp teeth sprang forth. Fog wall. Yi Dong retreated, and a wave of cold air instantly formed a barrier in front of him. Crackle. The monstrous fish were instantly frozen, dropping to the ground like dates and disappearing shortly after. Yi Dong, take a look around. Lu Guozheng shouted. Only then did Yi Dong realize he was surrounded by countless water columns emerging from the ground. The effect of the fog wall seemed to have weakened. Was it due to the fish in the water? At this moment, Yi Dong was like someone standing on a piece of driftwood in an unknown water domain, surrounded by a swarm of piranhas. The ground began to seep with pungent black water, leaving Yi Dong with less than a meter of space to move as the water level continued to rise. Only the spot where he stood remained dry. He vaguely sensed that the black water around him concealed the monstrous fish he had seen earlier, as well as other unknown entities. Lu Guozheng's voice rang out again. This is my black water formation. Be careful. Hidden within the black water formation are countless fish monsters, some that truly existed, and others that I created myself. This is my proudest move. How about it? Much stronger than yours, right? Elemental ability users compete in imagination, and yours is far too lacking. Ready to admit defeat? Then I wouldn't have to endure this nightmarish torment. Yi Dong smiled bitterly. This guy's attacks rely entirely on his words. Enough playing around. Let's end this. Yi Dong leapt up, jumping out of the range of the black water, and the blue ring within him appeared. The moment the blue ring emerged, everyone in the lounge felt a piercing chill. Yi Dong grinned. My moves have a wide range and can easily cause collateral damage, so I didn't want to use them lightly. But you talk too much, giving me a headache, so let's end this early. Bang! Yi Dong stepped into the air with one foot, leveraging the force to instantly reach Lu Guozheng's side. Lu Guozheng's fish-like eyes widened, his body swelled, transforming into a ferocious monster fish, opening its massive mouth to swallow Yi Dong. Yi Dong casually raised his right hand, effortlessly blocking the attack. The monstrous shadow vanished, revealing Lu Guozheng stepping on Yi Dong's arm. Yi Dong sneered coldly. Flashy tricks, useless. Lu Guozheng sneered back. Flashy tricks? That's my imagination, my art. This is ugh, Lu Guozheng suddenly screamed in pain. Looking down at his ankle, a white shadow appeared. The white shadow instantly dragged him underground. Lu Guozheng's screams echoed continuously from below. At this moment, Luo and Xiang trembled as he spoke. Yi Dong, you've won. Stop now, quickly. All right, old referee. Yi Dong smiled faintly, releasing the misty frost ring and the great fog wall. The surrounding temperature began to slowly rise. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Shortly after, the mist spirit dragged the frozen Lu Guozheng back up, and 2 medical team members helped carry him off the arena. As they left, one of the medical team members said to Yi Dong, "Your friend is seriously injured. Don't let him get hurt again." Yi Dong understood this referred to the ability he had used earlier. This was also the main reason he was reluctant to use his ability's fear of causing unintended harm. Yi Dong raised his hand and signaled, Zhang Ziqing, I wonder if you'd be willing to have a match with me? I won't use my abilities. In the White Dragon Academy lounge, Zhang Ziqing's teammates excitedly said, Brother Zhang, he said he won't use his abilities. Isn't that like tying his own hands? Since the opponent said that, he must have absolute confidence in himself. Or maybe he's bluffing. Either way, even if he uses his abilities, no one can beat him. In any case, he just wants Brother Zhang to step into the arena for a match. Everyone in the lounge looked at Zhang Zicheng. Zhang Zicheng, having witnessed Lu Guozheng being easily defeated by Yi Dong, was well aware of Yi Dong's strength, especially that strange humanoid monster earlier, which even he estimated he couldn't withstand. Indeed, Yi Dong was a master capable of defeating Zhang Huxing, someone with real skill. Zhang Zicheng silently walked to the instrument, pressed the red button, and then stepped out of the lounge. Brother Zhang, good luck. Take down Yi Dong. Brother Zhang, be careful. At this moment, referee Luo and Xiang announced through the loudspeaker. The next match begins. War Academy's Yi Dong versus White Dragon Academy's Zhang Zicheng. Some people had already figured it out. They had previously learned the competition rules. This year's 4 Academy tournament was different, adopting a rotational duel format. 2 Academy contestants face off, with the loser stepping down and the winner remaining in the arena until defeated or forfeiting. Clearly, the War Academy had only sent 2 contestants this time. In the first match, Zhou Qing lost to Lu Guozheng. Later, Yi Dong defeated Lu Guozheng. This means that as long as Yi Dong loses, the War Academy will rank 4th. If he keeps winning, the situation will become very interesting. Zhang Zicheng's figure slowly appeared on the LED screen. When people from other academies saw the two entering the stage, meaningful smiles appeared on their faces. Clearly, they knew there was bad blood between Yi Dong and Zhang Zicheng. Otherwise, Yi Dong wouldn't have asked who Zhang Zicheng was. As soon as he entered the lounge, it was obvious he was targeting him. Zhang Zicheng also showed dissatisfaction and hostility toward Yi Dong. Adding to that, Yi Dong had declared he wouldn't use his abilities, while Zhang Zicheng was a physical combat ability user. This match was bound to be thrilling and intense. Zhang Zicheng took a deep breath and said to Yi Dong, "You're really not going to use your abilities?" Yi Dong nodded. "My abilities cover a wide range and might hurt others, especially my friends, so I don't plan to use them. Aren't you an elemental ability user? How are you going to fight me without using your abilities? Or are you confident you can beat me with just physical combat? Who gave you that courage?" Zhang Zicheng put on his specially made finger guards and said, "Don't make excuses about not using your abilities if you lose. I'm sick of hearing that kind of talk." Yi Dong smiled faintly. "Relax, I'm an upright person, unlike you, who loves playing tricks. If I say I want to use them, I want to." Zhang Zicheng's mouth twitched slightly as he assumed a fighting stance. "Enough talk, let us go?" The two charged at each other simultaneously. Zhang Zicheng sneered. "You really want to go head-to-head? Tired of living, huh? Watch me crush you." Thunder cannon. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, Zhang Zicheng's fist shot out like lightning, his body transforming into a streak of thunder light. Bang! The two collided, the sound dull and heavy, as powerful energy kicked up dust and formed a small whirlwind that spread in all directions. Zhang Zicheng's pupils contracted as he looked at the spot where his punch landed. It was Yi Dong's elbow. His finger guard had only left a faint white mark on Yi Dong's elbow. He was shocked. What was this guy's body made of? How could it be so tough? Looking at his finger guard again, the protrusions had been bent out of shape. Even if he had punched iron, it would have left a dent. Could it be? Zhang Zicheng asked in astonishment. "Have you trained a martial body?" Yi Dong frowned slightly, surprised. "You know about the martial body?" Had he really trained a martial body? Martial body training was possible. However, the method had long been lost to time. Nowadays, only a few ancient martial arts families preserve the secrets of martial body training. Even knowing the method, very few could successfully train it. But all ability users who mastered physical combat understood how difficult it was to achieve a martial body and knew its immense advantages. A martial body made one's physical form nearly indestructible, with incredible strength and destructive power, like wearing an impenetrable suit of armor. An elemental ability user had actually trained a martial body. This was practically a joke from the heavens. What's the matter? Daydreaming? Yi Dong swept his leg, knocking Zhang Zicheng to the ground. Zhang Zicheng immediately snapped out of it, slamming his left hand heavily on the ground to bounce back up. His hands crackled with thunder as his fists swung out like lightning. Thunder Fist. Each punch was as loud as thunder, but strangely, Zhang Ziqing's attacks seemed to have no real effect on Yi Dong despite their overwhelming momentum. Why can't I hit him? Why can't I hit him? Has he seen through my punching trajectory? Impossible. My strength is far superior to his. Zhang Ziqing grew increasingly uncertain as he fought. The opponent had said he wouldn't use his abilities, yet Zhang Ziqing couldn't gain any advantage, which was utterly humiliating. Smack! Yi Dong suddenly grabbed Zhang Ziqing's fists. Zhang Ziqing struggled desperately, but found he couldn't break free instead. The opponent's grip tightened even more. You're just an elemental ability user, yet your strength and speed surpass mine? And you've even trained a martial body. Zhang Ziqing's face was full of fear. At this moment, he remembered that the young man before him was the one who had defeated his uncle, Zhang Huxing. Zhang Huxing's strength was already at the 4th tier, and he was a seasoned martial arts expert. His prowess was unquestionable and had always been Zhang Ziqing's goal to chase after. However, Zhang Ziqing didn't believe his uncle was defeated by Yi Dong in a one-on-one fight. There must have been others helping him, like by Mo, the 7th-tier expert from the Martial Security Bureau. The Martial Security Bureau must have exaggerated Yi Dong's reputation by claiming he subdued Zhang Huxing alone. But now, after this encounter, he had to admit that this kid truly had some skills. You may choose not to use your abilities, but that doesn't mean I won't. Zhang Ziqing snorted coldly, kicking Yi Dong's chest and using the force to leap into the air, beginning his transformation. When he landed, he had already turned into a white lion man, covered in snow-white fur, with a giant lion's head and purple lightning arcs dancing across his body. Yi Dong raised an eyebrow. Lightning attribute? No wonder his punches earlier carried the sound of thunder. The level of this ability was unclear. After transforming, Zhang Ziqing exuded confidence, his eyes filled with icy killing intent. Although my ability is only B-level and in Beastman form, this isn't an ordinary Beastman form. I also possess the lightning attribute. While I can't summon lightning, I can cover my entire body with it, repelling all attacks. Do you think you still have a chance to win, Yi Dong? Yi Dong's gaze darkened as he replied. Then I must see for myself. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Yi Dong suddenly stepped forward. Zhang Ziqing didn't dodge, he stood his ground. Yi Dong's fist aimed straight for Zhang Ziqing's face. Just as the punch was about to land, countless purple lightning arcs jumped out from Zhang Ziqing's white fur. These arcs quickly formed a barrier in front of the fist, crawling onto Yi Dong's hand like a virus and instantly spreading across his entire body. Zap! Yi Dong was struck by the intense current, sent flying, his body emitting steam. Zhang Ziqing laughed heartily. Ha ha ha! I told you there was no chance of victory. Now do you believe me? Whether or not you use your abilities, your attacks can't harm me. Except for that strange white figure. Zhang Ziqing noticed that those white figures seemed intangible, resembling fully elementalized ability users, and his lightning defense was ineffective against them. Yet they could easily harm him. However, since Yi Dong had promised not to use abilities, there was nothing to worry about. Unless he went back on his word, in which case he'd only embarrass himself. Yi Dong looked at his fist, the surface scorched black. His body felt as though it had been pierced by electricity, the pain unbearable, and even his martial body couldn't shield him from it. Had he been too confident in agreeing not to use abilities, only to end up suffering the consequences and becoming a laughingstock? No, no one is invincible. There must be another way, he just hadn't found it yet. Yi Dong charged at Zhang Ziqing again. Zhang Ziqing, seeing him dare to come again, couldn't help but laugh. Seriously? Why do you keep making futile efforts? I've already told you, you can't hit me. How will I know unless I try? Yi Dong sneered coldly and instantly unleashed the Moon Shadow assassination technique, moving at an unbelievable speed as he swiftly circled around Zhang Ziqing. Sure enough, the layer of purple lightning surrounding Zhang Ziqing kept rotating, clearly indicating that the purple lightning was consciously protecting him. But it was not invincible. Yi Dong still had a chance. What kind of technique is this? How can he maintain body coordination at such incredible speed without slowing down? Could this be the Moon Shadow assassination technique of the Lan family? Zhang Ziqing suddenly recalled something his uncle had once said. The only nemesis of your Thunder Barrier is an opponent with extreme speed. When facing such individuals, your Thunder Barrier's defensive speed might not keep up. Be especially wary of a certain group of people. They bear no obvious marks, but all share the surname Lan. Their Moon Shadow assassination technique is not only incredibly fast, but also targets vital points with every strike. Yi Dong clearly bore the surname Yi, not Lan. So why did he know the Moon Shadow assassination technique? Buzz. A strange sound came from the left. Zhang Ziqing instinctively turned his head in surprise, only to see a peculiar blade edge closing in on his throat. However, it was ultimately deflected by the Thunder Barrier. Damn it! What the hell? Though the Thunder Barrier blocked the attack, Zhang Ziqing broke out in a cold sweat, no longer daring to act as arrogantly as before. He immediately began to take action. Yi Dong, moving at high speed, felt a pang of regret for the attack that had almost succeeded. Even at full-speed Moon Shadow assassination technique, I still can't surpass his Thunder Barrier's defensive speed? If that's the case, then I'll have to use this. Blood Boil Demonization. Boom. A red light instantly enveloped Yi Dong, radiating outward like the sun. The screen in the lounge turned blood red, and the crowd stared in shock at the arena, where Yi Dong, surrounded by blood-red light and undergoing a new transformation, left them speechless. In his blood-boil demonization state, Yi Dong was wrapped in countless blood particles, his hair standing on end, his eyes glowing red, and his body seemingly defying gravity as he began to float. Blood Boil Demonization. You're from the Lan family, Zhang Ziqing exclaimed, his forehead drenched in sweat, his body trembling slightly at the terrifying sight of Yi Dong's transformation. Who could remain calm in the face of such a demonic presence? Yi Dong said nothing, crouching to hide the hooked blade behind his back. He suddenly raised his head, looking at Zhang Ziqing, who was surrounded by purple lightning, and thought to himself, if I still can't defeat him like this, then I'll accept it. No distance. Boom. A sonic boom tore through the air. The supercharged blood boil demonization, combined with the Moon Shadow assassination technique, and his kilometer-range no-distance move. The fusion of these three forces caused space to warp and tear, completely shattering everyone's understanding of supersonic speed. At this moment, Yi Dong's speed was no longer at the level of sound, it was supersonic. Flash. A streak of blood appeared across Zhang Ziqing's chest. Zhang Ziqing instinctively covered the wound, his vision blurred by the speed, unable to feel pain, as if his body had split open on its own. The Thunder Barrier only protected the wound after he was injured. It was clear that the Thunder Barrier could no longer keep up with Yi Dong's speed. In the lounge, referee Luo and Xiang widened his cloudy old eyes. Although he knew the Four Academy tournament was merely a small-scale competition among elite students from the four academies, he never expected to witness the legendary Moon Shadow assassination technique and blood boil demonization in this match. Yi Dong's speed was so fast that even he couldn't see it clearly. Luo and Xiang rubbed his eyes and chuckled bitterly. Could it be that I'm getting old? I actually didn't see clearly how that move was executed. The others in the lounge were completely stunned by the battle unfolding before them. After hitting Zhang Ziqing, Yi Dong didn't immediately launch a second wave of attacks. It was obvious that the supersonic burst just now had put a significant strain on his body. This move couldn't be used consecutively, but at least he had confirmed his hypothesis Zhang Ziqing's lightning shield wasn't invincible. Of course, he regretted not using his abilities earlier. If he had, it wouldn't have been so exhausting. However, judging by Zhang Ziqing's expression, all his efforts were worth it. At the very least, his opponent was starting to feel fear, starting to panic. Zhang Ziqing saw the cold smile on Yi Dong's lips and knew that if he didn't counterattack now, he would only be looked down upon by his opponent. Without saying a word, Zhang Ziqing charged at Yi Dong with his fastest speed. What are you laughing at? I didn't give you permission to laugh. Go to hell. Boom. The thunderclap was even more piercing than before. Yi Dong dodged backward. It wasn't a simple retreat, it was teleportation. Zhang Ziqing's punch missed, and the inertia caused his body to lunge forward a step. Yi Dong's figure instantly disappeared, transforming into a streak of white light that circled around Zhang Ziqing 1.5 times, as if enveloping him in a layer of moonlight. The moonlight flashed and vanished. Thud. Another strike to the chest. The original diagonal cut now turned into an X-shaped wound. Moreover, the cut was deeper than before, exposing the bone. Ugh, Zhang Ziqing's face contorted in pain as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The lightning shield on his body began to collapse, dissipating rapidly, and even his Thunder Lion Phantom started to fade, unable to hold on. Bang! Zhang Ziqing fell to the ground. Immediately, the voice of referee Luo and Xiang came through the loudspeaker. War Academy, Yi Dong wins. Yi Dong let out a long breath and quickly deactivated all his states. The medical team rushed onto the stage, 2 members lifting Zhang Ziqing onto a stretcher and quickly carrying him off the platform. The lounge erupted in commotion. Yi Dong won again. Even Zhang Ziqing couldn't beat him. Who dares to go up now? Someone has to go up. If there's one more match, War Academy will secure 3 wins, and there'll be nothing to worry about. We'll face him again in the future. This time, the 4 Academies tournament doesn't even need to be fought. The result is clear. War Academy is definitely first. In the lounge, no one wanted to step onto the stage to face Yi Dong. It was pure suicide. Yi Dong, seeing no one stepping forward, asked in confusion, "Is no one going up?" Referee Luo and Xiang cleared his throat and said, "Garo Academy, none of your members have gone up yet. Pick someone to step forward." Garo Academy. Upon hearing this, the students from Tianqing Academy and White Dragon Academy breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, Tianqing and White Dragon's strongest players had already been defeated by Yi Dong. The remaining students didn't dare to go up at all. Only Garo Academy had been observing from the sidelines, with no one stepping onto the stage yet. With the referee's words, the students from Garo Academy, no matter how reluctant, had no choice but to bite the bullet and send someone up. A few minutes later, as the sound signaling the next match rang out, Yi Dong saw his third opponent. It was a girl. Seeing that the opponent was a girl, the students from Tianqing and White Dragon Academy began to mock her. Garo Academy has no backbone. After hesitating for so long, they actually sent a junior girl up. What a disgrace to men. Pray that Yi Dong shows mercy, haha. Don't talk about others. You guys don't dare to go up either, do you? The female student from the Garo Academy cautiously glanced at Yi Dong and calmly said, "Su Xiaoxiao from Garo Academy. Senior Yi Dong, please go easy on me." Zhang Ziqing had been severely injured, which could be considered revenge for past grievances, though it was regrettable that he couldn't be killed on the spot. Yi Dong wasn't part of the dark sequence, nor was he Zhang Ziqing, so he couldn't kill someone in a crowded and public setting. This matter would have to be settled later. With the major grudge resolved, the next focus was on competing for rankings in the 4 Academies tournament. If he secured first place, Principal Lu would undoubtedly be very pleased. Regardless of whether the opponent was male or female, they all had to be knocked off the stage. Yi Dong thought to himself as he assumed his stance. This time, however, he didn't use the moon shadow assassination technique, but instead adopted a standard opening posture. He turned sideways to face Su Xiaoxiao and made a pleased gesture with his right hand. Su Xiaoxiao took a deep breath to steady her nerves and began channeling the elemental energy within her body. Surprisingly, it was a rare wind-based ability. Its level and type were unclear. "Senior Yi Dong, here I come." Su Xiaoxiao formed her right hand into a knife-like shape and swung it sharply, releasing a crescent-shaped wind blade that flew toward Yi Dong. The wind blade split into 3. She raised both hands, controlling the 3 wind blades to attack Yi Dong simultaneously from above, below, and behind. In an instant, Yi Dong charged towards Su Xiaoxiao. The 3 wind blades collided the moment he dashed forward, producing a loud explosion. Su Xiaoxiao found herself face to face with Yi Dong, unable to react in time due to his incredible speed. "Off you go," Yi Dong said as he struck Su Xiaoxiao's shoulder with his palm. She immediately felt intense pain and was pushed off the stage. The match was decided in just a matter of seconds. Beep. The referee, Luo Rinxiang, announced, "War Academy wins. Yi Dong has won 3 consecutive matches and advances automatically. Step down." "Perfect timing. I could use a break," Yi Dong said as he turned and walked off the stage. Su Xiaoxiao got up from the ground, glaring at Yi Dong's retreating figure. She stomped her foot in frustration before heading back in the direction she came from. Seeing this, the other students in the lounge burst into laughter. Who would have thought Yi Dong actually knows how to go easy on women? He just gently pushed the junior from Garo Academy off the stage, giving her some face. But it seems she doesn't appreciate it. Anyway, it's good that he's done. Now we need to focus on securing more victories to improve our ranking. Yi Dong paid no attention to the outcome of the subsequent matches. He went straight to the medical room and found Zhou Qing lying on a hospital bed. "Zhou Qing, how are you feeling?" Yi Dong asked. Zhou Qing moved his neck slightly to look at Yi Dong, his eyes full of weakness. Before long, tears began to stream down his face. "Yi Dong, did I disgrace War Academy?" Zhou Qing asked. Yi Dong smiled and said, "Losing is disgraceful? Who said that? You didn't disgrace anyone." Zhou Qing shook his head and said, "I'm too weak. I didn't expect to lose so badly. I didn't even get to face Zhang Ziqing. I lost in the first round. By the way, how are things going now?" "You didn't." Yi Dong couldn't help but laugh. "Don't talk nonsense. I won 3 matches in a row and advanced directly. Now the remaining 3 academies are fighting for the last advancement spot. It'll probably take a while. I came to check on you since I had nothing else to do. Now that I see you're awake, I can relax." "Yi Dong." A voice filled with anger and frustration came from the bed next to Zhou Qing's. Yi Dong pulled back the curtain and saw Lu Guozheng lying there, his entire body black and blue. "Oh, you're still alive? Aren't you supposed to be good at healing? Why don't you heal yourself?" Yi Dong teased. Lu Guozheng glared at him coldly and said, "I just woke up." After speaking, droplets of water suddenly emerged from his body, quickly covering him entirely. Yi Dong glanced at Zhou Qing and said to Lu Guozheng, "This brother was injured by you. Can you help him?" "No need." Zhou Qing's eyes instantly turned hostile. "I don't need his help." Earlier, he had called Lu Guozheng Brother Lu, but he hadn't expected Lu Guozheng's personality to change so drastically. Initially, he seemed gentle and honest, but after stepping into the ring, he became sinister and ruthless, even striking him viciously. Zhou Qing had no intention of letting someone like that help with his treatment. Lu Guozheng snorted coldly. "Do you think I want to?" Suddenly, a group of nurses rushed toward a hospital room. "The injuries are severe, the heart meridian is damaged, immediate rescue is required. Where's the healer with the special ability? Why haven't they come? I heard they collapsed from exhaustion and are currently unconscious." Yi Dong frowned slightly. There weren't many injured people. Could they be talking about Zhang Ziqing? Inside Zhang Ziqing's hospital room, a student from White Dragon Academy stood by the bedside. He glanced behind him, then picked up the pillow nearby and pressed it forcefully against Zhang Ziqing's face. "Today it's your turn. I finally have the chance to get back at you. You treated me like a dog before, now it's your turn to suffer." Zhang Ziqing struggled for a few seconds before giving up. At that moment, several doctors rushed in. The assailant quickly put down the pillow and shouted loudly, "What are you doing? He's already stopped breathing." "Stopped breathing? Impossible. Move aside." The doctors examined him and confirmed that Zhang Ziqing had indeed stopped breathing. "Start resuscitation immediately, hurry." While chatting with Zhou Qing, Yi Dong suddenly felt someone approaching. Out of habit, he turned to check. Unexpectedly, the person grabbed his collar. "Yi Dong, you're too ruthless. You killed Zhang Ziqing. This is just the 4 Academies tournament. Why did you go so far?" "Zhang Ziqing is dead." Yi Dong hadn't expected his vitality to be so fragile. He had only made 2 cuts on Zhang Ziqing's chest at most. It should have caused excessive blood loss and fainting. How could he be dead? Yi Dong grabbed the person's wrist and moved their hand away from his collar. So painful." "Yi Dong, you killed Zhang Ziqing, and now you're planning to kill me too." The White Dragon Academy studentess' face was full of pain. Yi Dong said coldly, "Wasn't Zhang Ziqing just unconscious from blood loss? But now he's dead. That's very strange. You've been by his side the whole time, so maybe it was you." "I'm a temporary deputy officer of the Wuhan Bureau. Before the 4 Academies tournament ends, you'll stay here and wait to go back with me for investigation. If you dare to run, that means you're evading responsibility. Let me take a photo of you first." Yi Dong took out his phone from his pocket and snapped a few pictures. "Let me go." The White Dragon Academy student broke free from Yi Dong and hurriedly ran outside. Zhou Qing asked worriedly, "Yi Dong, if Zhang Ziqing is really dead, you might be in trouble." Do you suspect it was that person just now? Yi Dong smiled faintly. I know exactly where Zhang Ziqing was injured. I avoided the vital areas. At most, he should have fainted from blood loss. How could he die? By this time, Lu Guozheng had already healed himself and was slowly sitting up from the bed. He said, regardless, he's dead now, and everyone knows he died after the fight in your ring. No matter what reason you give, I doubt anyone will believe you. Deaths caused by accidents in the ring are quite common, but I'm worried that the people behind Zhang Ziqing won't let you off easily. You need to be careful, Lu Guozheng said, patting Yi Dong on the shoulder before swaggering out. Yi Dong watched Lu Guozheng's retreating figure and said to Zhou Qing beside him, his healing ability is really impressive. He can recover quickly from injuries. It's a pity his personality is a bit gloomy. Zhou Qing looked at Lu Guozheng with some envy, snorted lightly, and said nothing more. At that moment, a doctor approached Yi Dong and said, Yi Dong, Zhang Ziqing has shown no signs of life. I want to ask about the situation in the ring at the time. We've already made a record. Yi Dong frowned slightly. Zhang Ziqing is really dead? What was the cause of death? The doctor nodded. We can't confirm it yet, but it's likely due to excessive blood loss leading to shock and death. Yi Dong took a deep breath and said, I only inflicted 2 wounds on him in the ring, those 2 on his chest. Just those 2? The doctor asked, puzzled. Yi Dong nodded. The surveillance can prove it. He passed out due to excessive blood loss, compounded by heightened emotions that increased the bleeding. Such injuries are nothing for a third-tier ability user. The 4 Institute's competition is a test of strength, not a life-and-death duel. I had no reason to use heavy moves, let alone secretly strike hard. The doctor nodded after hearing this. Accidentally injuring opponents in the ring is inevitable. Don't worry, there won't be any trouble. Yi Dong corrected him. I didn't accidentally injure him. The doctor smiled awkwardly. Well, I have other matters to attend to. I won't disturb you further. Zhou Qing said worriedly. Yi Dong, what are you planning to do next? Zhang Ziqing is dead, and there's no one to testify for him. This situation is unfavorable for you. Yi Dong raised an eyebrow. I think this has something to do with that guy who grabbed my collar earlier. His emotions were abnormal, as if he was deliberately creating chaos to draw everyone's attention to me. He took a deep breath, glanced at Zhou Qing, and said, I'll head back to the lounge first. You should rest well. All right. Meanwhile, what? Dead. That's right. After receiving news of Zhang Ziqing's death, we immediately contacted his father, Mr. Zhang Guolong. Please don't be too upset. We've already started handling the body and are preparing to send it to Jinghai Martial Security Bureau. You should be able to see your son tonight. It's the body, correct? Yes, the body. Heh. Zhang Guolong let out a cold laugh, hung up the phone, grabbed a piece of clothing, and headed out. Sir, where are you going? Do you need me to arrange a driver? Not necessary. Zhang Guolong arrived at the front yard, got into his car, and drove to the local Martial Security Bureau. 10 minutes later, Zhang Guolong met Bureau Chief Wang. Wang glanced up at him, slightly surprised. What brings you here? Zhang Guolong took a deep breath. I want to see my brother. Wang's expression darkened. He placed one hand on the desk and said sternly, I've told you many times before, Zhang Jianwei is the most dangerous criminal in our country. Even family members can't meet him easily. I have something important to tell him, and I haven't seen him in a year. Family members have the right to visit once a year. You can't take that away from me. Zhang Guolong trembled with anger. Seeing his agitation, Wang knew the matter must be serious. He sighed. All right, I'll arrange it immediately. Thank you. After a phone call, 2 police officers walked in and said to Zhang Guolong, please come with us. All right. Zhang Guolong followed the officers out of the office. At that moment, someone walked in. It was Lan Lan. Lan Lan instinctively glanced at Zhang Guolong as he passed by, her brows slightly furrowing, then entered the office. Is he Zhang Guolong? Director Wang nodded. That's him. I didn't expect him to come again. This time, it seems he won't leave until he achieves his goal. I have a lot of things to handle, so let him go see Zhang Jianwei. How's your task coming along? I personally took charge. How could there be any mistakes? Lan Lan casually sat in the chair opposite Director Wang. That's good. I have another task for you. Wang Zhihui. I just got back. Don't call me by name. Old Wang immediately became nervous. The basement was dim, and a sturdy iron room came into view. Two fierce-looking guards stood in front of the Iron Room. They were legendary 7th-tier experts, specifically assigned to guard Zhang Jianwei, the top master of Longhua. Inside the room, Zhang Jianwei sensed something unusual and looked out through the only window. His face darkened as soon as he saw what was happening. Zhang Jianwei took a deep breath and said, "White Demon, Blood Shadow, my brother has come to see me. Let's have a private chat." White Demon glanced at Blood Shadow, and Blood Shadow nodded. The two walked outside but didn't go far. In truth, their actions were entirely futile. There were surveillance cameras nearby, and as 7th-tier experts, their hearing was exceptionally sharp. Even a faint sound wouldn't escape their ears. "Brother." Zhang Guolong's tears streamed down uncontrollably as he knelt before the iron door. Zhang Jianwei's heart tightened, realizing that something serious must have happened. Normally, his brother wouldn't be so fragile. The thought of scolding him vanished. "You don't get many chances to see me. I've already told you not to come unless it's important. But you still came. Tell me, what happened to make you cry like a child?" "Brother, Zicheng. Zicheng, he's dead." Zhang Guolong couldn't hold back and collapsed against the door, sobbing loudly. Zhang Jianwei froze upon hearing the news but quickly regained his composure, though a storm brewed in his eyes. "You're saying Zicheng is dead?" "Yes, he's dead. He was beaten to death today during the Four Institutes tournament. And the one who killed him wasn't anyone else, it was Yidong. My brother, my son, Yidong." Zhang Jianwei's forehead veins bulged, and a chilling murderous aura emanated from the Iron Room. White Demon and Blood Shadow frowned, ready to act at any moment. Zhang Jianwei sneered coldly. "That kid is truly ruthless. First Zhang Chong, then Zhang Huxing, and now Zhang Zicheng. Does he plan to make me next? Is he trying to wipe out everyone in the Zhang family? Brother, when will you be able to come out? Without you, the Zhang family is being bullied to death. After Zhang Huxing's death, my enemies have become even more brazen. Now even my son is gone. I'm completely helpless. If I had any other choice, I wouldn't have come to tell you this. When will you be able to come out?" "Soon," Zhang Jianwei sneered. "I originally planned to wait a bit longer, but now there's no need. You go out first, we'll meet at the usual place tonight." "Really?" As Zhang Jianwei said this, his gaze swept toward Blood Shadow and White Demon. Blood Shadow and White Demon clearly heard the conversation on this side, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. "Brother, I'll leave first. I'll wait for you." Zhang Guolong wiped away his tears, stood up, and returned to his serious and focused demeanor. White Demon and Blood Shadow arrived in front of the Iron House. White Demon coldly stared at Zhang Jianwei and said, "Zhang Jianwei, I advise you not to act recklessly. It won't do you any good." Blood Shadow remained silent, simply fixing his gaze on Zhang Jianwei. Zhang Jianwei sneered. 3 years. I've been locked up for 3 years. You've guarded me for 3 years. Don't you find it tiresome?" White Demon snorted. "How could I? I wouldn't find it tiresome even if I had to guard you for a lifetime." Zhang Jianwei shook his head. "Actually, I can read a person's true thoughts. You want me to escape, you want me to be outside, so you can have the chance to kill me and return to the battlefield, no longer stuck in this wretched place. You know very well that staying here has caused your cultivation to stagnate, wasting your time and talent." Blood Shadow reminded. "White Demon, stop talking to him. Don't forget, he used to be a teacher and a psychologist. He's psychologically suggesting you let him out, giving you the chance to kill him." White Demon sneered. "Of course I know. How could I fall for it so easily? Over these 3 years, he said this to me countless times, yet hasn't he still obediently stayed here?" Zhang Jianwei laughed maniacally. 3 years is long enough. It's time for these psychological suggestions to take effect." He suddenly stood up. "White Demon, open the door. I'll give you the chance to kill me." Blood Shadow's eyes widened, watching White Demon warily. White Demon suddenly felt dizzy, and in the next moment, his expression turned extremely furious. Zhang Jianwei's words echoed incessantly in his ears. "As long as you open the door, you can kill me and stop wasting your time and talent. I'm injured now, far weaker than before. With your current strength, you can definitely kill me. Come on, open the door. End it for me, and for yourself." White Demon. Blood Shadow pushed White Demon, who was approaching the iron door, and pointed a finger at him. In the next moment, A blood-red spear suddenly appeared behind Blood Shadow, followed by 4 or 5 blood figures. If you dare take another step toward the iron door, I'll kill you. Do you understand, White Demon? Zhang Jianwei laughed wildly. 3 years of psychological suggestion, all for this moment today. It's useless. I implanted this thought in his mind 3 years ago. Once he takes the bait, he won't stop until he lets me out. That's the power of psychological suggestion. Though it's not as terrifying as that little girl's ability, 3 years is long enough. White Demon. Blood Shadow kept shouting White Demon's name, but White Demon seemed not to hear, holding a key in his hand and moving closer and closer to the iron door. Suddenly, a blood-red spear pierced into his body. Damn it! Blood Shadow swung his hand fiercely, and all the spears were driven into the ground, firmly pinned. Click! With a soft sound, the iron door slowly opened. Ha ha! Ah, I'm finally free, finally out, ah. Zhang Jianwei laughed hysterically, stepping out of the iron house one step at a time. He was a man with long hair and a beard, his facial features almost indistinguishable. Each step he took seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 pounds pressing down on his feet. Blood Shadow and White Demon now felt an extremely heavy pressure, like a giant stone crushing their hearts. Almost unbearable. The two 7th-tier powerhouses could only clutch their heads in agony and struggle under Zhang Jianwei's oppressive aura. Buzz at the same time, in the office, Director Wang was talking to Lan Lan when he suddenly collapsed to the ground, his face contorted in unbearable pain. Not good. He's out. Lan Lan also felt the immense pressure and instantly entered the blood-boil demonization state. White Demon and Blood Shadow, what exactly are they doing? How could they let him out? Old Wang, hold on. Director Wang was already foaming at the mouth, his body trembling uncontrollably. Using the power of blood-boil demonization, Lan Lan pushed open the office door, and the scene before her would be etched in her memory forever. The entire office, with dozens of Wuhan Bureau officers, was now filled with people lying on the ground, some struggling desperately, others bleeding from their mouths and noses. This was the terrifying power of the Demon King's oppressive aura. Zhang Jianwei looked at White Demon and Blood Shadow, who were sitting on the ground, unable to move, and said smugly, I've released the oppressive aura I've sealed for 3 years all at once. Not just you, even if a true National Guardian warrior came, they'd have to kneel and beg for mercy. White Demon regained consciousness at this moment, his heart immediately filled with terror and confusion. He had no idea what had happened. He only saw Blood Shadow looking at him with a helpless and sorrowful expression. Could it be? Could it be that he had released the Demon King? What exactly had happened? Don't move. The Demon King suddenly turned his head and glared fiercely at White Demon. White Demon's head felt as if it had been pierced by needles, the pain unbearable. Bang! An iron door flew in from the front, but when it was less than 3 meters away from the Demon King, it suddenly stopped, as if it had hit an invisible wall. The next second, a Blood Shadow charged toward the Demon King, but also stopped 3 meters away. It was Lan Lan. The Demon King looked in surprise at the woman frozen mid-air by his oppressive aura and grinned. I remember you. Your name is Lan Lan, right? From the Lan family. He walked up to Lan Lan, observing her body wrapped in blood energy, and praised. So it's blood-boil demonization. To think there's someone in this world who can still move under my oppressive aura. The Lan family truly is a peculiar race. But unfortunately, your level is too low. Step aside. The Demon King waved his hand. Lan Lan felt as if she'd been hit by a truck, slamming heavily into the wall and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Her blood-boil demonization state was instantly broken. I still need to settle accounts with Yidong. Yidong. Lan Lan summoned her last ounce of strength and stood up with difficulty. I won't let you succeed. The Demon King's face darkened as he coldly stared at her. Can't you wait until I leave here to show up? A bug is still a bug. Even ants need numbers to shake a tree. What can you alone do to me? Lan Lan gasped for breath and said, No, don't hurt him. I'm willing to go with you. The Demon King looked puzzled. You want to go with me? Why would I take a pest like you? Lan Lan's face was pale. She knew that if the Demon King went to find Yidong now, Yidong would surely meet a tragic end. She smiled bitterly. Don't you want to know why blood-boil demonization can resist your oppressive aura? Don't you want to learn it? Blood boil demonization is a secret technique of the Lan family. Can outsiders learn it? They can. As long as you don't harm Yidong, I'm willing to teach you. The Demon King stroked his chin and thought for a moment. Blood boil demonization is indeed impressive. If I learn it, I won't have to fear the oppressive aura of the National Guardian warriors anymore. Sounds good. Lan Lan held on for a long time. Only when she heard the Demon King agree did her eyes roll back, and she slowly collapsed. Looks like I'll have to revise my plans. The Demon King chuckled as he walked over, hoisted Lan Lan onto his shoulder, and headed out of the underground chamber. No one knew how much time had passed. When that overwhelming pressure finally disappeared completely, Blood Shadow leapt to his feet, grabbed White Demon by the collar, and roared angrily. "You bastard! You call yourself a Tier 7 warrior with behavior like this?" White Demon looked utterly confused. "I have no idea what just happened. How did he even get out?" Blood Shadow glared at him coldly and said, "He planted psychological suggestions on you for 3 whole years. I warned you not to get too close to him, but you wouldn't listen. Now look at the trouble you've caused. He has escaped. Do you even realize how many innocent people are going to die at his hands now? I need to report this immediately, and you will bear full responsibility for this. Also, our country's most precious asset is now at risk of being killed by him. Where is he?" Yidong. White Demon immediately realized the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, he bolted out of the underground chamber. He had completely miscalculated. For the past 3 years, Zhang Jianwei had been implanting psychological suggestions in him, all for the purpose of controlling him and, one day, using him to open the iron chamber and set him free. He was only human, not a machine. Spending every day in that dark, lightless place guarding such a dangerous individual. Without anyone to talk to, he would have gone insane long ago. This very weakness was what Zhang Jianwei had exploited to finally make his escape. White Demon rushed out of the Wuhan Bureau. Outside, chaos reigned. Flames blazed everywhere, and the streets were in turmoil. Unconscious civilians littered the ground, cars crashed into each other, and fires erupted non-stop. "Is that bastard continuously releasing his aura?" Blood Shadow sneered. "This is just the beginning. White Demon, get ready for a military tribunal." "Shut up." White Demon glared at Blood Shadow coldly. "This isn't the time for nonsense. Come with me to find Yidong. We absolutely cannot let him get to Yidong first." "Oh, now you're panicking? Where was this urgency before?" "Huh, are you still wasting time?" Blood Shadow took a deep breath and said, "If the Demon King is continuously releasing his aura, we'll find him soon enough. I'll go after him. You go gather information on Yidong and report to me immediately. I don't want you engaging with the Demon King who knows what kind of psychological tricks he has already played on you." Sigh. White Demon let out a frustrated sigh. He had no choice. The two split up, each heading in a different direction. At that moment, the Demon King had just emerged from the Wuhan Bureau, still carrying Lan Lan on his shoulder. He looked up to confirm his direction. "The desert arena? That makes it much simpler. Let us hope that kid doesn't get too shocked when he sees me." Ha ha. The desert arena. The ring was shrouded in a chilling frost. When the frost dissipated, only one person was left standing on the stage. Over the loudspeakers, the voice of Luo and Xiang, elderly yet brimming with vigor, declared, "I hereby announce that this year's champion of the 4 Academies competition is the War Academy." Yidong watched as the medical team carried off his final opponent. A vague sense of unease lingered in his heart about what might happen next. Zhang Ziqing of the White Dragon Academy had died in the emergency room after their match. Yidong knew he hadn't killed Zhang Ziqing. Someone must have taken the opportunity to frame him. He wasn't sure how this matter would ultimately be resolved. Buzz. A terrifying and oppressive gravitational force suddenly descended over the desert arena. Yidong's knees buckled, nearly forcing him to kneel. He quickly circulated his inner energy to resist that. "I didn't expect that even with my current body, I still couldn't resist this force with just my physical strength. This isn't ordinary gravity. This is dominance." The other trainees in the lounge were also lying on the ground, leaning against the walls, overwhelmed with pain. "Who is it? Why has such a powerful aura suddenly descended here?" The Heavenly Emperor's eye quickly opened. Soon, he spotted someone in the desert, carrying another person on their shoulder, rushing toward this place at an alarming speed. The distance was only a few hundred meters. Boom! The iron fence used to block the beasts was instantly shattered. A person, whom Yi Dong never expected, gracefully spun in mid-air and landed on the arena. Yi Dong remained calm, his gaze fixed on the person in front of him. His eyes fell on the unconscious Lan Lan on the man's back, his pupils slightly contracting before returning to composure. Zhang Jianwei grinned and said, Yi Dong, you're really something, managing to kill Zhang Ziqing. Do you know that Zhang Ziqing was my nephew? Zhang Ziqing and Zhang Jianwei are actually relatives? Could it be that the great Demon King escaped because Zhang Ziqing died? Surely the Bureau of Martial Peace didn't release him, right? Yi Dong seemed to gradually adapt to the oppressive aura released by the great Demon King. This might be the result of his frequent training in the gravity chamber. Dominance is not just a form of power, it also feels like an invisible gravity. His training allowed him to endure it, but without using the energy within his body, he probably wouldn't last long. Lan Lan was in the hands of the great Demon King, and he had come here because of Zhang Ziqing's death. He wanted revenge. Yi Dong felt both troubled and furious. He hadn't expected to encounter the great Demon King at this moment. The gap in their strength was too vast, there was no chance of winning. At that moment, a thunderous voice, as loud as a great bell, descended from the sky. A figure landed in front of Yi Dong, and Yi Dong immediately felt the heavy pressure on his shoulders lighten significantly. It was none other than Luo Enxiang, the referee of the 4 Academies tournament. Luo Enxiang glanced at Zhang Jianwei indifferently. Zhang Jianwei, somewhat surprised, said, You're still alive, old man? So you're the referee for this 4 Academies tournament. Luo Enxiang replied calmly, I'm old now, can't go to the battlefield anymore, and don't want to teach either. I can only find some easy work to do. They say it even helps prevent dementia. Ahem. Zhang Jianwei, since you've already left that place, why come here? Why not just leave and stop causing trouble for the world? Yi Dong never expected that this old referee was actually a master. Under the oppressive aura of the great Demon King, not only was he unaffected, but standing in front of Yi Dong, he even made Yi Dong feel much more at ease. The great Demon King's gaze lingered on Luo Enxiang for a moment before shifting to Yi Dong. He said coldly, I came here to avenge my nephew. After that, I will act freely. You'd better step aside. Luo Enxiang shook his head and said, As the referee of the 4 Academies tournament, I naturally have the responsibility to protect every trainee here. As long as I'm here, I won't let any trainee's life be in danger, of course, except for the Zhang family. A faint smile suddenly appeared on Luo Enxiang's weathered face. Upon hearing this, the great Demon King Zhang Jianwei's face immediately darkened, and he glared angrily. You old fool, are you tired of living? If you want to die so badly, let me help you. Stand back. Luo Enxiang glanced at Yi Dong out of the corner of his eye. Yi Dong was startled, and in the next instant, the great Demon King suddenly appeared in front of Luo Enxiang. The great Demon King carried Lan Lan on his shoulder with one hand and swung a punch directly at Luo Enxiang, but his fist was firmly blocked by Luo Enxiang. The fierce wind from the punch brought an intense sense of oppression, and Yi Dong felt a gust of wind blow him back several meters from the ground. Yi Dong understood the vast gap between himself and the great Demon King, but with Lan Lan still in his hands, he couldn't just flee for his own safety. However, to avoid interfering with their battle, Yi Dong jumped off the arena. Luo Enxiang calmly looked at the towering great Demon King, releasing an aura no less imposing than his opponents. The two powerful forces collided within the arena, shattering the surrounding surveillance cameras. The stone arena beneath their feet emitted cracking sounds as fissures rapidly spread. The great Demon King laughed and said, Old man, you're really aging like fine wine. Even at your age, your strength hasn't diminished. Luo Enxiang snorted coldly. If you think I'm so old that you can take me down with one hand, then go ahead and keep carrying that little girl. Smack. Luo Enxiang shook off the great Demon King's fist, spinning rapidly in place by 170 degrees before suddenly raising his leg to sweep at the great Demon King. The great Demon King stepped back, but the force from the old man's leg wind still left a gash across his chest, as if cut by a blade. The great Demon King looked down at the bloodstain on his chest, wiped the blood, tasted it, and revealed a sinister smile. It's been a long time since I've tasted my own blood. You're truly a worthy opponent to make me go all out. He casually tossed the woman on his shoulder away. Yidong immediately rushed forward and caught Lan Lan in his arms. A faint smile finally appeared on Luo and Xiang's face as he said, "It's been a long time since I've fought with all my might." The restrictions Dragon Nation places on 7th-tier experts even apply to an old man like me. But if it's to deal with you, no one will blame me for lifting those restrictions. Let me have a proper fight before I die. With that, Luo and Xiang took off his shirt, revealing his muscular physique and a back covered in scars. On his back was a massive coiled dragon tattoo, the emblem of Dragon Nation. This was the mark of the early 10 national guardian warriors of Dragon Nation. Each of the 10 warriors had the coiled dragon emblem tattooed on their backs to represent Dragon Nation. This old man was actually one of Dragon Nation's 10 national guardian warriors in his youth. Yidong didn't have time to think further and carried Lan Lan, rushing out of the desolate arena. Luo and Xiang gave an order. "Take everyone away from here, everyone." "Understood, old man. Take care of yourself." Yidong responded and quickly headed to the various rest areas. Luo and Xiang smiled faintly. "I'm not so old that I need others to worry about me. Go quickly." The great Demon King looked down at Luo and Xiang and said, "You still have the mind to care about others. It seems I truly underestimated you." Luo and Xiang stepped back, jumped, landed, and assumed a traditional martial arts defensive stance, raising both hands to protect his chest. "If I were 20 years younger, I could take you down with one hand. Unfortunately, everyone has to face aging. Now, I can only give it my all." The great Demon King's brow furrowed slightly. It seemed this old man was ready to go all out for a true showdown. Having just escaped from the underground prison, the severe injuries he suffered 3 years ago had not been properly treated, causing his recovery to be unusually slow. If this old man truly fought him to the death, he had almost no chance of winning. He had originally come to deal with Yidong, but unexpectedly ran into Luo and Xiang. The boiling blood demonization in his hands was gone, though it wasn't a big deal. He never believed the other party would hand it over so easily. That's why he brought her to find Yidong, intending to force the other party to bring out the boiling blood demonization. Unfortunately, plans never keep up with changes. Before long, White Demon and Blood Shadow would also arrive. If he were smart enough, he should have fled by now. However, it seemed there was still some time. The Demon King's mind turned, and he made a bold decision. He struck a pose and smiled at Luo and Xiang. "Then I'll seriously play with you for a bit." Both raised their eyebrows simultaneously and threw a punch at each other. Bang! Fists collided, flesh clashed. But in reality, the sound of the impact resembled 2 heavy pieces of steel smashing together, deafening. Luo and Xiang withdrew his fist first, then executed a scorpion tail strike. The Demon King didn't dare to underestimate him, retreating 2 steps while sweeping an attack at Luo and Xiang's lower body. Luo and Xiang's body instantly curled into a ball, flipping once in mid-air, pressing his hands on the Demon King's leg, lightly patting downward, while spinning his body and raising his leg high for a downward strike. Battle Axe. The Demon King crossed his arms to block the kick, simultaneously reaching out to grab in mid-air, but only caught a blurry shadow. Luo and Xiang's figure had vanished in the air. The Demon King looked around but couldn't find him, instinctively reaching for his head, only to grab an ankle. "Old man, you still haven't changed your bad habit of stepping on people's heads." Luo and Xiang stood motionless on the Demon King's head with one foot. "A dumb head is meant to be stepped on." The Demon King sneered coldly, grabbing Luo and Xiang's ankle and flinging him to the ground. Luo and Xiang's toe tapped on the back of the Demon King's hand, making him feel like he'd been pricked by a needle. Given his current physical condition, neither needles nor bullets could harm him in the slightest. But the pain made him release his grip instantly. Luo and Xiang landed and leaned forward, his fists raining down on the Demon King like a storm. Bang, bang, bang. Each punch sounded like thunder. The Demon King raised his hands to block most of the attacks, his body repeatedly pushed back by the force of the punches. At this moment, the muscles on his body began to heat up, bulging layer by layer, and the more he was hit, the faster they swelled, until the blood vessels on his muscles became clearly visible. Luo and Xiang delivered one final punch and instantly retreated several steps. The Demon King raised an eyebrow slightly, lowered his hands, and was evidently unharmed. He asked in confusion, "Why stop? We're just getting warmed up." Luo and Xiang clasped his hands behind his back and chuckled lightly. "I'm old, can't fight anymore. Let us leave it at that. Next, let the young ones handle it." Huh. The Demon King froze for a moment and turned to look behind him. He saw two people had appeared at some point. One was Blood Shadow, and the other was the principal of the War Academy. Only White Demon hadn't he come. Principal Lu's face was full of anger when he saw the Demon King. "Zhang Jianwei, how dare you come out and cause trouble? Do you even know what you've done wrong?" Zhang Jianwei was once a teacher at the War Academy and Principal Lu's subordinate. All three were 7th-tier masters. If Zhang Jianwei were at his peak, he might still have a chance to fight. A trace of dissatisfaction flashed in the Demon King's eyes. "It's clear you care quite a bit about Yi Dong, coming here personally." This remark was clearly aimed at Principal Lu. Principal Lu smiled smugly. "Of course. I'm counting on Yi Dong to become a national guardian in the future. He has talent, a resolute mind, and is a promising seed worth cultivating. I won't protect him. Should I let you dark forces bully him? Darkness will eventually be defeated." Amusing rhetoric, but it does sound like something you'd say. Since neither of us is willing to let the other go, let's have a proper fight. Yi Dong carried Lon Lon and ran toward the other side's lounge. It seemed even Principal Lu had arrived. The upcoming battle between the four 7th-tier experts was bound to be exceptionally fierce, and the nearby buildings would likely suffer. The only thing he could do was to evacuate the academy's students and staff as quickly as possible. At that moment, Lon Lon, who was on his shoulder, suddenly moved. Yi Dong hurriedly stopped, placed her against the wall, and softly called, "Sister Lon, wake up." Lon Lan's eyelids trembled slightly and slowly opened. Seeing Yi Dong, her eyes lit up with joy, and she hugged him tightly, pressing against his chest. Yi Dong instantly felt suffocated. "Yi Dong, it's so good that you're okay. I thought I'd never see you again. If I really couldn't see you, what meaning would life have for me?" Yi Dong struggled to sit up and said, "Don't say such useless things. We're fine for now. This isn't the time to talk about life and death. Quickly evacuate the crowd and lead everyone out of here. This place is about to become extremely dangerous." "All right, I'll go right away." The two exchanged glances for a few seconds, then each began to act. Tianqing Academy. Yi Dong kicked open the door. Four people were lying on the ground, and one was sitting. The one sitting was Lu Guozheng. But Lu Guozheng's face was pale, like a corpse. It seemed he had suffered greatly from enduring the oppressive aura earlier. If he had just passed out directly, he might not have been in such a miserable state. "You're actually fine?" Lu Guozheng looked at Yi Dong in surprise. Yi Dong snorted coldly. "If I were in trouble, who would save you? Stop wasting time. If you can move, hurry up and help evacuate." Lu Guozheng sighed helplessly, thinking to himself, "As expected, I'm not as good as him." That oppressive aura was so strong just now, yet he could still move freely, while I couldn't even hold up against it. I need to intensify my training when I get back. At that moment, the elemental energy within Lu Guozheng stirred slightly, and Yi Dong's expression changed. Lu Guozheng shouted, "Relax, I'm not crazy." Milky white liquid surged from his body, enveloping the four students. "They'll wake up soon. You go save the others first, I'll join you shortly." Yi Dong smiled. "Now that's more like it." Boom. The ground shook violently, and a pillar of fire shot into the sky. Yi Dong's heart tightened. It was clear that the battle between the 7th-tier experts had already begun. He had to hurry. On the desolate arena, a lone fire figure, standing 3 meters tall, was isolated in a corner. Luo and Xiang and Blood Shadow stayed far away. The Demon King stood at the center of the arena, with Blood Shadow and Luo and Xiang behind him. Facing him head-on was Lu Yuming. Luo and Xiang said to Blood Shadow, "Elemental ability users should go all out. We can't help and might even hinder Lu Yuming. Stay far away and look for an opportunity later." "Got it." The Demon King noticed that Blood Shadow and Luo and Xiang had no intention of joining the fight and raised an eyebrow. If it were White Demon, Blood Shadow, and Luo and Xiang teaming up, perhaps you'd stand a chance against me. But unfortunately, you're an elemental ability user and can't coordinate with them. What a pity. Lu Yuming. Lu Yuming sneered. To deal with you, I'm enough on my own. If they don't help, I feel even more assured. 8 desolate corpse roasting flames. Lu Yuming muttered in a low voice, and flames immediately rose from all directions, with fire pillars shooting into the sky. The temperature soared instantly, and the space began to distort and warp. The Demon King, unafraid of fire, charged at Lu Yuming at lightning speed. Lu Yuming opened his mouth and spewed out a massive fireball. Bang! The Demon King shattered the fireball with a single punch and sneered. At your age, you're still playing with fire? So outdated. Outdated? I'll just take that as a joke. Lu Yuming stepped back and merged directly into the flames. The Demon King laughed. Lu, have you lost your mind? Elemental ability users are no match for physical ability users, let alone when your opponent is me. A burst of dominance. Bang! A blue-purple aura enveloped the Demon King's entire body. His spine straightened instantly. Not a trace of heat could be felt around him. Demon King, physical ability users naturally counter elemental ability users. As the principal, how can you not know how to teach your students? Of course I know. I'm just stalling for time. Haven't you noticed? The Demon King's expression changed drastically, his eyes burning with rage. Stalling for time? I hope you can hold out. He roared and punched the fire wall to his left. Thud! Lu Yuming spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying out of the firewall. The Demon King followed closely. Lu Yuming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and roared angrily. I refuse to believe my flames have no effect on you. Burn to ashes. Boom. Flames shot skyward. Yi Dong saw the flames and quickened his pace, heading toward the other restrooms. At that moment, a somewhat unfamiliar figure was carrying 3 people and quickly heading out. You are? Blood Shadow. Yi Dong? Don't worry about the back, I've rescued everyone. Head to the northern airport immediately, everyone is gathering there. Got it. After taking only a few steps, Yi Dong saw another Blood Shadow carrying 3 people running toward him. He was stunned. Don't panic, that's my clone. One more clone means more efficiency. Yi Dong was full of amazement. This ability was truly convenient. As he ran forward, he kept glancing toward the direction of the sky-high flames, a trace of worry in his eyes. Blood Shadow, since you're here to rescue people, does that mean only Principal Lu and Luo and Xiang are left dealing with the Demon King in the arena? I never thought there'd be someone in this world who cares so much about an old man like me. Truly worth dying for. Luo and Xiang suddenly appeared beside Yi Dong, carrying 2 people on his shoulders. Yi Dong asked in surprise, Referee, you're rescuing people too? Can Principal Lu handle the Demon King alone? You're talking about Zhang Jianwei? He's no match for the Demon King at all. But he also knows he can't hold out for long. When it comes to rescuing people, Blood Shadow's clones are the most effective. Others can't help and can only leave him to deal with the Demon King himself. Besides, he's an elemental ability user. In battles involving elemental abilities, outsiders can't interfere recklessly, or they'll risk getting hurt. At this moment, the building inside had risen to an extremely dangerous level, and the walls were scorched and cracking. Although Yi Dong was very worried, Luo and Xiang was right. He himself was also an elemental ability user. Once elemental ability users go all out, others simply can't intervene. He could only hope Principal Lu could defeat the Demon King. A group of people arrived at the airport, where many had already boarded the plane. The propellers began to slowly turn until everyone was on board. Yi Dong jumped off, but was immediately grabbed by Lan Lan. Yi Dong, where are you going? Yi Dong said, Of course, to help. I'm afraid the principal won't be able to hold out against the Demon King alone. You all go first if it gets too dangerous. I can still run. Come back. Lan Lan warned coldly. Luo and Xiang stood in front of Lan Lan and said, Don't stop a man from making his decision. He'll be fine. Lan Lan bit her lip and glared at Yi Dong. If things go wrong, you must remember to run. The Blood Fury can help you resist the gravity of his aura. The Blood Fury can resist his aura? Why didn't you say so earlier? Yi Dong nodded. Got it. You guys should leave now. With that, he leapt into the sky. Looking down, his brows furrowed tightly. The situation was worse than Yi Dong had imagined. As expected, Principal Lu was no match for the Demon King. The Demon King was cloaked in a layer of blue protection, similar to Zhao Zicheng's Thunder Shield, which allowed him to remain unscathed in the flames. Although Principal Lu also had a blue protective layer, he could only defend against the Demon King's overwhelming attacks. Yi Dong looked at his right hand and thought, I wonder if my Ice Vein Finger can hurt the Demon King. The Ice Vein Finger was the pinnacle of his abilities, far surpassing ordinary extreme cold ice energy, and had transformed into a compressed energy beam. He wasn't sure if it could break through the defense. Bang! 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 The Demon King grabbed Principal Lu by the collar with one hand and repeatedly punched his face with the other. Although Principal Lu wasn't severely injured, as most of the damage was absorbed by the protective layer, he knew he couldn't hold on much longer. At that moment, a surge of powerful elemental energy suddenly emanated from the sky. The Demon King paused, releasing Principal Lu, and looked upward. Yi Dong stood in mid-air, with countless ice spikes suspended above him, exuding an imposing aura. The Demon King sneered. Do you think these things can hurt me? Principal Lu seized the opportunity to crawl off the stage and hide. Yi Dong's voice came from above. Principal Lu, everyone has been evacuated. There's no one left here. You should leave too. Principal Lu shouted. Yi Dong shook his head with a wry smile. You old man, are you planning to die heroically here? I won't let you have your way. You brat, leave now. No one in Jinghai can defeat him. Don't act recklessly. The 12 guardians of the nation will avenge me. Don't sacrifice yourself in vain. I'm not planning to sacrifice myself. I haven't even enjoyed life for a few good days. How could I die here? Yi Dong smirked coldly, pointing his finger. Fall. The Demon King sneered disdainfully, standing still with his arms crossed. The icy spikes collided with the blazing flames, instantly producing steam, and the area below was soon shrouded in thick fog. At first, the Demon King paid no attention, but he suddenly sensed that the energy of 5 of the ice spikes was entirely different from the others. By the time he realized it, a milky white beam of light had already struck his protective layer. Fortunately, it caused no damage. You dare play these little tricks in front of me? If you don't want to live, then I'll die with you. The Demon King leapt fiercely, the ground where he jumped instantly caving in. But as he ascended into the air, dark clouds gathered, and Yi Dong was nowhere to be seen. The Demon King's face darkened, and he landed heavily on the ground. With a punch and a kick, the surrounding white mist instantly dispersed, and the nearby burning walls of fire were extinguished by the force of his punch. To his near collapse, Lu Yuming had vanished. Deep underground, Yi Dong and Principal Lu were wrapped in a white cloth, swiftly moving through a dark tunnel. Principal Lu could hardly believe that he had managed to escape alive from that place. That was the Demon King's domain. He turned his head to look at Yi Dong, who was fully focused on moving underground, his eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. Yi Dong, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, this old body of mine would have been done for. Principal, how did he manage to escape? Yi Dong was a bit puzzled. White Demon and Blood Shadow had been guarding the area the whole time. How could they have let him get away? In the past 3 years, nothing like this had ever happened. Principal Lu shook his head helplessly and sighed. I heard that Zhang Jianwei had been conducting psychological suggestions on White Demon for 3 years. This time, he took advantage of Zhang Zicheng's death to plan his escape. If it weren't for Zhang Zicheng, he would have broken out sooner or later. In any case, our Dragon Nation now has a formidable enemy. Catching him again won't be easy. Psychological suggestion? Yi Dong had heard of the term before, and a name flashed through his mind: Lu Yingying. He hadn't expected Zhang Jianwei to possess such a skill as well. After nearly half an hour of underground escape, Yi Dong quietly emerged from the ground and leaped into the sky with Principal Lu. At this point, Principal Lu dismounted from Yi Dong, his entire body engulfed in flames, flying on his own. Yi Dong quickly put some distance between them. Principal, Big Brother Bai won't be punished for this, will he? It wasn't intentional, right? Yi Dong asked. Principal Lu sneered. Even if it wasn't intentional, the fact remains that he let Zhang Jianwei escape. The consequences will undoubtedly be severe. But don't worry, I'll put in a good word for him. By the way, how did the 4 Academies competition turn out? What place did we get? No surprises, first place. But now's not the time to worry about that. What about the Demon King? Yidong asked. Principal Lu thought for a moment and said, he probably won't dare to pursue us anymore. Plus, he's still injured, so he's likely looking for a place to heal or heading straight back to the Dark Sequence. But he's a rogue dark entity without a sequence. After being imprisoned in Jinghai for so long, the Dark Sequence probably won't take him back. Even if they do, they won't trust him like before. In any case, his future doesn't look good. Yidong nodded, thinking he should ask Lu Yingying later. Perhaps she could provide some unexpected clues. About 10 minutes later, the two returned to Jinghai. From a distance, they could see the plane parked at the Bureau of Marshal Security's airport. The bureau was in complete chaos. When the Demon King broke out, he unleashed a powerful aura, sending about 45 officers to the emergency room, with many others also seriously injured. Lan'er, Yidong descended rapidly, heading toward Lan Lan. Lan Lan's eyes were slightly red as she ran toward him. You reckless fool. Don't scare me like that again. Yidong sighed helplessly. At least things have temporarily settled down. Everyone's safe, so it wasn't too bad. At that moment, Su Jun rushed over. Yidong, Director Wang wants to see you in his office. Captain, ahem, Lan Lan, you're coming too. Yidong and Lan Lan exchanged a glance, nodded, and headed toward Director Wang's office. When they arrived, Director Wang had an ice pack pressed to his forehead, trying to ease the headache caused by the earlier aura attack. Director Wang. Old Wang. Old Wang. Director Wang glared at Lan Lan. I'm nursing a headache, and you're deliberately provoking me? Lan Lan chuckled lightly. I was just checking on you. You seem to be doing fine. Yidong asked. Director Wang, how's Big Brother Bai doing? Where is he? And what about the Demon King? At the mention of White Demon, Yidong was filled with anger. If it weren't for him being controlled and opening that specially designed door for the Demon King, how could the Demon King have escaped to wreak havoc? The emergency calls were countless, with hundreds of people fainting due to the overwhelming pressure, and over 100 more chain accidents than usual. The entire Wuhan Bureau was in chaos. After the Great Demon King successfully escaped from prison, Director Wang thought he would be held accountable. Unexpectedly, there was no reprimand from above. The higher-ups said the main responsibility lies with White Demon. His will was weak, he broke the rules, and secretly contacted Zhang Jianwei, which led to psychological vulnerabilities that Zhang Jianwei exploited. White Demon will be sent to a military court for trial. Yidong's face darkened. What will happen to him in the end? Director Wang sneered. Someone who isn't trusted by the organization, what kind of good outcome do you think he'll have? You still dare to keep him by your side? Even rely on him? Director Wang's gaze turned slightly cold as he said, I heard he'll be stripped of his military rank, his honors will be revoked, and he'll be sent to a special hospital for treatment, which essentially means locking him up. They're afraid that if he's dismissed, he might do something extreme. Who knows, in a fit of anger, he might really join the Dark Organization. So the only option is to lock him up? Yes, and permanently. Pretty tragic, isn't it? Director Wang gave a bitter smile, feeling it was a bit excessive, but upon reflection, it seemed like the only solution. After all, the other party was a 7th-tier powerhouse. If he behaved, it would be fine, but if he couldn't accept it and join the Dark Organization or any force opposing Longhua, it would mean an additional 7th-tier enemy for Longhua. This is too tragic. Brother Bai didn't do it on purpose. Director Wang snorted lightly and said, This is reality. This is the law. We all rely on the law for protection, which is why we have peace now. But don't worry, I'll say a few words on his behalf. Lan Lan wasn't very familiar with White Demon, so she asked, What was the task you mentioned earlier for Yidong and me? After Zhang Guolong's incident, he fled and is likely secretly helping Zhang Jianwei. So we want you two to chase him. He ran west, but we don't know exactly where. Lan Lan raised her eyebrows slightly and said, For such a minor task, couldn't you find someone else? Why do I have to go with Yidong? Director Wang gave a bitter smile. Do you think I can mobilize anyone else right now? Hearing this, Lan Lan understood. The Wuhan Bureau was currently in disarray, with many injured and few capable people available. Besides, Yidong seems to have special escape techniques. Even if you encounter Zhang Jianwei, he can ensure your safe retreat. But don't underestimate him, he's not your match. I'm well aware of that. Yi Dong stood up and said to Lan Lan, I think I can handle this task alone. How about you stay at the Wuhan Bureau to help out, Sister Lan? Yi Dong didn't want her to go, so what could she say? Lan Lan nodded. All right, you go alone. I won't follow and cause trouble. But this time, don't mess around again. As long as you don't mess around. Yi Dong lightly tapped her forehead with his finger. Lan Lan glared at him. This scene was fully observed by Director Wang, who felt helpless yet a bit envious. West of Jinghai, there was a sea area. Zhang Guolong fled west. Where exactly was he heading? Before setting off, Yi Dong decided to first gather information about the western region. Through the internet, he discovered that it was indeed a sea area, with a city called Lingyu Port, known as the Iron Fortress on water. Although it was frequently attacked by sea beasts, the beasts had never entered the city to harm people. Zhang Guolong is very likely planning to go there. Yi Dong flew to the western port, where he saw a cargo ship heading to the Iron Fortress on the water and boarded it directly. Standing on the deck, he waited for half an hour before the cargo ship slowly set sail. Yi Dong held onto the railing with both hands, facing the sea breeze and watching the waves, gradually relaxing his mood. He used the Eye of the Heavenly Emperor to carefully inspect the entire cargo ship, but found nothing unusual. Zhang Guolong had already been on the run for some time, so the likelihood of him being on the ship was very low. He was more likely to have used another mode of transportation to leave. But what if he really encountered Zhang Jianwei? What would he do then? He didn't have the strength to defeat him. Sigh. Brother, why the long face? Are you feeling unwell? A cheerful voice came from beside him. Yi Dong turned his head and saw a man with a crew cut, wearing iron armor and carrying a giant sword, standing behind him. The man walked over to stand beside him and enjoy the sea view together. Yi Dong shook his head and said, just a bit troubled. How should I address you, sir? Sir? I'm only in my early 20s. Don't call me sir. Just call me Brother Shi. So it's Brother Shi. My apologies. Yi Dong replied calmly. Shi Jian noticed his indifferent reaction and felt a bit disappointed. Brother, you didn't just break up with your girlfriend, did you? You look so down. Yi Dong shook his head. No, my girlfriend and I are fine. I'm just a bit annoyed by a strange man striking up a conversation with me. A strange man? Where? Shi Jian looked around, then immediately realized Yi Dong was talking about him. He gave Yi Dong a helpless glance and sighed. All right, I won't bother you with idle chatter anymore. Actually, I'm an assistant sent by the Bureau of Martial Security to help you track down Zhang Guolong. I was just testing you earlier, don't take it to heart. I'm very familiar with the Iron Fortress on the water and have some connections there, so I should be able to help. Annoying old man. Yi Dong shook his head helplessly. Shi Jian was speechless. Annoying or not, we're partners this time. I just hope we get a good result. Once we reach the Iron Fortress, you'll see how capable I am. At that moment, Yi Dong's phone received a message. It was from Su Jun, Captain Su, saying that he had sent a backup officer from the Bureau of Martial Security who was familiar with the Iron Fortress to assist him. The officer's name was Shi Jian. After reading the message, Yi Dong finally confirmed Shi Jian's identity. What special knowledge do you have about the Iron Fortress? Tell me. Yi Dong turned to ask Shi Jian. Shi Jian pinched his nose and said, lots of people, tall buildings, cheap seafood. Yi Dong squinted slightly. He had indeed been cold earlier when approached, but he hadn't expected this guy to hold a grudge. Oh, whereas the seafood both cheap and delicious. Haitian Tower, Shi Jian said, his gaze meaningful. Zhang Guolong might be in Haitian Tower. This guy seemed to have some important information. Yi Dong asked suspiciously, Zhang Guolong is in Haitian Tower? Why do you say that? Shi Jian chuckled. The owner of Haitian Tower has powerful backing. If Zhang Guolong really fled west, he would definitely pass through the Iron Fortress. Seeking protection from the largest local force is normal. That's also why I was sent here to save you from running around like a headless chicken and to save time. Yi Dong smiled faintly. You're right. It seems I do need a capable assistant like you. Hee. Then let me introduce myself further. My name is Shi Jian, a graduate of the Jinghai City Wuhan Bureau Police Academy. E-level Stone Cell, 2nd Tier 3-star Realm, Reserve Officer of the Wuhan Bureau, ID number 386713. My name is Yi Dong, sort of an acting officer, but still a student at the Wuhan Bureau. Shi Jian smiled bitterly. In Jinghai, Who hasn't heard of your name? But with Zhang Jianwei on the run, the situation around the Wuhan Bureau is tense, and two-thirds of the police force is paralyzed. Even someone like me, a reserve officer, has to rush over immediately and partner with the legendary S-level genius. Hopefully, it turns out well, and I can directly upgrade to a full-fledged officer. Haha. At that moment, a disdainful voice came from behind. I was wondering why I smelled something foul as soon as I boarded the ship. Turns out you're from the Wuhan Bureau. Yi Dong and Shi Jian's expressions changed slightly as they turned to look. They saw an ordinary man with dark skin, accompanied by 3 to 5 burly men, walking toward them. These men were all well-built, with calloused hands and strong legs, clearly dock workers from the harbor area. Shi Jian leaned toward Yi Dong's ear and whispered, "These guys are probably with the ship's captain. Not sure what they're suddenly up to. Let's observe first. No grievances or grudges, shouldn't be looking for trouble, right?" Shi Jian cleared his throat. "We are indeed from the Wuhan Bureau. What do you want? Is there something you need?" Upon hearing they were from the Wuhan Bureau, a crowd began to gather around them. Shi Jian's face darkened as he stepped closer to Yi Dong, mustering his courage to say, "What are you trying to do? We're officers of the Wuhan Bureau. Dare to assault the police." The middle-aged man at the front sneered. "Someone offered a high price for us to throw any Wuhan Bureau officers who board the ship into the sea, 10,000 dragon coins per person. If it were you, what would you do?" Chilling laughter echoed around them. Shi Jian's heart raced as he quickly looked at Yi Dong for help. Yi Dong, however, remained unusually calm, a faint smile on his lips. "I'm curious who's paying you to throw officers into the sea." The middle-aged man rolled up his sleeves, clenched his fists, and advanced. The group behind him followed closely, forcing the two of them to the edge of the deck railing, leaving no way out. Clearly, these men had no intention of answering the question. Yi Dong said to Shi Jian, "Aren't you supposed to be quite capable? Now's your chance to show off. Go ahead." Shi Jian was pushed forward by Yi Dong, but quickly retreated. "Damn it. Fighting isn't my thing. I hit too hard I might kill them. I hit hard too. Guys, let's go all out hot pot tonight." As soon as the words were spoken, the group charged madly. Shi Jian was punched to the ground, becoming a human floor mat. Yi Dong's expression shifted slightly. He sat on the railing, slowly raised his right hand, and pointed forward. "Freeze." In an instant, everyone's movements slowed, their bodies began to ice over, gradually stiffening frozen. Whoosh! Yi Dong exhaled, releasing a dense white mist that spread backward. The dozen or so men charging forward were all turned into ice sculptures, standing frozen on the ground, except for one survivor. The dock worker at the very back looked at his frozen companions, panicked, and collapsed to the ground, sweating profusely. "Ice sculptures. Could it be? You're Yi Dong." Shi Jian, furious, grabbed the man and roared, "You know it's Yi Dong, and you still dare to act up? Speak, who told you to do this?" "Mercy, mercy. It was the ship's captain who ordered us. He told us to find Wuhan Bureau officers on the ship and throw them into the sea if we found any. You are the first ones we've caught. We were just following orders. Please spare me, boss." The young man was terrified, and Shi Jian knew he was definitely being manipulated by someone. He turned to Yi Dong and asked in confusion, "Officer Yi, what should we do now?" Yi Dong's expression shifted slightly as he said, "The ship is already sailing on the sea, and we can't take these people back to the Wuhan Bureau. Let's leave them for now and go find the captain to figure out what's going on." Two officers, such imposing figures. A cold laugh came from the crowd, and people quickly dispersed. A bald, one-eyed man emerged, a high-end cigar in his mouth, followed by a group of people. "Damn, more people are coming." Shi Jian shouted in fear and quickly hid behind Yi Dong. The captain looked at his subordinates on the deck, frozen like ice sculptures, a hint of apprehension flashing in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, "You boarded my ship and dared to harm my men. The Wuhan Bureau is really arrogant. I'm the boss here. How do you think I'll handle this, Yi Dong?" Shi Jian swallowed hard, his face pale. Clearly, he had never seen such a grand scene and was scared out of his wits. Yi Dong, what do we do now? They've brought so many people. Even if there were 10 of me, I couldn't take them on." Yi Dong frowned and said, "You're a reserve officer of the Wuhan Bureau. Can you at least act like one?" I'll try. Shi Jian slowly puffed out his chest, preparing to confront the gang head-on. But within 3 seconds, he was completely stunned with fear. Damn, they're scarier than me. I can't do it. You handle it. Yi Dong shook his head helplessly, jumped down from the railing, and stared at the captain. I was looking for you anyway. Tell me, who ordered you to treat Wuhan Bureau officers like this? The captain snorted coldly. You seem to have no idea where you are. This is the sea. You're on my ship, which means who calls the shots? Of course, it's me, not your Wuhan Bureau. Arrogant. Yi Dong raised an eyebrow. Who said this is the sea? The captain's expression changed, and Shi Jian looked puzzled. Was this guy seasick? Isn't this the sea? The captain couldn't help but laugh. Are the standards for police officers so low now? Even an idiot like you can become one. It seemed the captain didn't recognize Yi Dong, which made Yi Dong a bit exasperated. He shook his head in silence. The two sides were at a stalemate. Suddenly, the ship shook violently, and then it stopped. Yi Dong sneered. The Wuhan Bureau has strict selection criteria. Not just anyone can become an officer. If I can be one, it's because of my abilities. Let me tell you, we're not on the sea at all. We're on ice. The captain gritted his teeth, and suddenly someone shouted, Boss, look, we're really on ice. The seawater around us has somehow completely frozen. Frozen seawater? Everyone rushed to the railing, staring in shock. The ice spread rapidly in all directions, and the massive cargo ship seemed glued to the ice. The captain vaguely recalled hearing about such an ability somewhere. You're the extreme cold ice soul? He's Yi Dong, the extreme cold ice soul. You people don't even recognize him and still dare to attack us. You're really tired of living. Yi Dong slowly walked toward the ship captain, speaking as he went. Your strength is mediocre, at most second tier. I counted there are only 36 of you. Just 36 second-tier fighters. And you think you can throw me, Yi Dong, into the sea? Even if there were 30,000 of you. So what? A terrifying killing intent instantly emanated from Yi Dong, drifting around him like black smoke. Thud. Thud. This aura caused the ship captain's crew to go weak in the knees, collapsing to the ground one by one. Only the captain managed to hold himself up, though his hand holding the cigar was trembling, clearly unable to last much longer. I never expected to encounter you. If I had known it was you, I wouldn't have dared to say I'd throw you into the sea, even if I had 100 times the courage. The captain broke out in a cold sweat and knelt on the ground. Yi Dong, please spare us. He began recounting his tragic childhood, trying to elicit sympathy. Too ruthless. Shi Jian was practically shouting in his mind. Is this the terror of the S-class extreme frost ice soul? It could freeze such a massive cargo ship directly onto the ice, even affecting the surrounding sea. Though he was standing right across from Yi Dong, he couldn't sense what Yi Dong had done. This showed how effortless it was for Yi Dong. Clearly, Yi Dong hadn't even used a significant portion of his power. No wonder he was often featured on Jinghai's headlines as a super genius, truly formidable. Yi Dong glanced at Shi Jian at this moment. What was this guy up to? Was he taking action? Shi Jian caught his meaning, nodded, and walked toward the ship captain, saying, Tell us, who sent you to stop the Wuhan Bureau police? The captain dared not hide anything at this point. I don't know who they are. A group of people wrapped the ship tightly, rented my speedboat, and left 50,000 yuan, instructing us to stop the Wuhan Bureau police from boarding the ship. But we waited for a long time and didn't see any police, so we set sail. Then we ran into you, and all these misunderstandings happened. Shi Jian looked at Yi Dong. Yi Dong nodded and was about to speak, but with the help of the Heavenly Emperor's eye, he could hear every sound and movement on the ship. Nothing escaped his ears. That's right, Yi Dong, they're coming. Good. Understood. Yi Dong's brow furrowed slightly, and he immediately rushed toward the direction of the sound. Bang! A large hole was punched through the deck, and Yi Dong jumped down from above, grabbing someone by the neck and pinning him against the wall. Humph! The man let out a cold snort, suddenly twisted his neck, and astonishingly broke free from Yi Dong's grip. His body instantly sprouted countless black spikes, forcing Yi Dong back several steps. It was a middle-aged man around 30 years old, his face covered in pockmarks. If you had a fear of dense holes, seeing him might make you feel disgusted. Yi Dong, if you have the guts, come catch me. After saying this, the man leaped onto the deck. Yi Dong snorted coldly and immediately chased after him. The man jumped straight into the sea, stepping on the ice as he rushed in the direction they had come from. Standing on the deck, Yi Dong didn't move. Shi Jian hurriedly ran up and said, Yi Dong, why aren't you chasing him? He might be one of Zhang Guolong's men. Yi Dong smiled bitterly. Look at the direction he's running. You want me to chase him? It's obvious he's stalling for time for someone else. Besides, do I even need to chase him? Yi Dong raised his hand, forming his fingers into the shape of a gun. Bang! A blood-red ice spike shot out at incredible speed toward the pockmarked man. The pockmarked man screamed miserably, clutching his pierced thigh as he fell to the ground, crying out in pain. Go bring him back. All right. Shi Jian knew he couldn't be of much help and could only act as a runner.